Detestable brat. Witnessing the injury to his right arm, Zabuza could not help but glare at Naruto and his companions, fully aware of his own physical condition. He understood all too well the extent of the damage Naruto's strike had inflicted upon him that at this moment, severely wounded, his strength had diminished significantly. The agility of his right arm was greatly compromised, bringing forth a multitude of inconveniences. Behind him, Neji and his companions were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Naruto and his group. It was not until the fierce battle concluded that they regained their composure, particularly Neji. As he gazed at Naruto, his eyes betrayed an indescribable emotion. After all, Naruto's prowess in battle was a formidable challenge for someone who prided himself on being a genius. You are? Noticing Neji and Lee's silence, Tenten stepped forward to inquire of Naruto and his companions. You must be the disciples of Teacher Guy? We are members of Team Kakashi, and we have taken over this rescue mission, Naruto stated, with Sasuke keeping a watchful eye on Zabuza. Sakura, relatively weaker, had retreated beside them, ready to protect the mission's objective, and she addressed Tenten. Team Kakashi? Clearly, Tenten, Neji, and Lee were perplexed by Sakura's response. They were familiar with Kakashi but were unaware of his subordinates. We are the 7th squad that graduated this year, ninjas of Team Kakashi. We appreciate your cooperation. Upon noticing Tenten's confusion and the bewildered expressions of Neji and Lee, Sakura smiled gently, though her pride was unmistakable. Graduated this year. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Neji and his companions were momentarily stunned, looking at Naruto in disbelief. The recent battle still resonated in their minds, a level of combat that was far beyond their capabilities. Could it be that this year's graduates are all prodigies? Naruto and Sasuke are the top students in our class. Undoubtedly you've heard of their names, as they are quite renowned in the academy, Sakura remarked with a smile, reminiscing about their time at the Ninja Academy. She fondly recalled how Naruto and Sasuke's fervor had captivated even upperclassmen. Of course, this was before Naruto established a relationship with Hinata. Thereafter, Sasuke became the sole recipient of such privileges. I see. Tenten and the others felt a sense of relief upon hearing Sakura's explanation. They had indeed heard tales of Naruto and his companions' fame. Sasuke, an orphan of the Uchiha clan, was an undisputed genius, rumored to be on the verge of surpassing the Chunin level, which he has now achieved, coupled with his Yeto Befully awakened Sharingan now awakened. He possessed boundless potential. In contrast, Naruto was even more renowned, often triumphing over Sasuke in combat, and his exploits were the most well-known. He was hailed as Kakashi's successor, frequently arriving late and leaving early, yet consistently achieving top marks, leaving many in awe. Neji had a profound understanding of Naruto. He was the boyfriend of the Hyuga clan's heiress, the future inheritor of the Hyuga legacia, thorn in the side of all the males in the clan. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had never troubled Naruto. Third Hokage. I seem to have been overlooked. It appears that with age, I am forgotten in all matters. Zabuza Momochi, a graduate of the Hidden Mist village, is infamously known as the Demon of the Mist for surviving a brutal massacre of his fellow graduates. A rogue ninja and former elite Chunin, he wields one of the legendary 7 ninja swords, the decapitating carving knife, and has been accused of assassinating the Mizukichi. Renowned for his mastery in assassination techniques and silent killing. As Naruto calmly recited this intelligence while gazing at Zabuza, Sasuke, Neji, and the others shuddered. Although they had all taken lives, the realization that Zabuza had slain all his peers sent a chill down their spines, and they looked at him with trepidation. The title of demon was well-deserved. You seem to know quite a bit about me, kid. Moreover, the jutsu you just employed appears to have had some effect on me, Zabuza remarked, his gaze drifting toward the row of kunai embedded in the ground, his eyes glinting with a golden light. I always remember the details of dangerous foes. And Zabuza, you are certainly one of them, Naruto stated, fixing his eyes on Zabuza. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, information regarding him was readily available in the Konoha library, so Naruto's research had not been particularly challenging, as it was not a secret. However, details about Zabuza's abilities were scarce. Naruto's knowledge largely stemmed from the original narrative. As for the jutsu I wield, you shall see if you possess the capability to discern it. Just as he finished speaking, a 3-pronged kunai appeared in his hand. Sasuke, they'll take the lead while you provide cover, Naruto instructed his companion. With his Sharingan, Sasuke was exceptionally adept at providing support, as his enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to anticipate the opponent's next moves, making him an ideal partner in both combat and protection. Understood, Sasuke nodded, his eyes now blood-red, the tomo swirling within his Sharingan active. Confronting Zabuza, Sasuke's Sharingan word in motion, meticulously tracking every subtle movement of his adversary. Meanwhile, Naruto clasped his hands together, completing the hand seals of his jutsu amidst a whirl of illusion. Sasuke, keep a vigilant watch. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire technique, Naruto called out to Sasuke. With a surge of chakra coursing through him, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards Zabuza. The Great Dragon Fire technique. Naruto had mastered this jutsu to the extent that he could forego many hand seals. With his speed of execution, a mere second sufficed. Dozens of colossal fire dragons roared and surged towards Zabuza, dissipating the surrounding mist in their wake and generating new fog, creating a cycle that elevated the temperature around them, a searing gust of hot air rushing towards Zabuza. Damn it. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet technique. Startled by the oncoming inferno, Zabuza quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a water dragon that rose behind him to meet the flames. Sizzle. Wind style, Gentle Breeze. What Naruto unleashed was a long-forgotten secret technique. Previously mentioned, this technique was not a traditional ninjutsu, but rather a skillful manipulation of chakra. By mastering the subtleties of airflow and invoking a fierce wind, anyone who grasped the essence of chakra control could execute this technique. The magnitude of power relies entirely on the skillful manipulation of chakra to guide the airflow. It can be as gentle as a soft breeze or as ferocious as a raging hurricane. In this moment of life and death, Naruto, naturally, would not merely summon a gentle breeze. Confronted with the formidable Zabuza, he suddenly swung his hand, and in an instant, a tempest took shape in Naruto's grasp, hurtling towards Zabuza and his great fireball. Technique. The roar of the dragon echoed through the heavens, and beneath the tempest, the fire dragon surged dramatically, its once 10-foot-long form now extending to an astonishing 50 or 60 feet. The fiery beast howled through the storm, its searing breath scattering in all directions, instilling a sense of dread. How infuriating. Zabuza glared at the swelling fire dragon amidst the hurricane, cursing inwardly. He was acutely aware that his water dragon bullet technique was faltering. If he did not escape, he would either be gravely injured or worse, and that was not his desire. To be severely wounded here was akin to courting death. Fire release. Great fireball technique. An enraged roar erupted from behind Zabuza, as Sasuke, having stealthily approached, unleashed a massive fireball aimed directly at Zabuza. While Naruto and Zabuza were locked in a standoff, Sasuke had seized the opportunity to position himself behind Zabuza, ready to shatter the deadlock and defeat him through a surprise attack. Kid, do not grow too complacent. A Jonin is ultimately beyond your reach. As the enormous fireball barreled toward him, Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed at Naruto and the others. Maintaining the water dragon bullet with one hand, he swiftly formed hand seals with the other, completing the technique in an instant. Water release. Water clone technique. Behind Zabuza, three figures emerged. One stood still, preparing seals, while the other two clones charged toward Naruto and Sasuke, wielding their massive swords with lethal intent. Sasuke, Naruto, sustaining the great fireball technique, could not attend to Zabuza's clones and could only call out to Sasuke at his side. I understand, Sasuke replied, licking his bloodthirsty lips. Observing Naruto's fierce battle with Zabuza, he could not suppress his own longing for strength. Although he bore no envy toward Naruto's abilities, as a seeker of vengeance, he could not allow himself to be weak. Despite being a standout among his peers, he still found himself lacking when facing his brother, his sworn enemy. Only through battle could he elevate himself swiftly. Though he could not contend with Zabuza, he felt confident in dealing with the clones, for with the Sharingan, he was far more than a mere facade. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With the Sharingan activated, Sasuke discerned the movements of Zabuza's clones and unleashed a colossal fireball to obstruct their path, instantly ensnaring the two clones. The Sharingan. I see, are you the orphan of that clan? A tragic lineage. Only now did Zabuza notice Sasuke's eyes, the crimson glow momentarily stunning him, before he responded with mockery. Yet, this scorn ignited Sasuke's fury. Even if the Uchiha clan was reduced to a sole survivor, he would not tolerate such disdain. The dragon has its secret scales. To touch them is to court death. The honor of the Uchiha is Sasuke's forbidden scale. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. There was no need for verbal sparring with Zabuza. The clones before him had to be eliminated first, and then he would deal with the real threat. A barrage of fireballs erupted forth, soaring toward Zabuza's two clones. Utterly useless, such ninjutsu has no effect on me. As the fireball hurtled towards him, Zabuza smiled, lightly leaping out of the range of the Phoenix fire technique. While this type of ninjutsu might prove effective against lower-ranking ninjas, it posed no threat to elite shinobi, who were well acquainted with these techniques. Even these two shadow clones of elite rank were no exception, as clones too possessed the experience of high-level ninjas and were well-versed in the attack ranges of various jutsu. However, when Zabuza glanced back at Sasuke, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. At that moment, Sasuke had vanished from sight. "Are you looking for me?" A chilling voice emanated from behind one of Zabuza's clones, where Sasuke had appeared, kunai in hand, seizing the moment of the clone's surprise to strike. "I see now the lightning element has awakened your cells. Granting you speed akin to a tempest. It is indeed a clever strategy, one must confess. I underestimated you, orphan of the Uchiha." Zabuza gazed at Sasuke, the fleeting lightning illuminating his senses. He spoke softly to Sasuke, yet the terms orphan and orphan pierced through, akin to a sharp blade aimed at Sasuke's heart. "You are the second." Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Zabuza, remaining silent, as if he had nothing more to say. This brief utterance signified his resolute intent to vanquish Zabuza. With a powerful leap, Sasuke hurled his kunai with great speed, aimed directly at Zabuza, surrounded by an aura of lightning. His velocity surged, surpassing even Zabuza's water clone. Just as Zabuza attempted to intercept the kunai, Sasuke's figure quietly appeared beside him. The kunai struck down once more, akin to before, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Zabuza. Clang! The sharp sound of steel rang out as Zabuza's large blade intercepted the path of the kunai, thwarting Sasuke's lethal strike. Fully aware of Sasuke's vitality fueled by the lightning element, Zabuza was cautious and would not let Sasuke easily prevail again. With a cold smirk, Zabuza flipped his blade, sending Sasuke's kunai ricocheting back, followed by a sweeping arc of light, aiming to cleave Sasuke in two. "Humph!" Sasuke retorted with a disdainful grunt, swiftly retreating to evade Zabuza's onslaught. Forming the tiger seal with his hands, a fierce fireball surged from his chest, fueled by rage, its size and temperature far exceeding that of the previous attack. The close-range ninjutsu, combined with its searing heat and wide radius, engulfed Zabuza in flames, leaving him no avenue for escape. In the realm of the two-dimensional world, anger indeed served as a swift catalyst for enhancing power, allowing Sasuke to obliterate Zabuza's two clones in a single stroke. Yet, why do villains often resort to insults before their demise? This remains an enigma of the two-dimensional narrative. The second, Sasuke spoke coldly once more, his gaze shifting toward Naruto's direction, when suddenly, water style, great waterfall technique. A bellow resounded, just as Sasuke had dispatched Zabuza's clone. A flash of golden light abruptly appeared, seizing his collar, and they both vanished into the luminous glow. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of water cascaded down like a waterfall, its overwhelming force uprooting even the most steadfast trees, causing them to topple and splinter. This is precisely the great waterfall technique executed by the formidable Zabuza, which swiftly dismantled Naruto's great dragonfire technique. With an unyielding momentum, it surged forth once more toward Naruto and his companions. Faced with such an onslaught, Naruto refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he utilized the kunai previously gifted to Sasuke and Sakura to teleport beside Sasuke, and together they transported to Sakura's side. Throughout the battle, they had distanced themselves from the fray, rendering the impact of the great waterfall technique negligible, thus sparing them from concern. Witnessing the terrifying cascade of water, Naruto and his companions could not help but marvel at the sheer power of a ninja. Under this jutsu, the magnitude and range of its impact were astonishingly vast. The force uprooted nearby trees, while those further away swayed precariously, snapping and collapsing under its oppressive weight, extending devastation hundreds of meters away. As the deluge gradually subsided, even the retreating waters bore a ferocity that was insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Beholding such horrific might, one could only imagine the dire consequences of being struck directly by a ninja's assault. Even a high-ranking shinobi might sustain grave injuries or face death. while lower-ranked shinobi would be utterly helpless, merely fortunate to escape with their lives. How powerful! Sakura murmured, surveying the surrounding wreckage, her astonishment mirrored by Niji and the others nearby. Do not worry, in the future, we shall reach that realm, nay, surpass it, Naruto declared, his gaze scanning the desolation, his eyes shimmering with determination. Yet, he was acutely aware of the original narrative. This was merely a prelude. His aspirations transcended this, seeking a formidable strength that could command the very terrain, akin to Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, endowed with the Six Paths abilities. He possessed the potential to rival those who stood atop the shinobi world. You insolent brat. The game ends here. I shall slay you one by one. Zabuza's expression darkened as he formed a hand seal, and in an instant, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility to a mere 2 meters in the already misty weather. Yet, the fog continued to thicken, water-style, hidden mist technique. Chapter 2. Who assassinated whom? The chilling voice of Zabuza echoed from all directions. At this moment, the thick fog had reduced Naruto and his companions' visibility to less than a meter, enveloping them in a sea of white. Be cautious. This is Zabuza's signature technique, the silent killing art. Observing the rising mist, Naruto was suddenly struck with realization and promptly alerted those around him. In the realm of ninjutsu, Zabuza was most renowned for his assassination skills. The fog obscured the enemy's vision, allowing him to discern their location through sound. At the instant the enemy's guard was lowered, he would execute his silent killing technique, leaving them unaware until it was too late. This epitomized Zabuza's mastery of assassination. His infamous techniques were well known, even among the ninjas of Konoha, with dedicated chapters in the library recounting his exploits. The most notable assassination attempt was against the Mizukage. Although it was unsuccessful, it nevertheless left the Mizukage wounded. It is worth mentioning that the Mizukage is a formidable figure of shadow-level strength, and although he was under control, his true capabilities remained unknown. This incident only served to elevate Zabuza's reputation as an assassin. 8 vital points: the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Which shall I attack? The voice brimming with murderous intent came from all directions, shifting left and right, making it impossible for Sasuke and the others to discern Zabuza's precise location, which heightened their vigilance as they scanned their surroundings. With the Byakugan and Sharingan activated, both ocular jutsu users exerted their utmost efforts to perceive every movement around them, remaining on high alert. Although the aura of death was unsettling, it remained within a manageable range. The current situation had transformed significantly for Naruto, particularly for Sasuke. In the original narrative, he would have been paralyzed by Zabuza's murderous intent, contemplating self-destruction. However, having endured the massacre at the hands of bandits, he was disturbed by the aura, but not to the point of fear. How? Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Niji, unable to contain his question. No, our line of sight is too restricted. The chakra barriers obscure visibility to merely a few dozen meters. Niji replied, shaking his head. Sasuke also silently concurred. Compared to Niji, the Sharingan, lacking reconnaissance capabilities, was even more limited, as the chakra enveloping the area obscured vision beyond a few meters. Upon witnessing this, Naruto quietly activated the Amaterasu, allowing him to perceive everything within 100 meters. Yet, Zabuza was nowhere to be seen. He was likely lying in wait at a distance. Naruto understood that Zabuza was aware of the presence of 2 ocular jutsu users, and, uncertain of how his ninjutsu would affect Niji and the others, he would not act recklessly. Patience, after all, is a fundamental trait of an assassin. Stay alert, watch your surroundings, and do not let your guard down. Zabuza will strike when we least expect it, Naruto warned the group in a hushed tone. This was a matter of life and death. For Nin, even a moment's negligence could prove fatal, as the cycle of life and death repeated itself. The others nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Naruto's reminder, they understood the gravity of the situation. No one present was foolish, and such a warning was sufficient without further elaboration. Caution, 11 o'clock, approximately 35 meters. I have detected Zabuza, Niji suddenly announced. Have you found Zabuza? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. He continued to observe the area within 100 meters with the Amaterasu, ensuring that no movement escaped his notice. Yet, there was no sign of Zabuza. Not even an ant could be seen in that vicinity. Niji's expression was serious, devoid of deceit. Meanwhile, Naruto sensed Zabuza's presence. slowly encroaching within the 100-meter radius he had been monitoring. The direction and intensity of Zabuza's gaze seemed to be aimed directly at him. This was troublesome. Coupled with Niji's warning, Naruto realized the gravity of the situation and understood why Zabuza remained 100 meters away. He initially thought it was a ploy to lower their guard, but that was not the case. The eye of Amaterasu was infallible, indicating that something had gone awry with Niji. Furthermore, Zabuza had sought out the one who could counter Niji's Byakugan, the Crimson Eye, a nemesis to the Byakugan. Zabuza was indeed after him. It appeared that, under the interference of the Crimson Eye, Niji, possessing the Byakugan, had become utterly incapacitated. Sasuke was also not a reliable ally. His close-range vision was merely sufficient for self-preservation. At this moment, only Naruto's eye of Amaterasu could prove advantageous. As Zabuza drew nearer, Naruto maintained a facade of calm. Yet his grasp on the kunai tightened, prepared to deliver a fatal strike once Zabuza approached. Of course, this was contingent upon remaining undetected, otherwise, all would be in vain. And Zabuza would be forewarned. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 6 meters. Zabuza was closing in, and Naruto cautiously positioned the kunai across his chest, as if guarding against unseen threats. The instant Naruto gripped the kunai, Zabuza halted, observing Naruto's vigilance with a hint of derision in his gaze. After all, he thought, the boy was merely a child, incapable of grasping the intricacies of the mist technique. However, Zabuza remained oblivious to the fact that, at that very moment, Naruto had silently performed hand seals, his form subtly wavering. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Zabuza raised his executioner's blade, aimed at Naruto. In that moment, he envisioned blood splattering, a head rolling through the air. Die, boy! Zabuza exclaimed triumphantly as he lunged toward Naruto. The 3-meter gap, for a shinobi, closed in an instant. The executioner's blade descended, targeting Naruto's head. And Zabuza's lips curled into a sinister grin, as if he could already see Naruto's lifeless body. Yet, as the blade swept through, it found no resistance against Naruto's neck. Just as Zabuza reveled in his anticipated victory, a thick mist enveloped the area. Shadow Clone. A golden flash illuminated the scene as another Naruto materialized before Zabuza, thrusting a kunai directly into his heart. As Zabuza's executioner's blade swung back to defend, it barely intercepted Naruto's strike, but a deep wound was carved into his chest, blood gushing forth. Nevertheless, Naruto understood that this seemingly perilous injury had not struck a vital point. Zabuza had narrowly evaded disaster at the last moment, the ribcage obstructing the kunai's path, or else he would have faced a fate of a pierced heart. How is it possible? Zabuza muttered in disbelief, staring at the kunai that had thwarted his executioner's blade, then glancing at his chest wound. His assassination technique, perfected in secrecy, had been unraveled. Did you think I was unaware of your presence, Zabuza? Do not underestimate me, Naruto replied with an enigmatic smile. Upon witnessing Naruto's smile, Zabuza instinctively sensed impending doom. Coupled with the recent events, thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind. Yet, it was already too late. With a resounding blaze, the fire release, great fire extinguishing technique erupted, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant flash. Not far away, another Naruto materialized, his hands forming seals before his chest. With a bold thrust of his chest, a colossal fireball, measuring an impressive 20 to 30 meters in diameter, surged forth. Its searing heat palpable even from 100 meters away. This was an advanced fire technique that Naruto had mastered from the Book of Seals. As Naruto encountered Gaara, a significant event was quietly unfolding within the heart of Konoha, inside the Hokage's chamber. At this moment, the third Hokage proclaimed, I hereby announce that the Chunin selection trials will take place in 7 days, on July 1st. Now, amongst you, are there any disciples who wish to partake in this trial? The third Hokage surveyed the assembly and continued, It is unnecessary for me to elaborate, but they must have completed at least 8 missions. The rest shall require your recommendations. Facing the assembly of Jonin, the third Hokage refrained from further elaboration. The Chunin trials were of paramount importance, a microcosm of the battlefield for any ninja village, a stage to showcase the village's strength. The victors would reap numerous rewards. Yet the trials were also a battleground for life and death, with many genin perishing each year. Jonin Maikai stepped forward, his demeanor grave as he addressed the third Hokage. I, in my own name, recommend my disciple Hyuga Neji, as well as Rock Lee and Tenten, to participate in the Chunin trials. Though the prospect of the trials appeared enticing, offering hope to the genin, those present understood that it was a merciless crucible, a miniature battlefield. For those who dared to step forward, the path might lead to an irreversible fate. Hence, the moment of decision warranted utmost seriousness. One by one, the Jonin stepped forward to recommend their disciples for the Chunin trials. The Hokage commanded, "Guy will lead the charge," and the atmosphere in the Hokage's chamber grew animated. Following Gai's assertive recommendation, the other Jonin, confident in their disciples' capabilities, unhesitatingly put forth their endorsements. As they observed the unwavering faith in their disciples' potential, they remained oblivious to the fact that this year's Chunin trials would be significantly more perilous than in any previous year. With at least half of the participants unlikely to survive, even considering the fortunate few who might endure the initial elimination round. Soon, the recommendations concluded, and the Jonin returned to their positions. Excellent, the third Hokage nodded, feeling gratified by the number of Konoha participants. As the host village, a meager turnout or a scant number of finalists would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation, particularly since Konoha prided itself on being the foremost ninja village. Now, those Jonin who have guided their genin through the trials, please step forward, the third Hokage instructed, inhaling deeply. In an instant, Kakashi, Sakura, and Asuma stepped forward. Despite the numerous graduates among the genin, only these three groups, totaling 9 individuals, had successfully passed the Jonin assessments and gained recognition. This number was indeed scant for such a prestigious advanced technique, far fewer than in previous years. Kakashi, Sakura, Asuma, do any among your genin wish to participate in the Chunin trials? The third Hokage gazed expectantly at the trio. Within Kakashi's team were Naruto and Sasuke, the heirs of the prominent Uchiha clan in Sakura's group, and the legendary Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka descendants in Asuma's team. The future of Konoha rested within their ranks. As previously mentioned, they had formally completed 8 missions, but ideally, they should aspire to double that number. The remainder would depend on your recommendations. Kakashi, let your 7th team present first, the third Hokage directed, turning his attention toward Kakashi. Under the leadership of the esteemed Jonin Kakashi Hitaki, Team 7 proudly recommends its disciples, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki, to participate in the Chunin exams in the name of Kakashi Hitaki. Similarly, under the guidance of Jonin Kurenai Yuhi, Team 8 endorses its students, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka, to partake in the Chunin trials in the name of Kurenai Yuhi. Furthermore, we, the 10th squad led by Asuma Sarutobi, wish to nominate our disciples, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, to engage in this year's Chunin selection trials under the banner of Asuma Sarutobi. The 3 simultaneously performed hand seals, solemnly declaring their intentions to the third Hokage. "Ah, I did not expect you to have made such a decision already. You are indeed resolute," the third Hokage remarked, scrutinizing the trio with a serious tone. "Indeed, Lord Third, we unanimously believe they possess the strength to participate in this trial." They responded firmly, exchanging glances filled with conviction. They felt a deep sense of gratification regarding their students' growth, for Naruto and the others had surpassed their original selves due to fortuitous circumstances. "Wait, Lord Third. They are still young, mere novice genin. It seems overly hasty to involve them in such a brutal trial." Irika stepped forward from the crowd, noticing Kakashi's proposal, which the third Hokage appeared to acquiesce to, and could not help but voice his dissent. He held a profound affection for the 3 team students and could not bear to see them placed in peril. However, the dispute between Kakashi and Irika unfolded much like it did in the original narrative, ultimately leading Irika to retreat disheartened at Kakashi's assertion that they were already under his command. "You lack understanding. They are no longer the playful children of the Ninja Academy. They have grown into true ninjas," Kakashi asserted. "I may not be well acquainted with other teams, but Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha have already attained Chunin-level strength, making them formidable opponents for ordinary Chunins." Kakashi's gaze locked onto Irika, his final words dispelling all doubt. The others were equally astonished. It was indeed rare for novice genin to possess such prowess, and they harbored no skepticism regarding Kakashi's words, for there was no need for deceit at that moment. However, they were unaware that while Kakashi's words held truth, he had still withheld certain facts. For instance, Naruto's power was such that even ordinary Jonin would find it challenging to contend with him. Days later, at the gathering place of Team 7. "Ah, everyone," Kakashi began. having encountered a black cat on his way, thus opting for silence upon witnessing Sakura's fervent gaze and Sasuke's indifferent demeanor. Naruto, on the other hand, closed his eyes in contemplation, preferring to ignore Kakashi's presence. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand, though it came unexpectedly, I have recommended you for the upcoming Chunin selection. Here are the registration documents, Kakashi stated calmly as he handed over 3 forms. It seems unavoidable. I had thought we had more time. Naruto replied with a faint smile upon opening his eyes and accepting the document. There is no difference between early and late. I actually look forward to it arriving sooner. Sasuke remarked as he took his document, responding to Naruto's comment. You knew all along? Kakashi inquired, glancing at the two. Indeed. We encountered a sand ninja yesterday and had a brief skirmish. Their strength is formidable. Naruto nodded at Kakashi, the implication clear, both being Jinchuriki and not to mention Gaara, the son of the Hokage. Is that so? To earn your approval, they are indeed no ordinary adversaries. Kakashi recognizes Naruto's prowess, acknowledging that his strength must be on par with that of a Nin. However, he remarks that the individual he encountered shares similarities with him, suggesting a deeper understanding. Naruto shakes his head and gazes at Kakashi, subtly hinting at his identity as a Jinchuriki. Gaara is the son of the Kazekage, and he, in turn, is the son of the Hokage. Kakashi, upon hearing this, sharpens his gaze as his previously languid demeanor vanishes. Indeed, Naruto affirms with a nod. The matter of Jinchuriki is of paramount importance to all ninja villages, particularly when the Jinchuriki of an opposing village appears at their doorstep. Enough to draw the attention of the higher-ups. On the 6th day, precisely at 3 in the afternoon on July 1st, in classroom 301 of the Ninja Academy. Attendance is optional for those who are unwilling to participate. Take some time to ponder over this, Kakashi states. That's all for now. I have other matters to attend to. With Naruto's unequivocal response, Kakashi realizes the gravity of the situation and departs in a flash. As he observes Kakashi's retreating figure, Naruto smiles faintly, having deliberately mentioned Gaara, mindful that his mission encompasses thwarting the plan to dismantle Konoha. This plan, aimed at destabilizing Konoha, has begun to take shape in Naruto's mind. As a genin, he cannot directly expose Orochimaru's schemes to the Hokage's office. Even if he were to speak out, no one would believe him. Thus, he only needs to create subtle leads, artfully guiding the situation. Currently, the revelation of Gaara's identity is merely the first step. While it may attract the attention of the higher-ups, it will amount to little more than that. There is no rule prohibiting a Jinchuriki from participating in the Nin exams, as exemplified by Naruto himself. However, the forthcoming second exam will prove different. Orochimaru, a figure of extreme danger, will appear, undoubtedly prompting heightened vigilance among the higher-ups. Moreover, concerning the matter of Moonlight Gale, he intends to rescue him before any harm befalls him, simplifying the situation considerably. The alliance between Tsunagakure and Otogakure, the presence of a Jinchuriki in Konoha, and Orochimaru's emergence all present significant threats. Even in the case of misunderstandings, Konoha cannot afford to overlook any potential dangers. Naruto needs only to ensure proper guidance. While he remains contemplative regarding the confrontation between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, still pondering his strategies without any clear direction. As time swiftly passes, the day of the Nin exams arrives for Naruto and his companions. Chapter 107 Chapter 108 A road untraveled in the shimmering expanse of the battlefield. The beleaguered Lee receives meticulous care. His raven hair and delicate brows, coupled with his charming lips, render him truly unique in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke has heard whispers of Lee's capabilities, aware that his performance in the Land of Waves does not encompass his full potential. Since you cannot advance, you shall halt here. The two Nin guarding the examination venue declare arrogantly, their bombastic words echoing throughout the area, blocking the entrance to classroom 301. No one dares to challenge them, as many have already succumbed, much like Lee. However, truth is elusive, with one being genuine and the other a facade. Yet, their arrogance knows no bounds, particularly in front of Sasuke. Lee's unfortunate state has already displeased Sasuke, and their further insolence would only invite trouble. In the original narrative, they may have possessed strength, but the circumstances have shifted. Sasuke's power now far exceeds their capacity for provocation. Sasuke's increasingly austere countenance stood in stark contrast to the brazen demeanor of the two self-proclaimed gatekeepers. Naruto could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for them. coupled with an impulse to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. Their provocations even ensnared Naruto, who had never proclaimed himself to be magnanimous. Chapter 3. Do the Spy is not an easy role to play. Step aside. We're heading to room 301. Don't obstruct our path, Sasuke disdainfully remarked to the two nin, named Ziddy and someone else. Although their ninjutsu was sophisticated, it was trivial in the eyes of Sasuke, who possessed the Sharingan. One glance was sufficient to see through it without activating his ocular prowess. In the present day, Sasuke's abilities, be it his Sharingan or his martial prowess, far surpassed those depicted in the original narrative. The capabilities of a nin, coupled with various techniques and the Sharingan, rendered him nearly invincible unless faced with a nin. Few at the nin level could hope to defeat Sasuke, and even if they managed to land a blow, they would be unable to hold him back. The two nin before him were utterly beneath his notice. What does he mean by going up to the third floor? Yes, what is he talking about? Aren't we already on the third floor? The ninjas murmured amongst themselves, perplexed as to why Sasuke, already on the third floor, insisted on ascending further. There were also those who chose not to conceal their strength, their gazes subtly directed towards the ostentatious Sasuke, with Naruto and Sakura also drawing attention. Neji and others were among them. Naruto surveyed the ninjas who scrutinized him, offering a nonchalant smile, utterly unfazed. Had Sasuke chosen not to act, Naruto may have taken the initiative himself. Conspicuous behavior had its advantages, if only to capture the gaze of all present. Without the Six Paths upgrade system, Naruto might not have been so bold, but the circumstances were different now. Anyone who approached would become a source of energy to augment his strength. He yearned for them to confront him immediately, eager to showcase his abilities, especially at this critical moment. If they did not come to him, he would seek them out. Humph, how dare a mere rookie be so arrogant? As a senior today, I shall teach you that fledgling weaklings should know their place. Infuriated by Sasuke's scorn, the two nin wasted no time, launching an immediate assault. One charged forward with remarkable speed, covering the short distance in the blink of an eye, far surpassing that of a genin. Sasuke faced the oncoming ninja without trepidation, responding with a composed strike of his own. A resounding thud echoed, and while Sasuke retreated a step, his opponent staggered back, their arms trembling in defeat, the disparity in skill glaringly evident. Damn it, the second nin seethed, silently condemning Kakashi for labeling them as nin during a week prior in the Hokage's office. What kind of nin is this? Despite his disdain for Kakashi, witnessing his comrade's failure stirred a sense of urgency. After all, as fellow nin, defeat was a source of shame, even if they masqueraded as genin. The examiners were well aware, and a loss would bring disgrace. Apologies, this path is blocked. A golden light shimmered as Naruto suddenly appeared before the nin, smiling serenely. The crowd gasped in astonishment, having failed to notice how Naruto had traversed the 5 to 6 meters in an instant. Apologies, this path is blocked, Naruto reiterated, positioning himself in front of the nin with a smile. The rapidity of his movement had left the audience in shock. Casting a glance at those who were observing him, Naruto let out a gentle smile. Excellent, excellent, let all eyes be drawn here. Naruto's display of strength, potent yet within the bounds of their acceptance, undoubtedly serves as the most effective means to attract animosity and aligns perfectly with his aspirations in the Chunin exams, demonstrating his power with utmost integrity. The two tasks assigned by the system ignited Naruto's desire to enhance his abilities, and these adversaries naturally became excellent fodder for his growth. Infuriated, a Chunin glared at Naruto, unable to contain his rage as years of partnership were thwarted. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a punch toward Naruto. Given Sasuke's earlier prowess and Naruto's sudden appearance, he dared not underestimate his opponent, exerting at least 90% of his strength while reserving a fraction for contingencies. Uncertain of Naruto's true capabilities, he deemed it prudent to leave an escape route. The wind from the punch howled, its speed leaving the spectators dumbfounded. They realized evasion was futile, and a direct hit would render them incapacitated for at least half a month. All eyes turned towards Naruto as the punch approached. With a crisp sound, Naruto stood his ground, extending his right hand to firmly grasp the seemingly invincible fist in the eyes of the lower-ranked shinobi. The Chunin's face flushed crimson as he attempted to retract his strike, but found himself utterly powerless. Naruto's strength was nearing that of a jonin, making escape nearly impossible. Just remain where you are until my companions conclude, We need to ascend to the third floor, so I kindly ask for your cooperation. With a smile gracing his face, Naruto addressed the furious Chunin, while his grip remained unyielding. With a swift motion, he flung the Chunin against a nearby wall, the force of impact creating a deep indentation. In a world where the winds of adventure swirl, the young hero Naruto approached the Chunin with lightning speed. Although he refrained from employing any intricate martial arts, the onlookers could only perceive a blur as Naruto appeared like a specter beside the Chunin he had just discarded. With a resounding crash, a powerful punch struck the Chunin's abdomen, causing his pupils to constrict and his face to contort in agony. The Chunin coughed painfully, curling up as he clearly suffered significant injury. However, Naruto paid him no mind, fully aware of the limits of his own strength. This was merely a fleeting moment of anguish for his adversary. Meanwhile, the clash between Sasuke and the Chunin continued, with the outcome seemingly clear. Under Sasuke's relentless assault, the Chunin was forced to retreat step by step until he found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape in sight. That's enough, Sasuke sneered, confronting the Chunin against the wall. With a flick of his wrist, a flicker of lightning illuminated the air, his unique lightning chakra enhancing his taijutsu. The Chunin, summoning his strength for a counterattack, met Sasuke's fist but was ultimately outmatched, forced to take another step back. Sasuke's subsequent strike was even more forceful, especially with the application of his lightning-enhanced chakra, propelling the Chunin backward as he collided with the wall, which buckled under the impact. All right, let us move on. We shouldn't waste any more time. Noticing Sasuke's withdrawal, Naruto smiled slightly and approached him. Yes, Sasuke nodded, casting a glance at Sakura behind them, signaling her to follow. Yet, his attention quickly shifted to the fallen Lee, who appeared still stunned from the recent events. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Sasuke frowned at Lee, expressing his discontent. He abhorred Lee's pretense of weakness when he was clearly a formidable warrior. This facade deeply displeased him, a hero who valued strength and dignity above all. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Lee finally regained his composure, scratching the back of his head, uncertain of how to respond. After all, his mission was to conceal his strength. He cast a furtive glance at Sakura, but regrettably, her attention was entirely fixated on Sasuke, rendering him invisible to her. Humph. A true warrior should embody the pride befitting their prowess. Your performance is unworthy of your capabilities. Sasuke regarded Lee once more, his tone dripping with disdain and dissatisfaction. Enough. Sasuke, let us depart. Noticing Sasuke's reprimand, Naruto shook his head, urging them onward. He was eager to reach the examination venue and had no time for delays. Ignoring Lee and the others, Naruto and his companions disregarded the illusion and proceeded directly to the third floor. In the original narrative, many had been obstructed here, yet at this moment, they ascended without hindrance. This was a deliberate strategy by Naruto. The more ninjas participating in the exam, the more advantageous the second round of the hunt would be. Due to the altercation between Naruto and Sasuke, the scene in which Lee confessed his feelings to Sakura was omitted, allowing the trio to save considerable time. Whether it was Kakashi's trust in them or another reason, he did not wait in the stairwell as depicted in the original story, prompting Naruto to reflect on how much he had changed. Nevertheless, they were not the earliest arrivals. Above on the third floor, teams led by Gaara, Hinata, and Shikamaru awaited, along with ninjas from other villages, all acutely aware of their tardiness. Over a dozen teams were already present. A melodious and bright voice echoed as Naruto expressed his delight, only to feel a weight upon his back, as someone had climbed onto him. Before he could react, a delicate fragrance enveloped him, prompting a deep inhalation. Feeling the soft body behind him, a few strands of golden hair brushed past his face, and with that playful, crisp voice, Naruto recognized the person behind him. It has been a while, Ino, he said, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to face her lovely visage. He was fully aware of his feelings for Ino. However, now that he had Hinata at home, along with the addition of a white-haired companion, he could only let things unfold naturally. Reflecting on this, Naruto glanced at Hinata, who appeared remarkably magnanimous about such matters. At least regarding the presence of another girl, it was evident that Hinata did not mind as long as he treated her well. Honestly, after graduation, I visited your home. But you were either absent or on a mission, Ino lamented playfully, leaning against Naruto's back. However, I have heard about your exploits from our teacher. You are truly remarkable, having completed that rescue mission and even slain a Jonin. You know, our teacher said that if it weren't for Lord Hokage's personal confirmation, he would scarcely believe it. Her tone shifted, shedding the previous melancholy. Ino stepped away from Naruto's back to face him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A Jonin? That mission? No way. You actually killed a Jonin and completed that task? The strength to slay a Jonin must be formidable, yet I have not heard of any such expert in Konoha. Uncertain. Perhaps Konoha has deliberately concealed it, Naruto mused. In any case, we should exercise caution regarding the Jonin and that mission. Naruto and his companions had already attracted significant attention with their commotion, and naturally, Ino's remarks fell within the ears of those nearby. Their gazes towards Naruto became intricate, filled with whispers. Gaara observed Naruto, licking his lips, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, evidently intrigued by Naruto's act of slaying a Jonin. His interest in Naruto intensifying, an inexplicable sense of camaraderie lingering in the air. Well, Ino, it wasn't that exaggerated. It was only with Kakashi-sensei's assistance that I managed to achieve that feat. I merely seized an opportunity, Naruto explained hastily upon noticing the vigilant whispers among the ninjas. His intention to draw attention was deliberate, yet he understood the necessity of not revealing his full strength. Otherwise, it would yield the opposite effect, instilling fear rather than animosity. Of course, being feared isn't entirely detrimental. Hatred would compel them to approach him directly, eliminating the need for him to seek them out individually, thus sparing him from unnecessary complications. However, if fear took root, they might avoid him altogether, making it cumbersome for him to confront them. Hence, between inviting animosity and instilling fear, Naruto favored the former. What is the matter? Ino inquired, peering at Naruto's explanatory demeanor, her words momentarily faltering before she seemed to recall something. Dismissing Naruto's clarification, she turned to him and his companions, stating, "But Naruto, you're quite slow. I've been waiting ages for you." "Hey, you two fools," Ino whispered to a corner of the crowd. "Humph, how annoying," she remarked as Shikamaru and Choji sauntered into her line of sight, their tone laced with grievances, with Shikamaru being the only one who could voice it. "I initially intended to keep a low profile, but now," he lamented, shaking his head in dejection, appearing rather listless. "What's wrong?" Kiba approached, with Shino and Hinata following closely behind. Observing Shikamaru's complaints, Kiba couldn't help but chuckle. TCH, Kiba glanced at Shikamaru, who had fallen silent. After joining Ino and Choji, Shikamaru remained quiet, evidently aware that it was unwise to attract attention at that moment, for the consequences could be dire. "I didn't expect you all to be here," Naruto remarked with a smile upon seeing Kiba and the others. "Of course. But I truly didn't anticipate that all 9 of us who graduated this year would show up," Kiba replied, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke. "That's only natural. Our team comprises Naruto and Sasuke. How could we not come?" Sakura chimed in, her tone clearly brimming with pride. "Humph, I wonder how Lord Hokage arranged this. Why is Naruto in your group?" "Clearly, I would have been the ideal partner for him," Ino said, evidently displeased with the class assignments, lingering on the matter. Having both Naruto and Sasuke, the co-valedictorians, in the same group seemed like an unfair advantage among the younger generation. "Sasuke, this time I will not lose to you. I have trained rigorously to defeat you." Shikamaru and Ino's conversation did not capture Sasuke's attention. Instead, he focused on Naruto, his face filled with determination. Exuding an air of arrogance, his voice resonant and devoid of Shikamaru's caution. This brazen demeanor instantly drew the crowd's attention, even captivating Naruto and his group. For Kiba's challenge was directed at Sasuke, who belonged to Naruto's team. Without uttering a word, Naruto smiled as he observed the growing interest of those around him, choosing not to interrupt Kiba's words. In truth, Naruto ought to express his gratitude towards Kiba. Naruto remained silent, and Sasuke, naturally, would not utter a word. To him, those who gazed upon them were of no significance. "Why not have Naruto look at Kiba?" Sasuke remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of cool arrogance. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kiba found himself momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Naruto. Noticing Naruto smiling at him, he involuntarily shivered and quickly shook his head. After 6 years in the same class, he had already experienced Naruto's peculiarities. Even Sasuke, the top graduate of their class, was often bested by him. For someone of Kiba's stature to engage in battle with Naruto would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, a confrontation with Naruto was never a consideration for Kiba, at least not at that moment. As for the future, only he could discern that path. Naruto approached Kiba and, with Hinata by his side, remarked, Kiba is simply a bit overly excited. It's nothing. I haven't taken it to heart, he added, smiling gently at Hinata. Besides, this isn't so bad, is it? He concluded, directing his words towards Sasuke. Indeed, this isn't so bad, Sasuke affirmed, surveying the new candidates who were observing them. If Naruto's participation in the Chunin exam was motivated by the desire to enhance his abilities, Sasuke's aim was to validate his own strength. His brother had already become the captain of an Umbu squad at the same age. If he could not even pass this Chunin exam, then aspirations were meaningless. Hinata, wearing a perplexed expression, clearly did not comprehend Naruto's words. It's nothing. I merely wish to thank Kiba for inadvertently assisting us quite a bit. He has truly worked hard, Naruto said, smiling at Hinata and expressing gratitude towards Kiba. Sasuke also nodded in acknowledgement of Kiba. However, the rest were oblivious to the assistance Naruto mentioned. Who would be foolish enough to make themselves a target for everyone's disdain? You too, what are you looking at Sasuke and Naruto for? Kiba exclaimed with indignation. Is there a problem? Naruto queried, his eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Kiba. Indeed, you have truly absorbed Kakashi's teachings. Chapter 4. Do you truly wish for death? How infuriating! Kiba shouted, observing Naruto's demeanor. Hey, you all better quiet down. As Kiba's anger flared, a voice interjected, and a figure emerged from the crowd, striding towards Naruto and the others. You must be the freshly graduated Genin. Your chatter is quite bothersome. This is not a picnic. Who are you to be so arrogant? Kiba retorted, clearly annoyed at the interruption. I am Kabuto, indeed, the foremost assistant of Orochimaru, possessing skills that rival Kakashi, disguised as a Genin, cunning and treacherous. Kabuto paid no heed to Kiba's attitude, smiling as he gestured towards the other Genin and the candidates. You would do well to observe your surroundings. You are on the brink of a significant event. What issues lie around us? Kabuto evidently took the lead in the conversation with the other Genin. After he spoke, Kiba and the others instinctively glanced around. Surely, those present were not benign. When they turned back, they were met with the fierce glares of those surrounding them. After some idle chatter among Naruto and the others, it was evident that the examination venue had become increasingly crowded, with hundreds of candidates now present. Imagine, in an instant, being scrutinized by the fierce gazes of hundreds. Even the most audacious among us would feel their heart racing, thudding heavily in their chest. A few young maidens, experiencing such an atmosphere for the first time, broke into a sweat. Unbeknownst to them, Hinata and Ino had taken their positions behind Naruto, while Sakura quietly stood behind Sasuke. As the examination was about to commence, tension filled the air. Be cautious and avoid causing trouble. Despite the urgency of his tone and expression, Kabuto's demeanor resembled that of a truly benevolent individual. Had it not been for Naruto's understanding of Kabuto's true nature, he might have been deceived by the latter's performance, which rivaled that of a seasoned actor. Naruto recognized that Kabuto was orchestrating an atmosphere of tension, positioning himself as an adversary to everyone, thereby enabling him to seize the initiative in the forthcoming events. Of course, this also solidified his image as a good Samaritan. In perfect alignment with the earlier intimidating stares, the young ninjas quickly assimilated into this atmosphere. Once Kabuto sensed that the tension had reached its peak, he began to entice the young ninjas. However, what can one expect? The newcomers are entirely unaware. He exclaimed, feigning exasperation as he spread his hands. Allow me to share some intelligence with you. As he spoke, Kabuto pulled out a stack of cards from his bag and scattered them on the ground, prompting curiosity as the crowd gathered around. At that moment, Kabuto's face radiated sincerity, and even the stoic Sasuke could not help but perceive him as a kind elder brother. What are these? Shikamaru inquired, catching sight of the inconspicuous cards on the ground. Naturally, Shikamaru, who relied on his intellect, found himself intrigued by matters of intelligence. These are ninja identification cards. Only through my chakra can they be interpreted and stored. Containing information gathered over the past 4 years regarding the Chunin exams, Kabuto replied with a smile. For years? Sakura asked, gazing at Kabuto with curiosity. This question evidently captivated the others as well, and the remaining young ninjas turned their attention towards him. Oh, I must admit with some embarrassment that I have participated in the Chunin exams for the 7th time, Kabuto noted. Naruto, possessing an extraordinary insight, could faintly detect a subtle tremor at the corner of Kabuto's mouth. Even someone as battle-hardened as he felt a twinge of awkwardness regarding this revelation. Are the examinations particularly arduous? Ino queried nervously, her concern mirrored by the others as they directed their gazes towards the seasoned competitor, providing a slight comfort to Kabuto's wounded spirit. The life of a spy is indeed fraught with challenges. No, each year presents its own variations. The difficulty remains comparable. My inability to succeed may stem from my role as a medical ninja, which renders my combat prowess inferior to that of other ninjas. Facing the inquisitive gazes, Kabuto offered an awkward smile, reciting his pre-prepared lines. Although scripted, his words carried significant weight for a professional spy, and his performance persuaded the audience. Let us dispense with formalities and discuss your ninja identification cards, Sasuke interjected, unwilling to engage in further idle chatter with Kabuto, as he focused directly on the cards strewn upon the ground. Kabuto felt a pang of embarrassment at Sasuke's bluntness, but was relieved that the topic had returned to the ninja identification cards. The crowd ceased their inquiries, concentrating intently on Kabuto's cards. This contains the information of the candidates I have gathered over the past 4 years. It should be comprehensive. One could say that for those present here, I possess the majority of their information. With a gentle smile, Kabuto displayed the cards on the ground to Sasuke, demonstrating their functionality and the patterns that emerged after infusing them with chakra, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding youths. Very well, if you wish to know about someone, simply state their name, and I shall inquire, Kabuto stated, turning his attention to Sasuke, for the primary objective was indeed Sasuke, although not the strongest. He possessed the unique bloodline of the Sharingan. More importantly, this was an order from Lord Orochimaru. Gaara of the Sand, Rock Lee from Konoha, Neji Hyuga, and glancing momentarily at Naruto beside him, he continued, I require information on Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. Sasuke had already encountered Gaara's prowess and regarded him as a formidable rival, thus he was eager to acquire information about him. Rock Lee and Neji, having fought alongside him during the mission to the Land of Waves, were well known to Sasuke for their strengths. Furthermore, Naruto had mentioned that they had not yet fully revealed their capabilities. Given the passage of time, their skills would undoubtedly have improved. Faced with 2 formidable opponents in the upcoming tournament, Sasuke was quite interested in gathering intelligence on them. As for Naruto, Sasuke was merely curious about what new insights he might possess. Any intriguing clues would be welcome, but he would not be overly concerned if none were forthcoming. After all, having spent considerable time together, he had a fair understanding of Naruto's abilities. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the group of young ninjas unconsciously turned their gazes toward Naruto, Gaara, Lee, and Neji. Although they were unfamiliar with Gaara and the others, they were well acquainted with Naruto, particularly regarding Naruto's strength. While they recognized his power, they were unaware of its full extent. The readily available information piqued their interest, especially since this was the Nin exam, and no one could predict who might ultimately become their adversary. In a corner, Gaara, along with the already present Rock Lee and Neji, had been attentively listening. Every word uttered by Sasuke fell into their ears. With a gaze that was both subtle and probing towards Kabuto, the 3 were eager to ascertain Naruto's strength. Lee and Neji needed no further elaboration. They knew that Naruto's abilities were beyond their own from their mission in the Land of Waves. Yet they had never faced him directly, which only added to their intrigue. Gaara, having battled against Naruto, was acutely aware of his power. His mastery of the blade was formidable, yet he remained oblivious to Naruto's other techniques. The Sans Gaara, Konoha's Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, and Uzumaki Naruto. Fear not. My network for intelligence is exceptionally robust. Kabuto began to work as Gaara and the others focused on him. A barely perceptible smile graced his downcast face as he spoke calmly. While providing intelligence was a service to Sasuke, it was also a means for Sasuke to inform him of those who posed a significant threat. Rock Lee, a year your senior, has completed 20 D-rank missions, 10 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission in the Land of Waves. Truly remarkable to have accomplished a B-rank mission, trained under the renowned taijutsu master, Guy. Like you, he is participating in the exam for the first time and possesses exceptional physical abilities, embodying the true teachings of Guy-sensei. His team includes Tintin and the Neji you wish to investigate. Due to their team association, Neji's information mirrors that of Lee's, but do take heed. Neji is the top student of their year, inheriting the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It is rumored that Lee often seeks him out for challenges, but he has consistently faced defeat, marking Neji as a true genius of a ninja. Kabuto continued to produce 2 more cards, examining the details as he spoke with a composed demeanor. This left Sasuke frowning. as there was no substantial intelligence of benefit. What he knew was even less than his own understanding. He had participated in rescue missions of that level and had a general grasp of the specifics. Sasuke remained silent, observing as Kabuto withdrew another card. The next one was Gaara from the Sand Village, who had completed 8 missions at that rank and 1 at a higher level. It was remarkable that this year's genin were so capable. Even a genin could accomplish such a mission. But he hailed from another country and knew little more than that. By the way, it was said that he had never sustained an injury while on missions. How absurd. It was impossible for someone to emerge unscathed from such tasks. Sakura interjected, fully aware of the arduous nature of high-level missions. Having witnessed firsthand the might of Nin like Raiga and Zabuza, the intelligence mentioned that this individual had never been wounded. Could it be that his strength surpassed that of Nin? Casting a glance at Gaara within the crowd, she noticed he was also watching her, causing her heart to skip a beat as she quickly averted her gaze. After a moment of silence, Sasuke recalled their first encounter, when he had been blocked by a wall of sand. A faint smile crept onto his face. It seemed the intelligence was not entirely devoid of value. At the very least, he had knowledge of the opponent's defense, but he still needed to ascertain its speed. Given that Gaara had been able to withstand Naruto's 3 strikes, his speed must be remarkable. To counter it, Sasuke realized he would have to surpass him in speed. With this thought, he furrowed his brow, pondering whether the speed of his strikes could breach Gaara's defenses. Shaking his head, he recognized the necessity of intensifying his training in speed. Sakura's reaction was unexpected. Kabuto's task was merely to relay information to Sasuke. He produced another card, laying it flat on the ground and infusing it with chakra. Naruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf is on your team. He is one of the top graduates from the Ninja Academy, having completed 15 missions at that level and 1 at a higher rank. Furthermore, he has another mission of the same caliber. How should I put it? It seems he is even more formidable than the previous 3. Proficient in both wind and fire techniques, his physical prowess is commendable, though his skills in ninjutsu remain unknown. His notable achievements include assisting the Leaf's Nin Kakashi Hatake, your guiding Nin, in defeating the rogue ninja Raiga from the Mist Village. His eyes flickered, concealing his thoughts as he continued to relay the information with his habitual indifference. Is there more? Sasuke inquired, furrowing his brow once again. The intelligence offered little assistance. There is one rumor. I wonder if you are interested, Kabuto replied, glancing at Sasuke before studying the card in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he began to speak slowly. What is it? The others asked, turning their attention to him. It is said that Naruto Uzumaki, during a high-level mission, seized one of the 7 legendary swords of the Mist Village, the decapitating sword. Recently, he has been honing his swordsmanship with this hefty blade, as well as a custom-made, extraordinarily long katana. The specifics remain unknown, but there are claims that someone witnessed him using the katana to perform a drawing technique, instantaneously severing 5 massive trees, the farthest of which was several meters away. His strength is no longer within the reach of a genin. However, this is merely a rumor. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you, Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses, the reflected light obscuring his gaze as he spoke with a casual tone. 5 trees. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and remarked, so, it means he can instantly slay 5 people? Indeed, that is one way to interpret it. Kabuto nodded in agreement, not denying Sasuke's perspective. It is said that Naruto Uzumaki acquired the decapitating blade during a high-stakes mission, dedicating himself to mastering the art of swordsmanship. The heavy sword, alongside a specially crafted, elongated katana, has sparked intrigue, though the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. Whispers suggest he once executed a draw so swift that he severed 5 colossal trees in an instant, with the farthest tree standing several meters away. His prowess has evidently transcended that of a mere genin. More astonishingly, it is rumored that at the moment of drawing his blade, 5 beams of light flashed, and by the time the blade was sheathed, the mighty trees had already been cleaved. Yet, this remains a mere rumor, believe it or not. Kabuto waved his hand to collect the ninja identification cards strewn on the ground, casting a calm gaze at Sasuke as he spoke. Regardless of others' beliefs, he himself remained skeptical. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had heard descriptions of Naruto's katana, a length of 1.5 meters. To say he could instantly sever 5 colossal trees is nothing short of miraculous, especially considering the wielder is Naruto, standing at just over 1.5 meters tall. It seems almost impossible. However, as a refined and patient spy, Kabuto maintained his vigilance, understanding that some tales may hold a kernel of truth. Even if not as formidable as the rumors suggest, one could reasonably assume that his swordsmanship would be commendable. Of course, this was merely Kabuto's personal viewpoint. Those like Sasuke, who had witnessed Naruto's technique, along with Gaara and the others from the Sound Village, were utterly convinced. They had seen Naruto's draw firsthand, and particularly the three from the Sound Village had narrowly escaped with their lives. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, surprised that a piece of intelligence he had initially dismissed could yield unexpected gains. It appeared that Naruto was not without merit, prompting him to cast a sidelong glance at Kabuto. In Sasuke's eyes, Kabuto had transformed from a seemingly useless individual to someone of potential value. Yet, Kabuto insisted on portraying himself as a weak medical ninja, having failed the Chunin exam 4 times with a combat strength of merely 5, which was puzzling. This year, the ninja villages of Konoha, Suna, Aim, Taki, and Oto saw numerous exceptional ninjas participating in the exam. Kabuto, unfazed by Sasuke and the others' thoughts, continued to speak to himself. However, the Sound Village, newly established, was often regarded as a historic nation, yet, from the data available, it appeared to be a fledgling state, with Orochimaru likely exerting considerable influence. Being a recently formed ninja village, there was naturally limited intelligence available, but the ninjas there were presumably not very strong. Yet, apart from him, the rest were all formidable. Well, are you trying to incite animosity? Unfortunately, the fellows from the Sound Village likely lacked the courage to approach. Naruto regarded Kabuto, recalling how this very phrase had incited hostility from the Sound Village in the original narrative, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two sides. Regrettably, the current trio from the Sound Village, despite their bravado, dared not approach. As he pondered this, Naruto glanced toward the direction of the Sound Village, noticing the three were also observing him. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, they immediately turned away. He caught a fleeting glimpse of their fear. It seemed they were indeed aware of the truth. Seeing their reaction, Naruto couldn't help but smile. From the moment he unleashed his strike, he sensed that one among the three had tensed up, perceiving the secret of the attack. Hearing this, Sakura, who had come to participate in the exam, spoke with a tone that lacked her usual vigor, sounding somewhat fatigued. Indeed, as previously mentioned, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Gaara, and Naruto Uzumaki are all elite genin from various ninja villages. Do nodded in acknowledgement of Sakura, continuing, "Thus, this examination is far from simple. At least in my view, this cohort of candidates is the most formidable in 4 years. No, in terms of elite caliber, their collective prowess surpasses that of any previous year. Consequently, this examination stands as the most perilous one in 4 years. To put it plainly, following the traditions of past years, each of the aforementioned 4 has consistently excelled in previous Chunin exams. Now, you should grasp the peril that this examination entails," Do remarked thoughtfully, gazing at Sakura. Chapter 5. To withdraw, one must first seek my consent. Sakura, Shikamaru, and the others were taken aback, their gazes involuntarily shifting towards Naruto and their comrades who had perused the relevant materials. Of course, formidable contenders were not limited to just these 4. Do turned his attention to Sasuke, offering a slight smile. Sasuke-kun, standing shoulder to shoulder with Naruto Uzumaki, possesses strength that cannot be underestimated. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is one of the most distinguished bloodline limits in the ninja world. It can be said that they are in no way inferior to the 4 I just mentioned. Is that so? Sakura exhaled a sigh of relief, her gaze shifting to Naruto and Sasuke, her anxiety somewhat alleviated. Being grouped with 2 former champions was indeed the best arrangement. Her attention drifted momentarily to Ino, Shikamaru, and others. Hinata cast a gentle glance at Naruto beside her, her voice barely audible. Do's words had instilled a sense of doubt regarding the Chunin exam within her. "Do not worry, Hinata, nothing will happen. Besides, you have me, right? Anyone who dares to harm you shall meet their end at my hands," Naruto assured, taking Hinata's small hand and smiling at her. Yet, his smile and tone gradually morphed into something sinister, an ominous aura of bloodlust subtly permeating the air. "Kill," echoed his words throughout the examination hall, causing everyone to instantly turn their attention to Naruto. Yet they were met with an undercurrent of lethal intent that left them in shock. The overwhelming aura of menace left Hinata pale, and even Naruto was startled, hastily retracting his bloodlust and enveloping Hinata in his embrace, whispering words of comfort. The aura of menace and the scent of blood dissipated swiftly, though it was fleeting. It was undeniably real. In this moment, Naruto bore the blood of at least hundreds of individuals on his hands. While most were ordinary people and not many were ninjas, the sheer weight of hundreds of lives extinguished was not something that those present could easily bear. Only the strongest among them maintained a semblance of composure. While others turned pale, cold sweat dripping down their faces as if time had frozen, a harbinger of death's scythe hovering precariously close. As the bloodlust receded, all eyes fixated in terror on Naruto, who held Hinata close. Their expressions varied. The weak were filled with dread, the strong harbored doubts. While someone like Gaara exhibited a glint of excitement mixed with malice, an aura of bloodlust subtly emanating from him. Though it was slight, it made those standing nearby, like Temari and Kankuro, feel uneasy. Aside from Temari and Kankuro, the others gradually withdrew, leaving only the two of them to withstand this oppressive aura. Truly, too arrogant. A ninja finally regained his senses after a prolonged silence, gazing at Naruto, his voice trembling. Though his tone quivered, he steadfastly completed his statement in front of the gathered ninjas. The words struck like a stone shattering the water's surface, sending ripples through the air. All the candidates suddenly realized, their gazes converging upon Naruto. How audacious! Rumor had it that this brash individual had once slain a Jonin, and yet he was so brazen. "Let's all take him down," they whispered, their initial murmurs transforming into loud clamors. The atmosphere in the examination room shifted dramatically, everyone fixating on Naruto with expressions of ruthless confidence, causing Hinata to shrink in fear into his embrace. Under ordinary circumstances, Naruto would have reveled in this attention, but now, all he felt was a profound ache in his heart. He gently caressed her delicate back to offer comfort while his gaze turned towards the raucous ninjas. A group of insignificant little shrimp, believing that sheer numbers could compensate for their lack of strength. "Do you truly wish to perish?" Naruto's voice emerged, cold and detached. There was no hint of murderous intent or bloodlust, yet his somber tone was akin to snow falling in June, plunging one into a frigid abyss. Reminiscent of the inferno of hell, causing souls to tremble in fear that was exponentially more intense than before. Silence enveloped the room instantaneously, the once boisterous shouts dissipating into a profound stillness. All eyes were now fixated on Naruto, whose gaze was serene, devoid of malice, yet strikingly indifferent. Indeed, it was as though he regarded them as the deceased. "Do you truly wish to perish?" he repeated, his voice still as cold and somber, surveying the raucous ninjas. The absence of bloodlust was palpable, yet that tone, akin to an eternal winter, rendered the air icy. The once sunny smile and demeanor had vanished, replaced by an unsettling calm, as still as stagnant water. However, this tranquil gaze sent shivers down the spines of the previously boisterous ninjas, as if they were staring into the eyes of the dead. Indeed, they felt as though they were lifeless. The ninjas looked at Naruto, their eyes brimming with dread, wanting to rebel, yet finding themselves paralyzed, as if their very souls were wailing in despair. In that moment, they truly comprehended that Naruto's strength far surpassed their own. Their gazes, filled with terror, reflected their realization. "Humph," Naruto scoffed coldly, withdrawing his gaze from the trembling ninjas. But was this the end? Certainly not. These individuals had been marked for their demise by Naruto. He refrained from acting now. But once they reached the forest of death, his domain, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. As Naruto averted his gaze, the ninjas finally crumbled under the pressure, collapsing helplessly to the ground, gasping for breath. Their eyes, filled with fear, dared not linger on him, casting their eyes downward, vacant and devoid of spirit. Soon, witnessing Naruto's indifference, they began to retreat, leaving behind an open space. They glanced at him with trepidation, whispering among themselves, their words inaudible, fearful of drawing his attention once more. One such glance was sufficient. They were unwilling to endure another encounter, lest they succumb to madness. Disregarding them, Naruto turned his attention to Hinata in his arms, offering her a gentle smile and softly patting her shoulder in reassurance. The scene they had just witnessed was overwhelming. Even the strongest among them would struggle to bear it. Sasuke and Sakura have approached Naruto, with Sakura merely following Sasuke, who looks down upon the raucous ninjas. Despite their status as low-ranking ninjas, they are ultimately an uncoordinated mob, and with Sasuke's strength as a Chunin, he could easily defeat them all, albeit with some effort. "How is it?" Sasuke inquired, casting a glance at Naruto, evidently seeking insight into the situation regarding those ninjas. "Enough of this. The rules of the Chunin exams are clear. When the time is ripe, we shall settle the score. Naruto glanced at the ninjas, his tone indifferent, having committed this matter to memory. Upon hearing the mention of rules, Sakura furrowed her brow, clearly not fully grasping Naruto's intentions. The prowess of Chunins is sufficient to lead the lower ranks in executing missions. Thus, the stringent selection process is self-evident. Today's trials are undoubtedly a test of Chunin capabilities. Consider the challenges ninjas face during missions, intelligence gathering, supply escorts, and ultimately, fierce battles. I await the supply escort. Looking at Sasuke, Naruto spoke softly, while Hinata lay peacefully in his embrace, listening to his explanations. Intelligence, escort, combat. Upon finishing his thought, he subconsciously gazed towards the examination arena. Indeed, just as you surmised, Naruto replied with a faint smile. How intriguing. It seems the examiners will not easily allow us to gather information. Conditions are surely to be imposed. Sasuke smiled in agreement. Indeed, but the rules are set by them. We merely need to adhere to their regulations to complete our intelligence gathering. Naruto nodded in affirmation. Their whispered conversations circulated among only a few until it concluded, leaving them in quiet anticipation for the examination to commence. Hinata remained nestled in Naruto's arms, having attempted to escape but being held tightly by him. Resigned, she blushed and remained in his embrace. However, compared to before, she had grown considerably more at ease, still flushing but no longer fainting. Within the examination hall, only the hushed murmurs of the candidates could be heard, with the focus naturally falling on those ninjas who had previously provoked Naruto. Silence! You fools! A roar erupted, accompanied by a billow of white mist, as a dozen ninjas materialized in the examination hall. Judging by their attire, they were all Chunins. The one leading them being the Jonin who had just shouted, Marino Ibiki. Thank you for your patience. I am Marino Ibiki, the instructor for the Chunin preliminary exams. Ibiki's smile, marred by a network of scars, only added to his menacing appearance. I do not wish to see any disruptions in my examination hall. If you wish to avoid disqualification, stand in line properly. Submit your Chunin applications to the examiner and take your assigned seats according to the proctor's distribution. Otherwise, your eligibility for the Chunin exam will be revoked. I hereby announce that the preliminary exam will be a written test, Ibiki declared loudly, his words undoubtedly intensifying the psychological pressure on the candidates as a psychological interrogation expert. As per the original narrative, teams spread out across the examination hall. Naruto remained seated next to Hinata. Once Ibiki announced the rules, the examination officially commenced. The candidates showcased their skills, with Kiba's canines and Shino's insects standing out as remarkable. As for the Sound Ninja's methods of cheating, they were nothing short of astonishing. Naruto was aware of their capabilities, yet he had never heard of auditory comprehension that could decipher written language. Can you be a bit more reliable? Casting a glance at Sasuke and Sakura, aided by Naruto's timely reminder, they had already grasped the true essence of the examination. Sasuke employed his Sharingan to directly replicate the questions, while for Sakura, Naruto's hints had become trivial. One could discern her remarkable intellect simply by gazing at her astute forehead. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips as he surveyed the test paper. The first question, code decryption. The second, estimation of throwing distance. The third, calculation of the size and temperature of a fireball during the release of fire release techniques. The fourth question was perplexing. Naruto had not studied codes, and estimating the distance for throwing shuriken in combat was another challenge altogether. As for fire release, which one was it? If only it were clear enough for him to demonstrate on the spot. Alas, he thought, perhaps he should showcase the great fire annihilation. Ultimately, faced with this daunting paper, Naruto found himself utterly defeated. With the test spread open before him, he inhaled deeply, relinquishing his inner turmoil. Resorting to his tried-and-true methods from the past 6 years, he activated his heavenly eye. Light shimmered in his gaze, and in an instant, the entire examination hall unfolded before him. Unlike the original narrative, he would not remain a passive observer. Having perused numerous Naruto fanfics in the past, he was well aware that action was scarce. A puzzling thought crossed his mind. Without cheating, how could candidates succeed in the CHNIN exam? It was essential to remember that this was a test of intelligence gathering. Failing to accomplish even that rendered one unworthy of promotion to CHNIN. Of course, even cheating required a modicum of correctness, so he pinpointed the upper-tier ninja concealed among the examinees. Whether this was factual remained uncertain, but he chose to assume its existence. For answers that appeared similar, a mere probe with his mind-s I would suffice. With his target established, Naruto promptly transcribed the answers, wasting little time as the test paper filled up. He had mastered this skill, honed through 6 years of rigorous written examinations at the Ninja Academy. With time still remaining before the 10th question, Naruto discreetly set down his pen and closed his eyes to rest. The exertion from utilizing both his heavenly eye and mind-s I had drained considerable energy, necessitating a swift recovery. Cheaters were still active, shuriken flying intermittently as candidates exited the room, causing Naruto's heart to ache. These were the very souls destined for the second round. Initially, there had been hundreds of groups, but now only a little over 50 remained, a drastic reduction in numbers. Fortunately, in 45 minutes, everything would be entrusted to Ibiki. For it was in this moment that the true drama of the original story would unfold. Under the strain of mental pressure, candidates began to withdraw. With Naruto present, they could not depart so easily. If he had been unable to intervene previously, could he not now? At that moment, Ibiki commanded, "Everyone, put down your pens." All eyes turned towards him, their movements halting, a hint of confusion evident as they awaited his intent. Time is up. Those who continue to answer must leave the examination hall immediately. Ibiki's voice resonated throughout the room, causing the glass of the windows to tremble. Clearly, he infused his words with chakra. Perhaps intimidated by Ibiki's imposing presence or fearing disqualification, all candidates set down their pens and gazed at him, awaiting further instructions. "Here, I shall unveil the final trial. However, before we proceed, you must make a choice, to proceed or to withdraw. If you choose to proceed, know that an incorrect answer will result in disqualification, and furthermore, you shall never again set foot in the CHNIN exam. If one among you fails, the entire group shall bear the consequences. If you choose to withdraw, then leave this place at once. Return next year." Ibiki wore a sinister smile as he regarded the assembly of candidates, finally pointing toward the exit of the examination hall and bellowing loudly. The choice between heaven and earth, indeed, was a specialty of Konoha's foremost interrogation master. Had it not been for Naruto's understanding of the underlying circumstances, he too would have likely fallen under their control. How could one possibly arrive at such a decision? A candidate stood frozen, startled by the words of Ibiki. Indeed, such a choice was unprecedented, particularly given the lifelong ban on examinations, which incited their fury. Was this not akin to severing their paths forward? Now it becomes clear. I must apologize. For the chief examiner for this year's written test is none other than I, Ibiki. Observing the candidates, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Before any further words could escape their lips, he bellowed, "Remember, I am the chief examiner, and I alone establish the rules. You have no right to speak. Your only options are to comply or withdraw. Should you choose to withdraw, be gone at once." His thunderous command silenced the crowd, imposing a tremendous psychological burden upon them. Cowardice and fear surged within the eyes of the candidates. To comply, could it guarantee success? One misstep could condemn them to a life beneath the status of a genin, thus severing all paths to becoming a CHNIN or JNIN. Yet to refuse? After coming this far, how could they resign? To retreat would invite mockery upon their return, leaving them half destroyed, if not wholly so. Worse still, the fates of their comrades hung in the balance. A single error would deprive them all of this opportunity, perhaps even of a lifetime's worth of chances. Under such immense pressure, some candidates hesitated, raising their hands to withdraw, yet faltering under the weight of hope and dread. Indeed, this choice was akin to stepping into the depths of hell. Regardless of the path chosen, it led only to an infernal destination. It merely depended on which road to perdition they would select. "Now, make your choice," Ibiki proclaimed, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He reveled in this sensation, relishing the despair his words wrought upon the people, a feeling that bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of accomplishment, eclipsing even the thrill of vanquishing foes more powerful than himself. Each word, each phrase tightened the noose, a final straw upon the camel's back, casting stones into a lake, sending ripples across the surface. Silence fell, a heavy stillness enveloped the room. Only the labored breaths of the candidates remained audible. Among the throng, one individual's gaze wandered, clearly searching for signs from their peers, hoping they would be the first to raise their hands and withdraw, thus allowing them a graceful exit. "I withdraw," a candidate ventured, lifting their hand slightly, only to falter, their complexion paling instantaneously, collapsing back into their seat, their eyes filled with terror and dread, their gaze becoming hollow. Unable to articulate a word, lips trembling slightly. Chapter 6. The Forest of Death. Though no words were spoken, Ibiki's brow furrowed deeply. As an expert in interrogation, he recognized the unprecedented psychological trauma the candidates were enduring, particularly reflected in those vacant eyes, a manifestation of unbearable fear, indicative of mental anguish. Ibiki's gaze swept over the crowd, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Every beginning has an end, though unspoken, the implication was clear. As if finding a release, another candidate raised their hand, ready to speak, only to mirror the previous one as fate, slumping back into their position. Ibiki remained vigilant, sensing a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent, not directed at him, its origin unknown, causing his expression to darken. Such an incident unfolding in the examination hall was undeniably a blatant provocation. He scanned the room, but regrettably found nothing. One by one, the scenario replayed. The first candidate faltered, the second did likewise, the third followed suit, and so on, 6 candidates exhibiting the same pattern. Even the dimmest among them could discern the troubling implications. Someone was intent on preventing their departure. In an instant, a heavy oppression shrouded the entire venue. These individuals do not hail from the same village, indicating that the person in question harbors grievances with the ninjas from various villages. At this moment, as tensions rise in the gathering of villages, all eyes converge upon Naruto, who sits in serene contemplation. Only he has a history with them, having audaciously questioned their desire for death. Numerous indications suggest that Naruto bears the greatest suspicion. As if sensing the collective gaze, a wicked smile crept across Naruto's lips. Even with his eyes closed, an unsettling chill emanated from him. Though he refrained from uttering a word, his expression spoke volumes, implicating him in the unfolding events. The gazes of the Nin and Naruto's smile did not escape the notice of Ibiki and the other examiners. However, lacking concrete evidence, they found it inappropriate to inquire further. Moreover, Naruto's targets were solely the ninjas from other villages, and upon observing their expressions, their futures appeared bleak. They exchanged knowing smiles, indifferent, content with the situation. As time swiftly passed, only an hour remained for the exam, with a mere 15 minutes allotted for the final question. Yet, under the pressure exerted by Naruto, none succeeded in making a choice. During this period, 2 individuals attempted to withdraw, joining the ranks of the incapacitated. The previously oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier, with some displaying bloodshot eyes, teetering on the brink of madness. Would Naruto take notice? Clearly not. They were merely the souls he intended to harvest for energy in the second exam of the Death Forest. Especially considering that most had previously intimidated Hinata and had been sentenced to death by Naruto. Although a portion had been eliminated during intelligence gathering, escape was not an option. Time is up, Ibiki announced, observing the nearly broken candidates. All eyes turned to him, including Naruto, who finally opened his eyes, realizing the exam had come to a close. I hereby declare that all candidates remaining here have passed, Ibiki proclaimed with a smile directed at the individuals below. Despite his displeasure with Naruto's interference in the concluding events, witnessing the candidates on the verge of collapse brought him a sense of satisfaction. Wait, just as Ibiki finished speaking, Temari abruptly rose, gazing at him. Passed. But what about the question? This very location is the site of the second trial, the 44th testing ground, known as the Death Forest. Anko stood outside the forest, observing the multitude of gathered candidates, her light pink tongue delicately licking her crimson lips as she whispered with a smile, as if in response to her words. A chilling wind swept through the depths of the forest, the dark leaves rustling ominously, and a cold breeze brushed against the candidates, sending shivers down their spines. The eerie atmosphere elicited a sense of dread in Sakura, who glanced around and instinctively turned to Sasuke and Naruto. It seems this is a test of escorting. A battle should unfold here, right? Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at the Death Forest before looking at Sakura and then addressing Naruto. Indeed, it resembles a mission. As long as we avoid those few individuals, we should encounter minimal trouble. Naruto nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Gaara's direction, which sent a jolt through him. Not far off stood the grass ninja, a person who made Naruto feel profoundly uneasy, akin to being washed by a venomous serpent. He recognized this figure as Orochimaru, currently disguised as a grass ninja, the very entity he feared most. Despite Orochimaru's numerous tactics, Naruto was acutely aware that he was not yet in a position to confront him, Thus he could only proceed with utmost caution in his presence. Feeling the gaze of Naruto upon him, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, turned to meet his eyes, instantaneously severing the connection. Such strength, conveyed through a mere glance, instilled a sense of reverence in Naruto. Truly, he was a figure of shadow-level power. His presence was as suffocating as that of a serpent. Naruto silently quelled the tumult within his heart. It was not fear of Orochimaru that stirred him, but rather the instinctual tension that arose from an unexpected confrontation, akin to encountering a venomous snake. Moreover, to Naruto, Orochimaru was far more insidious than any serpent. Yet, Naruto wished to avoid any extensive interaction with Orochimaru, let alone engage in combat. Thus, during this second trial, his strategy was to hunt down the lower ninjas participating in the selection to gather soul power. As for Orochimaru, he preferred to evade him entirely, hoping to steer clear of him throughout this Chunin examination. But was that truly feasible? Had he been detected? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, firmly convinced of his disguise, quickly dismissing any notion of having been discovered. Nevertheless, Naruto had already captured his attention. Is this the one Kabuto mentioned? Indeed impressive. The son of Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Naruto. What a pity he lacks the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would make an exceptional vessel, Orochimaru mused, a subtle, fleeting smirk gracing his lips. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward Sasuke, the greed in his eyes unmistakable. The Sharingan had become an obsession for Orochimaru since he was effortlessly defeated by Itachi Uchiha wielding it. Now, with a pair of Sharingan so close at hand, how could he remain unperturbed? Of course, none were aware of this, and Naruto remained oblivious to the fact that his gaze had drawn Orochimaru's attention. Had he known, he would likely have been filled with profound regret. During this period, he had been provoking enemies, but they were merely minor foes. Against a formidable opponent like Orochimaru, Naruto was not yet prepared. You must engage in a survival contest within this confined area. Utilize your personal weapons and ninjutsu to compete for the scrolls. Akamichi Kirui had not noticed Naruto and the others. She began to explain the trial rules to the candidates. You are to vie for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. There are 156 participants, divided into 52 teams. 26 teams will contend for the Heaven Scroll, while another 26 will seek the Earth Scroll. She retrieved the 2 scrolls inscribed with Heaven and Earth from a nearby table and addressed the crowd. The condition for qualification is that a team of 3 must simultaneously possess both scrolls and reach the central tower of the trial grounds. The time limit is 5 days. Do you comprehend the rules? The trial was merciless. For 5 days, all would be trapped in this domain, engaged in relentless conflict, necessitating constant vigilance. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, akin to nurturing venomous creatures, with only the survivors deemed qualified. 5 days. What about when we get hungry? A voice piped up. It was Choji, seemingly unconcerned about danger, fixated solely on food. For him, peril had been entirely disregarded, or perhaps he had never contemplated it. Food. You must fend for yourselves. This forest is a treasure trove of beasts. Whatever you wish to eat, you must procure on your own. Of course, beware of fierce predators, venomous insects, and poisonous plants, Karui elaborated, casting her gaze upon the assembly. In this scroll contest, you will not only be injured, but may even lose your lives. Furthermore, once the examination begins, no one is permitted to forfeit or leave. In other words, you must remain in the forest for the entirety of 5 days. Bare blood, stark slaughter. Now, even the chance to escape has vanished. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a scroll. However, prior to that, you must sign the covenant to absolve any future entanglements of life and death with Konoha. Hondo surveyed the assembly, her fingers lightly tapping the document beside the scroll. A covenant? Why must we sign such a thing? Exclaimed one of the candidates, clearly apprehensive about the agreement. I have made it clear that this examination is perilous. The covenant merely clarifies that your lives in the subsequent trials are unrelated to Konoha. Do not harbor thoughts of evasion. Not only Konoha, but any ninja village conducting the Chunin exams adheres to this rule. If you are fearful, you may withdraw at your discretion. Hondo's gaze swept over the candidates below, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, showing no fondness for the ninja who interrupted her. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, this individual would have already fallen to the ground. Upon the mention of withdrawal, most candidates turned their eyes towards Naruto. They regarded him as the greatest threat in this examination, especially those who had been intimidated by his presence in the first round. Fear was evident in their expressions, and they dared not hold their gaze upon him for long, hastily diverting their eyes. Subsequently, they glanced toward the vast expanse of the Death Forest, then back at Naruto and the other candidates. Among this multitude, who could accurately find their way, clinging to a sliver of hope, they ultimately chose to sign the covenant. After signing, each group dispersed to their respective entrances of the Death Forest. As per tradition, Naruto and his companions received the Earth Scroll. The time had come. Hondo checked the hour and proclaimed, "The second phase of the Chunin selection exam officially begins. Lastly, I advise you, do not lose your life within." With a swift motion, the great gate swung open, and all candidates vanished in an instant, setting forth. "Let us go." Noticing the vanished ninjas, Naruto noted the direction taken by those with the Heaven Scroll, a slight smile gracing his lips as he called out to Sasuke and Sakura. With a leap, he ascended the towering tree, leading Sasuke and Sakura onward in the general direction. At this moment, Naruto was filled with anxiety, eager to locate both the Earth Scroll and the Heaven Scroll. Indeed, there were two. He understood that upon encountering Orochimaru, the Heaven Scroll would inevitably be seized to test Sasuke's sealing power. Thus, he needed to find the scrolls with urgency. However, Naruto had no intention of preserving the Heaven Scroll, for he realized that being targeted by Orochimaru was far from fortuitous. Of course, Naruto remained oblivious to the fact that he had already caught Orochimaru's attention. "Naruto, where are we heading? Aren't we going to the Central Tower?" Sakura inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Instead of heading straight for the tower, Naruto veered off at an angle. Upon hearing Sakura's question, Sasuke cast a puzzled glance as well. They had not noticed Naruto's movements prior to their entry. "I am searching for the Earth Scroll. Before my arrival, I had roughly observed the directions taken by the three groups possessing the Heaven Scroll. If we hurry, we might be able to intercept them." Without turning back, Naruto continued onward, his pace quickening slightly as he spoke. "The Earth Scroll?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow in response. He had been troubled about how to locate the scrolls, having not anticipated that he would notice the movements of the other groups upon entering the forest. "Precisely, we must intercept them before they change direction. Otherwise, as time passes, the search will become increasingly arduous. Although there are many candidates, the vastness of this deathly forest makes it no easy task to locate even a single figure amidst its expanse." Naruto nodded and explained that if he possessed the Byakugan, such convolutions would be unnecessary. While he possessed the Heavenly Eye, its capabilities were still rather limited, making it difficult to cover the immense forest, let alone find someone. Of course, Naruto did not disclose that, thanks to his fate sense, he could instinctively locate them. Although the fate sense could not contend with a formidable opponent like Orochimaru, he could still deduce certain things among these candidates. However, the threat posed by Orochimaru remained, and he dared not recklessly expend his mental energy, lest he find himself lacking during a confrontation with the formidable foe, with dire consequences to follow. Amidst Naruto and his companion's conversation, a chilling scream suddenly reverberated through the air above the forest, startling countless birds into flight, causing Naruto to pause momentarily. It appeared that the competition was far more fierce than they had anticipated. Observing Sasuke, Naruto couldn't help but lament. From that anguished cry, he realized that a candidate had already perished, intensifying his anxiety. The threats from Orochimaru and the urgency of collecting soul energy could not be delayed any longer. Yet, due to the situation with Orochimaru, everything had come to a standstill. At this moment, their only recourse was to locate as many targets as possible and eliminate them swiftly. Hastily, he gazed ahead, where faint traces on the trees indicated that someone had recently passed through. With a leap, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura surged forward in unison. "Kozaburo, will we succeed?" A female ninja, cautiously concealed in the shadows, inquired of the male ninja beside her, known as Kozaburo, adorned with the headband of the Takigakure. They represented the elite of their generation, having come to partake in the Nin exams. Yet, amidst the gathering of so many elite ninjas from various villages, they found themselves relegated to lurking in corners. "Have no fear, Musashi," Kozaburo reassured her. "The clues we have deliberately left behind will surely attract those ninjas. Once they step into our trap, you, I, and Meow Meow will combine our efforts to secure them. Then, we will swiftly make our way to the Central Tower. Having passed the first exam, we must succeed this time." Upon hearing this, Kozaburo shot her a glance, retorting, Passing the initial exam was no easy feat. It felt akin to traversing through hell. I, too, was among those who were deterred by Naruto's overwhelming presence. When the news of passing the first exam reached us, I was still in a daze, unable to fully comprehend it. Not just I, but nearly everyone shared that bewildered state under such a tense atmosphere. One would expect joy upon passing, yet there was none until we returned to our quarters and realized the truth. At that moment, I was at a loss. And with the foreboding sense regarding the second exam, I felt it would not bode well, yet I still came. As a Nin in my 20s, I cannot afford to wait or waste this opportunity. Even in the face of death, I must strive with all my might. Chapter 1. Musashi and Miao Miao. Musashi and Miao Miao, two enigmatic swordsmen, concealed themselves from the world, having never revealed their secrets to the young Kozaburo beside them. Ever since the first Nin selection exam, Kozaburo's spirit had been like a withered leaf, restless and teetering on the brink of madness. Would this journey bring them peace? Could it be that ominous signs are upon us? Musashi furrowed his brows, casting a worried glance at Kojiro, involuntarily recalling the terrifying presence of Naruto Uzumaki, the Chunin regarded as a demon who instilled fear in the hearts of all candidates in their generation. Rest assured, our arrangements are not so easily breached. Even if Naruto Uzumaki himself were to arrive, he would not escape unscathed, Kojiro declared confidently, surveying his companions. Indeed, they had previously claimed the life of a Chunin using a trap, a feat that seemed infallible. The short ninja, Miao Miao, who had been silently observing, turned his head, his voice soft yet resolute. He was Sanada Miao, affectionately nicknamed Miao Miao by his comrades. This statement felt more like a self-encouragement, although they were renowned in Tekinen village. Here, they were mere nameless figures. Thus, even Chunin could not evade danger, and these genin were hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, a hint of madness flickered at the corners of Kojiro's mouth as he spoke to Musashi. Chapter 7. Orochimaru. May your heart remain steady, Musashi. Moreover, our strength is formidable. We fear nothing, Kojiro reassured once more. Musashi glanced at the two, nodding in tacit agreement. Their prowess, while not the pinnacle among candidates, was certainly sufficient to stand tall among many. Be cautious, someone approaches, Miao Miao whispered, ever vigilant. Kojiro's gaze snapped to the predetermined trap, where a figure appeared, surveying the surroundings. His voice suddenly rose, filled with boundless dread and a tinge of excitement. It is he. However, the excitement was solely Kojiro's. Fear flickered in Musashi and Miao Miao's eyes. That silhouette caused them to tremble. It was Naruto Uzumaki, as if a demon had descended. Naruto's low voice, laced with tremors, sent shivers down their spines. The very name inducing of bone-deep terror. The Naruto from the first examination was deeply etched in their hearts. Retreat, we are no match for him. Musashi whispered urgently and tremulously to Kojiro and Miao Miao. This was the individual who had once single-handedly faced many before the exam. The one who had dominated the battlefield with his sheer might, the embodiment of terror in their minds, the very synonym for the word demon. Indeed, Kojiro moved swiftly. It will be too late if we delay, Miao Miao urged, equally apprehensive of Naruto, his tone urgent, the earlier bravado collapsing in an instant. No, Kojiro vehemently denied, his eyes ablaze with excitement. The trap is already set. Once triggered, he is certain to meet his demise. If we can slay him, our renown will spread far and wide. Just imagine, if we can fell such a powerful foe, the other ninja villages will surely learn our name. And even our own village will reward us for slaying the genius of Konoha. In his eyes, excitement flickered, yet fear lurked beneath. Musashi and Miao Miao regarded Kojiro for the first time as a madman. Although they had long known of his eccentricity, they had overlooked it as longtime companions. Now, however, they were unwilling to associate with madness and only desired to flee, even if it meant failing the exam. Life was far more precious. Yet it was too late. Kojiro had already activated the mechanism. In this place, Naruto surveyed his surroundings. The clues came to an abrupt halt, and coupled with the eerie atmosphere, the peril was palpable to any observer. Naruto was no fool. Activating the Heavenly Eye technique, a golden radiance swept across his pupils, instantly elevating his perspective to a vantage point that encompassed everything within 100 meters. In that moment, he quickly discerned the hiding places of 3 individuals, while simultaneously noticing a ninja activating a mechanism. The ground trembled with a thunderous explosion, akin to stepping into a minefield. as flames soared high into the sky and dust filled the air. In the distance, wooden spears shot through the air, piercing the ground with a sharp, chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The immense commotion revealed the potency of the trap, with dozens of talismans scattered about. Yet, rather than displaying joy, the three ninjas remained tense, their gazes fixated on the unfolding turmoil, especially Musashi and Nyanko, who had previously wavered in confidence. At this juncture, they had no avenue for retreat, their only hope resting on gravely injuring or eliminating Naruto. Otherwise, death would be their inevitable fate. Though the explosion was fierce, it was fleeting, and in less than 10 seconds, all the talismans had been expended. As the smoke began to clear, the scene before them gradually came into focus. The three widened their eyes, the dust settling to reveal a battered landscape littered with splintered wood, and most importantly, aside from a central pit larger than the surrounding area, there was nothing else. They were dead. This was their instantaneous conclusion. Gazing at the deep pit, Koji's lips slowly curled into a smile, while Musashi and Nyanko visibly exhaled in relief. With a whoosh, a figure leapt forth, instantly reaching Naruto's previous position. Surveying the area, the ground still radiated the remnants of the explosion's heat and acrid scent, yet Koji remained unfazed. Ha! They're dead, truly dead. He laughed maniacally, starting as a whisper that escalated into wild peals of laughter. Musashi and Nyanko approached Koji, observing him in silence. Faced with the scene before them, they could hardly contain their excitement. Even if their examination had faltered, such a feat would significantly elevate their status in the village. It seemed these three had been thoroughly subdued. Lost in their jubilation, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, causing them to halt abruptly. The surroundings fell silent, as if the world had ceased to exist. They stiffly turned their heads toward the source of the voice. A boy stood unobtrusively on a nearby branch, accompanied by a girl with flowing pink hair. They recognized this pair, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, the companions of the formidable Naruto Uzumaki, who instilled fear within them. Recalling Sasuke's earlier words, they quickly turned their gaze in the direction of his focus. Thump! Their hearts seized momentarily, then raced wildly. Fear crept back into their eyes. It was him, the indifference in his gaze, the chilling aura surrounding him. His once sunny golden hair now exuded a bone-chilling coldness. In his azure eyes, murderous intent lingered. Naruto Uzumaki, the very existence they believed to have been vanquished. At that moment, he grasped an unfamiliar kunai, inscribed with enigmatic symbols that captivated the onlookers. The kunai of Flying Thunder God, marked with a trident-shaped emblem. Before they could react, a flash of gold illuminated their vision, plunging them into darkness. As the last vestiges of dread surged within their hearts. Is death imminent? In an instant, an overwhelming sense of dread and chill enveloped their entire beings as they plunged into the abyss of darkness. This time, the pace was rather swift. I had anticipated that you would toy with them a while longer before delivering the fatal blow. Gazing upon the three lifeless bodies on the ground, Sasuke leaped down from the branches, directing his gaze at Naruto, who was diligently cleaning his kunai before stowing away his ninja tools. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno searched for the scrolls beside the corpses. It must be noted that her progress was remarkable. Although she could not yet assist Naruto and Sasuke in battle, she had become quite adept in her tasks. In the realm of medical ninjutsu, Sakura began to showcase her innate talent, earning the admiration of the medical ninjas at the Konoha Hospital for her learning and application. We cannot afford to squander time on these individuals. We have obtained 1 Heaven Scroll, 2 Earth Scrolls, and a set of Heaven and Earth Scrolls. What about you? Naruto inquired, glancing at Sasuke. This marked the third group that Naruto had eliminated. After the first group was intercepted and dispatched, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had separated to pursue their own paths. Naruto claimed he wished to prevent excess detritus from entering the third round. However, Sasuke understood that Naruto was on a hunt. He had acted against those sentenced to death long before the first round of the examination. Sasuke refrained from voicing further thoughts. For him, this was rather agreeable. The hunt benefited Naruto, and it was equally advantageous for him. Though he lacked Naruto's extraordinary elevation capabilities, he had amassed substantial combat experience against ninjas. We have encountered only one group of ninjas during this period, but with the scrolls we possess now, we have 2 Earth Scrolls. Sasuke remarked as he extracted a scroll from his tool pouch. He then took the scroll that Sakura had recently discovered from the Takigakure ninjas and tossed it to Naruto. Excellent. Now we possess 1 complete set of scrolls and 3 surplus Earth Scrolls. Naruto said with a slight smile as he received the scroll, observing the character for Earth. One set of heaven and earth scrolls sufficed. He was indifferent to the excess, as long as they remained in his possession. It would prevent other teams from entering the third round of the examination. He then distributed the 2 surplus earth scrolls, one to Sasuke and one to Sakura, keeping the remaining 3 for himself. Sasuke, examining the scroll in his hands, found himself puzzled by Naruto's intentions, since it was a complete set. It made no difference whether he kept it or not. It is always prudent to possess more, Naruto replied calmly to Sasuke. This forest has imparted an ominous premonition upon me. I am uncertain of what may transpire. In any case, it is unwise to place all one's eggs in one basket. Distributing 1 scroll to each of us is a more prudent strategy. Naruto was unwilling to disclose to Sasuke that Orochimaru could appear at any moment. He understood that Orochimaru would seize their scrolls, thus ensuring that each person retained 1 scroll was a safer approach. Furthermore, having a complete set of scrolls in his possession provided a sense of security. It was not arrogance, given the strengths of both himself and Naruto. They had little to fear in this examination. While Gaara, Rock Lee, and Neji Hyuga exuded a formidable presence, they were certainly not enough to constitute a genuine threat. I cannot say for certain, but ever since we entered, this feeling has been intensely persistent. Initially, I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. But the sensation has grown increasingly vivid, Naruto mused, closing his eyes and relaxing his mind. Each time, he could feel an acute sense of being watched, a sensation that was extraordinarily intense. He was aware that it was Orochimaru, although he was not physically present. An ominous sensation informed him that Orochimaru was searching for him and drawing ever closer. This foreboding feeling left Sasuke speechless as he rolled up the scroll in his hand. He understood that Naruto would not jest about such matters. Where there was an ominous premonition, misfortune was sure to follow. Let us proceed. It is best that we act together now, Naruto stated as he gazed at Sasuke. Their earlier separation stemmed from his belief that Orochimaru wouldn't arrive so swiftly. But the situation had changed. Time was fleeting, and who could tell when Orochimaru might suddenly appear? All right, Sasuke nodded, offering no objections to Naruto's suggestion. This team had long been centered around Naruto, and his faith in both Naruto and Sakura remained unwavering. When did this trust begin? From where did it arise? Even Sasuke and Sakura could not trace its origins. Was it after the mission in the Land of Waves, following the survival exercise? Or perhaps during their time at the Ninja Academy? They ignored the corpses scattered on the ground, in this forest rampant with beasts, knowing that it would not be long before the remains would serve as a feast for the wild animals. The trio leaped forward, racing towards the central tower. As time ticked away, Naruto encountered 5 groups of candidates along the way, all of whom he single-handedly defeated, along with the previous 3 groups. These 8 sets of candidates granted Naruto a total of 240 points of soul energy, adding the 44 points retained by the system. He amassed a total of 284 points of soul energy. Without hesitation, he devoted all of it to upgrading his 6 paths techniques. The second-tier mind perception ascended to the 3rd tier, while the first-tier Asura's descent elevated to the 2nd tier. In an instant, 284 points of soul energy dwindled to 84 points. However, for the techniques currently requiring at least 100 points to level up, it was of little use. Nevertheless, his strength had indeed seen a significant enhancement. Mind perception had risen from a 2nd tier, not exceeding a mental strength of 100 to a 3rd tier of 200. Asura's descent brought Naruto the greatest surprise, with the enhancement ratio shifting from the original 10 to 20. This revelation illuminated for Naruto the percentage increase accompanying each level of Asura's descent. Given his current state, once activated, Asura's descent could propel him to the level of a Jonin, and with the support of the 6 paths techniques, he finally possessed some semblance of confidence to confront Orochimaru. Even so, the unease within Naruto grew more pronounced. After all, the unpredictability of Orochimaru was unfathomable, and who could know what perverse techniques he might unleash? In the silence, Naruto felt the weight of the fateful power contained within the 6 paths techniques, as the impending crisis loomed ever closer. Though unable to discern Orochimaru's whereabouts, he could sense the fates of himself and his companions. Yet, both Sasuke and Sakura's futures were shrouded in ominous portents. In a fleeting moment of probing destiny, Naruto seemed to behold a pair of serpent-like eyes suspended in the air, sending shivers down his spine. However, this only solidified Naruto's resolve. he surged forward, striving to harness the power of fate to evade this calamity. Yet, no matter where he found himself, those serpent eyes followed him relentlessly, signifying that evasion was futile, and he could only face the challenge head-on. Suddenly, several sharp projectiles shot towards Naruto, aimed directly at his vital points. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he swiftly produced a three-pronged kunai, deflecting the incoming projectiles with precision. "Who dares to attack?" he bellowed, steadying his stance alongside Sasuke and Sakura, directing his fury towards the source of the assault. In times gone by, he would have unhesitatingly dealt with these assassins. However, the urgency of the situation now forbade any delay. Certainly, Naruto had once harbored doubts about Orochimaru, yet such thoughts were fleeting. If it were Orochimaru, the attack would not be subtle, but rather a venomous strike. "I remember you," Naruto exclaimed, accompanied by his furious roar as three figures emerged, the central one fixating on Naruto and speaking with indifference. Their attire was strikingly unique, completely shrouded, wielding oil paper umbrellas, and bearing several weapons on their backs. Crowned with forehead protectors, unmistakably ninjas from the village hidden in the rain. In an instant, Naruto recognized their identities, those three who had foolishly challenged Gaara in the original tale. Yet, at this moment, they had not targeted Gaara but had chosen Naruto instead. "Rain Ninja, step aside." Naruto's voice resonated deeply. He was unwilling to squander any time. "Surrender the scrolls in your possession, and we may spare your lives." One of the trio disregarded the current peril and addressed Naruto. "Is that so?" The chill on Naruto's face intensified as he brandished a three-pronged kunai, while Sakura prepared for combat. "Then perish," Naruto bellowed, launching the kunai with ferocity, his form transforming into a streak of golden light as he activated the shinjutsu. Before the kunai could reach its target, Naruto had already appeared behind one of the rain ninjas. In the midst of his astonishment, another three-pronged kunai manifested in Naruto's grasp, piercing swiftly through the ninja's throat, blood erupting like crimson blossoms in the air. Simultaneously, the kunai Naruto had previously thrown was intercepted by another rain ninja, which was precisely what Naruto desired. If the ninja had chosen to evade, there might have been a chance for survival, but instead, he chose to block. The golden light shimmered anew, and in an instant, Naruto stood beside the rain ninja who had thwarted the kunai. Before the ninja could comprehend the situation, Naruto swiftly rotated his left hand, his sleeve lifting slightly to reveal the seal of a sword. It bore the mark of a long blade. In that moment, accompanied by a cloud of white mist, an excessively elongated katana materialized in Naruto's hand, aimed directly at the rain ninja. The katana was unsheathed in an instant, a flash of the sword technique's seventh strike. As a silver gleam swept past, and Naruto sheathed the blade, a vivid crimson line slowly appeared on the ninja's neck, terror and despair crystallizing in his expression as the light in his eyes began to dim. With a dull thud, the head fell, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck, a rain of blood cascading down from a height of 2 to 3 meters. Yet, at that moment, Naruto had already departed. He was unaccustomed to bathing in blood. As Naruto dispatched the two rain ninjas, the battle on Sasuke's front had reached a fever pitch. While Naruto contended with two, Sasuke faced the remaining one. With the technique of Rain of Needles, the umbrella in hand was hurled skyward, spinning. However, it was too slow. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a scorching fireball several meters wide, instantly engulfing the spinning umbrella and the rain ninja, their cries abruptly silenced. The air thick with the stench of charred flesh. "Hurry, we must leave," Naruto called out to Sasuke and Sakura, who was searching for the scroll, without sparing a glance at the fallen rain ninja as he leapt away. Chapter 8. Eyes revealing all suddenly. Sounds echoed from the distant jungle, immediately alerting Naruto and his companions, who braced themselves. "Who goes there?" Naruto demanded, but only silence answered. "Will you not show yourselves?" Upon witnessing the scene, Sasuke swiftly hurled several kunai affixed with explosive tags, which ignited instantaneously. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of successive explosions, and a cloud of dust rose in the distance. Yet no one emerged. Did they sense something amiss and flee? Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering. Suddenly, a potent sense of crisis surged within Naruto's mind, startling him, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. "Sasuke, Sakura, maintain formation. Move swiftly," Naruto urged the two behind him, and the trio leaped away from their original position. With a resounding crash, a colossal python, thicker than a water barrel, burst forth, crashing through the spot they had just occupied, toppling trees in its wake. What a perceptive little brat. It seems I must reevaluate you, a hoarse voice echoed around them, as a figure emerged from the place where the great serpent had appeared. You actually managed to notice me. That is commendable. A shadow gradually materialized before Naruto and his companions, its serpentine eyes fixating on the trio, causing their expressions to tighten. From the village hidden in the grass? Sasuke inquired, eyeing the forehead protector atop Orochimaru's head, his kunai at the ready, fully alert. He could sense the pressure emanating from this individual, which even surpassed that of Naruto. Was this the ominous premonition Naruto had spoken of? Sasuke mused internally as he gazed at Orochimaru. I've been searching for you for quite some time. The voice, laced with a hint of femininity, resonated as Orochimaru spoke again, a greedy glint in his eyes fixated on Sasuke. Are you one of the candidates for this examination? Sasuke queried, bewildered by Orochimaru's presence and the overwhelming strength he exuded. A candidate, indeed. If that is the case, according to the rules of this examination, let us engage in a contest for the scrolls. Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Naruto, an unsettling gleam in his eyes. If you wish to seize them, you must be prepared to wager your very lives. His cold, serpent-like gaze scrutinized Naruto and his companions, as a deep, ominous chuckle escaped him. In that instant, it felt as though a dark lord had descended. His murderous intent permeated the air, reminiscent of the tumultuous battles that had swept through the shinobi world. Countless lives had perished beneath his feet, and the aura of death he exuded was unparalleled. Under such overwhelming pressure, the forest fell silent, the winds ceased, and all living things stood still, leaving only the oppressive malice and specters of death. Faced with such lethal intent, Sasuke and Sakura found themselves unable to resist, collapsing to the ground. Only Naruto continued to struggle, for having long coexisted with the Nine Tails, he had grown accustomed to an aura even more ferocious than Orochimaru's. Thus, he could still contend with the chilling atmosphere, albeit not without significant strain. You can still fight. My interest in you is growing ever stronger, Orochimaru observed, licking his lips as he regarded Naruto. Sasuke, Sakura, can you still move? Naruto disregarded Orochimaru, fully aware that the latter would not strike with abandon at this moment. He turned to Sasuke, who was being weighed down by the oppressive killing intent, calling out loudly, his voice infused with chakra and techniques to dispel illusions. Naruto's voice broke through Sasuke's daze, and as he heard Naruto's words, he gradually regained his composure. Having witnessed bloodshed and endured the brutal trials of the Land of Waves, and knowing that Orochimaru was not unleashing his full murderous intent, Sasuke could still barely hold his ground. How could I possibly yield? This is merely a Nin exam. Itachi was already a captain in the Anbu at my age. I, Uchiha Sasuke, cannot possibly retreat here. Otherwise, how shall I exact my revenge? The three tomo within my Sharingan spin rapidly, and I unsteadily rise to my feet, my blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Orochimaru. Among us, only Sakura remains prostrate on the ground, yet she has awakened from Naruto's call, unable to withstand the murderous aura emanating from Orochimaru. Fear and trepidation are unmistakably reflected in her gaze directed at him. Three tomo, how exquisite. Uchiha Sasuke, you truly live up to being Itachi's brother. Your talent is indeed on par with his. Orochimaru muses, his excitement palpable, his gaze laden with greed. The three tomo represent the pinnacle of Sharingan before the awakening of the Manjiki. Are you alright? Naruto inquires, casting a glance at Sasuke. I'm fine, Sasuke replies. Standing beside Naruto, his eyes locked on Orochimaru. From the earlier display of power, he is convinced that Orochimaru is no mere candidate in this Nin exam. His strength surpasses that of any Nin he has encountered, making it implausible for him to be merely a subordinate. That is good, but we must proceed with caution. This individual exudes a heavy sense of danger and acts most peculiarly, Naruto warns, observing Orochimaru intently. I see that, Sasuke nods, maintaining his gaze upon Orochimaru. I will take the offensive while you create distractions. If the opportunity arises, strike. A decisive blow would be ideal. Though he knows the odds are slim, Naruto reminds Sasuke that hesitation in the face of battle is a grave error. Even if they are not yet on the battlefield, the principle remains the same. Are we done conversing? Orochimaru addresses Naruto and Sasuke, having utterly disregarded Sakura, who is yet to capture his attention. With a swift motion, Naruto turns the blade in his hand, unleashing his most potent strike at this moment. 5 threads of light darting forth with astonishing speed, aimed directly at Orochimaru's head, hands, and feet. Hidden shadow snake hands. From the depths of Orochimaru's sleeves, venomous snakes surge forth like ropes. However, against those strands of light, none escape unscathed, all severed into several pieces. A gleam of interest flashes in Orochimaru's eyes as he regards Naruto, his fascination deepening. In a single strike, he has grasped the underlying intricacies. With a leap, he deftly evades the attack while simultaneously flicking his wrist, sending 5 snakes hurtling forward, their fangs poised to seize those 5 strands of light. The sound of flesh being sliced echoes as the strands swiftly bisect the 5 snakes, from the fangs to the head and down the serpentine bodies, halting abruptly. Indeed, you are remarkably strong, far surpassing the descriptions in our intelligence reports. Such a strategy requires exceptional chakra control, Orochimaru observes, gazing at the 5 nearly severed snakes on the ground. A bemused smile gracing his lips as he looks at Naruto, his interest piqued further. This unexpected delight from Orochimaru is immense. Sasuke has activated his 3 tomo, and now this prodigy appears. Undeniably a genius, one that even the arrogant Orochimaru cannot help but acknowledge. Have I been discovered? Naruto muses, glancing at Orochimaru and the 5 snakes, along with the steel wires entwined around them. How unfortunate. If my strength were greater. Even if discovered, it would not have been so easily countered. Regrettably, it ultimately boils down to the issue of strength. The technique known as 7 flashes, which involves the simultaneous manipulation of 7 steel wires to execute slashing strikes at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, rends the enemy asunder, causing everything before one to collapse like clay statues. It is an exceedingly fearsome maneuver. The action of drawing the blade serves merely to disguise the manipulation of the wires. In truth, the blade is not fully unsheathed, but rather slightly drawn out and then pushed back. The speed allows for 7 strikes in an instant. This technique originates from the revered saint, the god killer, in the magical realm of a certain magical index. Although Naruto is not a saint, his possession of chakra enables him to adapt this technique into his own version, the 7 flashes. Currently, after extensive practice, he can control a maximum of 5 wires simultaneously. The mastery of 6 remains elusive, as it presents a formidable challenge. The 5 wires are manipulated by the 5 fingers gripping the blade. While the first 5 strikes were learned relatively quickly, the 6th and 7th strikes remain an enigma. However, this is not the end. The skeletal structure of the 5 venomous snakes is likely several times more resilient than that of an ordinary snake, and the wires he utilizes are merely standard fare. Were he to employ specially crafted wires, the offensive power would undoubtedly be amplified. As Naruto gazed at the lifeless snakes, he pondered silently. Yet he was certain of one thing. The technique of the 7 flashes would be ineffective against Orochimaru. At some point, Sasuke had stealthily approached Orochimaru from behind. And with a sudden surge, he inhaled deeply, unleashing a colossal fireball that surged towards Orochimaru with searing flames. Useless, Orochimaru shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the fireball's assault. And while gazing at Sasuke, he rasped, "What a futile endeavor." With a swift motion, Naruto discarded the sheath of his sword and drew his katana, charging toward Orochimaru. Faced with the formidable opponent, the technique of drawing the sword had evidently lost its efficacy. He would no longer subject himself to humiliation by employing a technique that had already been countered. In the midst of the storm, Naruto's swordsmanship had reached its zenith, closing the distance to Orochimaru in an instant, wielding a long steel blade aimed directly at his heart. Although Naruto was not a master of the sword, he possessed a profound understanding of the art of killing, swift, fierce, and precise. Each strike aimed to be lethal. This encapsulated the essence of the killing blade, a unique skill of Naruto's own making. Yet, this was merely the foundation. At present, while Naruto's technique was swift, fierce, and precise, it had yet to be tested in the crucible of actual combat. Only through the relentless honing of one's skills amidst life and death struggles, enduring countless battles, could one truly be deemed a master of the killing blade. This strike was as swift as lightning, fierce as a ravenous wolf, and precise as an eagle's dive. The blade's radiance cut through the air, aiming directly for Orochimaru's chest. Before the blade even reached him, its brilliance had already torn through his garments. With a swift sound, the blade penetrated Orochimaru's form, blood spraying forth as it severed half of his chest. However, Naruto's expression changed abruptly. Acutely aware of Orochimaru's formidable strength, how could he possibly fall so easily? What keen insight you possess. But where do you intend to flee? Came Orochimaru's low voice from behind. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart tightened, and he beheld Orochimaru transform into a cloud of dust, revealing it to be a technique of earth manipulation, a mere shadow clone. Bang! A remnant shadow surged forth, and in a flash, Orochimaru struck Naruto with a blow that brought immediate pain, forcing Naruto to retreat and increase the distance between them. Fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru, Naruto understood that he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Otherwise, that strike would not have been merely a fist, but rather the legendary Kusanagi sword. Upon being struck at the waist, a pale luminescence emanated from Naruto's skin, and the wound healed instantaneously. This miraculous recovery was the result of his mastery of the leaking vitality technique, through which he had absorbed the life force of nearly 30 fallen ninjas over the past 5 years. Orochimaru, oblivious to Naruto's healing, underestimated him, even without the borrowed vitality. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto possessed the innate ability to recover swiftly, albeit requiring time that he could not afford at this moment. Standing resolute with his blade in hand, Naruto's gaze fixed intently upon Orochimaru. He understood that Orochimaru's strength surpassed all the ninjas he had previously encountered. Even the likes of Zabuza could not compare tenfold. The rank of Kage represented a qualitative leap in power, one that sheer numbers could not compensate for. Such was the might of a Kage, undeniably formidable. What are you staring at? As Orochimaru's attention remained on Naruto, Sasuke had quietly appeared behind him, his form crackling with arcs of lightning, a testament to the lightning release technique that invigorated his cells. Lightning release, lightning cutter. With his hands enveloped in electricity, Sasuke unleashed a sudden strike. This advanced ninjutsu, learned from Kakashi, could inflict electric damage and incapacitate the opponent. Orochimaru, dismissing Sasuke's lightning, merely glanced back with a smirk. Seizing the incoming arm with a sinister grin, he taunted, "Is that all you have? You are still a far cry from Itachi." His voice, laced with a raspy charm, caused Sasuke's pupils to constrict. Itachi, a name that haunted Sasuke like a nightmare. You know him? Where is he? Sasuke demanded, his gaze aflame with fury. Huh? You wish to find him? Regrettably, I am unaware of his whereabouts myself. Orochimaru's response left Sasuke feeling despondent, his eyes burning with anger as he felt mocked. He had hoped to glean information about Uchiha Itachi, only to be met with futility, perceiving Orochimaru's behavior as both a provocation and a cruel jest. You are angry, Orochimaru remarked calmly, showing no surprise. Sadly, your strength is too feeble. Not only now, but even 5 years ago, you were incapable of defeating him. Shut up. Mentioning 5 years ago ignited a blaze of rage within Naruto. On that day, he had lost everything. His parents, the kindly neighbor, his clan, and the brother who had loved him dearly. With a flash of steel, Naruto swiftly maneuvered to Orochimaru's flank, aiming a strike at his wrist. Remember, your power is inadequate. Orochimaru whispered closely to Sasuke, then deftly evaded Naruto's blade. Bang! With a swift motion, Naruto grasped his katana in his left hand, while his right conjured a thick mist, revealing the formidable beheading sword. Die! With a silent roar, Naruto swung the blade toward Orochimaru. The suddenness of the attack caught Orochimaru off guard. The proximity rendered any distance trivial. The weight of Naruto's strike bore down like a cataclysmic tide upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression shifted, yet he remained unperturbed, lightly tapping his toes to gracefully withdraw from Naruto's assault. However, a few strands of his long hair falling to the ground signified that he had not entirely escaped the blow. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Orochimaru retreated, Sasuke leaped from behind Naruto, launching a massive fireball toward Orochimaru. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale accompanied Sasuke's strike, as a whirlwind erupted from Naruto's mouth, enveloping the fireball and igniting it into a fiery tornado that roared towards Orochimaru. Boom! The fiery vortex instantaneously engulfed Orochimaru, yet its momentum remained unyielding, continuing to spiral forward, toppling trees in its wake and leaving a scorched earth behind. Is it resolved? Sasuke inquired, gazing at the inferno before him. No, it is not that simple. Naruto gravely responded. His strength far surpasses that of AJ Nin. I would prefer to face several Zabuza and Raiga. After all, I can still contend with Nin. But confronting a formidable entity like Orochimaru presents a significant challenge. Sasuke, shaken by the revelation of Orochimaru's superiority over Nin, felt his confidence wane, replaced by a newfound vigilance. He understood that beyond the Nin lay a realm he had yet to touch, a power that stood atop the world. The strength of a Kage. He placed unwavering trust in Naruto's words, for here, only Naruto, who had engaged with Nin, had the authority to utter such truths. Hee. Naruto Uzumaki, your prowess increasingly captivates me. How about joining my ranks? A raspy laughter echoed amidst the flames. From the inferno emerged a figure, undeterred by the searing heat, staggering through the fire. Upon recognizing the individual, Naruto and his companions' expressions darkened. Although the attire remained unchanged, the visage was a disfigured ruin. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Orochimaru, the rogue ninja of Konoha. With a delicate tug of his fingers, the disfigured face began to peel away under Sasuke's horrified gaze, revealing a sinister countenance, pale, yet emanating a formidable resilience. In his serpent-like eyes flickered the insatiable light of consumption, yet when they met Sasuke's, they brimmed with avarice. Too much chatter. With a blade in hand, Sasuke swiftly positioned himself before Orochimaru, his body pivoting as he wielded the sword with spiraling precision, aiming directly for Orochimaru's heart. Chapter 9. The Descent of Ashura. In an instant, Orochimaru's form was torn asunder. Naruto halted, aware of the immense toll such an attack exacted. However, as he observed Orochimaru's body gradually disintegrating into dust, Naruto's expression hardened. Your strength is likely nearing that of Nin, yet it still falls significantly short. Even if you were Nin, you could not best me, let alone as a Nin. Orochimaru's voice resonated from behind Naruto, revealing that he had somehow appeared at a distance. Having learned from past encounters, Naruto was prepared the moment Orochimaru manifested. Twisting the blade in his hand, he contorted his exceptionally agile body, pivoting the dual swords to target Orochimaru's vulnerable neck and chest. Futile, Orochimaru scoffed, your speed is exceedingly sluggish. With a leisurely motion, he effortlessly evaded Naruto's strike. Indeed, Orochimaru was toying with him, the vast disparity in strength rendering Naruto inconsequential in his eyes. Yet Orochimaru was gravely mistaken. The consequences of underestimating a master of spatial ninjutsu were dire. Though the outcome remained unknown, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic. With a flash of golden light, Naruto advanced over a meter, his blade swiftly plunging into Orochimaru's right chest, slicing through his arm and causing blood to splatter. It was not that Naruto wished to severely injure Orochimaru. Rather, he found himself powerless to do so. To wield the divine mirror is indeed a rare feat. Despite the formidable power of space ninjutsu, Naruto's strength remains insufficient, leaving him in a position of vulnerability in many aspects. For Orochimaru, the effectiveness of space ninjutsu was only fleeting upon their initial encounter. With subsequent precautions in place, achieving significant results is beyond Naruto's current capabilities. Otherwise, he would have employed it from the outset rather than waiting until now. Nevertheless, he certainly succeeded in capturing Orochimaru's attention. With a thunderous roar, a fierce aura erupted. As a foot advanced relentlessly towards Naruto, fierce and accompanied by the sound of slicing air, forcing him to retreat while Orochimaru leapt back. Observing the wounds on his right chest and arm, his gaze flickered towards Naruto, a mixture of excitement and unpredictability evident in his eyes, reflecting an unmistakable greed akin to that which he reserved for Sasuke. Whether it be the Sharingan or space ninjutsu, Orochimaru yearned to possess them both. Space ninjutsu, lauded as the swiftest technique in the ninja world, stands on par with the first Hokages would release. Orochimaru had previously conducted research on it, yet like many others, he possessed the methods to train but could not master them, ultimately giving up. However, this did not extinguish his desire for space ninjutsu. Now, with someone who has mastered it standing before him, how could Orochimaru remain unperturbed? Unexpected, Naruto Uzumaki, you have brought me such immense surprise. Ignoring the injury on his right shoulder, or perhaps indifferent to such a wound, he rasped, his greed laid bare. How about it, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha? Come with me, and I can offer you everything. Power, status, jutsu, forbidden techniques, everything. Gazing intently at Naruto and Sasuke, Orochimaru tempted. Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke spoke first. The Sharingan whirled wildly, his figure darting towards Orochimaru with great speed, harboring no fondness for him. With a series of resounding impacts, Sasuke engaged in fierce combat with Orochimaru. In truth, Orochimaru was merely testing Sasuke, the future vessel, and was not exerting his full strength. The seemingly intense confrontation meant that Sasuke had never truly landed a blow on Orochimaru. With the activation of the Heavenly Eye and Divine Mirror, Naruto's figure transformed into a radiant gold, surging towards Orochimaru. Each flash of golden light unleashed several tri-pronged kunai, and by the time he reached Orochimaru's side, the area was already saturated with coordinates necessary for the Flying Thunder God technique. With a resonant clang, the blade sang through the air, slicing through with the force of a tempest aimed directly at Orochimaru, who was engaged with Sasuke. The speed of the strike was unparalleled. Aimed precisely at Orochimaru's head, the decapitating sword had been sheathed, its heavy presence proving negligible in this skirmish. Thus, the light and wide-reach katana was far more suitable. With a swift strike, another hit landed. However, armed with the experience from the previous encounter, Naruto did not perceive it as a true victory. It merely tore through Orochimaru's form. After the strike, he transformed into a flash of gold, vanishing and reappearing beside the distant tri-pronged kunai, distanced from the battle, surveying the entire scene. Indeed, space ninjutsu proved to be quite troublesome. A voice echoed from afar as Orochimaru slowly emerged from the earth, gazing at Naruto. One must admit, Orochimaru had mastered earth release to an extraordinary degree. Yet, his playful demeanor suddenly sharpened, hands forming seals, a surge of energy swelling in his chest. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, hurtling towards Naruto. The ground trembles as trees are uprooted and toppled, instantly spreading at a 35-degree angle, sending sand and stones flying. With the technique of the Flying Thunder God, the Divine Mirror reflects golden light, allowing Naruto to swiftly escape the grasp of the hurricane, arriving mere meters away from Orochimaru. Mirroring his adversary's stance, the fire release, great fire destruction conjures a colossal fireball, enveloping a radius of 30 to 40 meters, surging towards Orochimaru. As the intense heat and scorching waves cause the surrounding temperature to soar, the wind intensifies the flames, allowing fire to borrow its might. Although Naruto cannot harness Orochimaru's formidable wind release, the fierce gusts amplify the ferocity of his fire technique. Like an ancient beast roaring, the flames lunge menacingly at Orochimaru. In a futile endeavor, the gate of the other shore reveals the first form of the summoning beast, the Rashomon. A grotesque gate rises, impervious to Naruto's blazing fire release, which struggles to penetrate Orochimaru's unyielding defense. Yet, inability to penetrate does not signify impossibility to overcome. With a thunderous roar, the violent flames collide with the Rashomon, producing a cataclysmic sound as surging waves of heat and fire disintegrate upon impact, roaring outward. At this moment, the Azura God technique of the Eightfold Path descends upon the realm. Naruto's azure pupils instantly transform to a crimson hue, the blood red spreading from the depths of his gaze, saturating his irises. His golden hair cascades to his waist, shimmering with a radiant glow, tinged with a hint of sanguine light. A ferocious yet solemn aura rises from within him, saturating the air with a fierce bloodlust, yet devoid of madness. Enveloped in this atmosphere, Naruto appears both solemn and sacred. Azura, a being born from the sea of blood, embodies malevolence in its male form and allure in its female counterpart, reveling in slaughter for pleasure. Eventually, the Buddha enlightened them, reciting scriptures to quell their rage and pacify their hearts, transforming them into one of the Eightfold Path of the Buddha. At this moment, Naruto manifests the Azura God technique of the Buddha, fierce yet tranquil, harboring a compassionate heart within the violence, able to restrain it. With the power of Azura gracing him, Naruto experiences a surge of strength, elevating his attributes by 20%, propelling his prowess beyond the Ch-Nin level, reaching for the heights of J-Nin. This amplification enhances the potency of his jutsu, elevating it to unprecedented levels. A roar ascends, seemingly from the heavens, as Naruto radiates golden light, the blood-red aura flickering ominously. The fire release, great fire destruction momentarily halts, then erupts with unprecedented force, its destructive capacity magnified manifold. The once blazing red flames now transformed into a profound crimson. With a crack, fissures appear on the Rashomon under the onslaught of the sanguine flames, spreading rapidly and enveloping the gate in an instant. Orochimaru stands behind the Rashomon, witnessing the spectacle with utter astonishment. He had been channeling chakra into the gate, intimately aware of its defensive capabilities, yet now he has no time for contemplation. Ultimately, under the sudden surge of Naruto's power, the Rashomon shatters completely, consumed by the raging blood flames. Orochimaru, caught in the grip of horror, cannot escape the engulfing inferno. A conflagration engulfs the expanse of 50 to 60 meters, flames roaring as towering trees are reduced to a sea of fire. The inferno blazes fiercely and strangely. The original fiery red now manifests as a deep crimson. Illuminated by the flames, the surroundings are cloaked in a blood-tinted haze, as if one has been transported to a realm of blood. Naruto's blood-red eyes fixated on the land engulfed in blood flames, remaining utterly still, vigilant against the imminent threat of Orochimaru. Surrounded by the fiery inferno, the interior remained obscured, yet Naruto, having awakened his divine eyes, possessed an intimate understanding of all that transpired within. The potency of the blood flames was formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary fire. Trees that would typically require extensive time to burn were reduced to ash within mere minutes under their relentless heat. However, signs of the flames' extinguishment began to manifest. Cautiously glancing back, Naruto addressed Sasuke, who had already approached his side, his divine eyes fixed upon Orochimaru. Despite Orochimaru's current predicament, the Sannin was not to be underestimated, even by Naruto, who wielded only the strength of a Chunin. Sasuke gripped a trident imbued with crackling lightning, standing alert, and nodded in response to Naruto. The blade in his hand, the thunderclap blade, was a gift from Naruto. Sasuke had drawn it for this very moment. Originally, he had intended to utilize it to channel lightning chakra to stimulate his cells, indicating his acute awareness of Orochimaru's terrifying prowess. As the flames slowly receded, only a charred expanse lay before Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, their vigilance remained unyielding. Both Naruto's divine eyes and Sasuke's Sharingan could discern the active chakra within the scorched earth. A series of cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of cicadas shedding their shells, as fissures appeared upon the blackened ground, fracturing apart. Indeed, a fascinating ability. Is it a bloodline limit? Vortex Naruto, you increasingly pique my interest. A hoarse voice emerged as Orochimaru materialized from the charred soil, casting a glance over Naruto and then Sasuke, his eyes brimming with avarice. Shedding skin, Orochimaru's unique technique, which Naruto preferred to refer to as molting, possessed the ability to defy fate by healing injuries, capable of mending nearly any grave wound. Its sole drawback was the inability to replenish expended chakra, necessitating a tremendous cost during execution. Nevertheless, it was regarded as a miraculous technique, hailed as the most perfect substitution jutsu in the world of Hokage. What on earth is that? Sasuke grimaced upon witnessing Orochimaru's body coated in an unidentifiable substance, his disdain for the Sannin intensifying. Be cautious. His injuries have all healed, Naruto warned, prompted by Sasuke's reminder, reinforcing his own resolve not to grow complacent. Similarly, he reminded himself that after an extended battle, he too was weary, though not severely injured. The prolonged engagement, coupled with the continuous activation of his divine eyes, Ashura's descent, the divine mirror technique, flying thunder god technique, and various ninjutsu, had taken a toll. While his chakra reserves remained sufficient, largely due to the extensive use of shadow clones, his mental fortitude had been significantly drained. I have a general understanding of your strengths. The game is over, for my time is limited. Before I take my leave, allow me to bestow upon you a parting gift, Orochimaru remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips, causing Naruto's expression to shift dramatically. The cursed seal, once belonging solely to Sasuke, now threatened to ensnare him as well. Thus, Naruto heightened his vigilance against Orochimaru, prepared to confront the Sannin with all his might. From Orochimaru's words, he discerned that this game had reached its conclusion for the Sannin, who was poised to take decisive action. Though it seemed he would not directly target Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto dared not let his guard down. Behold the vast chasm of disparity in strength. No sooner had the words left his lips than Orochimaru's figure vanished before Naruto and Sasuke. His speed was indescribable. Even with Naruto's keen perception, while he could clearly discern Orochimaru's silhouette, his body and consciousness struggled to keep pace. Often focusing on the left, he found Orochimaru appearing on the right. Although Naruto observed the events unfold, he could not react in time. In stark contrast to Naruto, Sasuke, amidst the fierce skirmish in the forest, was caught off guard and was sent flying by Orochimaru's palm, crashing into a towering ancient tree, subsequently collapsing to the ground. In that fleeting instant, Orochimaru materialized behind Sasuke like a specter. His raspy voice slithered forth like a serpent's hiss as his twisted lips drew near Sasuke's neck, delivering a vicious bite. The excruciating pain surged through Sasuke's throat, prompting a heart-wrenching scream to escape his lips. His body languidly crumpled to the earth, his pupils gradually dilating. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Naruto could not help but cry out. Though his eyes remained open, he understood that Sasuke had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Do not worry. He will be fine. I have bestowed upon him a gift he has long coveted," Orochimaru remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the fallen Sasuke before turning to Naruto, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, it is your turn, Uzumaki Naruto." Fury flickered across Naruto's face. He was acutely aware of the peril posed by the cursed seal, where each encounter teetered on the brink of life and death. He cherished his existence and would never recklessly gamble it away. "Fear not, it shall be over swiftly, and it won't hurt a bit." Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Naruto, his voice dripping with cold malice as he surged towards him. "Yet, dear Orochimaru, do you not find your words somewhat ironic? This is no mere game, you know," Naruto retorted, evading Orochimaru's advance with the Flying Thunder God technique, unwilling to accept any cursed seal. However, it was futile, while the Flying Thunder God technique proved challenging. It was effective only against masters like the fourth Hokage. With Naruto's current strength, he could only momentarily evade, ultimately unable to escape. Orochimaru, watching Naruto transform into a flash of golden light, let out a derisive laugh. With a series of hand seals, numerous figures materialized around him, all manifestations of Orochimaru's earth clones. "Next, we shall engage in a game of cat and mouse." Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed ominously through the air. Naruto's expression grew grave. At that moment, the Flying Thunder God technique was rendered ineffective. The remaining spiritual energy from the divine mirror summoning technique was dwindling. Even though the Asura's descent granted him strength sufficient to easily contend with Orochimaru's clones, any delay would subject him to an onslaught from both the myriad clones and the true body. Whether he could escape with his life remained uncertain. "Damn it, am I truly to be subjected to the cursed seal?" His gaze involuntarily flickered towards Orochimaru, a bitter taste flooding his heart. He had heard it said that life was akin to violence. If one could not resist, one might as well revel in the experience. Though that may be true, he found little solace in such a notion. "Where are you looking?" The raspy voice came from behind. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he intended to employ the divine mirror summoning technique, it was already too late. A sudden, excruciating pain gripped his neck, rendering his complexion pale and causing darkness to envelop his vision. He had fallen into a trap. This was Naruto's final awareness. Ding, unknown energy intrusion detected. The system automatically evaluates the unknown energy. Ding, unknown ability assessment underway. The system determines it to be a demonic force. Ding, demonic force intrusion detected. The system automatically initiates expulsion. Ding, confirmation. Expulsion poses a life-threatening risk to the host. Protecting the host becomes the primary objective of the expulsion. Ding, acknowledgement. Expulsion may result in unpredictable consequences. Expulsion fails. Ding, due to the intrusion of demonic forces, the Asura of the Eightfold Path descends, causing a mutation. Ding, mutation of the divine ability in progress. Direction of mutation unknown. Ding, unknown energy intrusion detected. The system automatically evaluates the unknown energy. Ding, unknown energy assessment. The system identifies it as a force of resentment. Ding, resentment force intrusion detected. The system automatically initiates expulsion. Ding, confirmation. The source of the resentment force originates from within the host. Expulsion endangers the host's life. Expulsion fails. Ding, due to the intrusion of the resentment force, the Asura of the Eightfold Path descends, resulting in a secondary mutation. Ding, assessment of the direction of the second mutation in progress. Ding, signs of fusion between the demonic force and the resentment force are evident. Direction unknown. Ding, due to the fusion of the demonic force and the resentment force, the Asura of the Eightfold Path undergoes a third mutation. Ding, the system automatically assesses the direction of the divine ability mutation. Ding, direction assessment in progress. Ding, the direction of the divine ability mutation is confirmed. Ding, the direction of the divine ability mutation is demonic. Ding, a single thought can lead to divinity or to damnation. The host must prepare, as the success rate of the divine ability mutation is closely linked to the host state. Chapter 10. How do you wish to die? At this moment, Naruto found himself in a precarious situation. Despite being in a state of unconsciousness, the incessant system notifications filled his mind with turmoil, leaving him feeling helpless. He was conscious within the void, yet unable to move, lost in a realm without orientation. Unable to discern up from down or east from west. Only the persistent system notifications reminded him that he was still alive, having long sealed the Nine Tails. Naruto was no stranger to such circumstances. He understood that this was his consciousness space and the dwelling of his soul. While he was perplexed as to why he had returned here, the system notifications provided a semblance of clarity. The mutation of divine abilities had brought him to this realm. Naruto had begun to formulate an understanding of the system's notifications. The initial demonic influence undoubtedly stemmed from the cursed seal, while the subsequent resentment originated from within him. Certainly the chakra of the Nine Tails. Reflecting on this, Naruto couldn't help but shake his head and smile ruefully. He had taken every precaution to avoid utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails, striving to evade the overwhelming resentment and prevent it from affecting him. Even during his battle with Orochimaru, he had refrained from using it, fully aware of its futility. Although the system claimed his physical strength could withstand the transformation into Four Tails, it did not guarantee the preservation of his consciousness. After all, the resentment of the Nine Tails was no trifling matter. Losing consciousness would spell the end. Moreover, if he were to rely on it excessively, he would be unable to contend with Orochimaru, and worse still, he might meet the same fate as in the original narrative, being sealed away by Orochimaru, a tragic outcome indeed. Now, he found himself in a situation where he need not call upon the chakra of the Nine Tails for the transformation into Four Tails. The waves of resentment surged forth on their own. This filled Naruto with resentment. Had he known sooner, had he anticipated this, he would have cast aside his reservations and directly unleashed his four-tailed transformation to obliterate Orochimaru with the tailed beast bomb. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He remained in anxious uncertainty regarding the changes within his body, unsure whether they heralded fortune or calamity. All he could do was fret. Given his scant knowledge of these transformations, which could only manifest in two scenarios, an enhancement or a diminishment of his abilities, the former would be acceptable. Yet the latter would leave Naruto in tears, for the Azura path of the 8 paths was one of his most critical trump cards. Yet, as Naruto pondered, the void around him began to subtly shift. Black and red, time flew by, and a day had passed in the blink of an eye. The moon sank behind the eastern mountains, and the sun arose, casting its golden rays. At dawn, not far from the tree hollow sought by Sakura, the Sound Ninja trio stealthily lurked, their gazes flickering with uncertainty as they spied on the vigilant Sakura and the two indistinct figures lying within the hollow. Their mission was to eliminate this small team. Had they not been aware of Naruto and his companions' prowess, they might have recklessly provoked them. But now, fear and reverence had replaced their arrogance. Even though they recognized that Naruto and the others were unconscious, their intimidation lingered. They could not ascertain the severity of Naruto's injuries, nor could they predict when he might awaken. Should he regain consciousness and perceive their malevolence, the consequences would be dire. They were well aware that Naruto and Sasuke bore cursed seals, and they understood the peril that accompanied them. If they adapted well, they might recover swiftly. Otherwise, their fates would remain uncertain. However, how Naruto would respond to the cursed seal was beyond their comprehension. "Toes, are we truly going?" Zack inquired, gazing at the indistinct tree hollow, addressing Toes at the center. He no longer dared confront Naruto, as the memories bestowed upon him were far from amicable. "Indeed, Toes, their strength far exceeds our capacity to handle. Going would only lead to our demise," Jean remarked, casting a glance at Toes, omitting any mention of Naruto's unconsciousness. Toes fell silent, his gaze shifting uncertainly. "Let us not forget, this is a command issued by Lord Orochimaru," he replied earnestly to the two. His words caused their expressions to change abruptly, plunging them into a heavy silence. However, Zack looked toward Toes, hesitating to speak. "Silence, Zack. Do you dare question Lord Orochimaru's judgment?" Toes admonished with a furrowed brow. "Certainly not. Zack responded reflexively. Remember, they have already suffered grave injuries at the hands of Orochimaru, and their fates remain uncertain. We must eliminate that woman swiftly and then deal with the two of them. That will suffice, Toz said. His gaze fixed on the alert Sakura, his tone somber. Eliminate her? Zack, upon hearing this, glanced toward the indistinct tree hollow, a heavy shadow looming in his heart. Hearing Toz's suggestion stirred a flicker of temptation within him, along with a vague anticipation blossoming in his mind. Indeed, eliminate her. Toz's gaze hardened as he stared deep into the hollow. Were it not for necessity, he would not fear taking risks. The terror Naruto instilled in them was too profound. A moment's carelessness could trap them in his shadow for life. This was a rare opportunity to kill Naruto, a chance he could not afford to miss. If he let this moment slip by, none could predict if such an opportunity would arise again. Jean, what are your thoughts? Zack turned to Jean, his expression now reflecting agreement. Let us hope so. Jean hesitated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. He must not only consider his own interests but also adhere to Orochimaru's orders, which they cannot defy. At this moment, their only course of action is to exhaust all efforts to eliminate the enemy before them. Should they succeed, the benefits would be immeasurable. They are but discarded pawns in Orochimaru's game, their fates long predetermined. Regardless of the circumstances, they are destined for death. They will either perish at Naruto's hands or fall victim to Orochimaru's will. If Naruto and his companions adapt to the cursed seal's awakening, it would signal their doom. Conversely, if they fail to adapt, they will be unable to slay Sasuke or Naruto. Both Naruto and Sasuke are regarded by Orochimaru as the ideal vessels. How could he permit anyone to thwart his plans? While Tsu and his companions contend with Sakura, the lurking spy, Kabuto, within Konoha, will likely strike without hesitation, ruthlessly dispatching them, leaving them unaware of the very nature of death. In summary, they have been forsaken. The trio of assailants swiftly advanced toward Sakura. The battle unfolded as expected. As the Sound Ninja trio launched their attack, Lee suddenly appeared, intending to eliminate Tsu in a single blow. Yet he fell victim to an unknown sound technique, suffering a grievous blow in the process. In a critical moment, Sakura stepped forward. Engaging in a battle of wits and valor, she recklessly sustained severe injuries to save Sasuke, severing her long hair in a desperate act, bidding farewell to her naivety and embracing maturity. Soon after, Ino made her entrance. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to the world outside. After enduring a day of torment, he found himself at a pivotal juncture of transformation, as the powers of Ashura manifested within him, now undergoing a significant mutation. What was once an empty void now pulsated with intertwining shades of black and red. These two colors surged into his body, inflicting excruciating pain. Intermittent cries echoed through the abyss, yet Naruto appeared to be numb, his mind teetering on the brink of delirium after a day of suffering. As Naruto endured his anguish, his physique underwent a metamorphosis. A golden radiance shimmered upon his skin, seemingly resisting the onslaught of the two colors while simultaneously merging with them. His golden hair swiftly cascaded down to his waist, tinged with crimson. The gold faded, yielding to blood red. Unlike during Ashura's descent, when his golden hair shimmered with red, now his red hair radiated a golden glow. His dual fangs elongated nearly an inch, emanating a feral ferocity. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, devoid of whites or pupils, as if they were on the verge of dripping blood. Unlike the black markings of the cursed seal, his upper garments were torn asunder, revealing a massive blood-red swastika emblazoned across his chest, pulsating with illusions that seemed to spiral endlessly. Though blood-red, it emitted glimmers of gold akin to his hair. With a soft sound, two piercing noises resonated as a pair of blood-red bat wings materialized from his back. Tiny golden swastikas adorned his wings like scales, flickering with blood and gold as they flapped. As the bat wings folded behind Naruto, they appeared less menacing and more like a radiant ruby golden wheel, casting a soft golden red light. His fingernails elongated abruptly, reaching over 10 centimeters in mere moments, gleaming with a metallic sheen, sharp beyond measure. Not resembling the golden body of the Buddha, he embodied instead the bloodied form of a demon. In this moment, Naruto's skin seemed to be cloaked in a layer of crimson, neither too dense nor too faint, devoid of bloodlight, yet shimmering with golden brilliance. It does not appear terrifying. Rather, it evokes a sense of the divine and demonic. The Ashura, transformed by the eightfold path of the heavenly dragon, has manifested. The direction of this transformation has been confirmed as malevolent. One thought may lead to enlightenment, while another may plunge one into darkness. The blood-soaked Asura has been guided by the Buddha into the fold of enlightenment, achieving a state of awakening, yet now also embodying the essence of malevolence. With the emergence of a demonic heart, the nature of malevolence intensifies. The Asura's divine powers, for reasons unknown, are accompanied by a trace of Buddhist essence, minimizing the impact of the demonic heart and nature on the host. The transformation of the Asura has been deemed successful, resulting in the descent of the Asura demon, a harbinger of death for practitioners of the path. Born to kill, a life of slaughter. Through killing, one attains the way. Through killing, one ceases killing. Kill, kill, kill. The successful mutation of divine powers has yielded unknown consequences for the host's future, along with a change in attributes. The host has comprehended the mutated divine power of the Asura demon. The system rewards by activating the dungeon system, details of which the host is encouraged to explore independently. As the system's notifications echoed in his ears, the pervasive pain gradually subsided, and Naruto's agonizing cries ceased. Once tranquility enveloped him, a refreshing aura filled his being, instantly revitalizing him, dispelling the remnants of the day's torment. In that moment, Naruto realized he was in an ethereal space, where the once omnipresent hues of black and red had vanished. Power, immense power, surged through him, causing Naruto to involuntarily groan, finally recognizing his transformation. His fingers, sharp and agile, sliced through the air, producing a continuous sound of breaking space, demonstrating remarkable might. The bat-like wings on his back pulsed with strength, as if they were extensions of his own hands, effortlessly wielded. In all aspects, attack, defense, power, speed, and spirit, Naruto felt immensely empowered. He could now sense that, had he faced his previous adversaries, 10 strikes would suffice for victory, and within 20, he could claim their lives. Even against Orochimaru, while he could not assert total victory, the price for Orochimaru's success would be steep. In another confrontation, Naruto would not find himself as helpless as before, at least to some extent. He would hold an invulnerable position, and with various strategies at his disposal, he could navigate the encounter with ease. Should he wish to flee, no one could impede his escape. Above, dark clouds churned ominously as the wind howled like a sharpened blade. Perched upon a high branch, the white-clad youth, Neji, looked down upon the 3 sound ninjas, his gaze resting upon the fallen Lee. He parted his lips, his voice soft yet chilling. Orochimaru, should I be grateful to you or resent you? With a slight movement of his fingers, the void split open, 10 fissures consuming space, transforming into specks of white light as Neji vanished within. Did you injure him? Neji's cold, piercing gaze scrutinized the sound ninjas. His words calm, yet filled with an eerie foreboding. Tintin, standing nearby, cast a worried glance at Lee, confirming the relentless emergence of adversaries. Toes glanced at Neji with unbridled arrogance, unaware of the depth of his ignorance. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such hubris. That watermelon-headed fool is with me. Are you not aware? Neji's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging, and though his logic faltered, his presence loomed as imposing as a mountain. A biting wind swept through, leaving the scene in profound silence. The 3 sound ninja were drenched in cold sweat, instinctively retreating a step as they met Neji's piercing gaze, feeling as if they were laid bare before him, without a shred of concealment. If you desire to battle again, I am more than willing to oblige, but the consequences shall be yours to bear. Neji exuded an air of haughty superiority, even more arrogant than TS, completely disregarding their presence. Just as he was about to make his move, he halted abruptly, his Byakugan activated, a torrent of chakra coalescing within his line of sight, directing his attention towards a hollow in the tree where 2 fiery auras of chakra blazed in the shadows. If you cannot bear to witness this, then refrain from merely speaking empty words. TS, feeling his fear compel him to step back, forged ahead with a heavier tone, attempting to steady his ground. Although he was uncertain of Neji's strength, he discerned from his eyes that Neji surpassed them all. TS pondered that perhaps the 3 of them combined still held a sliver of hope. There's no need for that, Neji replied coolly, his arms crossing over his chest as he disdainfully surveyed the trio, his eyes gently closing. It is unnecessary for me to intervene. The sound ninja exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Sakura, however, displayed a look of surprise at the condition of Naruto and Sasuke. A familiar figure slowly rose from the ground. Sasuke, you've awakened. The intertwining emotions of excitement and joy caused Sakura to release her tension, collapsing onto the ground. This period felt like an endless night for her, each day stretching longer than a dozen years. After a fleeting moment of joy, the group turned their gaze towards Sasuke, their expressions frozen in shock, with Sakura's smile crystallizing upon her face. Sasuke was shrouded in ominous dark clouds, his blood-red Sharingan swirling with fury, the dark mist twisting and spreading, affecting even the half of his body that remained untouched. A purple chakra flickered on his surface, an aura of malevolence and immense pressure pervading the air. Now, with his curse seal activated, Sasuke had reached the pinnacle of a nin's power. His voice, low and restrained, seemed on the verge of eruption. Who has done this to you? Though he sometimes found Sakura bothersome, she was nonetheless a comrade. From the situation at hand, Sasuke surmised what Sakura had been doing while he was unconscious. Observing her current state caused an inexplicable ache in his heart, as if saying, Sakura, your well-being. Sakura did not respond to Sasuke, but instead gazed at him with concern, believing that his condition required greater attention. Do not worry, I feel splendid now. A surge of power flows within me. Sasuke extended his arm, enveloped in the cursed seal, clenched his fist, and a smile of exhilaration spread across his face. This feeling is truly wonderful. Chapter 11. The eagle soars high. Target, the central tower. Is this the result of that disgusting fellow? Quite impressive indeed. However, tell me, who has reduced you to this state, Sakura? Sasuke turned to her, then shifted his gaze toward the sound ninja trio. In my view, it is you worthless fools. Sasuke spoke coldly, a murderous intent brewing for the uninvited guests. What are you going to do about it? The sound ninja felt the impending danger. Yet surrender was not an option. The consequences would be dire. What shall we do? Of course, we shall eliminate you. A silhouette silently emerged behind Sasuke, stepping forward with golden hair and blue eyes, a chilling glimmer in his gaze. With an unadorned torso, he exuded a latent power, though not muscular. It radiated strength. It was Naruto. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto's curse seal had merged with the Asura path, transforming into the Asura's descent, a manifestation of divine power that he wielded with ease. At this moment, Naruto had not yet revealed the form that accompanied the divine descent. How infuriating! You wretched brat, what just transpired? Why were my powers and grievances absorbed by you? Moreover, why did you not respond to my call? A thunderous roar echoed within his mind. Cursed fox! We shall discuss this later. For now, I must first address the matter at hand. The voice belonged to the Nine Tails, yet Naruto had no time to ponder its words, for the adversaries before him had already provoked his ire. Nevertheless, upon hearing the Nine Tails' inquiries, a warmth blossomed within Naruto's heart, despite the beast's irritable tone. He could sense its concern and unease. Now, you may choose your method of demise, Naruto stated coldly to the three sound ninjas, his voice as frigid as ice, leaving Tsu and his companions feeling as though they had plunged into a frozen abyss. Although the transformation of the Asura of the 8 parts into the Asura demon was influenced by the essence of Buddhism, which minimized the demonic impact on Naruto, it did not leave him entirely unaffected. His character had shifted, becoming more bloodthirsty and indifferent to the sanctity of life. The three sound ninjas quaked in terror, fearing not only Naruto's newfound demeanor, but also the seemingly ordinary, yet chilling presence he emanated, a presence that had nearly claimed their lives long before the Chunin exams. Naruto had indelibly marked their souls. Chapter 125. A tremendous harvest silence, is it? Or shall I decide your fates? With a slender finger, he delicately traced his lips, his gaze sweeping over Naruto with an air of nonchalance. As he spoke, his fingertips revealed elongated, razor-sharp claws that gleamed with a metallic luster. A slight movement of his fingers pierced the air, signaling the imminent danger they posed. Host, Naruto Uzumaki identity, son of the 4th Hokage, orphan of the Uzumaki clan, seal-bearer of the Nine Tails, destined child, protagonist of the tale. Power, thousand-fold strength, strength of a mortal. Speed, swift as the wind, speed of a mortal. Mental fortitude, insight into the arcane, perception of a mortal. Energy, boundless chakra, strength of 100 shinobi, 1,000 for Chunin, 10,000 for Nin. Abilities, divine realm access, triple heaven, advancement requires 300 soul power. Heavenly eye access, triple heaven, Advancement requires 300 soul power. Heavenly ear access. Double heaven. Advancement requires 100 soul power. Empathic connection. Triple heaven. Advancement requires 300 soul power. Fated connection. Double heaven. Advancement requires 100 soul power. Complete understanding. Double heaven. Advancement requires 100 soul power. Soul power. 84. Hidden ability. 8-part heavenly dragon. Azura demon manifestation. Transformation level 2. Advancement requires 200 soul power. Ninjutsu. Gale spiral sphere. Inferno flame extinguishment. Body flicker technique. Destruction fist technique. Commonly used. Weapons. Trident kunai. Decapitation blade. Long sword. 9 tails forms. 1 tail to 5 tails. Above the thousandfold. Witnessing his own attributes, Naruto could not help but feel a tremor of awe. Through a curse mark's reformation and a transformation of abilities, accompanied by the agony of change, Naruto's strength, speed, and even mental fortitude had transcended the thousandfold. At this moment, Naruto truly embodied the essence of AJ Nin. Sensing the magnitude of his newfound power and gazing at the terrified sound ninjas, a sinister smile crept across Naruto's face. This is merely the dormant state of the Azura demon's descent. Should it be activated, its power would be even more formidable. Hidden divine ability. Azura demon's descent of the 8-part heavenly dragon. Mutation. The demonized Azura descends, wreaking havoc in all directions, staining the land with blood. At level 2, all attributes are enhanced by 40%. Advancement requires a soul force of 200. A 40% attribute increase signifies that with each level the Azura demon's descent ascends, the attributes rise by 20%. This revelation filled Naruto with euphoric delight, as the enhancement far exceeded that of the premutation. For Naruto, who was in dire need of power augmentation, it was akin to a long-awaited rain after drought. Furthermore, the Azura demon's descent mutation is no longer restricted by the system. It is born from the existence of the cursed seal, allowing Naruto to manipulate the transformation of the Azura demon's descent at will. Presently, Naruto showcases only his 10 sharp claws, which are already unmatched in sharpness, consuming minimal mental energy. Additionally, the 9 tails form can be activated up to 5 tails, significantly amplifying his strength to an unimaginable degree. If the divine ability mutation and the enhancement of the 9 tails form brought Naruto joy, the forthcoming acquisition stirred within him an impulse to exclaim in exhilaration. Memories. A vast reservoir of recollections surged into Naruto's mind, intertwined with the fusion of divine abilities and cursed seals. These memories belonged to Orochimaru. Indeed, it was Orochimaru. From the memories, Naruto learned that each cursed seal housed a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. The shards of his soul reside within the cursed seals, with only the heavenly cursed seal containing a fragment of Orochimaru's essence. What Naruto possesses is precisely the heavenly cursed seal, the fusion of divine abilities, along with the soul fragment of Orochimaru, has fortified his spirit. Thus, Naruto comprehended why his mental power could transcend to an unprecedented realm. In essence, Naruto now possesses a wealth of Orochimaru's memories, encompassing ninjutsu, combat experience, and research achievements. The Azura demon's descent arrives like a timely deluge. While Orochimaru's experiences pertain to Naruto's future development and accomplishments. Clenching his fists, he closed his eyes to feel the power. Splendid. All the pain had not been in vain. His fingers stirred slightly, the sharpness of his claws keenly perceptible. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like a hawk. Fixating on the 3 sound ninjas, the swirling Naruto observed Toes with trepidation, murmuring, "You have yet to answer me. How do you intend to meet your demise?" His gaze, devoid of emotion, regarded the 3 sound ninjas as if they were already corpses. "Why yes, we will surrender the scroll. Please spare us." Sack trembled under Naruto's chilling glare, hastily uttering the words without thought. "Apologies, I shall not accept that. If I slay you, the scroll shall still belong to me." Naruto indeed yearned for the scroll, for it had been taken from him by Orochimaru. However, he would not let the 3 sound ninjas escape, despite their feeble soul power. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Upon hearing this, the 3 sound ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, fearfully gazing at Naruto, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Fear, resentment, and bitterness intertwined within them. Yet, even so, they dared not move, fully aware that any action would invite instantaneous death. Since you choose silence, I shall resolve this in my own manner. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized the three sound ninjas, knowing that they harbored shadows of dread towards him. Should a battle ensue, they would likely be unable to unleash even 50 to 60% of their potential. Gradually approaching the three sound ninjas, Naruto had no intention of striking immediately. Observing their fearful countenances was far more intriguing than simply ending their lives. The closer they drew, the more terror enveloped the three, cold sweat beating upon their foreheads, their hearts racing towards the brink. With each step Naruto took forward, they involuntarily retreated a pace. Damn it! Sak's pupils dilated, the immense psychological pressure driving him to the brink of madness. With a furious roar, he raised his hands and aimed at Naruto. Don't! Toph and Jintu exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with dread. They understood that should Sak's attack connect, it would be Naruto who would survive, leaving them to face certain death. Given Naruto's formidable strength, they harbored no illusions that he would be harmed by such a strike. But alas, it was evidently too late. Void slash. The deafening sound of a powerful ultrasonic wave erupted from the wind hole in Sak's hands, transforming into a tornado that swiftly engulfed Naruto. Dust swirled and debris flew in chaos. Chapter 1. A century of enmity. The sword unsheathed as the dust settled, the ground revealed a profound gash, 2 feet wide and stretching for dozens of yards. Naruto's figure had vanished, like wind sweeping away remnants of clouds, leaving no trace behind. Dead. Finally dead. Ha 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 ha. Sak gazed upon the destruction he had wrought, his body swaying as a rush of elation surged within him. His once frenzied, bloodshot eyes suddenly gleamed with manic joy, laughter rising from a faint whisper to a frenzied echo. Dead, dead, dead. He repeated this mantra like a madman, whether facing Toph, Jintu, or Sasuke, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that both Sasuke's group and Toph and Jintu were fixated on the figure behind him, one that, though not imposing, instilled an undeniable dread. You seem quite pleased, a detached voice emerged quietly from behind Sak, imbued with a chilling calmness that rendered Sak's manic laughter abruptly silent. Fear and disbelief seized him as he turned around. Impossible. You were watching Naruto. Sak's voice trembled with terror, especially upon realizing that Naruto was now within arm's reach. What do you mean? Is it death you speak of, or did you truly believe that such power could vanquish me? Naruto replied with an indifferent gaze, his right hand slightly outstretched, and in an instant, he swept it towards Sak's neck. With a swift motion, 5 lines of crimson appeared, blood splattering forth. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's claws had severed a significant portion of Sak's throat, shattering vertebrae, nerves, and trachea, a wound grave enough to herald his demise. With a soft thud, the once formidable figure collapsed to the ground, blood immediately saturating the earth. One of the sound ninja trio, Sak, had fallen. Scarlet mist rose, his form lifeless upon the ground. The land dyed in a hue of crimson. Behind Sak, Naruto observed the fallen body with an impassive expression, his face betraying no emotion. Yet deep within, an inexplicable thrill surged forth. Was it a demonic allure? Reflecting upon the transformation he had undergone, Naruto grasped the source of his exhilaration. He did not suppress it, never claiming to be a paragon of virtue. The excitement derived from blood and slaughter was to be unleashed without restraint. In his eyes, repression only intensified the urge, and liberation was the ultimate choice. In this world, who was not bloodthirsty, only the strong could assert their superiority over others. Toph and Jintu gasped in shock as they beheld Sak's lifeless form. Subsequently, they gazed at Naruto in terror, recognizing his newfound strength. This was the impression he left upon them. Not only they, but even Sasuke and Neji were no exceptions. In that moment, they were utterly incapable of perceiving Naruto's speed, particularly for Sasuke, who noted the absence of any dazzling golden light, signifying that it was Naruto's pure physical velocity rather than the use of space-time ninjutsu. If memory serves me right, you have been observing our Team 7 for quite some time, have you not? Since our encounter with Gaara from the Sand Village, you have lingered in the shadows, with the intent to target us. Moreover, during this Chunin exam, we faced an assault from rogue ninjas who were not participants in the exam, judging by their strength. He must be your leader. Naruto turned, casting a cold gaze toward Tors. Tors stared at Naruto in disbelief. How do you know? He asked, squinting. Naruto looked back at him, a chill running through Tors' heart as he was about to speak, only to be interrupted by Naruto. How do you know what I wish to say? Tours, Naruto pressed on. Do you think I am merely speculating? He gazed intently at Tours. Is it effective to deliberately conceal other thoughts? The more you attempt to hide, the more your inner secrets are laid bare before my eyes. Naruto's voice was calm, almost inaudible, yet perfectly discernible to Tours. After all, such abilities could easily provoke wariness. A moment's carelessness could invite calamity. What are you saying? Tours exclaimed, wide-eyed with fear. Is that so? Alas, I shan't divulge it. I have already acquired the answers I sought, though they were not what I desired. Therefore, you may leave. As Naruto spoke, he vanished, only to reappear behind Tours, his claws poised against his throat. He possessed the ability to read the thoughts of his adversaries. Naruto's manipulation led Tours to believe he could conceal his innermost secrets, thereby desperately attempting to shield his greatest secret. However, it was precisely this that allowed Naruto to discern his true thoughts. Regrettably, they were utterly worthless. They comprehended nothing, merely pawns manipulated by others. Tasked with attacking Naruto, they remained blissfully ignorant of the reasons behind their actions. In essence, they were exactly as Naruto suspected, discarded pieces on the chessboard. Originally, Naruto had hoped to glean intelligence regarding Orochimaru or Kabuto, but it now seemed he had been overly anxious. By the way, you are still unaware, are you not? You have been abandoned, rendered a useless pawn, employed solely to test Mai and Sasuke's sealing powers. Naruto murmured to Tours in a low voice, audible only to them, providing Tours with clarity. How is that possible? Tours' face was a mask of disbelief. Is it so hard to accept the truth? Alas, you are still destined to die? With a swift motion, Naruto's claws sliced through, spraying blood as Tours fell to the ground. Casting a glance at Tours, Naruto turned to Jinto, remaining silent as he flickered behind him, his claws descending once more, claiming another life. In mere moments, 30 points of soul energy were collected. With Naruto's current strength, the sound ninjas posed no resistance whatsoever. Surveying the three lifeless bodies, Naruto wiped the blood from his claws with a flick of his sleeve, retracting the razor-sharp appendages to their original form. This incident was indeed a fortuitous outcome, all thanks to you. If it were not for you, our 7th class might have succumbed to this murderous intent and indifference. As the darkness receded, Naruto regained his sunny demeanor and spoke to Neji, Shikamaru, and others. Indeed, had the sound ninja not been restrained, Sakura alone would have found it impossible to withstand their onslaught. In a flash, a figure leaped onto Naruto, revealing Ino. You have no idea how worried I was about you. Ino gazed at Naruto with deep affection. Humph, I didn't lift a finger. Neji interrupted Ino's sentiment with a haughty snort, directing his words at Naruto. That being said, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. However, in this bout, I shall not show an ounce of mercy. Naruto chuckled lightly, his words imbued with the resolve of a true warrior. Humph, I feel the same. Despite Neji's bravado, his grave expression betrayed a lack of confidence, especially after witnessing Naruto's prowess. It remained uncertain whether he could triumph in an actual confrontation. Mother, let us not dwell on such matters for now. Naruto, given your strength, how did we find ourselves in this predicament? Shikamaru inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he gazed at Naruto. Indeed, with your abilities, who could possibly rival you in the examination? Moreover, with Sasuke by your side, none could challenge the might of your team. Ino concurred. Chapter 12. The legendary wordplay in an instant, as Shikamaru and Ino finished speaking. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the faces of the previously composed Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto cast a glance at Sasuke and Sakura, letting out a sigh. The shadow left by Orochimaru still lingered in their hearts, particularly for Sakura, who managed to retain her composure in the face of his murderous aura, a feat not easily achieved. An unexpected event occurred when they encountered someone who should not have been present during the Chunin exams. Looking at Shikamaru and Ino, Naruto spoke slowly. Someone who ought not to be here. Shikamaru felt a slight tremor at Naruto's words. Mother, you wouldn't understand, but he is an exceedingly formidable figure. Noting the perplexed look on Shikamaru's face, Naruto chose not to elaborate further, merely skimming over the topic. I see, Shikamaru replied with a glance at Naruto, opting for silence. Disliking complications, he would certainly shy away from anything troublesome. In that case, we shall take our leave. Until we meet again at the tower, Neji remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto before departing with Tenten and Lee, vanishing from view in a series of leaps. Mother, we should also be on our way. Shikamaru said to Naruto, as he untangled Ino from her position on Naruto. Very well, until we meet again at the tower. Naruto nodded in response to Shikamaru. Naruto, you must recognize that individual, Sasuke said, gazing at Naruto as they traversed the forest. At this moment, half a day had passed since Neji and Shikamaru's departure, and Naruto's group was searching for other teams, especially since the scroll had been seized by Orochimaru. Yes, I am aware of him, Naruto replied, nodding at Sasuke. He understood that this question had been weighing on Sasuke for quite some time. Who is it? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, known as the Cold Lord. He was once a disciple of the third Hokage but has long since betrayed us, now standing as a notorious rogue ninja. His true strength remains shrouded in mystery. Yet he is burdened by legends, at least a figure of shadow-level prowess, equivalent to the might of a Hokage. Naruto spoke with a calm demeanor, and with each detail he revealed, Sasuke and Sakura's astonishment deepened. The power of a Hokage left Sasuke utterly flabbergasted, gazing at Naruto in disbelief. The caliber of shadow-level strength felt utterly unattainable to him. Yet, this seemingly unreachable power stood before him, engaging in battle. Perhaps ignorance was bliss. But once the truth was unveiled, a chill surged through Sasuke's heart, cold sweat soaking his back. Therefore, you need not lament this defeat, for he has been a renowned powerhouse for decades. Naruto understood why Sasuke mentioned Orochimaru and spoke to him. I comprehend, Sasuke nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us hasten our steps towards the tower, as many formidable individuals have already acquired the scrolls. Retrieving them from their hands will be a mere formality. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, nodded in acknowledgement, and swiftly accelerated towards the central tower. Indeed, he has returned. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, gazing at the red bean clutching her throat, speaking in a grave tone. Yes, Lord Third, the red bean replied, nodding, her countenance slightly pale, her body appearing frail, clearly bearing significant injuries. It seems you have clashed with him. Is the object still intact? The third Hokage cast a sidelong glance at the mark on the red bean's neck, his brow furrowing, for it was there that her cursed seal resided. At this moment, the seal writhed restlessly, on the verge of eruption, yet the red bean forcefully suppressed it. This cursed mark left the third Hokage at a loss. No, it's nothing. Though she spoke those words, a slight tremor betrayed her. The seal had begun to stir painfully when she encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, a torment that even this seasoned Nin found arduous to endure. However, Lord Third, regarding Orochimaru, the red bean looked at the third Hokage, her tone urgent. For the emergence of such a rogue ninja was far from a positive omen. Certainly, while these words may sound pleasant, they are largely hollow. The crux lies in the red bean's complex feelings towards Orochimaru, both the object of her childhood admiration and the one who callously abandoned her. A mentor who shocked her yet also became her rival. Such complexity is profound. I understand. I shall remain vigilant. Yet I am still unclear about Orochimaru's intentions. The third Hokage shook his head. This once proud disciple now felt increasingly unfamiliar to him, and when he heard of his doings, he could only recall the eager gaze for knowledge from his youth and the fading silhouette. No, Orochimaru's intentions, whom I know? Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, the red bean spoke with fervor, yet her excitement caused the cursed seal on her neck to stir once more, pain etching furrows on her brow, her teeth clenched, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The third Hokage regarded the red bean, his expression one of perplexity. It pertains to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the red bean stated, looking at the third Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. The third Hokage murmured these two names, one a solitary orphan of the Uchiha clan, and the other a scion of the Uzumaki clan and the fourth Hokage. How do you know this? The third Hokage inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. In the midst of their confrontation, he spoke with a dim gaze. Are you resenting me for not taking you away back then? The current target was Uchiha Sasuke, now joined by Uzumaki Naruto, which was fortuitous. They possessed powerful bloodline limits that you lacked. This thought alone filled me with exhilaration. Are you harboring resentment towards your own inadequacy, Akatsuki? Is it because you feel insufficiently strong, or is it my fault for not bringing you along? In that instant, Orochimaru's words echoed in Akatsuki's mind, her hand instinctively tightening around her throat, oblivious to the crimson marks marring her pale neck. In the tumultuous world of martial arts, Orochimaru mistakenly regarded Naruto's extraordinary abilities as a rare martial secret, and this was no exaggeration. Bloodline limits were indeed scarce in this world, and Naruto's powers were equally singular. However, whether this secret technique could be passed down to future generations remained uncertain. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto came to mind. Sasuke's Sharingan undoubtedly stirred Orochimaru's interest. Yet Naruto, under the gaze of the third Hokage, spoke slowly, a hint of perplexity in his words. No, that too is a bloodline limit. According to Orochimaru, Naruto possesses extraordinary martial arts hidden within him, the potency of which rivals that of Sasuke's Sharingan. It appears to be a unique technique capable of altering one's physical constitution. In any case, Orochimaru held this technique in high esteem. Upon hearing this, Akatsuki explained, her eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness, yet she relayed the truth. Naruto possesses a bloodline limit. This revelation shocked the third Hokage, for he had never heard of a technique within the Uzumaki clan that could transform one's constitution. Not only the Uzumaki, but throughout the entire shinobi world, such techniques were exceedingly rare. Could it be that the third Hokage, Minato, recalled the fourth Hokage? As an orphan, he could indeed possess such a technique, and the fourth's lack of manifestation merely suggested it had yet to awaken. After all, there were numerous instances in the shinobi world where families, having declined for centuries, suddenly had a member awaken a forgotten bloodline limit among the few remaining, a phenomenon that, while extraordinary, was not unheard of. Some techniques had even revitalized their clan's prestige. Perhaps Naruto was one of them. Ignoring Akatsuki, the third Hokage fell into deep contemplation. Konoha was not a village that discriminated against bloodline limits. On the contrary, they held a revered status. The addition of another powerful secret technique family would undoubtedly benefit Konoha immensely. Akatsuki's assertion that Orochimaru believed this technique rivaled the Uchiha Sharingan was particularly significant. The Uchiha clan had once been one of Konoha's two great clans, and the thought that Naruto's secret technique could stand on equal footing with it caused the third Hokage to smile. More crucially, Naruto was unlike anyone else. Had another possessed this technique, they might have been controlled by the higher-ups. But Naruto was different. As the orphan of the fourth Hokage and the chosen successor of the third, he had the support of the Hyuga clan, along with two influential advisors whose loyalties were ambiguous, as well as the camaraderie of many new generation heirs from Konoha. The emergence of this technique would only bolster Naruto's chances of ascending to the Hokage's seat, benefiting him without a doubt. The central tower stood tall. 3 days having passed since the second stage of the Chunin exams, Naruto gazed intently at the grand entrance below, taking a deep breath. His arrival at this location signified his successful navigation through the previous challenges. After parting ways with Neji and the others, Naruto ventured forth alone towards the central tower, encountering and defeating 4 teams of ninjas along the way, thereby collecting the necessary scrolls. As a result, the journey of Naruto and his companions became considerably less arduous. With his concerns alleviated, Naruto temporarily separated from his team to rendezvous at the central tower as agreed. For him, the second stage of the Chunin exams resembled an opportune hunting ground, brimming with countless prey awaiting his conquest. Only one more individual stood between him and the chance to unleash his full potential. There were 12 teams, comprising 36 participants, alongside Naruto and Sasuke's 4-man team searching for scrolls, totaling 10 individuals. In all, there were 46 participants, yielding a total of 460 points of soul energy, which invigorated Naruto's own reserves. Naturally, he understood the importance of restraint. The loss of many candidates during the examination would yield catastrophic consequences. 460, combined with his original 84, amounted to 544 points of soul energy, elevating Naruto's 6 divine abilities to the 3rd tier and unlocking one additional aspect of his 8-fold divine prowess. This was also the reason behind Naruto's cessation of hunting, as the soul energy required for further advancement necessitated the defeat of at least 20 or 30 more lower-ranked ninjas. Divine abilities. Divine Realm Passage, Level 3, allows free movement within a 4-meter radius. The next tier requires 300 soul energy. Heavenly Eye, Level 3, enables clear sight of everything within 500 meters. The next tier requires 300 soul energy. Heavenly Ear, Level 3, hears all sounds within 500 meters. The next tier requires 300 soul energy. Hard Insight, Level 3, perceives the thoughts of individuals with a spirit strength not exceeding 200 of his own. The next tier requires 300 soul energy. Fate Insight, Level 3, foresees the fates of those with a spirit strength not exceeding 300 for the next 5 days. The next tier requires 300 soul energy. Life Drain, Level 3, transcends life and death, extending his lifespan by 50 years, capable of absorbing others' lifespans to replenish, not exceeding his own limit, or storing, with a maximum extension of 5 years to others' lives. Heals Injuries. Current lifespan is 170, with a stored vitality of 360. The next tier requires 300 soul energy. Soul Energy, 144. Hidden Divine Abilities. Eightfold Celestial Dragons. Azura's Descent. Mutated summons the Azura embodying the eightfold celestial dragons, wreaking havoc in all directions. Level 2. All attributes enhanced by 40. The next tier requires 200 soul energy. Voice of the Kinara, a celestial melody praising deities, a sound of divine beauty. Grants protection to oneself, rendering invincible. Bolsters allies, leading to unstoppable advances. Curses foes, ensnaring them in malevolence. Level 2. Enhances personal strength by 10, boosts ally strength by 10. Weakens enemy strength by 10. The next tier requires 200 soul energy. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. Upon witnessing the voice of the Kinara, Naruto was immediately struck by its formidable potential. It not only augmented his own strength, but also influenced both allies and adversaries. This transcended mere assistance. It was, in truth, a genuine combat technique. As he unleashed his technique, the allied ninjas were invigorated as if under the influence of a potent stimulant, without any adverse effects. Conversely, the enemy forces faced calamity. Their strength diminished by tenfold. Newly promoted Chunin were instantly reverted to Genin, while Jonin were reduced to Chunin. Consequently, the balance of power shifted, rendering the enemy nearly incapable of resistance. Despite the immense toll on his mental energy, Naruto could endure it, for the enhancement in combat prowess was beyond description. Moreover, as his own strength escalated, so too would his mental fortitude. Gazing at the imposing gates before him, Naruto refrained from entering. According to their agreement, he was to rendezvous with Sasuke and Sakura here, yet it appeared they had not yet arrived. However, Naruto felt no trepidation, while Sakura alone might have posed a risk. The presence of Sasuke, now at Chunin level, assured him that though this examination would not permit reckless abandon, they could navigate it with ease. Before long, Naruto spotted 2 figures racing towards him, coming to a swift halt at his side. It was Sasuke and Sakura. Though they appeared slightly winded, they bore no signs of injury, indicating a hasty journey. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura had encountered a small squad of pursuers en route, and by the time they dispatched them, time had become a pressing concern, explaining their current state. What transpired? Naruto inquired, observing the duo. Fortunately, they were merely a handful of insignificant foes. The only valuable spoils were a few additional scrolls. Sasuke responded with a smile, raising the newly acquired scrolls in his hand. Clearly, those minor adversaries held little significance in Sasuke's eyes, as he had seemingly moved on from the issues concerning Orochimaru. I see. However, I have acquired a greater bounty, 4 scrolls of heaven and earth, along with 2 surplus scrolls of heaven, Naruto replied, grinning at Sasuke. His conquest of 12 squads had not yielded scrolls from every one. Only 7 possessed them, with some squads having already completed their collections, while others had duplicates. Ultimately, all of this benefited Naruto. During this time, he remarked, "Hey, Irika, I merely passed through a mountainous area and encountered a few roadblocks, which I dealt with effortlessly." Naruto, attuned to Irika's unspoken thoughts, waved his hand dismissively with a chuckle. "Utter nonsense," Irika retorted, eyeing Naruto with incredulity. As Naruto rambled on, Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, silently critiquing him. It was evident he had instigated the confrontation, yet he now shifted the blame onto others, clearly obstructing their path. Nevertheless, they chose not to voice their thoughts, for they too had once played the role of roadblocks after parting ways with Naruto. "I see," Irika said, catching the skeptical looks from Sasuke and Sakura. His lips twitched slightly as he continued, "You truly are a troublemaker. Even after graduation, you remain unchanged." Irika cast a glance at Naruto and Sasuke, reflecting on how deeply impressed he had been by Naruto, while Sasuke, who had challenged Naruto yesterday, also appeared to him as a problematic student. Now, let us set aside these matters for the moment. First and foremost, congratulations on passing the second examination, Iruka announced. His subsequent remarks closely mirroring those of the original narrative, merely elaborating on the significance of the scrolls of heaven and earth. The legacy of the third Hokage must be ardently celebrated. The responsibilities and obligations of the teachers at the Konoha Ninja Academy are profound. The third Hokage spoke of the significance of heaven and earth, emphasizing the essence of their unity. It is imperative that we, as partners and comrades, rely on one another and foster unity and mutual assistance. Chapter 13. The preliminary competition. As Iruka departed with a look of satisfaction, Naruto and his companions remained behind, bewildered, their expressions a tapestry of confusion and exasperation. It was only now that they realized how eloquent Iruka-sensei truly was. Sakura, gritting her teeth, glared in the direction Iruka had vanished, her face flushed with indignation. "I believe he is seeking revenge," Sasuke remarked, echoing his sentiments. Naruto nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing this assessment. "By the way, who opened those two scrolls?" Naruto inquired, glancing at Sasuke and Sakura. "Damn it, who else but you?" he bellowed, collapsing to the ground, his vitality extinguished. "Cursed be that fool. Is there anyone else?" Sakura exclaimed, her fury igniting like a blazing inferno as she regarded the scrolls on the ground. She picked up the two scrolls, intent on forcibly tearing them open. "Wait!" Naruto, still on the ground, shouted urgently. Sakura responded, puzzled by his interruption. "If you are certain that the individual who emerges is not Iruka, then you may tear it open at that time," Naruto said, his gaze fixed on Sakura with an air of calm resolve. At his words, both Sakura and the indifferent Sasuke hastily distanced themselves from the pile of scrolls, clearly perceiving Iruka's eloquence as surpassing even the highest level jutsu. "Very well, let us depart," Naruto declared, shaking his head as he addressed Sasuke and the others. "This is merely the preliminary stage. As Iruka stated, we must delve deeper. Not only does this place contain individual rooms, but it will also serve as the venue for the forthcoming competition. As for the scrolls that may incite conflict, well, to quote Naruto, damn it, whoever wants them can pick them up." Clearly, Iruka possesses remarkable skills, his words flowing like a river, with scrolls aplenty. 3 days is indeed no short span of time. Upon entering the venue, Naruto soon realized he had arrived late. Team Gaara, Team Neji, Team Hinata. Among the 12 young ninjas, only Shikamaru and his group had yet to arrive. In addition to the characters from the original story, there were also 2 teams of ninjas unfamiliar to Naruto. Judging by their forehead protectors, one team hailed from the Grass Village, while the other was surprisingly from the Sand Village. While the Grass Village team seemed inconspicuous, the appearance of the Sand Village ninjas caused Naruto to frown. His discontent was not born from prejudice against the Sand Village, but rather from the knowledge that this was a particularly critical time. Would the Sand Village's aggression be more formidable than in the original narrative? However, Naruto found himself unable to fathom the implications, as he was not the orchestrator, Orochimaru. Furthermore, from the fragments of Orochimaru's soul, he had gleaned no pertinent memories. They were largely filled with recollections of jutsu, research, and combat. He remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. Reluctantly, Naruto resolved not to dwell on it. Regardless of the outcome, the attack would proceed unabated, unaffected by any changes. Moreover, he held no decision-making power in Konoha at present. Even if he were informed, it would not alter the grand scheme of things. Indeed, the number of participants in the second round had increased. Yet, Naruto refrained from probing into who was responsible for this situation. The Sand Village's offensive remained unchanged. While in the first match, no one had withdrawn after the 10th question. Those who had persevered to the 10th question possessed considerable strength. Originally, the 10th question was intended to eliminate those with formidable abilities yet fragile minds. However, Naruto's involvement had led to an unprecedented scenario where no one had exited. In other words, as long as one possesses strength, regardless of mental fortitude, all have entered the second assessment. Thus, 2 additional teams, absent in the original work, have emerged. It is merely the 3rd day, and one can only speculate how many more teams will appear in the following days. Naturally, Naruto is oblivious to this, or perhaps has not contemplated it. He seeks to thwart those ninjas, primarily to hunt more of them during the second exam and acquire greater soul energy. Indeed, his soul energy has significantly increased, and his reserves have swelled considerably, now exceeding 100 units, 174. However, This has also heightened the unpredictability of the preliminary rounds. Hinata's gaze shifted towards Naruto, who disregarded everything else and, in a flash, appeared beside her. Congratulations, you have passed the second exam. Naruto, thank you, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing as she looked at him. Oh, it's nothing, merely a scroll. Naruto waved his hand dismissively with a smile. What are you thanking me for? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. After parting ways with Sasuke and the others, Naruto not only hunted, but also encountered Hinata and her team. Upon discovering they were lacking a scroll, he unhesitatingly offered them one of his surplus scrolls. Initially, Naruto intended to accompany Hinata and her team, but considering the purpose of the second exam and Hinata's desire for independence, he settled for half a day's company. Yet, he could not shake off his concern and stealthily followed them until they neared the central tower, before departing to continue his search for prey. Nevertheless, Naruto's skills in concealment were exceptional. After all, he possessed the prowess of a Nin, and Hinata's team remained oblivious to his presence. However, that being said, with so many secret techniques at your disposal, why have you only just arrived here? Kiba inquired, gazing at Naruto, perplexed by their circumstances. You are unaware? Naruto retorted, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Fool, who would know? I am not you, Kiba replied, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Hinata and Shino should be in the know. Naruto disregarded Kiba's reaction and turned his attention to Hinata and Shino, speaking slowly. Is that true? Kiba looked at them, a tremor of realization coursing through him. Was he the only one left in the dark? Well, I have heard a bit about Naruto. Hinata, catching Kiba's gaze, responded almost reflexively. As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her face. After all, the topic was rather delicate. If it were a male, it might not be as troubling, but for Hinata, as a girl, such a statement could imply an extraordinary relationship with Naruto. Even though her shyness had waned during this time, the mere mention still caused her cheeks to flush lightly. There is nothing surprising about it. Naruto's behavior is entirely in line with his character. Sasuke adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a blinding light that made Kiba's eyes widen. Do you not realize, Naruto, that Sasuke and the others no longer need to enhance their strength? What they lack is practical combat experience. This second round of competition is an excellent opportunity for them to accumulate that experience. One might even say this exam serves as a stage for the powerful to showcase themselves. Kiba fell silent, his demeanor somewhat disheartened, as if he wished to retreat to a corner and draw circles. Seeing Kiba's expression, Naruto and the others could not help but chuckle. Naruto seemed to sense something, letting out a soft sigh as his gaze shifted towards Gaara, who was approaching slowly, his eyes fixed intently on Naruto. You radiate an intense aura of killing intent, Gaara remarked, his voice deep, laced with a hint of excitement. His eyes resembled those of a bloodthirsty beast, fixated on Naruto. Indeed, the atmosphere was charged with menace. You are no different, Naruto replied, furrowing his brow, reluctant to broach the topic of bloodshed in front of Hinata. Nevertheless, he answered to maintain his own composure. Gaara remained silent, merely gazing at Naruto. He was unperturbed, yet his companions, Temari and Kankuro, were visibly tense. They were well aware that they were no match for either of them, especially Gaara. The thought of a confrontation sent shivers down their spines. Of course, Temari and Kankuro were oblivious to the thoughts of Gaara and Naruto. After a moment of staring at Naruto, Gaara turned his attention to Sasuke and the others before coolly departing. I will await you in the third round. At that time, I shall take your life to affirm my own value. His chilling words echoed, saturated with a heavy sense of bloodlust. With no immediate conflict, Temari and Kankuro exhaled in relief, but Gaara's words tightened their chests once more. Just as they were about to speak, they noticed Gaara walking further away and hurried to catch up. Naruto observed this scene and shook his head, reflecting on how poorly the siblings were managing their protective roles, resembling mere bodyguards. As for Gaara's threats, Naruto dismissed them. He knew that a decisive confrontation between them was inevitable, and there was no point in fretting over the forthcoming clash. How frightening, Shino remarked, removing his sunglasses as he watched Gaara's retreating figure. My insects wouldn't even dare to move when he appeared. Indeed, Akamaru sensed his danger as well, Kiba added, standing beside Shino, equally concerned. He is indeed perilous. If you encounter him, it is best to concede. Otherwise, he might genuinely take your lives. Naruto frowned, casting his gaze in the direction Gaara had departed, acknowledging Shino and Kiba's warnings with a nod. You've clashed with him? Kiba queried, looking at Naruto with curiosity. It was merely a single exchange. I attacked while he defended, and the outcome was inconclusive. His defenses are formidable, and I fear your current abilities may not suffice to overcome him, Naruto replied, nodding at Kiba and the others. Is that so? Kiba nodded, unfazed by Naruto's assessment of their capabilities. They were acutely aware of Naruto's strength and understood he would not speak falsely. After some conversation with Kiba and the others, Naruto spent time with Hinata, engaging in light-hearted banter and expressing his feelings of longing. He embraced Hinata, and had it not been for the numerous onlookers, he might have kissed her at that moment. As time flew by, 2 days passed, and the 5-day examination period drew to a close. The results were astonishing. Out of more than 300 ninja who entered, fewer than 100 survived. The rest perished within the forest. Among them, Naruto and Gaara had claimed the most lives, with Naruto alone having dispatched over 50 adversaries. And Gaara's bloodlust was equally notable. Upon hearing the news, not only were the ninja leading the group to Konoha shocked, but the villagers of Konoha were equally astounded. Had it not been for the grievous losses sustained by the Hidden Leaf Village, the leading ninjas might have deemed this a deliberate attempt to extinguish the next generation. However, this concern bore no relevance to Naruto and his comrades, who were solely focused on distinguishing themselves in the preliminary rounds of the tournament. In the original narrative, apart from the Sound Ninja trio swiftly eliminated by Naruto, all others succeeded in advancing. Among the remaining 5 teams, aside from the grass and sand ninjas that Naruto encountered, 2 teams hailed from the Leaf Village, while another was from the Sand Village. Thus, there were 11 teams comprising 33 individuals, with 1 vacancy that might be forfeited by Kabuto. Team Naruto included Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Team Shikamaru consisted of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Team Hinata comprised Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Team Niji featured Niji Hyuga, Tinten, and Rock Lee. Team Gaara consisted of Gaara of the Sand, Temari, and Kankuro. Team Kabuto included Kabuto Yakushi, Jirobo, and Kakashi Hitaki. Team Grass was formed by Shintei Kuro, Murata no Suke, and Koto Fujitaro. Sand Team 1 included Maki Hakata, no Akiyama, and Shizuku Akiyama. Sand Team 2 comprised Keitai Aoki, Miho Arai, and Jukushida Maeda. Leaf Team 1 was made up of Ken Okada, Takashi Okada, and Yada Natsum. Leaf Team 2 included Yuko Iguchi, Ichiro Fuji, and Natsuki Harada. Among the 11 teams, 7 were from the Leaf Village, 3 from the Sand Village, and 1 from the Grass Village. Observing this scene, the third Hokage could not suppress a sense of pride. This exemplified the strength of the Leaf Village, with over half of the teams hailing from it. Standing upon the platform, the third Hokage was flanked by a row of elite jounin, while the proctor, Anko, stood to the side. Below, the candidates who had successfully passed the second stage stood in quiet anticipation, with 21 Leaf Village Genin making the cut. Not only the third Hokage, but even the jounin behind him could not contain their smiles. It was noteworthy that they were not alone. Other jounin leading their respective genin were present as well. This achievement heralded the flourishing of the Leaf Village, a reality that brought joy to the third Hokage and his companions. Nevertheless, the third Hokage still had to address the assembly. His lengthy discourse began to wear on Naruto and the others, particularly Gaara, who impatiently urged him to commence, seemingly disregarding the authority of the third Hokage. Yet, he had the stature to do so, given the formidable influence of his father, the Kazekage, despite the latter's intentions to eliminate him. Regardless, the third Hokage's words captured the attention of Naruto and the others, particularly the significance of the Chunin exams as a microcosm of war. This notion was undeniably harsh. For Genin, the Chunin exams represented a pivotal challenge in their lives. For the village, it served as a demonstration of national strength and a rehearsal for warfare. Of course, those who perceived this as cruel were often the less capable, lacking in confidence. However, for the likes of Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, and Gaara, individuals of great strength, this was a stage, a gateway to the world. The more foes vanquished and the braver their performances, the broader the stage would become. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am the proctor for this preliminary exam, the Swift Moonlight, a pallid youth ninja announced as he leaped before the candidates, interrupted by frequent coughs, causing Naruto and the others to worry whether he would collapse mid-sentence. The forthcoming examination shall adopt a one-on-one duel format. Prior to this, Should any participant sustain an injury preventing their continuation, they may opt to forego the preliminary round. Moonlight Gale addressed the audience once more. Preliminary round? Wait, what is this about? Shikamaru exclaimed upon hearing Moonlight Gale's announcement. They had never encountered the notion of a preliminary round before. Teacher, I do not quite comprehend the meaning of this preliminary selection, Shikamaru remarked, followed by Sakura's inquiry. Why not allow the remaining candidates to proceed to the next round directly? What does the preliminary round entail? This initial and subsequent assessments have been excessively lenient, resulting in an excess of candidates, Moonlight Gale elucidated. Hence, we must conduct a preliminary selection to decrease the number of participants in the third round. What is the significance of that bloodied white cloth in your hand? If you do not withdraw swiftly, you, AJ Nin, may meet your demise here, which would burden us lower-ranked ninjas. Naruto gazed at Moonlight Gale, rendered speechless. His original intention was to save this individual, yet uncertainty clouded his mind regarding the latter's survival. Observing Moonlight Gale, even Naruto hesitated, uncertain if the individual would meet a tragic end in the ensuing fierce battle. How could this be? In stark contrast to Naruto, Sakura, filled with anxiety, protested loudly. Her tone laced with dissatisfaction. She had just managed to surpass this hurdle, believing she would advance to the third stage, only to be confronted with the unexpected preliminary round. Not only Sakura, but the other candidates either exuded confidence or expressed incessant complaints. Clearly, there was substantial discontent regarding the decision for a preliminary round. However, no amount of grievance could alter the reality. They lacked the strength to instigate change, while those with power deemed it beneath them to intervene. For them, the existence of a preliminary round made no difference. All right, those who choose to withdraw, please report immediately. Otherwise, we shall commence the preliminary round without delay. Moonlight Gale urged the participants below. I shall not participate. Upon hearing this, Kabuto promptly chose to withdraw. He had accomplished his mission and had no need to linger. Although he was aware that his exit would reveal his identity, he understood that if he were to encounter formidable opponents such as Naruto or Gaara during the preliminary round, his exposure would be expedited. Naruto cast a glance at Kabuto upon his withdrawal, but refrained from further comment. He was not the same Naruto as depicted in the original work, one who felt compelled to intervene in every matter. Moreover, he held no particular camaraderie with Kabuto. Thus there was little incentive for further interaction. Is it Kabuto Yakushi? Very well. Has anyone else chosen to withdraw? Upon hearing Kabuto's declaration, Moonlight Gale made a note in his ledger, confirming once more. Yet, no one responded. While some recognized their inadequacies, they were reluctant to relinquish this rare opportunity. After all, should fortune favor them, it could yield favorable outcomes. Consequently, no one withdrew. Among the 33 participants, with Kabuto's withdrawal, 32 remained. Only 16 would advance to the third round. Thus, I hereby declare the commencement of the third round of preliminaries. As no one opted to withdraw, Moonlight Gale ceased further commentary and addressed the assembly. With the announcement made, the electronic screen at the summit whirred swiftly before eventually settling on two names. Chapter 14, Natsum. The first duel, Uchiha Sasuke versus CHJR, coughing, as he gazed at the names of the two individuals displayed on the electronic screen. Moonlight Gale could not help but raise his voice, though his cough worsened. It was unexpected to be summoned to the stage so soon. Upon seeing his name, Sasuke exclaimed with excitement, responding to Moonlight Gale's call. Be cautious. Do not be overly aggressive, for the seal on your neck is still not fully under your control. Naruto reminded Sasuke. The current Sasuke was stronger than in the original narrative, possessing a suppressive power over the seal. As long as there was no intense physical exertion, he should be fine. However, upon seeing CHJR Kai, Naruto felt compelled to offer another warning. The names on the electronic screen caused Naruto to furrow his brow. Amidst so many candidates, it was surprising that Sasuke would face CHJR Kai. Naruto could not help but ponder whether it was the overwhelming force of history repeating itself or if someone was manipulating events from the shadows. CHJR Kai had the ability to absorb others' chakra, which would typically pose little threat to Sasuke in ordinary circumstances. Yet now, the balance of the seal could very well be disrupted, leading to a potential eruption of Sasuke's seal. Only he could accomplish such a feat. Naruto's gaze shifted towards the leading jonin from the grass village, Orochimaru. The candidates from the Sound Village had already been dispatched by Naruto, preventing Orochimaru from appearing in his Sound Ninja guise, and thus opting for the grass village instead. Naruto knew this all too well, for the presence of the serpent was unmistakable. He could never misidentify Orochimaru's aura, dark, damp, reminiscent of a lurking serpent. In this world, there was but one individual who embodied such a feeling. Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch. Besides, he is hardly formidable. It will be a swift resolution, Naruto declared. As his words settled, Sasuke chuckled softly and moved to the center of the arena, where CHJ Arkai awaited. Witnessing the standoff between Sasuke and CHJ Arkai, the onlookers instinctively retreated to the stands. Congratulations on successfully passing the second stage of the trial. Naruto and the others ascended to the stands, where Kakashi emerged from behind the third Hokage and approached them. While the teachers of each class took their respective positions like Kakashi. What is there to congratulate? This outcome has long been determined. Were you not aware? Naruto retorted. Gazing at Kakashi, I heard you encountered him, Kakashi remarked after a moment of silence. Indeed, we did. What of it? Sasuke nodded, clearly indicating that this was no longer a secret, especially given the arrival of a rogue ninja in Konoha, which was bound to cause quite a stir. The third informed me that his target appears to be the two of you, Kakashi stated. Yes, he placed a curse mark on me, Naruto replied. Upon hearing curse mark, Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. Although he was already aware of the situation, hearing Naruto speak of it directly still stirred concern within him. You need not worry about my curse mark, it has been resolved. However, Sasuke, while he can suppress it, it is better to maintain the seal. Unfortunately, I am unable to perform the sealing technique. Naruto refrained from disclosing the details of his curse mark, as it was prudent for fewer individuals to be informed. I will handle Sasuke's matter, Kakashi nodded, refraining from inquiring further about Naruto's curse mark, for Naruto's displayed strength was sufficient to manage the situation. It would be wise to consult his opinion first. If he is unwilling to be sealed, the seal will be ineffective. You should be aware that if he refuses, the seal will ultimately be undone. Naruto cautioned Kakashi, expressing his desire to avoid sealing techniques, noting that cursed seals, while a form of power, could enhance strength if wielded wisely, provided one does not lose oneself in the process. I understand. By the way, after the preliminaries, you should meet with Lord Third. He has matters to discuss with you. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, replying to Naruto. I will go after the preliminaries, Naruto affirmed. As the competition commenced, Naruto and Kakashi engaged in conversation amidst the unfolding events. Ahem, the Moonlight Gale announced, surveying the two standing beside him, Sasuke and Guy. The first preliminary match, ahem, now begins. No sooner had he spoken than Guy hurled several shuriken at Sasuke, while simultaneously gathering chakra in his right palm, seemingly preparing to unleash a jutsu. Clink, clink, clink. Sasuke, without even glancing, deftly flicked his hand, effortlessly deflecting all the shuriken back. Using ninja tools against a member of the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly a grave error. Unscathed, Sasuke dashed towards Guy, throwing several shuriken aimed directly at him. Humph! Observing this, Guy mirrored Sasuke's actions, launching his own weapons to counter the assault. However, clink, clink, clink. The shuriken and kunai collided midair, their trajectories shifting but remaining airborne. With each impact, the velocity of Sasuke's shuriken intensified. By the time Guy realized, he was besieged by a barrage of shuriken. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp sounds echoed, and as Guy regained his senses, 5 shuriken were embedded in his body, piercing deeply, causing him to stifle a groan of pain. This illustrates the proper use of ninja tools. To misuse them before the Uchiha clan is sheer ignorance. Sasuke's voice emerged coolly from behind him. With a powerful kick, Sasuke struck Guy in the waist, sending him flying. Incredible! Sakura exclaimed in excitement, prompting Naruto to take a few steps back to evade the noise. Kakashi, displaying greater finesse, discreetly distanced himself from Sakura, earning Naruto's admiration. Curse you! Guy struggled to rise from the ground, cursing at Sasuke's direction. However, where was he? The space around him was empty. Are you looking for me? Sasuke's voice echoed again from behind Guy. Behind me again. Reacting instinctively to Sasuke's voice, Guy ducked just in time to narrowly evade a punch aimed at his head. This isn't over, Sasuke shouted, immediately following up with a kick that sent Guy hurtling once more, leaving a long mark on the ground, dust swirling in his wake. Is this all you've got? Sasuke remarked disdainfully as he observed his opponent being repeatedly propelled away. You bastard, don't underestimate me, Guy roared in response, charging at Sasuke with all his might. Yet, Burdened by injuries and the shuriken embedded in his body, his movements were sluggish. As Sasuke faced him, the attack appeared to unfold in slow motion to his eyes. Sasuke did not evade, but merely extended his hand to block Guy's assault. "Your strength is too weak," he stated, but before he could finish, Sasuke's expression shifted to one of shock, growing pale. "My chakra, how could you?" he murmured, gazing at Guy, his voice weakening. "Indeed, I possess the capability to absorb chakra, and I can perceive the pallor of Sasuke's countenance." Akatsuki, with a triumphant smirk, seized Sasuke's arm to prevent his escape. Although the faint voice of Akatsuki was inaudible, Naruto, well-versed in the original narrative, discerned from Sasuke's expression that he had fallen victim to a trap. In this confrontation, victory belonged to me, and Akatsuki's grin became even more pronounced. How vexing it is to have been deceived. With a significant loss of chakra, Sasuke gasped slightly, acutely aware of the curse marks stirring at his neck. What does it matter if it is devious? Winning is all that counts. A ninja need not adhere to honorable means. For the sake of the mission, we may resort to any tactics. Upon hearing this, Akatsuki erupted into laughter, as if it were a matter of great glory. "Is that so? Alas, despite your unique abilities, this victory is mine for the taking," Sasuke stated, lifting his gaze to Akatsuki. Initially reluctant to employ this technique here, Sasuke's unactivated Sharingan flickered with a crimson light, gazing at Akatsuki like a specter. The muscles in the arm held by Akatsuki began to convulse. "Perish," he declared, and with a speed akin to lightning, a resounding crash reverberated throughout the arena. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring everything in sight. "This is Neji," Naruto realized. "Indeed, extraordinary," Kakashi remarked, acknowledging that only those possessing ocular techniques or unique martial skills could penetrate the dust and discern the unfolding drama. "Kakashi-sensei, what transpired? Did Sasuke win?" Sakura inquired, turning her gaze toward Kakashi, with the surrounding crowd also redirecting their focus. "Yes, indeed, he prevailed," Kakashi replied with a slight nod, his gaze quietly shifting towards Naruto. "Do not look at me. That is not what I taught." Sasuke merely imitated the Sharingan. "It is nothing remarkable." Naruto rolled his eyes in response, understanding Kakashi's implication. Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless, for it seemed he had not mastered this technique. More accurately, he did not dare to attempt it. The flow of chakra was intricate and perilous, and a moment's inattention could result in broken bones, or worse. Thus, without absolute confidence, even Kakashi refrained from attempting it. "What are you two whispering about?" Sakura called out upon noticing Kakashi and Naruto conversing. "Oh, it's nothing. You will understand shortly," Kakashi replied with a smile, redirecting his attention back to the examination arena. At that moment, the dust began to settle. The examinees, along with several J-nin, were left in astonishment, gazing at the arena where a massive pit, 2 meters in diameter and half a meter deep, had appeared. Akatsuki lay contorted at the bottom of the pit. Even if he survived, he would likely face a lifetime of disability. "This is Naruto's crushing fist," Sakura remarked, recognizing the technique. "Indeed. It seems Sasuke replicated it using his Sharingan," Kakashi affirmed with a nod. As the match concluded, Moonlight Gale swiftly approached Sasuke, casting his gaze toward the pit where Akatsuki lay, and promptly summoned the medical team. Given Akatsuki's current state, even if he were to be revived, he would likely endure lifelong disability unless a master like Tsunade intervened, which was evidently improbable. Despite the grievous defeat suffered by Chikatsukai, Moonlight Breeze did not cast blame upon Sasuke. After all, it had been clearly stated at the onset of the competition that this was but a microcosm of the battlefield, where life and death are dictated by fate, and one could concede defeat, though Chikatsukai had not the opportunity to do so. Life and death are governed by destiny. One cannot hold others accountable. Cough cough. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Chikatsukai, cough cough. Uchiha Sasuke emerged victorious. Moonlight Breeze gazed upon the stretcher bearing Chikatsukai and announced to the audience, nodding at Sasuke as a signal to depart. Turning his attention back to the vast electronic scoreboard, he proclaimed Sasuke's victory, prompting the list to scroll anew. Next was Akita Maki against Kamitai Kairo, a ninja from the Sand Village, renowned for his wind techniques, hailing from a prestigious family within the sand. In stark contrast, the ninja from the Grass Village was considerably inferior, possessing but a handful of jutsu at his disposal. This was a contest devoid of suspense. Had Kamatehiro possessed strength surpassing that of Akita Maki, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. However, his abilities fell short, lacking even a slight edge. The match commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly, a one-sided rout. Ultimately, Akita Maki from the Sand Village sealed the contest with a decisive win technique. Naruto found little interest in such encounters. Battles of this caliber failed to capture his attention. Following the second match, the third unfolded. In the third bout, Arai Mahiko faced off against Fuji Ichiro, with Arai Mahiko claiming victory. Both hailing from humble beginnings. It was Arai Mahiko of the Sand Village who triumphed through an elite pathway. The educational approach in Konoha was warm and benevolent, whereas the resource-strapped Sand Village had no choice but to pursue an elite route. It can be said that Konoha boasts a greater number of geniuses, yet the Sand Village excels in its core strength. Konoha, caught in its long-standing environment, is constrained by its established educational methods. Like a grand tree, even if its roots lie in darkness, its branches bask in sunlight. The fourth match featured Yamanaka Shino against Kenmitsu. Yamanaka Shino emerged victorious. Naruto observed Shino's contest and could not help but note Kenmitsu's unfortunate fate. In the original narrative, the soft-bodied transformation ensnared the puppet master Kankuro, a stroke of ill luck, and now, Kenmitsu found himself entangled with the future head of the Yamanaka clan. The match concluded swiftly, and as Kenmitsu was carried away, Naruto offered a moment of silence in his honor. His plight mirrored that of Chikatsu Kai against Sasuke, though he might survive. He would likely bear lifelong disabilities, battered and bruised, uncertain if parasitic insect eggs remained within him and whether the insects that bit him were venomous. In any case, Naruto mourned for him. Following Shino, the fifth match commenced. Akimichi Choji faced Kankuro, with Kankuro emerging victorious. Choji, who had intended to concede, found himself taunted by Kankuro as a fat pig, leading to a grim and fierce victory for Kankuro. The puppet master had no effective counter against a strength-oriented ninja. No matter how formidable the puppets, they could not withstand Choji's might. Choji, embodying the essence of a power-type ninja, relentlessly pursued Kankuro until he became dizzy from the exertion, signaling the end of the match. However, Kankuro was left panting, covered in dust, and in a state of disarray. Had Choji held out just a little longer, the outcome remained uncertain, much to the dismay of Asuma-sensei. The sixth match featured Haruno Sakura against Yamanaka Ino, with Haruno Sakura claiming victory. The two exchanged blows, and according to the original narrative, it should have ended in a draw. However, due to Naruto's intervention, Sakura had acquired medical ninjutsu. While her skills were still rudimentary, they provided her with a distinct advantage in healing. Two individuals exchanged blows, yet it was Sakura, possessing medical ninjutsu, who ultimately emerged victorious. However, Naruto observed that Ino appeared dissatisfied. This was hardly surprising. Sakura's dual personality rendered Ino's mind transfer technique ineffective, leading to a psychological setback and ultimately her defeat at the hands of Sakura's relentless barrage. In summary, the dual personality proved to be the nemesis of the mind transfer technique. In the seventh match, Hinata Hyuga faced Harada Natsuki. The daughter of a prestigious clan clashed with a grassroots ninja, and the outcome was all but predetermined. Moreover, due to Naruto's influence, Hinata's abilities diverged significantly from her portrayal in the original narrative. While she may not surpass a prodigy like Niji, it would be folly for Niji to assume he could defeat Hinata without sustaining severe injuries. After bowing to Harada Natsuki, Hinata launched a series of taijutsu attacks, demonstrating the stark disparity between the elite and the common folk. Under Hinata's onslaught, Harada Natsuki retreated step by step, culminating in a decisive strike with the 8 trigrams 32 palms that rendered her utterly defeated. In the 8th round, Nara Shikamaru faced Maeda Yashiki. The future strategist of Konohagakure confronted a grassroots ninja from the Sand Village. Although lacking in diverse ninjutsu and exceptional strength, Shikamaru skillfully manipulated the battle. Each time Yashiki believed he held the upper hand, he unwittingly fell into a disadvantageous position. With every conviction of impending victory, Shikamaru adeptly evaded defeat. Ultimately, under Shikamaru's strategic prowess, even Yashiki failed to comprehend how he succumbed. Truly a tragic young man. In Chapter 15, the clash of blades commenced. In the 9th match, Hyuga Niji battled Okada Takashi. The prodigious young man from the branch of a noble family faced a common ninja from Konohagakure. Despite Okada having advanced to a genin before Niji, He was ultimately outmatched and swiftly defeated. At the command of Moonlight Gale, Niji's 8 trigrams 36 palms eliminated him in what was deemed the swiftest duel thus far. In the 10th match, Inuzuka Kiba confronted Kafuji Tai. The future heir of a prominent clan faced an inconsequential opponent from the Sand Village. Words were unnecessary. After an intense skirmish, Kiba's passing Fong rendered his adversary nearly incapacitated. The battle concluded, marking the end of the match. In the 11th bout, Sabaka no Gaara faced Murata Zunosuke. Gaara's matches, regardless of his opponent's weakness, always drew Naruto's attention. The contest persisted for over 10 minutes, not due to the strength of Gaara's adversary, but rather the latter's overwhelming frailty. Gaara stood still for a while, allowing his opponent to attack until exhaustion set in. Losing patience, Gaara unleashed a wave of sand that ensnared him. Before any ninjutsu could be executed, the sand particles sealed his mouth. The arena transformed into a crimson spectacle, with some spectators unable to bear the sight of Gaara's ruthless strength. Naruto scoffed at Gaara's opponent, deriding his futile attempts to feign heroism. Knowing full well he could not defend himself, yet refusing to concede, a clear path to self-destruction. In conclusion, Gaara emerged victorious. After Moonlight Gale announced the outcome, the arena was hastily cleared in preparation for the next round. In the 12th match, Tenten faced Akiyama no. Tenten, adept at using ninja tools, found most opponents from the Sand Village difficult to withstand, and Akiyama was no exception. As a puppet master, though not as skilled as Kankuro, he easily overlooked Tenten's weaponry, leaving her in a predicament, ultimately leading to her concession and withdrawal from the match. Ahem, in the 12th match, the battle between Tian and Akiyama concluded with Akiyama emerging victorious. Witnessing Tian's concession, Moonlight Gale stepped into the arena to announce the results, subsequently directing attention to the vast electronic bulletin board. The names scrolled rapidly as the competition neared its conclusion, with only a few combatants yet to take the stage. Soon, the lineup for the next match was revealed, leaving all present, be it Sasuke, Gaara, Niji, or even the Jonin, stunned as they gazed at the arena. Ahem. The 13th match features Uzumaki Naruto against Natsume. Ahem. Moonlight Gale proclaimed loudly. At last, it was my turn. Gazing at the bulletin board, Naruto squinted slightly and spoke softly. He stood at the edge of the stands, leaping into the air multiple times, landing at the center of the arena. Faced with his opponent, Naruto's interest peaked. This individual possessed the strength of a Chunin, and their age was comparable to his. When had Konoha produced such a prodigy? Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as it was his turn, Naruto was determined to prevail. Being from Konoha, he merely needed to defeat this opponent. Should he face a ninja from another village, he would show no mercy. To Naruto's surprise, Natsume, who was of similar age, had teammates who had graduated several years prior. He pondered how they had come to be together. Natsume, a character not mentioned in the original work, perhaps was a minor character abandoned by a master. He might have made an appearance in a corner during the first exam or been eliminated early on. Such thoughts crossed Naruto's mind, yet the truth diverged greatly from his assumptions. An unknown connection existed between Natsume and Naruto, for it could be said that Natsume's current strength was derived from Naruto himself. As both participants readied themselves, Moonlight Gale approached the center. Thus, the 13th match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Natsume, commenced. As Moonlight Gale stepped aside, the signal to begin rang out. In an instant, a shuriken was launched from Natsume's hand, hurtling toward Naruto. With a calm glance, Naruto gently unsealed his special blade, effortlessly deflecting the incoming shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto, I, Natsume, have awaited this day for a long time, Natsume declared, bowing slightly. This statement not only astonished Naruto, but also left the numerous ninjas in the stands bewildered as they gazed below. What transpired? Not only the others, but even Naruto was at a loss. Only Natsume's mentor and teammates understood the full story. Who are you? Naruto inquired, looking at Natsume. The respect emanating from the individual before him, devoid of any hostility, suggested they were not enemies. Naruto felt a vague familiarity, yet the memory eluded him. Indeed, after 6 months, it was no wonder Uzumaki Naruto had forgotten, as he had been unable to capture the attention of the adults back then. Yet, I shall never forget that day, for it was Naruto's words that paved the way for my achievements today. Natsume smiled, seemingly anticipating Naruto's forgetfulness. If you wish to endure no further humiliation, strive to train diligently, enhance your strength, and become a formidable warrior, so that they may gaze up at you in awe and reverence. Stand tall and look down upon them. The words of Naruto have always resonated within me, serving as a source of motivation for my training. I aspire to one day become a revered ninja, much like Uzumaki Naruto, a formidable warrior. Natsum Yuta's gaze was resolute, occasionally flickering with a hint of fervor. A true martial artist indeed. Naruto gazed at Natsum Yuta, his eyes narrowing slightly. This individual was beginning to take shape in his memory. It was Natsum Yuta. Little did he anticipate that you would reach this juncture. Congratulations. For you have now become a force to be reckoned with in the martial world. As he looked at Natsum, a smile involuntarily graced Naruto's face. Although the strength of a Nin is not considered exceptional in the realm, for Natsum Yuta's current age, he already embodies the essence of a warrior. If he continues to hone his skills in this manner, one day he will stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts. At this moment, Naruto recalled Natsum Yuta's past. Having once stood in for Naruto as he was deceived by Mizuki, attempting to steal the Book of Seals. The words he had just spoken were those Naruto had shared with him after his failure in the examination. However, Naruto had not anticipated that he would truly achieve this. Given his talents, which are not particularly remarkable, Naruto could only imagine the arduous efforts he must have invested. In Natsum Yuta, Naruto seemed to glimpse another Lee Rock. Thank you for your commendation, Uzumaki Naruto. Yet, it is not enough. I must become a master akin to Uzumaki Naruto. I still have a long way to go before I reach your level. I require a stronger power, Natsum Yuta said, bowing deeply to Naruto once more. Is that so? Then indeed, you require greater strength. However, even so, take care of your health. You harbor numerous latent injuries within your body. While they may not pose a threat now, they will severely affect your martial prowess in the future. Once these injuries manifest, your strength may diminish significantly, potentially jeopardizing your status as a ninja. Naruto nodded in understanding, appreciating Natsum Yuta's efforts. Yet, he was neither of the Uzumaki clan nor the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Such excessive strain on his body was not a sustainable path. In the short term, it may not pose a problem, but over time, the consequences could be dire. I will be mindful of that. After this Nin examination, I will visit the Konoha medical facility for a checkup, Natsum Yuta responded, deeply affected by Naruto's mention of losing his ninja qualification. After a brief silence, he addressed Naruto. The Konoha medical facility, is it? Very well. After the examination, do come find me. I can heal these latent injuries much faster than the facility, and it will not significantly impact your training. Naruto thought it best for Natsum Yuta to seek him out. Although the medical facility could provide healing, recovery would require considerable time, greatly affecting Natsum's training progress. Were it anyone else, Naruto might not intervene, but given Natsum Yuta's potential and tenacity, he could very well become a capable disciple of his. Naruto indeed possessed methods to treat the latent injuries, primarily through two means. The first was the chakra of the Nine Tails. If properly harnessed, it not only exudes immense power, but also possesses remarkable regenerative properties. This healing ability would significantly aid in treating latent injuries, while it may not allow for instantaneous recovery like Naruto experienced. 2 or 3 treatments could suffice for a full recovery. The second method involved utilizing the lifespan absorbed through the 6 paths of ninjutsu, which is the purest form of life energy. Nourishing the body with this energy would swiftly eliminate the latent injuries. Grateful for your assistance. Naruto Uzumaki observed a fleeting joy on Natsum Yuta's face. He held no doubts about Naruto's words, feeling only admiration for him. Enough of idle chatter. Now, let me witness your efforts. Naruto nodded solemnly at Natsum, raising his katana high. I will, replied Naruto, as Natsum tightened his grip on his kunai and surged toward him. With his Nin's strength and their proximity, he swiftly reached Naruto's side, wielding his kunai with a spinning motion akin to a top, launching an assault. Clang, clang, clang. Naruto regarded Natsum's offensive with brightened eyes. It was an innovative approach to attack, remarkably effective in close combat, far more sophisticated than merely swinging kunai. He maneuvered his katana to parry the incoming kunai, the sound of clashing metal ringing incessantly. Natsum spun like a top, darting left and right, forward and backward. Naruto stood firm like a mountain, his katana a mere phantom, enveloping him entirely. With sparks flying, Natsum's whirling figure brushed past, yet every attack was deflected by Naruto. With unwavering focus on Natsum, Naruto's grip on his sword gradually tightened. In an instant, a glint of determination shone in his eyes as he raised his katana high, unsheathed it, and struck forward with great force. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as a figure was sent flying, landing a few meters away and sliding to a halt. The kunai spun in the air, finally resting near the figure, which was none other than Natsum Yada himself. One strike had sent him reeling so far, demonstrating the formidable power of Naruto's blow. Your previous assault, while clever, is only effective against those weaker than yourself. When facing an opponent of comparable or superior strength, your attacks may be countered, and with time, weaknesses can be discerned. As I did just now, finding the gap and striking your kunai. If it were an enemy, that strike would likely not merely target the kunai, but rather your very head, remarked Naruto, his tone calm, yet instructive as he gazed at the downed Natsum. Thank you for your guidance, sir, Natsum responded, rising from the ground and looking at Naruto. Though his voice was steady, tumultuous waves churned within him. Striking the kunai amidst such rapid motion was no simple feat. He possessed only 2 kunai, and to hit a precise point while spinning was a challenge few, even among J-nin, could accomplish. The astonishment was not confined to Natsum. The J-nin observing from the platform were equally taken aback. They had witnessed Natsum's earlier attack, and though they could devise a counter, to replicate Naruto's ability to send the kunai flying without causing harm was a different matter entirely. It required keen eyesight, speed, technique, and numerous other factors. They had heard tales of Naruto's prowess in battles against Zabuza and Raiga, but witnessing it firsthand confirmed the truth of those claims. Now, it is my turn to attack, Naruto announced. Natsum remained silent, his eyes serious, vigilantly preparing for Naruto's onslaught. That previous strike had made it abundantly clear to him that Naruto's strength was indeed formidable, leaving him without the means to defend himself. With a whisper like a gentle breeze, Naruto's figure vanished in an instant. Clang! The flash of the blade illuminated the air as their swords clashed. Naruto's katana aimed directly at Natsum Yada. However, Naruto's frontal assault inadvertently granted Natsum Waita a momentary respite. He managed to fend off Naruto's fierce strike with a kunai. Yet the deafening force compelled him to retreat multiple steps. He staggered back 5 or 6 paces, each step deeply indenting the ground, leaving half-inch impressions. The hand gripping the kunai trembled slightly, revealing the formidable nature of Naruto's recent blow. The onslaught persisted. In a swift motion, Naruto lunged once more at Natsum Waita, delivering another strike that collided with Natsum's kunai, forcing him to retreat yet again. This blow even fractured Natsum's palm. With another strike, Natsum was pushed back again, his hands firmly grasping the kunai. Again, he faced another attack, causing his palms to split open. The 5th strike fell heavily, sending Natsum Waita tumbling to the ground, the kunai slipping from his grasp and landing a short distance away. At that moment, Natsum's hands were a bloody mess, hanging weakly at his sides, with blood dripping from his lacerated palms. To withstand 5 strikes is no small feat, prompting Naruto to regard Natsum Waita's prowess with greater respect. Had Natsum been able to endure these 5 strikes before engaging Orochimaru, Naruto might not have had much to ponder. However, now that he had assimilated the cursed seal, his strength had ascended to that of a Jonin, allowing him to withstand the direct assault of a Jonin's 5 strikes, thereby surpassing the majority of Chunin. Your strength is indeed remarkable. Though I dare not make sweeping claims in the shinobi world, among those participating in the Chunin exams, you undoubtedly rank within the top 10. Perhaps even the top 5. You must possess some hidden abilities. Naruto generously praised him, acknowledging that among the top 5, Natsum Waita indeed had the credentials. By all means, utilize your ninjutsu and showcase your true power, Naruto urged Natsum, confident he grasped the underlying message. As the one who had stolen the Book of Seals, Naruto found it hard to believe that Natsum Waita had not studied the ninjutsu contained within. This belief contributed to his conviction that Natsum could secure a position in the top 5. The ninjutsu within the Book of Seals were predominantly forbidden techniques, immensely powerful. Should Natsum have mastered assassination ninjutsu akin to Raikage's lightning cutter, even Gaara's defenses would struggle to hold. Which ninjutsu from the Book of Seals is truly simple? Only the foremost can even qualify for inclusion. Even among the elite, only those of peak caliber may be selected. While these techniques are classified, they are not inferior to many other high-level jutsu. The strength of a master is indeed formidable. It seems I must acquire even greater power. Natsum Waita responded to Naruto, hands clenched, clearly preparing to execute ninjutsu, as Naruto had suggested. 8 gates, open. Release. A roar erupted, resonating throughout the arena. Heard by all. Upon hearing Natsume's declaration, not only was Naruto taken aback, but even the Jonin present gazed at him in astonishment. The impact of this match was profound. Not to mention the younger candidates who already possessed Chunin-level strength, far surpassing their own capabilities from years past, especially Naruto, whom they dared not underestimate. At this moment, the ninjutsu displayed by Natsume Waitide placed them in awe. Forbidden techniques, indeed. The 8 gates, a hallmark of taijutsu practitioners in Konoha, are rarely mastered. Aside from the Jonin guy, Naruto had never seen another successful practitioner. Yet, none were more astonished than Rock Lee. He widened his eyes, fixated on Natsume Yeda. The 8 gates technique, he too had mastered, and the arduousness of such training was evident. Initially, he believed he was the sole possessor of this skill. However, Natsume Yeda showed no signs of halting. Chapter 16. The preliminary round concludes 8 gates, rest gate. Open. 8 gates, life gate. Open. With 2 thunderous roars. A chakra akin to gas erupted from Natsume Yeda's body. The ground beneath him could scarcely withstand the overwhelming force, beginning to fissure and fracture. As he opened the 3rd gate, though not quite on par with Rock Lee, he was nonetheless formidable. Boom. With a jolt, Natsume Yeda vanished from sight. Instead of advancing towards Naruto, he retreated until he reached the edge of the examination ground, leaning against the wall, gazing at his opponent, who was now a considerable distance away, hands forming seals. Water release, waterfall technique. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water gushed forth from beneath Natsume Yeda, enveloping an expansive area, yet lacking any offensive power. In an instant, the arena was submerged in rushing waters. To Naruto, however, this posed no challenge. He stood firmly atop the surface, observing Natsume Yeda from across the watery expanse. As Natsume Yeda performed the waterfall technique, Naruto furrowed his brow. He was familiar with this ninjutsu, which created a source of water and could even form a waterfall from a height. Yet, Natsume Yeda's intentions remained unclear. Naruto had initially assumed that the 8 gates represented Natsume Yeda's ultimate technique, but it seemed otherwise, as he now conjured a vast torrent of water. It was evident that a genuine assault was imminent. The 8 gates provided immense chakra, and generating a water source indicated that the forthcoming attack would utilize this very water. Could it be? A realization struck Naruto as he swiftly glanced at Natsume Yeda. At that moment, Natsume Yeda's visage, influenced by the 8 gates, flushed crimson, veins bulging grotesquely. Yet, he appeared to have completed his technique, hands converging, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Water release, hard vortex water blade. A roar reverberated through the examination ground, leaving the spectators in awe. The hard vortex water blade was the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Even if the technique were deemed weak, its renown in the ninja world was indisputable. And in truth, it was anything but feeble, an unparalleled masterpiece among existing ninjutsu. With a sudden burst, Natsume Yeda lunged towards Naruto, creating a tumult of water in what had transformed into a lake-like arena. With a single motion, a wall of water erupted, separating the 2 combatants. Beholding the tumultuous currents, Natsume Yeda could not suppress a triumphant smile, leaping into the air. Whether it was his natural leaping prowess or the effect of the ninjutsu, he soared over the spectator stands, nearly brushing the ceiling. In his hand, a vortex quietly formed, spiraling the water below into a frenzied whirl, creating a tempest that engulfed the entire arena. As he gazed upward at Natsume Yeda, Naruto's expression turned grave. Although he had not mastered the hard vortex water blade, its power was all too clear to him, for he had seen this ninjutsu depicted in the Book of Seals. Regrettably, due to the constraints of his own attributes, he had been unable to learn it. Chakra flowed within him like a current, the air around him vibrating with energy. His eyes fixed intently on Natsume Yeda in the air, he felt as if he were prey under the gaze of a predatory eagle. The heart has awakened. The heavenly eye perceives, the celestial ear listens to all beings, and the divine mirror remains ever vigilant. Even so, Naruto cannot suppress the surging impulse within, yearning to personally thwart the prowess of this renowned ninja. The hard vortex water blade, a signature technique of the second Hokage, invites any formidable opponent to a contest. Moreover, Natsume is still in the midst of growth, and the strength of his hard vortex water blade is likewise limited. Thus, this moment presents a rare opportunity. Naruto shall not let such a chance slip by. He casually thrusts his katana into the ground, his palm channeling chakra that swirls like a vortex, growing increasingly frenetic and vigorous. Its volume expands from the size of a fist to a diameter of 2 or 3 meters in an instant. The Great Ball Rasengan. Naruto's new ninjutsu is an enhanced version of the Rasengan. However, he is acutely aware that, at this moment, the Great Ball Rasengan cannot rival the hard vortex water blade. Were it not for Natsum's activation of the 8 gates, transforming the arena into a domain of water, his hard vortex water blade would have likely crumbled under the onslaught. For this reason, Naruto does not cease channeling chakra into the Great Ball Rasengan. He merely alters its form. A streak of red appears at the core of the Great Ball Rasengan, akin to a blazing flame, erupting instantaneously and spreading, transforming the entire sphere into a vivid crimson. A scorching aura permeates the air, imbued with explosive power. Fiery tendrils flicker around the red spiraling ball, resembling a primordial beast that devours all in its path. The fire release, flame burst Rasengan, originally intended to be a study of the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, unexpectedly births this fusion of fire attributes. Its power is immense. Naruto once used it to collapse a small mountain during his training. That explosive detonation not only leveled the summit in an instant, but also triggered a massive landslide, nearly obliterating the hill. Initially, Naruto contemplated naming it a fire-release nuclear weapon, but realizing that there is no concept of nuclear weapons in this realm, he settled on the name Fire Release, Flame Burst Rasengan, as this powerful ninjutsu could indeed destroy with a single strike. As Natsum gazes at Naruto from below, the hard vortex water blade takes form in his hand, resembling a long spear, and is hurled towards Naruto with great force. Spinning at high velocity, the water is compressed to its limits. The potency of the hard vortex water blade lies therein. What in this world cannot be shattered? What cannot be pierced? The massive flame burst Rasengan is released, soaring towards the descending hard vortex water blade. With its searing heat, ferocity, and explosive nature, the flame burst Rasengan embodies its strengths. Its intensity is capable of incinerating anything. The wild energy can instantaneously tear through all barriers, and the potential for explosive shockwaves can obliterate all. It is these attributes that initially led Naruto to envision it as a fire-release nuclear weapon. The hard vortex water blade and the flame burst Rasengan collide with blinding speed. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between fire and water epitomizes their incompatibility. In the instant of impact, a deafening explosion reverberates, causing the central tower to tremble. The sound of evaporating water fills the air as a dense mist envelopes the surroundings, and the tremendous force destabilizes those on the viewing platform, prompting them to grasp the railings. Naruto and Natsum are naturally more affected. Naruto reacts swiftly, using the divine mirror to evade the impact, emerging only slightly disheveled. Natsum, however, is caught unawares, hurled towards the ceiling by the shockwave, becoming deeply ensnared before rebounding back towards the platform. Fortunately, apart from the initial collision, subsequent impacts diminished in intensity. As Natsum yet plummeted, his mentor sprang up to catch him. Otherwise, his injuries would have undoubtedly worsened. The two forces collided violently, yet their dissipation was swift. Soon, tranquility returned, and a gentle warm rain descended from the sky, the vapor gradually dispersing, revealing the examination arena once more. A figure emerged, golden hair flowing in the breeze, wielding a katana almost equal in height to himself, a faint smile gracing his face as he gazed towards the stands. Naruto Uzumaki stood unharmed. The arena bore the scars of the explosion, with extensive cracks and the colossal shock distorting the stands. Debris occasionally fell from the ceiling, yet the structure remained robust, averting collapse. Otherwise, the central tower would have been utterly destroyed. In the 13th match, Naruto Uzumaki faced Natsum Yeta, with Naruto triumphantly leaping into the arena, announcing his victory to the audience. Naruto harbored a slight dissatisfaction with the battle. He had envisioned a dramatic display where he would deftly slice Natsum's hard vortex water blade in two. However, considering Naruto's current swordsmanship was insufficient to sever the blade controlled by the formidable Natsum, a nin with the ability to manipulate the arena's water domain, such a feat would indeed be exaggerated. While the narrative allows for a degree of embellishment, it must maintain a semblance of seriousness to avoid distortion. Therefore, the conflict was reimagined as a clash between the hard vortex water blade and the explosive fireball Rasengan, a dazzling highlight as the nuclear-like explosion of the Rasengan countered the blade. As the 13th match concluded with Naruto's victory, he smiled and sheathed his specially crafted katana, transforming into a flash of golden light as he soared to the stands. This action momentarily stunned the crowd. Once they regained their composure, their gazes towards Naruto were filled with bewilderment, some even retreating. Naruto's demeanor clearly conveyed to those who presumed to understand his power, "My strength, Naruto Uzumaki, is beyond your reach. With my speed, I could eliminate you in an instant." The reactions of the crowd attested to the efficacy of Naruto's display. In the 16th confrontation, Rock Lee battled Akiyama Shisuke, with Rock Lee emerging victorious, his triumph announced resoundingly, signaling the successful conclusion of the preliminaries. In the audience, eyes followed his voice intently. 16 fierce battles had taken place, and now all had settled into silence. "I declare the preliminary stage officially concluded," Moonlight Gale announced, surveying the exceptional candidates who had emerged. "At this moment, I invite all successful candidates to gather in the center of the arena for the announcement of the details for the next round of assessments. I shall take my leave." Naruto smiled faintly, bidding farewell to Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. With a graceful leap akin to a swallow, he descended from the platform. Following suit, Sasuke nodded to the two and stepped into the arena. "Naruto and Sasuke have departed," Kakashi remarked. After their exit, Sakura turned to Kakashi, her expression earnest, and said, "I would like to ask for your assistance regarding Sasuke and Naruto." "No need for further elaboration, Sakura," Kakashi interjected before she could finish. "Naruto has already briefed me in detail. Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately," he replied, narrowing his eyes with a gentle smile directed at Sakura. Upon hearing this, Sakura could not help but murmur softly. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Naruto and Sasuke below. Furthermore, regarding the sealing marks of Naruto and Sasuke, it is imperative that this information remains confidential. Otherwise, it could lead to significant troubles, Kakashi emphasized, nodding to Sakura once again, understanding the gravity of the matter. Sakura offered a gentle smile and addressed Kakashi. "Then I shall take my leave as well, Master Kakashi. Please take care. I am truly delighted that all of us from Team 7 have made it to the finals." Kakashi turned his gaze towards Sakura, a smile unconsciously adorning his face as he spoke. "I am well aware of this, but may I inquire why you do not share this with Naruto and Sasuke?" Sakura raised an eyebrow. "Do not worry, for among the many candidates, you seem to be at a slight disadvantage." The 16 candidates stood in the venue, their eyes fixed upon the moonlit breeze, and naturally, many gazes lingered upon the third Hokage. "Lord Third, we may now observe the resumption of the competition," the moonlit breeze remarked, nodding as he turned to the third Hokage. "Indeed," the third Hokage replied softly, stepping forward. He cast a glance at the examiners, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Among the 16 qualifiers, Konoha secured 10 slots, a remarkable improvement compared to previous years. While Konoha has always been a dominant force, never before have they had such a multitude of candidates with vastly differing strengths, marking this as one of the most exceptional cohorts in history. The only regret the third Hokage felt was for the participant Yada Natsum. Had he not encountered Naruto, the number of Konoha ninjas would have increased to 11. Initially, the third Hokage agreed with Naruto's assessment of Natsum, believing his abilities to place him among the top 5 candidates, particularly with the final technique, the hard tidal water blade. The third Hokage could not fathom anyone else among the candidates who could withstand it. Thus, he lamented that had Natsum not faced Naruto, he could have advanced even further. "Dear participants, allow me to first congratulate you on successfully advancing past the preliminaries and into the finals. At this moment, I shall elucidate the contents of the finals." The third Hokage stated calmly, his voice, though soft, resonated clearly, akin to whispers in the ear, leaving the audience in awe of his formidable presence. "As previously mentioned, you will engage in the finals before the eyes of the public." The third Hokage's gaze swept over the candidates. Sakura furrowed her brow slightly, looking at the third Hokage, and could not help but speak up. "Even as ninjas, as a female ninja, I find this matter somewhat daunting." Sakura felt this way, as did the other female ninjas, except for the open-minded Temari, who appeared unfazed by the situation. "Indeed, before everyone, you will represent the combat prowess of your respective nations. fighting for your country and your village. Therefore, I hope that you will showcase your utmost capabilities during this time. The finals will take place in 1 month's time, providing you with this interval for preparation. Whatever needs to be accomplished must be completed within this month. The third Hokage glanced at Sakura before surveying the entire venue. Continuing his discourse. What does that mean? Niji asked the third Hokage, puzzled. A month may not seem long, but for a competition of this nature, it feels rather protracted. The third Hokage cast a calm glance at Niji and spoke, in essence. This period is designated for the feudal lords of various nations and the leaders of the ninja villages to be informed that the preliminary rounds have concluded, and to summon them for the finals. Thus, time is required, not only for the lords and leaders, but also for you. This is to afford you the opportunity to prepare strategically. To put it plainly, you are to make targeted preparations, analyzing your opponent's performances in the preliminaries to enhance your chances of victory. The earlier battles served as practical drills. What follows will be your analysis of the preliminaries, engaging in combat against an imagined, intangible enemy. The intelligence gathered from the preliminaries will be crucial for your survival in the finals. With deliberate emphasis, the third continued, elucidating the significance of the preliminaries and the necessities for the upcoming finals. Indeed, the intelligence gleaned from the preliminaries, wielded like a weapon, was unexpectedly powerful. Shikamaru nodded, casting a glance at Gaara beside him. For a strategist, such information is immensely valuable, and wielded wisely, it can shape the battlefield. The conclusion of the preliminaries has undoubtedly exposed you to the brutal nature of the Chunin exams. However, the finals will be even more unforgiving, representing your respective villages. You will hold nothing back, confronting each other with all your might, whether for your country, your village, your beliefs, or the path of the ninja. In such fierce encounters, injuries and even fatalities are inevitable. Therefore, to ensure fairness, I implore you to diligently hone your skills during this month. This time is a gift to you. Of course, if you wish to rest well, that is also permissible. Everything is at your discretion, the third Hokage said slowly to the assembly. However, his words bore a significant psychological burden on those present. Upon finishing his address, they felt the weight of their nation's honor, beliefs, and the path of the ninja, all appearing trivial in comparison. Consequently, their gazes turned toward those who had displayed absolute strength in the preliminaries. Chapter 17. The opponent is Temari. Naruto Uzumaki, strong, exceedingly strong. Although uncertain if he could claim the top position, his power was nothing short of suffocating. The moment he unleashed the Rasen Shuriken, it resembled a ferocious beast, nearly impossible to withstand. Furthermore, his final display of speed was capable of obliterating anyone in an instant. Gaara, strong, exceedingly strong. The terror he instilled was not merely one of overwhelming strength, but a chilling sense of dread. To face him was akin to entering a hellish battlefield, where life and death hung by a thread. If confronting Naruto elicited fear, then facing Gaara invoked sheer terror. Of course, had they known that the life in Naruto's hands was no less valuable than that of Gaara, perhaps their perceptions would differ. Sasuke Uchiha, strong. The final crimson gaze of his Sharingan left an indelible mark upon their memories, a testament to his might. He was also the secret weapon of the Uchiha clan. Niji Hyuga, strong. As the one who concluded his battles the quickest in the preliminaries, he emanated an aura of power that seemed profound and elusive, his strength shrouded in mystery. The four were regarded as the strongest among the preliminaries. To employ a pyramid analogy, Naruto and Gaara stood at the pinnacle, while Sasuke and Niji occupied the subsequent tier. These four loomed high above, surveying the rest. Yet, this notion of fear was merely held by those lacking in strength and conviction. They trembled at the thought of encountering Naruto and his peers in the finals. Ultimately, even though I too wish to dismiss everyone, there remains one crucial task that you must undertake in preparation for the finals. The third Hokage regarded the ninjas, whose faces bore the marks of trepidation, and chose not to speak further. He turned to the assembly and made a final proclamation. Chapter 136, Chapter 137. The Clash, the opponent is Temari. Chapter 138. Ladies and gentlemen, please draw a slip of paper from the pouch held by Akamichi. No sooner had the third Hokage's words echoed than all eyes were drawn to the wooden box cradled in Akamichi's hands, which bore a palm-sized opening. Remain where you are. I shall come to you, Akamichi said calmly, surveying the candidates as he encouraged them to draw their slips one by one. In a mere moment, all 16 candidates held their respective papers. Once they revealed their slips, Akamichi stepped back behind the third Hokage, gently nodding in acknowledgement. Now, open the slips in your hands and see the inscriptions. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke from his pipe, speaking slowly. Simultaneously, Ibiki stepped forward with a booklet. Positioning himself behind the third Hokage, his gaze swept across the candidates. Despite his relinquished authority, some still dared not meet his eyes. Naruto unfolded his slip, his body trembling slightly as he beheld the numeral inscribed upon it, 1. There was nothing inherently wrong with being number 1, with Naruto's prowess. The order of appearance was inconsequential. What astonished him was that this was indeed the number he had drawn in the original narrative. However, he quickly regained his composure, unperturbed. For the ranking held little significance to him. Well then, have you all drawn your slips? Now, in order from left to right, announce your numbers. This will determine your opponents in the main event, the third Hokage said, taking a deep drag from his pipe before speaking nonchalantly. Shikamaru paused momentarily, instinctively shifting his gaze towards the third Hokage. Not only Shikamaru, but also the other candidates turned their attention to him. It seems you have surmised the answer. Indeed, the numbers you have drawn will dictate your adversaries in the main event, as well as the targets for your intelligence gathering over the next month. Whether to train and enhance your abilities or to rest and maintain your condition is entirely up to your discretion. The third Hokage chuckled softly, continuing to address the candidates. Now, please state your numbers. Upon his conclusion, the candidates, though reluctant, announced their respective numbers. Ibiki, serving as the examiner for the first round, recorded each candidate's number. After all 16 had reported, Ibiki set down his pen, declaring the session complete. Now, I shall announce the matchups for the main event. The third Hokage said with a smile, turning to Ibiki. Ibiki, let them see the arrangements. Understood, Ibiki nodded in response, flipping open his booklet, revealing the matchup list before the candidates. First match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Temari. Second match, Maki Hasatani vs Shino Aburame. Third match, Kintsuchi vs Sakura Haruno. Fourth match, Niji Hyuga vs Kankuro. Fifth match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Kiba Inuzuka. Sixth match, Gaara vs Aoi Kazun. Seventh match, Hinata Hyuga vs Mihoko Arai. Eighth match, Shikamaru Nara vs Rock Lee. The main event would follow a knockout format. The victor of the first match would face the victor of the second, and so forth until the final confrontation. How could I encounter a monster on par with Gaara in the very first match? Temari pondered, perceiving Naruto as equivalent to Gaara in her eyes. Indeed, Gaara once remarked to Naruto about the heavy stench of blood that enveloped him, a statement that Temari could not overlook. She believed that the number of lives Naruto had taken could rival Gaara's own. Otherwise, Gaara would not have described it as heavy. As for the count of those Gaara had slain, she was well aware. Over 300 participants entered the second round, and at least 1/5 of them fell to Gaara's hand. What a predicament to find oneself grouped with that insect-like figure, Tamakita. As a woman, she naturally understood the implications. The Oil Woman clan has always been a source of trepidation for females. Of course, this aversion bore no derogatory connotation. Those with impure thoughts could reflect upon their actions. Thankfully, she was not in the same team as Gaara and Kankuro. Though Niji was formidable, his sole desire was to avoid facing Gaara. Similarly, Kankuro mourned for those who would confront Gaara. However, Akiyama from Sunagakure would likely concede defeat. What a nuisance to be grouped with that individual. Shikamaru cast a glance at the eagerly anticipating Rock Lee and could not help but sigh. Thoughts diverged, each unique in its own right. Now, whether strategizing or resting, this period was left to your own discretion. Do you have any questions before we dismiss? The third Hokage observed the conflicted candidates below with a calm demeanor. As a leader, he possessed the insight to perceive all. Yet, he chose to remain taciturn. This world is inherently one of survival of the fittest, a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. As the original text states, it is a cursed world. I have a question, Shikamaru spoke up hastily. Go ahead, Nara's young lad. The third Hokage replied, looking towards Shikamaru. If the main event is an elimination system, wouldn't that mean only one person remains victorious? Thus, only one can be promoted to Ch-nin? Shikamaru inquired, gazing at the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the third Hokage. If Shikamaru's assertion held true, they could directly pit the strongest against one another, rendering their participation unnecessary. Not entirely. The third Hokage clarified. In the main event, I, the Kazekage, along with the feudal lord and the leaders of the ninja clans will be present to serve as judges. He continued, fixing his gaze upon Shikamaru. Our final decision will be based on your performances during the competition. Even if one fails to advance past the first round, they may still qualify to become a nin. He surveyed the assembly, continuing, so, does this mean we all have the potential to become nin? Temari could not restrain her curiosity. Indeed, that is one way to interpret it. The third Hokage nodded, just as the candidates began to breathe a sigh of relief. The third Hokage spoke again, his words striking like a bolt from the blue. However, conversely, it is also possible that none among you will be promoted to nin. Therefore, achieving victory in the competition signifies greater opportunities for display, thus enhancing the likelihood of becoming a nin. He turned to Shikamaru. Do you understand now? Nara's young rascal? What a bother indeed. Well, let us disregard this existence that finds the very notion of advancement tiresome. In the Hokage's study within the village of Konoha, the third Hokage faced Naruto. Tasks, third Hokage, Naruto stated, their eyes locking in a silent room, where even the sound of breathing was palpable. What is it you seek? Old man. After a moment, Naruto broke the silence. I still have training to attend to. Are you unaware that there is merely a month before the official tournament? I must enhance my strength to more effectively contend with the Kunoichi of Sunagakure. The third Hokage cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, an expression of disdain crossing his features. This shadow-level figure was already well acquainted with Naruto's strength as a nin. It seems we have not conversed for quite some time, Naruto remarked, with the third Hokage slightly shaking his head, dismissing further thoughts, and smiling as he added, I recall our previous discussions were quite engaging, were they not? It has been half a year since we last spoke since becoming a ninja. Naruto paused momentarily, taken aback by the words, and replied nonchalantly. During my time at the Ninja Academy, I often sought your guidance due to my training challenges. After all, you are revered as a master of ninjutsu. However, after graduation, their exchanges became scarce. Indeed, it has been 6 months, you have matured, and your strength has undoubtedly increased, the third Hokage said with a smile. His gaze filled with pride. It was merely a stroke of luck that I encountered formidable opponents that allowed me to surpass my limits, Naruto responded. I see. However, I have heard that you crossed paths with Orochimaru. The third Hokage nodded, looking at Naruto once more. You are already aware, Naruto rolled his eyes, somewhat irritated. And my strength actually surged during our battle. Does that not qualify as a formidable adversary? The third Hokage was momentarily at a loss for words. Was such a strong reaction truly necessary? Yet, he remained unaware of Naruto's evident dissatisfaction. He could not overcome Orochimaru and had been taunted in the process. Although he had gained from the encounter, it had also caused him considerable anguish. Though unspoken, he harbored much resentment. By the way, old man, you should be cautious. His return is not a positive omen. 10 years ago, we might have been unconcerned, but now, Naruto shook his head, eyeing the aging face of the third Hokage. A warning seemed prudent. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's return likely had already put the third Hokage on alert. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do I seem old? The third Hokage clearly took offense at Naruto's expression. Though advanced in years, who would willingly admit to aging? Not old, merely that you are already of advanced age. Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes. I know a bit about your 3 disciples. After all, you have expressed your grievances numerous times. Combined with the information I have gathered, I possess some insight into Orochimaru. Exercise caution. His research may have reached a successful conclusion. Research? The third Hokage frowned, scrutinizing Naruto. The immortal technique? The rebirth technique? I believe he referred to it as such. During their confrontation, Orochimaru's visage appeared remarkably youthful, not resembling the face depicted in records, but rather that of a woman. The mention of a woman sent a chill down Naruto's spine. Old man, your disciple isn't excessively peculiar, is he? The immortal technique. The rebirth technique. Could he not seek a male? Why pursue a female form? Does he have a preference for the female physique? Silence enveloped the third Hokage, his expression darkening as he refrained from answering Naruto. However, Naruto had anticipated such a reaction from him and did not take it to heart. Oh, I never imagined he would descend to this extent, the third Hokage murmured to himself with a gentle sigh. The feelings he harbored were known only to him. His most accomplished disciple had strayed into darkness, and he felt utterly powerless to intervene. By the way, Naruto, Hondo mentioned that Orochimaru is quite interested in your Kekkei Genkai. When did you acquire such a bloodline limit? The third Hokage shifted the topic, focusing on Naruto once again. Naruto found himself genuinely diverted by this change in conversation. Kekkei Jinkai? Naruto was taken aback, but quickly comprehended that whether it was Orochimaru, Hondo, or the third Hokage, they all regarded his abilities as a bloodline limit. In this world, such an explanation was the only plausible one, as Kekkei Jinkai came in myriad forms. The transformations witnessed during the arrival of Ashura could only be elucidated through a bloodline limit. What is it? The third Hokage inquired, noticing Naruto's astonishment. It is nothing, merely a surprise that Orochimaru would exhibit interest in it. Naruto hastily sought a pretext to deflect the conversation. However, he had resolved to accept the bloodline limit as it was, for it ultimately served his interests. There was no need to elucidate on the divine abilities. Should there be any changes or advancements in the future, he would attribute it to the evolution of his bloodline limit. Indeed, take care of yourself, Hondo remarked. Orochimaru's fascination with your bloodline limit is no less than that of the Sharingan. Damn, no less than the Sharingan. Surely not. Naruto felt an urge to exclaim in frustration. As for the Sharingan, others may be oblivious, but as a time traveler, Naruto was acutely aware of Orochimaru's pathological obsession with it. Now, his interest in Naruto's bloodline limit seemed to mirror that obsession. Was Hondo mistaken? Unable to comprehend, Naruto attributed it to a misinterpretation on Hondo's part. Indeed, it seemed plausible. What is wrong? You appear rather distracted. Is the exam too taxing? The third Hokage observed, gazing at the lost-in-thought Naruto. Oh, it's nothing, just pondering some matters. Is there anything else? Naruto inquired, looking at the third. You have yet to inform me when your bloodline limit awakened, the third Hokage remarked, somewhat exasperated. In my battle with Orochimaru, Naruto responded without hesitation, for his Ashura abilities had only been employed in that encounter. Thus he would not claim they had awakened long ago. Is that so? The third nodded, harboring no suspicions. After all, Naruto's bloodline limit had indeed manifested during his confrontation with Orochimaru. And with Naruto's strength having ascended to that of AJ Nin, the third attributed this enhancement to the awakening of the bloodline limit. Such an explanation felt considerably more plausible. By the way, Naruto, I recall you mentioning your aspiration to become Hokage. The third smiled and remarked, feeling a sense of relief as the matter was resolved. Indeed, I have made it abundantly clear that becoming Hokage is my lifelong ambition, Naruto replied with poise. This ambition was not only a promise to the previous Naruto, but also a manifestation of his personal aspirations. From the moment he arrived, he had vowed to stand atop the world. The position of Hokage was the cornerstone of his ascent to greatness. Thus, he must become Hokage. I see. Then you must strive diligently. I look forward to you assuming this heavy responsibility from me, the third Hokage said with a faint smile. I too hope to take it from you, Naruto replied, gazing at the third. However, this hope seemed far-fetched, as Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin was about to commence. Even if the third were to survive this conflict, he would likely be overwhelmed. This signified that Tsunade would also return to the village. You must exert yourself. I too wish to relinquish this burden soon, the third expressed, evidently gratified by Naruto's words. Viewing him as a grandson, witnessing his growth and achievements, which brought him immense joy. I long to become Hokage as well, but I must first possess sufficient strength. As for prestige, I believe I will garner ample respect following Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha, Naruto stated, meeting the third's gaze. That won't happen. I am not yet prepared to depart from this world. How could I easily embrace death? The third responded with a serene smile. However, Naruto, I genuinely hope you can assume the role of Hokage during my tenure, so strive fervently for your ideals. The third's demeanor shifted to earnest as he spoke to Naruto. In his eyes, Naruto had a significant chance of becoming Hokage. The support from the Hyuga clan is unequivocal, and the descendants of those who have forged friendships with Naruto are unlikely to oppose him. Moreover, under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage, the two advisors of Konoha have shown a softened stance towards nurturing Naruto as the next Hokage, while they have not explicitly voiced their support. Their lack of opposition suggests that with a little more effort, they may indeed endorse Naruto's ascension to the role of Hokage. Chapter 18. The pinnacle of power in this realm, I understand. Naruto nodded. His ambition did not lie solely in becoming Hokage, but rather in standing atop the world. As time flowed by, the sun dipped below the horizon, and Naruto returned home from the third Hokage's abode. At home, Haku had long prepared a meal. Stirring deep reflections within Naruto, having a woman at home truly made a difference. In the past, he often hastily settled for a meager meal. Aside from the delicacies made by Hinata, he had never truly savored the other dishes. Apologies, Haku. Have you been well at home these past few days? Sitting at the table, he set down his chopsticks and gazed at Haku. Yes, I am well. Konoha is peaceful, and the people around me are very kind. Haku replied with a gentle smile. Such a tender-hearted woman is impossible not to cherish. Ah, that's good to hear. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know, Naruto responded with a smile. I will, Lord Naruto, Haku said softly. How many times must I tell you, Haku? Just call me Naruto. There's no need for the honorific. He sighed in exasperation, having corrected her numerous times. Yet each time she reverted back to addressing him with formality. Understood, Lord Naruto, Haku said, her expression playful as she looked at him, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Once again, Naruto felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. She always promised to address him casually, but promptly returned to her formal address. Ha ha ha. Haku giggled at Naruto's expression, her innocence laced with a hint of allure, captivating him momentarily. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, attempting to mask his flustered demeanor. However, it seemed he was too late. Haku had evidently noticed his lapse, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. She cast her gaze downward, occasionally stealing glances at him, but each time their eyes met, she quickly looked away, her blush deepening. A silence enveloped them, a subtle tension hanging in the air. Clearing his throat, Naruto felt it was his duty as a man to break the silence. Just as he was about to speak, a cough interrupted him, prompting Haku to rise abruptly and hastily clear the table. Lord Naruto, I shall head to the kitchen, she said without waiting for his response, hurriedly taking the dishes and departing. What just happened? He pondered, watching her retreating figure. Upon returning to his room, Naruto opened his attribute panel to assess his status. Since the Chunin exams, his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. His abilities had mutated, his strength had ascended to that of a Jonin, and he had unlocked the new 8 Gates technique. With the preliminaries concluded, he finally had the leisure to organize his circumstances. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Strength, 1010, ordinary adult, 10. Speed, 1100, ordinary adult, 10. Mental power, 1150, ordinary adult, 8. Energy, chakra 152,000, 50,000,000. Jinin, 100, Chunin, 1,000, Jonin, 10,000. The following text has been refined and enhanced for clarity and elegance. Power, speed, or mental strength reaching 1,000, with chakra exceeding 10,000, qualifies one as a Jonin. Divine abilities, divine realm insight, level 3, permitting free movement within a 4-meter radius. The next upgrade requires 300 soul energy. Heavenly Eye Insight, level 3, enabling clarity of vision within a radius of 500 meters. The next upgrade requires 300 soul energy. Heavenly Ear Insight, level 3, allowing the perception of all sounds within 500 meters. The next upgrade requires 300 soul energy. Mind Reading, level 3, capable of sensing the thoughts of beings with mental strength not exceeding 200 of one's own. The next upgrade requires 300 soul energy. Fate Insight, level 3, granting the ability to foresee the fate of beings with mental strength not exceeding 300 over the next 5 days. The next upgrade requires 300 soul energy. Life Drain Insight, level 3, transcending the 3 realms and extending one's lifespan by 50 years. It allows the absorption of others' lifespans, not exceeding one's maximum lifespan, or extending another's life by less than 5 years. Capable of healing injuries and ailments. With a current lifespan of 170 and stored vitality of 360. The next upgrade requires 300 soul energy. Current soul energy, 174. Hidden Divine Abilities, 8 Gates Celestial Dragon, Azura's Descent, variant summoning the Azura of the 8 Gates Celestial Dragon to wreak havoc. Level 2, enhancing all attributes by 40. The next upgrade requires 200 soul energy. Song of the Kinera, a divine hymn resonating with the heavens and earth, bestowing invincibility upon oneself, enhancing ally strength, and cursing enemies with divine retribution. At level 2, personal strength increases by 10%, allies' combat prowess by 10%, and enemies' might is diminished by 10%. Advancement to level 3 necessitates the collection of 200 soul essences. Requirements not met. unlocking pending upon elevating all 6 divine abilities to level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 respectively. Ninjutsu. Essence of the crumbling fist, flame extinction technique, wind blade technique, instantaneous body technique, swift as lightning. Weapons. Trident hidden weapon, custom longsword, capable of beheading with a massive scythe. Jinchuriki form, nine-tailed demon fox, unleashing a torrent of malevolent chakra, possessing immense strength. However, it carries the risk of succumbing to negative emotions. A forbidden technique. Possible forms include 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails. Physical prowess not yet attained. Subsequent abilities remain dormant. Upon reviewing his attributes, Naruto could not suppress a sense of satisfaction. What once would have required time to achieve the rank of Jonin had now been accomplished ahead of schedule, a fortuitous omen indeed. Who would disdain their own strength? Unless one were a fool. He cast another glance at the task interface, where 2 ongoing tasks were prominently displayed. Naruto paid little heed. For these 2 tasks had already drained his efforts. A third would surely stretch him beyond his limits. Finally, he transitioned to the newly unlocked Secret Realm section of the system. In the void, a compass floated in the air, devoid of any markings, leaving Naruto perplexed. Yet, a secret realm, by its very nature, serves as a training ground for heroes. However, Naruto remained uncertain about how to activate this enigmatic realm. The system. What exactly is the secret realm? With a slight furrow of his brow, Naruto could not help but voice his inquiry amidst the void. Truth be told, Naruto seldom posed questions to the system, often subconsciously disregarding its presence, only recalling it in moments of confusion. Of course, the primary reason was that the system's responses often left him perplexed. To unlock the secret realm requires the essence of the soul, and he had to wait for a considerable time. Just as Naruto believed the system to be silent, its voice drifted in leisurely. Is this a test of patience? The essence of the soul gazed into the void of the secret realm, leaving Naruto momentarily speechless. It was yet again the essence of the soul. Glancing at the attribute panel, he noted the remaining 174 points, uncertain if they would suffice to fill this emptiness. System. How much essence of the soul is needed to unlock the secret realm? Directing his gaze at the void, Naruto inquired once more. All right. Naruto conceded that he was once again left with a headache. The system would not respond further. Everything must be explored by the host on their own. The system's voice echoed once more. Puff. All right. Naruto acknowledged that he had been played. At this moment, not only was he suffering from a headache, but his heart was also shattered. Haha. This is hilarious. Someone actually dared to question that mad system. Just as Naruto was immersed in frustration, a voice unexpectedly rang in his ear. Whoever heard the voice, Naruto was startled and roared at the void. No wonder Naruto reacted this way. After all, the system was his greatest secret, and now someone else could hear it. How could that not send shivers down his spine? Gazing at the void of the system's space, Naruto shouted in anger. Stop shouting. Host, I'm right here. Perhaps due to Naruto's inquiry, the laughter ceased, and the voice resonated once more in this desolate place. Look around you in bewilderment. It remains an endless void, devoid of anything. Ah, I remember now. You have yet to awaken your celestial eye, thus you cannot see me. Observing Naruto's confusion, the voice resumed. Who exactly are you, and what is this celestial eye? With a frown, Naruto spoke to the surroundings, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, as if the system's performance today had exceeded his expectations. No, it felt more like a newfound understanding of its nature. Who am I? Since you, the host, have posed the question, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ashura, the guide of the 6 divine abilities system. The voice reverberated once more, this time closer and imbued with a sense of solemnity and respect. Upon hearing Ashura's words, Naruto momentarily froze. How long has it been? 6 years, perhaps. He had nearly forgotten his own name. In contrast, he felt more like Naruto Uzumaki now. Just call me by my current name, and what do you mean by guide? What is Ashura? Shaking his head, Naruto addressed the surroundings again. Let us speak of the celestial eye first. It is quite simple. The celestial eye manifests at the 5th level. Allow me to inform you that the 6 divine abilities will change at the 5th level. Have you forgotten why they are referred to as divine abilities? Despite the immense power currently displayed, it still cannot contend with the divine. Hence, only when your 6 divine abilities reach the 5th level will they undergo a metamorphosis and become even more formidable, continuing on to the 10th, 15th levels, and so forth. Moreover, regarding the 8 divine abilities, unlike the 6, the 8 will begin to change at the 3rd level. Unlike the 6 divine abilities, their transformations yield corresponding skills of their own. Do you now comprehend? The voice of Ashura reverberated around, elaborating on the changes of the 6 divine abilities and the 8-fold divine powers. Upon hearing Ashura's words, the 5th and 3rd levels, Naruto found himself murmuring that his 6 divine abilities were only at level 3, still a considerable distance from level 5. While his 8-fold divine powers had reached level 2 and only required a modicum of soul essence to ascend to level 3. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ashura's voice resounded once more. If that is the case, then speak of the guide. With a nod acknowledging Ashura's identity, Naruto continued, the guide. I presume you must have played games in your past life, right? At the onset of a game, the character that guides players to understand the game and indicates the path is the guide. In other words, I am the guide of the 6 divine abilities system, steering you to familiarize yourself with it and providing assistance. The voice echoed again. Upon hearing Ashura's elucidation, Naruto's brow furrowed anew. If you are indeed the guide, why have you only appeared now? I have possessed this system for 6 years. Do not be angered. My manifestation is intricately tied to the host. Do you not recall the origin of my name, Ashura? This is inextricably linked to my role as a guide. Only when the host awakens the Ashura from the 8-fold divine powers will I materialize. This is also a trial set by the system for the host. Should the host fail to awaken Ashura, the system will remain unattainable. However, it seems that after the host's awakening, entry into the system did not occur immediately. Only now have you stepped in, which is why I have manifested it this time. Aside from task scenarios, the system cannot initiate communication with the host. Only the host may reach out to the system. Of course, there are exceptions. Should the host grant me the authority to initiate contact, I could seek you at any time. Ashura's voice resonated once more, devoid of the manic laughter from its initial emergence, now akin to that of a meticulous steward and mentor. Upon hearing Ashura's words, Naruto fell into contemplative silence. He had been preoccupied with training for the Chunin exams, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of Ashura upon the awakening of the divine powers, with the same occurring during the awakening of the Kinara's voice. It was not until the conclusion of the Chunin exams that he first entered the system space. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Ashura, how do I go about granting that authority? Perhaps I should bestow upon you the power to contact me proactively to prevent a recurrence of this situation. Host. Granting authority requires but a single phrase. The system is now bound to the host. Your words are the highest command. Simply express your request to the system. Ashura's voice resonated once more. I see. Naruto nodded slightly upon hearing Ashura's response. The subsequent process was straightforward as Naruto began to confer authority to the system. Yet, this perplexing system, despite accepting his directive, made him wait an interminable duration. Truly, it deserves to be termed a system afflicted with madness. Nay, madness scarcely suffices to describe it. Senile would be a more fitting term. Otherwise, its reactions would not be so sluggish. It is inappropriate to liken the system to a senile elder, as it is a disservice to the dignity of the elderly. This sentiment reveals Naruto's deep-seated grievances towards the system. Ashura, could you elaborate on the particulars of this system and the nature of the replica space? Naruto inquired, gazing into the expanse before him. The concept of the replica space had lingered in his thoughts, and with the emergence of the guide, he was determined to seek clarity. Very well, host. I believe you possess a foundational understanding of the system. Allow me to supplement your knowledge. Ashura's voice resonated in response to Naruto. Naruto nodded, acknowledging Ashura's words. After 6 years, even a fool would have gleaned a general comprehension. Moreover, the newly introduced content still maintained a streamlined interface, reminiscent of a game's attribute panel. Let us proceed. Firstly, as your strength has ascended to the rank of Jonin, the attributes corresponding to the ranks of Shadow and Celestial Shadow have been unlocked. To attain the rank of Shadow, any one of your 3 dimensions must reach 3000, with a chakra level of 50,000, whereas to ascend to Celestial Shadow, any one of your dimensions must reach 5000, with a chakra level of 100,000, Ashura elucidated. Shadow and Celestial Shadow? Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Indeed, the rank of Shadow corresponds to the Hokage, Kazekage, Raikage, and others of similar caliber in your world. The celestial shadow is a classification derived from the analysis of historical figures renowned for their power and destructive capability, such as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, as well as the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, including Madara Uchiha and Izuna Uchiha. Their prowess is indisputably at the celestial shadow level. Although the founders of various ninja villages may not match the likes of Hashirama, their strength similarly reaches the celestial shadow tier. Since their abilities transcend the limitations of the shadow rank, the system has instituted this classification, known as celestial shadow, Ashura explained, acknowledging the system's somewhat capricious nature while also recognizing its humane aspects. Chapter 19. The Origins of the System. Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha. Upon hearing Ashura's words, a glimmer of determination shone in Naruto's eyes. Although he had never encountered these figures in this world, they were not unfamiliar to him. After all, he had witnessed the epic battles between Hashirama and Madara in the manga of his previous life, clashes that shook the heavens and moved the hearts of mortals. Terrifying techniques of the Senju clan and the formidable Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. The sheer force of Madara's Susanoo was capable of leveling numerous mountains, igniting in Naruto a profound admiration. Moreover, Hashirama's ability to triumph over Madara deepened his respect, affirming the extraordinary power and terror that transcended the confines of this realm. Yet, as he gazed upon his own attributes, which barely exceeded 1,000, the chasm between his strength and theirs loomed vast. Furthermore, Naruto did not believe that the powers of Madara and Hashirama were limited to a mere 5,000. It was essential to note that Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha, who were beneath them, also held the status of celestial shadow, as did the founders of various ninja villages they had bested. Thus, Naruto conservatively estimated their strength to be at least 6,000, rendering the gap insurmountable. He pondered whether he could ever catch up. Host. There is no need for concern regarding the limitations on your strength's enhancement. If the replica space were not yet open, I would share your apprehension. However, the replica space has now been opened, and the host has ample time to enhance their abilities. Ashura seemed to perceive Naruto's concerns and spoke up. The replica space, yes. Ashura, enlighten me about the replica space. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes brightened, and he eagerly added, in my view, isn't the replica merely a means to augment strength and acquire equipment? Rest assured, host, this is precisely what I intend to elucidate, Ashura replied with a light chuckle. The replica space is divided into two categories, primary replicas and secondary replicas, with 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Primary replica? Secondary replica? 3 tiers? Naruto inquired in confusion. Indeed. Let us first discuss the secondary replicas. In essence, the secondary replica is akin to the replica space you are familiar with, differing only in the amount of soul energy required based on the tier. A lower secondary replica requires 100 soul energy. A middle secondary replica demands 500 soul energy, while an upper secondary replica necessitates 1,000 soul energy. Naturally, these numbers may vary due to world differences. However, in your current realm, the soul energy needed to enter a replica is as stated. 100 soul energy implies that I can currently only access a lower secondary replica, Naruto remarked, his brows slightly furrowed. Indeed, however, given your current cultivation, a lower replica is indeed the most suitable choice. Ashura's voice resonated with a firm and profound tone, reminiscent of a wise sage from the realm. Is it so that one's strength must be considered when entering a replica? Naruto murmured to himself upon hearing this. It seems that the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Not at all. As long as the soul energy is abundant, the host may enter any replica space. However, if one's strength is insufficient, stepping into it would merely squander soul energy and could even pose a threat to one's life. Ashura's voice echoed once more. The concern of life and death. Naruto frowned in response, a chill running through his heart. Indeed, the formidable beings within upper secondary replicas could easily obliterate you with a mere flick of their wrist. Given your current strength, Ashura's voice rang out again, filled with unwavering certainty. Could you be more specific about the powerful entities in upper secondary replicas? Naruto still frowned, feeling that Ashura's descriptions were too vague and elusive. Let me explain in a manner you can comprehend. Lower secondary replicas primarily feature more primitive firearms, though there may be a few individuals of slight strength. Overall, they are not formidable, akin to the likes of School Days of Apocalypse, a lower-tier world. Middle secondary replicas, however, emphasize the strength of individual entities, such as those found in Naruto and Fairy Tail, although they exhibit the foundational attributes of upper secondary replicas, like the legendary figures Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha from Naruto, or the 10 wizard saints, dragons, and demons from Fairy Tail. They still fall short of the standards required for upper secondary replicas. It is noteworthy that the world of Fairy Tail possesses greater strength compared to Naruto. As for upper secondary replicas, they represent a realm of the truly powerful, where individual might is sufficient to annihilate lower secondary replicas and inflict significant harm upon middle secondary replicas. For instance, titles such as One Piece, Bleach, and Godslayer echoed in Naruto's ears, elaborating on the characteristics of primary and secondary realms. Familiar domains like High School of the Dead, Naruto, Fairy Tail, and One Piece were well known to him. Is this all there is? Upon hearing Ashura's words, Naruto couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Naruto space was merely at an intermediate level, which surprised him considerably. He had believed himself to be quite formidable, only to realize that he was merely a standout within a single world. Do not underestimate yourself, host. With the 6 divine power system at your disposal, how could you be confined to this trivial intermediate realm? Ashura's voice resonated at the opportune moment, evidently aware of Naruto's doubts. But Ashura, why are the advanced realms limited to Bleach and One Piece? Other titles such as Saint Saiyan Dragon Ball should also be included, and surely there must be novels too. Like Battle Through the Heavens and Soul Land, why are they absent? They should classify as higher tiers, shouldn't they? Naruto inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. They remain unopened, host. Those worlds would undoubtedly be perilous for you at your current strength. Even if they were accessible, your soul energy would not suffice to sustain them. Ashura's voice indicated that ultimately, Naruto's power needed enhancement. Moreover, realms like Godslayer could only be unlocked under specific circumstances. The deities involved fall within the spectrum accepted by advanced realms, hence the system categorizes them as such. Otherwise, wouldn't all realms involving deities be deemed advanced? Naturally, upon entering, you might encounter gods far exceeding the prowess of advanced realms, such as the Buddha, the Emperor of Humanity, or the Divine King. Therefore, Godslayer is considered the most perilous among the advanced realms. However, risk accompanies opportunity. Should the host be unafraid of death, entering is indeed a possibility. Alright, after a brief silence, Naruto responded with a hint of resignation. This revelation struck him considerably. In comparison, he realized he was still too weak. The revolution remains unfinished, and comrades must continue to strive. Ashura, tell me about the primary realm. Naruto spoke again, temporarily setting aside his thoughts on secondary realms. He now placed his hopes on the primary one. Host, the primary realm and secondary realms are not fundamentally different. The primary realm is merely a space unique to you, meaning you have essentially acquired this place using your soul energy. Acquired? Clearly, Naruto found Ashura's explanation somewhat perplexing. Indeed, it is akin to a transaction. You offer a corresponding price, and the system sells you this space, which then becomes your domain, free from system interference. More importantly, the primary realm brings numerous advantages. As the sovereign of that space, you will wield godlike powers, commanding the elements at will, effortlessly altering the course of events. For you, the primary realm is akin to this world, where you can live, develop, and establish a family without any restrictions. Ashura's voice dripped with temptation, laden with allure. How much soul energy is required? Without needing further elaboration, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. 1,000 times the soul energy needed to enter a secondary realm. Alright, Naruto sighed, facing yet another setback. He currently possesses merely over 100 soul energies, which is still insufficient to reach 200. Even the most basic main requires 10,000 soul energies, a burden he cannot bear. Do not be so disheartened, host. The main is beyond your current means. There is no need to rush into acquiring it. Your foremost priority should be to enhance your strength, Ashura advised. Clearly, it is not something needed at this moment. Naruto expressed his skepticism towards Ashura's words. Indeed, you are practicing the teachings of Buddhism. While they may seem useless now, in the future, you will find the main indispensable, regardless of whether it pertains to Buddhist, immortal, or divine teachings. To reach the pinnacle of cultivation, mere strength is insufficient. You will also require the support of incense offerings and mental power, which you refer to as faith and merit. In due time, you will disseminate your teachings within the main and gain followers, which will ease your journey significantly. Ashura's voice resonated once more. Understanding dawned upon Naruto as he nodded. having witnessed various similar instances in his past life. Temples of deities and Buddhas were abundant, presumably for this very reason. Not only in his past life, but even in the present, the Fire Temple of the Land of Fire enshrines numerous Buddhist statues. Moreover, the main holds considerable benefits for you. But it is advisable to select one with developmental potential, Ashura continued. Developmental potential? What does that mean? Naruto questioned, puzzled by Ashura's statement. The context is as follows. If you wish to purchase, choose only those that can elevate your realm. For instance, the world of Naruto, where you presently reside, alongside the previously mentioned realm of Fairy Tail, are both at the pinnacle of intermediate. Once you attain formidable martial prowess and impart your skills within that world, the local being's strength will be enhanced, and that world will swiftly upgrade to a high level. Though it may remain at a low tier within the high level, it will be a realm of unparalleled strength, far surpassing the intermediate, yielding far greater rewards, Ashura elucidated. Ah, I see, Naruto nodded, grasping the essence of the matter. This was merely a clever shortcut, acquiring goods at a low price and allowing them to appreciate over time for returns that could be tenfold or even 100-fold. In that case, do you have any further questions? Ashura inquired as Naruto seemed to comprehend. Just one more, Naruto said, surveying the surrounding void. What is the origin of this system? Turning to the emptiness around him, Naruto wondered where Ashura was concealed. He was indeed filled with curiosity about this system. Why had it appeared in this realm of the deceased? What was the nature of this void he found himself in? Why had it chosen him and brought him here? A multitude of questions swirled in Naruto's mind. Upon hearing his inquiry, Ashura's voice echoed, now tinged with hesitation. Very well, speak and listen. At that moment, Naruto's tone bore a hint of authority. Ashura's hesitation did not escape Naruto's notice, prompting his assertive questioning. He was unwilling to harbor an unknown presence within him, for such uncertainty would rob him of peace. All right, I should have revealed this once your strength reached the level of a celestial shadow. However, as you have inquired, as the host, you possess the right to know. Rest assured, the system harbors no malice towards you, only benefits. Perhaps influenced by Naruto's tone, Ashura's voice echoed around them. Now, let us discuss the origins of the system. He gestured with a nod, addressing the surroundings. The system was not always as it is. The achievements of today are indeed due to your presence. Ashura's voice drifted softly, lingering in the air. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing that he had a hand in creating the system, Naruto appeared perplexed. It is not solely because of you. It is more aptly described as a matter of destiny, Ashura replied, negating the previous statement and invoking the notion of fate once again. What do you mean by destiny? Faced with Ashura's enigmatic words, Naruto felt a growing impatience. Anyone in his position would undoubtedly be anxious regarding matters that pertain to their own existence. How could he not feel urgency? The precursor to the system was a relic, not just any relic, but one belonging to the Buddha, and among them, the most unique. Observing Naruto's impatient tone, Ashura continued to elucidate. A relic? Naruto echoed back. Indeed, the Buddha is divided into 3 eras, past, present, and future. Thus there are 3 relics, akin to the 3 flowers of celestial beings. However, the relic you possess is exceptional, for it amalgamates the 3 relics of the past, present, and future into a singular entity. Could you clarify further? Clearly, Ashura's words were difficult for Naruto to comprehend. What is this relic? What is the significance of past, present, and future? More importantly, how is this relic connected to the Buddha? Although Naruto was unaware of the extent of the Buddha's powers, he had ascended to godhood, standing at the pinnacle of divinity, far surpassing the might of high-level adversaries, capable of obliterating worlds with a mere wave of his hand. This event occurred a millennium ago. Perhaps longer. Time has passed so swiftly that even I cannot recall it clearly. During that era, demons wreaked havoc, and in response to their invasion, the gods and Buddhas all engaged in battle. It was a cataclysm, resulting in the demise of countless beings. Even an existence as formidable as the Buddha fell, succumbing to reincarnation or eternal slumber. The relic you possess originates from a fallen Buddha, one who failed to reincarnate and was instead shattered in soul. Even the 3 relics were cast into the depths of the Yellow Springs desolation, and it was only upon your arrival that they were liberated from that forsaken realm. As for how the relic transformed into the system, we must delve into the desolate space and the relic itself. The desolate space lies beneath the Naiha Bridge at the deepest part of the Yellow Springs, an infinite void of solitude. It is often said that souls that fall into the Niha bridge vanish into ash, for they descend into the yellow springs, landing in this desolate space. Once they step within, their souls are destined to be assimilated, to perish, to scatter. Within the desolate space, for reasons unknown, the relic began to absorb the energy of those vanishing souls. Time passed, and an inexplicable transformation occurred. The three relics merged into one, encompassing the past, present, and future. Regrettably, even so, the relic remained trapped within that space until your arrival. You are indeed a miracle. When souls depart, they enter a state of unconsciousness, unknowingly traversing hell, crossing the Niha bridge, and only regaining awareness upon judgment in the Yama's court. This is why many souls fall into the Niha bridge, descending into the desolate space. Among them, you are one. Yet, the miracle lies in the fact that you did not dissipate like those countless souls over the millennia in a state of oblivion. Instead, you regained consciousness. Struggling for survival within the desolate space, your intense longing resonated with the relic. Though the relics of the Buddha are indeed sacred, their primary purpose lies in the act of inheritance. After the Buddha's passing, the relics embody the wisdom accumulated throughout his lifetime. Your fervent dedication has awakened the relics, allowing them to seamlessly merge with your soul, thus becoming a vessel of your legacy. It is accurate to declare that you have now become a successor of the Buddha. Naturally, this leads us to discuss the formation of the system. You may be unaware that after death, individuals often experience an intense attachment to their final sites, akin to earthbound spirits lingering in the places they last beheld. In your case, the last site was that of a computer, and more significantly, your demise was caused by its explosion. Such an attachment is profoundly potent. Consequently, the relics underwent a transformation, taking on the form of a computer. The method of inheritance has thus morphed into a game-like experience, culminating in the system we encounter today. As the relics siphon soul energy in the desolate expanse, the power of the system's inheritance is inherently linked to this soul energy. Therefore, you comprehend this. The voice of Ashura reverberated continuously, each phrase plunging Naruto into a state of bewilderment. Astonishingly, amidst the great battles of gods, demons, and spirits, he found himself to be the first entity in millennia to regain consciousness in this desolate realm, now also a disciple of the Buddha. This realization filled Naruto with a sense of pride. Chapter 20. Arrival. The remnants of days still lingered within Naruto. The shock of today was overwhelmingly profound. There was no need to mention the hierarchies of worlds, the conflicts among the powerful, the extraordinary wars between immortals, demons, and deities, or the secrets of the void. Simply inheriting the legacy of the Buddha was enough to leave him astounded. The Buddha, whether in past lives or this one, has always been a myth beyond Naruto's reach. Now, this myth had descended before him, intertwined with his fate. From Ashura, Naruto had gleaned a general understanding of this inheritance. As a successor of the Buddha, even with modest talents, his achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Moreover, Ashura had indicated that his potential was commendable. By skillfully utilizing the system, transcending this realm, and stepping into higher planes would surely be within his grasp. According to Ashura, while innate talent is significant, it is only crucial during the initial stages of cultivation. Once one's strength ascends to the next tier of the advanced realm, progress will no longer rely on talent, but rather on comprehension. However, Naruto possessed an advantage that others lacked: the system. As Ashura noted, had the relics not transformed into a system, Naruto would have already become the strongest being in existence, possibly even a sovereign of the advanced worlds. Yet, it was precisely because the relics had become a system, lacking sufficient soul energy, that he remained at the level of an elite shinobi. With gains come losses, and losses can also yield gains. The influence of the system suggests that Naruto's future path would soar like an arrow towards the heavens. With the support of the system, comprehension would no longer be an impediment to his progress. With enough soul energy, he could reach realms that would take others a century to attain within a single day. While the duration of the system's support remained uncertain, it would undoubtedly not be fleeting. Those with exceptional talents often experience swift progress in the early stages, followed by a gradual slowdown, whereas Naruto's journey began slowly but would accelerate significantly. And even his initial pace was not overly sluggish. The only regret was that Ashura had not divulged the levels of the world beyond the advanced realm, leaving Naruto with a lingering curiosity. After all, the splendid prospects painted by Ashura ignited a yearning within him. Yet, Ashura remained tight-lipped, and Naruto could only accept this with resignation. Though tinged with regret, this sufficed to stir Naruto's heart profoundly. Power remains power. After a brief period of tranquility following his promotion to Jonin, his inner fire reignited. At this moment, Naruto possessed 174 units of soul energy, and Ashura advised him to promptly enter the next level of the dungeon. By completing the system's task, he could earn a substantial reward far exceeding 100 units of soul energy, and with a stroke of fortune, his strength might significantly elevate. Thus, Naruto's primary objective was to meticulously plan and prepare for his venture into the dungeon. He harbored no fears regarding the time constraints affecting his plan to undermine Konoha. Ashura had previously mentioned that the passage of time within the dungeon differed from that of reality, especially in lower-level dungeons where the time ratio was even more pronounced. The exact ratio remained uncertain, yet Ashura's words provided Naruto with considerable reassurance. No matter how long he spent in the dungeon, it would not exceed 5 days in the real world. 5 days. Naruto's memories were hazy. Moonlight Gale seemed to have perished on the night of the full moon, specifically July 15th. The Chunin exams commenced on July 1st, with the first round consuming a day and the second round lasting 5 days. Presently, it was merely July 6th. Regarding the lower-level dungeon mentioned by Ashura, irrespective of the duration spent inside, it would not surpass 5 days in reality, allowing him ample time to execute his plan to rescue Moonlight Gale before the 15th. Should Moonlight Gale be saved, Naruto's plan would reach fruition. In the original plot, the third Hokage suspected the sand and sound ninjas, yet the lack of evidence and Orochimaru's surprise attack caught them off guard. Rescuing Moonlight Gale would clarify the situation. Konoha had already prepared defenses against the sand and sound ninjas. Should they act, Konoha would respond robustly, unlike the original narrative where the village's ninjas were sparse, and the Umbu were scattered, investigating the movements of other ninja villages, leaving them vulnerable until Jiraiya arrived. With the plan meticulously laid, and the night deepening, Naruto, unable to quell his excitement or find peace in training, spent the night in fervent anticipation. The following day, with evident dark circles under his eyes, he informed Haku at home that he needed to venture out for training, promising to return within 5 days at most. Faced with Haku's dim and disappointed gaze, he hastily finished breakfast before departing. Before leaving, Naruto offered multiple reassurances to Haku, who, not unreasonable, smiled gently as she bid him farewell. Naruto was unaware of the depths of Haku's feelings, yet he understood the complexity of her emotions. Their cohabitation, coupled with the fact that he was the first boy of her age to interact with her and had provided her with significant care, being the only familiar face in Konoha, complicated their relationship. Most importantly, Zabuza's entrusted care added layers to Haku's feelings toward him. Naruto recognized this, understanding that both of them needed time to ascertain their true emotions. Of course, for his own sake, he would strive to exert himself appropriately. Furthermore, Naruto had Hinata, his legitimate girlfriend, and the ambiguous relationship with Ino weighed heavily on him. Although polygamy was not frowned upon in this world, Hinata had shown no opposition. Nevertheless, this intricate emotional web left Naruto feeling overwhelmed. He yearned to embrace all of them, yet found himself at a loss on how to navigate these relationships, resulting in a perpetually delicate dynamic with both Haku and Ino. Following his plan, Naruto first visited Hinata, shyly bidding her farewell with a kiss and taking with him the snacks she had prepared. Next, he proceeded to meet Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, and, whether by intention or coincidence, found himself at Ino's location along the way. Bidding farewell to her and accepting the embrace of this open-hearted girl, Naruto felt a tinge of awkwardness. However, he had grown accustomed to Ino's affectionate gestures, finding no discomfort in them. Rather, he relished her tenderness. After saying goodbye to familiar faces, Naruto obtained permission to leave the village from the third Hokage, as entering the copy space from Konoha would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Securing this exit permit was not a formidable task. The third had unwavering faith in Naruto's abilities and, given his current strength, harbored no concerns. Thus, Naruto departed from Konoha smoothly, setting forth in a singular direction. With the copy approaching, he did not seek any specific destination, only desiring to distance himself from the village. Along the way, he intermittently employed the ninjutsu, his form transforming into a flicker of golden light, his speed surging dramatically. The roar of waterfalls echoed, and stone statues stood sentinel at the Valley of the End. What had brought him to this place? Nevertheless, it mattered little. This locale was evidently far from Konoha. Discovering a secluded spot, a fierce wind arose, and in an instant, Naruto vanished from sight. Ding! The copy dimension has been confirmed as Academy Apocalypse. My lord has entered. Identity settings have been completed. Ding! Considering my lord's extraordinary strength, the system shall impose a power restriction. The restriction has been finalized, limiting power to half of the original. Ding! My lord must step into Fujimi Academy within a day. The plot will commence tomorrow, and the system will establish relevant tasks. Ding! The zombie hunting mode is activated. For each human slain, gain 0. 1 soul power. For each first-level zombie defeated, acquire 0. 1 soul power. For each second-level zombie, earn 0. 5 soul power. For each third-level zombie, gain 1 soul power. As the white light flickered, Naruto materialized on a dimly lit path. Yet this spectacle did not astonish the passers-by. It was as if he had always been there. The system's notifications echoed in his ears, eliciting a wry smile from Naruto. Although his strength had been curtailed, it posed little hindrance to him. With his physique, intelligence, and chakra each at 1,000, even halved, he still possessed the power of a nin. In this realm, he was virtually invincible, unless faced with a nuclear strike. Coupled with his hundreds of thousands of chakra, even with half restricted, he surpassed the strength of others at the Kage level, rendering him unconcerned about the limitation, for he felt assured. However, upon hearing the system's final message, Naruto found it difficult to remain composed. First-level zombies? Second-level zombies? Third-level zombies? What did this signify? It hinted at the system's intention to alter the storyline, though he was uncertain of the true strength of these third-level zombies. Yet, based on the grading of this world, it was unlikely to be too outlandish. Fujimi Academy. Naruto halted at the school gates, clutching a transfer certificate. All right, he conceded that the identity assigned by this erratic system was indeed superfluous. They could have simply designated him as a student of the academy. Instead, they insisted on labeling him a transfer student, requiring him to report in person. Was this not absurd? The most critical aspect was the implications of this transfer student identity. Uzumaki Naruto, orphaned, having severely injured over 20 individuals in a brawl, leading to his hospitalization and subsequent expulsion from the previous school. Notably, one of those he had beaten was the only son of the former principal. Now, he transferred to this school, the very origin point of the narrative, Fujimi Academy. Thus, at this moment, he, Uzumaki Naruto, was undeniably a reckless wanderer, yet a wanderer of formidable combat prowess. The reputation of Naruto resonates throughout this vicinity and indeed the entire city. This is a mantle bestowed upon him by the system, truly befitting of his erratic nature, as he is capable of envisioning such an identity. Indeed, the narrative Naruto finds himself entwined in is that of an apocalyptic theme, specifically the tale of school apocalypse. According to the system's calculations, there remains but a day until the cataclysm descends, leaving no room for preparation. Yet for Naruto, this is more than sufficient. Grasping a wallet, he strides into the academy where the unfolding drama is set to occur. It is worth noting, however, that the wallet he clutches is not filled with papers, but rather a 25-kilogram alloy steel plate, provided by the supreme deity to suit his rogue persona, intended for covert confrontations. The wallet is meticulously crafted, impervious to any forceful swings, and its handle can extend up to a meter, making it an essential tool for plunder and chaos. Most importantly, this alloy plate is collapsible. At present, it is folded, but when unfurled, it transforms into a 1 meter 3 long alloy rod with razor-sharp edges, ensuring that a single strike could lead to hospitalization without a doubt. The origin of this alloy plate remains a perplexing mystery. As a rogue, Naruto fully embraces his character. While it would be customary to seek out the principal for the transfer process, he harbors no interest in the principal, who has but 1 day left to live. Having adopted the rogue persona, he dismisses the need to consult the principal and heads directly to his classroom. In the second-year department, clutching his transfer proof, he proceeds with determination. Upon arrival at the classroom, he suddenly realizes that he has intruded upon the domain of Takashi Komuro, Rei Miyamoto, Saya Takagi, and Hirano Yashitake. Shaking off his indifference, Naruto quickly adopts a brash demeanor. Without knocking, he barges into the classroom. "What class are you from?" asks the teacher, furrowing her brow at Naruto, who has interrupted her lesson. She cannot help but express her discontent, believing him to be quite rude for not even knocking before entering. Such disrespect towards a teacher is utterly unacceptable. Casting a fleeting glance at the teacher, whom he deems unworthy of even a minor role, Naruto coolly tosses his transfer proof onto the podium. The teacher's fury ignites, yet Naruto does not grant her the opportunity to unleash her wrath. I transferred from Yumetang Academy. You must have heard of my name. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Furthermore, it would be wise not to disturb me while I am here, especially the boys who disregard the teacher, he declares to his classmates with unwavering arrogance, fully embodying his audacious persona. He thinks to himself, if he does not act thus, how could he possibly live up to the super rogue identity bestowed upon him by the system? With a thunderous crash, Naruto had hurled the wallet onto the podium as he uttered his final words. The weight of 25 kilograms reverberated through the classroom, causing the windows to buzz with the intensity of the sound. Indeed, the title granted by the system carries a significant weight. No sooner had Naruto's words escaped his lips than the classroom erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, with incredulous gazes directed at him. Could it be? He is the legendary Uzumaki Naruto. I heard that last week he single-handedly defeated over 20 individuals, all of whom were hospitalized with severe injuries. Not merely 20. I heard it was clearly over 30. Over 30? I believe it surpassed that. My neighbor attends Yumetang Academy and claims it was over 50. I heard that his signature weapon, the steel plate meteor, is what caused such devastation, leaving many with severe injuries, perhaps even turning some into fools. Such power. Judging by what we just witnessed, that plate must weigh at least 30 kilograms. 30 pounds, you underestimate him. I have heard that he wields a custom 50-kilogram alloy plate. And should it strike you, it would not merely injure, but could prove fatal. Indeed, it is a lethal weapon. It is said that he can brandish this 50-kilogram iron plate thousands of times without so much as a change in his expression. Is this truly possible? Such strength seems beyond human capability. Human? I tell you, he has long transcended the realm of humanity. He is a beast of unparalleled ferocity. There are credible accounts of individuals who have witnessed him training, only to be left grievously injured as a result. Rumors abound in the martial community. None are unaware that within this city, he alone commands respect from all major sects. Even the most renowned factions must concede to him. Regrettably, he has no interest in establishing a faction. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable force in this city. Surely, this is an exaggeration? How can it be considered so? There was an instance when he single-handedly dismantled a sect of several hundred overnight. From the leader to the lowest disciple, none escaped unscathed. All found themselves in the hospital. Some were incapacitated for half a year, while others, it is said, took 3 years to recover from their injuries. Is this truly the case? Why does his master not rein him in? Who could possibly contain him? It is said that his former masters, numbering over a dozen, were forced into seclusion after sustaining injuries at his hands. The classroom buzzed with excitement, an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Naruto's words resonated like a thunderclap, leaving the students below in stunned silence, casting fearful glances at him, whispering among themselves yet too intimidated to raise their voices. Nevertheless, the classroom was alive with a persistent hum. Observing the tumult below, Naruto understood that it was not his cruelty that instilled fear, but rather the formidable reputation bestowed upon him by the system, which painted him as a veritable tyrant. Silence. Upon witnessing the commotion, Naruto growled in a low voice. In an instant, the classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed upon him, a glimmer of fear flickering in their gazes. Humph. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at the assembled students, disregarding the terrified looks from the teacher beside him. After all, the rumors he had heard were even more alarming. It was said that after his master disciplined him, they met a mysterious demise the very next day. He strode purposefully toward the podium, finally halting before a row of bespectacled youths. You, step aside, I require this seat. His tone brooked no argument as he addressed the bespectacled boy. Yes, I will move. The boy stammered in response, hurriedly gathering his belongings and fleeing the scene. Cowardly as a mouse, sitting in the vacated spot, Naruto glanced at the boy, disdain etched on his face. Such timidity, even less than that of a rat, only served to affirm Naruto's notorious reputation in the martial world. To the two young ladies, I am Uzumaki Naruto. What say you to joining me for dinner? He offered a serene smile, turning to the two girls flanking him, Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya. The auspicious aura of this place was not lost on them, was it? I apologize, but I already have prior engagements. Miyamoto Rei's voice wavered slightly, perhaps intimidated by Naruto's fearsome reputation, yet she politely declined, bolstered by her father's status as an enforcer and her own considerable martial prowess. Is this how you invite a beautiful young lady? Where is your sincerity? Takashiro Saya regarded Naruto with a haughty expression. Though she had yet to encounter anyone stronger than him, she was not so easily intimidated. Chapter 21. I am a ninja. Is that so? Naruto replied with a smile, harboring no ill will towards their rejections. As he just mentioned, he harbors a disdain for male disturbances. Yet he exhibits remarkable tolerance towards women. It is indeed a pity, but soon circumstances shall change. He gazed at the two girls, for tomorrow, the day of reckoning would soon arrive. Yet, that moment would only be addressed when it arrives. Takashiro Saya cast a glance at Naruto, offering him no courtesy whatsoever. Naruto, well aware of her temperament, merely responded with a serene smile. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Rei maintained her silence. As for Komuro Takashi, he had frequently skipped classes recently due to matters concerning Miyamoto Rei, and at this moment, he sulked in a hidden spot, entirely oblivious to Naruto's pursuit of his childhood sweetheart. Observing Nagai, Miyamoto Rei's legitimate boyfriend, he occasionally cast glances of concern, yet he dared not voice any complaints, especially when reminded of Naruto's legendary status. Even if discontent brewed within him, he could only endure in silence. As for Hiranatoda, he was defenseless, left powerless in the situation. Alas, Yuanfang, what are your thoughts? A lesson swiftly passed, but as a figure of the underworld, Naruto was not inclined to focus on the lecture. He spent the entire class teasing between Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya, inciting the ire of Hiranatoda, who could only grit his teeth in frustration, too intimidated to take action. When the class bell rang, Naruto exited the classroom alone, choosing no longer to disturb Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He intended to make the acquaintance of Dokutsuko, the most formidable woman in this locale, and he sought to learn her ancient swordsmanship. More importantly, Dokutsuko was a beauty. The Kendo Club, owing to Dokutsuko, had become the largest organization on campus apart from the student council. After all, her prowess as a national champion was well recognized. With such an aura, it was difficult for the Kendo Club to remain obscure. With her reputation preceding her, Naruto effortlessly located the Kendo Club's premises. Kid, what brings you here? Upon reaching the entrance of the Kendo Club, he was halted by a burly student who, donned in the club's attire, inquired loudly. I seek someone, Naruto replied, casting a discerning glance at the robust student, instantly recognizing his superficiality. He was confident that a single strike would suffice to defeat him, presenting no challenge at all. Although Naruto's strength was temporarily sealed at the level of a novice, dealing with someone weaker than even a genin was child's play. You aren't from the Kendo Club, are you? Don't you know outsiders are not permitted? The burly student sneered at Naruto, his voice booming, drawing the attention of onlookers. Sensing the gathering crowd, he grew increasingly arrogant, casting another disdainful look at Naruto. Without uttering a word, Naruto understood that this muscular lad was attempting to provoke him. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Adhering to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked, he remained poised, ready to unleash a storm if threatened. Perhaps it was this very aura of intimidation that led the system to designate him as a ruffian of the underworld. What's wrong, kid? Are you feeling indignant? The burly student, noticing Naruto's unwavering gaze, puffed out his chest, showcasing his muscles. You disapprove of me and wish to leverage your status against me? Let me tell you, in the Kendo Club, that won't work. Naruto glanced at him with a calm demeanor, undisturbed, resembling still waters before a tempest. Do you know who I am? Naruto inquired nonchalantly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I don't care who you are. Feeling indignant and still wanting to bully me? Let me tell you, in the Kendo Club, those tactics are futile. The burly student evidently regarded Naruto as an overbearing young master. Is that so? It seems, my lord, that you have come seeking confrontation. Your voice, as tranquil as a still lake, conceals a tempest of fury beneath. Were those whom Naruto had once vanquished by force present, they would undoubtedly sense the anger that now courses through him, and the ensuing consequences would be dire. Why not, little one? Would you care to savor the experience once more? The towering figure cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, and in an instant, he swung his fist towards him. A sharp crack echoed amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers as Naruto, despite his seemingly frail physique, withstood the colossal arm of his assailant. You hesitate to speak. The giant's words faltered under the icy glare emanating from Naruto's eyes. Firstly, I had no intention of intervening, but since you have brought this upon yourself, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Secondly, I detest being referred to as a kid. I can tolerate it once or twice, but do not mistake my forbearance for arrogance. You appear to revel in your ignorance of the situation. Thirdly, to be so brazen before someone of my stature. You truly do not comprehend the peril you are in. Fourthly, remember this. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the very person who will soon impart upon you the bitter taste of defeat. Fifthly, my mood is rather foul at this moment, so I suggest you meet your end. As he stared down the giant, Naruto's voice was low and menacing. With that, he seized the giant's arm with sudden ferocity. A sharp crack resounded, and in an instant, the giant's robust arm was grotesquely contorted, having suffered a fracture. A cacophony of agony erupted from the giant as he collapsed to his knees, howling in torment. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, and veins pulsated violently beneath his skin, resembling a vessel on the verge of rupture. Be quiet, Naruto bellowed, irritated by the outcry. He raised a 25-kilogram alloy chunk and brought it crashing down upon the giant's head. A dull thud followed, accompanied by a spray of crimson, and the giant's screams abruptly ceased. His eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground, blood trickling down, soon staining half of his face a deep red. Silence. Everything transpired with such swiftness that the crowd found themselves momentarily paralyzed. As they beheld the fallen giant, a prolonged stillness was shattered when someone began to scream, prompting the crowd to gaze at Naruto as if faced with an unparalleled fiend. They recoiled, chaos erupting around them. Yet, human curiosity is an innate trait. Even amidst the disorder, they merely skirted around Naruto, unwilling to disperse. I remember now. He is the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, rumored to have transferred to our school today. I cannot believe it is true. Even more astonishing is his cruelty. He has already struck on the very first day of school. Is it really him? The figure of legend? Indeed. I have heard whispers. He seems to have transferred to the second year of high school. What brings him to the Kendo Club? Does he intend to join? Are you foolish? A person of his caliber would never join the Kendo Club. He must be here to confront Siko-en. What could he want from Siko-en? Are you really so naive? What else would two formidable beings do upon encountering each other but engage in a duel? Fool. Surely it cannot be so. How can it not be? I am certain it is. I am eager to see who among them is more formidable. Despite the fervent whispers, the voices remained hushed, with occasional furtive glances cast towards Naruto, quickly averted. It was evident that Naruto's earlier actions had instilled a profound sense of awe in all present. As the crowd turned their gaze toward the fallen giant, it was evident that misfortune had befallen him by provoking such a fierce individual. Fortunately, a kind-hearted soul had already dialed for emergency assistance. You surveyed the onlookers, and in an instant, Naruto fixed his attention on a member of the Kendo Club, pointing directly at him. Suddenly, she found herself standing alone, gazing at Naruto's unwavering finger, helplessly glancing around, tears brimming in her eyes. "Boss, what do you command?" she asked, her voice quivering despite her efforts to maintain composure, the tremor unmistakable. "I'm looking for Siko Bisujima. Do you know her whereabouts?" Naruto replied indifferently to the Kendo member. The Kendo Club leader stared at Naruto in astonishment, unprepared for this inquiry regarding Siko. Could it be true, as the earlier individual had suggested? Yet, upon reflection, who else within the Kendo Club could possibly capture the attention of the notorious Naruto? Where is she? He cast a casual glance at the Kendo member, his tone unperturbed yet imposing. "Well, the club president is not here, but she usually arrives tomorrow," he stammered, realizing the urgency in Naruto's piercing gaze, and quickly added, "She should be arriving shortly. I will wait inside. If Siko Bisujima arrives, please inform her that Naruto Uzumaki has come to pay a visit," Naruto instructed, before casting a final glance at the giant he had knocked down, adding, "And do take care of this waste." Upon entering the Kendo Club, perhaps due to the incident with the giant, no one dared to trouble Naruto any further. They all parted ways, avoiding his presence. Naruto remained indifferent to this. In another world, he might have reacted differently, but in this one, with the apocalypse looming, he placed little value on interpersonal relationships. The only individuals he could consider allies were a mere handful from the original narrative. Observing the students practicing their swordsmanship, a flicker of disdain crossed Naruto's eyes. They were truly inept. Though they appeared formidable now, how many could truly survive amidst a campus overrun by zombies? Apart from the main characters, It seemed only those who had allied with Koichi Fujita managed to endure. The rest had perished without a trace. Casually picking up a wooden sword, Naruto entered the room labeled President's Office. The Kendo members were left speechless by Naruto's insolence, unable to express their anger or even glare at him, fearful of incurring his wrath, as evidenced by the fallen giant outside. As time slipped by, half an hour passed unnoticed, yet Naruto remained unperturbed. As a ninja, he possessed ample patience. Otherwise, how would he manage during assassination missions? He settled cross-legged on the tatami mat, closing his eyes to meditate, the wooden sword firmly embedded in the floor before him. Naruto sought out Seiko Busujima for specific reasons. Firstly, to acquaint himself with the strongest force from the original narrative. Even if immediate rapport could not be established, familiarity would be beneficial, as they would soon become comrades. Secondly, to learn. Mastering Seiko's ancient sword techniques, which were also lethal arts, was essential. Though the ancient swordsmanship may appear unremarkable, lacking the capacity to astound or shake the heavens, to Naruto, it was precisely the profound skill he sought. The ancient sword technique, a martial art inherited by the Tokisaki Seiko family for centuries, boasts a profound heritage akin to a fine vintage wine. Refined through generations of training and enhancement, it approaches a state of near perfection. Each move possesses the potential to be lethal. In the original narrative, Tokisaki Seiko vanquishes her foes with a single stroke, causing their heads to explode, a testament to its power. Yet, what folly it is to have but a single day left to master such skills. It is essential to acknowledge that Naruto's system is designed precisely for moments like this. With earnest teaching, Naruto can harness the system's strength to instantly grasp these techniques. Though he may not achieve absolute mastery, he undoubtedly surpasses those who have toiled for years. Considering Naruto's resolve, the ancient sword technique alone is sufficient to equate to the 100 spirit energies required for his entry into this realm. Suddenly, Naruto's tightly shut eyes flew open, fixating on the door before him. With a swift motion, the door opened at his gaze. A tall figure with long purple hair cascading to her waist and a captivating smile turned towards Naruto. She was breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing the youthful charms of Hinata and Ino, rivaled only by Tsunade and Meitarumi. You must be Uzumaki Naruto. I have heard much about your exploits. Tokisaki Seiko addressed him with a composed tone. And you are Tokisaki Seiko, a name I have long admired. It is an honor to meet you. Since my arrival at the academy, I have wished to witness your prowess. Today, it seems, the tales do you justice. You are indeed formidable, Naruto replied with a serene smile. However, it seems you harbor some ill intentions towards me. Seiko's gaze drifted behind her, subtly alluding to Naruto's confrontation with the large man. Not at all. I merely showed restraint against the weak who provoke the strong. Besides, are you not aware that your swordsmanship club initiated the provocation? Had I not been present today, that large man would have faced dire consequences. Naruto spoke as if it were an undeniable truth, a move that could have easily ended the man's life. With the impending doom tomorrow, his severe injuries would surely seal his fate. Is that so? Seiko's eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded Naruto before stepping into the room and securing the door. What brings you to seek me? She knelt before him and inquired, seemingly no longer pursuing the matter of the large man. For Seiko, the world should revere strength above all. I wish to learn the ancient sword technique. Which is your flash sword art? Naruto asserted, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve. The mention of the ancient sword technique caused Seiko's pupils to dilate momentarily before she regained her composure. I am unfamiliar with this ancient sword technique. However, I can assist you with matters pertaining to swordplay. Ah, I see, Naruto responded with a gentle smile. I apologize for my rudeness. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a wandering warrior, and you may have heard of me. My reputation echoes throughout this city. He grinned mischievously at Seiko. Wandering warrior? What does that entail? Seiko inquired, intrigued. I am a ninja, a unique being unlike any other in this world, Naruto replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke. What? Seiko's voice rose in astonishment as she stared at him, incredulous. A ninja? Such beings still exist in this world? Unbeknownst to her, such professions had long since vanished from memory. Nothing is impossible. You simply lack the experience of the world's other side, Naruto replied with a gentle smile. As a ninja, one must possess exceptional swordsmanship. Why then do you seek my guidance in this art? Seiko Suji inquired, her curiosity piqued. not questioning the veracity of Naruto's identity as a ninja, but rather expressing her confusion. In the era of ninjas, they were also warriors, yet not all warriors were ninjas, which prompted Siko's question. If Naruto were to be inept in swordsmanship, it would indeed be a discredit to his profession. You are correct. I do possess some knowledge of swordsmanship, yet my focus has primarily been on ninjutsu, leaving me with a limited understanding of the sword. Thus, I have come to seek your expertise. After all, your ancient sword techniques are regarded as some of the finest in Japan and among the various sword styles. It is your flash sword technique that has captured my interest, Naruto candidly stated, gazing at Siko. His words held no pretense. As a ninja from the Naruto universe, he was devoted to ninjutsu, complemented by taijutsu and jinjutsu, while his swordsmanship had only begun to develop after acquiring a decapitating blade. Consequently, mastering swordsmanship in this world had become an essential endeavor. Naturally, the ancient sword techniques from the original work became Naruto's preferred choice. Is it true that ninjutsu exists? Siko's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing Naruto's declaration regarding legendary phenomena. Indeed, Naruto affirmed with a nod. While others might hesitate to acknowledge such truths, he was unreserved. For he hailed from the Naruto universe where ninjutsu was a genuine force, devoid of fabrication. Perhaps to instill confidence in Siko, Naruto's hand shimmered with electric energy, swiftly plunging into the ground. The sharp sound of penetration echoed as his hand sank partially into the floor, creating a hollow in the foundation. The lightning flickered and spread, resembling a purple and green whip striking the earth. In an instant, the area became scorched where the lightning had touched. This was the transformation of chakra into the form of lightning release. Naruto was not limited to merely fire and wind release. Indeed, he had attained the strength of a Nin, who could master one or two additional elemental affinities. Naturally, if one possessed the requisite skill, talent, and time, all 5 elemental affinities could be studied. However, most individuals specialized in 1 or 2, for to be a jack of all trades is often of little utility. Take Hashirama Senju, for instance. While proficient in wood release, would he not also understand earth and water release? Yet, he had not employed them, as his expertise lay solely in wood release. Similarly, while Naruto had acquired knowledge of lightning release due to his Nin rank, his true mastery remained in fire and wind release, with lightning chakra serving merely as a supplementary tool. Nevertheless, even in its weaker form, the lightning release was more than sufficient for Siko at that moment. After all, who had ever witnessed a person wielding lightning at will? The secret of thunder, dear Naruto, is the true power of lightning, not mere flashes, Siko intoned solemnly, her gaze fixed on the crackling lightning in Naruto's hand. Not quite. This is the chakra of the lightning element, Naruto replied coolly, meeting her gaze. Chakra? Siko's expression was one of bewilderment as she inquired further. Understanding the need for brevity, Naruto explained the essence of chakra and its connections to taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. I see now, Naruto. I am willing to impart the ways of the ancient sword. But in return, you must teach me how to gather and utilize chakra, Siko proposed, her eyes narrowing slightly. If she had a tail at that moment, it would undoubtedly be wagging with excitement. Naruto gazed at her, ultimately nodding in agreement. For him, it was merely a matter of imparting knowledge in advance. He had resolved to undertake the primary mission of this world. Although the power within this realm was not particularly formidable and had not reached the pinnacle of the lower realms, it was close to the borders of the middle realm, making it undoubtedly the best choice to convey teachings here. In this world, where the apocalypse loomed and corpses lay strewn about, the dissemination of techniques would surely be readily accepted. Subsequently, Naruto simply consented, and Siko from the Poison Island family took up a wooden sword, intending to impart the ancient swordsmanship. However, with the aid of the system at his disposal, Naruto bypassed the cumbersome steps and prompted her to demonstrate a technique directly. A voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Siko Poison Island, the heir of ancient swordsmanship, is imparting her techniques to you. Would you like to learn? Without hesitation, Naruto opted in. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded into Naruto's mind. Every technique, essence, and evolution of the ancient swordsmanship lay before him. In a heartbeat, he had mastered the ancient swordsmanship, though true proficiency would still require time for practice and real combat. In the days to come, a multitude of corpses would serve as the crucible for honing his sword skills. Then, under the astonished gaze of Siko Poison Island, Naruto wielded the wooden sword to exhibit the ancient swordsmanship. His movements appeared somewhat awkward, yet he had indeed acquired the skills. Is this the might of a ninja? To grasp it with just a glance, Siko marveled at Naruto, utterly astonished. No, it is merely due to my exceptional talent and photographic memory, allowing for rapid comprehension. If it were any other ninja, even with 100 demonstrations, they would struggle to learn, he replied, observing her astonishment with a faint smile. Is this the prowess of a ninja? To learn the ancient swordsmanship with but a single glance, Siko pondered in disbelief. Nay, I am inherently gifted, with extraordinary memory. Thus, I can swiftly master it. If any other ninja were to attempt, even 100 repetitions would yield little success. The ancient swordsmanship of the Poison Island family is truly remarkable. Naruto, witnessing her shock, chuckled softly, reflecting on his newfound understanding of the ancient swordsmanship's formidable power. Despite the absence of complex techniques, each strike was lethal, aimed directly at the vital points. Indeed, the ancient swordsmanship was unparalleled, a deadly art. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Siko soon found solace. If every ninja possessed such abilities, what need would there be for years of arduous training? As her emotions settled, her appraisal of Naruto rose. After all, geniuses were rare, and she herself was a prodigy in the way of the sword, now able to contend with masters. Yet, she was confronted by a genius endowed with a system. Very well, next I shall teach you how to gather chakra. However, the time required varies among ordinary individuals. A genius may master it within a day. Those slightly less gifted may take 5 to 10 days, while the dull-witted could require over a month. Moreover, the younger one is, the better, ideally around 6 years of age. At the mention of age, disappointment flickered in Siko's eyes as she realized she had missed the optimal window for training. Those who practiced martial arts understood the significance of age. Do not fret. Since I have promised, I shall teach you to master chakra, Naruto reassured her with a smile, noticing her forlorn expression. What I mentioned earlier was self-learning. I did not refer to others assisting in the refinement. I can first infuse my chakra into your body, and then you may follow my method of chakra refinement. Transform the chakra I impart into your own, and you shall succeed. What Naruto proposed was akin to the enlightening practices found in martial arts stories. Indeed effective in enabling those devoid of chakra to acquire it. However, in the world of Naruto, no one employs this technique, as the process of impartation results in a reduction of one's chakra capacity and comes with restrictions. The recipient must possess no chakra and cannot absorb it entirely. A majority of the chakra dissipates. If one were to infuse 100 units, absorbing merely a tenth would be considered fortunate. Consequently, this method is of little utility. In the Naruto universe, one can begin refining chakra at the tender age of 6, thus the impartation must occur prior to this age. However, at that time, the meridians are fragile, self-learning is feasible, yet impartation would surely lead to demise. Hence, this practice has not been adopted, with individuals relying solely on their own cultivation. For Siko Tagakushi, however, this method proves most effective. As for chakra matters, Naruto need not concern himself with a diminished upper limit, for his chakra is abundant beyond measure. Should it be depleted, the Nine Tails could effortlessly replenish it. Furthermore, Siko has trained in swordsmanship from a young age, her body resilient, and her meridians well suited for chakra impartation. It is precisely for this reason that Naruto consented to teach her the refinement of chakra. Is this akin to the impartation techniques found in Chinese martial legends? Siko inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. It appears you have quite the knowledge of China, Naruto replied with a smile. No, it is merely my studies in swordsmanship that led me to conduct a brief investigation into China. I cannot claim to have in-depth understanding. Just a smattering of knowledge regarding martial arts, Siko responded, shaking her head. Such curiosity is indeed a rarity. After all, beyond one's own culture, few delve into the secrets of foreign lands. Among thousands, it is perhaps a challenge to find even a handful who explore distant realms. Naruto, upon hearing this, smiled serenely, acknowledging this as a common state of affairs. Even in his past life, much of his understanding of the land of the rising sun stemmed from manga. Most of his knowledge derived from this source. Some curious souls may venture online to seek answers, which is what one might call cultural infiltration. I appreciate your compliment. But does the matter of impartation bear any relation to the techniques of this martial world? Siko smiled at Naruto, posing her question. Such an interpretation is not without merit. Indeed, There are parallels. Naruto nodded in agreement. Then, does this concern you in any way? Siko gazed at Naruto, her expression revealing genuine concern. Are you worried about me? Naruto chuckled, looking at Siko. No, I merely think that if it poses any danger to you, it is unnecessary. I will cultivate at my own pace. I believe I can gather my chakra. Siko's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded Naruto, for his words had been rather subtle. You need not worry. This will not harm me. Naruto smiled, his gaze gentle as it rested upon Siko. Really? Siko met Naruto's eyes, searching for honesty, before responding affirmatively. Indeed, Naruto nodded. So, when can we commence? Siko's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she looked at Naruto, intrigued by his remarkable chakra, wishing to acquire it sooner rather than later. I am ready whenever you are. We can begin at any moment, Naruto replied with a calm smile. I am fully prepared, if it is feasible at this moment. I wish to start now, Siko responded immediately. Chapter 150, The Beginning of the Apocalypse. The first day of school day's apocalypse passed just like that. However, the excitement of imparting chakra to Siko the day before kept Naruto awake all night. 2 consecutive nights of insomnia left him with a wry smile. When one speaks of Siko Todoroki, one cannot help but mention the matter of chakra infusion. A chakra capacity of 1,000 is equivalent to that of a Chunin level. Yet, Todoroki demonstrated remarkable prowess, having absorbed over 100 chakra, nearing the realm of a genin. Beyond this, she would struggle to bear the strain. The infusion of 1,000 chakra was somewhat taxing even for Todoroki's constitution, and it was only through Naruto's assistance in regulating her chakra that she succeeded. However, this left Naruto quite fatigued. Indeed, such an infusion is not something the average individual can withstand, even disregarding the potential depletion of chakra limits. The very circumstances are enough to give pause. It appears that in the future, chakra infusion should be approached with caution. With a genin's chakra and Todoroki's swordsmanship, her current strength rivals that of an ordinary genin. Although she lacks ninjutsu, her sword skills surpass those of many who lack bloodline limits. One must not underestimate the capabilities of Siko Todoroki. As time swiftly passes, the next day arrives, heralding the onset of the apocalypse. Today, Naruto finally encounters the protagonist from the original narrative, the one notorious for skipping classes. However, the individual seems to harbor no fondness for him. After all, he has heard that Naruto, upon his arrival, had disturbed the close childhood friends, Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya. Regardless, Kashira Takashi finds it impossible to regard Naruto favorably. Yet, due to Naruto's standing within the system, Kashira dares not voice his grievances excessively, merely casting displeased glances from time to time. To this, Naruto remains oblivious, even teasing Miyamoto Rei in plain sight of Kashira, which infuriates him to the point of fleeing class to avoid Naruto's sharpness. Yesterday, the derogatory remarks made by the students who were expelled resurfaced from Naruto's lips, loud enough for Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya to overhear. This caused both young women to frown, not at Naruto, but at Kashira Takashi. After all, his actions had left them disappointed. Childhood friends subjected to ridicule. And yet he dared not retaliate, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. Naruto watched Kashira's retreating figure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The plot is about to unfold. The end times have indeed arrived. Ignoring Kashira's departure, Naruto continued his discourse on life with the 2 lovely companions beside him. As expected, Kashira returned hastily after half an hour, barging into the classroom. Kashira, what are you doing? Not only skipping class, but also disrupting the lesson. The teacher, clearly venting the ire amassed towards Naruto, chastised the impudent intruder. One may wonder how Naruto had managed to infuriate this teacher. Truth be told, he had hardly acknowledged the teacher's presence, openly provoking the 2 girls beside him, his voice raised enough for nearly the entire class to hear. However, Naruto's notorious reputation rendered the teacher powerless to act. Thus Kashira became the scapegoat in this scenario. Come on, we must leave. Kashira appeared oblivious to the discontent in Miyamoto's expression as he approached her and unceremoniously grabbed her arm. What are you saying? Miyamoto Rei looked at Kashira, her tone rising, clearly displeased with his actions. Coupled with the earlier incident, her irritation deepened. Just follow me. Kashira, disregarding Miyamoto's displeasure, repeated his insistence. Hey Komuro, what is the matter? Just speak up. Faced with Naruto's teasing of Miyamoto Rei, the rightful boyfriend felt a mix of anger and helplessness. However, When it came to Komuro Takashi, he chose to assert his presence. A grave incident unfolded at the school gate. The situation was dire. Komuro Takashi cast a brief glance at Eiji and succinctly stated, "It's serious." Eiji, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his expression one of shock. "Is that true? What benefit would there be in deceiving you?" Komuro Takashi clearly preferred brevity, redirecting his attention to Miyamoto Rei, urging, "Now, come with me quickly. What are you doing?" "Seriously," Rei exclaimed, shaking off his grasp as she questioned, "What on earth are you thinking?" In truth, this was not the original narrative. Thus Komuro Takashi's intended slap was destined to be thwarted. Just as his hand was about to descend, Naruto stepped in front of Miyamoto Rei, grasping his wrist firmly. "Honestly, you must be Komuro Takashi. I want to interfere with your actions, as I've only just met Miyamoto Rei and we are not well acquainted. However, I cannot stand by while you strike a woman." Naruto regarded Komuro Takashi with a calm demeanor, his gaze sharp, their eyes locking momentarily, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on Komuro's brow. At that moment, Miyamoto Rei acutely sensed the shift in dynamics. She understood Komuro Takashi's intentions were transparent, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Naruto, seeking protection. This was a dichotomy of situations. Had Komuro's hand landed, Rei would have undoubtedly submitted. To others, Komuro Takashi appeared as a quintessential male chauvinist, imposing and formidable, particularly in this eastern land. Yet now, with Naruto intervening, the tide had turned. Rei's fondness for Komuro plummeted, and even the onlookers found his actions bizarre, taking issue with his aggression towards a woman. Even Yoshitaro Takajihara, who had a decent rapport with Komuro, frowned inwardly, feeling discontent, especially since Rei was dear to Eiji. While Naruto's words were teasing, he had not crossed any boundaries. His provocations were merely verbal. Thus, Komuro Takashi's fate was sealed. "Let us go," Naruto stated, denying Komuro any chance of defense. He turned to Miyamoto Rei, Takajihara, and the others. "Hey, where are we going?" Takajihara couldn't help but inquire, though her tone had softened considerably after the recent events. "Didn't Komuro just say there was a zombie incident on campus? We should leave before panic ensues. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble," Naruto replied calmly, looking at Takajihara. With that, he took Miyamoto Rei's hand, grabbed his wallet, and exited the classroom. Chapter 23. The onset of chaos. Naruto's actions were laden with significance. It was more fitting to take Miyamoto Rei than Takajihara. Once Rei departed, Komuro and Eiji would naturally follow. If Komuro emerged, Takajihara would surely accompany him, and with her departure, it was likely that Hirunoto would follow suit as well. Naruto's choices were guided by a voice from the system. Ding, the plot is activated. Main quest initiated. Ding, main quest 1. Accompany Komuro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei, Takajihara, Hirunoto, Poison Island Seko, Marukawa Shizuka, and Shiri Alice to the Takajihara estate, and protect them. Successful completion yields a reward of 30 to all attributes and 200 soul energy. The task has failed. For each life lost, a deduction of 10 points from all attributes will be incurred. Do you accept? Ding. Main mission 2. Fend off the zombie assault on the Gao family estate for 10 minutes to provide the Gao family with an opportunity to retreat. Successful completion of the task grants an increase of 50 points to all attributes and 300 points of soul energy. Failure results in a reduction of 200 points from all attributes. Do you accept? Ding. Main mission 3. Eliminate Takahashi Wisteria. Successful completion rewards 30 points of soul energy. Failure results in a deduction of 50 points from all attributes. Do you accept? Naruto readily embraced the 3 main missions presented by the system. Protecting the original characters seemed effortless for him, yet he felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of safeguarding the 2 men, Yoshio Komuro and Hidetada Hayano. Were it not for the demands of the mission, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in their safety. However, what truly astonished Naruto was the task directed towards Takahashi Wisteria. Indeed, this individual was steeped in malevolence, warranting his inclusion in the main mission by the very system itself. Takahashi Wisteria, your demise is imminent. Komuro, what has transpired? Eiji, unable to contain his curiosity, swiftly approached Yoshio Komuro and inquired aloud. Komuro, I too wish to understand what is happening, Sayaka Takagi echoed, her gaze fixed upon Yoshio. Hidetada Hayano and Rei Miyamoto also turned their attention towards Komuro, while Naruto, possessing foreknowledge of the narrative, continued to pull Rei along at a brisk pace. Yoshio Komuro cast a penetrating glance at Eiji, then turned to face Gao and Ray. He recognized that failing to clarify the situation might lead to isolation. Moments ago, there was a disturbance at the back door. The physical education teacher went to investigate and was subsequently attacked, resulting in the deaths of 2 individuals. Now the teachers are turning against one another, Yoshio succinctly conveyed, examining the expressions of those present. Teachers turning against one another? How is that even conceivable? It is utterly absurd. Eiji furrowed his brow, disbelief etched across his face, for the situation was indeed surreal. I too am reluctant to believe it, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. There is no falsehood in my words. Yoshio replied with a heavy tone, clearly having detected Eiji's skepticism. Wait. If such events have unfolded, why not inform everyone so they can seek refuge? Ray scrutinized Yoshio with a cold gaze, her resentment from earlier evident, making it unlikely for her to show him any kindness in the short term. Inform them? Do you truly believe they would trust me? Yoshio retorted with a sardonic smile, casting an irritated glance at Ray, who was being dragged by Naruto. In response, Ray fell silent, aware that Yoshio spoke the truth. She herself harbored doubts regarding his words. Were it not for Naruto's grip, she might still be in the classroom. Enough. The situation is clear. We must vacate this place immediately, Naruto announced to the group. However, despite his words, they did not cease their advance. Wait, Uzumaki-kun, where are we headed? Ray could not restrain her curiosity as she noticed Naruto ascending the stairs instead of heading downstairs, shattering the silence. The others also looked towards Naruto, who was leading the way. Upstairs. If Yoshio's words hold any truth, chaos will soon engulf the school. Descending would only lead to being trampled by the throng. Ascending is the wiser course of action at this juncture. And please, simply call me Naruto, he elucidated, fully aware that once the turmoil erupted, the scene would be chaotic beyond measure. The weak might perish not from zombie attacks, but rather beneath the crushing weight of the crowd, a tragedy of the highest order. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with a sudden realization, and without further ado, they hastened after Naruto towards the rooftop. Although they had not witnessed it firsthand, they were acutely aware of the tragic incidents of people being trampled to death due to overcrowding, as conveyed through news reports and rumors. They certainly did not wish to become part of such a grim statistic. However, whether by coincidence or fate, they unexpectedly encountered the very location where Takashi Komuro acquired his weapons in the original narrative. Thus, under the suggestion of Sayaka Takashiro, who asserted the need for arms, a baseball bat once again found its way into Takashi Komuro's hands, while Rei Miyamoto wielded a broom handle as a makeshift spear. Yuki, Sayaka Takashiro, and Hino Tadaka each sought out usable items, most of which were broom handles, yet the most practical weapon remained Takashi Komuro's baseball bat. Chapter 151 Chapter 152 Chaos. Situation 153 Emergency Announcement. Emergency Announcement. The campus is currently under armed assault. Students, swiftly follow your teachers to safety. Repeating, the campus is experiencing an armed attack. Students, evacuate immediately with your instructors. Help. Stop. Help. It hurts so much. Help. The broadcast abruptly ceased after just a few moments. Yet the haunting cries resonated as if everlasting, echoing in the ears of all present. The campus was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence, devoid of any sound. As everyone was stunned by the unexpected alert, the wails were a phenomenon unheard of in their previously tranquil lives. In the midst of this silence, a chalk piece fell from the podium, shattering into fragments, symbolizing the collapse of rationality among the crowd. Boom. Turmoil erupted, and everyone was thrown into disarray. It was unclear who led the charge out of the classroom, but in a state of fear, students blindly followed, the campus resembling a hive that had been pierced, chaotically surging towards the outside world. Flee, flee, flee. In that moment, escape became the sole thought. Anyone who stood in their path, be it alumni, friends, lovers, or even former school beauties and teachers, was knocked to the ground, with no one spared. Madness ensued. All were engulfed in frenzy, desperate to break free from the unknown terror, as if the outside world promised a safe haven. However, the appearance of corpses only exacerbated the situation. Like adding fuel to the fire, those who had fallen began to rise, transforming into mere shells of their former selves, akin to the zombies depicted in films, drawn to the sounds of the living. Those bitten let out brief cries of despair before collapsing, only to stagger back to their feet shortly after, joining the ranks of the undead in pursuit of the terrified humans who scattered in all directions, further intensifying the chaos. This is the apocalypse. The entire institution had descended into turmoil. Standing atop the building, Naruto spoke with an air of indifference. Yet his words struck like thunderclaps in the ears of Rei Miyamoto and the others, who gazed in disbelief at the horrors unfolding below. The scene before them was their first encounter with the darker facets of humanity. In the face of the unknown and death, every beautiful illusion shattered instantaneously, leaving only the grotesque truth. How could this be? Sayaka Takashiro murmured in a daze, unable to accept the reality before her, for she was merely a high school student. A girl. Indeed, this cannot be real. Rei Miyamoto echoed her disbelief. Yet, it was undeniably happening. Naruto cast a glance back at the two girls, his tone flat, piercing through their illusions. What on earth is happening? Biting, collapsing, and then rising again to continue the assault, much like the zombies depicted in films. Takashi Komuro and his companions stood transfixed. It was not just the school. The entire city was engulfed in a scene of chaos, filled with wails and billowing smoke. Who could say? Perhaps the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Naruto smiled faintly. Truth be told, the tranquility of the previous day, coming from the world of Naruto, left him slightly unsettled, while the current turmoil felt like a familiar landscape. Perhaps all ninjas were alike. Once the fighting ceased, their hearts would decay. In such times, how could one still smile? Are you not at all concerned? You yourself proclaimed this to be the end of days. How can you wear such a smile? Sayaka Takashiro glared at Naruto, her voice rising in a question that seemed to be a release of her inner turmoil. For the sudden upheaval of her worldview was a burden for anyone to bear. What is there to worry about? I am not a savior. Yet, I possess the strength to survive in this apocalypse, and that is sufficient. The rest matters not to me, Naruto responded calmly, not angered by her outburst, but instead meeting her gaze with serenity. Before this place became his primary world, he was merely a fleeting visitor. Now, with the power to alter the course of fate, it had transformed into his stage. Sayaka Takashiro hesitated, torn between words. Indeed, Naruto was correct. He was no messiah, yet in this end times, he had already acquired the means to endure, and that sufficed. Despite not witnessing his prowess firsthand, his legend was well known. Perhaps only the rogues of yesteryear could carve a place in this martial world, while the righteous were left to await the conclusion of their destinies. This martial realm was indeed a cruel jest. Enough, this is not the time for levity, but for devising a strategy. Nearby, Nagai caught sight of Naruto and Sayaka, approaching with a smile, attempting to ease the tension in the air. Naruto's martial skills were widely acknowledged, and Nagai was well aware that provoking him would lead to dire consequences. In the Japanese underworld, the wise recognized the times, though Nagai harbored discontent towards Naruto. He chose to acquiesce in the face of overwhelming strength. Humph, Sayaka huffed softly, falling silent, clearly accepting Nagai's unspoken suggestion. Perhaps it would be wiser to await reinforcements. Takashi Komuro proposed as he stepped forward. Reinforcements? Sayaka furrowed her brow at this suggestion but refrained from further comment. Indeed, with corpses strewn about, escape seemed implausible. Thus, waiting for aid was a more prudent course, as the court would not forsake them. Takashi's words drew the attention of the group, and he became increasingly fervent, oblivious to the quiet anxiety brewing in Sayaka's expression. No, Naruto interjected bluntly, cutting off Takashi. Why deny it? Is this plan not viable? Takashi glared at Naruto in anger upon hearing this. Fool, Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Takashi and replied coolly, if it weren't for the system's directive to protect her, I would have long since taken your life for proposing such a foolish idea. Did you not hear when classmate Miyamoto called? The court is likely preoccupied with its own troubles. How can they possibly come to our aid? Even if they wish to assist, they must first stabilize their internal situation. But how long will that take? A day? 2 days? 3 days? Or perhaps a month? Not to mention the long-term implications. Can you endure even 3 days? Water and food. Those two essentials for survival. Do you have any provisions? Even the strongest of men, if deprived of sustenance, shall eventually succumb to exhaustion. Thus, we cannot afford to wait for the unknown reinforcements. Consequently, the only support we can rely on is ourselves. Naruto cast a dispassionate glance at Komuro Takashi and spoke plainly. He showed no mercy towards those who harbored hostility. In comparison, Eternity far surpassed Komuro Takashi in strength, having trained for many years and adorned with multiple black belts. In terms of temperament, Eternity was also more rational than the impulsive Komuro Takashi. Most importantly, Eternity possessed the wisdom to assess situations, a quality that Komuro Takashi had yet to exhibit. How could it be? Komuro Takashi voiced, but upon turning to see the approving gazes of Eternity, Takashi Sayaka, and Miyamoto Rei, he fell silent. He understood that Naruto's words bore truth, and his own arguments seemed feeble in comparison, akin to that of a jester. What shall we do now? Hirano to do inquired of Naruto, his tone somewhat feeble. Hirano to do, you have finally made your presence known. I almost forgot about you, Naruto remarked. Glancing at him, he held no animosity towards Hirano to do, as the latter was far more agreeable than Komuro Takashi. At the very least, Hirano to do possessed extensive knowledge of firearms for survival in apocalyptic scenarios, being an avid military enthusiast with exceptional shooting skills. Leave? How do we leave? The others responded, looking down at the sea of corpses with bitter smiles. Let alone leaving, it would be difficult to descend at this moment. We require a vehicle, and among you, who can drive? Naruto surveyed the group and asked. Never mind, that was a foolish question. A bunch of bookworms wouldn't know how to drive. Then, we must seek assistance. Naruto scanned the group and spoke. His team was still missing 2 members, who were presumably nearby, Siko Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa. Chapter 24, Naruto suddenly. A thunderous explosion reverberated, akin to thunder splitting the sky, shaking the entire campus. Naturally, Naruto and his companions on the roof were drawn to the sound. It was not a gas explosion. It resembled the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. A flicker of joy passed across Naruto's face. Truly, when one speaks of the devil appears. Let us go, he urged his companions. Where to? Takashi Sayaka inquired, her eyes widening as she began to discern Naruto's intentions. Indeed, Naruto confirmed with a nod. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how sensitive these undead are to sound? Takashi Sayaka exclaimed anxiously. They had observed from the rooftop for quite some time, well aware that while zombies could not see, they were extremely reactive to noise. Any sound would draw them in droves. Thus, they referred to these creatures as the undead, a term proposed by Naruto, which earned him a reward. Ding. Side quest completed. Name the undead. Reward, 20 soul energy. Though meager, even mosquito legs are meat. Not only Takashi Sayaka, but the others also looked at Naruto with confusion, as if gazing at a madman. To escape this place, we must first go there. Otherwise, facing so many undead alone, I cannot manage all of you, Naruto stated calmly. Then where shall we go? Miyamoto Rei asked, her eyes flickering with unspoken meaning. Indeed, even if all of you were to unite, it is unlikely that you could withstand a single strike from her, Naruto nodded. The tremendous noise just moments ago was undoubtedly the doing of Siko to do. He could scarcely believe that anyone else at this school possessed the ability to create such a commotion. Naruto spoke no falsehood to Miyamoto Rei and the others. Without Siko's chakra, it might have been impossible, but now that she had attained the chakra level of a genin, no matter how many Kamishiro Takashi and the others were, one sword strike would suffice. Is that truly the case? Sayaka Takashiro expressed her skepticism, as she had never heard of such a formidable individual. Even her father would hesitate to boast of being able to eliminate them all with a single stroke. Of course, time was of the essence, and before those zombies arrived, we should make our move. Naruto nodded, offering no further words as he descended the stairs, rushing towards the source of the noise. He trusted that they would follow. After all, with their strength, escaping this school was hardly an option. Leading the charge, Naruto brandished his alloy katana, slicing through the encroaching zombies with remarkable swiftness. The mission had to be completed. He certainly did not wish for any of Kamishiro Takashi's group to suffer a bite from the undead, though it mattered little for you. The katana, forged with the chakra of the 9 tails, was exceptionally sharp, rendering the zombies akin to tofu in his hands. With a single strike, they were either cleaved in half or decapitated, leaving them in a state of dismemberment, easily manageable for Kamishiro Takashi and the others. In combat, Naruto truly experienced the formidable prowess of the ancient swordsmanship learned by Siko to do. Once reliant solely on brute strength, he now directed each strike with precision towards the vital points of the zombies, dispatching them effortlessly. Combining strength and finesse, he maneuvered gracefully through the onslaught. And with each kill, his mastery of the ancient techniques deepened, resulting in rapid advancement in his swordsmanship. As Naruto eliminated the majority of the zombies, Kamishiro Takashi and the others found themselves only a short distance behind, following closely. Witnessing Naruto's relentless slaughter of the zombies, they began to comprehend the essence of true power. It was akin to a force depicted in novels, once deemed exaggerated, now witnessed firsthand, leaving them utterly astonished. This was the might of a lone warrior against thousands. Though they did not keep a precise count, Naruto had already dispatched over 100 zombies. While it would take them considerable effort to achieve even a fraction of that, Naruto had completed the task in a remarkably short span and continued unabated. They could not help but acknowledge the terror that was Naruto. After a grim bout of carnage, they finally reached the ground floor, only to find the exit surrounded by dozens of zombies, densely packed and obstructing their path. Kamishiro Takashi and the others felt their hearts race. This challenge appeared formidable. While it was indeed daunting for them, it was not necessarily so for Naruto. He sheathed his alloy katana at his waist, allowing it to hang slightly. This was the stance of the drawing technique. With a swift motion, he executed the fifth flash of the 7 drawings technique. As the words left his lips, the katana was drawn in an instant, unleashing 5 arcs of light that surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea or a tiger descending from the mountain, rampaging through the horde of zombies. The arcs of light sliced through the undead, severing them with such speed that an ordinary person could only perceive fleeting glimpses of the blade's shine. In less than half a second, the arcs dissipated, yet dozens of zombies remained standing, ready to pounce. Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward, his katana vibrating with a resonant hum, followed by a series of crisp sounds as he struck. Thud, thud, thud. Kamishiro Takashi and the others watched in disbelief as dozens of zombies were cleaved apart, some reduced to mere fragments, others severed into numerous pieces. Dozens of corpses fell in an instant, and Naruto's strike completely shattered their understanding of this world. The gleam of blades and the shadows of swords conjured scenes reminiscent of a film. As they regained their senses and surveyed the surrounding undead, they exchanged a self-deprecating smile. Even zombies had appeared. What were their martial skills worth now? Watching Naruto fade into the distance once more, they instinctively followed. The power he displayed instilled both fear and admiration, subtly positioning him as their leader. Upon exiting the building, although the number of zombies had increased, the available space for evasion had also expanded. As long as they were cautious not to be cornered, they felt confident in overcoming these powerful yet sluggish foes, especially with Naruto by their side. Wielding his katana with unwavering resolve, Naruto charged forward, slashing through the horde. His target was the building that erupted with a deafening roar. Chapter 25. Fragmentation. You always leave me worried, Siko Tokisaki remarked lightly, her tone a blend of reproach and concern. She turned to Shizuka Jurikawa, saying, "That's my friend. He should be arriving soon." "Oh, is he a friend of yours, Siko? Is he strong?" Shizuka blinked innocently, her cheeks inexplicably tinged with crimson. "And no, not at all," Siko stammered, unable to conceal her inner delight. "Well, Siko, why do you seem so flustered?" Shizuka teased, her gaze catching sight of the throng of zombies surging from behind Siko, their numbers exceeding expectations. "It's merely the heat. There are too many zombies. And I'm fighting with fervor," Siko replied, her words barely escaping as she danced her sword faster, her steps becoming more urgent. Shizuka could only grumble as she hurried to keep pace, dodging the approaching corpses. "Hey, Siko, how much longer until your friend arrives?" Shizuka, out of breath, finally sat down, oblivious to the surrounding undead. "By the way, what are you sitting on?" "Actually, he has already arrived," Siko said with a smile, unleashing her sword and causing the horde to disintegrate. In the distance, a group was racing towards them, led by a blonde youth wielding a katana. His movements were swift, dispatching zombies even faster than Siko, and the group's pace remained unyielding as they swiftly cleared away over 100 corpses. "That delinquent," Shizuka exclaimed, staring at Naruto. "Okay, the golden hair reminds me of him. However," she added, "but Shizuka, your hair is also golden." Ding. Side quest, team. The original team has assembled, rewarding 50 soul energy. The system's voice echoed in Naruto's ears. While not a large sum, it was undeniably precious. "I knew it. Only you could create such a commotion in this school," Naruto said, looking at Siko with a smile, having noticed the shattered pillar as well. Miyamoto Rei, Takagi Saya, and the others had also seen it, and finally understood why Naruto claimed they could not compare to Siko's sword. "I just wanted to find you quickly, after all. Only you can navigate this world with such ease." "I knew you would come when I heard the commotion," Siko replied softly, her tone gentle like that of a lover awaiting their return. Nevertheless, it's still too risky. While dealing with these zombies is second nature to you, unforeseen events can always occur. Please don't do this again, Naruto said, his voice laced with concern as he gazed at her. Since yesterday, Seiko Tokushima has transformed into a person centered entirely around him. You are well aware of my prowess. Even without the use of swordsmanship, I can handle them without peril. Tokushima discerned his reproach, yet instead of responding with anger, she smiled, recognizing that this was Naruto's expression of concern for her. Really, let's not dwell on that. We should depart from this place and seek refuge until the horde disperses, Naruto advised Tokushima, then turned to the others. Their numbers were considerable, complicating their escape. After all, he had to consider the safety of people like Rei Miyamoto. Their lives had become a matter of great significance for Naruto. Ensuring their safe arrival at the Takashiro residence would bestow a boon of 30 to all attributes, but for every life lost, there would be a deduction of 10 points from all attributes. Losing 3 would render Naruto's efforts futile, and losing 4 would be catastrophic for him. Thus, he had to prioritize their safety. Tokushima regarded Naruto with no dissent. She would oppose him on nothing. The others, too, voiced no objections. Although they had the protection of Naruto and Tokushima, no one could guarantee absolute safety, and it was always better to be more secure. The horde on the first floor had been cleared, but the noise originated from there, making it unwise to linger. They could not descend, so they ascended instead. With no horde present, the surroundings were spacious, and the group soon discovered a well-equipped office on the second floor. What are you thinking? Your expression is quite complex. Tokushima inquired, gazing at Naruto. Forget about rebuilding the Hokage office. It's nothing, Naruto replied, casting her a glance. Nearly divulging his thoughts about the Hokage's office being smaller than this modest teacher's office, hastily changing the subject. How could he express his frustrations regarding the inadequacies of a ninja leader's office? Yet, he found the television's quality impressive. It astonishingly retained a signal even in such circumstances, showcasing the advanced digital television technology of the island nation. It far surpassed the chaotic technology of the Naruto world. All right, let us get to know one another. I am Uzumaki Naruto. You should have heard of me, so I shall say no more. Now, please introduce yourselves and share your specialties, Naruto declared, shaking his head and clapping his hands to signal everyone to speak. Although he was familiar with all of them, they seemed not to know each other well. I am Rei Miyamoto. Discussing academics is futile at this point. I am from the shooting club, and I should be capable of dealing with these zombies. Rei Miyamoto stepped forward to introduce herself. Chapter 26. The healer. I am Jukawa Shizuka, a practitioner of medicine. Should any of you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek me out. Shizuka spoke softly, reminiscent of a wandering physician. I am Takashiro Saya, skilled in deduction and knowledgeable in firearms. And I consider myself a genius, Saya declared, her head held slightly high, her pride difficult to conceal despite her attempts. After all, how could a woman of noble lineage be unaware of firearms? I am Hirano Tadu, an enthusiast of military affairs, with a modest understanding of firearms, Tadu murmured, appearing somewhat bashful. A military otaku, Naruto remarked with a glance at Hirano Tadu, responding succinctly. Hey, I am Hirano Tadu. He quickly interjected as Naruto turned his gaze toward him. At that moment, Naruto had begun to assume the role of leader, and with his formidable skills, Hirano Tadu felt a sense of reverence towards him. There is no need for such formality. As a military enthusiast, you must be capable of utilizing these materials to construct an air gun. Though it is still early, you may wish to give it a try, as it would also ensure your own safety. Naruto pointed to the nails and air tubes in the corner, making the suggestion. This should be feasible. I will give it a shot, Hirano Toda responded, his eyes lighting up as if quenched by much-needed rain, and then he dashed toward the pile of materials, becoming engrossed in his task. Please, continue. Naruto nodded and turned to the others, reiterating his request. Seiko Tokiwa, the captain of the Kendo Club. Her reply was succinct yet powerful. Seiko Senpai, the national champion of the Kendo tournament, Sayaka Takagi remarked in admiration. Her father had often spoken of Seiko's swordsmanship. Thus Sayaka held a considerable understanding of her prowess. Moreover, as a national champion, the school had already elevated Seiko Tokiwa to a status of celebrity, eclipsing even Naruto, the notorious delinquent known throughout the city. Impressive, the group murmured, their gazes shifting towards Seiko Tokiwa. The title of national champion was a testament to her profound skill. especially in the current circumstances, and they held unwavering confidence in her swordsmanship. And lastly, we have Takashi Komuro. Naruto continued, but faltered on how to introduce him. He seemingly lacked any particular expertise, unlike the others who excelled in karate, kendo, or firearms. Takashi stood awkwardly to the side, disregarding Takashi's discomfort. Naruto acknowledged the introductions once they were complete, recognizing that this team was indeed filled with talent, balancing both combat and logistics. Following this, the group took the time to familiarize themselves with one another, for after narrowly escaping death, they would need to rely on each other. Of course, they also turned on the television to stay updated on external developments. Every channel was reporting on the situation, and there was no need to change stations. Merely averting their gaze would suffice. The government was discussing emergency measures, urging everyone to remain calm and not to panic. However, there was no consensus between the ruling and opposition parties regarding the Self-Defense Forces security operations. Reports indicated that over 10,000 victims had already emerged in Saitama Prefecture, with the governor declaring a state of emergency and the police finally resorting to gunfire. What were they shooting at? No, what was happening? A reporter found herself amidst a sea of corpses, conducting the most terrifying live broadcast imaginable. It was evident that this perilous endeavor had cost her life, the footage abruptly ceasing as she was dragged away by zombies. Naruto felt a deep admiration for her bravery. Should he ever have the opportunity to pen history, he would ensure her story was remembered. It appeared that some issues had arisen, as the live broadcast now shifted to report on the situation outside, which seemed to be extraordinarily dangerous. Viewers were implored to refrain from venturing outdoors. Once the broadcast resumed, they would invite the on-site reporter to provide further updates on the external circumstances. Despite having just witnessed death, the shift in perspective did not warrant such a casual approach. Though the world was indeed in chaos, that was still a human life lost. Subsequent news reports covered the global situation. The government of the United States abandoned the White House. Communications in Moscow were severed. The capital was engulfed in flames. Order was precariously maintained in London, and riots erupted in Paris. In summary, the news sought to convey a difficult truth. The apocalypse had arrived, and all we could do was wait for death at home. Is the entire world under siege by zombies? Takashi Komuro pondered aloud, his voice heavy. How could that be? Everything was normal when I was online this morning. Upon hearing Takashi Komuro's words, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to inform him that the citizens of Raccoon City had once shared a similar belief. It was incredulous how, within mere hours, the world had transformed so drastically. Miyamoto Rei, gazing at the television, instinctively took a step back. You must be saying there will always be a safe place, and everything will soon revert to normal. The disruption of the perception of time was a burden too great for anyone to bear. How can this be possible? Takagi Saya interjected, her tone more rational than that of Miyamoto Rei. Although she had initially lost her composure, she had now regained her calm. The zombie crisis was global in nature. Such a vast scale of catastrophe could not be resolved swiftly, even with a remedy. This was indeed an apocalypse. There is no need for such bluntness. Takashi Komuro expressed his discontent with Saya's sharp remarks. He leaned more towards Miyamoto Rei's perspective. Isn't it so? This is a pandemic. What solutions can there be? Saya cast a sidelong glance at Komuro, replying, a pandemic, in English, describes something widespread and global, while the noun refers to a plague. Notable examples include, Naruto offered a faint response, his gaze drifting towards the school nurse, Shizuka Marikawa. The more recent and infamous Spanish flu, which resulted in the deaths of 50 million worldwide. Shizuka Marikawa chimed in, raising her hand as if in class. Then there was the Black Death in the 14th century, which claimed a third of Europe's population, amounting to millions, Saya continued, her eyes still darting towards Komuro, evidently displeased with his earlier comments. Women tend to harbor grudges. No wonder Confucius remarked that only women and petty men are challenging to nurture. How did that plague cease to spread? Komuro, noticing Saya's gaze, turned to Shizuka Marikawa with his inquiry. Quite simply, Takashi, it continued until all the infected perished, at which point the contagion ceased. Naruto interjected, his tone cheerful, seemingly indifferent to the value of life. Komuro instinctively opened his mouth to respond. The deceased still walk amongst us and may attack others. What do you think? Siko Busujima observed the situation below through the slats of the blinds, directly shattering Komuro's illusions. This means the expansion cannot be halted, Siko stated. Looking at the group once more, This disease is 100% infectious, and the infected can move autonomously, starkly contrasting with the Black Death. As we cannot wait for all the infected to die, in the sweltering summer, as the flesh decays, only bones may remain, perhaps rendering them immobile. Shizuka raised her left index finger, her excitement palpable. It was not surprising for those ignorant of zombies to possess such naive thoughts. And how long will this take? Siko inquired, directing her question at Shizuka. About 20 days during summer for some to become skeletal, Shizuka replied, counting on her fingers like a child. Noticing the attention of the group, she continued, in winter, it may take several months. In any case, it won't be too long. Whether they will decay is unknown. Saya remarked. They will not. Chapter 27. Zombies, do you truly believe that the walking corpses you speak of are dead? Naruto surveyed the group, his voice steady and clear. Indeed, do you genuinely think they are lifeless? A look of confusion spread across the faces of those around him. Humans are inherently different from reptiles. Even when a snake or a frog's head is severed, their spinal cord can still elicit movement. Yet, these undead beings are incapable of such actions. The immobility of the deceased is a well-established truth, as depicted in the film Zombie Apocalypse. Many erroneously believe that zombies are merely animated corpses, which is a misconception. In reality, zombies are living entities, transformed by a disease that incites incomprehensible mutations. Their skin may be decayed, but this is not due to intrinsic decomposition. Rather, it is a shedding of dead cells resulting from metabolic processes. Naruto gazes at the crowd, approaches the window, and looks down at the undead below, continuing his discourse. What, after all, is the nature of death? Is it the cessation of the heart's beating, the stillness of the lungs, the fading of consciousness, or the departure of the soul? While the true essence of death remains elusive, humanity often relies on the first three indicators. The undead have ceased heartbeats and breath, yet do they possess consciousness? The answer is affirmative. The manifestation of consciousness is reflected in brainwaves. The undead exhibit reactions to external stimuli, indicating that intact reflex arcs remain within. Though devoid of rational thought, they retain instincts for feeding and aggression, suggesting that some cerebral functions persist. Thus, these undead beings still harbor a faint semblance of life. To anticipate their decay is unrealistic. Truthfully, Naruto leans towards referring to them as zombies, though he has not shared this sentiment with others. Zombies emerge from the resentment of the earth, drawing upon the deathly energies of the world, born of misfortune. They are immortal and indestructible, shunned by the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, wandering the world, fueled by wrath and sustained by blood. Were it not for the emergence of the Ashura system, Naruto might have considered them akin to a viral infection. However, upon understanding the existence of divine and demonic entities, he has revised his perspective. After all, these undead have spread across the globe instantaneously, a feat no virus could achieve. Thus, the notion of a virus has been dismissed by Naruto. Although these undead differ significantly from traditional zombies, they share certain similarities. Like lower-tier zombies, they lack consciousness. Their insatiable thirst for flesh mirrors the zombies' hunger for blood, both targeting human flesh. Furthermore, they retain the most fundamental survival instinct, the need to consume. Naruto's system corroborates this, revealing that eradicating these undead yields soul energy, equivalent to that of an ordinary human. He is acutely aware that this soul energy originates from those he has slain. The capacity to absorb the souls of the undead indicates that they still possess a soul, signifying that they have not yet truly died. This parallels the plight of zombies, whose souls are trapped within their corporeal forms, unable to transcend. Consequently, Naruto perceives these beings as incomplete zombies. No, they cannot even be deemed half-finished, but rather discarded remnants of what could have been. He senses the pervasive, intangible resentment in the air. Though invisible, his sensitivity, granted by the Ashura's divine power, allows him to detect this malevolence. At the moment of the outbreak, Naruto discerned the fleeting resentment in the atmosphere, remnants of which linger faintly to this day. Perhaps the grievances from centuries of warfare and slaughter have not dissipated through the annals of history, retained for some peculiar reason, and have now inexplicably triggered a global eruption. Those unable to withstand the corrosive effects of this resentment transform into the undead. Likewise, the deceased, tainted by this negativity, become undead themselves, preying upon others and creating new abominations. Due to insufficient resentment, they have failed to meet the minimum criteria for becoming true zombies, resulting in their current state. While unprovable, Naruto remains resolute in his convictions. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto resolved to collect some samples for research, putting his knowledge to good use rather than letting it go to waste. The revelation that Miyamoto Rei was indeed alive was difficult for him to accept. Although reluctant to admit it, the truth remained. Naruto smiled gently and nodded in affirmation. How could it be that Tokisaki Kurumi and Shizuka Jikawa, among others, found it impossible to comprehend? Wait, how do you know so much? Asked Koizumi Takashi. Are you trying to refute me, or did you learn this by chance? Naruto replied with a smile, indicating that it was of no concern to him, leaving Koizumi Takashi unable to shake his convictions. Koizumi, do you think that delinquent students shouldn't possess such knowledge? Naruto smiled, withholding his true thoughts. No, I am just curious. Yes, merely curious, Koizumi Takashi hurriedly explained, lacking any malicious intent, but simply inquisitive about how a delinquent like Naruto could be so well informed, and he inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Chapter 28. The Forgotten Page. What do you all think? Naruto did not meet Koizumi's gaze, but instead glanced around at the others. I think Naruto is quite impressive, Shizuka Jikawa remarked. I remain neutral, replied Takashi Sayaka indifferently. Well, I am not sure. Miyamoto Rei shook her head. I don't find it strange at all. If you didn't understand these things, I would be surprised, Tokisaki Kurumi observed, knowing Naruto's identity as a ninja. The subjects Naruto spoke of mostly pertained to human anatomy and biology, hence Kurumi's assertion. It would indeed be odd for a ninja, whose philosophy is predicated on delivering a decisive blow, to be ignorant of such knowledge. Upon hearing this, the others turned to Kurumi, and judging from her relationship with Naruto, she appeared to be his romantic partner. In other words, she knew him best. I don't believe that Naruto-kun's profession would render him unaware of these matters, Kurumi replied ambiguously, not specifying the nature of his profession. Indeed, from Kurumi's perspective, as a ninja, Naruto ought to be well versed in this knowledge. After all, ninjas, particularly those adept at assassination, are expected to be familiar with human anatomy. However, Naruto had been unaware of this until now, relying entirely on Orochimaru's memories. Seeing that Kurumi had not provided a definitive answer, the group turned back to Naruto. I study these subjects for the purpose of assassination. Naruto maintained his smile, though this time it bore a hint of bloodlust, sending shivers down the spines of his listeners. Assassination? The others were momentarily taken aback, and coupled with Naruto's macabre smile, it felt as though they were suddenly besieged by a chilling wind, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Naruto-kun surely knows how to joke. Hirano Tadaka chuckled nervously, clutching a homemade simple air gun in his hand, which, while lacking precision and power, would suffice against zombies. Do you think I'm joking? Naruto cast a dispassionate glance at Hirano Tadaka. Isn't it? Cold sweat trickled down Hirano's forehead, as an ominous premonition surged within him. It appeared that this was no mere jest. What do you think? Naruto inquired. You're lying. It must be a trick. Hirano Takashi instinctively took 2 steps back, trembling as he looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun is still so young. How could he possibly be an assassin? Does being an assassin have anything to do with age? I am not in the mood for jokes right now. Naruto directly addressed Hina and then turned to the others. All right, enough of the idle chatter. We must leave this place, and first, we need to find a vehicle. Teacher Shizuka can drive, right? Naruto looked at everyone. I can, Shizuka nodded. That's good. This is the faculty room, so there should be a school bus key. Everyone, please search for it and take a moment to rest before we set off, Naruto instructed, nodding to the group. Before long, everything was prepared, awaiting Naruto's command. Sae and I will lead the way. You all stay back and protect yourselves. Hina, the zombies that appear alone will be your responsibility, Naruto directed each individual. Rest assured, Naruto-kun, I will handle it, Hina replied, raising her air gun. By the way, your personality differs greatly with or without a weapon. All right, let's go. Just as Naruto was about to take a step, Azura's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to pause. However, he proceeded, albeit at a slower pace, engaging in conversation with Azura in his thoughts. Is there an issue? Naruto inquired, puzzled. By the way, host, I see you are fighting so desperately, but why not take on that mission that grants titles through slaughter? Azura's tone was filled with curiosity. He understood Naruto's desire for power, yet was perplexed that he would not accept a task that could enhance it. Title? Naruto was bewildered. His task list only displayed main quests, not even any side missions, So where could a title come from? Don't tell me you are unaware. Azura said after a moment of silence, astonished. When did I ever have such a mission? Naruto was equally perplexed. By the way, host, don't tell me you've only looked at the first page of the task list. Azura hesitated. Is there a second page? Naruto began to piece together the situation, but still inquired with uncertainty. Well, host, I understand. You can take a look for yourself, Azura replied. Exasperated that the host had not noticed a capability that could allow him to defeat enemies beyond his level for such a long time. Of course, completing that challenging task was not easy, but it contained many valuable rewards. Task Panel, Main Quest, Chunin Exam Main Quest, The Collapse Plan of Konoha Main Quest, Proceed to the Takaguchi Family Main Quest, Withstand Zombies for 10 Minutes Main Quest, Eliminate Koichi Fuji. Take the task list was straightforward, consisting solely of main quests. Naruto discovered that he could claim rewards for the first, second, and preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam. But it did not matter whether he claimed them now. His power was sealed, and claiming them would not significantly enhance his strength. So he decided to wait until after the instance to claim them, skimming past the others. Flipping to the next page. It was only after Azura's reminder that Naruto realized there was indeed a second page of the task list. He had simply not looked closely enough, which left him somewhat speechless. He was too careless. If it weren't for Azura's reminder, he would not have known when he would discover this page. Not wanting to dwell further, Naruto opened the second page. Indeed, it contained the title missions that Azura had mentioned. Title Mission, World Protagonist, must eliminate 6 members of the Akatsuki organization to unlock in the world of Naruto. Ability, under the world's protection, acquire absolute fortune. Acceptance, yes, no. 10 kill, eliminate 10 humanoid entities. Ability, infused with murderous intent. Note, this effect possesses absolute priority. Acceptance, yes, no. Completion enables the acceptance of the title progression task, 100 slaughters. Child of Destiny, gain Jiraiya's acknowledgement, become his disciple, and elevate one's power to the level of a Kage. Ability, become the child of destiny in the world of Naruto. There exists a substantial probability of unlocking the Eye of Destiny, the Rinnegan. Note, unlocking requires the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, otherwise, it is ineffective. Mission of Destiny, creation and destruction. Task, create a world of peace. Acceptance, yes, no. Task, bring destruction to usher in new life. Acceptance, yes, no. Note, due to the special nature of this task, one can only choose one of the two. Orphan of the Uzumaki clan, possess the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, with chakra surpassing 300,000. Ability, as a descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths, inherit the Sage body. Defensive attributes activated. Acceptance, yes, no. Child of the 4th Hokage, reveal to all in Konoha the truth of the host being the 4th Hokage's child. Ability, gain the recognition of the people of the Land of Fire. There exists a considerable probability of inheriting the position of Hokage. Acceptance, yes, no. Excellent, formidable. Apart from the Rinnegan brought by the Child of Destiny. Chapter 29, The Forgotten Page. Azura, enlighten me about the protagonist of this world, the priority, and the defensive traits. Moreover, what exactly is this defensive trait? Gazing upon the title of the world's protagonist, and the identifiers of 10 killers, and the Uzumaki clan descendants, Naruto could not help but inquire. The first 2 titles rank foremost, their power likely rivaling that of the Child of Destiny, perhaps even surpassing it, while the defensive trait piqued his curiosity. The world's protagonist, my lord, does not merely enhance attributes or directly augment strength. Rather, it embodies the most extraordinary ability. In contrast, your Rinnegan seems trivial by comparison. Azura elucidated. This statement left Naruto deep in thought. Blessed by the heavens, endowed with boundless fortune. Do not underestimate this description. If a mere genin possesses this ability, defeating a genin would be a trivial matter. Naruto was astonished, his gaze fixated on the title of the world's protagonist. Such a boon is scarcely attainable even by the Rinnegan. Fortune signifies a smooth journey, a constant advantage, or the timely assistance of a benefactor in times of hardship. Guidance in moments of confusion. Even the seemingly insignificant, like a beggar discovering a few copper coins, can alleviate hunger. All these are manifestations of fortune. The title of the world's protagonist further amplifies this foundation, transforming it into absolute luck. One might stumble upon wealth elusive to others, triumph in every gamble, or even, while unable to swim, be fortuitously rescued by a whale at sea, safely returning to shore. These are the invincible fortunes bestowed by absolute luck. Under the aegis of such unparalleled fortune, one might gather riches unattainable by others, achieve victory in countless gambles, or find oneself saved by a whale while adrift, returning to safety. These are the manifestations of invincible luck, even amidst the chaos of battle. When the enemy delivers a lethal blow that one cannot evade, perhaps tripping over the scattered stones at one's feet, such occurrences can transpire repeatedly. In confronting adversaries, they may suddenly cramp or suffer a stroke while attempting to dodge, leading to their own defeat without any effort on your part. They may even succumb to death by their own hand. All of this stems from sheer, unadulterated fortune. It is said that upon acquiring this title, one becomes nearly invincible, save for those who would recklessly challenge someone capable of extinguishing their life with but a breath. Naruto acknowledged, after listening to Ashura's exposition, that he was quite envious of the protagonists in this world. This luck stands in stark contrast to that of the unfortunate soul who was punished for pilfering the garments of the goddess of fortune. One wonders if his absolute misfortune could withstand such overwhelming luck. With this ability, what do Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara amount to? They need only stand there and allow their adversaries to attack, only for those foes to cramp, suffer a stroke, or perish from sheer inability to relieve themselves. Ashura, what does the priority of the 10-man Terminator signify? Shifting his gaze to the 10-man Terminator, Naruto inquired of Ashura in his mind. Master, this is indeed an exceedingly perverse ability, absolute priority. To begin with, the aura of killing intent. I trust you possess it as well. Yet in comparison to the likes of Orochimaru, does it not seem rather inconsequential? After all, Orochimaru's killing intent far surpasses yours. However, with absolute priority, all becomes trivial. Priority implies a preemptive strike that compels others to retreat, placing one ahead of the game. With this effect, your aura of killing intent cannot be resisted or nullified. This means that when facing Orochimaru, your killing intent will not be scattered by his, but will directly impact him, causing effects such as sluggishness. The enhancement of killing intent can amplify yours by several folds or more. Of course, this is merely the ability of the 10-man Terminator. In a battle of 100, perhaps even more abilities will manifest. Yet, I cannot say for certain, for I am merely a guide, not a system, and my knowledge is limited. Although Ashura's understanding may be scant, it has nonetheless proven immensely beneficial to Naruto. A perversion, an absolute perversion. Possessing such an ability is countless times more powerful than any bloodline limit. With this, who could ever stand in one's way? And what of the final defensive trait? Naruto queried Ashura. The first two had kindled his excitement. Surely the last would not disappoint. The defensive trait, Master, your lineage is truly fortunate. This characteristic only appears in advanced worlds. In this realm, only the celestial shadow possesses it, typically requiring one to attain celestial shadow strength to unlock it. Yet, remarkably, your Uzumaki bloodline disregards this condition. It sounds quite formidable, Naruto nodded. Advanced world wares, such things are only possessed by the pinnacle of this world. Can they be anything less than impressive? It seems that no one in this era has yet surpassed the celestial shadow. Indeed formidable, otherwise. How could it be that only those of celestial shadow strength can activate it? The defensive trait signifies resilience to damage. Upon reaching the celestial shadow tier, lower tier attacks become ineffective against them. Only potent assaults can inflict harm. For instance, should a celestial shadow simply stand there while ordinary people or lower ninjas attack, their power would be utterly incapable of wounding one endowed with the defensive trait. In the terminology of your previous life's gaming experience, it is akin to being unbreakable. This is the essence of defensive traits. Once activated, ordinary attacks find it exceedingly difficult to harm the master. Indeed, akin to other attributes, this ability can be enhanced. If consciousness could drool, Naruto would surely be drenched in it at this moment. Such formidable power that even shadow-level beings dare not face him directly. With this trait active, ordinary assaults are rendered ineffective. What is there to fear? More importantly, if this can be augmented, does it imply that even the attacks of the celestial shadows can be disregarded? As the protagonist of this realm and the Terminator of 10, Naruto is destined for greatness. After concluding his quest, he intends to pay a visit to Jiraiya to fulfill the destiny of the Child of Prophecy and obtain the Rinnegan. As for the descendants of the Uzumaki clan, the cultivation of chakra must not be neglected. It seems there is yet another task ahead. Naruto has selected his two missions as the child of prophecy, to bring forth rebirth amidst destruction. He is not the Naruto of the original narrative, lacking the silver tongue to persuade others towards virtue. Yet he possesses an unparalleled strength that the original Naruto did not. Nagato's failure stemmed from ill fate. He became a pawn of Uchiha Obito far too early, and even after Obito's demise, he continued to tread the path laid out by him. Ultimately, his rebellion proved futile. His chapter had come to a close. In contrast, Naruto aspires to be a rival to Uchiha Obito. Chapter 30. Strengthening oneself in Naruto's eyes. The trajectory of fate has become unmistakably clear. He shall wield his unmatched power to sweep through the chaotic world, with a mysterious system at his disposal. Achieving such a monumental endeavor is not mere fantasy. After 3 years of grappling and honing his skills across various realms, he possesses the requisite capability to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world, becoming an unparalleled master who commands the fate of the realm. To unify the ninja world, Naruto seeks to emulate Qin Shi Huang, who utilized resolute measures to quell the strife of the Warring States period, thus bringing an end to that turbulent era. How could Naruto not succeed in pacifying the turmoil of the ninja world? Moreover, he possesses a longevity surpassing even that of Qin Shi Huang, potentially granting him immortality. The Qin dynasty, having endured only 2 generations before its demise, is a lamentable tale. Naruto is resolute in his determination to prevent history from repeating itself. Having chosen this path, Naruto understands that he must establish his own foundation in this struggle for dominance. The title of Hokage is no longer merely a promise to his predecessor. It has become his new ambition. As the son of the 4th Hokage, this title will aid him in claiming the Hokage seat, providing him with additional leverage. After all, without a solid background and merely relying on the support of the 3rd Hokage, confronting a cunning adversary like Danzo to seize the Hokage position would be no simple feat. Some have suggested that Naruto should establish his own faction and once again vie for supremacy over the world. However, is this not the folly of the deluded, mere rhetoric? Setting aside the terrifying strength and resources required to create a force capable of contending with the 5 great ninja villages, the myriad of overt and covert conflicts involved would be enough to induce a headache. If one were to compete openly, how could the 5 great ninja villages possibly stand idly by while another formidable rival rises? This is evidently an implausible scenario. After all, the vast cake of the ninja world has long been thoroughly divided. Without conflict, from whence would these interests arise? Thus, it appears that Naruto's faction may wither away before it has a chance to thrive. The quiet and gradual development in the shadows will undoubtedly lag far behind the more overt progress. Much like the Akatsuki organization, which, despite possessing the strength to rival the 5 great ninja villages, has achieved such power only after enduring countless trials and tribulations over the course of many years. How long, then, will it take? 5 years? 10 years? Perhaps even longer? Naruto simply does not possess the luxury of time to wait. For the Akatsuki's sinister plot is on the verge of execution. To aspire to build a formidable army within 3 years is nothing short of a delusion, a fanciful dream. Therefore, becoming Hokage is the only viable path for Naruto in his quest for supremacy. As for the notion of joining the Akatsuki, it is laughable. As the protagonist of this tale, Naruto bears the mission of vanquishing the majority of the Akatsuki members. Becoming one of them would be the best-case scenario, let alone considering any form of allegiance. Moreover, the Akatsuki is under the dominion of Uchiha Obito, and Naruto must eventually confront him. How could he ever rely on Obito's power to confront the man himself? Now, the position of Hokage is within reach, with the various resources and strengths of the ninja village already prepared. If Naruto dedicates himself fully to the endeavor, he could effortlessly dominate the entire realm. Given these circumstances, why embark on an alternative path and start from scratch? Chapter 31. A thousand-fold Naruto, fueled by fervor, danced amidst the chaos of blades and the fallen. A gruesome spectacle with nearly 100 bodies strewn about. He pressed on with the ferocity of a descending tiger. In contrast, Keisuke and his companions struggled, their pace shifting from a hurried sprint to a weary trudge, the bodies piled high, their count beyond reckoning. Yet, fortunate enough, Naruto and his party had reached the depths of the bunker, the entrance to the teacher's building tantalizingly close, glimpses of the outside world dimly visible. Along their path, 100 lifeless forms lay at the feet of Naruto and Siko, with Hirano's air gun providing crucial support. In his rampage, Naruto had dispatched 73 foes, leaving just 27 to complete his grim task. Gazing at the amassed corpses at the doorway, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Naruto's lips as he mimicked Orochimaru, his tongue delicately licking his lips, reminiscent of a serpent eyeing its prey. Siko stepped back. I shall deal with them all at once, he declared to the side, aware that a methodical approach would only prolong the encounter. Very well, Siko replied, casting a glance at Naruto, understanding his intent and eager to witness the might of his jutsu. With a swift stroke of his blade, corpses flew, toppling several as he seized the moment to leap into the air. Siko executed a challenging backflip, retreating from the fray to join Miyamoto and the others. Siko-senpai, what's the matter? High Castle Sayao inquired, puzzled by her withdrawal, as she had been at the forefront alongside Naruto. Leave it to Naruto-kun, Siko responded with a calm smile. The group turned their astonished gazes towards Naruto. Is it truly possible for him to handle so many corpses alone? Sayao marveled at Naruto, and the others echoed her disbelief. Rest assured, he possesses such strength. Did you not wish to ascertain his profession as a killer? Now, observe closely, Siko remarked. Her own curiosity piqued regarding how Naruto would tackle the impending challenge. The gaze of the assassin was fixated on the lifeless body beside Naruto. However, Siko-senpai, is this not too perilous? Miyamoto Rei expressed her concerns, her eyes fixed on Naruto, their strongest asset. Should he falter, what fate would await them? Indeed, Siko-senpai. It does seem dangerous, the others murmured, turning their attention to Tokisaka Siko. Without Naruto and Tokisaka Siko, could they hope to survive amidst the corpses? I have unwavering faith in Naruto-kun's abilities. A virtuous woman must respect a man's decisions, Tokisaka Siko asserted. I possess absolute trust in him because he is Uzumaki Naruto, capable of anything. At that moment, Naruto's blade struck with precision, swiftly clearing a space before him. With the sword plunged into the ground, he began forming hand seals and advanced toward the mass of corpses. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Begone, you wretches. In a flash, Naruto swept away the corpses ahead, revealing a clear area. With the sword firmly planted, he continued his hand seals and marched forward, radiating an aura of unyielding strength. Chakra surged within him, from his dantian to his chest, then to his throat, culminating in an explosive release. Fire style, great fire annihilation. His roar echoed through the teacher's building, resonating like a lion's roar. Naruto's chest expanded, and he exhaled a colossal fireball that spiraled and howled, engulfing the corpses in a fiery tide. The fireball was so immense that the teacher's building could scarcely contain it, compressing the flames within the confined space and amplifying their destructive power. The mass of corpses vanished into the inferno, leaving only the sounds of burning flesh and the silhouettes of struggling figures amidst the flames. The entrance of the teacher's building cracked under the fiery onslaught, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, propelled several dozen meters away. The flames surged forth, annihilating the corpses in their path, finally ceasing at a distance of 50 or 60 meters, showcasing their astonishing destructive capacity. Behind Naruto stood Tokisaka Siko, Takajo Saya, and the others, paralyzed, oblivious to the searing heat in the air. Is this still a human? Witnessing the sheer power of Naruto's strike, they comprehended that, aside from a nuclear bomb, none could rival him. At that moment, Naruto appeared to them as a human-shaped nuclear weapon. Is this truly the essence of him? Takajo Saya regarded Naruto with a complex expression, turning to Tokisaka Siko for insight, as the others also looked to her, the one who understood Naruto best. A ninja. He claims to be the last ninja in the world. Tokisaka Siko gazed at Naruto, momentarily lost in thought. She had not anticipated the sheer might of his jutsu. Chapter 32. Killing intent. The path of the ninja is indeed unfathomable. With Tokisaka Siko's words, the group turned back to Naruto, still in shock, struggling to regain their composure. At this moment, Naruto's jutsu had concluded, the flames gradually extinguishing, leaving behind scorched earth and scattered debris. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, revealing a gaping black chasm, stretching 50 to 60 meters in length and 5 to 6 meters in width, a testament to the devastation wrought by the flames. Ding. Title Mission: 100 People Slaughter achieved, granting the title, 100 People Slayer. Will you accept the subsequent mission, 1,000 People Slayer? Note: to kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is valor. To massacre 900,000 is the epitome of strength. 1,000 people slayer, one who slays 1,000. Ability, bloodlust, the elevation of killing intent. Bloodlust, pure killing intent steeped in the blood of 1,000, possessing devastating power and overwhelming pressure. Without hesitation, Naruto accepted the voice echoing in his mind, his gaze sweeping over the title of 1,000 people slayer before settling on the title of conqueror. He understood that upon completing the 1,000 people slayer, the next challenge would be 10,000, followed by 900,000. This was a harrowing path. The mission of slaughter, as evaluated by Naruto, is indisputably that of a butcher. Fortunately, there exists this particular instance. Otherwise, in a post-apocalyptic world such as that depicted in School Days of Revelation, the act of taking countless lives might be regarded as heroism. However, in the realm of Naruto, during peacetime, the slaughter of so many would undoubtedly label one a rogue ninja. Even in the throes of war, no one could claim the lives of 10,000, let alone 900,000. Without individuals like Naruto, who possess unique instances, such a formidable task would likely remain unachievable. The mere preservation of thousands of vibrant lives is sufficient to impose an immense psychological burden, not to mention the myriad other difficulties and challenges faced. Naruto silently gazed at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, a profound sigh welling up within him, failing to achieve the goal of slaying 1,000. Aside from the requisite 20 or so bodies for the 100-man slaughter, rendered all other efforts futile, resulting in the tragic waste of over 100 precious lives, a lamentable outcome indeed. Do not despair. Trust that everything will gradually improve. Siko Busujima had approached Naruto at some point, her tone gentle as she consoled him. She mistakenly believed Naruto mourned for the departed and the harshness of this world, convinced of his kind-hearted nature. Others, including Saya Takagi and Rei Miyamoto, witnessing this scene, similarly misconstrued Naruto's sigh, their fondness for him instantly amplified. Unperturbed by the misunderstanding, Naruto chose not to clarify. He casually drew forth a metal katana from beside him and offered it to Siko Busujima. This is for you. It surpasses the wooden sword by far. I have refined it using a special method, its sharpness far exceeding those so-called legendary blades. As Siko grasped the katana, she swung it lightly, the blade glinting in the light, slicing through the air with a delicate whoosh, a testament to its sharpness. And what about you? She inquired, glancing at Naruto after testing the katana. I prefer to use my own blade. With a flick of his right hand, sealing runes materialized, accompanied by a white mist, revealing a katana in Naruto's grasp, his custom sword, equally sharp as Siko's. Is this the technique of a ninja? Siko gazed at the suddenly manifested katana, her curiosity piqued. This is a form of sealing technique. Naruto nodded in response. All right, let us move swiftly. The zombies here have been cleared. Before more gather, we must find the school bus and depart. Naruto called out loudly, rousing the still-dazed group. Chapter 33, Koichi Wisteria. In an instant, dozens of zombies halted before Naruto. And then, as if by magic, wounds appeared, half torsos, severed heads, each collapsing to the ground, none escaping. Siko, eager to showcase her prowess, was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Sword energy? She glanced at Naruto. This is a manipulation of chakra. Those arcs of light are actually specially crafted threads. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. I have more threads. But controlling chakra is no simple feat. Naruto smiled, his impression of Siko quite favorable. As they conversed, Naruto remained in motion, the katana once again slicing through the approaching zombies, dismembering the corpses with precision. The arc of light glided through the air like a floating ribbon, and Naruto appeared to have no intention of retracting it. Is it difficult to learn? Siko Tokisaki inquired after a moment's hesitation, captivated by the technique that bore resemblance to the legendary sword aura. No, it depends on one's innate talent. Some may struggle for a decade without mastering chakra, while others grasp it effortlessly upon first contact, Naruto replied, shaking his head before nodding in acknowledgement. Then I must learn, Siko declared, her gaze fixed on Naruto. She did not consider herself a genius, yet neither did she regard herself as foolish. Very well, Naruto assented, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to decline Siko's request, as if he had no desire to refuse her. Subsequently, silence enveloped them, the majority of their time consumed in a fierce battle against the zombies. Naruto's presence kept the undead at bay. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. The educational building where Naruto resided was the farthest from the parking lot, A daunting distance of at least a kilometer, compounded by the winding paths that rendered their journey arduous. At last, after a grueling confrontation, they reached the school bus. Naruto and Siko cleared the zombies surrounding the vehicle, while Shizuka Jikawa entered the bus to start the engine, and Yashite Hirano, armed and vigilant, crouched by the window. Although most of the zombies had been vanquished by Naruto, caution was never unwarranted. With everything in place, Shizuka drove the vehicle forward. Naruto and Siko swiftly climbed aboard upon hearing the roar of the engine. "Wait, hold on," a distant group shouted as they sprinted desperately toward them, their cries drawing forth even more zombies, nearly 100 trailing behind them. Koichi Fujita's voice reached Naruto's ears, causing him to falter momentarily, his gaze instinctively drawn to him. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a situation reminiscent of the original narrative. Had he not encountered Koichi Fujita, Naruto had anticipated that completing the third main quest would be quite challenging, given the difficulty of locating a hidden individual in such a vast city. Yet here was Koichi, presenting himself on a silver platter. "If I do not eliminate you, would it not be a disservice to your efforts? What do you think?" Koichi's deep voice resonated solely in Naruto's ears, his gaze towards Koichi flickering with a chilling glint. Koichi Fujita, the most hypocritical character in the High School of the Dead, was the son of a local politician who relinquished his claim to inheritance in favor of his half-brother. Obeying his father's orders, he became a teacher, ostensibly aiding his brother in politics, all the while harboring a profound hatred for both his father and the Fujita family. Intent on exploiting his father's weaknesses to dismantle the clan. He was also the architect behind Rei Miyamoto's retention, a psychologically twisted cultist in the original story. "Who is that?" Takashi Komuro asked from the bus, observing the 7 figures rushing toward them. Among them, a particularly striking young man adorned in a suit and round glasses stood out, embodying a contradictory role as both the leader and the one most fearful of death. "That is Koichi Fujita, the third-year class teacher, along with his students," Siko elucidated. "Naruto-kun, we must depart swiftly. There is no time to waste," Rei Miyamoto exclaimed, her expression shifting drastically upon spotting Koichi. Her urgency puzzled the others, who noted her sudden agitation after moments of silence. "No, wait, just a moment," Takashi interjected, shaking his head and calling out to Naruto. He believes that only by gathering more individuals can one endure in the face of the apocalypse. Despite the ominous aura emanating from the man in the suit, there is no need for fear as long as Naruto is present. Upon hearing Takashi Komuro's dissent, Miyamoto Rei turned to him, her eyes brimming with disappointment. She felt utterly disheartened by Takashi, and the grievances of the day surged forth, tears welling in her eyes. Naruto observed with keen interest the misunderstanding between Takashi and Rei, refraining from intervening, neither opposing nor endorsing their exchange. He secretly hoped Koichi Fujimoto would approach. Otherwise, how could he confront him? Quickly. Seeing the vehicle had not yet departed, Koichi Fujimoto's expression brightened as he ran, urging others loudly. Perhaps feeling a sense of security, he slowed his pace, allowing the students to lead the way, adopting the demeanor of a caring teacher. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a boy stumbled and fell, evidently having twisted his ankle, incapacitated and unable to rise. For him, every second was a matter of life and death. "Teacher, help me, the boy pleaded, grasping at Koichi's pant leg. Koichi looked down, displaying a kind smile, seemingly ready to extend a helping hand. The boy relaxed, believing salvation was at hand. However, reality struck cruelly as Koichi abruptly raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to the boy's face, the force shattering his glasses. The excruciating pain pierced the boy's heart. And though he did not go blind, his vision was temporarily obscured. Clutching his head with both hands, he screamed in agony, his cries attracting the attention of the surrounding zombies. Chapter 34. The leader is Poison Island. The world has long lost its former splendor. Cowards like you are destined to perish in this apocalyptic realm. Prepare to embrace the arrival of death, Koichi intoned solemnly to the wailing youth, disregarding whether the boy could hear him, before turning on his heel and departing with a measured stride, as if oblivious to the zombies behind him. All drawn to the boy. "What a cold-hearted character," Naruto quietly remarked, having witnessed the entire scene. Siko Busujima stood beside him, equally perceptive of Koichi's actions. Now endowed with chakra, her hearing was exponentially sharper. Every word Koichi uttered crystal clear to her. She frowned, glancing at Koichi, but, seeing Naruto remain silent, chose to withhold her thoughts. At this moment, Koichi had boarded the vehicle. "Teacher Shizuka, let us depart," Naruto called to Shizuka Jikawa upon seeing Koichi in the car. "All right. Now we shall see the teacher's driving skills," Shizuka replied, pressing the accelerator, the engine roaring to life, drawing the attention of the zombies. However, they were met with the violent impact of the vehicle, flung aside, resulting in numerous casualties. "At last, we are safe. Is the leader Poison Island?" Koichi strolled over to Siko Bisujima, who was polishing her katana, feigning amiability as he inquired. "The leadership has yet to be determined. Do you have a question?" Naruto responded, smiling at Koichi, though Takashi and the others felt a shadow looming over Naruto, sending chills down their spines. "You are Koichi Fujimoto." He gazed at Naruto, his attention drawn to the katana in Naruto's hand. "What should I call you?" "Just call me Uzumaki. I am a student who transferred to this school just yesterday." Naruto replied with a gentle smile, embodying the guise of a diligent student. "So it is. No wonder you do not recognize him," the newly arrived Uzumaki. Upon learning that Naruto had just transferred, Koichi Fujitoko's smile grew even more pronounced. He had initially assumed Naruto was the leader, but now felt reassured, having just arrived yesterday. It was fortunate enough to have friends, and who would dare vie for a leadership position? Of course, this was merely Fujitoko's wishful thinking, and for Naruto, such hopes were destined to be thwarted. "That is inconsequential," the teacher has yet to respond. "Is it acceptable for us to proceed without a leader?" Naruto inquired, gazing at Fujitoko with a smile. "Uzumaki, it is imperative that we have a leader," Fujitoko reiterated, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In such an environment, survival necessitated a leader to establish clear objectives and maintain order, did it not? Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Fujitoko, a strange smile flickering across his features, tinged with shadows. However, he did not raise his head, and Fujitoko remained oblivious to his hidden amusement. "Indeed, Uzumaki," Fujitoko remarked, observing Naruto's bowed head, before taking a seat in an inconspicuous corner. He understood that he merely needed to stoke the flames of discord, without rushing to fruition, otherwise, while those he brought might remain unscathed, Naruto and his companions would surely voice their strong opposition. Thus, he awaited the opportune moment. "You will regret this. Allowing these individuals to board will lead to your downfall." Miyamoto Rei shot a disdainful glance at the cornered Fujitoko and whispered to Komuro Takashi. Though her voice was low, Naruto and Siko Tsuji heard her clearly. Upon hearing this, Siko cast a meaningful glance at Fujitoko, who sat in the corner, while Naruto merely smiled softly. "He is but a fool," he mused, as he awaited Fujitoko's mischief, just as he anticipated the internal strife among Fujitoko's group. Chapter 35. Overconfidence amidst the turmoil of the world. He firmly believed that once the tranquility was shattered, the long-repressed heroes would surge forth like a torrent. Thus, he resolutely stirred the waters with a proclamation of lurking danger, propelling the emotions of the crowd to a boiling point. Upon hearing this, Naruto glanced at Fujitoko, a cold smile gracing his lips. He awaited, just as Fujitoko did, and now, the latter's eagerness to incite conflict presented a fortuitous opportunity for Naruto, at the very least. It was a chance to eliminate Fujitoko. Indeed, that is our sentiment as well. To proceed further is merely to walk into a trap. As anticipated, a robust youth rose, loudly declaring while pointing at Komuro Takashi, "Why should we accompany you on this perilous venture? If you wish to return to the city, do so on your own. It is of no concern to us. Indeed, Teacher Kurikawa, it would be wise to seek refuge in a safe location," a slight youth echoed. Having narrowly escaped the deadly confines of the campus, how could they willingly venture into even more perilous territory? Their words brimmed with resentment. "Precisely. I suggest you decide for yourselves about entering the city. Finding a safe haven would suffice. If you wish to face danger, why drag us down with you?" The brawny youth's gaze fixated on Komuro, ultimately landing on the long knife in Naruto's hand, his eyes flashing with greed and desire. In this apocalyptic world, weapons represented the assurance of survival. "Indeed, let us return, or perhaps the convenience store we passed earlier would suffice. Proceeding further is far too dangerous." As the robust youth spoke, others chimed in, collectively casting their gazes towards Naruto and his companions. Naruto paid no heed to the raucous individuals around him. In his eyes, they were mere jesters, easily cast aside or even swiftly dealt with should they become irksome. Their presumptuous intrusions and haughty airs engendered nothing but disdain within him. "Your gaze is quite unappealing," he remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the burly youth who greedily eyed his blade. His words laced with a subtle yet palpable intent to kill, causing the boy's heart to tremble. Yet, oblivious to the danger, the youth merely felt intimidated by Naruto's stare. Suffering a loss of face. "What are you staring at, kid?" the burly boy bellowed, but his tirade was abruptly interrupted. "Enough." A thunderous command suddenly quelled the tumult. Shizuka Kurukawa, seated at the helm, slammed on the brakes, unfastened her seatbelt, and glared fiercely at the burly boy. "Cease this at once. If you continue, I won't be able to focus on driving." The burly youth turned to Shizuka, but before he could respond, he was cut off. "What do you intend to do?" Siko Tojo glared coldly at him, questioning his audacity. Her dissatisfaction with this group was palpable. Not only were they cowardly, but Koichi Wisteria's earlier behavior had already tarnished her opinion of them. Faced with Siko, the burly boy dared not speak further, clearly intimidated by her presence. After all, she was the captain of the Kendo Club, a national champion, her prowess widely recognized. To a third year like him, her reputation resonated like thunder. Even 10 of him would not stand a chance. Stammering, he suddenly pointed at Naruto and declared, "This guy, I find him intolerable." Well, it was once Takashi Komuro, and now it was Naruto's turn. The boy was truly insufferable. Naruto's murderous intent towards him was no less than that directed at Koichi Wisteria. "Heh, you find me intolerable? Speak your grievances," Naruto replied nonchalantly as he rose and approached Siko. Although he was not as tall as the burly youth, his piercing gaze and commanding presence eclipsed that by many folds. "Now, tell me, what do you wish to do?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes as he stepped closer to the burly youth. "How infuriating. I've long found you displeasing." The burly youth sought conflict and coveted Naruto's blade. But faced with such a question, he could hardly articulate a coherent response. With a primal roar, he swung his fist towards Naruto's head. Koichi Wisteria observed this scene. A glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Everything unfolded according to his plan, a wicked smile curving his lips. Yet, oblivious to his own hubris, he failed to notice the incredulous gazes from Takashi Komuro, Rei Miyamoto, and Sayaka Takagi. Crack. "A moment too late. Apologies for the delay. I had matters to attend to. But the updates will continue, albeit slightly later than usual. Initially, I had intended to unleash a burst of 3 or 4 updates as discussed last week. But an unexpected cleaning task on the 3rd floor consumed my afternoon. Exhausting work indeed." Aya. The sound of bones fracturing was followed by a piercing scream. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the burly youth collapsed to the ground, curling up in a fetal position, trembling in agony. He clutched his other arm, which had contorted into an irregular shape, shattered in multiple places, a comminuted fracture that was now beyond remedy. "Damn you, how dare you!" he spat, not knowing where his resentment stemmed from. Yet he bore the excruciating pain of the fracture as he cursed at Naruto. However, once again, reality reminded him that certain matters are best left untouched. "Are you referring to me?" Naruto inquired as he slowly approached the towering youth, gazing down upon him with an air of indifference. In his hand, he wielded a long blade, nearly matching his height, without drawing it. He struck the boy's unscathed arm with the sheath, producing a sharp crack. "Oh!" A piercing scream echoed through the area, reverberating and drawing the attention of scattered zombies nearby. The others remained unfazed within the vehicle. Truly ignorant of one's own limitations, one must consider their adversary when provoking others. Cross the wrong individual, and trouble inevitably follows. Naruto had no intention of sparing him. He delivered a swift kick to the boy's face, sending him flying. His body ricocheted within the confines of the vehicle, colliding with seats and the floor, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Pathetic," Naruto remarked, observing the unconscious giant with a disinterested expression. "So disappointing. Have you even considered who it was that saved you?" Seated nearby, Miyamoto Rei spoke with palpable anger, her voice devoid of compassion, laced instead with a hint of excitement. She had long harbored discontent towards the companions of Fujitani Koichi. Chapter 36. Power Struggle. Miyamoto Kojiro glanced at Miyamoto Rei, hesitating to voice his thoughts. However, Rei preempted him. "Are you going to defend them?" She shot a glance towards Naruto and addressed Kojiro. He fell silent, rendered speechless by her words. For the turmoil had indeed been instigated by them. Had he not witnessed Naruto's prowess, he might have foolishly attempted to mediate. Now, Wisdom dictated his silence. Ah, splendid. A direct hit, albeit rather ruthless. Came the sound of laughter and applause as Kojiro remained mute. Fujitani Koichi approached, clapping his hands, astonished by Naruto's strength. Initially, he had believed the tall boy would easily overpower Naruto. The outcome, however, was quite the opposite, leaving the boy incapacitated and, in this apocalyptic world, unable to survive. Koichi resolved to abandon him, just as he had done with the previous boy. Indeed impressive. However, your conflict upon first acquaintance only reaffirms my earlier proposal. We need a leader. A clear objective can maintain order. Had we acted sooner, this situation might have been averted. What do you all think? Koichi's gaze shifted from the now worthless tall boy to Naruto and his companions, ultimately resting on Naruto. Yes, I share that sentiment. Our group requires a leader. Otherwise, in situations like this, I would find it quite troublesome, Naruto replied, narrowing his eyes and smiling at Koichi. His expression akin to one observing a jester. Create a ruckus. The louder the better. Provide me with an undeniable reason to eliminate you. Fujitani Koichi. As he regarded Koichi, Naruto secretly scoffed. Though he could directly resolve matters with his strength, that would appear tyrannical. If it were only Kojiro and the others, Naruto might not have cared. However, with Poison Island Siko present, he subconsciously felt the need for rational discourse. Of course, this subconscious behavior went unnoticed by Naruto. Well then, since you, Uzumaki-kun, have spoken, I shall not hold back. Allow me to share my perspective. A cunning smile flickered across Fujitani Koichi's face. I believe I am the most suitable candidate. Thus, it is I, Koichi Wisteria, who should assume the significant responsibility of captain, he proclaimed to all, his voice resonant, gestures fervent, and imbued with a compelling fervor, as if he had already ascended to that esteemed position. Indeed, hailing from a political lineage, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for oratory, exuding an undeniable charisma. Why? Naruto gazed at the beaming Koichi Wisteria and inquired once more, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Although the original narrative indicated that Koichi Wisteria bore a mocking aura that incited a desire for his demise, the immediate experience was far more provoking, evoking an urge not only to eliminate him, but also to trample him mercilessly. The rationale was simple. You are all students, and only I am the teacher. Thus, it is solely I who qualify to be the leader. For I possess greater experience, particularly in navigating this apocalyptic world, Koichi Wisteria responded, his expression replete with self-importance. As though he had already claimed the captain's mantle, his tone imbued with the implications of superiority. Indeed, Teacher Wisteria speaks the truth. We stand behind you. A short-haired girl from the back row proclaimed, raising her right hand aloft. Is this an election? Indeed, I too support Teacher Wisteria. A ripple of fervor surged through the assembly, as students rallied to rise in support of Koichi Wisteria. The captain should be Teacher Wisteria. Indeed, Teacher Wisteria. Apart from Naruto's faction, nearly all of Koichi Wisteria's supporters stood, their collective gaze directed towards Naruto and his companions. The discord between the factions, once merely a matter of mutual indifference, escalated to a fervent confrontation following Koichi Wisteria's self-appointment as captain. Unless one side yielded, the conflict would undoubtedly persist. Observing Koichi Wisteria and his advocates, Takashi Komuro and others could hardly fail to recognize this as a struggle for power. Their gazes towards Koichi Wisteria were laden with indignation, particularly that of Takashi Komuro, who had proposed allowing Koichi Wisteria and his group to ascend, fully aware that should accountability be sought, he would bear the brunt of it. He cast a furtive glance at Naruto, acutely aware that these individuals were intent on usurping Naruto's leadership, effectively contesting his authority. He pondered whether Naruto might direct his ire towards him. Despite their anger, the glimmers of schadenfreude in their gazes toward Koichi Wisteria suggested a sense of vindictive satisfaction. To dare to contest authority with Naruto was, in essence, an invitation to ruin. What do you think? Is this reasoning sufficiently compelling? Koichi Wisteria regarded Naruto and his companions with an air of triumph, his eyes brimming with confidence as though victory were assured. He remained oblivious to, or perhaps indifferent to, the gleeful expressions of Takashi Komuro and the others. Reason? Huh? Is this truly your justification? Naruto scoffed, shaking his head in disdain as he regarded Koichi Wisteria. Teacher Wisteria, it is imperative that you comprehend the current circumstances. The shadow of darkness deepened upon Naruto's countenance, his tone turning frigid. Do you not perceive that within this assembly, I am the captain? Naruto advanced towards Koichi Wisteria, prompting Koichi to instinctively recoil a couple of paces. The expression and movement Naruto exhibited when he had just felled the towering boy mirrored this moment, instantly overpowering his adversary. However, upon retreating, Koichi Wisteria realized that his actions had betrayed his vulnerability. Thus, he forcibly halted, fixing his gaze upon Naruto. Chapter 37. Koichi Wisteria, cast aside. Well then, it becomes all the more necessary for me to guide you. Classmate Uzumaki, having just entered our fold, is still unfamiliar with the ways of the world. How could he be entrusted with such a grave responsibility? Moreover, the conduct of the young master of the vortex is excessively domineering, which may incite discord. Should internal strife arise, our ranks would be in peril. Do you not agree, Kuchizitu? A faint, cold smile graced Kuchi's lips as he surveyed the assembly, his gaze landing upon the robust disciple sprawled at Naruto's feet. Are you feigning ignorance, or are you truly simple-minded? With a nimble step, Naruto swiftly approached Kuchi, delivering a forceful kick to his abdomen. Instantly, Kuchi's eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets, and an indistinguishable fluid spewed from his mouth. Thus, the once arrogant Kuchi found himself in a pitiful state, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing and rendered speechless. In my eyes, you are nothing but a complete fool. Naruto approached, placing his foot upon Kuchi's handsome visage, speaking with an air of indifference. He twisted his foot lightly, embodying mockery. Do you comprehend what you have just done? You are courting your own demise, Master Zito. The female disciples, witnessing Kuchi's instantaneous subjugation by Naruto, gasped in disbelief, their eyes reflecting sheer terror as they turned towards him. After all, the earlier incident with the towering disciple served as a cautionary tale, and now with Kuchi added to the mix, their anticipated refuge under Naruto's imposing presence crumbled before them like fragile support. Meanwhile, the remaining male disciples rose, intent on charging at Naruto. Yet hesitation gripped them in the face of his ferocity. Their expressions fluctuated, uncertain if they would be the next to fall. No one is allowed to move, lest you wish to provoke my ire. Just as they hesitated, Hida Hirano leapt from the shadows, positioning himself behind Naruto and bellowing with authority. Clutching a makeshift air gun, he aimed it menacingly at the male disciples, his gaze resolute and his voice stern. Hirano's typically timid demeanor seemed utterly transformed by the air gun, an astonishing shift that left onlookers astounded. Though diminutive in stature, barely reaching 5 feet and rotund as a ball, he stood there with an expression of grave seriousness, exuding an aura of menace that rendered him anything but a laughingstock. Particularly with the air gun in hand, it deterred any thoughts of insubordination among those with ulterior motives. While he may appear weak, he possesses a certain fortitude, far surpassing that of some others. Siko Tokido stepped forward, standing alongside Hirano, positioned behind Naruto. Casting a derisive glance at the male disciples accompanying Kuchi, it was evident that they were among those referred to. The male disciples were momentarily stunned. As ordinary high school students, they had never encountered such an intimidating spectacle. Having just escaped a throng of corpses, they were now confronted with Hirano's air gun, sending them into a panic, drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed in fear. The reappearance of the formidable Siko Tokido shattered their resolve in an instant. Being from the same school and grade, her renowned reputation preceded her. For them, her presence was as intimidating as Hirano's air gun, if not more so. Well done, Hirano. Maintain your stance. If they dare to make any rash movements, let them see the consequences, but do not resort to lethal force. After all, we are all comrades, are we not? Naruto turned to Hirano, casting a charming smile at the male disciples, suggesting, just break their legs and leave them by the roadside. I believe those corpses will greatly appreciate their fate, perhaps even express gratitude towards us. Understood, Naruto exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Having witnessed Naruto's prowess, Hinata Toyota held him in the highest esteem. In his heart, Naruto was already the leader of their group, and at this moment, he was wholly committed to executing Naruto's command, aiming his air gun at those male disciples, ready to fire at the slightest movement. It is worth noting that he bore no fondness for these individuals. Had they not boarded the vehicle, they likely would have become mere sustenance for the undead, and would not have survived this long. It was one thing to lack gratitude, but now they sought power, which, as Naruto had previously stated, was akin to courting death, especially when challenging his authority. Do you understand that during the journey, I have slain no fewer than hundreds of corpses? To me, you are indistinguishable from them. The only difference is that you possess a modicum of reason. However, since you stand against me, there is no distinction to be made. Anger me, and I would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow, treating you as mere corpses. Observing the disciples brought by Hiroshi Fujitani, Naruto spoke with a dispassionate demeanor, showing no mercy. After all, respect is earned from others, and since they offered none, he had no reason to hold back. My apologies, I was wrong, please forgive me. The male disciples trembled under Naruto's watchful gaze, feeling as though they were being stalked by a venomous serpent, chills cascading down their spines. One individual quivered as he apologized, his cowardly demeanor eliciting disdain from Siko Poison Island and the others behind Naruto. Just moments ago, they had been arrogant and domineering, yet now they were reduced to spinelessness. Unable to compare even to Hinata Toyota, who, at least in this moment, wielded a firearm capable of dealing with Hiroshi Fujitani's followers. Naruto cast a penetrating glance at the trembling disciple, recognizing that those who understand the times are wise, albeit belatedly. The matter of alignment concluded here. However, the intensity of Naruto's gaze nearly caused that disciple to collapse, as fear reached its zenith. Dreading that Naruto might order Hinata Toyota to pull the trigger or take matters into his own hands. As he shifted his gaze away from that disciple to the remaining followers of Hiroshi Fujitani, Naruto asked indifferently, "And what about you?" His smile, devoid of joy or sorrow, rendered his thoughts inscrutable. "Please, do not kill me. I will not dare again. I am so sorry." In Chapter 38, titled Elimination, the crowd gasped at Naruto's presence, quickly responding with urgency, as if a mere second's delay would cost them their lives, their fear akin to a piercing cold wind. The towering figure of Hiroshi Fujitani and another had become vivid examples of Naruto's iron-fisted methods. They understood the terror of this tyrant, uncertain of when their lives might be forfeit due to his dissatisfaction. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall spare you. Your status is now beneath us. You are servants, menial workers, or slaves. The choice is yours. Of course, I will not allow you to perish without reason. Yet, you must remember, this is your sole reprieve. Otherwise, do not blame me for abandoning you to the zombies, or for personally ending your lives. Only then will you comprehend the meaning of a fate worse than death." Naruto's smile faded, replaced by a chilling expression. To the ordinary individuals, Naruto exhibited little regard. Their spiritual energy was negligible, scarcely more valuable than that of the deceased. Rather than eliminate them, it would be more prudent to retain them for menial tasks. In a post-apocalyptic world, sustenance holds paramount importance, and Naruto could not afford to transport provisions himself. Thus, these laborers were precisely what he required. Naruto had long expressed his disdain for the ungrateful, cowardly souls. Should such individuals emerge, he would show no mercy. Yes, we understand," the crowd responded, hastily nodding their heads, retreating to their seats with downcast eyes, too fearful to meet Naruto's gaze. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into a sudden stillness, with two individuals remaining on the ground, the imposing man who had instigated the trouble and Koichi Wisteria. For the onlookers, abandoning Koichi Wisteria was a bitter irony. He had initially chosen to forsake the group, only to find himself cast aside. "What? Koichi Wisteria? I have never heard that name before. Is there someone here by that name?" This was the collective thought of the students. "Useless. Who permitted you to sit?" Naruto scoffed disdainfully, his expression betraying his contempt. Such individuals could not survive in the apocalypse. They could only cling to others, scraping by. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the crowd gasped in alarm and instinctively rose, their eyes filled with panic. "Enough, sit down. Remember your place. I do not wish to witness a second instance of Naruto's mercilessness. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Human rights have ceased to exist. He is neither a savior nor a saint. If anything, he is merely a tyrant." Naruto paid little attention to the company Koichi Wisteria had brought, turning his gaze to the struggling figure of Wisteria, his eyes reflecting an abyss of indifference. "Mr. Wisteria, do you not recognize the reality of your situation?" Naruto inquired with a cold smile. Though his previous assault had not been fatal, it had rendered Wisteria temporarily incapacitated. The pain akin to being torn apart. Recovery would take time, yet it appeared that Wisteria was beginning to regain his composure. However, Naruto would not allow Wisteria to rise. With a frigid glance, he pressed his foot down onto Wisteria's chest, the immense weight forcing him back down, causing his chest to cave in. Wisteria's complexion turned pale as an unidentifiable liquid seeped from his mouth, the pressure and excruciating pain making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He yearned to scream. Yet no sound emerged. He could only gasp, emitting faint, intermittent whimpers. I advise you to refrain from any rash movements. I cannot guarantee that I won't kill you in a moment of tension, especially since everyone is under immense psychological strain, Naruto stated indifferently, his foot remaining firmly planted on Wisteria's chest, seemingly intent on keeping it there. Damn it! You dare after a prolonged struggle. Wisteria finally managed to catch his breath and glared venomously at Naruto, his words laced with malice. However, before he could utter more than a few words, Naruto's shoe was already forcefully pressed against his face, the heel nearly wedged into his mouth. Wisteria desperately fought to escape, but found himself trapped beneath Naruto's control, reduced to feeble whimpers. It seems Mr. Wisteria has yet to grasp the reality of his predicament, Naruto chuckled, applying more pressure. He could distinctly observe Wisteria's pallid face contorting in agony, his mouth filled with dirt from the shoe sole, suffering immensely. Under immense pressure, the lips and cheeks of Koichi Wisteria were punctured, blood staining his visage, yet mingling with the earth, rendering it a nauseating murk. Seiko Poison Island wore an expressionless facade. Though a flicker of fervor ignited in her eyes, Kuda Hiranoya gazed at him with adoration, while Rei Miyamoto's eyes reflected both exhilaration and shock. All present regarded Naruto with incredulous glances, palpable fear etched across their faces. As high school students, they found themselves ill-equipped to endure such brutal maltreatment, which surpassed their psychological resilience. From the moment you entered, I found you displeasing. Now you dare to tread upon my head. Do you seek death? Do you understand, Koichi Wisteria? Naruto slightly lifted the foot he had planted upon Wisteria's face, then brought it down with force, his voice resonating with fury. However, he exercised restraint, not truly intending to take Wisteria's life, yet inflicting a torment that was unavoidable. After all, he was universally detested. Not only did Naruto find him intolerable, but even the system was provoked by his ruthlessness, issuing a kill mission, a main storyline task, underscoring the system's disdain for Koichi Wisteria. The anguished wails of Wisteria echoed. He thrashed violently, but after being struck twice by Naruto's katana, his head grew numb, rendering him immobile, reduced to a pitiful howl that expressed his inner desolation. What is there to cry about? Like a man, swallow those unsightly screams back. Hearing them vexes me. I shall curse you further and tread down harder. The screams persisted. Damn, still crying out? Do you have a masochistic tendency? If you continue, I shall truly mean it. Naruto rebuked, stomping once more. At this moment, Wisteria's heart was engulfed in tears. This was unequivocally bullying. Who could bear such mistreatment? Thus, he could only cry out in agony. You pervert. You said to swallow it back. The more fiercely you curse, the more jubilant I become. Pervert, die? With that, he was met with another heavy stomp. Wisteria's cries were not mere sounds of distress. They were cries of despair. The onlookers, astonished, exchanged glances between Naruto and Wisteria. Chapter 39. Slaughter 2 Since Teacher Jukawa has spoken, I shall reluctantly spare him this time. Naruto cast a glance at Shizuka Jukawa, a wicked smile curling at his lips. He gradually lifted his foot from Koichi Wisteria's face. It was then that the crowd noticed Wisteria's lips were wrecked, his teeth crooked and shattered, a pitiful sight indeed. As Naruto's foot departed from the ground, Wisteria gasped for air, his face bruised, caked with dirt and blood, droplets of crimson trickling from his chin, his gaze rife with malice. What does that look in your eyes mean? Are you dissatisfied, or do you still wish to be beaten? Naruto remarked, grinning wickedly at Wisteria's resentful glare. Wisteria fell silent, his gaze still brimming with animosity. Perhaps he believed Naruto would not kill him, at most delivering a few more blows. You still maintain that attitude. Do you truly think I want to kill you? Naruto fixed his stare on Wisteria. Best to kill me, otherwise. Wisteria's words came out garbled due to the injury on his lips. The pain of the torn flesh made him draw a sharp breath. Are you provoking me? Naruto's katana was now aimed directly at Wisteria. Shizuka Jukawa, who had just been attempting to persuade Naruto, was now pulled aside by Seiko Poison Island, watching Wisteria with the look of a spectator witnessing his own demise. A fool meeting his fate. You might consider this. If you are afraid, then kill me. Acknowledge that you fear. Koichi Wisteria attempted to provoke, but he miscalculated with Naruto. Indeed, if I were to slay you, would that signify my fear of you? Naruto nodded, responding with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile graced Wisteria's face. At long last, he had won a round. However, that smile quickly vanished. But do you think I care about such matters? Naruto gazed coldly at Wisteria, his hand grasping the hilt of his blade. Instantly, Wisteria's complexion turned ashen. Wait, what are you planning to do? Murder is illegal, do you not know this? Wisteria exclaimed anxiously, his words tumbling out too rapidly, causing his cracked lips to bleed. In that moment, he only wished to preserve his life. Observing Naruto and the dead gaze he cast upon him, Wisteria comprehended that Naruto was indeed willing to kill him and had already begun to act. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a delinquent. Do you believe I would plead for mercy? Furthermore, how dare you threaten a rogue? A noble man avenges after 10 years. A scoundrel seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk. I am a scoundrel. Do you think I would spare you until such time? Naruto narrowed his eyes, drawing his blade. Its cold glimmer aimed directly at Wisteria's eyes, compelling him to squint. Naruto's self-introduction astonished those students brought by Wisteria. Even with the world's end upon them, Naruto's reputation remained undiminished, especially after he had incapacitated a member of the Kendo Club upon his arrival at school just yesterday, leaving the entire institution in shock. Now, drenched in cold sweat, they realized they had confronted a demon. Was this not courting death? The students were well aware of Naruto's notorious name, and Wisteria, as a teacher, understood this all too well. His face grew increasingly pale as he gazed at Naruto in terror, knowing well that Naruto was capable of anything. Rumors suggested he had once killed a teacher. Taking Wisteria's life would merely add another to the list. Wait, Wisteria murmured, his fear palpable as he regarded Naruto. No one can be unafraid of death. Much like how humans instinctively fear the darkness. Choose. Shall I end you here, or shall I sever your limbs and offer you to the zombies? Naruto disregarded the reactions of those who heard his name and Wisteria's muttering, addressing him directly. Wisteria's complexion resembled that of a blank sheet of paper. He did not wish to die, whether directly by murder or being fed to the undead. At this moment, he truly comprehended the reality of Naruto's words. Without the constraints of law and morality, if Naruto chose to kill him, he would be powerless to prevent it. For that was the essence of reality, the most primitive reality. I am so sorry, I was wrong. You are the captain, the leader, Wisteria pleaded with Naruto, understanding that begging for mercy was more crucial than preserving his life. As long as he lived, there would always be a chance for reversal. With a swift motion, blood splattered as Naruto's blade plunged deeply into Wisteria's right arm. Wisteria shrieked in agony, yet he dared not move. The sharp edge remained lodged in his arm. Gazing at the glinting blade, he acknowledged that even the slightest movement could sever his arm completely. In truth, I concur with one of your statements, Wisteria, Naruto said coldly. The old world has come to an end. Cowards like you hold no value in this new existence. I recall, if my memory serves me right, that this phrase was directed at a student you had forsaken. I ponder whether I should now cast you aside, for to me, you have become a coward devoid of any value. No, I, Koichi Wisteria, wish to defend myself, yet Naruto would not allow him to speak further. Furthermore, Koichi Wisteria, that towering oaf was also incited by you, was he not? He clamored for a leader upon boarding, only to later claim that entering the city was perilous, thus igniting this turmoil. This aligns perfectly with your assertions regarding clear objectives and maintaining order. Only in this manner do you stand a chance of becoming the squad leader. As Naruto gazed at Koichi Wisteria, he swiftly unsheathed his katana, and before Koichi could utter a cry, the blade once again pierced through his other arm. The chilling screams shattered the night sky. Koichi Wisteria's arms lay as mere remnants, his muscles shredded by Naruto's fierce sword aura. Even with consciousness lingering, he could muster no strength. The concept of power had become an unattainable luxury for him. Meanwhile, the captain turned his gaze toward Koichi Wisteria, contemplating silently. Affirming Naruto's words, Koichi had schemed for leadership from the very beginning. The crowd cast furious glances, particularly the apprentices brought by Koichi, who, though they had escaped unharmed, had seen their status plummet, reduced to the status of mere servants. In terms of murderous intent, the foremost were Naruto and Miyamoto Rei. The former was discontent with Koichi, while the latter harbored a grudge yet to be avenged. Following them was the stout youth subdued by Naruto. Awakened by Koichi's cries, and having overheard Naruto's words. Were it not for Koichi, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. In this moment, he yearned to personally end Koichi's life. Moreover, the apprentices, humiliated by their descent into slavery, were ignited with the flames of revenge. I had no intention of taking your life, unless you forced my hand. Yet your incessant provocations leave your continued existence a peril to us. Therefore, it is best for you to perish. Naruto coldly regarded Koichi Wisteria, ignoring his fear, and slowly withdrew the long knife embedded in his hand, droplets of crimson blood cascading down, the blade aimed squarely at Koichi. No, please, no. As the blade gleamed, blood sprayed, and the air resonated with intermittent agonized cries. Inside the vehicle, a sea of red enveloped. The long knife plunged deeply into Koichi Wisteria's heart. He did not succumb immediately, instead writhing in agony, blood gushing forth as life ebbed away. From an initial fierce resistance to his current impotence, his gaze dimmed, vitality fading. Koichi Wisteria had fallen. Ding. Main Quest 3. Eliminate Koichi Wisteria. Quest completed. Reward, 30 soul energy points. Witnessing the demise of Koichi Wisteria. The system's prompt echoed in Naruto's ears. He comprehended that Koichi's soul had departed for the afterlife. With a swift motion, Naruto extracted the long knife from Koichi's chest. Blood spraying forth as droplets slid down the blade. He then turned his attention to the stout youth not far away, a glint of murderous intent flickering in Naruto's eyes. This individual had long been marked for elimination. No, please. The stout youth, sensing Naruto's gaze, screamed in terror. However, his fears proved futile. Unable to halt Naruto's advance as he approached the youth with deliberate strides, blade in hand. When you harbor greed for my path, death becomes inevitable. In another life. Do not act so foolishly, Naruto uttered coldly, raising his long knife, its tip aimed at the boy. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I do not wish to die. It was all that scoundrel Wisteria Koichi's doing. It has nothing to do with me. The boy trembled in abject terror, stammering as he pleaded for his life. These matters are for the king of hell to address, Naruto replied with a sidelong glance, lifting the blade. The anguished screams resounded once more, reverberating through the air until they finally faded. Just like Wisteria Koichi, Naruto's long knife pierced through the robust boy's chest, and he slowly succumbed to the loss of blood and overwhelming panic. A disdainful smile graced Naruto's lips as he withdrew his blade, shaking off the bloodstains. The gleaming edge once again reflecting a chilling light. Sheath the sword. You lot. Dispose of these two corpses, Naruto instructed the apprentices brought by Wisteria Koichi, gesturing toward the two youths. Yes, yes. The apprentices responded hurriedly, rising to drag the bodies and open the car window. Naruto nodded in affirmation. The killing of Wisteria Koichi was a task necessity, while the death of the burly boy served as a warning. He would show no semblance of camaraderie to these individuals. In their eyes, Naruto was a tyrant, and it was only through such means that one could survive in this apocalyptic world, simultaneously shattering any lingering hopes they might harbor. Well, the matter is resolved. Next, we must determine our target. Where shall we proceed to next? Naruto addressed the group, returning to where Siko Tojo and the others awaited. The nearest location is Takajo's residence, just across the bridge, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Siko Tojo looked toward Takajo Saya. That works, Naruto agreed, recognizing that the main objective lay in completing their mission at Takajo's home. He had initially hoped to guide them through, yet it unfolded rather smoothly. As for Shiri Alice, she remained unseen, presumably unharmed. The thought of Shiri Alice stirred a sense of agitation within Naruto. Why were the task characters so scattered, as indicated by the system? Kurikawa Shizuka and Siko Tojo did not attend the same school, while Shiri Alice was somewhere within the city limits. Was this truly a task, or merely a search for a needle in a haystack? The most critical factor was that if Shiri Alice perished, Naruto would face dire consequences. Although 10 attribute points were not substantial, they were vital in the early stages, especially as elevating attribute points became increasingly arduous with heightened strength. Those 10 attribute points weighed heavily on Naruto's mind. Now, he could only hope to encounter her within the original plot. Though the limitations of his clairvoyance were too constricted, if only it could encompass the entire city, such efforts would be unnecessary. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated, shaking the vehicle as if it had been struck with great force. What is happening? Naruto shouted. The zombie, Yong, appeared dazed, staring out the window and murmuring incoherently. The sight of a zombie caught Naruto's attention, yet it was no ordinary one. This was a colossal beast standing at least 3 meters tall, resembling a gorilla, with a broad chest and rippling muscles exuding explosive power. Clutched in its hands was a thick wooden club, 4 to 5 meters long. The earlier tremor had indeed originated from its tremendous might. Chapter 41, Combat and Slaughter. What manner of fiend is this? A specter, come to save my life. Reluctant to face the underworld, within the car, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. Under the leadership of Koichi Wisteria, his students were utterly at a loss. Silence, you wretched vermin, cease your clamor, or do not blame me for my merciless blade. Naruto bellowed, irritation evident in his voice. The atmosphere within the vehicle shifted immediately. His commanding presence instilled a profound silence as the students gazed in terror at Naruto, then at the imposing zombie at the rear of the vehicle. What is happening? The zombie has evolved, Sayaka Takashiro murmured, her eyes fixed on the towering monstrosity. Impossible. Takashi Komuro protested, though the undeniable evidence of the gigantic zombie before him proved the reality of its evolution. This is a grave predicament. If these zombies evolve like the lickers, hunters, or tyrants from Resident Evil, humanity will be in dire straits, Siko Busujima declared, gripping her katana tightly as she stared at the colossal corpse with trepidation. You all stay here. I will confront it, Naruto instructed Siko and the others. The zombie raised a massive branch once more, poised to strike the vehicle. After a few attempts, the vehicle would surely be destroyed, and Naruto felt compelled to intervene. The second-tier zombie stood like a king, towering majestically ahead, brandishing the gigantic branch, roaring ferociously, surrounded by hundreds of lesser zombies that seemed to cower in its imposing presence. With a deafening roar, the colossal branch swung down as the second-tier zombie lunged at the school bus, its prey within. However, with a soft thud, the branch missed the vehicle entirely. A figure erupted from within the bus, swiftly propelling the second-tier zombie backward, sending it tumbling 5 or 6 meters before it could regain its footing. Indeed, its power had significantly surged. Was it 3 times that of an average human? No longer could it be dispatched with a mere blow to the head like ordinary zombies. Its defenses had markedly improved, with its physical attributes estimated to be around 30. Naruto observed the flung zombie with an air of indifference, noting the one who had just emerged from the bus. With a furious growl, the second-tier zombie struggled to rise, roaring at Naruto like a wild beast. Yet, sensing the palpable danger emanating from Naruto's displayed strength, it hesitated to advance. Has it developed initial judgment? Naruto pondered, nodding as he continued. It appears the second-tier zombie resembles a humanoid beast. In this encounter, his primary objective was to gauge the capabilities of the second-tier zombie rather than merely annihilate it. Now, let us see your strength and speed, he declared, stepping forward to engage the motionless zombie. With a light step, he surged toward the creature, his fist poised to strike. Naruto's speed was astonishing for a mere mortal. Yet the second-tier zombie managed to react, its instincts honed. With a fierce roar, it brandished the 4 to 5 meter long branch, swinging it violently toward Naruto. In the clash, rather than the anticipated cries of agony or thunderous impact, a crisp snap resonated as the branch shattered against Naruto's relentless advance, unable to impede his momentum. The zombie lost its grip on the branch, and by the time it comprehended the situation, Naruto had already closed the distance, landing a powerful blow to its back that sent it flying once more. The force was even greater than before, propelling the second-tier zombie over 10 meters before it barely managed to halt its backward trajectory. Strength, too, appears to be 3 times that of an average human. With power attributes around 30, Naruto remarked, gazing at the fallen zombie with a calm demeanor. Consequently, its speed should also be thrice that of an ordinary person. However, it is essential to confirm that Naruto charged towards the second-level zombie in an instant. This time, the speed was such that not only an ordinary person but even the second-level zombie could not react, as he appeared before it in the blink of an eye. With a resounding blow, he sent the zombie flying several meters away, eliciting anguished cries from it. Yet, this was futile. Naruto surged forth once more, striking again and again, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, each blow severely injuring the zombie, transforming its initial roar of fury into cries of terror and ultimately into despairing wails. It was afraid, indeed. It feared Naruto. Once more, he struck, sending the creature flying yet again. This time, Naruto did not pursue. The second-level zombie, ecstatic, abandoned all rational thought, hastily climbed to its feet, fleeing from this terrifying monster, its sole instinct to escape. As anticipated, its speed was threefold that of an ordinary person, approximately 30 remaining. Observing the retreating zombie, Naruto smiled faintly and remarked that his earlier provocations were merely a strategy to instill fear and compel it to flee, thereby allowing for a more precise assessment of its speed. However, amidst this provocation, Naruto gleaned another insight. The thought process of the second-level zombie had devolved into that of a beast, devoid of reason and contemplation. Unlike ordinary zombies, these creatures could make simple judgments, experience anger, and feel fear, all traits inherent to beasts. In light of this, you have become obsolete, perish. As he watched the fleeing second-level zombie, Naruto smiled, slowly drawing his katana, his gaze sharp as the blade itself, and in an instant, he swung it forth. The technique of the 7 flashes of the blade was executed with elegance, like silk, like the moon, like a serpent emerging from its lair, like a dragon rising from the abyss. In that fleeting moment, a luminous arc flew from Naruto's katana, swiftly slicing through the escaping second-level zombie, the light gradually dissipating into silence. The previously fleeing second-level zombie came to an inexplicable halt, its form frozen in place, as cracks slowly emerged along its neck, widening until they enveloped its entire throat. The head gradually slipped away, the wound clean and devoid of blood. After a prolonged moment, a trickle of plasma seeped from the wound. It appeared that the blood of these zombies had ceased to flow. Upon the demise of the second-level zombie, the other previously indifferent zombies erupted into chaos, charging towards the school bus. Naruto frowned at their approach, unsheathing his katana and taking measured steps. Akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep, the blade glinting with lethal intent. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. None could withstand Naruto's onslaught. Within a mere 5 or 6 minutes, he had slain hundreds of zombies. Sheathing his blade, he concluded the chapter. Chapter 42. The Massacre of Thousands. One cannot help but ponder what reigns supreme in today's world. It is none other than the congestion of vehicles. Even in the apocalypse, this scene persists, with endless lines stretching as far as the eye can see. The horse-drawn carriage that Naruto occupied found itself ensnared in this overwhelming traffic, trapped and unable to advance or retreat. What shall we do? Witnessing this predicament, Siko Busujima turned her gaze towards Naruto, for at this moment, he was the leader of their group. One foolish strategy would be to wait here, while another would be to abandon the carriage and proceed on foot. Naruto calmly remarked that both options had been present in the original narrative, albeit under the guidance of Koichi Fujimura, who was no longer among the living. Hearing this, the group hesitated, for this location was relatively safe, and straying from the vehicle might expose them to the threat of the undead. Abandon the carriage. Siko looked towards Naruto and softly spoke. I concur with the decision to forsake the vehicle. I too, said Miyamoto Rei. Likewise, Takashiro Saya. Upon hearing this, Komuro Takashi could not help but glance at them. This place is not entirely secure. You have witnessed the colossal Shikigami. Should one appear here, it would be futile even from within the carriage. Since Siko-senpai and Naruto-kun are departing, I believe it is safer to accompany them. Nagai turned to Komuro Takashi, articulating a valid point. If a second-tier Shikigami poses such a threat, who can fathom the power of a third tier? Although they were unaware of the Shikigami's classifications, they recognized its capacity for evolution. Indeed, who would wish to linger here? Takashiro Saya nodded. In that case, let us abandon the carriage. Upon the group's decision to forsake the vehicle, Naruto nodded in agreement, and then turned to the students brought by Kuchi Fujitaki. While you may currently be my subordinates, I am not unreasonable. I now present you with a choice. Accompany us or remain here. Should you choose to follow, your status remains unchanged. Though I cannot guarantee your safety, in times of peril, my priority will not necessarily be your preservation. Nevertheless, traveling with us is considerably safer than remaining in this place. The students fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware of the truth in Naruto's words, yet reluctant to follow as subordinates. Regarding their safety, they held on to a sliver of hope that being in greater numbers might spare them from the Shikigami's initial assault. I choose to stay. A female student looked at Naruto and declared, that is acceptable. As I have stated, the decision lies with you. Naruto nodded, offering no further commentary. Were there a carriage, he would not mind bringing them along, but on foot, No matter how formidable he might be, if surrounded by Shikigami, he could not rescue them all. Protecting Komuro Takashi and others was already a challenge, and fortunately, they possessed some combat capability, aided by Siko. I too wish to remain. I want to wait a bit longer. Perhaps passage will soon be possible. The first voice spoke up, prompting others to express their desire to stay as well. No one wished to accompany him, which Naruto had anticipated. The uncertainty of safety on both sides made remaining harmless, while following would mean servitude. Everyone understood the implications of their choice. Then, I wish you all the best, Naruto smiled, making no effort to persuade them otherwise. He knew that most of these individuals would likely meet their demise shortly. In the original narrative, this location had previously been besieged by Shikigami, initially in small numbers, but subsequently escalating. Now, with the presence of second and third-tier Shikigami, the impending assault would be even more ferocious and perilous. It was unlikely that anyone would emerge unscathed. Let us depart, Naruto addressed Siko and the others. Very well. After circumventing a considerable distance, Naruto completed the task of eliminating 1,000 foes, with over 800 dispatched, and the group arrived at the Nariaki estate, much as in the original story. Their equipment was now superior to that in the original narrative, and en route, they encountered a band of armed marauders. The outcome was evident, as Naruto single-handedly annihilated them, with their weapons naturally falling into their possession. While dealing with the marauders, Naruto had come to understand the efficacy of machine guns. They were adequate against lower-ranked shinobi, posed some threat to mid-tier, but were ineffective against high-ranking ones, let alone those of the shadow level. As for Naruto, a high-ranking shinobi whose power was sealed, machine guns were of no consequence to him. Without relying on extraordinary abilities, even in his nine-tailed form, he could effortlessly dispatch those armed assailants. You all go inside and organize. I will handle the nearby Shikigami. Leave this matter to me. Using machine guns may attract more Shikigami. Arriving at the entrance of the Nanlixiang mansion, Naruto observed the encroaching ghouls surrounding him. He addressed his companions, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. The task of slaying 1,000 foes was nearing completion, with merely 100 remaining. Clearing the nearby ghouls would suffice. Be cautious. I shall return, he assured. Siko did not intervene, responding calmly. Rest assured, these ghouls cannot harm me. Naruto glanced at her, then disdainfully surveyed the ghouls around him. Chuckling lightly. Oh dear, my head feels heavy, he muttered, pinching his thigh and splashing his face with water to revive his spirits. The hour was late, and he hoped to restore his energy by morning. Bloodshed ensued. Amidst the flashing blades, Naruto extinguished the lives of the ghouls one by one. He refrained from utilizing the firearms seized from the armed bandits, aware that the noise would attract even more ghouls, and the ammunition would soon deplete. The bandits could hardly carry a significant supply of bullets. Though the firearms appeared plentiful, their consumption was rapid. Thus, he chose to confront the adversaries alone. As he circled the Nanlixiang mansion, Naruto's killing radius gradually expanded. 10 paces, 20 paces, 30 paces. Ding! The title mission 1,000 Slayers was completed. He received the title progression 1,000 Slayers. Would he accept the subsequent mission hero? Note: completing this allows the acquisition of the title progression task Overlord. To slay 1 is a crime. To slay 10,000 is to be a hero. Slaying 900,000 earns the title of the mightiest among heroes. The mightiest among heroes, the hero of heroes, is the Overlord. Chapter 43. The aura of bloodshed. The second flash of the Seven Blades technique illuminated Naruto's hand as two slender beams of moonlight-like blade energy erupted from his sword, swiftly cleaving through the dozens of zombies before him, momentarily creating a sanctuary of stillness. Standing resolute with his blade, he cast his gaze towards the nearby horde of zombies, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bloodshed, he intoned in a low voice, and in an instant, a faint crimson aura enveloped him. Though as delicate as mist, it exuded a chilling presence. This scene surprised Naruto slightly, yet the approaching zombies left no room for contemplation. He continued his movements, swinging his blade and effortlessly bisecting the nearest zombie. After slaying the undead, Naruto distinctly sensed an unusual transformation. The force of his strikes intensified, and the aura of bloodshed thickened, albeit slightly. He remained vigilant to this subtle shift, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he wielded his long knife with increasing fluidity, hastening his slaughter of the zombies. 1, 2, 3, each fell beneath his blade, and Naruto's smile grew ever wider. Indeed, after dispatching dozens of ghouls. He could not suppress a laugh. His hypotheses were confirmed. The power of bloodshed was formidable. He had indeed been augmented by it. The potency of his blade and the ferocity of his attacks surged, and even his reflexes sharpened significantly. Initially, the blood aura was as insubstantial as smoke. Yet it craved slaughter, craved blood. Continuous killings and the shedding of blood would render the aura stronger. Hence, the title of Thousand Slayers was merely a key to unlock its potential. To elevate it further, one must persist in slaughtering. Ultimately, when the blood aura surged forth, it would sweep across vast lands, staining the entirety of the realm, and could even elevate further, achieving an endless sea of blood. Indeed, it is a task of slaughter. And Naruto once again offered his initial assessment of this title. Although fully aware that it is a mission steeped in killing, the overwhelming power compels individuals to continue their bloodshed. To know one should not act, yet to act nonetheless, until the very end, may drive a person to madness. However, this does not apply to Naruto. Possessing a replica space, he merely needs to enter such a post-apocalyptic world, slaying zombies without a hint of burden. The more he kills, the more he earns the admiration of the masses, rising to the status of a hero. This relentless slaughter only serves to elevate his spirits further. In the midst of this carnage, Naruto's ancient swordsmanship continuously evolves. At this moment, after vanquishing countless zombies, he has nearly mastered this sword technique, each strike proving fatal. Heads, necks, hearts, and throats. These lethal assaults have become second nature to him, effortlessly locking onto their targets. Without sufficient reflexes, even those of comparable strength to Naruto would find it impossible to escape a single fatal blow. 50 steps, 60 steps. At last, having cleared all the zombies within 100 meters of the Naryang family, Naruto came to a halt. Such one-sided slaughter did not exhaust him given his stamina. Yet the monotony of endless killing could still breed weariness. Were it not for his unwavering conviction, the sheer scale of slaughter might have left Naruto utterly drained long ago. It was then that he comprehended why so many succumbed to madness in the apocalypse. The pressure is indeed immense. In days gone by, one might have had to wield a blade before friends and family, and perhaps even reluctantly against loved ones. The completion rate of the hero's task lingered at 923, a far cry from the goal of 10,000, suggesting that such extensive carnage would need to be repeated approximately 10 more times, prompting a bitter smile from Naruto. Over an hour, a full hour, had resulted in merely a few hundred kills. How long would it take to reach 10,000? Once, slaying 10, 100, or even 1,000 was a trivial feat. Now, the hero finds himself struggling. Chapter 44. Is this satisfactory? Hey, Seiko Tokushima exhaled softly, akin to a leaf falling in the wind. Humph. At such a moment, your reactions still exude an air of sisterly grace. Sayaka Takashiro observed Seiko with a heart full of helplessness. Why, despite being merely a year older, was the disparity so vast? Not far away, Takashi Komuro, Aiki, and Tadaka Hirano stealthily navigated a residence, seeking to pry open a locked door. Look at the homeowner. They even possess a military Hummer. Their abode may well conceal weaponry. Although we already have short blades, our ammunition is scant and will not last long, murmured Hirano. Thus, they enlisted Naruto to assist in their search, ultimately pinpointing the cabinet before them. While Hirano was uncertain about the presence of weapons, Naruto, familiar with the narrative, knew there were indeed weapons within. Therefore, he did not impede their endeavor. After all, the more weaponry, the better. If they could not carry it away, leaving it in the Hummer was no issue, especially since another military Hummer awaited outside. However, witnessing Komuro and the others wielding iron rods, striking and prying yet failing to open the cabinet, Naruto stepped forward. Allow me to take a crack at it. At this rate, who knows when we will succeed? Naruto gazed at them, his hand instinctively reaching for the long blade at his waist. Upon his arrival, Kashiro, Nagai, and Hirano hurriedly retreated, acutely aware of Naruto's swordsmanship. To remain in his presence without caution would be akin to jesting with one's life, as it placed their fates firmly in his hands. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, and before they could comprehend the moment, a chilling flash passed by. Naruto's sword remained sheathed, as if it had never been drawn. Immediately following this, a crisp sound resonated as the cabinet door gradually opened, revealing a small iron piece that had fallen. It was the lock, severed cleanly by Naruto's strike. Indeed, this was the residence of Ms. Shizuka's acquaintance. Who might this esteemed friend be? Hirano disregarded Naruto, his eyes shimmering with avarice. Akin to a man who had not encountered a woman for years, he rushed forward. Naruto paid him no mind, fully aware of Hirano's obsession with weaponry. When he had seized the dagger from the hands of armed assailants, Hirano's elation had been no less than it was now. A glance at the cabinet revealed 3 long spears and a crossbow. Yet, Naruto was unfamiliar with these arms. To him, utility was all that mattered. The firearm had been modified into a semi-automatic. However, this was preferable, as the fully automatic model of the series would only waste ammunition. The magazine could hold 20 rounds, which was illegal in Japan. Hirano had become increasingly fervent. Are these truly adequate? Observing Hirano's fervor, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Although powerful, when it came to gunfights, his reaction speed and prowess rendered such weaponry unnecessary. Thus, he deemed it sufficient and remained indifferent. Of course, Naruto did not comprehend that Hirano had begun to passionately expound upon the might of these firearms, leaving Naruto increasingly speechless as to him. It was akin to playing music to a cow. Rising, he picked up a pair of binoculars and stepped onto the balcony to gaze at the bridge. Rather than endure Hirano's incessant chatter, he preferred to ascertain the situation beyond. This is dire, he mused, staring into the distance. Beneath the night sky, the bridge was illuminated. With police and civilians at an impasse, vehicles behind the crowd obstructing the advancing horde of zombies. Yet, the undead continued to surge forward, and the cars began to struggle, indicating their endurance was waning. Crossing the bridge required police inspection, a slow process, leaving uncertainty as to when the zombies might breach the blockade and rush toward the masses. This escalated the conflict between the police and the civilians, the situation on the verge of eruption. Without a strategy, an explosion was inevitable, and if unprepared, the horde would soon come crashing in. What troubles you, Naruto? Kashiro and the others approached, inquiring upon hearing his words. Take a look for yourselves. It's like a movie. No, more shocking than a film, Naruto said, handing the binoculars to Hirano, gesturing for him to observe the scene on the bridge. The fate of the living on the bridge was of no concern to Naruto. As long as it did not affect those around him, they were mere passers-by. His sole priority was to ensure the safety of those by his side. Moreover, the greater the horde, the more advantageous it was for Naruto. At least he could eradicate more zombies. Just moments ago, he had only dispatched fewer than 1,000 zombies within 100 meters, as many had concealed themselves. Yet how could there be such a scant number? Within the 100-meter radius of the city, the threat of zombies is far from trivial. How did it come to this? People take turns peering through the telescope, anxiously gazing at the bridge. A catastrophe has struck within a single day, and the situation has deteriorated to such an extent. What lies ahead? The world we once knew has transformed beyond recognition. First, let's take care of ourselves, Naruto said, observing Takashi Koizumi and the others. Aren't Naruto-kun and Siko-senpai here? Hirota replied. We too will be hindered. That colossal zombie is likely an evolution of their kind. Whether we will encounter more in the future remains uncertain, but once the first appears, the second and third will surely follow. Should such zombies multiply, I cannot guarantee absolute safety. Moreover, who can predict whether they will evolve again, becoming even stronger? Upon hearing this, Naruto remarked, many ants can devour an elephant. It may sound absurd, but in sufficient numbers, they can drain their adversary's strength. Chapter 45. Untangling Siko's heartstrings. The crowd, unaware of the full extent of Naruto's knowledge, fell silent at his words. Clearly, they understood the terror of that giant zombie. Had it not been for Naruto and Siko, they would undoubtedly have been slaughtered. Enough. There's no need for despair. We must act with caution. With these weapons, you are well equipped to confront those evolved zombies. Simply shatter their skulls, and that will suffice. Noticing the despondent expressions on their faces, Naruto offered timely reassurance. At this moment of flight, dejection was unwarranted. Any feelings of discouragement could wait until his mission was accomplished. After all, what mattered to him were the points he could accumulate. So, we merely need to shatter their skulls. Upon hearing this, the group instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Indeed, despite their evolution, their weakness remains conspicuous, their skulls. They may be significantly stronger than ordinary zombies, but their heads must be severely damaged. Naruto nodded affirmatively. We understand. We will definitely be able to kill them, the group responded, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of reassurance as they looked towards Naruto and Takashi Koizumi. Excellent. This is how it should be. In truth, zombies are not so fearsome. Aside from their immense strength, their speed and reflexes do not match ours. Our current predicament is merely due to humanity's unpreparedness and the element of surprise. Observing their faces, Naruto encouraged them again. Yet, could reality truly align with these words? It was evidently not so simple. To eradicate zombies entirely, we currently lack any feasible strategy. Though the catastrophe has only just begun, the sheer number of zombies far exceeds our expectations. In battle, it could be said that for every 1,000 enemies defeated, we would inflict 800 losses upon ourselves. While the death of zombies is acceptable, the demise of humans leads to their transformation into zombies, a notion that can drive one to despair. Furthermore, second-tier zombies have already emerged, while third-tier zombies remain unseen. Frankly, even second-tier zombies present a calamity for humanity. Possessing bodies as tough as diamonds, speeds thrice that of an ordinary person, and formidable physicality and strength, they are essentially killing machines. If they infiltrate survivor groups or armies, it would mark the beginning of a massacre. However, for now, second-tier zombies are still relatively few in number, and even if they exist, they are scarce. Third-tier zombies have yet to make their appearance, limiting immediate threats. But what the future holds is difficult to predict. Alright, let's not dwell on thoughts for now. Although I have cleared the surrounding zombies, we must remain vigilant. Yong, you remain on the rooftop. Hirano and Toda, you will stay here. Komuro, you are responsible for the rear. Should any situation arise, notify us immediately, Naruto instructed. Understood, Hirano replied. I will be vigilant of our surroundings. Yong nodded in agreement. So shall I. Komuro turned to Naruto and inquired. And what about you, Naruto-kun? Me? Naruto cast a fleeting glance at Komuro and smiled faintly. Regardless of Komuro's intentions, he responded, today's battle has left me utterly exhausted. I must rest shortly, otherwise my spirit will falter in the next confrontation. Very well, Naruto-kun. Please take good care of yourself. We shall manage here, Hirano interjected before Komuro could speak. Reflecting on the day's events, it seemed that Naruto had been the one to slay all the zombies. All right, call for me if anything arises. Naruto nodded to the trio and proceeded into the house. Where could Alice be? He mused, a sigh escaping his lips as he sank into the sofa, closing his eyes in contemplation. Upon his arrival, he had cleared the zombies near Nanri Kaori, searching for her, even employing his clairvoyance. Though he encountered several young girls, none were Alice, which deepened his dismay. Where had Alice's father taken her in this zombie-infested world? Did they not fear the dangers lurking about? Even if they were fearless, he was not, and neither was Alice. Moreover, while inspecting the condition of the bridge, Naruto had scoured the nearby streets, yet to no avail, further intensifying his frustration. He had considered venturing out in search of her, but with Komuro and the others nearby, he felt secure within the house. Ordinary zombies posed no threat. However, should he encounter a second-tier zombie outside, it would spell disaster for Komuro and the others, leading to his own tragedy. After much deliberation, he chose to remain, hoping the system would not alter the very fabric of the narrative. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, followed by a soft warmth imbued with a fragrant essence, startling him from his reverie. He turned to see Siko. Upon seeing her, Naruto's suppressed emotions erupted in an impulsive confession. Siko, I like you. Her figure trembled, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Hearing Naruto's declaration, an indescribable joy surged within Siko, for she had harbored feelings for him since their first encounter, having fallen deeply in love with him. To her surprise, he reciprocated her sentiments. Yet, swiftly, joy was overshadowed by a wave of sorrow. Naruto-kun, may I share my innermost thoughts with you? If you can still accept me, she said, her delicate fingers gently caressing his cheek, her expression turning serious. Chapter 46. Alice under the luminous moonlight, her eyes sparkled with resolute determination. Of course, you may, Naruto replied, momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, yet quickly regaining his composure as he gazed intently at Siko. Actually, Naruto, I am not as innocent as you might believe. The truth is, my heart is tainted. Siko began, her tone somber as she looked at him. Huh, in what way are you tainted? Naruto asked in astonishment, unable to comprehend her meaning. With his discerning gaze and vast experience with people, how could he fail to perceive her true nature? I am an anomaly, harboring a bloodthirsty fervor deep within. As Naruto gazed at her in disbelief, Siko, though unspoken, secretly reveled in her heart. Yet, regarding Naruto, she resolved to be forthright. Regardless of whether her honesty would incite his disdain, this was a testament to her love and a manifestation of trust. An anomaly? Bloodthirsty fervor? In that moment, Naruto finally grasped her intention. This was the matter at hand. Had she not mentioned it, he would have long forgotten, for in the world of Naruto, bloodlust had long since become commonplace for him. Perhaps ordinary individuals would struggle to accept Siko's disposition, but the world was no longer ordinary, and Naruto was far from typical. For him, bloodlust was merely a component of daily existence. Aware of everything, Naruto gazed at Siko, a flicker of affection in his eyes. He was determined to unshackle the chains binding her heart. Deep within, I concealed a bloodthirsty obsession. On a night 4 years prior, I was assaulted by a man. Siko T, looking at Naruto, gradually recounted the past. Of course, I did not succumb to him. At that time, armed with a wooden sword, I shattered both his scapula and femur. Subsequently apprehended by the police, I ultimately returned home safely under the guise of self-defense. What binds me is not this event. I have lived joyfully. Discovering a clear enemy became a source of exhilaration. At that moment, wielding the wooden sword, I held an absolute advantage, utterly unafraid of him. Yet I feigned fear to lure him into further action. Calmly observing as he pressed closer, cornering me into a desperate situation, I struck back without hesitation. That sensation was truly exhilarating and inescapable. This is the authentic me, the essence of Siko T, enthralled by power, reveling in it. Do you still perceive me as that ordinary girl with youthful aspirations, Naruto? Siko's gaze brimmed with pleading and anxiety, fearful that Naruto might distance himself from her. In that moment, she resembled a small kitten at risk of abandonment, her heart laden with unease. Siko, do you understand? If you are thus, what should I do? Naruto looked at her, unable to restrain his heartfelt words. Huh. Siko gazed at Naruto in confusion, unable to comprehend his meaning. Do not forget, Siko, I am a ninja. I train in ninjutsu for the sake of battle. The lives I have taken and the harm I have inflicted number in the hundreds. Now, within a single day, I have slain thousands of zombies. If even you, a bloodthirsty soul who has never taken a life, feel this way, how should I, a true bloodthirster, position myself? Naruto spoke slowly, gently stroking Siko's hair, his heart aching at her earlier anxious gaze, wishing fervently that this incident had never transpired. Do you know, Siko? Upon hearing your tale, what angers me most is not your identity as a bloodthirsty person, but the one who attacked you. Thankfully, he did not succeed. Had he prevailed, I truly do not know how I would cope. Would I lose control? Annihilate everything? Or would I seek him out amidst this apocalypse, whether he be man or zombie, and rend him to pieces? Perhaps there is some truth to it. You know, Siko, despite the fact that you have shattered his scapula and femur, I remain seething with rage, wishing fervently to locate him, to methodically break each of his bones, torturing him to the point of wishing for death. You know, Siko, in comparison to me, your punishment of him is far too lenient. Therefore, do not entertain such thoughts any longer. Regardless of the type of woman you are, Siko, you must remember, no matter how the world perceives you, in my heart, you will always be that Siko, the one who stands behind me, smiling and articulating that a good woman respects men, the one who, with a smile, expresses her absolute trust in the men I acknowledge, Siko Tokishima. Thus, no matter what, I shall embrace all facets of you, be they beautiful or dark, as long as they belong to you. I shall accept them, for I am darker than you. Therefore, allow me, this darker being, to encompass the trivial shadows you possess before me. Siko gazed blankly at Naruto, tears gradually welling in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. In her gaze, there was no sorrow, only joy, comfort, happiness, and profound emotion. Now, Siko, Tokishima Siko, I must confess, I cherish you. Now, share with me your response. Naruto looked once more at Siko, speaking to her with deep affection. I too hold feelings for you, Naruto-kun, she replied, leaping into his embrace, holding him tightly. Her voice quivering slightly. Naruto pressed her against the wall, his hands exploring her enticing form. Just as he was about to advance further, the sudden sound of gunfire and barking dogs shattered the intimate atmosphere. The barking seemed alarmingly close. Is this all right? Siko inquired, gazing at Naruto. First the gunfire, then the barking. Upon hearing Siko's words, Naruto's gaze shifted to the second floor, where the gunfire had originated. It was evident that either Hayano, Toda, Komuro, or Nagai had fired the weapon, indicating that there was trouble upstairs. However, in that instant, a flicker of delight crossed Naruto's face. This sequence of events was in line with the original narrative. "Let us investigate," Siko urged, pushing Naruto off her tone somewhat serious. At that moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes flickering away, unable to conceal her shyness. Naruto made no objections, and simultaneously, his heightened perception activated, allowing him to capture the entirety of his surroundings in an instant, encompassing everything within a 500-meter radius. Chapter 47. The Perils of the Underworld. Life and death on the line, what is amiss? Naruto mused, his gaze fixed on Hayano. At this moment, Komuro and Nagai hurriedly followed behind Naruto and Tokishima Siko. Soon after, the inebriated Shizuka, Miyamoto, and Takagi staggered into view. Despite their tipsy demeanor, the sound of gunfire instantly sobered them, the effects of their intoxication dissipating significantly. The situation was dire. Hayano handed Naruto a pair of binoculars, signaling him to survey the scene below, while he gripped his firearm tightly, aiming at the zombies that mistook the gunfire for barking and were now wandering onto the streets, cleared by Naruto. However, this time, Hayano refrained from firing, keeping his gaze fixed on Naruto, awaiting his command. Taking the binoculars, Naruto peered downwards. Although his heightened perception was activated, he preferred not to engage in extensive dialogue with these individuals. Through the lens of the telescope, he observed the once pristine street he had meticulously cleared, now besieged by an overwhelming horde of zombies, with some areas teetering on the brink of chaos. Not far ahead of these undead monstrosities, a group of survivors was desperately fleeing, engaged in their final struggle for existence. Armed with rudimentary weapons, be it stout branches, iron rods, baseball bats, or even kitchen knives, they ran while simultaneously countering the relentless pursuit of the zombies behind them. Fortunately, although humanity lacked the brute strength of the undead, they still maintained an edge in speed. However, Naruto was not optimistic about their chances of escape. Their commotion had attracted zombies from all directions, wave after wave, ensnaring them in a sea of corpses, where they struggled and wailed, awaiting their inevitable demise. Naruto gazed upon this scene with a stoic expression, devoid of any intention to render assistance. He had previously declared that he was no virtuous man, always calculating. Just moments ago, these individuals had disrupted his tranquil moment with Siko Busujima. Moreover, why should he abandon his group to save them? His duty lay with those designated for protection, such as Rei Miyamoto. Did they not see the colossal zombies lumbering towards them from the distance? These creatures were twice the size of ordinary zombies, exuding a feral and menacing aura, with a dozen of them advancing ominously. These were second-tier zombies, and after Naruto's departure, aside from Siko, others like Takashi Komuro would be doomed to perish. He handed the telescope to Siko, who took it with a grim expression, her demeanor growing increasingly serious. "What now? Shall we save them?" asked Hironoto, his gun aimed at a zombie's skull, poised for Naruto's command to launch an assault. "We cannot fire. Otherwise, we will attract all the zombies. Your recent gunfire has already drawn attention, and thankfully, these individuals have diverted the zombies' focus. Otherwise, they would all converge upon us. While they are pitiable, firing our weapons would only prolong their fate slightly without truly rescuing them. It could even entrap us." Naruto firmly dismissed Hironoto's suggestion. "Save them? Do you wish to burden us with additional liabilities? But if you act, Naruto, you could swiftly rescue them," Takashi Komuro remarked, eliciting a glance from Naruto that suggested provocation or perhaps a misguided sense of altruism. "If you wish to be besieged by dozens of evolved zombies, I can descend to save them," Naruto retorted, his gaze sweeping over the advancing second-tier zombies. Under Naruto's guidance, the group soon recognized these formidable foes. Instantly, both Takashi and Rei shuddered, fear flickering in their eyes. Clearly, these zombies had been attracted by the survivors. Should they attempt to save them now, it would surely lead the zombies straight to their location. While ordinary zombies could be resisted, the presence of these second-tier zombies altered the situation entirely. If the barricade were breached, they would face an onslaught of countless zombies, leaving their chances of survival exceedingly slim. Yet, the likelihood of escape was nearly non-existent. In the face of the undead, even a minor injury often heralded death. Are we to stand idly by and watch them be devoured by zombies? Takashi implored, his voice dwindling to a whisper, as if the weight of his words could not bear the reality. The living would normally flock to our light, but we lack the power to save everyone. One must not endanger oneself in the pursuit of saving others. Tokisaki Siko cast a fleeting glance at Koichi Kamishiro, her tone devoid of warmth. She harbored a certain disdain for him, perhaps due to Naruto's influence. Previously, their interactions were bearable. But now that Naruto and Tokisaki Siko's relationship had solidified, Koichi seemed to persistently contradict his suggestions, whether intentionally or not. Coupled with her past fondness for him, which had now plummeted to an icy low, Tokisaki Siko could not muster any goodwill towards Koichi, even if it were unintentional. The world has crumbled. Clinging to past naivete will only plunge oneself and those around into peril. You must adapt to the current reality. Naruto regarded Koichi with indifference. He had never held any particular affection for him. If not for the demands of their mission, he would have paid him no mind. Now, with Miyamoto Rei occupying his heart, Koichi was merely a thorn in his side. As they spoke, Naruto activated his divine sight, relentlessly searching for the long-awaited figure. Shirialis, a young girl whom Naruto had sought for ages, stirred within him deep resentment towards the system's task, particularly concerning her. This discontent was not mere dissatisfaction. It was profound anger. At last, after an extensive search, two figures emerged within Naruto's godlike perspective, one of whom was the girl he had been yearning for. Chapter 48. Rescuing Shirialis. The moonlight glimmered like frost under the night sky, illuminating a secluded alley where two figures dashed forth, one old and one young, resembling a father and daughter. The man, around 30, held the hand of a 7- or 8-year-old girl, radiating innocence and joy, much like a flower in early bloom. The whereabouts of her mother were shrouded in mystery, perhaps lost to the chaos of the world or separated from them amidst the vast sea of humanity. "Father, where's mother?" the girl inquired as she ran, her voice clear and enchanting, invoking a protective instinct in those who heard it. "Once we are safe, we shall search for her," the man replied, gently stroking the girl's forehead with overflowing affection. Though a fleeting shadow of pain crossed his eyes at the mention of her mother, quickly masked to avoid detection by the child, he led her, taking advantage of the distraction caused by survivors drawing the zombies away, quietly slipping into a household's yard, carefully shutting the gate without a sound to avoid attracting the undead. It was evident that this apocalyptic world had long since made the zombie sensitivity to sound a well-known truth. And this father was acutely aware of that fact. Cautiously surveying the surroundings to confirm no zombies were present, he approached the house, where a faint light and indistinct shadows hinted at life within. A glimmer of hope illuminated the father's face as he gently knocked on the door, lowering his voice in a plea, "Please, grant us entry. I have a child with me, and we cannot escape." Joy flickered across the father's visage. With the door ajar, they could find temporary refuge from the onslaught of the undead. However, a cold, unyielding voice responded, "Do not approach. Go elsewhere. You are not welcome here." Despite its slight tremor, the tone was merciless. At these words, the father's smile froze, an ominous premonition washing over him. "Please, I beg of you. I care not for myself, but allow my daughter a place of safety. She is but a child." The father, caught off guard by such a tragic turn of events, hastily knocked on the door, pleading fervently, his voice rising involuntarily. The sound of his desperate knocks attracted several approaching zombies. Undaunted by the impending horde, he resolved that even in death, he could reunite with his wife. However, as a father, he understood with profound clarity that his daughter must survive. At merely 8 years old, she had just begun to grasp the complexities of the world. Despite the father's anguished pleas, silence reigned within the dwelling. "Daddy?" The little girl tugged at her father's sleeve, her innocent, wide eyes searching his face. Looking down at his daughter, the father was resolute. He would do everything in his power to ensure her safety, no matter the cost. At that moment, retreat was not an option. "Open the door. If you don't, I will break it down." He raised the fire axe he wielded, the sole weapon that represented their hope for survival, fighting for one last chance for his daughter. "Wait, we're coming." A voice finally responded from within, and the door creaked open, a dim light spilling out. "Thank you," the father exclaimed joyfully, his heart swelling with hope for his daughter's life. He fervently wished that those inside would protect her for the sake of the child, feeling that even death would be worth it. However, what awaited him was a makeshift spear, a wooden stick bound with cloth, lunging toward his chest. With a sickening thud, blood scattered, vivid and crimson. The father's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the individuals within. A man in his 50s, trembling with fear, gripped the wooden stick, while a woman of similar age chanted prayers beside him. Young people, likely their children and partners, stood nearby, equally alarmed, watching the little girl and her injured father with wide eyes. "Forgive me, forgive me." The man who had stabbed him retreated in terror, muttering incoherently. The door closed once more, ruthlessly severing the last connection for the little girl. In the face of peril, humanity revealed its selfishness. "Daddy," the little girl cried, clutching her bloodied father, her large eyes brimming with tears. Though young and innocent, her heart ached, yearning to cry. "Daddy, it's all right, quickly hide." The father caressed his daughter's face, imparting his final words of advice. He knew his time was short, the blade having pierced his heart, summoning his remaining strength. He urged her to flee. He could not bear the thought of his daughter perishing alongside him. "Don't let those monsters see you. Find a place to hide." With those words, his hand fell limp, his head tilting as he departed from this world forever. His eyes remained open, reflecting a profound sense of reluctance, worry, and despair, lament for his daughter, concern for her safety, and hopelessness at the encroaching zombies drawn by their cries. No, the little girl disregarded her father's instructions, weeping uncontrollably over his lifeless body. "I want to be with Daddy. I want to leave." Her cries attracted more zombies, and soon she would be engulfed by them, her petite frame no match for the advancing horde. The only thing safeguarding her was the iron gate her father had closed upon entering. Yet, as dozens of zombies converged, the gate trembled precariously under their relentless assault, and it was only a matter of time before it succumbed. Chapter 49. Rescue of Cerealis II. Amid the frenzied onslaught of countless zombies, the heavy iron gate finally could withstand the pressure no longer, crashing down with a thunderous roar. At this moment, the horde of zombies had swelled to numerous dozens, with an unending influx of their kind approaching relentlessly. In a mere instant, the number of zombies encroaching upon the little girl surged from several dozen to at least 100. They stumbled over the overturned iron gate, unsteadily advancing towards her. As they drew ever closer, their malevolent hands slowly rose, reaching out toward her. Witnessing this grim tableau, Naruto, with his divine insight, perceived the entirety of the scene, from the moment Cerealis's father endeavored to escape the zombies with her, to their retreat into a dwelling, and ultimately, the tragic fate that befell him. Everything unfolded before him. It was not that Naruto was unwilling to intervene. Rather, his mission was solely to safeguard Cerealis. With so many individuals present, it was difficult to ensure everyone's safety. Moreover, the cramped quarters of the off-road vehicle belonging to the Nanri family were already overwhelming. Bringing along others would likely result in even greater casualties. While he remained indifferent to the fates of others, Naruto knew that should the mission target perish, he would have no time even to mourn. Thus, he could only silently express his regrets to Cerealis's father. Of course, Cerealis's plight did not escape the notice of Siko Tadu and her companions. Witnessing the brutal murder of her father, their expressions shifted dramatically. Despite having witnessed Naruto's ruthlessness in dispatching Koichi Wisteria and the blonde thug, they had only perceived him as brutal. Now they understood the true nature of this apocalypse. Lives had become as disposable as chaff, with morality and law utterly vanquished, leaving only the distinction between the strong and the weak, the survival of the fittest. As Cerealis's father lost his life and the zombies lunged towards her, Naruto finally took action. If he did not intervene now, he would lose his mission target. In his hand, a trident kunai materialized, its 3 blades gleaming with a cold radiance, as though they could sever through the wind itself. The handle bore intricate and mysterious runes that captivated the observer's attention. In an instant, the trident kunai flashed with a chilling light as Naruto hurled it forth, slicing through the air with remarkable speed, instantly piercing the zombies that stood before Cerealis. In tandem, Naruto's figure transformed into golden light, vanishing from sight. The Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto employed this spatial ninjutsu for the first time since entering this world. With a soft thud, the zombies collapsed at Cerealis's feet, the kunai embedding itself not far from her. As the trident kunai struck the ground, the zombies fell in response, and amidst a flicker of golden light, Naruto reappeared a short distance away from Cerealis. Gripping his katana and gazing at the throng of zombies pouring forth upon the corpses of those he had slain, Naruto furrowed his brow. These zombies exceeded his expectations. Confronting them felt akin to facing an army, and the sensation was starkly different. Although only hundreds stood before him and not thousands, it was still a formidable challenge. Despite his furrowed brow, Naruto's actions did not waver. In an instant, he swept his katana horizontally with immense force and razor-sharp precision, cleaving through 3 or 4 zombies, while the keen edge of his blade even impacted 5 or 6 more that followed suit. None were spared beneath his blade. The slain zombies fell like heavy weights, crashing into the approaching horde, momentarily disrupting their advance. Though fleeting, this chaos granted Naruto precious time. Disregarding the zombies, Naruto turned his gaze towards Alice, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. Fortunately, this erratic system chose not to intervene at this critical juncture. The narrative remained intact. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to locate the little girl amidst this vast city. As Naruto focused on Alice, the little girl gazed back at him. Witnessing Naruto effortlessly dispatch the zombies that her father desperately tried to evade, her eyes flickered with uncertainty, revealing her whimsical nature. The chilling wails echoed like the roars of a beast, as the zombies, having shaken off the brief disarray caused by Naruto, surged once more toward him and Alice. Unfazed by the concept of fear, they remained oblivious to the terrifying power Naruto had just displayed. Seeing a greater number of zombies than before, Naruto furrowed his brow once again. Before Alice could react, he swiftly scooped her up, leaped gracefully, and ascended the rooftop, escaping the encirclement of the undead and distancing himself from their grasp. Gazing down at the horde of zombies, and then back at Naruto, Alice blinked her eyes in wonder. "Big brother, who are you?" she asked, her voice sweet and delicate. Naruto gently patted Alice, replying, "Big brother's name is Uzumaki Naruto. You can call me Brother Naruto. From now on, I will protect you. Brother Naruto, my father." Her once bright world was now shrouded in darkness. Tears brimmed in Alice's eyes as she mourned her father's demise. "Do not worry. He certainly would not want you to fret. As long as you are happy, your father will find peace," Naruto reassured, casting a glance at her father, now overwhelmed by the zombies. The current zombie apocalypse was far more ferocious than depicted in the original narrative. Naruto had no time to pluck flowers for prayers like Takashi Komuro had done for Alice's father. Had he not arrived in time, the young girl would have surely succumbed to the clutches of the undead. With a sudden rise, the rigid heads of the zombies lifted, fixating on Naruto and the little girl atop the rooftop. A chorus of howls erupted as the horde surged forward, crashing against the doors of a nearby residence. Chapter 50. Breaking through the lifeless heads slowly rose, staring at Naruto and the child. The crowd of corpses emitted mournful cries, relentlessly charging ahead. In an instant, they battered against the door, causing it to tremble precariously. The houses obstructed their path. Ordinarily, the zombies might have chosen to circumvent, but the tantalizing scent of living flesh beckoned them. Even as the front line stalled, the rear thronged forward, desperate to savor the taste of warm flesh. An increasing number of zombies pressed against the door, causing the wooden barrier to bend and warp. The occupants within trembled in terror, their eyes fixated on the crumbling entrance as fear permeated their hearts. They huddled together, paralyzed by dread. With a resounding crash, the door could no longer withstand the onslaught and soon collapsed. The horde surged inside, initially drawn to the flesh atop the rooftop, only to discover more prey within. A glimmer of green light flickered in their dim eyes as they lunged toward the terrified crowd. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted, echoing through the dark night, sending chills down spines. "Let us depart." Witnessing this horror, Naruto sighed softly and, addressing the little girl, vanished from sight in an instant. Utilizing the strength of a ninja, Naruto leaped onto the rooftop, soaring over several houses. In mere seconds, he returned to the place where he initially stood. "Release the young girl," Naruto commanded. Observing the zombies below, due to his movements, they began to gather in this direction, including the level 2 zombies. The previous survivor team had long been annihilated. Now, they had likely become part of the undead horde. This indicated that Naruto and his companions had become the primary targets for the zombies. "It seems we must depart from this place without delay," Naruto stated, taking in the dire scene before him. Indeed, while ordinary zombies can be managed, the evolved ones cannot be deterred by mere walls. "We have revealed our position, and it won't be long before those evolved zombies track us down." Seiko Ptolemy nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on the ground as she absorbed Naruto's words. "How could this happen?" Miyamoto Rei murmured, unable to suppress her thoughts. After struggling to find a safe haven, they were once again forced to flee before they had even had a moment to rest. "Weren't you just saying we shouldn't rescue anyone? Why the change of heart?" Komuro Takashi glared at Naruto, his tone laced with anger. After all, he had just been chastised by Naruto and Siko for his previous attempt to save someone. More importantly, the notion that rescuing someone could indeed attract a horde of zombies was difficult for him to accept. My reasoning for saving lives is my own, Naruto replied coolly. Besides, how long do you think we can elude the zombies? While ordinary ones may not find us, the evolved ones certainly will. He cast a dispassionate glance at Komuro Takashi. As he had stated, those evolved zombies were akin to beasts, adept at tracking their prey. Initially, Naruto had harbored doubts, but before he rescued the girl, he distinctly felt the sensation of being watched, as if he were being targeted. This feeling stemmed from the approaching level 2 zombies, a realization that dawned on him. In hindsight, he should have recognized this earlier, the moment he first encountered the initial zombie. At that time, he mistakenly believed that the level 2 zombies had been drawn by their quarrel. However, reflecting on it now, that seemed implausible. Not only was the vehicle well insulated, but there were no level 2 zombies nearby. Standing at 3 meters tall, a level 2 zombie would be easily spotted. The absence of any visible level 2 zombies then, coupled with the current situation, suggested that these evolved creatures possessed a predator's instinct. What do you mean? Komuro Takashi inquired, curiosity piqued. I am under no obligation to explain myself to you. Your current task is to gather your belongings. We must leave immediately, Naruto replied dismissively, striding past him without a glance. At this moment, he had no time to engage in futile disputes. Were it not for the needs of their mission, Naruto would have unhesitatingly abandoned Komuro Takashi, who had proven to be excessively naive. One would think that after the incident involving Koichi Azusa, he would have gained some wisdom, but it appeared he fancied himself a savior, casting himself in the role of a protagonist from a novel. Damn it, Komuro Takashi exclaimed, glaring at Naruto. What is this? Are you toying with our lives? How could someone like you possibly lead us to survival? With a flash of cold steel, Naruto appeared behind Komuro Takashi. A glimmering kunai poised at his neck, silencing his words instantly. I am the leader of this team, and while I allow you to voice your opinions, do not question my decisions. Every choice I make is for the best chance of survival. For I understand the meaning of survival far better than you delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. Naruto coldly addressed Kojiro, a subtle threat lacing his voice. Were it not for the constraints of their mission, Kojiro might have already met his demise at Naruto's hands. His words clearly undermined the leader's authority, whether intentional or not. This reckless utterance was far from trivial. An inadvertent action could indeed lead to fatal consequences. This was the first time, and I fervently hope there will not be a second. You are neither a savior nor the protagonist of a tale. You are merely a small figure scraping by under my protection. Before you speak, it is prudent to recognize your position. Individuals like you cannot fathom the essence of survival. Naruto's gaze bore down on Kojiro, and though directed at him, it echoed a sentiment meant for all, including why. After he finished speaking, Naruto sheathed his kunai, disregarding the stares from Miyamoto, Rei, and the others, and departed with purposeful strides. Naturally, Siko and the recently returned girl followed closely behind. Chapter 51. Incurring Naruto's wrath, I believe in our captain, Y remarked, his gaze fixed on Kojiro, his composure revealing a wisdom that far surpassed that of this brutish man. Throughout their journey, Naruto had exhibited remarkable patience towards Kojiro and his companions, a stark contrast to the merciless demeanor displayed by Hiroshi. Though Y could not discern the reasons behind Naruto's forbearance, he understood well that Naruto did not regard him as an adversary, and that was sufficient for him. He certainly did not wish to provoke Naruto as Kojiro had. Should Naruto take offense, it was unlikely anyone would be concerned for his well-being. In Y's eyes, Kojiro had become transparent, a self-proclaimed savior, devoid of survival experience, yet eager to dictate terms. Before ensuring his own safety, Y firmly aligned himself with Naruto. Provoking division as Kojiro did was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. He was convinced that if Naruto's stance towards Kojiro shifted, Kojiro would be the first to suffer the consequences. Kojiro gazed at Y, taken aback by his words. He had assumed that Naruto's actions would garner Y's agreement. Indeed, under normal circumstances, that might have been the case. But now, strength was paramount. Indeed, I trust the captain, Y asserted. Throughout our journey, it has been the captain who has safeguarded us. His decisions must hold deeper significance. He turned his gaze back to Kojiro, speaking candidly. Though his words bore a hint of flattery, Kojiro found himself unable to dispute them. I too, like Y, believe in the captain, Hirano Tadaka chimed in. As Rei and Sayao observed Wai and Hirano's unwavering confidence, Kojiro turned to Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya. I believe Naruto-kun will not act against our interests, Miyamoto Rei remarked, her gaze fixed on Kojiro. In a short span, Naruto had ascended to a status in her heart that eclipsed Kojiro's. Kojiro, it is not my intention to criticize you, but you ought to exercise restraint. Why must you question every decision made by Naruto-kun? Such behavior diminishes my regard for you, Takashiro Saya candidly admonished, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Reflecting on her words with clarity, our teacher shares this sentiment. Kojiro, your behavior has been somewhat unreasonable, Yuri Chikawa interjected before Kojiro could respond. How can you all think this way? Kojiro questioned, looking at Miyamoto Rei, Takashiro Saya, and Yuri Chikawa. I am merely stating the truth. That is the reality. Takashiro Saya reiterated to Kojiro. Kojiro, could it be that you are envious of Naruto-kun, which leads you to act this way? Wai added from the side. Jealousy? Why? Why must I feel this envy towards Takashi Komaro's voice, filled with excitement as he bellows at the heavens? Yet, his reaction only serves to further confirm the jealousy that simmers within him. Indeed, Takashi, you have truly disappointed me, Miyamoto Rei scoffed, though she did not sever ties completely. Despite their apparent disconnect, Naruto-kun saved you, yet you treat him this way, Takagi Saya remarked, her gaze fixed on Takashi Komuro. Meanwhile, Hirano Tadu and Kurokawa Shizuka remained silent, but nodded in agreement. I do not envy Takashi Komuro, he roared at Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya. Whether he harbored jealousy towards Naruto, even he could not ascertain. The thought of Naruto's abilities made Takashi acknowledge a tinge of envy. Perhaps his words, rebutting Naruto, were also born from this jealousy. He was reluctant to dwell on it, fearful that he might truly be envious. You cannot deny it. Your expression reveals everything. Take some time for self-reflection, Takagi Saya asserted, her temper flaring, particularly upon witnessing Takashi's outburst at her, to which she responded loudly before pulling Miyamoto Rei and Kurokawa Shizuka away. For her, this moment was not meant for quarrels with Takashi. She had numerous matters to attend to, and the already limited time had become even more pressing due to Takashi's interference. What do you mean by that? Takashi shouted at the departing Saya and Rei. Let's leave as well, said Hirano Tadu, casting a glance at Takashi, who had already gathered his firearms, either slung over his shoulder or strapped to his back. All right, Naruto nodded, striding directly towards Takashi. How do we exit now? The area is surrounded by zombies, Kurokawa Shizuka remarked, peering out at the undead through the driver's seat. Naruto had suggested leaving some time ago, and the group had swiftly packed up. As it was merely food they were gathering, other belongings had become trivial. I'll clear the path. Just drive straight out, Sensei, Naruto declared, eyeing the horde of zombies surrounding the house, a faint smile gracing his lips. The sheer number of zombies indicated that the mission for the Valiant would progress significantly. Be careful, Naruto-kun, warned Poison Island Siko from within the vehicle. Do not worry. These zombies cannot harm me, Naruto replied with a slight smile. Shizuka-sensei, the next steps are in your hands, he said, turning to Kurokawa Shizuka. Rest assured, I am quite capable, she responded confidently, gesturing with her hands. The vigorous motion caused her chest to sway, leaving Naruto momentarily parched. He had long since come to understand this allure. Then I entrust this to you. Divert your gaze. Now is not the time for such discussions. Everyone was prepared, particularly you, Alice, Naruto emphasized as he looked at the others in the vehicle. Especially at the girl nestled in Siko's embrace. I will hold on to Sikone tightly, Alice said, gazing at Naruto. That's good, he nodded. In a single leap, he found himself near the outer wall of the Nankiri residence, close to the throng of zombies. Upon noticing Naruto's approach, the undead howled and surged towards him. The evolved second-tier zombies had also arrived, trampling over their kind as they advanced toward Naruto and his companions. A tumultuous dance of chaos ensues, and thus, let you find your eternal rest. Naruto squints his eyes and speaks with a serene demeanor, his fingers deftly forming seals as he strides confidently towards the horde of zombies. You, trapped souls, shall find peace amidst this searing flame, and then surrender your spirits to become my strength. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Wind style, great breakthrough. Chapter 52, Journey to the High Castle Mansion. Fire style, great flame extinction. Wind style, raging waves. Too low, resonant shouts erupt from Naruto's lips, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a blazing inferno surges forth, accompanied by howling winds. The colossal flames and tempestuous gales emerge from the same source, with the wind fueling the fire and the fire harnessing the wind's might. The once formidable great flame extinction ascends to unprecedented heights. Resembling a tornado, the flames sweep forward, engulfing the advancing zombies. With a thunderous roar, the barrier that held back the zombies collapses, consumed by the raging flames. Not only the wall, but the zombies themselves are hurled away by the force of the fiery tempest, and before they can touch the ground, they are devoured by the ferocious flames, reduced to ashes. With the aid of the raging waves, the great flame extinction, which originally spanned merely 30 to 40 meters, now extends to a breathtaking 100 meters. In an instant, wherever the flames traverse, be it zombies or structures, all are overturned and reduced to ruins. Within the blink of an eye, the once dense throng of zombies has been swept away, leaving a clear expanse. Gazing at the rapidly ascending progress bar of the heroic task, Naruto is filled with uncontainable joy. It has not been an easy feat. This heroic endeavor is far beyond mortal capability. 10 are a mere trifle, 100 is effortless, 1,000 is barely feasible, but 10,000 is indeed a daunting challenge. With a swift leap, Naruto ascends atop a military jeep, calling out loudly to the below. With Naruto's booming command, the roar of the engine becomes deafening. The jeep bolts forward like a wild stallion, akin to an arrow released from its bow, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. Amidst the fierce roars, 5 second-tier zombies, having evaded the great flame extinction, unleash their furious howls as they witness Naruto and his companions fleeing. Their massive forms sprint at breakneck speed in pursuit of Naruto's group. Naruto, evidently aware, notes that the commotion of the second-tier zombies has caught the attention of Siko Busujima and her companions, who call out to him from atop the vehicle. "I understand," Naruto replies, acknowledging their words. Fixating on the approaching zombies, his gaze sharpens. Although his great flame extinction and raging waves have swiftly eradicated a significant number of zombies, it pales in comparison to the multitude of survivors. If the zombies he just vanquished numbered in the hundreds, then the second-tier zombies, along with first-tier common zombies, undoubtedly amount to several hundred, if not thousands. They race towards Naruto with astonishing speed, creating a scene both grand and awe-inspiring. It seems that utilizing ninjutsu allows for the swift completion of heroic tasks, he muses with a smile. Drawing in the monsters, as long as there are enough foes. Even 10,000 is not an impossibility. However, despite such thoughts, Naruto recognizes that he must confront the pursuing zombies and eliminate them all in one fell swoop. With both hands forming seals once more, Naruto's movements were markedly swifter than before, fingers flickering with residual shadows. Ultimately, he brought his hands together, invoking the wind release, 1,000 faces of wind dance. A gentle breeze transformed into a tempest, a ferocious gale, and finally a hurricane. As Naruto completed the jutsu, the winds around him began to rise, escalating in intensity until they coalesced into a hurricane capable of toppling even the mightiest foes. Hundreds, even thousands, of wind blades darted through the maelstrom, surging towards the target, the relentless horde of zombies. The sound of slicing echoed, punctuated by the sharp, cutting noises as the hurricane wreaked havoc. Behind Naruto, a jeep sped away, countless zombies caught and hurled into the air by the force of the winds. The wind blades sliced through the undead with merciless precision, severing limbs and decapitating heads, scattering their remains across the ground. The scene was one of carnage. As zombies were lifted and dismembered, their bodies reduced to unrecognizable fragments. Such a sight was prevalent amidst the throng of the undead, with corpses soaring and being torn apart. However, the hurricane's ferocity was fleeting. Having decimated a significant portion of the zombies, its power began to wane. Would Naruto merely stand by in the face of this predicament? Certainly not. He swiftly modified his technique, transitioning from the 1,000 faces of wind dance to the wind release, elegant dragon twister. Several seals formed in his hands as he observed the dwindling effectiveness of his previous jutsu, calling out with determination. In an instant, accompanied by a shout, the exhausted hurricanes began to spin slowly within the zombie horde, soon evolving into a colossal tornado, towering over 10 meters and several meters wide. Wind blades swirled around its periphery. The massive tornado rampaged through the area, continuously drawing in and annihilating the surrounding zombies. For a brief moment, the scene resembled a hellscape, with dismembered limbs flying and the cacophony of chaos ringing in the air. Unlike the thousand faces of wind dance, the tornado arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly, dissipating after roughly a minute. In its wake, destruction lay scattered before him. From the once thriving horde of hundreds, only a few straggling zombies remained. Witnessing the aftermath of the tornado's wrath and the mountainous heap of corpses, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Indeed, dealing with such a challenge was far more effective with broad-range ninjutsu. Those powerful yet narrowly focused techniques were utterly ineffective against the relentless tide of zombies. No, against this swarm tactic, they were completely futile. As he watched the progress of his mission soar, Naruto eagerly anticipated a few more such scenes. If he could replicate this 5 or 6 more times, the mission would surely be completed swiftly. For Naruto, this was akin to cheating. Though he entered with the prowess of a jonin, his abilities were sealed to that of a chunin. Yet as a host of the Nine Tails and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra affinity ensured that even with diminished strength, the potency of his jutsu remained unscathed. Were anyone else undertaking this task, even the elegant dragon twister would leave them gasping for breath. Amidst this hellish tableau, a jeep raced onward. Hours had passed since they fled from Nanri Kaori's home with Jukawa Shizuka, and the journey had been nothing short of harrowing. Initially, Shizuka had driven recklessly, bulldozing through the encroaching zombie horde, twisting left and right, forging a path through the residential area. Yet, the sheer madness of such driving would leave anyone, even Naruto, feeling a sense of trepidation. This is far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Indeed, it transcends the realm of the average individual. Even Naruto, upon witnessing this, felt a shiver of trepidation. He could not help but scrutinize Yuri Chuan Shizuka multiple times, pondering how a girl so blissfully naive could possess such wild genes. Chapter 53. Radiating excitement as dawn broke, the sun's first light heralded the approach of a new day, yet the fleeting tranquility was destined to be shattered. Naruto roused himself from contemplation. He had gone 3 consecutive days without sleep, 2 spent in the world of Naruto and 1 in flight. At that moment, he nestled in the embrace of Siko Tsumuji, feigning slumber to shield her from fatigue. Siko had become his beloved, and the sight of her peacefully asleep stirred tender feelings within him. He gently adjusted her position, ensuring she was more comfortably nestled against him. Perhaps sensing his movements, Siko stirred slightly in her dreams, seeking a more comfortable sleeping posture, a serene smile gracing her lips as she drifted back into slumber. Naruto moved with utmost caution, his chakra quietly emanating, enveloping both him and Siko. Although it could not repel enemies, it served to cushion the jolts of the vehicle. Yuri Chuan Shizuka had reduced her driving speed, and the interior of the vehicle felt almost devoid of vibration. Naruto caressed Siko's cheek. Despite her state of slumber, he could still discern the fatigue etched upon her face. For such a young ninja to bear such immense pressure was no small feat. The weight of their mission rested heavily upon him and Siko. While Naruto bore the brunt of the battles, Siko's contributions were equally significant. Her chakra was nearly depleted, and her proficiency in its use was still developing, often resulting in wasteful expenditure. It seemed imperative that upon reaching the Takajo residence, he would need to instruct Siko on how to better harness and utilize her chakra. Naruto-kun, ahead lies a great river. Must we wade through? Yuri Chuan Shizuka inquired softly, having already noted Naruto's awakening and frequently engaging him in conversation to pass the time. After more than an hour, they departed the city, arriving at the banks of the great river that lay between them and the Takajo family home. Indeed, our foremost objective is to reach the residence of Takajo Saya. Naruto replied with a nod. Then please awaken them, Naruto-kun. I shall accelerate. Shizuka's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Hummer was capable of traversing both land and water, and having relished the thrill of driving on land, she now yearned to experience the exhilaration of navigating on water. Everyone, wake up. We are nearing the riverbank. Naruto gently nudged Miyamoto Rei, Takajo Saya, and Komuro Takashi, softly rousing them from slumber. What is happening? Have we arrived? Miyamoto Rei and the others, still slightly dazed, blinked sleepily, their eyes half open, as if on the verge of falling back into slumber. We must cross the river. Once we do, we shall soon reach Takajo's home, where there will be ample time to rest, Naruto assured them. However, Yuri Chuan Shizuka appeared to require no further prompting. Before his words had fully left his lips, she slammed her foot down on the accelerator. The Hummer's engine roared to life, leaping forth like a wild stallion, stirring up clouds of dust as it charged toward the river below. The sudden jolt sent everyone into a frenzy, instinctively grasping onto anything within reach. Their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the rapidly retreating scenery. Due to the downhill acceleration, the Hummer soared into the air. With a thunderous roar, the Hummer landed heavily, creating a powerful echo that attracted the scattered zombies nearby. Yet, before they could approach, the Hummer roared once more and plunged into the river. This sudden turn of events left Miyamoto Rei and her companions in a state of shock, their earlier fatigue completely dissipated. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang was exhilarated, while Naruto maintained his usual demeanor, cradling the sleeping Poison Island Siko in his arms. He chose not to awaken her, for the protection of his chakra was sufficient to shield her from any disturbances, even amidst the turbulence. Chapter 54. Zombie Demon amidst the flashing blades and clashing weapons. Naruto and his comrades were far from idle. The magnificent bridge spanning the great river had already succumbed to the onslaught of the zombie tide. Dozens of second-tier zombie demons, accompanied by countless ordinary zombies, overwhelmed the guard stationed there. Despite the chaos occurring later than in the original narrative, it was far more perilous. Faced with a dozen towering zombie demons, any form of defense appeared utterly futile. The mingling of screams and the roars of the zombie demons conjured a scene reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster, nay, more shocking than any cinematic experience. A massacre, a blatant slaughter, ensued as people screamed in anguish, desperately fleeing the scene. In an instant, the chaos intensified. Not only were the zombie demons killing, but amidst the turmoil, humans turned against one another. Those who fell found it nearly impossible to rise again, as relentless feet trampled over them. A fate far more tragic than being devoured by a zombie, for not everyone could carefully avoid a fatal blow. Naruto found this brutality unsurprising. Yet Akira Koizumi and others displayed expressions of pity. Since that fateful incident, Koizumi had ceased to confront Naruto directly, whether out of fear or a temporary retreat was uncertain. Naruto was somewhat taken aback, but chose not to dwell on it. A mere ordinary high school student was hardly worthy of his attention. Should any disturbances arise, they could be dealt with upon reaching the Takashiro residence after the mission was complete. Naruto-kun, everyone is ready, Siko called out, standing beside a steaming cauldron. The events on the bridge had slipped from the minds of the group of women. After a day of apocalyptic training, they had adapted to this scenario better than Koizumi and his companions. Understood. We are on our way. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement to Siko, standing atop the Hummer. He withdrew a stack of talismans, a circle of fine thread, and a bundle of three-pronged kunai from his ninja tool pouch, deftly manipulating 5 shuriken in his hand. The kunai shot forth, creating an impenetrable barrier within a radius of several dozen meters. Naruto's trap was uniquely designed, arranged in 3 layers. The outer and middle layers were encircled with resilient, specially crafted threads. Against the mindless zombie demons, as soon as they stepped into the thread traps, they would tumble down. The riverbank was strewn with jagged stones, and a hard blow to the head rendered the zombie demons nearly incapable of rising again. Of course, should they be fortunate enough to stand again, they would encounter the second layer, identical to the first. For those lucky enough to survive that, the third layer of talismans awaited their arrival. Naruto hoped not to resort to the third layer, as its noise could easily attract zombies from farther afield. We have crossed the Great River. Our next destination is Takashiro's home, the fortress of the leftist faction S. Soichiro Takashiro, Naruto stated, holding a large bowl of food as he spoke to them. Soichiro Takashiro? A fortress? The group, upon hearing this, could not help but feel perplexed. Leftist factions on the island, led by the president of the Patriotic Unity Society, have armed themselves with a considerable stockpile of firearms, believing that they will remain unscathed. Once we arrive there, we will be relatively safe, responded Naruto with composure. How is it that you, Naruto-kun, possess such intimate knowledge of my family? In contrast to the astonishment of others, Taksaya inquired, intrigued. She had never revealed her identity, let alone the professions of her parents. Even her childhood friend, Kotakashi, only knew that her family was affluent and formidable, which deterred him from approaching her. I am rather well known in this city. Your father once invited me to join the Patriotic Unity Society, Naruto replied, gazing at Taksaya with calm assurance. Indeed, the memories conveyed by the system confirm this. Soichiro had sought Naruto's involvement in the Patriotic Unity Society, but Naruto had declined at that time. I see, Taksaya remarked, her gaze fixed on Naruto. Indeed, Naruto nodded in affirmation. Does that mean once we reach Tak's home, we will be safe? Hirano Toda asked eagerly. Only temporarily, Naruto reiterated, emphasizing the word temporarily. Why is that? The astute Tak Saya perceived the underlying implications, that the Tak household, too, could fall prey to danger. Her expression darkening. The evolved corpse demon, Naruto stated, observing Tak Saya's countenance with an indifferent demeanor. Once a certain threshold of ordinary corpse demons is surpassed, the Tak residence could indeed be breached, especially with the emergence of an evolved corpse demon. I have gathered sufficient details regarding the evolved corpse demon that we encountered. Ordinary corpse demons possess a speed that is half that of a human, yet their strength is double. With distance, an ordinary person can confront one or two with courage, and a robust individual can manage it. However, the evolved corpse demon is an entirely different entity, possessing threefold the strength and threefold the speed of an ordinary human. If a person can run 10 meters in a second, it can cover 30 meters. If a person has a strength of 100 gene, it wields 300. Furthermore, its vitality is significantly enhanced, rendering ordinary firearms ineffective unless they strike a vital point. Such a creature is undoubtedly a nightmare for the average person. Naruto calmly disclosed the report on the second-level corpse demon to the group. How can this be? The disparity is staggering. The group expressed their astonishment. Initially, they had dismissed the notion of threefold strength, but after Naruto's examples, their doubts vanished. A speed of 30 meters per second equates to death, as does a strength of 300 gene, culminating in a tragic demise by a single blow. Indeed, their power is proportional to their size. Moreover, after rescuing Alice, did I not mention that even without intervening, the evolved corpse demons could track us down? Did you think I was jesting or merely justifying my actions? The evolved corpse demon is, more accurately, a beast perpetually hunting. It can seek prey on its own, unlike ordinary corpse demons that rely on you to reveal your location. Chapter 55. Main quest. In other words, they will trace their way to the residence of Lord Tak and subsequently launch an assault, leading countless corpses. This is why I assert that the Tak household is merely a temporary refuge. Gazing at their horrified expressions, Naruto once more dropped a bombshell, leaving them shaken and their eyes filled with terror. How could this be? They originally thought Naruto was merely making excuses for himself. However, upon hearing his words, panic set in. The evolution of the undead would render them even more formidable, which meant their safety was increasingly precarious. Was there truly no solution? Tak gazed at Naruto, her anxiety prompting her to inquire. She did not worry about the others in the Tak family, but her parents remained among them. Although they often clashed, her concern for them was profound, especially in these apocalyptic times. While she was uncertain if there existed higher forms of evolved corpses, she believed that with proper precautions, they could withstand the threat. Naruto, meeting Tak's gaze, spoke candidly. Indeed, in the original narrative, the downfall of the Tak family stemmed from the destruction of their protective barbed wire. Otherwise, they would have never succumbed. Although some evolved corpses had emerged, as long as they implemented adequate safety measures, they could navigate the dangers. More importantly, if they could successfully safeguard the Tak family, it would become Naruto's stronghold in this world, no longer aimless as it currently was. While immediate results might not be evident in the long run, this was far more significant than the rewards of Main Quest 3. Furthermore, Naruto was eager to explore whether the main quest could indeed be altered. For without the fundamental conditions met, how could the main quest proceed? Let us head to my home at once. I must inform them of this matter. If we fail to act promptly, peril will ensue, Naruto declared. The moment his words fell silent, Tak promptly rose and addressed the group. No one responded. They exchanged glances and all stood up. Complete the preparations swiftly. Our objective lies within the Tak mansion, Naruto, acting as the leader, commanded. Yes, Azura. Can what I just contemplated truly come to fruition? Standing atop the Humvee, wielding a katana, Naruto remained vigilant against the ordinary corpses around him, prepared to deal with any second-tier corpses he might encounter. Simultaneously, he had begun conversing with the system guide, Azura. That matter? Azura's voice held a hint of confusion, evidently unclear about what Naruto referred to. Just seeing if the main quest can be altered, Naruto replied. The main quest can be altered? Azura's tone wavered. Indeed. I intend to protect the Tak family. Thus, Tak and the others will naturally not need to evacuate, and main quest 3 cannot proceed. My reasoning should be sound, correct? Azura? Naruto smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing. By that token, I must concede. You are indeed audacious to conceive such a notion, Azura remarked, clearly taken aback by Naruto's words, his tone thickening with gravity. Is it feasible? Please provide a clear answer, Naruto urged. It is feasible. Why should it not be? Ashura's voice resonated in Naruto's mind, relieving him somewhat. However, what issue arises? Naruto, sensing a shift in Ashura's tone, inquired anxiously. Rest assured, the main quest can indeed be altered, but you must be mentally prepared to bear the consequences of such changes, Ashura stated, looking intently at Naruto. Consequences? Naruto furrowed his brow, questioning. Indeed, consequences. Do you believe the main quest can be whimsically modified? Once altered, one must face the repercussions. Naruto was convinced that if he could see Ashura at that moment, he would undoubtedly be rolling his eyes. Regrettably, at present, Naruto's heavenly I cannot perceive Ashura. What are the consequences? Please elucidate, preferably in detail. Since there is a possibility for change, Naruto is increasingly intrigued. By the way, are you truly inclined to instigate a change? I would advise against such actions, as the repercussions are uncertain even to me. Ashura seems to exhibit a hint of caution. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own affairs. Just provide me with the specifics, Naruto smiled. In that case, I shall impart this information to you, though I had not intended to disclose it until you broached the subject. Ashura paused momentarily before his voice resonated softly. In truth, altering the main quest is not entirely detrimental. At the very least, the rewards would be significantly more substantial than if left unchanged. However, with the increase in rewards comes a substantial rise in difficulty. For instance, the task you proposed could transform into a siege of corpses, or it might demand that you eliminate all the corpses within a city in a limited time frame. Most daunting of all, it could even require you to eradicate every corpse across the globe. Thus, the consequences are unpredictable. The nature of the task will depend entirely upon your luck. The severity of this situation arises from the world's formidable corrective nature. For example, in the third main quest, although Koichi Wisteria has perished, theoretically, the Takashiro family should be safe. Yet, the world's corrective nature intervenes. With Koichi Wisteria gone, there remain Koichi Wisteria 2 and 3. Or perhaps a couple of second or third-tier corpses might launch a fierce assault. Your approach would essentially fix the world's corrections, which naturally comes at a considerable cost. Were it not for your power being sealed by the system, you would still possess the strength of a Jonin, and I would have less cause for concern. With your Jonin prowess, even if the task were apocalyptic, you could manage it. However, at present, you only wield the average strength of a Chunin with 500 attribute points. Should the task become excessively challenging, misfortune would await you. Therefore, it is prudent that you refrain from contemplating any alterations to the main quest. Ashura's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, detailing the dire consequences of changing the main quest, concluding with a reminder. Thank you, Ashura, but I have resolved to proceed with the alteration. The allure of substantial rewards alone compels me to act, Naruto replied with a serene smile. Chapter 56. A row of zombies. You, young man, truly possess audacity beyond measure. Ashura could not help but roar in response. Fear not. Would I jest with my own life? Since I dare to challenge, I am fully confident in my capabilities. In the face of Ashura's fury, Naruto remained composed and replied calmly. Confidence? Ashura questioned, puzzled. Ashura, do not forget, whether it be the tasks from the Chunin exams, the energy acquired from slaying souls here, the rewards from the Takashiro family escort mission, or the rewards from Koichi Wisteria's quest, I have yet to claim any of them. I have now amassed a considerable amount of soul energy, sufficient to elevate my divine abilities. Did you not mention that attaining a certain level in divine abilities would lead to anomalies? I intend to utilize my newly acquired divine techniques to attempt a change in this main quest. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled upwards, his confident smile radiating. For even if his divine technique were not formidable, he was assured that his immense chakra and ninjutsu would see him through the trials ahead. Soul energy? Divine techniques? Upon hearing this, Ashura was momentarily taken aback, having previously overlooked such details in his urgency. Reflecting now, he acknowledged that Naruto's spiritual energy was indeed substantial. Indeed, if the divine techniques were to manifest, it was entirely possible for him to alter the main quest. Ashura nodded. He was not Naruto, and as the guide of the system, he was acutely aware of the formidable power these divine techniques possessed in Naruto's hands, transcending mere strength to the point of being described as monstrous. After all, these techniques corresponded to the combat methods of various deities. There were no weaklings among them. each one capable of astounding the heavens and moving the spirits. Once informed that the main quest could be altered, Naruto concluded his conversation with Ashura and settled cross-legged atop the Hummer. Throughout the journey, he remained vigilant, initially believing that the second-tier zombies would be numerous, only to discover that they were quite scarce along the way. As the Hummer continued its advance, Naruto intermittently activated his celestial eye to survey the surroundings. Activating it once more, Naruto's brow furrowed. Ahead lay a dense cluster of zombies, causing him to frown. The vehicle pressed onward, and his gaze extended forward. Before him, a barbed wire fence obstructed all the zombies. The scene from the original story flashed vividly in his mind. "Wait, Teacher Shizuka, stop the car." Remembering the plot, Naruto urgently called out to Shizuka, who was driving the Hummer. Startled by Naruto's shout, Shizuka hastily slammed the brakes, causing the Hummer to lurch violently, startling everyone inside. Siko and the cradled Alice remained relatively steady, but others, like Takashi, who had grown weary of the ride, swayed unsteadily due to the sudden stop. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Miyamoto Ray leaned out the window, looking quizzically at Naruto perched atop the vehicle. "There's danger ahead. If we continue, we will meet our doom," Naruto warned loudly, pointing toward the front. "I don't see anything," Shizuka replied, gazing ahead, somewhat perplexed. There were only a few scattered zombies, and she had not noticed the barbed wire above. Upon hearing Shizuka's words, Naruto realized that what he had seen was through his celestial eye. Shizuka and the others were yet unaware of the distant situation. Moreover, they were on an uphill road, obscuring their view further. "I'll take a look," Sayaka said, retrieving binoculars from the supplies and peering into the distance. There's an obstruction ahead. It's barbed wire. The entire road is blocked by it. If we accelerate, we will collide with the wire, just as Naruto-kun said. At that point, we would face certain catastrophe. Holding the binoculars, Sayaka reported loudly. Despite the zombies obstructing the view, the long, high barbed wire was still distinctly visible. "What?" The group hastily grabbed the binoculars, and indeed, despite the presence of zombies, the reflected sunlight from the barbed wire was faintly discernible. Had they approached unprepared as before, the consequences would have been dire. "What shall we do now?" Lowering the binoculars, they turned their puzzled gazes toward Naruto. "It's nothing but a horde of insignificant creatures. The true concern lies with that barbed wire," Naruto remarked dismissively, glancing at the nearby zombies. Yet, he acknowledged the need for caution regarding the barbed wire. It was the first line of defense for the Takagi family and was crucial, thus requiring meticulous attention. "Bring the vehicle alongside the barbed wire and halt. Siko and I will provide cover. You all cross through the wire as swiftly as possible. Leave the supplies in the vehicle, and we will abandon it here for now and return to retrieve it later. Regardless, it is not far from Sayaka's residence. We can walk there." Observing the barbed wire, it appears to be the arrangement of the Takaguchi family. As it stands, the Takaguchi family is temporarily safe. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto spoke. "The current circumstances diverge from the original narrative, thus we must adapt accordingly." "Understood." The group nodded in agreement. At this juncture, this is the only feasible approach. The nearby zombies were drawn closer by the sound of the vehicle, yet Shizuka's driving skills were extraordinary, not merely steady, but rather ferocious. As she slammed on the accelerator, crushing everything in her path. As they neared the barbed wire, she abruptly hit the brakes and turned the steering wheel, positioning the vehicle sideways beside the wire, leaving countless zombies perished in her wake. The Hummer came to a halt, and the zombies surged forth. Without hesitation, Naruto leaped from the roof of the car, swiftly reaching the barbed wire, and with a flourish of his blade, he deftly carved out an opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. "Move quickly through here," he called out to those in the vehicle, unwilling to protect them amidst the horde of zombies. No matter his strength, he could not safeguard everyone, much less utilize his ninjutsu. As long as they were unharmed, he need not worry excessively. With a swift stroke of his sword, the approaching zombies were instantly slain, the ancient swordsmanship striking true to the vital points, leaving no one to survive the onslaught. Siko, after hearing Naruto's command, also leaped from the Hummer, hastening to Naruto's side to fend off the attacks from another direction. Under the onslaught of Naruto and Siko, a temporary clearing emerged around them, allowing the others to disembark. "Hurry, keep moving and fighting," Naruto urged Kamishiro Takashi and the others still in the Hummer. Though dealing with these zombies posed no substantial threat, The dual task of preventing their advance while also protecting Takashi and the others remained a considerable burden, particularly in his currently sealed state. Chapter 57. Divine Abilities. Under Naruto's urgent prompting, the passengers in the cart hastily jumped down, moving towards the opening he had created. However, although the gap barely accommodated one person, it was exceedingly narrow, making passage difficult. The nimble Alice leaped effortlessly through the opening, while Hirano struggled, pushing and shoving the barbed wire, leaving numerous lacerations on his body before he finally managed to slip through. Siko, hurry through as well. I plan to unleash my ultimate technique to sweep away these ghouls. Noticing that everyone was gradually reaching safety, Naruto shouted to Siko, who was not far away while engaging in battle with the ghouls. Understood, be careful. Siko responded without hesitation, dispatching the ghoul before her and withdrawing. Just as she had promised. I bestow my unwavering trust upon the man I recognize, Naruto, a conviction she held firmly. After Siko had retreated, a group clad in firefighting uniforms hurriedly approached, calling out to Naruto and the others. This is Takaguchi Sayaka, she remarked as she gazed at the group, unable to discern their identities due to their specialized gear. Quickly, use the water. The leader barked orders to the team members wielding fire hoses. The well-trained crew swiftly positioned the hoses against the barbed wire, opened the valves, and powerful streams of water surged forth, sweeping the ghouls away one by one. Though it was unnecessary, I still express my gratitude for your assistance, Naruto remarked with a smile as he observed them from outside. The blade returned to its sheath, yet remained unsheathed, resting across the chest as it gazed upon the horde of corpses. What are you doing? Hurry and come here to meet Naruto, the leader called out, her voice stern yet imbued with a unique feminine tenderness. Rest assured, those corpses cannot harm Naruto-kun. Siko Toxic Island had already passed through the barbed wire and addressed the leader. Do you not realize how perilous this is? Clearly, she had misinterpreted Siko's intent. No worries. You merely need to observe. Naruto did not respond, for some matters are too ineffable to articulate. Only through first-hand experience can one truly comprehend. With a sudden flash, he opened his eyes, drawing his sword in an instant. 5 shimmering arcs of silver light, like threads, moons, ethereal serpents, and coiling dragons, danced wildly, annihilating the corpses ahead. The blade struck the ground, leaving its mark and stirring clouds of dust. Within a 30-degree angle, extending several dozen meters, every corpse was instantly cleaved, sent flying, and dismembered. The spectacle was awe-inspiring as dozens of corpses met their demise in a frenzy, their dismemberment invoking sheer terror. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with shock, madness, and horror. While Takashi Komuro and others could still endure, those witnessing it for the first time grasped the profound implications of these 3 terms. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Naruto unleashed an even more staggering technique. Wind release. Thousand-faced wind. Amid the astonished gazes of the firefighters, blades of wind surged from Naruto's side. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000, an overwhelming multitude of wind blades rushed forth, striking the horde of corpses. In an instant, countless corpses were severed and sliced into pieces. Even those familiar with the battlefield found it hard to bear. Though the corpses were not human, their semblance to humanity rendered the scene unbearable, as individuals were mercilessly dispatched before their eyes, evoking a sense of revulsion among many. Takashi Komuro and others felt similarly. Having witnessed little from their vantage point atop the armored horse previously, they now stood close enough for the splattered dark crimson blood to hit their faces. The wind blades came and went swiftly, vanishing as quickly as they appeared, leaving only a landscape strewn with remnants and shattered earth, devoid of any trace of the corpses, merely a mass of flesh scattered on the ground. Having resolved the matter, Naruto turned back, smiling at the master within the wire fence. Yet, accompanied by the ghastly scene behind him, that smile appeared devilish. No, at that moment, to their eyes, Naruto's grin seemed even more malevolent and terrifying than that of a demon. Ignoring their expressions, he leaped effortlessly over the 2 to 3 meter high barbed wire. Thank you for your help earlier. By the way, you were watching the firefighters, Naruto inquired, fully aware of the answer, yet feeling compelled to ask. It was our duty. After all, as you saved my daughter, the leader, awakened by Naruto's words, stepped out from the crowd and stood beside Sayaka Takagi, gazing at her with excitement. Removing her helmet revealed a captivating, beautiful, noble, and elegant visage. At that moment, Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration as she looked at Sayaka. "Mom," Sayaka exclaimed, momentarily startled before leaping into the embrace of her mother, Yuriko Takagi. "So it turns out she is Takagi's mother. How wonderful that she is unharmed," commented Miyamoto Rika, observing the reunion. She remained oblivious to any news from her family, and though a tinge of envy lingered for Takashiro Saya's fortune, having faced life and death, she felt no jealousy. "Rest assured, your parents are surely safe," Naruto reassured, observing the envy in Miyamoto Rei's eyes. "Yes, I understand, Naruto-kun," Miyamoto Rei nodded, wiping away the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes. As for the Takashiro family, the impending assault of the ghouls loomed ahead. Everything would depend on the preparations made in the coming days. Naruto gazed beyond the barbed wire at the now-cleared area, where several ghouls had re-emerged. Chapter 58. The Flawed Mind of the System Within the Martial World. Naruto had taken residence in the Takashiro mansion. Although Takashiro Yuriko marveled at Naruto's peculiar martial arts that commanded the wind blades, she understood it was not a matter to be discussed in the streets. Thus, she first settled Naruto and his companions, arranging their accommodations, before busily preparing lunch. At this moment, everyone sought to cleanse themselves of a day's fatigue, yearning for refreshment regardless of gender. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto aimed to enhance his martial prowess. "Ashura, retrieve all the rewards I can claim. I wish to elevate my soul power," he called into the void within the system space. Ever since Ashura, his guide, had appeared, Naruto had frequently sought him out in times of need, for the system's mind was imperfect, and he preferred to tread carefully. At this point, Naruto had elevated his soul power to a new realm. Main quest, Chunin exam. 1. Complete the first match, all attributes 5, reward claimable. 2. Complete the second match, all attributes 10, reward claimable. 3. Complete the preliminaries, all attributes 15, reward claimable. Main quest for High School of the Dead. Escort Komuro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei, Takashiro Saya, Hirano Tadu, Tokizaki Seiko, Marikawa Shizuka, and Shiri Alice to the Takashiro mansion and protect them. Quest completed. All attributes 30, soul power 200. Quest failed. For each death, all attributes -10. Main quest 3. Eliminate Fujinuma Koichi. Quest completed. Soul power 30. Quest failed. All attributes -50. Side quest. Name the lost souls. Soul power 20. Reward claimable. Side quest. Assemble the team. Gather the original cast. Soul power 50. Reward claimable. Eliminated level 1 lost souls. 4219. Soul power 4219. Rounded to 422. Eliminated level 2 lost souls. 11. Soul power 55. Rounded to 6. Eliminated demons. 2. Soul power 2. Rounded to 0. Total. All attributes increased by 60 points. Soul power 728. Adding the remaining soul power of 174 points. The current soul power totals 902 points. Gazing at this 902 points of soul power, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never possessed such a substantial amount of soul power, tantalizingly close to breaking the 1,000 mark, which signified an elevation in his divine abilities, especially the eightfold divine arts, where just one level would allow him to master the ultimate techniques. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Strength, 535, 1070, seal restricted. Average person, 10. Speed, 585, 1170, seal restricted. Average person, 10. Mental power, 615, 1230, seal restricted. Average person, 8. Energy, chakra 76, 000, 152. 000, sealed limitations. Jinin, 100, Chunin, 1, 000, Jonin, 10, 000. Any attribute, strength, speed, or mental fortitude, reaching 1, 000, with chakra exceeding 10, 000, qualifies one as a Jonin. Divine abilities, divine realm insight, level 3, enabling free traversal within a radius of 4 zhang. Next level requires 300 soul power. Heavenly Eye Insight, level 3, capable of perceiving all within 500 steps. Next level requires 300 soul power. Heavenly Ear Insight, level 3, able to listen to all sounds within 500 steps. Next level requires 300 soul power. Heart Reading Insight, level 3, can discern the thoughts of others. Limited to those with mental fortitude lower than 200. Next level requires 300 soul power. Fate Insight, level 3, able to foresee the destiny of those with mental fortitude below 300 for 5 days. Next level requires 300 soul power. Exhaustion insight. Level 3, transcending the 3 realms. Extending lifespan by 50 years. Capable of absorbing others' lifespans, not exceeding one's own limit, or storing, and can bestow up to 5 years of life to others, healing wounds. Current lifespan, 170, stored vitality, 360. Next level requires 300 soul power. Soul power, 902. Hidden divine abilities, eightfold celestial dragons. Azura's descent, mutation possessing the Azura of the eightfold celestial dragons, slaughtering in all directions. Level 2, enhancing all attributes by 40. Next level requires 200 soul power. The sound of the Kinara, a hymn praising deities, the music of heaven and earth. Bolsters oneself, rendering one invincible, empowers allies, ensuring victory, curses enemies, bringing them misfortune. Level 2, enhancing one's power by 10, allies by 10, and weakening enemies by 10. Next level requires 200 soul power. Conditions not met, not activated. Requires all 6 divine abilities to reach level 4. Conditions not met, not activated. Requires all 6 divine abilities to reach level 5. Conditions not met, not activated. Requires all 6 divine abilities to reach level 6. Conditions not met, not activated. Requires all 6 divine abilities to reach level 7. Conditions not met, not activated. Requires all 6 divine abilities to reach level 8. Conditions not met, not activated. Requires all 6 divine abilities to reach level 9. Ninjutsu, crumbling fist. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release, spiraling sphere. Flying thunder god technique, commonly used. Weapons, trident kunai. Custom-made great sword, decapitation blade. Ninetails fox form. Ninetails transformation. Utilizing the vast, malevolent chakra of the nine tails, strength is doubled, albeit at the risk of succumbing to negative emotions. Forbidden technique. Options: 1-tail transformation, 2-tail transformation, 3-tail transformation, 4-tail transformation, 5-tail transformation. Insufficient physique, subsequent abilities not unlocked. Reflecting on his attributes, Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. The 6 divine abilities were temporarily set aside. With limited soul power, he could not advance to level 5 to unlock new transformations. However, the 8-fold divine abilities were different. Advancing just one more level would elevate them to level 3, at which point the secret techniques he so eagerly anticipated would emerge. He poured 400 points of soul power into the 8-fold divine abilities, elevating them all to level 3. In an instant, the soul power displayed in the attributes diminished by 400 points, and both Azura's descent and the sound of the Kinara shimmered with golden light, ascending to level 3. With both exhibiting remarkable enhancements, the attribute bonuses became even more formidable, and, most importantly, a long-awaited secret technique appeared below. Great Destruction Hand, Ethereal Melody. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the secret technique following the 8-fold divine abilities, Naruto immediately focused intently. The more he observed, the more the corners of his mouth curled upwards, his eyes brimming with excitement. Such formidable power, indeed, was beyond compare. Chapter 59. The Weight of Responsibility. Sir Naruto, it seems this is our second encounter. If I recall correctly, the last meeting was several years ago. In a refined chamber, only Naruto and Takashiro Yuriko faced each other, and she could not help but chuckle lightly. At this moment, everyone had completed their ablutions and partaken of a meal. Naruto had come to this place at the invitation of Takashiro Yuriko. Indeed, during our last meeting, you were accompanied by Mr. Takashiro Soichiro. Gazing at Takashiro Yuriko, Naruto responded with a smile. Although he was not fond of pleasantries, he was not devoid of social grace. When it came to idle chatter, Naruto could speak endlessly. That is true, albeit with a hint of regret. Had you not declined our invitation back then, we might have been one family by now, Takashiro Yuriko remarked. I had made it clear at the time that against absolute power, sheer numbers would prove futile, Naruto replied, recalling the memories bestowed by the system, which were remarkably apt considering his identity and personality as a ninja. At that time, we failed to grasp your intentions. But witnessing your extraordinary power today reveals the truth of your words. Such strength cannot be countered by mere numbers. Takashiro Yuriko nodded, her gaze fixed on Naruto. Madam Takashiro, feel free to speak your mind. Prolonging this matter is merely a waste of time. Sensing the conversation was shifting toward the crux, Naruto spoke candidly, looking at Takashiro Yuriko. Since you insist, I shall be direct. Takashiro Yuriko smiled charmingly, exuding an air of elegance. I have heard much about you from Saya, yet doubts linger in my heart. I implore you to elucidate, for with Soichiro away, I must ensure everyone's safety, and I hope for your understanding. Do not worry, such doubts are natural for anyone. However, Madam Takashiro, the unknown does not equate to non-existence. Much like these corpses we refer to as mere shells. Who could have anticipated such phenomena? Yet, they have undeniably manifested. Years ago, I warned you, albeit with limited information, I still cautioned you that some possess the strength to disregard numbers. Reality has constrained your perspective. When faced with this truth, you chose disbelief. After all, it is too implausible, yet reality is precisely that, and you must confront it. This is the nature of reality, Naruto asserted, gazing steadfastly at Takashiro Yuriko. She looked at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Confronted with the reality unveiled by Naruto, the unfathomable power, and the multitude of reanimated corpses, she struggled to discern what was genuine. Given this, Sir Naruto, in this moment, the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. I beseech you to safeguard this place. Therefore, I earnestly request your inclusion in our loyal nation society. Takashiro Yuriko contemplated for a moment before bowing in request. I shall protect this place, yet I will not join the loyal nation society. At this juncture, there are no borders, only the survival of humanity. Should humanity fail to unite, we will not withstand this global crisis, and extinction will be our fate. Naruto smiled gently and replied, acknowledging that it aligned with his interests. Even without Takashiro Yuriko's urging, he would protect this place. Now that she had brought it up, he had gained more initiative. Why not seize the opportunity? However, he remarked, Yuriko, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Seeing Naruto's agreement, Takashiro Yuriko smiled. What is it? Naruto inquired, slightly puzzled. The water supply issue. She replied with a serious expression. Initially, we planned to evacuate to prevent the interruption of our water source due to the zombies. We need to find a safer location. But now that you are here, with your strength, if we can secure the water and power station, it will alleviate one of our worries. Evacuation is not easy. Finding a suitable refuge is challenging, and given the current state of the world, fleeing may not be safe and could even be more perilous. Understood. Rest assured. I shall keep this matter in mind. Naruto nodded slightly, recalling that this scenario seemed to echo events from the original story. Due to the water supply issue, the group had already agreed to evacuate before the zombies arrived, but fate was unkind. They were attacked before they could escape, resulting in significant losses. That is splendid, Naruto. I entrust this matter to you. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Our people will do their utmost to cooperate. Takashiro Yuriko said with a pleased expression upon hearing Naruto's consent. Although evacuation was mentioned lightly, it was fraught with difficulties. A large-scale retreat would undoubtedly attract the zombies. And it would be fortunate if even half of them could escape unscathed. If it were not absolutely necessary, neither she nor Takashiro Soichiro would consider evacuating lightly. There is indeed one matter for which we require your assistance, Naruto responded, nodding at Takashiro Yuriko. What is it? She inquired, looking at him. Reinforce the defenses around here, especially in this area. I wonder if you are aware that these zombies are akin to those in Resident Evil and are capable of evolving. While the outer defenses may hold against ordinary zombies, they will likely falter against evolved ones, Naruto stated, gazing at Takashiro Yuriko. Evolved? She exclaimed in astonishment. Ordinary zombies are already difficult to handle, and now we have the emergence of evolved ones? Is this not despairing? The details are hard to convey, but as far as I know, I have encountered over a dozen evolved zombies, all of which I have slain, and I have grasped their general characteristics. Their strength is approximately 3 times that of a human's limit, 3-fold power, 3-fold speed, and a 3-foot physique, making them formidable foes. Moreover, their defensive capabilities are exceptionally strong, and their explosive power is astounding, making them challenging to combat with firearms. If untrained ordinary people were to face them, even a small squad of 100 could easily be annihilated. Naruto nodded, affirming that what he said was not false. For ordinary individuals, second-tier zombies indeed posed a catastrophe. How could this be? Unlike others, as the wife of the president of the concerned citizen society, Takashiro Yuriko understood all too well the implications of 3 times human limits in terms of strength and speed. Hundreds, or even thousands of pounds of force could be fatal with a single blow, shattering vital organs. Speeds of 30 to 40 meters per second render one unable to react. Even with firearms, aiming becomes exceedingly difficult. To Yuriko, second-tier zombies were no longer mere zombies, but rather instruments of death. By the way, Soichiro seemed to recall something, and Takashiro Yuriko abruptly stood up, gazing out the window. Do not worry, Mr. Takashiro should be unharmed. Although the evolved zombies are formidable, I remain confident in Mr. Takashiro's strength. After all, regardless of how zombies evolve, their weak point remains the head. However, should we truly encounter them, the loss incurred by Mr. Takashiro's team could be devastating. Gazing out the window, Naruto, though unfamiliar with Takashiro Soichiro, recognizes that as the president of the Waikoku Ishin Association, his martial prowess must be extraordinary. He has trained under the father of Seiko Tudo, mastering ancient sword techniques, which undoubtedly enhances his combat skills. With such ancient swordsmanship at his disposal, coupled with Takashiro Soichiro's exceptional strength, slaying a level 2 zombie would be a trivial task, especially with companions seasoned in battle, armed with firearms, more than capable of dispatching these adversaries. Upon hearing such encouraging words, Takashiro Yuriko visibly relaxed. Mrs. Takashiro, have faith in Mr. Takashiro. If he cannot resolve this matter, he is unworthy of leading the Waikoku Ishin Association, Naruto remarked with a light chuckle, smiling at Takashiro Yuriko. You speak the truth, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if he cannot handle this, he indeed lacks the merit to be president. If one evolved zombie can exist, it stands to reason that 2, 3, 10, or even 100 could follow. If he cannot deal with a single one, how can he hope to face the countless zombies in the future? After their discussion, the members of the Takashiro household, who had initially planned to evacuate, halted their preparations and joined the efforts to fortify the base. The perimeter, encased in extensive barbed wire, could only be transformed into an electrified barrier. Limited by available tools and power, this was better than nothing and far superior to mere barbed wire. The inner defenses, particularly the walls and gates of the Takashiro estate, represented the last line of defense and thus required significant reinforcement. The walls would be raised and fortified, with the heavy iron gates needing only to be heightened and stabilized, ensuring they would not succumb as in the original tale. During this period, Naruto remained industrious, instructing Tudo Seiko in practical, simple ninjutsu and taijutsu, while occasionally venturing outside to eliminate zombies beyond the barbed wire, diligently working towards his mission. The extensive barbed wire barrier successfully intercepted thousands of zombies, and after a round of combat, Naruto made substantial progress on his mission, visibly enhancing his experience. To date, he had exterminated 2 rounds of zombies, approximately 1 hour per round, completing a cycle in half a day. After each extermination, time was needed for the zombies to regroup, making this interval quite suitable. However, it was evident that the number of zombies had significantly diminished in the second round. Soon, the designated area would yield no more foes to vanquish. Naruto's prowess in hunting zombies earned him the admiration of the entire Takashiro household, particularly among those who witnessed his display of ninjutsu, perceiving him as a savior in this apocalyptic world. The 2 rounds of extermination brought Naruto over 200 points of substantial soul energy, filling him with joy. This was the essence of gaining experience and leveling up. In the world of Naruto, one ninja's defeat equated to dozens or even hundreds here, yet mass slaughter was impractical in the current situation. Therefore, Naruto resolved to maximize his time here, aiming to eliminate as many foes as possible and ideally complete his mission. Chapter 61. Naruto's Sword. Thus, Naruto honed his blade, stepping into the realm of adventurers, traversing distant lands, and returning after vanquishing countless undead, particularly in the remote areas far from the Takashiro estate. A gas explosion attracted numerous zombies, providing Naruto with ample opportunity to showcase his martial skills. The mission of the warrior was nearing completion, with approximately 5,000 zombies hunted thus far. During this period, with the accumulated soul power along with the existing 200 points, the total surpassed 300. Coupled with the remaining 502 points, the soul power surged instantaneously to 856. Naruto, why have you become so bloodthirsty lately? Indifferent like those adults towards his children? Within the residence of the Tak family, Naruto's original team members gathered together. Taksaya, the young lady of the family, was voicing her grievances to Naruto. Feeling helpless, she remarked on the formidable power of the zombie evolution you all are aware of. While it cannot assist me in bolstering defenses, I shall endeavor to eliminate as many zombies as I can." Naruto gazed at Taksaya, raising his hands in resignation. One cannot simply articulate the thrill of slaughter. Although it is indeed the case, finding a grand excuse imbues the task with a sense of accomplishment. During this time, Taksaya found herself utterly bored. Due to Naruto's influence, the Tak clan had retreated, and unlike in the original narrative, she had not quarreled with her mother, Tak Yuriko. Apart from practicing the ninjutsu and taijutsu taught by Naruto, the children, including Taksaya and others, felt a sense of tedium as they were not permitted to partake in affairs because of their youthful status. "Honestly, they treat us like children." Upon hearing this, Taksaya couldn't help but pout, displaying a hint of arrogance. "Well, Tak, we are children after all," said Ian, who had been watching Taksaya from the side. "Indeed, you are all children," Naruto nodded, casting a glance at Ian. He had originally intended to create a stir at the Nankuri residence, but due to the matter concerning Hiri Alice and the subsequent retreat, he had been unable to carry it out, which in turn saved his life. What luck could a mere supporting character possess? "What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Aren't you any different?" Taksaya retorted defiantly. "As for me, let us put it this way. I'm a delinquent, and delinquents naturally have to repeat grades. So, despite being in the same class as you, I am actually much older than you." Naruto fabricated a tale. With his reputation, who would dare to make him repeat a grade? He had never participated in any examinations, yet he advanced seamlessly without ever having to redo a year. Dreadful. Naruto's words left Taksaya momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "All right, Naruto, stop bullying Saya," said Siko, Naruto's girlfriend, as she approached him gently. At that moment, Siko, clad in a kimono with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared remarkably enchanting. Her battlefield vigor replaced by a touch of gentle grace. "Got it. Just joking," Naruto replied with a slight nod upon seeing Siko's demeanor. "Humph." Taksaya huffed again, but refrained from saying more. As Naruto pondered the topic, he seemed to hear something and turned his gaze toward the window. Not far away, a convoy was approaching the Tak residence. "All right, Saya, that's your father returning." Naruto pointed towards the convoy and told Taksaya. Upon hearing this, everyone moved toward the window, following Naruto's finger. Indeed, a vehicle marked with the emblem of the Loyalty to the Nation Association led the way, followed by several trucks entering the Tak estate. The vehicles halted in the courtyard, and from the foremost car emerged a dignified middle-aged man clad in black armor, his countenance resolute, wielding a katana. An aura of authority instantly intimidated those present. "Indeed, that man is my father, the leader of the nationalist faction. A man who defines good and evil by his own standards." Takahashi Saya regarded the man, her tone devoid of the reverence typically afforded a father. It was Takahashi Soichiro who alighted from the vehicle, a figure recognized by Naruto, both from the original narrative and the memories relayed by the system. The appearance of Takahashi Soichiro drew the attention of all within the estate, as they beheld a man who, both in the past and present, wielded considerable power. However, the ensuing scene left both the onlookers above and the citizens below in a state of shock. Takahashi Soichiro released a zombie from a cart that bore a cage. Indeed, a zombie clad in the same black armor as the surrounding guards, evidently once a soldier. Subsequently, as narrated in the original tale, the assembly learned of the zombie's identity through Takahashi Soichiro's account. He was Doi Tetsutaro, a friend and aide to Soichiro for 20 years. Transformed into a zombie after being bitten while attempting to save a subordinate. This act was not intended to commemorate him as a hero, but rather to serve as a public admonition. He beheaded the creature with a katana to convey a grim warning to the world. This is the reality of the present world. When loved ones, friends, or partners become zombies, one must not hesitate to slay them, lest one meet a similar fate. Witnessing this, Naruto turned to the crowd and whispered that while the truth may be harsh, it is essential to comprehend it in order to survive in this world. He understood that Takahashi Soichiro could have ended his aide's suffering while he still retained humanity. Yet he chose to wait until the transformation into a zombie was complete before executing him publicly, thereby imparting a life lesson to all present. Naruto, though sympathetic to the plight of the aide, knew that in these times, compassion was a luxury he could not afford. Takahashi Soichiro, a man of cold demeanor yet a commendable leader, was difficult for individuals such as Kurikawa Shizuka, Miyamoto Rei, and Komuro Takashi to accept. Although they had heard such accounts before, truly shifting their mindset proved challenging. Despite the harshness of reality, acceptance was imperative, otherwise, one would ultimately be cast aside in this ruthless world. Naruto spoke with an air of detachment, his words cold yet profoundly truthful, for this is the essence of reality. The crowd fell silent. While they could not fully embrace the notion, they acknowledged Naruto's perspective, recognizing the gap that still lay between acknowledgement and acceptance. Chapter 62. Arrangements. After many years, Naruto-kun, Yuriko has informed me of your exploits, though the mundane world finds it hard to believe. Given the current chaos where even spectral zombies roam free, I have come to terms with your circumstances. No, in this tumultuous era, I should say I have become more accepting. Takahashi Soichiro sat cross-legged, gazing at Naruto as he spoke slowly. Indeed, the truth of his words rang clear. In such a tumultuous world, Naruto's formidable strength was of paramount importance. After many years, Mr. Takahashi, your presence remains as impressive as ever. Naruto nodded in response. Locking eyes with Soichiro, I shall dispense with pleasantries, as I trust you do not favor them. I will be succinct, Takahashi Soichiro said, nodding at Naruto before continuing. I have heard from Yuriko regarding the evolution of zombies, and I wish to confirm this matter once more. Is it true, Naruto-kun? Indeed, Naruto affirmed with a nod. This is known not only to me, but also to Saya and the others. You may inquire with them. Our initial encounter was with a single zombie. The second time with a dozen or so, and the third on the bridge, where there were quite a number. As time progresses, the number of evolved zombies will only continue to increase. Moreover, the most crucial point is that we cannot ascertain whether these evolved zombies will continue to undergo further evolution. Tak's previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted. The current evolved zombies are already formidable. Should they evolve once more, it would be unfathomable to comprehend how to respond, potentially leading to a catastrophic disaster. To speak candidly, Naruto-kun, it is not a matter of disbelief, but are these evolved zombies truly that formidable? Tak gazed at Naruto, unable to refrain from inquiring. In truth, Mr. Tak is fortunate. On this outing, he did not encounter any evolved zombies. Otherwise, you would not pose such a question. Naruto regarded Tak, reflecting on his good fortune, noting that so many ventured out without encountering a second-tier zombie, suffering only the loss of a single aid. What leads you to say this? Please elucidate, Naruto-kun. Tak looked at Naruto and asked, Mr. Tak, have you ever heard your wife describe the speed, strength, and size of the zombies' evolved forms? Naruto inquired. I have heard some rumors. Tak nodded, looking at Naruto. Then, Mr. Tak, have you ever envisioned the scenario of a 3-meter-tall colossal zombie, moving at a speed of 30 meters per second, wielding a strength of 600 to 700, or even over 1,000 pounds, amidst a crowd? With your prowess, you may be able to contend with a certain number of evolved zombies. But what of your subordinates? This is why I assert that you are fortunate to have not encountered such monsters, Naruto remarked. Despite recognizing the truth in Naruto's words, Tak found it somewhat difficult to accept. Furthermore, based on my experiences battling these evolved zombies, they are no longer comparable to ordinary zombies, at the very least. They possess a degree of intelligence, no longer solely relying on sound for identification and sustenance, remaining oblivious to all else. While their intellect may only equate to that of a beast, imagine the terror of a pack of beasts that know only to feed. Mr. Tak should comprehend this well. Naruto reiterated. How can this be? Tak gazed at Naruto in astonishment. While he was uncertain about other matters, he was acutely aware of the danger posed by beasts that know only to feed. As a warrior, these are all undeniable facts. Naruto nodded at the astonished Tak. Now, to return to the main topic, I understand that the notion of zombies evolving again may sound absurd, but since there exists a possibility, we must take precautions to avert potential disasters. At the very least, when confronted, we will possess a greater measure of assurance. Naruto spoke with calm conviction, fully aware that third-tier zombies would eventually emerge. Although they have yet to materialize, according to the system's rules, third-tier zombies will invariably appear during a zombie assault. It remains uncertain what abilities they will possess. I comprehend now. Tak pondered for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Whether it be the ravenous evolved zombies or the unknown second stage evolved zombies, he must ensure comprehensive defensive preparations. This is the best course of action. Naruto affirmed with a nod. During this time, I shall strive to hunt zombies. Ideally, I would encounter and eliminate evolved zombies. While I cannot ascertain its efficacy, it would at least mitigate some of the threats against us. Indeed, I will also gather more iron and steel, as these will greatly benefit our defensive fortifications. Thus, for the time being, we must set aside other matters and wholeheartedly dedicate ourselves to strengthening the base's defenses, Naruto reiterated to Tak. Thank you for your assistance, Naruto-kun. Takashiro Soichiro bowed to Naruto and said, Very well, I will handle the zombies outside for now. I entrust the construction of the base to you, Mr. Takashiro. Naruto nodded. Gazing at Takashiro Soichiro, I understand what needs to be done, Takashiro Soichiro affirmed. Just as Naruto was about to speak further, he was interrupted by the commotion outside. The Takashiro family's courtyard was vast, and in an inconspicuous corner, Hirano Tadaka found himself surrounded by several men clad in black. The reason? Hand it over. One of them attempted to snatch the firearm from Hirano's grasp, but he clung tightly to it, refusing to let go. Hirano Tadaka had an almost obsessive fascination with firearms. He carried a sniper rifle, an automatic rifle, and a shotgun with him at all times, while the rest were hidden away like contraband in his home. However, today he found himself in trouble, as it was impossible for one individual to hoard so many weapons in this apocalyptic world. Consequently, the young Hirano Tadaka was unfortunate enough to be cornered by 4 members of the Takashiro family. Hey, kid, what do you need all those guns for? Another man, who appeared to be the squad leader, stepped in to stop the earlier attempt at forceful confiscation, advising Hirano Tadaka kindly, Come on, hand them over. We will utilize these weapons responsibly to protect you. No way. These guns are borrowed, Hirano Tadaka replied, lowering his head to shield the firearm in his arms, resolutely refusing to yield. You little brat. Brother Yoshioka is trying to negotiate with you out of goodwill, and you actually. The man interrupted Hirano's words, seeing that he was being unreasonable and attempting to forcibly take the weapon, while the squad leader chose not to speak further. After all, whether for reasons of propriety or personal interest, they believed it was absolutely inappropriate for Hirano Tadaka to hoard a dozen firearms. Chapter 63, Active Performance, Hirano. The simultaneous calls echoed, and in an instant, 3 figures appeared not far away. The newcomers were Naruto, Takashiro Soichiro, and Takashiro Yuriko, whom they had encountered along the way. President. Upon seeing Naruto and Takashiro Soichiro, the crowd immediately withdrew, staring at Takashiro Soichiro in astonishment. Hirano, are you all right? Noticing Hirano Tadaka crouched on the ground, Naruto approached with concern. Naruto's recent active performance had made him somewhat familiar to the others, especially his identity as a ninja, which had garnered some attention. As Naruto drew closer, the others instinctively stepped aside. What on earth happened? Takashiro Soichiro inquired in a deep, authoritative voice. They were indeed quite unfortunate. For the room behind them was where Takashiro Soichiro and Naruto had been conversing, and it was these individuals who had interrupted their discussion. President, this kid is hoarding weapons. These are not toys. The squad leader stepped forward to report to Takashiro Soichiro. Upon hearing this, Takashiro Soichiro nodded, his gaze shifting to Hirano Tadaka, particularly the hand that tightly gripped the weapon, which was particularly striking. He stepped towards Hirano Tadaka, with Takashiro Yuriko following closely behind him. Mr. Takashiro. Seeing Takashiro Soichiro approaching, Naruto hesitated to speak, for Hirano Tadaka had once been his companion. However, Takashiro Soichiro stopped him. Naruto-kun, leave this to me. Takashiro Soichiro assured Naruto with a nod. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Naruto-kun, entrusted to Soichiro without hesitation, said Takashiro Yuriko after Soichiro had spoken. She stepped past Soichiro and approached Naruto, extending her delicate hand to draw him aside. With a reluctant glance at Hiranatoda, Naruto realized that his inability to assist stemmed not from a lack of willingness, but from powerlessness. No one could resist the tender allure of a beauty, especially one as exquisite as Takashiro Yuriko. He cast a glance at her slender hand, and then at Hiranatoda, resigning himself to the situation. Well, Hiranatoda, may fortune favor you. Fortunately, Hiranatoda was currently crouched down. Otherwise, he might have been taken aback by Naruto's gaze and slightly inebriated demeanor. Yuriko noticed Naruto's fleeting glance, and a hint of ambiguity washed over her, prompting her to quickly release his hand, a faint blush blossoming on her mature visage. Yet, being worldly wise, the blush faded almost as swiftly as it appeared, and she regained her serene smile, directing her attention back to Soichiro and Hiranatoda. As Yuriko led Naruto away, Soichiro strode directly to Hiranatoda, towering over him with an unmistakable aura of authority. Under Soichiro's imposing presence, Hiranetoda was nearly on the brink of collapse. Who was Soichiro? The leader of the entire organization. The weight of years of power and leadership was far beyond what a mere high school student like Hiranetoda could bear. Even Naruto could not measure up. You young man, what is your name? Soichiro gazed at Hiranetoda for a considerable time before speaking, his voice resonating with an oppressive gravitas. H. Hiranetoda, second-year student at Fujimi Academy, student ID 32. He stammered, his voice tinged with sobs, as if he were reporting under duress. Despite his outwardly timid appearance and tears, an undercurrent of defiance seeped through his voice. Hiranetoda, my dear fellow, you must have endured quite a bit, haven't you? Upon hearing Hiranetoda's response, a flicker of amusement appeared on Soichiro's otherwise serious face. Is he from Sayaka's class? Yuriko inquired of Naruto, as if the previous incident had never transpired. Naruto nodded. Although he had only attended for a day, he was somewhat familiar with him. My dear, I recognized him the moment he mentioned his class, Yuriko remarked, moving closer to Soichiro. I gathered that from his class declaration. Soichiro replied, not waiting for Yuriko to finish her thought. However, Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Soichiro's words. Though a simple statement, it struck him as a testament to Soichiro's profound love for his daughter, Sayaka. Despite being the leader of the organization, with little time to spend with family, he was well acquainted with even the minutiae of his daughter's class. Thus, after evaluating Soichiro as an exemplary leader, Naruto added a half-hearted label of a good father. A man of intention, but lacking in action. Nonetheless, both Naruto and Yuriko understood that Soichiro would not impose undue hardship upon Hiranetoda. Are you adamant about not relinquishing your weapon? Soichiro pressed further, as Hiranetoda appeared to be on the verge of collapsing to the ground. I cannot. I must not surrender. Without it, I would revert to my former self. I refuse to return to that state. I have finally discovered my true self. I am confident in my abilities. However, aside from Naruto, who understands Hino Tadaka, the rest are left perplexed by notions of self and authenticity. What can you do then? Ikira Takagi disregarded the concept of self and ignored Hino Tadaka's demeanor, continuing to press on with his inquiries. Faced with Ikira Takagi's probing questions, Hino Tadaka found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that he, too, was uncertain about what he could achieve. He could protect himself and those around him. Hino Tadaka was momentarily taken aback by the questioning, but Naruto stepped forward to respond on his behalf. After all, Hino Tadaka was the one he had rescued. And now that they had decided to establish a base, Naruto was unwilling to overlook someone with such extraordinary marksmanship. What? Initially, Ikira Takagi felt irritation at the interruption. But upon realizing it was Naruto speaking, his anger dissipated. Hino's shooting skills surpassed those of most soldiers here. This is even more remarkable considering he has not received formal training. With proper instruction, he would be on par with anyone. Moreover, during their escape, Hino was consistently their primary offensive force. Indeed, the earlier assessment was entirely accurate, yet Naruto's subsequent remarks were tinged with exaggeration. Hino Tadaka ranked third in terms of enemy kills within Naruto's team, with Naruto and Seiko Busujima taking the first and second places respectively. However, this third place was inflated, as his kill count paled in comparison to Naruto and Seiko's impressive records. Chapter 64. The Desire to Take a Disciple. Ikira Takagi was taken aback by Naruto's words and cast a lingering glance at Hino Tadaka. Initially, he regarded him merely as a classmate of his daughter, feeling reluctant to criticize due to his daughter's friendship with Naruto. However, upon learning that he was a prodigy in marksmanship, Ikira Takagi's thoughts shifted towards the possibility of taking him as a disciple, for in these tumultuous times, a master of firearms could prove invaluable. Father, what Naruto-kun says is true. At this moment, Saya Takagi and Seiko Busujima arrived, and though Saya typically ignored Hino Tadaka, who harbored feelings for her, she had unwavering faith in his abilities, especially regarding his shooting skills. During their escape, they had witnessed Hino Tadaka's prowess firsthand. Mikawa Shizuka, Miyamoto Rei, and Komuro Takashi, under the leadership of Alice, also gathered at this location, thus uniting the entire team. Naruto-kun, everyone. Hino Tadaka looked at the courageous Naruto and the others with tears welling in his eyes. With the matter of Hino Tadaka's skills settled for the time being, Naruto found firearms to be of little use to him, thus leaving 3 guns for Hino Tadaka while donating his hidden firearms. Saya Takagi, Miyamoto Rei, and others each took one for future emergencies. More importantly, upon hearing Naruto's commendation of Hino Tadaka's marksmanship, Ikira Takagi subsequently took him away to arrange for him to spar with firearms experts. However, these events were of no concern to Naruto. Once matters concluded, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Under Ikira Takagi's guidance, the Takagi family dedicated themselves to strengthening their defensive systems, while Naruto persistently ventured out to hunt zombies, simultaneously searching for the traces of second and even third-tier zombies, as finding a third-tier zombie would be most advantageous. As the hunt unfolded, Naruto swept through like a locust swarm, gathering all iron and steel, sealing them within scrolls to be brought back as materials for enhancing defenses. Furthermore, he captured a couple of zombies, intending to utilize Orochimaru's memories for research. However, due to insufficient equipment, his efforts yielded little, causing his plans to produce serum and enhancement potions to be postponed until his return to the world of Naruto. Meanwhile, within the Tak family estate, a group of idle individuals stirred up unrest. These surviving citizens, whether having fled to this refuge or rescued by the Tak family, ought to have expressed gratitude for being saved from the jaws of the undead. A life-saving grace should be repaid with profound appreciation, yet human nature often reveals its baser instincts. Now, with their safety secured, food plentiful, and the environment pleasant, they began to seek diversions. With entertainment scarce, boredom began to blossom. Patrolling the surroundings? Not only did they lack the courage, but the Tak family had their own patrols, leaving no room for chaos. Assisting in organizing supplies? Their frail constitutions left them fatigued with the slightest exertion, and many supplies were munitions and weapons, which they were not permitted to touch. Reinforcing the base's defenses? The scattered steel was beyond their capacity to move. Ultimately, they discovered that apart from eating and sleeping, they had nothing to occupy their time. Yet, when faced with idleness, they were unwilling to accept it. In their state of ennui, they began to voice grievances, a truly gluttonous display. The catalyst for their unrest was the incident involving Tak Soichiro's execution of a subordinate zombie. While they acknowledged their indebtedness to the Tak family for their salvation, they deemed such methods excessively cruel. A woman from the crowd stepped forward to protest Soichiro's public beheading of the zombie officer, exclaiming, "To murder in broad daylight. These wretched warlords." It seemed this woman was an advocate for democracy. Yet, if she cherished democracy, why remain here? Hey, perhaps you should settle down. Order will soon be restored by the government, and assistance from the American military is on the horizon. Until then, we ought to remain compliant, for they are currently our protectors. A man in his 30s approached to calm the agitated woman. They were their saviors, and this was their territory. Such remarks were ill-advised. Should they provoke the Tak family, who would they turn to for redress in these tumultuous times? I disdain being protected by these warlords who dream of invading Asia and dominating the world. The woman seemed oblivious to the implications of her outburst. If she had something to say, she ought to voice it plainly. There was no need to shout, especially on someone else's turf. Fortunately, the soldiers chose to ignore her, merely turning away from the antics of these troublesome individuals. They had witnessed such behavior before, initially offering to help only to complicate matters further. And now they were met with dissatisfaction, merely a spectacle to observe. Rather than engage with them, the soldiers resolved to focus on fortifying the base's defenses. However, this tolerance only emboldened the woman, who had previously exercised some restraint, now casting it aside. She boldly ascended, addressing the bored crowd, recounting tales of Soichiro's ruthlessness and advocating for peaceful coexistence with the undead. An increasing number of onlookers have been incited by the words of a certain elderly woman. Among nearly 100 individuals, with only a few clear-headed ones, the majority have been swayed by this not-so-bright matron. Can this be considered a contagion of folly? Ultimately, a group began to protest against the Takashiro family. The soldiers surrounding them, having received no directives from Takashiro Soichiro, found it inappropriate to take vigorous action. Ironically, this led the protesters to mistakenly believe that the Takashiro family feared them, which only emboldened their audacity. Chapter 65. The desire to wield a sword enough. Your clamor has become intolerable. Cease your incessant noise. A thunderous rebuke commanded the attention of the crowd, who turned towards its source. A figure of striking poise emerged, hair braided and flowing like a waterfall of pink, her intelligent gaze peering through her glasses. With hands firmly placed on her hips, she met the crowd's gaze with an expression of disdain. It was none other than Takashiro Saya, who had long since heard the ruckus from within her home. She could hardly comprehend how such foolish individuals existed, audaciously proclaiming the possibility of coexisting peacefully with zombies. "She is the disgrace of the Takashiro family. I recognize her," shouted the same elderly woman, pointing at Takashiro Saya. "Look at her attitude. It reflects the upbringing of her parents." Alas, how profoundly foolish. Before discussing attitude, one should first reflect on their own circumstances. Takashiro Saya suppressed her fury, attempting to explain to these mentally deranged individuals, yet her efforts were in vain. They cared not for right or wrong. They believed only in their own version of truth. In their eyes, zombies were abominations, a sin that must be resisted. Do not heed the blasphemies of this disgrace. Is there any logic in the dead returning to life? Clearly, it is a murderer attempting to shirk responsibility. This is an egregious crime. We must resist. One could only wonder whether this elderly woman was genuinely foolish or feigning ignorance. Or perhaps she had been rescued by the Takashiro family at the onset of the calamity, leading her to utter such words. Did she not see the soldiers surrounding her, glaring at her? Yet she continued her incessant chatter, utterly oblivious or willfully blind. Do you truly understand? Those are zombies, mere shells of their former selves. Takashiro Saya glared at the elderly woman, her exasperation boiling over. At that moment, Miyamoto Rei, Jurikawa Shizuka, and Komuro Takashi arrived. Hearing the woman's words, their own anger ignited. Having never faced zombies themselves, what did they truly comprehend? From the experiences of Komuro Takashi and others, who had narrowly escaped the jaws of the undead, they understood all too well the nature of those soulless beings. We do not believe the words of the Takashiro family. This is an atrocity. They are criminals, and we must resist. Resist the wickedness, resist the criminals, oppose violence. We desire peace. The elderly woman ignored Takashiro Saya, rallying the crowd behind her with cries of rebellion. And those around her echoed her fervor. How infuriating. Do you even realize what you are saying? Komuro Takashi glared at the crowd, barely restraining his rage. Were it not for his remaining sense of reason, he might have already acted. Why shout? Are you feeling guilty, knowing we have exposed the truth about you? You criminals of the Takashiro family. The elderly woman taunted, inciting Takashi's fury to near the brink of eruption. Am I to understand you are all fools? Or is your intellect somehow impaired? Another voice chimed in, as a figure appeared silently beside Takashiro Saya, casting a sardonic gaze upon the fervent protesters. As Naruto suddenly appeared, Sayaka Takashiro and others could not help but exclaim in delight. They had long grown accustomed to Naruto's dramatic entrances, which had become quite frequent during this period. Even Seiko Busujima managed to mimic him to some extent. Indeed, the one who approached was Naruto himself, returning from a hunt for zombies, curious about the scene before him. However, upon hearing the words of the elderly woman, he couldn't help but regard her with a new perspective, having witnessed foolishness before, yet never to such an extreme. The elderly woman, upon seeing Naruto, gasped loudly. His recent activity had made him a known figure within the Takashiro household. I say, did you not claim that it is forbidden to slay those creatures? Perhaps you should leave the Takashiro estate and meet with them outside, sit down, and engage in meaningful dialogue. As a harbinger of peace, you ought to negotiate and then coexist harmoniously. Fear not, in times of conflict, envoys are spared. I trust you. As peace ambassadors, would be more than willing to do so, Naruto remarked, dismissing the elderly woman and calmly addressing the raucous crowd. Silence fell as the gathered individuals immediately quieted. Go out and negotiate. Was that not courting death? Clearly, no one was inclined to do so. The elderly woman closed her mouth, realizing they were merely seeking amusement and had not descended into the depths of folly. Oh, you are unwilling to go? Then what is all this noise about? Did you not speak of peaceful coexistence? Without envoys to communicate, how can harmony be achieved? Observing these cowardly yet vociferous individuals, Naruto felt a surge of anger, transforming his previous calm into a roar. What time is it? Let me remind you, it is the end of days. With zombies rampant outside, were it not for this sanctuary, you would have long been devoured, perhaps even become one of them. Do you comprehend your actions? At best, you are being unreasonable. At worst, you are betraying humanity. Naruto's piercing gaze fixed upon the crowd, his words deliberate and measured. What are you? A high school student steeped in violence. A delinquent, no different from the rogues of the Takashiro family. Do not be deceived by him. They are all criminals, all terrorists. We must resist. We desire peace. Although the crowd felt a twinge of fear at Naruto's words, they glanced around and saw the soldiers dutifully fulfilling their roles, merely casting a fleeting glance in their direction. The elderly woman's courage surged once more as she sharply retorted against Naruto. Observing this woman, akin to a common street brawler, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Given the current state of affairs, did she truly wish for further chaos in the world? I care not for your intentions or your reasons for being here. Return at once. This is your final warning. Naruto took a deep breath, his expression dark as he regarded them. Even the most patient soul has its limits. Everyone, let us vote. We shall propose to President Takashiro that we refrain from violent means, instead sending envoys to save the unfortunate souls infected by the virus. The elderly woman disregarded Naruto, continuing to incite the citizens with increasingly absurd rhetoric. With a sigh, Naruto chose silence, striding directly towards the elderly woman, his long blade swiftly positioned at her throat, granting her no opportunity to react. Chapter 66. Viral Infection. Young hero Naruto. Do not overlook Naruto's actions. Sayaka Takashiro and others mistakenly believed he would resort to extreme measures and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. However, before their cries could dissipate, Naruto's long sword was already poised at the woman's throat. The aunt, who was fervently inciting the crowd, suddenly felt a chill around her neck, followed closely by the gasps of Takashiro Saya and others. Confused, she turned her gaze back, only to meet Naruto's piercing glare and the cold blade. What do you intend to do? The woman stammered, her body rigid with fear, acutely aware that a single misstep could result in her head rolling from her shoulders. She understood well that Naruto was a ruthless master of martial arts, one who killed without a flicker of hesitation. It's nothing, just a bothersome fly buzzing around. I merely wish to teach her a lesson. Naruto's tone was devoid of warmth as he regarded the aunt, perceiving her as no different from a zombie to be dispatched with a single stroke. Hold on, don't act rashly. Killing leads to imprisonment. You are still young. The aunt, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to persuade Naruto to lower the sword that hovered over her neck. Didn't you claim the Takashiro clan is cruel and heartless? What of murderers? I too am a fiend consumed by violence. Ignoring her terror, Naruto's gaze remained as calm as that of one surveying the dead. Didn't you propose rescuing those afflicted by zombies? Then why don't you join that foolish group? Are you merely content to reap the benefits? You champion humanitarianism. Yet where is your action? Why not speak to them instead of causing a ruckus here? Frankly, you are nothing but parasites in my eyes, consuming resources without concern. I care not, for it is not my burden to bear. Yet your parasitism has begun to affect me. With each word, the pressure from Naruto's sword intensified, bringing the aunt to her knees. What do you want? The overwhelming weight instilled terror in her heart. What do I want? I have a curious thought. You yearn for peace, do you not? Then go fight for it yourselves. But it appears you lack the motivation. Without drive, you will never take initiative in the causes you advocate. The blade shifted slightly, etching a fine line of blood upon the ant's neck, the crimson droplets glistening ominously against the cold steel. No, you cannot do this. Though she could not see it, the ant felt the searing pain as the blade grazed her skin. Believing Naruto intended to take her life, she screamed in terror. Why can't I? Naruto regarded her with a wicked grin, surmising her thoughts without needing to articulate them. After all, you all see me as a murderer. I have already slain over 1,000 zombies. What difference does it make if I eliminate a few more? Having killed thousands, what is one or two more? His intent was to intimidate, and since the ant had misinterpreted his purpose, he saw no reason to correct her. How can you do this? We must adhere to reason, and such actions will be discovered by the authorities. You will be finished. As Naruto remained unmoved, the ant grew frantic, even resorting to threats. Authorities? That institution has long since crumbled. With a sinister smile, Naruto replied nonchalantly, which means you have no protection whatsoever. Impossible. The ant's eyes glazed over, but soon she began to struggle. Don't kill me, please. I don't want to die, don't kill me. How tiresome, Naruto scoffed, looking down at her with disdain. If one dares to resist, they should at least possess the courage to face the consequences, without a sword to their necks. Is the Takashiro clan excessively benevolent or merely feeble? Naruto, do not slay her, urged Takashiro Saya and others as they approached to dissuade him. Indeed, she is human. In such moments, should we not support one another? Suggested Koizumi Takashi. Do not kill her? Naruto retorted. Did I ever express an intention to take her life? Very well. Since you say so, Saya, let it be. After all, their uproar does not target me. As Naruto cast a glance at Takashiro Saya, his words caused her to feel a slight misunderstanding, a blush fleeting across her cheeks. Yet, turning away, he surveyed the elder and those who had joined in resistance. Convinced that none would escape his memory. Since you are merely idle, you shall work until you are too weary to cause a ruckus, Naruto stated indifferently, summoning a squad of patrolling soldiers. Although he had not joined the Loyal Nation Association, the strength he exhibited in recent days matched that of Takashiro Soichiro in stature and respect. What orders do you have, Sir Naruto? The captain approached respectfully. Take these individuals away and assign them tasks. Since they possess the energy to cause disorder, let them labor, patrol, assist, engage in all manner of work. Until they have neither time nor strength left to stir trouble, Naruto commanded, gesturing towards the rioters. As you command, the captain replied, having long harbored disdain for these individuals. Had he not awaited orders, he would have already sought to discipline them. Now, with Naruto's directive, he readily agreed and promptly instructed his subordinates to set them to work. After all, even if Takashiro Soichiro learned of Naruto's orders, he would not cast blame. Chapter 67. Preparation. Why is this so? What grave fault have we committed? I shall resist. You act against nature. By what authority do you apprehend us? Step aside. I have committed no wrongdoing. On what grounds do you seize me? We demand human rights. We seek freedom. As the soldiers moved, chaos erupted within the crowd. Though not an overt rebellion, there was little cooperation. Yet no one dared to flee. After all, those dark, menacing muzzles were not to be disregarded. Who would dare to escape? Koizumi Takashi and others hesitated to speak, only to be silenced by Naruto's wave. Acting against nature? Resistance? Human rights? Freedom? Listen carefully. None of that exists here. Only survival. Only the will to live. Do not mention such absurdities. You are at the mercy of others. Furthermore, it is you who are being apprehended. Do you doubt my memory? While I cannot claim to have perfect recall, I am acutely aware of who erred, who resisted, who participated, and who did not. I will not trouble the innocent. Yet I shall not pardon the guilty. If you dare to act, then bear the consequences. Naruto bellowed at those who had erred, pointing at the women involved in the uprising. As for those uninvolved, he would naturally spare them. The principles of reward and punishment are fundamental to guiding human hearts. A truth he comprehended, even if these individuals seemed trivial to him. At this moment, all were striving for survival, while you indulge in chaos. It is a mercy that I have not slain you. As punishment, I shall not take your lives, but you shall join them. Whatever they do, you shall do as well. I wish to see who still possesses the strength for such futile endeavors. Subdue them, Naruto commanded, turning away from the captives to issue orders to the soldiers. The soldiers, heedless of the prisoners' protests, responded with a display of force before escorting them away. Observing those being taken, Naruto chose not to comment. Yet he understood that the soldiers had long harbored resentment towards them. The implications of their apprehension were all too evident. Although he had given the orders, the specifics of their fate were of little concern to him, and it was certain that they would not be met with kindness. It was essential to recognize that these individuals had transitioned from refugees to criminals, stripped of protection and now antagonizing all around them. If the soldiers refrained from mistreating them, it would be a matter for gratitude. Naruto could discern the flickers of hatred in the eyes of those being taken as they cast glances at the women. Their animosity surging like tempestuous waves. Their suffering was palpable, and the plight of the women was equally grim. Naruto and his companions were powerless to retaliate, while the soldiers, faced with the ominous gun barrels, instantly succumbed to weakness. Consequently, all discontent and resentment were directed towards the women, and it was clear to anyone that their future would be fraught with hardship. Meanwhile, those who remained were secretly relieved, having escaped the clutches of ignorance and refrained from participating in the foolish resistance. They shuddered at the thought of the fates of those taken, especially when confronted with the ferocity in the soldiers' eyes. With the involvement of the resistors, the Takashiro family's defensive efforts had surged ahead. Although the base was occasionally filled with chilling screams and wails, particularly the piercing cries of women, an unspoken truth that needed no elaboration. As time passed, the defensive construction of the Takashiro family neared completion. During this period, Naruto encountered several survivors while out, informing the Takashiro family before continuing his hunt for the undead. His most significant find was a police station, which housed an armory brimming with firearms and ammunition, much to his delight. Armed with these resources, the Takashiro family's defenses became increasingly robust against the onslaught of the undead. Upon notifying the family about the supplies, both Naruto and the Takashiro clan were filled with elation. With weapons in hand, they faced the undead with newfound confidence, emboldened even in the face of death. On the 8th day in this world, Naruto's mission as a warrior was nearing its conclusion, with progress reaching 90%, signifying the elimination of 9,000 undead. Only 1,000 remained. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would be eagerly anticipating the completion of this final 1,000. However, today was different. He received the first notification from the system since his arrival. Today, the undead are set to attack. Standing at the vantage point of the Takashiro family, he gazed into the distance. The environment appeared tranquil, yet it was unmistakably different. Although serene, this stillness signified something ominous to Naruto. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found it remarkably devoid of undead. The area around the Takashiro family was peaceful, with a gentle breeze capable of stirring fallen leaves. This was the calm before the storm. What is happening? A tall figure materialized before Naruto, with waist-length purple hair and a striking visage. Her gentle words belonged to none other than Siko Gisaki, Naruto's beloved in this world. Naruto's decision to forego hunting the undead had already piqued her curiosity, and now, her presence here hinted that she was observing something. Had it not been for her inability to ascend, it was likely that Soichiro Takashiro and others would have joined her rather than Siko alone. After all, Naruto's actions, if deemed inconsequential, would be a deception. Do you perceive anything? He inquired, gesturing to the surroundings, addressing Siko. Chapter 68. What anomalies exist in this domain? Siko, puzzled, followed Naruto's gesture and surveyed the area. Everything appeared to be as usual. Upon glancing around, she observed a tranquil scene, devoid of any signs of disturbance, prompting her to cast a questioning look at Naruto. It is excessively tranquil, he stated, locking eyes with Siko. Excessively tranquil? At his words, Siko once more scanned the vicinity. Indeed, the stillness was unnaturally profound. Typically, the streets would occasionally host wandering zombies. Yet now, not a single undead or even the trace of a bird could be found. As if this place alone retained any semblance of life. How could this be? Her voice bore a hint of astonishment. Had it not been for Naruto's warning, she might have remained oblivious. It was undeniably unusual. This unsettling calm seemed to herald impending calamity. Had Naruto not mentioned it, she likely would have remained unaware. Let us prepare. It appears that a significant event is imminent. Inform the Takagis to heighten their vigilance. Naruto nodded at Siko, swiftly leaping down from the rooftop. Siko followed suit, gracefully descending after him. Naruto-kun, what has transpired? Upon seeing Naruto descend, Soichiro Takagi immediately approached, his tone respectful, for in this apocalyptic world, strength dictated authority. And they had become well acquainted with Naruto's formidable prowess. Thus, even though he was the head of the family, Soichiro treated Naruto with utmost deference. A grave matter. Instruct everyone in the Takagi family to prepare, for a fierce battle is likely on the horizon, Naruto conveyed to Soichiro. What? A battle? What has occurred, Naruto-kun? Soichiro's expression shifted to one of surprise, staring at Naruto with curiosity. Outwardly calm, yet too calm, Naruto replied, his gaze laden with meaning as he looked at Soichiro, confident that the leader of the concerned citizens would grasp his implication. If that is the case, what is there to prepare for? Is it not quiet? Questioned Takashi Komuro, puzzled by Naruto's words. To be frank, his days at the Takagi household had been comfortable, and he was rather averse to the notion of conflict. Thus, upon hearing Naruto mention a battle, he was the first to feel anxious. No, it is precisely because of this tranquility that we must remain vigilant. The greater the calm, the more it portends ominous events. Soichiro dismissed Takashi's remarks, nodding at Naruto. However, Soichiro's disregard for Takashi did not imply that others would overlook him as well. Although unspoken, the discerning gazes directed at Takashi from those present, including Saya, Yuriko, and Reiko, betrayed their discontent and concern. This matter is indeed significant. Then, Naruto-kun. I shall take my leave to prepare, Soichiro addressed Naruto. Yes, I too must make ready. This time, it is unlikely to pass so easily, Naruto responded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Who could have anticipated the system's unpredictable nature? It is wise to be prepared in advance. Siko, Saya, Reiko, you should also get ready. Naruto instructed the group. Understood. Very well. Got it. As the crowd observed Naruto gazing at them, they responded in unison. Chapter 197. The zombie onslaught. They came in swarms, dense as a flood, pouring forth like a relentless beast. Despite their preparations, the sight caused a subtle change in expression among both Naruto and the Takaguchi family, as the sheer number of zombies was staggering. Thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps even more? Naruto could not ascertain, but he knew for certain that the count was in the thousands. With such a multitude, the barbed wire defenses were not merely at risk of being breached. They could potentially be used to construct a human ladder, with corpse upon corpse stacked together. Attack! Commanded Takaguchi Soichiro, his expression grave. He understood that waiting any longer was not an option. In an instant, gunfire erupted from all corners of the Takaguchi estate. There was no need for precise aiming. With so many zombies, a stray shot would surely find its mark. The sound of gunfire roared like thunder, weaving a fiery net that instantly targeted the closest zombies. Fall, advance, fall, advance, fall, advance. Amidst the barrage, numerous zombies fell, yet in comparison to their vast numbers, this was but a mere drop in the ocean. One by one, the undead traversed over the bodies of their fallen brethren, their speed only increasing. The cacophony of gunfire served as an irresistible lure, drawing them deeper into the fray. Suddenly, dozens of immense figures surged forth from the horde, agile as leopards and fierce as lions, charging directly towards the barbed wire. Second-tier zombies, indeed, second-tier zombies, numbering in the dozens. Behind them, there were likely more of the same caliber, for Naruto had not encountered second-tier zombies since his arrival at the Takaguchi estate. Clearly, this assault had mobilized them all. With a swift motion, dozens of phantoms pierced through the air, striking the foreheads of the charging second-tier zombies, causing them to collapse in unison, the gleaming trident shuriken embedded deep within their skulls. The assault had commenced. Although the gunfire was incessant, Naruto refrained from engaging directly in the frontline battle. However, the formidable second-tier zombies demanded his immediate attention. After all, if the barbed wire were to be compromised, only the walls of the Takaguchi estate would stand in their way, posing a grave danger to Naruto and his companions. Therefore, should any second-tier or higher-tier zombies appear, Naruto would prioritize their elimination without hesitation. Chapter 69. The Great Annihilation of the Undead. The tide of zombies surged forward, undeterred by the fall of dozens of second-tier undead. Even as the rain of bullets rained down, the sheer magnitude of their numbers was astonishing. With the advancing wave of corpses, they drew ever closer to the barbed wire. The thunderous gunfire only incited their frenzy, propelling them towards the Takaguchi estate. Is this what you referred to as the advanced undead, Naruto? Takaguchi Soichiro stood at the forefront of the estate, binoculars in hand, observing as Naruto dispatched the second-tier undead one by one with his shurikens. He could not help but inquire. He did not underestimate the second-tier zombies. Their speed was akin to that of leopards, and even he had to remain vigilant against any unforeseen dangers. Indeed, did you not see their speed just now? Their strength is even greater. Should they get too close to the barbed wire, they could very well demolish it. Therefore, the soldiers must remain vigilant. Upon the discovery of such evolved corpses, they should be prioritized for elimination, while the ordinary corpses can be momentarily disregarded, for even if they approach, they cannot breach the barbed wire. However, these evolved corpses must be dealt with first. Naruto nodded, his expression grave. Although the number of ordinary corpses was manageable, the sheer volume of second-tier corpses posed a significant challenge. At the very least, the barbed wire could no longer be fully trusted. I understand, Tak acknowledged, summoning a nearby soldier and issuing a brief command before the soldier departed, evidently to convey orders. The battle raged on, with sporadic second-tier corpses emerging. Yet, under Tak's directives, the soldiers swiftly dispatched them before they could close in, overwhelming them with concentrated firepower. However, this also accelerated the onslaught of the corpses, which had reached the barbed wire, their hands attempting to squeeze through the gaps. Yet, the barbed wire immediately obstructed their advance. Activate the current. Tak bellowed, witnessing the corpses make contact with the wire. He promptly ordered a nearby soldier crouched by the lever. With a crack, the soldier pulled the lever, and in an instant, the barbed wire sparked to life, electricity coursing through it. The corpses that touched the wire, along with all those within several meters, were ensnared in arcs of electricity, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Thanks to the materials Naruto had consistently brought back, The power of the barbed wire had been significantly enhanced, sufficient to contend with these corpses. Cut the power. Upon seeing the effect, Tak commanded once more. With another crack, the lever was reset, interrupting the current. The corpses that had been shocked collapsed to the ground. The foremost among them lay lifeless, while the casualties behind varied, some fallen and others wounded. A preliminary estimate suggested that this wave of electric discharge had eradicated at least 1,000 corpses, with several thousand more injured or incapacitated. Activate, cut the power. Activate, cut the power. The cycle repeated, and the corpses fell in droves. Behind the mass of corpses, yet another wave surged forth, densely packed. The number of deceased grew, forming towering heaps of bodies. During this time, 4 or 5 dozen second-tier corpses charged forth, yet none escaped the grasp of the electricity. Finally, the tail end of the horde became visible, no longer an endless torrent. However, the mountain of corpses ahead rose like a staircase, threatening to engulf the barbed wire. As the effectiveness of the current on these corpses diminished, with a roar, several second-tier corpses breached the barbed wire, leveraging the corpse ladder to ascend. Yet, instead of advancing further, they grasped at the unpowered sections of the wire. With a cacophonous tearing sound, the barbed wire was ripped open in several places. The accumulated bodies cascading like a tide, instantly submerging the advancing second-tier corpses. With the barbed wire breached, the expressions of those within the Tak residence shifted dramatically. The amassed corpses, numbering in the thousands, represented a commendable achievement, but the horde behind was equally vast. At a glance, it was densely packed. At least 2 or 3 times the number of the fallen, totaling 50 to 60,000. How could 100 individuals withstand such a multitude? Attack! Tak shouted loudly. The soldiers, momentarily stunned, found their leader unyielding. With a fierce command, everyone snapped back to attention, and the previously silent weapons erupted into action once more. As the gunfire resumed, the logistics team hastily retrieved box after box of ammunition from the armory, a stark darkness filled with bullets. Confronted by the relentless assault of the undead, firearms, as instruments of mass destruction, proved most effective. Previously concerned about collateral damage to the barbed wire, those worries have dissipated. The wire lies in ruins, and a multitude of zombies surge forward. With no reservations, the moment has come to unleash the bullets. In a volley of gunfire, the undead collapse, yet countless others continue their inexorable advance towards the Takaguchi estate. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, fire. Calculating the distance to the approaching horde, Takaguchi Soichiro shouted with urgency. Simultaneously, he seized the machine gun at his waist and strode forward. The battle was now unavoidable. Chapter 70. The breach underfoot. Takaguchi Soichiro and Naruto both stepped forward with unwavering resolve. Thunderous sounds erupted as hidden projectiles soared through the air, crashing into the throng of zombies, exploding upon impact. Dozens of corpses were sent flying, most devoid of life. Instantly, the battlefield transformed into a tempest of dark projectiles raining down, with explosions resonating in a cacophony as undead bodies scattered in disarray. 10, 100, 1,000. Thousands of projectiles were expended, yet the relentless tide of zombies continued to close in, encircling the high walls of the Takaguchi estate. Fortunately, the materials brought back by Naruto had elevated the walls to over 10 feet, constructed from stone and reinforced with wrought iron, exuding a formidable metallic aura. Projectiles were hurled, sending zombies flying, yet the quantity of these weapons visibly dwindled. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 6 boxes of projectiles were silently depleted, resulting in fewer than 10,000 undead dispatched, including those felled by firearms, totaling just over 10,000. However, the horde still numbered 30 to 40,000. Despite the reduction, the count remained overwhelming for those present. Fire! Takaguchi Soichiro commanded, raising his firearm towards the zombies below, for the moment had arrived. Life and death hung in the balance. Wind release. 1,000 faces of wind. A blade of wind manifested beside Naruto, instantly slicing through the horde, dismembering flesh and scattering blood. In mere moments, over 100 zombies fell to Naruto's prowess. Witnessing Naruto's ninjutsu, both Takaguchi Soichiro and the soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Though they had heard tales, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly impactful, especially as countless zombies perished under Naruto's technique. Once they regained their composure, their battle cries surged. intensifying their assault on the undead and bolstering their morale. Wind release. Thousand faces of wind. Wind release. Thousand faces of wind. Wind release. Thousand faces of wind. Every 20 to 30 seconds, Naruto unleashed his wind technique, consistently annihilating hundreds of zombies, his presence alleviating the pressure of the battle. Yet, against the relentless tide of the undead, it still felt like a mere drop in the bucket. "Here, let us test your might," Naruto murmured, gazing at the horde. With no hand seals or ninjutsu invoked, he gradually raised his hand. As his arm lifted, it began to transform. His fingernails extended to over 10 centimeters. His arm tinged with a crimson hue, save for the flickering golden light. The Asura's power descended, not in full, but a fraction of its might manifested, enhancing his arm's strength while embodying the characteristics of the Asura. Upon reaching a sufficient height, he forcefully pressed downward. Divine technique, great destruction of life. Indeed, it is the descent of Naruto's Asura, the divine technique of the Great Annihilation Hand. The technique, the Great Annihilation Hand. A roar echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air. Above Naruto, at a height of several meters, a colossal hand materialized. Dark red like blood, it spanned several tens of meters, with strands of golden light shimmering upon it. Particularly in the palm, a swirling swastika was distinctly visible, contrasting the dark red of the hand with a brilliant golden hue, reminiscent of the sacredness of the Buddha. This is the divine technique of the Great Annihilation Hand. With a thunderous crash, the giant hand came crashing down, instantly causing the ground to sink more than a meter deep, with flesh and blood splattering in all directions. Within a radius of several tens of meters, the zombies were instantly suppressed and reduced to a mushy mass. Hundreds, even thousands of zombies within that range were transformed into a gruesome paste, the sheer power leaving one in awe. Even Naruto did not anticipate such an effect, considering these zombies were stronger than ordinary beings. He had intentionally minimized his power to conserve energy while using the Great Annihilation Hand, yet the force remained overwhelmingly potent. Beyond its area of effect, its strength even surpassed that of typical ninjutsu, rivaling even the highest levels of such techniques. This was the result of him suppressing his power, and more importantly, the size of the giant hand could be enlarged further under his control. Indeed, it lived up to the name of a divine technique, a miraculous craft, or rather, two words. What seemed like an elongated process was in reality fleeting, as within just 2 to 3 seconds, the giant hand formed by the Great Annihilation Hand gradually dissipated, leaving only the transformed zombies and a palm imprint sunk a meter deep. Though the instantaneous obliteration of a multitude of zombies was astonishing for the mindless undead, they knew not the meaning of fear. Once the giant hand vanished, the space cleared by Naruto was immediately filled again by the zombies, surging forth like a relentless tide, leaving no gaps. Great Annihilation Hand. Great Annihilation Hand. Great Annihilation Hand. Witnessing the might of the Great Annihilation Hand, Naruto ceased using ninjutsu and instead continuously formed the Great Annihilation Hand, swatting down upon the zombies below with remarkable efficiency, far exceeding that of standard ninjutsu. One by one, immense hands took shape in the air, crashing down fiercely, turning the zombies into a pulpy mess, with blood splattering as if it were raining crimson. Each strike resulted in the annihilation of hundreds of zombies. Ding! The title mission of the hero has been completed. You have attained the title of Advanced Hero. Would you like to accept the subsequent mission of the Overlord? Note: completing this will allow you to undertake the title advancement task. Supreme Overlord, kill, kill, kill. Shatter the heavens, stain the earth with blood. The mightiest among the mighty, the Overlord among the Overlords. The hero among heroes, the Overlord among Overlords. This is the Supreme Overlord. Overlord, slay 1 million foes. Ability, Bloodstained Earth, an advancement of blood energy. Bloodstained Earth, boundless blood energy staining the earth, painting the sky red. Wherever the surging sea of blood flows, it corrupts all in its wake. The system's voice echoed in his ears. It turned out the hero mission had been unknowingly completed, leading to the next challenge of the Overlord. 1 million. Upon seeing the introduction in the taskbar, Naruto paused in surprise, initially thinking it was 9 million. However, 1 million was still manageable. If it were 9 million, he could hardly fathom when he might achieve it. No, even with 1 million, in this apocalyptic world, it is no trivial matter, unless one reaches the level of a shadow or higher, possessing the Rinnegan, like Nagato or Uchiha Obito. Wielding a planetary devastation or the divine power of a meteor strike, perhaps then it would be manageable. A single strike could obliterate a city, rendering 1,000,000 zombies inconsequential. Chapter 71. Challenge. After a brief moment of surprise, Naruto promptly accepted the formidable challenge before him. At this juncture, pondering was not an option. The matters at hand demanded immediate attention. Without the luxury of further contemplation, he unleashed the Rasengan, directing it toward the zombies below. 4,000, 3,000, 1,000. The number of zombies steadily diminished, while the mountain of corpses below grew ever higher, causing Tak and his companions to feel increasingly tense. Fearing they might be engulfed by the undead, akin to being ensnared by an external barbed wire. Amidst the fierce melee, no one noticed a notably diminutive and peculiar zombie stealthily approaching the wall. It fixated on the towering structure, devoid of any intelligence. Yet its eyes gleamed with a sinister cunning. With its mouth agape, after a brief pause, a jet of emerald venom erupted from its maw, splattering against the wall. Following the expulsion of the toxin, the zombie appeared to be at the brink of exhaustion, its form swaying, yet it swiftly vanished from sight. Hissus, corrosion. As if foam met glue, the wall began to dissolve at an observable pace, centered around the venom, tendrils of green smoke wafting upwards. 10 inches, 50 inches, 1 zhang. 2 zhang. The aperture expanded further, while the venom gradually diminished. Only when the opening reached 2.5 zhang did the toxin completely vanish. Surrounded by hordes of zombies. None noticed this occurrence, and it seemed that the other zombies feared this one. After the breach was formed, not a single one dared to venture forth. The vast gap was dominated solely by that zombie, while the others crowded nearby, yet refrained from approaching. Similar scenes unfolded at various points along the wall, with Naruto and his companions blissfully unaware, continuing to hunt the dwindling number of zombies upon the rampart until, zombies. The zombies are coming. A cry echoed over the Tak, momentarily drowning out the cacophony of gunfire. Zombies. The zombies have entered. At the sound, whether it was Naruto, Tak, or the other combatants, all were momentarily stunned, instinctively turning to ascertain the source of the alarm. There, before the grand entrance of Tak, stood Miyamoto, Rei, and Tak, their faces etched with terror, pointing toward the front. Observing their expressions, Naruto and the others turned to gaze as well. In an instant, their pupils constricted. There were zombies, and what of that gaping hole? Third-tier zombies. In a flash, a thought raced through Naruto's mind. Indeed, they were third-tier zombies. He had dispatched hundreds of second-tier zombies during this battle, yet he had never encountered a third tier. Initially believing that third-tier zombies vastly surpassed the second tier, it now appeared that the reality was otherwise. Had the defense been breached? An overwhelming gloom descended upon the group. From an initial horde of 60 to 70,000 to now less than 10,000 zombies, victory was within reach. Yet an unforeseen calamity had arisen at this critical juncture. Was this a disaster? The third-tier zombies had never appeared before, and now, their emergence wreaked havoc. Roar. The third-tier zombies disregarded the reactions of the crowd, roaring as they charged into Tak, followed closely by the throng of zombies, surging forth like a relentless tide. In the other directions of Takashiro Manor, the situation was similarly dire. Naruto and his companions soon realized that the defenses had already been torn open in 4 locations. Mr. Takashiro, you continue your assault here. I shall handle the interior, Naruto shouted resolutely to Takashiro Soichiro, before leaping down from the surrounding wall. With a mighty strike of the Rasengan, he unleashed a powerful blow. Its range significantly expanded while still maintaining control over his strength. A colossal hand, spanning over 20 feet, descended from the heavens, mercilessly crushing the incoming zombies, including the third-tier zombies that Naruto had identified. Drawing his blade from his waist, he swiftly dashed toward the manor. Upon entering, he found Miyamoto, Rei, and Takashiro Saya still dazed at the doorway. Get inside, Naruto bellowed, reminding them that despite the zombies he had cleared, not all breaches in the wall had been addressed, and that 3 other locations had already been infiltrated. More critically, the third-tier zombies moved with remarkable speed. Comparable to that of a Chunin, their strength likely equally formidable. Naruto's furious roar snapped the 2 women back to reality, prompting them to retreat into the house and secure the door. However, the 3 third-tier zombies were hot on their heels. Humph! Naruto scoffed, quickening his pace, his hand resting on the hilt of his katana, his piercing gaze fixed upon the approaching zombies. With a swift draw of his blade, He executed the third flash of the seven-sword technique. In an instant, 3 glimmers of cold light flashed, severing the heads of the 3 zombies, leaving deep, gaping gashes upon the manor's entrance. The severity of these wounds was such that had Miyamoto, Rei, and Takashiro Saya been present, they would undoubtedly have sustained grave injuries. This was precisely why Naruto had prioritized their safety by ushering them inside rather than immediately dispatching the 3 third-tier zombies. With the 2 women present, any use of sword techniques, ninjutsu, or supernatural abilities could result in unintended harm to them, especially the latter 2, which could easily wreak havoc upon the manor itself. Now, with 4 routes of zombies surging forth and the manor already damaged, the potential consequences were unthinkable. In a flash, Naruto reached the entrance of the manor, turning to coldly regard the encroaching zombies. Chapter 72. Fierce battle. A furious roar erupted from Naruto, and in that moment, an enormous hand descended from the sky, even larger than before, measuring a staggering 30 feet. This was the maximum range he could wield at the Chunin level, after having his power sealed away. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled, sinking over 2 feet, as cracks spread like fissured skin for dozens of feet around. Within this area, the zombies were obliterated by Naruto's power. Without turning back, Naruto spoke in a low voice, fully aware that someone awaited him at the door. As soon as his words left his lips, the large door creaked open slightly. Komuro Takashi, Nagai, Miyamoto Rei, Takashiro Saya, and Takashiro Yuriko stood at the threshold, while Tokishima Siko held her sword, vigilantly watching the outside. At this moment, the nearby zombies had been thoroughly dispatched by Naruto. Wind release. 1,000 faces of wind. Naruto's voice resonated as he formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his mouth before unleashing a powerful gust. A fierce whirlwind swept through, toppling the zombies that Naruto had scattered. Nevertheless, in the distance, more zombies continued to emerge, seemingly endless in number. Watching the scene unfold, despair welled up within Tokishima Siko and the others. Just then, Naruto appeared before them, smiling as he reassured, "Are you all right? Do not worry, I will ensure everyone has safety." As he spoke, he once again employed his ninjutsu, dispersing more of the undead. Observing that the door was ajar, Naruto refrained from further words and unleashed the wind release. 1,000 faces of wind upon the encroaching zombies. With a graceful leap, he entered the room, the door swiftly closing behind him, leaving only a tempest of wind blades wreaking havoc outside, relentlessly slicing through the horde. Upon entering, Naruto and the others hastily barricaded the entrance, utilizing every available piece of furniture. "What is the situation outside?" asked Takashiro Yuriko, having completed her tasks. "There are still over 10,000 zombies remaining, and they have breached the walls, infiltrating our space," Naruto replied, shaking his head as he regarded Yuriko. In this moment, he realized that not only were Siko, Tokishima, and others present, but also a multitude of survivors gathered within the confines. Clusters of 3 or 5 huddled together, their faces etched with fear. "Now that we are inside, how shall we respond?" Though he harbored an inkling of the answer, the words of Naruto sent a wave of panic through Kamishiro Takashi and the others. 10,000 zombies, even if lined up for slaughter, would be a daunting task, let alone engaging in combat. This place cannot be held for long. We must swiftly seek useful items and then ascend to the upper floors. "It is unwise to linger here," Naruto stated, disregarding Takashi's concerns. Although the wind blades still raged outside, they would soon dissipate, and once that happened, the door alone would be insufficient to withstand the impending onslaught. "Now is the time to arm ourselves while we still have the opportunity." At this, Takashiro Yuriko nodded in agreement. It was not the moment for lamentation. Undoubtedly, as a leader, she exhibited remarkable qualities. Under her calming influence, the survivors temporarily steadied themselves, ascending the stairs while grasping weapons scavenged from unknown origins, following Yuriko's directives to guard the staircase. "I will fight alongside you," Siko Tokishima declared resolutely, casting a determined glance at Naruto. While the others busied themselves, Siko required little preparation. With her current prowess, a single katana was more than sufficient. "Very well," Naruto replied after a moment of contemplation, conceding to her request. The ordinary zombies posed little threat to Siko, alleviating Naruto's worries. Yet, once the battle commenced, he would remain vigilant regarding her condition, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed from outside, signaling that Naruto's wind release, 1,000 faces of wind had dissipated, allowing the mass of zombies to converge upon the door, relentlessly battering it in their attempt to breach the threshold. "They're here," Naruto uttered, tightening his grip on the katana at his waist and casting a glance at Siko. No sooner had he spoken than Siko mirrored his readiness, retreating toward the upstairs while keeping her eyes fixed on the entrance. Not only Naruto and Siko, but the others on the upper floor also tensed at the sound of the door being struck, their weapons gripped tightly, sweat beading on their brows. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless pounding continued, causing the grand entrance to tremble. Tables and chairs by the doorway toppled with each impact, and the door's edges began to loosen. Finally, with a resounding crash, the door was breached, and the zombies surged in like a tide. Gazing at the overwhelming horde, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Rather than retreating, he charged forward, stepping into the throng of undead. The confines of the mansion restricted the use of ninjutsu and supernatural abilities, yet his swordsmanship remained unfettered. With a flash of cold light, Naruto drew his sword from its sheath. His movements were as swift as lightning, nearly impossible to track. In an instant, he tore through the mass of zombies, a figure slicing through the chaos with unparalleled ferocity. As the figure came to a halt, it found itself ensconced in the heart of a horde of zombies. Where it passed, the zombies abruptly ceased their movements, maintaining the momentum of their advance, only to collapse instantaneously, their heads rolling like beads on a severed string, ultimately coming to rest after a couple of rotations. Decapitation. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombies had been dispatched. The events unfolded with such swiftness that there was scarcely time to react. The zombies, devoid of compassion, offered no respite. With the sudden demise of their comrades, the remaining creatures remained unperturbed, fixated solely on their quarry. To them, humans were mere prey, and before them stood Naruto, an exquisite delicacy. Amidst the hoarse roar, all the zombies turned their attention towards Naruto, surging forward in relentless pursuit, swiftly encircling him. With a furious shout, Naruto raised his blade, cleaving through the foremost zombie. With a deft twist, the katana swept again, severing the heads of several more zombies. With a throaty growl, his bloodlust surged. No longer a mere mist of crimson. Having slain thousands, the aura of bloodlust enveloped him within a radius of several yards, shrouding him in a dense fog of sanguine hue. Particularly accentuating the katana in his grasp that seemed to be entwined with blood, its blade transformed into a vibrant scarlet, as if forged from the very essence of life. Chapter 73. The sound of Naraka with a resounding battle cry, he leapt into the air, his katana raised high, resembling the luminous moon in the sky. From 3 feet above, he struck downwards with sudden ferocity, the air rippling like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, the sound of his strike reverberating through the void. Was it a heavy slash? A furious cleave? A falling meteor? Or perhaps a thunderous explosion? The deafening roar of destruction accompanied Naruto as everything within a 2-yard radius of his landing was sent flying, obliterated. None of the assailed corpses were spared. All succumbed to the onslaught. It was neither a heavy slash nor a furious cleave, nor was it a falling meteor. It was a raw display of martial prowess. The echoes of hoarse roars resounded from all directions. At this moment, Naruto was heavily encircled by a sea of corpses, densely packed, akin to isolated insects in an anthill. Yet, none dared approach him. The outer zombies, frustrated in their attempts to breach the defenses, were drawn towards the sound emanating from Naruto, pushing forward with fervor. Some even surged towards the second floor, drawn by the commotion above. The sensitivity of the zombies to sound was evident, regardless of their location. On the second floor, witnesses to Naruto's actions erupted in cheers, their blood surging with excitement, with some even daring to contemplate descending to engage the zombies in battle. However, they need not descend any longer, for the zombies had already arrived. As they beheld the advancing horde nearing the second floor, the occupants finally grasped the essence of terror. With no effective means of resistance, their defenses crumbled under the onslaught of the undead, causing a panicked retreat, particularly among the survivors who, paralyzed by fear, had already retreated to the rear. Fortunately, Yuko Takagi, the leader, remained composed amidst the chaos, continuing to direct the defense. Yet, at this juncture, she was primarily commanding her own clan members, while the disoriented survivors had become a liability, utterly overwhelmed by panic, rendering them incapable of heeding her commands. They frantically retreated, which, at least, did not obstruct Yuko's strategic maneuvers. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, as Yuko commanded the members of her clan, most of whom were armed. She herself wielded a compact submachine gun, unleashing a vigorous barrage upon the zombies at the base of the stairs. The fiery tongues of gunfire repelled the advancing corpses, sending them tumbling down the staircase, sowing chaos and momentarily stalling their assault. Retreating slowly, Takashiro Sayaka did not allow herself to revel in a momentary advantage. She was acutely aware of the limited ammunition at her disposal, rendering a prolonged stand against the undead untenable. She needed to withdraw to the corridor, a constricted space where the hordes of corpses could not converge as they did on the staircase. Under Takashiro Sayaka's meticulous direction, the remaining survivors retreated in an orderly fashion, gradually reaching the corridor's edge. The other survivors had long since vanished, including Kamishiro Takashi and Nagi. Only 6 remained: Tokishima Siko, Miyamoto Rei, Takashiro Saya, Hironoto Hoda, Morikawa Shizuka, and Shirai Alice. They were originally part of Naruto's team, now standing firm against the encroaching undead. Fortunately, the swordsmanship of Tokishima Siko and the precision of Hironoto Hoda, honed through rigorous training, alleviated much of the pressure on their group. Their combined prowess equaled that of 10 individuals. Below, the majority of the area had succumbed to the undead, densely populated, particularly where Naruto battled, where the corpses were packed tightly. Yet, under Naruto's fierce onslaught, none could approach within 2 yards of him, each being dispatched by his blade. He continuously shifted his position, otherwise, the multitude of slain corpses would have formed a small mountain around him. Gazing up at the second floor, Naruto furrowed his brow. Although they were temporarily safe, their ammunition would inevitably dwindle, placing them in jeopardy. Thus, with a swift motion of his blade, he charged towards the second floor. As he progressed, he cleaved through the undead, most of whom fell victim to his strikes, their heads rolling across the ground, often tripped over by pursuing corpses, causing chaos within the horde and resulting in many being crushed underfoot. Naruto halted near the staircase, his blade poised towards the remnants of the undead. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the second flash of the sword technique, sending forth 2 beams of silvery light from his blade, decimating the corpses ahead and surging into the staircase of the second floor. The crisp sound of shattering echoed as the railings connecting to the second floor fractured, and without their support, the undead tumbled from either side, significantly alleviating the pressure above. In an instant, the once dense throng of corpses became sparse, their numbers reduced by more than half. Witnessing this, Naruto chuckled softly, keeping his blade unsheathed as he aimed for the opposite side once more. The blade shimmered, its ethereal arcs slicing through the air like a serpent emerging from its lair. With another decisive strike, the blade's trajectory cleaved through the structure, causing yet another collapse reminiscent of the fallen railings. In the corridor, one side faced the room while the other opened to the grand hall. At this juncture, Naruto aimed to sever the railing that led into the hall, which could barely accommodate 2 or 3 corpses at a time. If crowded, they would be forced to tumble down. Similarly, by severing the railings on either side of the staircase located at the hall's center, the undead would also be sent plummeting due to the crush of their numbers. Thus, the peril from both the staircase and corridor was significantly diminished on the second floor. Observing the situation, with no imminent danger above, Naruto redirected his focus, wielding his blade to cleave the surrounding corpses asunder, decapitating and bisecting them in a flurry of lethal strikes, intensifying the sanguine mist enveloping him. Chapter 74. Slaughter, Slaughter, Slaughter. The celestial melody of the Nara resounded from Naruto's lips, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. In that moment, all seemed to still, a hymn wafted from the distant horizon, akin to a chant of reverence and a prayer for salvation. The song was earnest and fervent, a tribute to the divine, a lyrical homage to sacred power, an opus of utmost sincerity and fervor. Yet, where was this melody? It hovered on the cusp of reality and illusion, elusive and ethereal, as if it were both heard and yet entirely absent. Nonetheless, when this song arose, it imbued not only Takashiro Soichiro and his subordinates, but also Takashiro Yuriko and her retainers within the estate, along with Siko Tokita and others, with a surge of enhanced strength, speed, reflexes, and will. Even their waning stamina seemed to replenish, as if they could endure another day of battle. This was the resonance of the Nara, a composition venerating the celestial and the divine. However, this was merely a fleeting illusion of power, far from sufficient. Observing those around him, Naruto was acutely aware that this transient enhancement would not suffice against a tide of 5,000 or 6,000 corpses with merely 100 fighters. Thus, a serene yet profound voice emanated once more from Naruto. I am Naruto, here today, willing to offer my very being to safeguard this land. Instantly, another melody surged from the heavens, equally elusive, equally ambiguous in its reality. Yet, unlike the previous hymn of praise, this was a battle song, a rousing anthem, filled with fervor and the spirit of conflict. The winds howled, the steeds neighed, the yellow river roared. It was the song of the war drums, the music of fiery strife. In an electrifying moment, the gathered warriors, akin to seasoned fighters, threw their heads back and bellowed in defiance, their martial spirit soaring. Their blood surged within them, ablaze with fervor. As their powers escalated, their muscles swelled with an uncontrollable force, akin to barrels of gunpowder igniting, poised to unleash an astonishing energy. Their bodies became formidable fortresses, exuding an unparalleled sense of security and oppressive might. Were it not for the glimmers of clarity in their eyes, any observer would undoubtedly assume they had succumbed to madness, a strength beyond mortal comprehension, leaving all in awe. Yet, it was precisely this clarity that rendered their power enigmatic. With the battle cry accompanying their roar, each warrior charged into the fray without hesitation. Their steps were resolute, driven by an indomitable will to confront the enemies ahead. This confrontation was destined to be a life-and-death struggle, with both sides committing fully to showcase their utmost strength. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Uncertain who first cried out, kill. In that instant, the clamor of slaughter reverberated across the battlefield, echoing like mighty waves crashing against the shore. The atmosphere was thick with the fervor of impending slaughter, as if the very land itself were on the brink of being submerged in blood. The air crackled with a palpable sense of violence, transforming the heavens and earth alike. The cacophony of battle echoed, resounding with ferocity, lingering long after the clash had begun. Every individual raised their weapons high, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination and resoluteness, fearlessly striking at the mass of corpses before them. Each slash of their blades, each thrust of their swords, was imbued with boundless strength and righteous fury, mercilessly cleaving into the undead. In that fleeting moment, flesh and blood flew in all directions, remnants of limbs strewn across the ground. The earth was stained crimson, the stench of carnage saturating the air, provoking a visceral reaction. Yet, rather than retreat, the warriors surged forth with even greater ferocity. They swung their arms, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the relentless tide of corpses. The dance of blades and the clamor of battle cries filled the skies. Each person committed themselves entirely, defending the flicker of hope for existence with their very lives. Chapter 75. Return. The sounds of carnage reverberated, as dozens of severed heads danced in the wind. The fierce warriors swiftly severed the throats of the lost souls, creating a scene both harrowing and awe-inspiring, igniting the fervor within their hearts. The atmosphere was thick with bloodlust, the spirit of battle soaring high, each step fraught with peril, each blow lethal. They stood before the torrent of lost souls like feral wolves and tigers amidst a tempest, unyielding, baring their savage fangs. Each individual wielded their cleavers, relentlessly reaping the lives of the undead. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto felt a profound shock, yet it was accompanied by exhilaration. Their strength was formidable, the resonant tones of the divine and celestial harmonizing with such vigor. He believed that even if a dozen lower-ranked ninjas were to confront them without relying on any jutsu, this group could withstand the onslaught, evenly matched in raw power. It was crucial to note that they were merely ordinary individuals, albeit stronger than the average. This exemplified the terrifying prowess of the eightfold divine powers and the techniques therein. The stronger they became, the better it was for Naruto. For him, there was only advantage to be gained. Observing that his companions possessed the strength to protect themselves, Naruto shifted his focus. For him, the essence of the moment lay in the battle itself. With every lost soul extinguished, the energy of their spirits surged, amplifying his own power. Furthermore, the weight of the million conqueror's task still loomed over him. Now was not the time to hesitate. Fueled by the enhancement of his own divine powers and the arrival of the Asura, Naruto was undeterred by the elevation of the divine and celestial tones. Yet, witnessing the performances of Takashiro Zeikir and others, combined with the fervor ignited by the celestial sounds, his blood boiled, and the battle cry resounded throughout the cosmos. From his lips erupted a colossal fireball, its range far exceeding that of his usual abilities, solely aimed at obliterating the undead, without an overemphasis on sheer power. Casting aside the concentration of force, the inferno enveloped a 100-meter radius in an instant, its blazing flames fierce and unyielding, even as Naruto relinquished much of his strength. The searing fire was not something ordinary beings could withstand. Within that 100 meters, hundreds of lost souls were consumed by the flames, which clung to them like maggots, until they were reduced to ash. Hundreds of fiery souls charged wildly, enduring for several minutes before finally collapsing, an extraordinarily magnificent spectacle. The great destruction hand of Luo Sheng descended from the heavens, an enormous palm over 40 meters in size, amplified by various divine powers, crushing and pulverizing lost souls into a gruesome paste. With a sweeping motion, this titanic hand, guided by Naruto's gestures, hurled dozens of souls skyward, casting them dozens of meters away, their fates tragically sealed. In two massive slaughters, the casualties among the lost souls exceeded 1,000 in an instant. Yet, at this juncture, Naruto's audacity in wielding ninjutsu and divine techniques stemmed from the absence of enemies. Now the situation was different, as the Takajo clan engaged in fierce combat with the lost souls. Though they were concentrated, their range was dispersed. Should he unleash another wide-scale attack, it would inevitably endanger his own allies. To die at the hands of the lost souls was one thing. To perish at the hands of his comrades would be a tragedy of a different magnitude. With no other recourse, Naruto drew the katana from his waist and leaped forth, his figure a blur as he danced through the chaos, his blade flashing with lethal intent, sending lost souls crashing to the ground beneath his strikes. His speed remained undiminished, the massacre relentless, his killing intent unwavering. After more than an hour, the bloodshed of the Takajo clan gradually subsided. Only the living remained, surrounded by heaps of corpses, a grim blend of humanity and lost souls. Yet, this was of little consequence now. We have triumphed. Standing atop the towering mound of fallen souls, Naruto surveyed the gathering. Takajo Soichiro, Takajo Sayaka, Poison Island Siko, Takajo Seiya, Miyamoto Rei, Hirano Tadu, and others. With his bloodied katana held high, he proclaimed loudly, as though addressing the heavens and the earth, embodying both emperor and warrior. With a resounding roar, Naruto's battle cry ignited a fervor within all, prompting them to raise their blades skyward, echoing his exultation. In this battle, they had faced death and emerged victorious. In this battle, they had achieved their first victory against the lost souls, not retreating an inch. In this battle, they preserved their territory. In this battle, they had triumphed. Ding. Main Quest 2. Halt the assault of the lost souls on the Takajo clan for 10 minutes to secure their retreat. Completion rewards, 50 to all attributes, 300 soul energy. Failure penalty, -200 to all attributes. Task modification in progress. Please hold on, host. Ding. Analysis complete. Main Quest 2 modified. Task completion. Preserve the Takajo clan. Reward. The territory within 100 miles of the Takajo clan becomes the host's domain, impervious to lost soul incursions. Reward. 200 to all attributes, 900 soul energy. Two system notifications resonated within Naruto's mind, amplifying his initial joy. Indeed, as Ashura had foretold, danger coexists with opportunity. Although the task was fraught with peril, the rewards were bountiful. In addition to the 100-mile territory of the Takajo clan, his attributes would quadruple, and his soul energy would triple. Setting aside the matter of soul energy, the mere reward of 200 to all attributes was invaluable. Without the task's completion, it would take an eternity to cultivate such an enhancement. For this reward alone, the modification of the task was undeniably advantageous. Lord Naruto, through this battle, we have witnessed your strength. We have chosen you as our leader. Please guide us through the trials of this apocalypse, Takajo Soichiro declared sincerely, bowing deeply before Naruto. The others followed suit, offering their own profound bows in homage. Chapter 76. An Inevitable Destiny. I have become the leader? Gazing upon Takashiro Soichiro and his companions, Naruto found himself momentarily bewildered, yet clarity swiftly dawned upon him. This was the work of the system. The Takashiro clan, within 100 miles, now fell under his jurisdiction, and thus, Takashiro Soichiro and others naturally became his subordinates. Naruto welcomed this development with open arms. After a period of observation, He became convinced that these characters, controlled by the system, were unwaveringly loyal to him, as the system had bestowed upon them a profound fidelity. He felt a deep sense of comfort in this humanized setting. With their loyalty assured, he need not fear betrayal and could confidently delegate responsibilities to his subordinates. The subsequent matters revolved around post-war affairs, with the foremost task being the proper disposal of the zombie remains. Ultimately, they would be gathered in a single location where Naruto would employ his fire release technique to incinerate them completely. Though the operation was straightforward, the sheer volume rendered it a formidable undertaking. Furthermore, the reconstruction of buildings posed a significant headache for Naruto. In the end, he entrusted these matters to Takashiro Soichiro and Takashiro Yuriko. This experience profoundly impressed upon Naruto the critical importance of possessing a loyal cadre. In this territory, thanks to the system's arrangement, the people were steadfastly devoted to him. However, such loyalty was a rarity in the world of Naruto. Determined to become Hokage, Naruto found himself wearied by the demands of this land, let alone the burdensome responsibilities of Hokage, making the cultivation of loyal subordinates imperative. After delegating the tasks to Takashiro Yuriko and her associates, Naruto sought out Poison Island Seko, learning that aside from their group of capable individuals, the majority of other survivors had perished at the hands of zombies, including Komuro Takashi and Nagai. It was said that they had transformed into zombies before their ammunition had run out, tragically succumbing to a hail of arrows. Newly turned, their bodies were still rife with blood, leaving them painfully stained and collapsing in agony. Regarding the deaths of the two, Naruto spoke little. Their fates were of no concern to him. Even had they survived, he would have found a moment to deal with them. Ding. Main Quest 1 completed. Main Quest 2 completed. Main Quest 3 completed. All main quests accomplished. Master, do you wish to leave the instance world now? As he engaged in idle conversation with Poison Island Seko, the system's voice intruded upon Naruto's thoughts at an inopportune moment. Return? Startled by the system's voice, Naruto realized that a considerable amount of time had passed unbeknownst to him. Ashura, can I bring Poison Island Seko back with me? Ignoring the system, Naruto inquired within his mind. Theoretically feasible, provided you expend sufficient soul energy. However, I would advise against it for now. If you wish to bring her, it would be prudent to wait until later, came Ashura's voice in response. Why? Naruto questioned, perplexed. Foolish one. Do you not realize that your main world is on the brink of initiating the Konoha collapse plan? To involve someone of her rank, a mere genin, in such peril is reckless. What if she encounters a Chunin or Jounin, or even Orochimaru's summoned beasts? Ashura stated bluntly within Naruto's mind. Very well, I understand. Faced with Ashura's reproach, Naruto felt a sense of resignation. It seemed as though Ashura's warnings were indeed valid. The land of fire, the valley of the end, this valley, forged by conflict, held profound significance for the land of fire, especially for Konoha village. It was a symbol of Konoha's past dominion over the shinobi world. The battleground of the two most formidable figures in history, Senju and Uchiha, and also the site of their ultimate confrontation. Here lies the final battleground between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In the wake of their epic confrontation, the once verdant forest has transformed into a profound canyon, giving birth to a waterfall that cascades directly into the sea. To commemorate their formidable powers, the land of fire erected statues in their honor, monumental figures towering dozens of meters high, even devoid of their former grandeur. Their sheer magnificence invokes a sense of reverence and awe for these two legendary figures who once dominated the ninja world. Yet, despite this, the area remains largely desolate. Apart from the colossal statues, only the thunderous roar of the waterfall and the occasional flight of birds break the silence. However, today, tranquility shall be disrupted. Amidst flickering shadows, a figure manifests in this hallowed ground. The sudden appearance sends flocks of birds soaring into the sky. Have you returned? Naruhodo murmurs as he surveys the surroundings. Indeed, this figure is none other than Naruto, freshly returned from the realm of the dungeon. It dawns upon him that 5 days have elapsed. Glancing at the clock left at the entrance of the dungeon, he confirms the date with a nod. He entered the dungeon on the 21st. According to Ashura, the time is uncertain. These 5 days are merely an approximation. Within this time frame, he might have experienced 10 days, a month, or perhaps even longer. After ensuring everything was in order within the dungeon, Naruto returned, leaving behind some chakra training techniques and combat skills to aid their survival. He also instructed them to secure a radius of 100 miles around the Takagi family estate. This is Naruto's territory, a safe haven free from the onslaught of zombies. Having concluded these vital matters, Naruto informed Siko, then departed from the dungeon space. System, extract all available mission rewards, he commanded, closing his eyes as his thoughts delved into the recesses of his mind. Ding. Main quest 2 has been altered. The task of protecting the Takagi family has been completed. Reward. The territory of the Takagi family, encompassing 100 miles, is now under the owner's dominion. The owner receives a total attribute enhancement of 200 and a reward of 900 points of soul energy. Ding. A total of 136 first-level zombies slain, granting 136 points of soul energy, rounded to 714 points. Ding. A total of 172 second-level zombies slain, granting 86 points of soul energy. Ding. A total of 4 third-level zombies slain, granting 4 points of soul energy. Ding. Remaining soul energy, 560 points. Naruto acknowledged his exhilaration, seeing these rewards. It would be remiss not to feel a surge of excitement. What an extraordinary rhythm this is, akin to an overnight fortune. Gazing at his soul energy, he felt as though he had become a wealthy man overnight. Over 2,000 points of soul energy, something he dared not even dream of before the dungeon commenced, now lay within his grasp. Chapter 77. Secret Techniques Protagonist. Uzumaki Naruto Combat Power. Extraordinary. Common Martial Artist Score 10. This is the strength of ordinary mortals. Lightness Skill. Exceptional. Common Martial Artist Score 10. This is the speed of an average person. Willpower. Outstanding. Common Martial Artist Score 8. This is the realm of the resolute. Inner Power. Chakra Boundless. Mortals Score 100. Lower Tier Warriors Score 1,000. Upper Tier Warriors Score 10,000. Within Naruto resides an inexhaustible source. When any attribute reaches 1,000 and inner power surpasses 10,000, one qualifies as an upper tier warrior. Secret Technique. Divine Realm Passage. Level 3, allowing traversal at will within a 10-step radius. To ascend to the 4th level, one must possess a soul force of 300. Heavenly Eye. Level 3, capable of perceiving all within a radius of 500 steps. To advance to the 4th level requires a soul force of 300. Heavenly Ear. Level 3, able to hear all sounds within a radius of 500 steps. To ascend to the 4th level necessitates a soul force of 300. Mind Reading. Level 3, able to discern the thoughts of those whose mental strength does not exceed one's own by 200. Advancement to the 4th level demands a soul force of 300. Fate Reading. Level 3, capable of predicting the fate of those whose mental strength does not exceed one's own by 300 within 5 days. Ascending to the 4th level requires a soul force of 300. Life Drain. Level 3, transcending life and death, extending one's lifespan by 50 years. It allows one to absorb another's lifespan to replenish their own, not exceeding personal limits, or to grant others an extension of up to 5 years. It can heal injuries and ailments. Currently, there is a lifespan of 170 and a storage of 360 life essence. To upgrade to the 4th level, a soul force of 300 is required. Soul Force, 2560. Secret Technique. Eightfold Celestial Dragon. The Descent of the Azura. Transformation. The Azura of the Eightfold Celestial Dragon descends upon the heavens, sweeping across all directions. Level 3, enhancing all attributes by 60%. Ascending to the 4th level necessitates a soul force of 300. Martial Arts. Great Annihilation Hand. Harnessing the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity. It is formed with divine laws as its essence and intent as its manifestation. The hand moves with the heart, suppressing all. Kinara's Melody. A song in praise of the divine, resonating with the rhythms of heaven and earth. Bestowed upon oneself, it renders one invincible. Upon allies, it grants overwhelming strength. Upon foes, it bewitches them with dread. Level 3. Enhancing one's own strength by 15%, allies by 15%, and weakening enemies by 15%. Ascending to the 4th level requires a soul force of 300. Martial Arts. Celestial Sound. The ethereal music, a song of the soul. The heart of heaven is mine. Allies are invigorated while foes are left despondent. Ninjutsu. Collapsing Fist. Fire Release. Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. Wind Release. Spiraling Sphere. Body Flicker Technique. Commonly used. Weapons. Trident Kunai. Specially crafted long sword, a beheading blade. Nine Tails Sealing State. Nine Tails Transformation. Absorbing the immense and malevolent inner strength of the Nine Tails, doubling one's power. However, there exists the peril of being controlled by negative emotions. Forbidden Technique. One may choose forms from 1 tail to 5 tails. Insufficient physique. Subsequent secret techniques remain unreleased. Naruto gazed at his attributes and soul force, his eyes sparkling with vigor and enthusiasm. To elevate the 6 secret techniques to the 4th level requires a soul force of 300, and to the 5th level, 500. Totaling 800 soul force for the transformation of secret techniques. The eightfold techniques also require upgrading. Naruto had previously experienced Kinara's melody and celestial sound in a dungeon. The memories vivid and enchanting. Thus, he expended 1600 soul force to elevate mind reading and divine insight to level 5. He further spent 600 soul force to upgrade the Azura's Descent and Kinara's melody to level 4. Originally intending to upgrade Heavenly Eye first, the prospect of level 5 led Naruto to prioritize mind reading. For the level 3 Heavenly Eye was already sufficient. Should mind reading achieve a breakthrough, it would become even more formidable. It is worth noting that the elation Naruto once felt from having 2,560 soul force was now overshadowed by a sense of pressure. With 1,600 consumed for the 6 secret techniques and 600 for the eightfold techniques, totaling 2,200, his once bountiful resources had dwindled, leaving a mere 360, the number renowned from his past, lying quietly within. However, upon witnessing the attributes of the upgraded secret technique, Naruto smiled, realizing that every effort he had exerted was indeed worthwhile. The secret technique, Divine Realm Passage, level 5, also known as Body Passage, Body like Thought Passage, and Divine Foot Passage, allows for unimpeded movement and manifestation of one's form at will, enabling traversal within 100 steps. To ascend to the next level requires a soul power of 1,000. Heart Insight, level 5, which grants the ability to discern the thoughts of all beings within the 6 realms. Allows for the perception of the intentions of those whose spiritual power does not exceed his own by 1,000, with an advancement to the next level also necessitating 1,000 soul power. The Concealed Secret Technique, Eightfold Celestial Dragons. The Azura Demon Descends. Mutation: the arrival of the Azura from the Eightfold Celestial Dragons of Brahma, wreaking havoc in all directions. Level 4, enhancing all attributes by 80%. An elevation to the next level demands 400 soul power. Martial Art, Great Devastation Palm, harnessing the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, with divine law as its essence and intent as its form. The palm moves with the heart's desire, subduing all. The sound of Kinaras, a hymn celebrating deities and Buddhas, the music of heaven and earth, bestowing upon oneself. It renders one invincible. Upon allies, it sweeps all before them. Upon foes, it ensnares them in ghostly chains. Level 4, augmenting personal strength by 20%, allies by 20%, and weakening enemies by 20%. Ascending to the next level requires 400 soul power. Martial Art, Ethereal Melody, the sound of celestial harmony, a song of the spirit. With the heart aligned with the heavens, allies are invigorated, while enemies are left despondent. The transformations of the eightfold secret techniques were anticipated, leaving Naruto unfazed, yet the alterations in the 6 secret techniques left him utterly astounded. The Divine Realm Passage required 300 soul power to elevate from level 3 to level 4, and 500 to reach level 5. The range of movement at level 4 was limited to 8 steps, while level 5 astonishingly expanded this to 100 steps, a truly miraculous feat. The soul power required to ascend to level 6 was an unprecedented 1,000, which left Naruto, who had recently transitioned from wealth to poverty, feeling somewhat helpless. However, the enhancement of the Divine Realm Passage was not merely a matter of increased distance. With the elevation to level 5, Naruto began to faintly perceive the fluctuations of space. Indeed, it was the fluctuations of space. This was no trivial matter. The ability to sense spatial fluctuations signified that Naruto was beginning to comprehend the mysteries of space. If this development continued, he could wield space as a weapon for his attacks. Spatial attacks, whether in this realm or in higher planes, are among the most formidable methods of assault, arguably unparalleled, far surpassing techniques such as would release by countless magnitudes. Additionally, his heart insight underwent a tremendous transformation. Now able to perceive the thoughts of those with spiritual power exceeding his own by 1,000, Naruto's spiritual power slightly exceeded the threshold of 1,000. Yet, it is important to remember that he possessed means to amplify his strength, such as the Azura demon descends and the sound of Kinaras, collectively enhancing his prowess. Chapter 78. The identity of the sound ninja in the vast and desolate landscape, under a moonless night accompanied by a howling wind. A radiant moon was partially veiled by dark clouds. Atop the pinnacle of Kaiki City, Gaara sat quietly, gazing at the moon on the horizon, remaining silent. He had lost count of how many times he had done this. On every full moon night, he would vigilantly watch the moon throughout the night. Alone on a sand dune, he silently observed the luminous orb suspended in the sky. This had become a habit cultivated over many years. Yet he could not articulate why he engaged in such a ritual. Perhaps it was simply because, on this tranquil night, only the moon could accompany him through the long hours. However, for others, this might appear as a romantic and beautiful scene, but for Gaara, it felt profoundly ordinary. He had long since grown accustomed to the desolate landscape of the desert. Neither the scorching sun by day nor the tranquil serenity of night could stir the depths of his heart. At this moment, he was beset by a sense of weariness and resignation. The bright moonlight now pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Once, he yearned for companionship, for understanding and affection. But the harshness of reality had made it clear that these were dreams forever out of reach. He could only silently endure the pain of solitude, burying all emotions deep within. Gazing at the endless expanse of sand, Gaara was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sorrow. He understood that he would never escape this barren land, nor could he elude the fate of loneliness. No matter how hard he tried, nothing would change. Perhaps it was destined that he would grow old in solitude here. He sighed softly. His voice echoed through the vast desert, laden with profound melancholy. A surge of formidable power erupted instantaneously, causing the surrounding air to ripple. His body trembled slightly, as if under some unseen control. His breaths quickened, and his heartbeat raced. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms. His gaze sharpened, capable of piercing through all barriers. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a deep, authoritative roar. This roar thundered through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving all who heard it in awe. With this cry, his aura underwent another transformation, escalating to a level even more terrifying than before. Yet another earth-shattering roar erupted, shaking the very fabric of the space around him. This time, his voice bore an indescribable dominance and majesty, reminiscent of an ancient beast, compelling worship from those who heard it. His face contorted, and he struck the ceiling with a powerful palm, sand instantly swirling around his arms as if to protect him, coalescing into a fearsome sand claw. With his movement, the claw crashed down upon the rooftop, producing a thunderous boom that kicked up a cloud of dust, nearly engulfing Gaara, save for his beast-like eyes, glinting with ferocity. After a long moment, he panted heavily, surveying the destruction he had wrought. 3 deep gouges in the rooftop bore witness to his rage. Calmness returned. Was this truly his real visage? Not far away, Kabuto watched Gaara amidst the chaos, whispering to his companion, Shin. Although he had long known that Gaara was a Jinchuriki, it was still astonishing to witness such a scene firsthand. Indeed, he had never imagined that such immense power could reside within a single individual. Shin, equally solemn, remarked, "Indeed, this is the true strength of Gaara, the secret weapon of Sunagakure." Both inhaled sharply, realizing the terrifying adversary they faced, particularly Kabuto, who understood that to confront such an opponent, one must be thoroughly prepared. At that moment, they could only be grateful that their mission did not require them to contend with this horrific being. On this battlefield, Gaara manifested his unparalleled strength, leaving onlookers in awe. Yet, for the Sand Village, this power serves both as a shield safeguarding the village and a sword defending peace. Indeed, this is the mightiest weapon of the Sand Village, merely a glimpse of his true potential. Should he unleash his full power, Konoha would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Maki nodded in agreement, gazing proudly at Gaara in the distance, for he was the invincible asset of their village. However, how did you come to be here without fear of being discovered by Konoha? Maki's gaze shifted from Gaara to Kabuto, inquiring. He was aware that Kabuto was a covert spy for Orochimaru, tasked with maintaining contact within Konoha. No matter, I have already revealed my identity as a sound ninja. They must have taken note of it. Kabuto smiled at Maki, responding with nonchalance. Chapter 79, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Who dares to conspire in this place? At these words, Maki felt a chill run through him and whispered to Kabuto, if Konoha learns of our meeting, their plan to destroy the village would be in vain. The left arm of Orochimaru is detected by Konoha, yet he still dares to meet. It is truly foolish. Maki suppressed his astonishment and mocked Kabuto. Kabuto smiled with indifference, his gaze sweeping past Maki. Not so. The people of Konoha did not stumble upon this discovery by chance. It was I who orchestrated it. I sought to gauge their reactions, thus I deliberately exposed myself before Kakashi while searching for Sasuke. Sasuke will inevitably return to us. Exposure is inconsequential, and this matter does not hinder our plans. I hope that is the case. Should you falter, we shall retreat immediately, for this is a strategy of the Sound Ninja. Maki snorted coldly, casting a wary glance at Kabuto, for the wind shadow had made it clear that the Sand Ninja should not be overly ostentatious. Kabuto smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, a hint of mockery lurking at the corners of his mouth. Windblade, what other means are at your disposal? Why is it like this? Moonlight Gale lurked in the shadows, his body trembling slightly as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He had merely been following orders to track Uchiha Sasuke, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon this dreadful conspiracy. The village's destruction, with the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja involved, was all a plot against Konoha. Even the Chunin exams had become part of their scheme. This is the detailed plan. Keep it safe. Kabuto produced a scroll from his waist and handed it to Maki, speaking calmly. Furthermore, it is time to reveal the truth to Gaara. Kabuto looked towards Gaara in the distance, beginning to speak. I understand. Maki nodded, responding with composure. Then, until we meet again. Kabuto smiled as he bid farewell to Maki. Indeed, allying with the Sand Ninja has led to clandestine dealings with the Sound Ninja. Moonlight Gale, upon hearing this, understood the gravity of the alliance against Konoha and, as a Jonin, could not remain oblivious. Regardless, I must swiftly report this to Lord Hokage. Moonlight Gale quietly prepared to depart. Wait, I shall handle the aftermath. Kabuto hesitated, his expression darkening, turning his back to Maki, his voice ominous. No, I shall take care of it. As a comrade, the Sand Ninja must contribute their share. Maki shook his head, suddenly turning back, his gaze piercing through Moonlight Gale's south hiding place, a fierce expression on his face. Moreover, a mere little mouse is easily dispatched. Alas, the Moonlight Gale was exposed, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. In an instant, both the Moonlight Gale and Maki vanished simultaneously. One fled while the other pursued, their silhouettes weaving through the darkness. Maki stood before the Moonlight Gale, tauntingly inquiring, "Isn't this the esteemed proctor? What brings you to this place?" The Moonlight Gale offered no reply, instead fixating on Maki, contemplating the necessity of engaging in combat. With his hand firmly grasping the blade concealed at his back, he executed the Leaf's crescent moon dance, enveloping Maki in a flurry of movements, his sword gleaming as it sought its mark. With a sudden thrust, blood splattered as the blade pierced Maki's shoulder, embedding itself a mere 2 centimeters deep, inadvertently ensnaring its wielder. Is this the famed crescent moon dance of the Leaf? Such prowess lies hidden within the young generation. Yet Maki remained unfazed, declaring, "Your blade is now thwarted. Prepare for my wind blade." Slowly raising his hand, he formed a seal, and the wind surged forth, manifesting the wind release, blade of wind. The Moonlight Gale was pierced through, collapsing to the ground, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Maki. Humph, indeed. Merely a slightly larger rodent, Maki remarked, nonchalantly extracting the blade from his shoulder and casting it aside towards the Moonlight Gale, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. You, a mere rodent, dare to challenge me? Such arrogance. Maki then examined his shoulder, where a deep gash bled profusely. However, for him, this injury was trivial, scarcely even qualifying as a scratch. After all, he was a Nin of Sunagakure, having endured countless battles and bloodshed, his body hardened beyond measure. Turning away, Maki presumed that the gravely wounded Moonlight Gale would not survive until morning. By the time he was discovered, it would be too late. Yet soon, a figure appeared beside the Moonlight Gale, illuminated by the light of dawn, revealing Naruto's true form. Fortunately, there's still time, he mused, kneeling to press his hand against the Moonlight Gale's chest. A vibrant green energy surged from Naruto's palm, flowing into the Moonlight Gale's body, though the wounds remained unhealed. The pallor of his face gradually brightened. Naruto had bestowed upon the Moonlight Gale 5 years of vitality. However, in his severely injured state, while his life was preserved, each passing second consumed more life force than a normal person would expend. Thus, the 5 years would merely suffice to extend his life by a month. With his heart damaged, even though the life force was restored, it could not sustain excessive activity. The Moonlight Gale could no longer serve as a ninja. He was destined to live as a mere mortal for a month. Very well, it matters not. The objective has been achieved. I shall take him to see the third Hokage. With that, Naruto lifted the Moonlight Gale, and in a flash, they vanished from sight. Chapter 80. Unconsciousness in the Hidden Leaf's secret council chamber. As dawn broke, the elite ninjas of Konoha had gathered. The third Hokage presided at the head of the table, flanked by the 2 foremost advisors of the village. The remaining J-nin took their seats, their collective gaze fixed upon the third Hokage. Could it be true? Kakashi pondered, looking at the third Hokage in astonishment. Though incredulous, he understood that the Hokage would never jest about such matters. Indeed, when Naruto sought me out last night, I too was astounded. Under the moonlight, the swift wind I dispatched to monitor the Sand Shinobi's elite encountered a perilous crisis. Fortunately, the lower-ranked ninja, Naruto Uzumaki, came to his timely rescue. However, even so, the swift wind is left with but a month to live. Upon mentioning this matter, the third Hokage's expression bore a hint of sorrow, as it reminded the aging elder of his eldest son, the esteemed Narashikamu, once celebrated as one of Konoha's legendary 8, whose current plight echoes that of the past. As the third Hokage's words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, yet the solemnity of the conference room swiftly quelled the uproar. Drawing every gaze toward the third Hokage, "Is this the doing of Orochimaru?" Akatsuki inquired anxiously, her nerves frayed by the recent return of the notorious rogue, leading her to associate any incident with him. No, it is premature to draw conclusions. The swift wind was tracking a Sand Shinobi. Although Orochimaru is indeed orchestrating something in the shadows, Kakashi countered, acknowledging the suspicion of Orochimaru while emphasizing that as shinobi, one must not rely solely on emotions for judgment. Third Hokage, does this imply that we are to cancel the Chunin exams? The assembly inquired with a tone of unease. No, during the Chunin exams. Orochimaru has already revealed himself before Akatsuki, boldly declaring that he will not permit us to interrupt this examination of the allied nations. As for the assailant against the swift wind, it could be Orochimaru's subordinate or someone else. The third Hokage's voice resonated with a heavy gloom, evidently troubled, perhaps reminiscent of his eldest son or the ominous presence of Orochimaru. Why so, third Hokage? We remain oblivious to the intelligence brought back by the swift wind. He still lies in a coma. Mito Minyin could not help but interject. No, the swift wind awakened not long ago. I commanded him to rest. Moreover, Orochimaru's objectives are intimately tied to the swift wind's mission, the third Hokage replied, shaking his head. What? Wasn't it said that the swift wind was tracking a Sand Shinobi? Mito Minyin expressed his astonishment, as the elite below also reflected similar surprise, evidently contemplating a potential reality. Indeed, Orochimaru has allied with the Sand Shinobi. Were it not for the intelligence that the swift wind risked his life to acquire, I would be reluctant to believe this truth. The third Hokage inhaled deeply and addressed the assembly. The room fell silent in response. Their intentions had become apparent from the fragmented information brought back by the swift wind. It was deduced that they sought to obliterate Konoha, planning to strike during the third exam. Orochimaru's aim may be directed at me. While the Sand Shinobi village appears discontent with its current standing, unwilling to remain beneath Konoha, it seems we are on the brink of war. Whether it will manifest as a localized conflict or escalate into widespread flames remains uncertain. Yet, I hold unwavering confidence in you all, until the final moment. Even if it requires the full might of Konoha, I shall stand resolute against them. The third Hokage's face radiated determination as he addressed the assembly. Yes, for the sake of Konoha, we shall fight to the death. In response, the gathered shinobi echoed in unison, grateful for the soundproofing of the conference room. Otherwise, their thunderous exclamations would have reverberated throughout the land. Very well, issue an immediate order. All elite shinobi must remain on high alert, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Secretly recall those elite shinobi stationed outside. Those who can return must report back to their teams. Elite shinobi must maintain contact with their respective squads. Should war erupt, notify your members at once and prepare for combat. All actions must remain confidential. And Konoha's alert level shall be elevated to 3, ready to escalate to 1 at a moment's notice. Before the war, the citizens of Konoha were evacuated to safe locations, especially the children. The third Hokage issued command after command, each one foreshadowing the imminent arrival of conflict. The atmosphere was grave, and with every instruction uttered, the weight of tension grew heavier. Once the third had finished speaking, everyone responded in unison. Also, you may step forward. The third nodded, directing his gaze to the left where the presence had yet to reveal itself. As soon as the third completed his sentence, all the elite shinobi present, including Mito Gate-un and T-Rune Kamaru, instinctively turned their attention to that direction, astonished that someone had remained unnoticed for so long. A ripple stirred in the air, and a figure emerged from the void, approaching the third with measured steps. Third Hokage, the newcomer greeted, with golden hair and a radiant smile that momentarily enchanted the assembly, evoking memories of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from 12 years prior. However, this individual was not the fourth, but rather his son, Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi was the first to react, exclaiming, "Naruto Uzumaki?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the others snapped back to reality, casting puzzled glances at Naruto. They had heard of his name, the prodigy of Kakashi's team, but questioned why he was present. "I invited Naruto here," the third replied calmly. "I summoned him because there is a task of utmost importance I wish to assign to him. Aside from him, I can think of no one more suited for this responsibility." Chapter 81. Impulse Sensei Kakashi, esteemed elders, Naruto said, bowing respectfully to the third Hokage before turning and offering a composed smile to the gathered elite shinobi. "Naruto, what brings you here?" Kakashi could not help but inquire, while other shinobi also directed their gaze towards him. The presence of a genin in a gathering of J-nin was unprecedented. "I invited Naruto here. I have a critical mission to entrust him with," the third Hokage declared, his voice resonating with authority, captivating all in attendance. The third's proclamation stirred a significant uproar among the assembly. Despite being merely a genin, Naruto was deemed more capable of executing the task than the J-nin present, which left them feeling quite perturbed. Clearing his throat to regain control over the gathering, the third signaled for silence, reminding everyone that they were in a conference room, not a marketplace. The Hokage's presence commanded respect, and with his cough, the J-nin quickly fell silent, their eyes fixed on the third, eager for clarification. Not only the J-nin, but Naruto too, gazed attentively at the third. After all, it was the third who had summoned him, citing the urgency of the matter. Yet the specifics remained unknown to him. "I believe everyone here is aware of Naruto's identity," the third Hokage began, addressing the J-nin below. "Identity?" the question echoed, and all eyes turned towards Naruto. Yet, it did not take long for a realization to dawn upon them, their expressions shifting dramatically. In Konoha, Naruto was widely recognized as the host of the Nine Tails, and although rumors had diminished as he matured in the Ninja Academy, the significance of the Nine Tails name was not to be underestimated. The term Demon Fox was merely a label used by ordinary villagers. As a ninja, particularly as a jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, they are acutely aware of the true identity of the Jinchuriki, the host of the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. At this moment, the discussion surrounding the impending assault from the Sand and Sound villages and the mention of the Jinchuriki weighs heavily on the mind of Hokage. "Are you suggesting that the Sand Village has brought their Jinchuriki to the Hidden Leaf?" Kakashi inquired, gazing intently at the third Hokage, his expression grave. Should the speculation prove accurate, it would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic fate for the Hidden Leaf. Kakashi's words ignited a dawning realization among the gathered, their faces reflecting concern as they turned toward the third Hokage. If this were indeed the case, the war would plunge into uncharted territory. "Indeed, the Sand Village has brought their Jinchuriki to our gates," the third affirmed, fixing his gaze upon the jonin below, articulating the harsh truth they were most reluctant to accept. "What? Is the Sand Village truly intent on confronting us directly? If that is the case, there can be no room for negotiation." The assembly was incredulous. How could the Sand Village undertake such a reckless endeavor? Do they genuinely believe they can conquer the Hidden Leaf? Outrageous. This is unforgivable. They dare to act in such a manner. The Hidden Leaf can no longer show mercy. Indeed, it may very well lead to war. What is there to fear? The third Hokage's declaration stirred the jonin, who were on the verge of rising to their feet in agitation. Tension was palpable in the air. Even the female ninja, Kurenai, bore a troubled expression. Although a newly appointed jonin, she had experienced the tumult of the Third Shinobi World War and possessed a grim understanding of the destructive potential of a Jinchuriki, particularly recalling the Ninetales incident from 12 years prior. Not only the jonin present, but also the esteemed advisors, Mito Gate and Kurenai, bore expressions of indignation. What a Jinchuriki represented was most comprehended by the older generation, seasoned by the ravages of multiple conflicts. They knew it to be an ultimate weapon of war, akin to nuclear armaments, capable of obliterating an entire nation. Such entities could not be subdued by mere numbers. Their colossal stature, immense chakra reserves, and remarkable regenerative capabilities rendered them harbingers of calamity. The strategy of overwhelming numbers was futile against them, a path leading only to self-destruction, the outcome of which was uncertain. It was this formidable power that rendered them the most perilous entities within the ninja world. During the Ninetales incident, countless ninjas attempted to hold the beast at bay, and many jonin sacrificed themselves. Yet to the Ninetales, these were but inconsequential assaults. Only through the combined efforts of the third Hokage and numerous jonin was the beast barely contained outside the village, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, had it not been for the fourth Hokage and the exceptional sealing technique of the Reaper Death Seal, the hidden leaf might have ceased to exist. 12 years have passed. Are the tailed beasts to descend upon us once more? Although the one tail, Shikaku, may not wield the same power as the nine tails, it remains a force beyond the capacity of an ordinary jonin to confront. At the very least, a leader of significant caliber would be required to withstand it, let alone repel or defeat it. The expressions of the gathered were grave, and Naruto also turned his gaze toward the third Hokage. He had received notice of his summons, but was not informed of the purpose. Now, with his identity as a Jinchuriki being brought to light, what was the intent? Did the Hokage desire for him to confront Gaara? No, he had resolved to intervene in the conflict between the Hokage and Orochimaru. He looked at the third Hokage with a puzzled expression. Third Hokage, are you suggesting that Naruto confront the Jinchuriki from the Sand Village? Kakashi asked, looking intently at the Hokage. Indeed, the third Hokage nodded. What? Hokage, is this decision not rather hasty? Can Naruto truly harness the power of the Nine Tails? A jonin questioned, gazing at the third Hokage. That is a query best directed to Naruto's mentor, came the reply. 3 generations have passed without resolution, leaving the matter to Kakashi. No problem. He stated, Naruto has mastered the power of the Nine Tails, rivaling the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village. Kakashi's words dispelled the doubts of the jonin present. Although the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village was reluctant to admit it, when it came to controlling tailed beasts, no one could compare. Save for the third Mizukage of the Mist Village. Naruto's prowess in handling the Nine Tails was now unparalleled. However, before we proceed, there is a matter I must address. The third remarked calmly. What is it, Lord Third? The assembly inquired, turning their attention towards him. This matter dates back 12 years, concerning the identity of Naruto Uzumaki. The third's gaze swept over the gathered jonin before finally resting on Naruto, his eyes reflecting both affection and regret, ultimately transforming into a resolute determination. Behind him, Mito Gate Yagura and Nami Kamachi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, caught between the urge to speak and the necessity of restraint as they considered the jonin below. Suppressing their inner turmoil, they understood that the third was paving the way for Naruto. When the third decided to groom Naruto for the position of Hokage, they foresaw this day. The third believed that revealing Naruto as the son of the fourth Hokage would be the most effective way to establish his standing among the ninjas and villagers. Chapter 82. Existence in the world. None in attendance anticipated that the third Hokage would unveil Naruto's secret at this moment. Although some harbored minor grievances for not being forewarned, they were mentally prepared. They observed Naruto, recognizing his potential to become Hokage, embodying the kindness of the third and the decisiveness of Danzo, treating friends with the warmth of spring while confronting foes with the chill of autumn. The qualities within Naruto evoke the shadows of both the third and Danzo, and they believed that any remaining shortcomings would be gradually refined by time. As the third revealed Naruto's identity, Kakashi's expression subtly shifted, a flicker of joy surfacing. Other jonin exhibited confusion, while a few, deep in thought, regarded Naruto with curiosity. From the expressions of the third, Mito Gate Yagura, Nami Kamachi, and Kakashi, they began to glean the truth. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed at the third in astonishment, pondering, what is happening? Though he was aware of his lineage, the people of Konoha were not, especially given that this was a secret kept for over a decade. He had never anticipated the third would disclose this, and he found himself momentarily out of sync with the third's intentions. The lack of prior warning caught him off guard. Nevertheless, Naruto did not oppose the revelation of his identity. It was beneficial to him. Among his tasks was the item of disclosing his lineage, and the third's actions undoubtedly aided him in fulfilling this objective. More importantly, this identity would serve as an unimpeded credential and a source of prestige, both now and in the future, as long as he remained in the Land of Fire. Indeed, it is Naruto's identity, the third proclaimed. Some among the assembly were aware, while others were not. Uzumaki Naruto, originally known as Namikaze Naruto, was the son of the fourth Hokage, who had bravely sacrificed himself 12 years ago to protect Konoha. However, due to being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and various other special circumstances, this information had remained confidential until now. Today, I announced that Naruto's identity is to be made public, the third declared, his voice resonating through the conference room, clear for all to hear. Silence fell. The moment the third concluded his statement, an eerie stillness enveloped the conference room, as quiet as death itself. All eyes were riveted upon Naruto, with his golden hair, azure eyes, familiar smile, and a disposition as radiant as the sun, complemented by his mastery of space-time ninjutsu. When Naruto first made his appearance, speculation had already begun among the crowd, but the third Hokage interrupted their thoughts with a statement that left no room for doubt. Aside from him, I cannot think of anyone more suitable for this task. Reflecting on this moment, it indeed became clear that this was the legendary space-time ninjutsu, the most formidable secret technique in the ninja world. The expressions of those present varied. Some were filled with astonishment, others disbelief, and yet others were overwhelmed with emotion, creating a tapestry of sentiments. Notably, Kakashi, along with the disciples and guards of the late fourth Hokage, Kakashi, Narashikaku, and Iwasaki, each reacted differently. The former was already aware, while the latter only learned today. Regardless, their collective joy at the third Hokage revealing Naruto's identity was palpable. They had never anticipated that the deceased fourth Hokage would still have a living descendant. Upon learning of Naruto's lineage, the gazes of the elite shinobi towards him subconsciously transformed, imbued with respect, recognition, awe, and acceptance. The son of the fourth Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a scion of privilege, and the embodiment of a mythical fox. This stark contrast in identity evoked feelings of guilt and regret among all the ninjas, as if they owed him a debt. This was precisely the third Hokage's intent, the true reason for publicly disclosing Naruto's identity, maximizing the impact of this revelation. After all, if someone like Danzo were to announce it, the repercussions would be significantly diminished. Thus, the third Hokage chose to unveil this information discreetly, ensuring that by the time the elite shinobi circle was aware of Naruto's heritage, it would be irrevocable. Young Master Naruto, we have caused you much suffering over the years, Narashikaku, Kakashi, and Iwasaki said as they half-kneeled before Naruto. They were the guards of the fourth Hokage, serving as his personal protectors and subordinates, loyal solely to him. With the fourth Hokage now deceased, Naruto naturally became their object of loyalty. Naruto gazed at the three men. Although aware of their identities, he found himself at a loss for words. The third Hokage's actions had been so abrupt that, not only the others, but even Naruto himself was unprepared. I am Narashikaku, formerly a guard of the fourth Hokage, and now serve as young Master Naruto as protector. Narashikaku introduced himself. I am Kakashi, once a guard of the fourth Hokage, and now I stand as young Master Naruto as protector, Kakashi added. I am Iwasaki, previously a guard of the fourth Hokage, and now I serve young Master Naruto. Iwasaki concluded. We come to pay our respects to you, young Master Naruto. They spoke in unison. Rise, Naruto nodded, addressing them. Although he was delighted to have the loyalty of three elite shinobi, it felt inappropriate to keep them kneeling. Upon hearing his words, the trio stood but did not return to their previous positions. Instead, they positioned themselves behind Naruto, signifying their allegiance. Naruto turned to the third Hokage, aware that these men were his superiors, and such a display required an explanation to the third Hokage. Very well, they shall now be under your command. They were once your father's subordinates, and now they are effectively your followers. The third Hokage smiled slightly as he spoke to Naruto. His revelation of Naruto's identity was indeed advantageous for consolidating Naruto's position, and having the former guards of the fourth Hokage follow him was fortuitous. All right then, but what exactly is my mission, Lord Third Hokage? Naruto inquired, looking at the third Hokage with curiosity. Certain matters, when cloaked in excessive politeness, may come across as insincere, particularly those pertaining to personal relationships. Such evasiveness can indeed reflect a lack of respect. The third Hokage observed Naruto's demeanor with a satisfied nod. It was not just him. Both Mito Minyin and Tintin also silently acknowledged Naruto's attitude. Regarding your mission, you are to restrain or defeat Shikaku, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, during an assault on Sunagakure, ensuring a swift resolution while minimizing collateral damage and preserving the integrity of Konoha's structures. However, it is imperative that you do not endanger his life. Intelligence suggests that he is not only a Jinchuriki, but also the son of the fourth Kazekage. Should he find himself in peril, the consequences would be dire. The third regarded Naruto and remarked upon the daunting nature of this task. Defeating a Jinchuriki without taking their life and preventing the conflict from escalating is no small feat. It is no wonder the third remarked that, apart from Naruto, few could accomplish such a challenge. Chapter 83. The most terrifying matter indeed. This is where we find ourselves. Within the confines of Konoha's bathhouse, based on the third Hokage's intelligence, Jiraiya had returned home, and Naruto was diligently searching for him. After receiving the third's assignment, Naruto expressed his desire to find a skilled mentor to hone his abilities, thereby enhancing his chances in the Chunin exams. Without hesitation, the third acquiesced to this modest request. However, given Naruto's status as a Jonin, there were few capable of instructing him, although the third was one of them. He was currently preoccupied with preparations for the impending conflict with Sunagakure and Otogakure, leaving him unable to provide Naruto with the guidance he sought. Nonetheless, the third's inability to mentor personally did not imply that there were no alternatives. Intelligence from the Umbu had revealed that Jiraiya had returned to the village days prior. Thus, the third directly recommended him to Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Yet, upon learning this, Naruto scoured nearly half of Konoha's bathhouses, and to his dismay, he encountered not a single sighting of Jiraiya, nor even a voyeur. Indeed, it seemed that the only individuals prone to such peeping in Konoha were the third and Jiraiya themselves. Though somewhat lewd, Naruto could not help but acknowledge his profound respect for the third, who had managed to impart the three great vices of the ninja world to his disciples. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto was suddenly snapped back to attention by a figure that intruded upon his vision, causing him to momentarily pause. A slow smile crept across his face. With hair as white as snow, clad in a crimson cloak, and wearing wooden sandals, the unmistakable lecherous grin and drooling demeanor. He sported the oil symbol headband. It was Jiraiya. Without need for further introduction, Naruto instantly recognized the man before him. Such an appearance and such a lascivious gaze could belong to no one else in Konoha. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Naruto looked at Jiraiya with eyes alight with fervor. For Jiraiya was integral to an important mission of his, a mission that promised the most perverse power of the Rinnegan as its reward. However, gazing at the lascivious Jiraiya, Naruto pondered for a moment before deciding to greet him more courteously. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed like a jet engine, "There S.A. peeping Tom." In an instant, he executed the summoning technique, appearing behind Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could process the situation, still caught up in the reverberations of Naruto's shout, Naruto delivered a swift kick to his protruding backside, sending him crashing through the wooden wall into the bathhouse. However, it appears that the situation is amiss. The direction is incorrect. Jiraiya is descending towards the area designated for the elderly. Surely, this is intentional. A profound silence is shattered by screams of horror. There is a voyeuristic pervert, and chaos ensues, with towels, wooden tubs, and shoes flying haphazardly. Most significantly, that lascivious old man has tumbled through the air 2 or 3 times. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto feels that things have escalated beyond reasonable bounds. Yet, before he can fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, a figure flashes before him. He is swiftly lifted and whisked away from the scene. Who are you, young man? Are you unaware of the grave offense of disturbing the inspiration of a great writer? In a secluded forest, Jiraiya glares at Naruto, perhaps due to exhaustion, his breath labored. In that moment, Jiraiya appears frail, his complexion pale, as though he has just endured a harrowing ordeal. Indeed, for Jiraiya, it is terrifying, being thrown into a bathhouse. Particularly a women's bathhouse, even if met with a beating, holds a certain thrill in proximity to those alluring, unclad maidens. Yet, the true horror lies not in the young women's bathhouse, but rather in the area reserved for the elderly, filled with aging matrons. Amidst the chaos, as objects were hurled about, including Jiraiya himself spinning through the air, do not misunderstand. These were all desperate maneuvers to escape. Although screams echoed upon his descent, no one exhibited fear. Instead, the matrons surrounded Jiraiya, their hands all over him. In his frantic bid for liberation, he naturally created a tumultuous scene. For Jiraiya, this was nothing short of a nightmare. No, a fate far more dreadful than a mere nightmare. "Ah, forgive me, it was a misunderstanding," Naruto awkwardly remarked, having discerned Jiraiya's predicament through his perceptive insight, realizing that he had perhaps overstepped the bounds of propriety. Chapter 84. A fatal misunderstanding. Is it so preposterous that a mere mistake could be so easily erased? Do you not comprehend that I nearly paid with my life for this transgression? My life has no regrets, save for the fleeting silhouette racing against the sunset, a representation of my vanished youth. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's fury intensified as he bellowed at Naruto. In retrospect, he found himself yearning to smash his head against a wall, a lifetime of reputation, reduced to nothing in an instant. Yet, you mentioned unexpected events. When did this chaotic world intrude upon my existence? Has it truly come to this? Gazing at Jiraiya, Naruto was drenched in sweat. Perhaps we should attempt this once more. I assure you, there will be no errors this time, he proposed earnestly. You fool, do you dare suggest we try again? Jiraiya retorted in a fit of rage. He feared that another attempt would lead him not to self-destruction, but rather to a swift demise from sheer exasperation. Naruto was at a loss for words. It was merely a momentary lapse, wasn't it? Very well, young man. Enough talk. I have matters to attend to in gathering intelligence. Remember this. Do not let our paths cross again. Jiraiya clearly wished to avoid any further encounters with Naruto, turning to depart. Wait, Naruto exclaimed, flustered. After a painstaking effort to locate him, how could he allow Jiraiya to leave without knowing where to find him next? What is it? Jiraiya glanced back at Naruto, inquiring. Are you not one of the legendary Sannin, known as the Pervy Sage? Naruto addressed him. However, it seems something has been overlooked. Confound it. I am the Toad Sage, roared Jiraiya, his fury palpable today. Indeed, it is I. This is a letter from the third Hokage. Jiraiya nodded, handing the letter, composed of intelligence imparted by the third. To Naruto. Old man, Naruto's words finally drew Jiraiya's attention. The third must have entrusted him with this message for a compelling reason. Earlier, in his anger, Jiraiya had overlooked Naruto. Now, upon closer inspection, he was astonished. Minato, Jiraiya nearly blurted out, but restrained himself. Though Naruto bore a slight resemblance to the fourth, he was still young, and the fourth was long deceased. Jiraiya had always believed him alive. Indeed, unlike the original narrative, Naruto had once been small and impoverished. Despite some similarities, no one would conflate a diminutive, destitute youth with the dashing and affluent fourth Hokage. Now, however, Naruto was formidable, tall, handsome, and radiated confidence. His aura, particularly after experiencing the bloodshed of High School of the Dead, exuded decisiveness and a kingly demeanor. Coupled with his many resemblances to the fourth, it was easy to draw parallels. Thus, Jiraiya solemnly accepted the letter from Naruto's hand and unfolded it. You are Naruto, yes? From now on, you shall train with me. After a long pause, Jiraiya sealed the letter, gazing at Naruto as he spoke. Congratulations, you have gained the acknowledgement of one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya, and have become his disciple. Title task, Child of Destiny completed. Please, host, select your destiny's mission swiftly. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the voice of the system resonated in Naruto's mind, informing him of his newfound status as Jiraiya's disciple and the recognition he had received. Title task, Child of Destiny, must gain Jiraiya's acknowledgement to become his disciple. Ability, become the Child of Destiny in the world of Naruto. Upon reaching the level of a Kage, there is a significant likelihood of awakening the Eye of Reincarnation. Note, requires the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, otherwise, it is ineffective. Destiny's mission, creation and destruction. Task, create a world of peace. Accept, yes, no. Task, destroy to seek rebirth. Accept, yes, no. Listening to Jiraiya's words and the system's prompts, Naruto was uncertain of the letter's contents, but it seemed harmless. Perhaps it was to inform Jiraiya of his identity and encourage him to take him as a disciple. Otherwise, Jiraiya would not have easily acquiesced. Regarding the system's prompt in his mind, Naruto chose destruction to seek rebirth. He felt that resolving issues through strength was more suitable for him. Unlike the original Naruto, he did not believe he could effortlessly persuade every antagonist. Lacking the prowess of Tang Bohu's Restore My Innocence Fist or Return My Innocence Fist, he could not absolve figures like Nagato or Obito. Only the matter of Uchiha Madara remained. Though Naruto lacked a potent means of absolution, he possessed the system and maintained his strength, which could rival the original Restore My Innocence Fist. Therefore, he regarded the task of creating a peaceful world with trepidation. In this world of ninjas, issues were resolved through power. Everything was predicated on strength. Without it, reasoning held little value. As the ancients proclaimed, history is written by the victors. Your capabilities are somewhat familiar to me. While I cannot enhance your strength in a short span, I can impart some ninjutsu to you. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto and declared that since he had promised to take Naruto as his disciple, he would devote himself entirely to the task. Moreover, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Ninjutsu. I have already learned quite a bit, Naruto replied, looking at Jiraiya. For him, ninjutsu was never in short supply. He had thoroughly studied the Book of Seals. What need was there for more ninjutsu? Not only ninjutsu, but he was also proficient in sealing techniques and even some secret arts like wood release. Although he lacked the wood release chakra, he had mastered the necessary hand signs. Yet, it seemed that Jiraiya had no suitable ninjutsu to offer him. No, perhaps, my boy, what I intend to teach you is not ordinary ninjutsu, Jiraiya said, observing Naruto. The letter mentioned you are aware of your lineage, correct? Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who nodded in confirmation. Indeed, the third Hokage has publicly acknowledged this matter to the Jonin of Konoha today, Naruto responded. Is that so? The old man truly. Jiraiya shook his head. As a disciple of the third, he understood the third's intentions. However, he was mistaken. The third not only granted Naruto his identity, but also planned to nurture him to become Hokage. Since that is the case, you shall learn my summoning technique, which is also the signature ninjutsu of your father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya nodded. Chapter 85, Exaggerated Posture, the Secret Technique of Summoning. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, this was the summoning technique he had anticipated. Naruto had originally desired to master this skill, not because the toad summon was particularly formidable. Although it appeared impressive at the moment, it was merely at the novice stage. Once he ventured into the worlds of One Piece or Bleach, the toad would be powerless, destined to become nothing more than fodder for elimination, reigning only in lower-tier realms. Thus, for Naruto, the toad summon was merely a transitional phase. What truly captivated him about Jiraiya's summon was the Sage Mode. Once mastered, Naruto's power would undoubtedly experience a significant surge in a short period, causing all his attributes to skyrocket. In the original narrative, Naruto without Sage Mode was woefully weak, barely able to contend with Jonin, yet once activated, he could even stand against the 6 paths of pain, illustrating the overwhelming and monstrous nature of Sage Mode. Seeing the joy radiating from Naruto's face, Jiraiya felt a swell of pride, evidently believing that Naruto desired his summon. While his summon was indeed renowned, had he known that Naruto was primarily interested in Sage Mode, he might have been enraged. Not just him, it was likely that the toads would feel the same. It is worth noting that they were merely supplementary. How should they reconcile their existence? However, this was solely due to their weakness and narrow perspectives. Naruto had, to a certain extent, transcended their realm, leading one to wonder, had he not possessed the 6-path system, would he have found himself unable to perceive higher existences like them? Their aspirations were confined to the peak of this realm, rather than the true pinnacle. Jiraiya, unaware of Naruto's thoughts, observed his expression and, not wishing to delay further, assumed a self-assured pose and summoned a 2-meter-tall toad. Had this occurred in Naruto's past life, it would have astounded the world. Yet in Myaboka Mountain, especially among the toads, it was a trivial existence, utterly insignificant compared to the mountainous forms of the Fukasaku brothers. Amidst the resounding laughter, the illustrious Jiraiya, the toad sage of Mt. Myaboku, struck an exaggerated pose atop the head of a toad, declaring his presence with boisterous mirth to Naruto. The foolish Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with calm indifference, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What expression is that, you brat? Are you envious of my better looks? Jiraiya leaped down from the toad's head, fixing his gaze upon Naruto. With a scornful smile, Naruto retorted, "What nonsense is this? Lord Jiraiya, you summoned me for what purpose?" The toad, unfazed by being called forth only to be ignored, inquired. Tai, we have a situation. Where is the summoning scroll? My disciple wishes to sign a contract, Jiraiya responded, looking at the toad, who was indeed Tai of the skies. Your disciple, Lord Jiraiya? Tai's attention shifted to Naruto, but he quickly exclaimed, Lord Minato. Tai, he is not Minato. He is Minato's son, Naruto. Jiraiya hurriedly clarified upon noticing Tai's reaction. Lord Minato's son, Naruto? Tai remarked, directing his gaze at Naruto. That's me. Naruto nodded, looking at the toad before him. It seemed his father held considerable esteem in Mt. Mayaboku, known for taming the great toads. Thus his name resonated widely. Very well, Tai. Present the summoning scroll to Naruto, Jiraiya instructed. Certainly, Naruto. This is the summoning contract scroll of our clan. Tai opened his massive mouth, his long tongue unfurling a grand scroll that landed before Naruto. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed several names, a few recent and the rest ancient, clearly having withstood the test of time. A blank space adjacent to Naruto's father's name, Minato Namikaze, awaited a new inscription. Without hesitation, Naruto drew a small cut on his finger, inscribing his name in blood and pressing his hand upon the scroll, thus sealing the contract. With that settled, Lord Jiraiya, Naruto, I shall take my leave. After retrieving the signed scroll from Naruto, Tai bid farewell to Jiraiya and Naruto. In an instant, with a resounding poof, a cloud of white mist enveloped the area, and Tai had vanished. Now, Naruto, since you have forged a contract with Mt. Mayaboku, let us put the summoning technique to the test. I trust you have mastered the necessary hand seals, Jiraiya stated, disregarding Tai's departure. I will, Naruto affirmed, biting his thumb and commencing the hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding crack, white mist enveloped the surroundings as Naruto completed the 5 seals in rapid succession. Pressing one hand to the ground, runes surged forth. With a series of loud pops, the area was shrouded in mist, and a colossal figure materialized before Naruto and Jiraiya, its immense form nearly blocking out the sunlight, casting a vast shadow. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. A green-skinned body, arms crossed before its chest, bore 2 massive blades on its back. The sheer aura it emanated suggested a strength rivaling that of a shadow-level ninja. Frog K, Jiraiya slowly identified, and the summoned being addressed him. Lord Jiraiya, for what purpose have you summoned me? Frog K lowered its gaze towards Jiraiya, its voice booming despite its attempt at moderation, echoing like a normal person's shout. Frog K, this time it was not I who summoned you, but rather my disciple. He has just signed a contract with Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya nudged Naruto beside him and addressed Fukasaku. This is my disciple, he said, turning his gaze towards Naruto. Lord Minato's son, Fukasaku exclaimed in astonishment. He is Naruto, not Minato, Jiraiya clarified. Greetings, Naruto, son of Lord Minato. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fukasaku nodded towards Naruto. Hello, Fukasaku. I look forward to your guidance in future battles, Naruto replied as he stepped closer to Fukasaku. I will assist you to the best of my ability, Naruto, Fukasaku responded respectfully. Unlike the original character Fukasaku, he did not underestimate Naruto due to his young age. This may be attributed to both Naruto's identity as the 4th Hokage's son and his strength. In the original story, when Naruto summoned Fukasaku, he was merely a genin, with limited strength, even when disregarding his chakra. With Fukasaku's considerable power, it was inconceivable that he would belittle Naruto. Chapter 86. A glimmer of anticipation soon. I shall face a battle of life and death, and at that time, I will surely call upon you to join me on the battlefield. Naruto gazed at Fukasaku and nodded solemnly. To confront Shikaku, he would need a partner of equal strength, and among Fukasaku's 3 brothers, any of them would be the ideal choice. Really? Fukasaku blurted out, his voice tinged with excitement. Naruto, hearing this, looked curiously at Jiraiya. Fukasaku's demeanor suggested he was a battle enthusiast, yet the frogs of Mount Mayaboku were not typically known for their combative nature. Ahem. He has not tasted the thrill of battle for quite some time, Jiraiya explained, observing Naruto. It seemed that both he and Minato often relied on Fukasaku for combat. While Fukasaku's brothers were usually summoned only when the enemy had numerous summoning beasts. Rest assured, Fukasaku, the impending battle will surely be exhilarating for you. And you must give your all, as the opponent is exceedingly perilous. I request your full cooperation in the battles to come, Naruto stated, nodding at Fukasaku. Understood. I will. Fukasaku replied promptly. Well then, Lord Jiraiya, Naruto, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Fukasaku said, looking at the two of them. They both nodded in acknowledgement. With a puff, upon seeing Jiraiya and Naruto nod, Fukasaku vanished in an instant, leaving behind a swirling mist. I never expected you to summon Fukasaku directly. Impressive. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Huh? Jiraiya laughed heartily after Fukasaku's departure, his boisterous laughter rendering Naruto speechless. Indeed, he was aptly called a fool by Orochimaru and Tsunade. He was quite foolish indeed. Hey, kid, what kind of look is that? I am your master now. Let me hear you call me master, Jiraiya exclaimed, noticing Naruto's expression. Pervy sage, Naruto replied slowly. It's master, Jiraiya corrected. Pervy sage, Naruto insisted. It's master, Jiraiya. Pervy sage, Naruto repeated. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was now the time of the third Chunin exam. During this period, Naruto diligently followed Jiraiya in his training. Although Jiraiya may seem unreliable, his prowess as a mentor is not to be underestimated, at least in Naruto's eyes. The legacies of Minato Namikaze and Nagato Uzumaki serve as the finest testament to this. While Naruto has mastered numerous ninjutsu, Jiraiya is unable to impart any new techniques. However, in terms of practical experience and tactical application, Naruto falls short compared to Jiraiya. Thus, his primary lessons during this time have been drawn from Jiraiya's vast knowledge. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, Naruto's strength has evidently surged. Although his attributes have not changed significantly, his combat efficiency has markedly improved. Enemies that previously required 10 strikes to defeat can now be vanquished in nearly 5. Particularly, Naruto's ancient swordsmanship has become increasingly cunning and lethal. Though Jiraiya lacks expertise in swordplay, he can easily discern the flaws in Naruto's techniques, allowing Naruto to refine his skills accordingly. It can be said that Naruto's ancient swordsmanship has reached new heights of perfection. Throughout this time, Naruto often summoned Gamabunta to engage in sparring or to collaborate against Jiraiya, continuously honing their combat techniques and coordinated attacks. Time flew by, and the day of the Chunin exam arrived unexpectedly. Standing in the examination arena, Naruto gazed upon the spectators on the steps, leaders from various nations, nobles, affluent merchants, and common folk, all gathered to witness the event and assess the strengths of each ninja village to determine future task allocations. Beside Naruto were fellow candidates who had advanced through the preliminaries. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Akatsuki Maki, Akiyama Nozomi, Arai Miho, and Jiankyuzi. 16 competitors would engage in 8 matches, narrowing down from 16 to 8, then from 8 to 4, and finally to 2, culminating in the ultimate showdown. On August 6th, 60 years into the era of Konoha, the finals of the Chunin exam commenced. The Hokage, Kazekage, various feudal lords, leaders of each ninja village, and numerous affluent citizens were all present, seated on the high platform, intently observing the elite from each village. The atmosphere was electric, resonating with fervent voices. Such a gathering of dignitaries could only be drawn by the Chunin selection exam. After all, the power displayed during this examination is vital for future task distributions and safety, drawing universal attention. The village leaders came to scrutinize the strength of Konoha and other ninja villages. Even if their lower-ranked ninjas did not advance, it would not hinder their evaluations of the other ninjas. As for the feudal lords, some were focused on the progress of their own ninjas, while others hailed from nations without ninja villages. Their objectives aligned with those of merchants, affluent individuals, and the populace, all seeking favorable choices for future commissioned tasks. After apologizing to the Kazekage, the third Hokage stepped forward, politely greeting the audience and announcing the official commencement of the Chunin selection exam. A hush fell over the crowd as he began to elucidate the rules of the competition. Once the battle begins, it shall continue until one side is either killed or concedes defeat. Participants may utilize any combat-related items, such as ninja tools, summoned beasts, and special charms. After conceding, the defeated party is prohibited from launching further attacks. The examiner, Noara Kakashi, approached the candidates, gazing at them as he laid out the regulations. Chapter 87. Overcoming Naruto. Upon hearing the words, the onlookers nodded in agreement. However, how many of them could genuinely accept the defeat that Kazekage spoke of? This trial was pivotal, reflecting the honor and disgrace of their respective ninja villages. Only under exceptional circumstances, such as the case of Tsunagakure, where they might choose to withdraw to preserve their strength, would one consider conceding. With that, the first match was set. Naruto Uzumaki would face Temari, while the others were instructed to proceed to the resting area. Acknowledging this, Kazekage turned to Naruto and Temari, giving them a brief directive before dismissing the irrelevant spectators. "Go for it, Naruto," Hinata whispered as she quietly approached his side, gazing at him with encouragement. "Don't worry, you're not yet fully aware of my strength." Naruto replied with a subtle smile. Though Temari was formidable, standing as a nin, she still fell short in comparison to Naruto, who had now attained the might of a nin. Given his array of techniques, even a Kaga-level opponent would need to tread carefully to restrain him, let alone a nin like Temari. "Okay," Hinata responded softly, her cheeks tinted pink. In the presence of others, she felt a touch of shyness. Well aware that Naruto's prowess eclipsed that of Temari, yet she couldn't help but remind him to stay cautious. "Now, you should head to the resting area." "I'll be careful," Naruto said, gently stroking her hair as he understood her sentiment, his tone warm and reassuring. Take care, Naruto." Her face flushed further at his words and actions. After a final admonition, she hurried away. Watching Hinata depart, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "Be careful. I intend to compete with you in the finals," Sasuke remarked coolly after Hinata left, approaching Naruto. "Don't worry, you should be the one being careful. Just don't keep me waiting in the finals," Naruto replied with a calm smile, bantering with Sasuke. However, it was not entirely out of the question. After all, Gaara would face Sasuke before Naruto, and that match held its own suspense. "Rest assured, this past month I underwent rigorous training under Kakashi-sensei, and my strength has increased significantly compared to a month ago," Sasuke asserted, clenching his left fist tightly. "Understood." Naruto, recognizing Sasuke's gesture, inferred that he had indeed mastered the Chidori Kakashi had taught him. "I'll take my leave now. Be cautious, don't let your opponent's beauty distract you," Sasuke said, nodding, waving goodbye, and promptly departing. "Is that even possible?" Naruto pondered, shaking his head as he turned his attention to Temari, who stood opposite him. At this moment, the examination arena was left with just the two of them. "Are you ready?" Kazekage inquired, observing the pair. They exchanged glances and nodded in affirmation. "Then, I hereby declare the first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Temari. Let the battle commence," Kazekage announced to the crowd, casting a meaningful glance at Naruto before nodding and vanishing from the arena, leaving the stage to Naruto and Temari. "Will you concede voluntarily, or shall I be the one to defeat you? You must know that you are no match for me," Naruto said, gazing at Temari with a calm smile. "Humph, don't underestimate me. The outcome is still undecided," Temari retorted with a cold snort. Although she recognized her inability to triumph over Naruto, his words indeed pierced her pride. However, despite this, facing Naruto, Temari felt a twinge of fear within her. After all, even Gaara sensed the murderous aura emanating from Naruto, indicating that he was a cold-blooded killer. Confronted with such formidable strength and ruthless decisiveness, Temari felt immense pressure, even regretting not conceding earlier, which would have allowed her to preserve her strength for subsequent plans without losing face. "Is that so? If so, I have no choice but to defeat you," she declared. Naruto nodded and replied, "You may strike first," beckoning her like a tease. How infuriating, such arrogance. Temari was incensed by Naruto's demeanor. With her fan fully unfurled, she knew she couldn't engage him one by one. That would be tantamount to courting death. Wind release, wind scythe jutsu. Temari swung her large fan, instantly conjuring a gust of wind that enveloped Naruto as razor-sharp wind blades surged toward him. With a flicker of golden light, Naruto vanished from his spot, reappearing several meters away, observing Temari intently. "If this is all there is, then there is no need for this battle to continue," he said nonchalantly. Temari stared at Naruto, her expression one of utter shock. She had not even perceived how he had departed. Not only Temari, But the other village leaders and Jonin in the spectator stands were equally astonished. Unlike Temari, who was a chunin, these seasoned shinobi, as Jonin or village leaders, were well-versed in the arts of ninjutsu and immediately recognized the technique Naruto had employed, space-time ninjutsu, a skill that had once instilled terror throughout the ninja world. The second Hokage had fought alongside the first using this technique, striking fear into their enemies. Apart from the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna, none could rival it. The fourth Hokage had emerged prominently during the Second Great Ninja War and had dominated the battlefield in the third, leading to orders across villages to abandon missions upon encountering him. This clearly illustrated the apprehension that all ninja villages held towards him. Now, with Konoha revealing another user of space-time ninjutsu, how could they not be astounded? Might Konoha be on the verge of birthing another such powerful entity? After the initial shock, what followed was an unabashed intent to kill. The leaders and Jonin from other villages harbored murderous intentions. How could Naruto, who had taken the lives of thousands, remain oblivious? Yet, he remained indifferent. Not only did the space-time ninjutsu render him invincible, but with his current strength and hidden cards, the question of who would kill whom remained uncertain. Should they come after him, Naruto would ensure they would not return, for he needed ample soul energy to elevate his divine abilities. Useless. Your attacks have no effect on me, Naruto stated before Temari, his demeanor exuding confidence and a truth that seemed to resonate. Chapter 88. A hurricane sweeps the examination grounds. How vexing. Wind dance, whirling sands. Temari glared at Naruto, her heart seething with resentment. With a mighty swing of her giant fan, she unleashed a torrent of wind blades that cascaded toward Naruto, forming a colossal counteroffensive storm. Temari firmly believed that Naruto could not escape this fierce assault. However, it was a futile endeavor. Wind release, thousand blade storm. In the face of the oncoming storm of sand, Naruto did not employ his space-time technique. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, hundreds of wind blades shot forth from his side, colliding with the torrent of sand and dissipating into nothingness in midair. Nonetheless, the residual force swept through the examination grounds like a hurricane, raising a cloud of dust that nearly enveloped the entire arena. The scene within the arena has become obscured, rendering visibility nearly impossible. What has transpired? It is indeed unclear who has emerged victorious. Frustration mounts as the spectators, shrouded in dust, murmur their discontent. Yet, what can be done? No one is inclined to clear the dust, for the examination persists. Who can ascertain whether this swirling dust is a strategic ploy or a cunning ruse? To remove it hastily would undoubtedly disrupt the performance of the shinobi. In such circumstances, no one dares to act. Shinobi Hanabi scanned her surroundings, quietly searching for Naruto's whereabouts. In the moment of dust's ascent, she had lost sight of him. No matter how she searched, he eluded her grasp. She contemplated using her fan to disperse the dust, but feared it would betray her position. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto was stealthily trailing behind, his eyes aglow with a faint golden light, having activated his clairvoyance to observe her. As she scanned the area, Naruto smiled faintly and stepped forth, his form vanishing in an instant. With a resounding crack, the golden light flickered, and Hanabi was abruptly hurled backward. The figure that materialized before her was none other than Naruto, who shimmered once more and disappeared without a trace. Frustration coursed through her as she rolled on the ground, a formidable fan shielding her. She cursed under her breath. She had never been a match for Naruto, and at this moment, it was even more evident. Capturing his silhouette was a challenge, let alone mounting an offensive. Wind release, Kamaitachi. She swiftly turned, aiming at the spot where Naruto had just appeared. Her fan slicing through the air, generating a razor-sharp wind blade that surged forth. The powerful gust cleaved through the dust, carving out vacuum pockets. Yet, as the wind blade swept past, it only left behind the sound of impact against the ground and walls, failing to strike any target. Damn it, he has escaped again. Hanabi muttered in frustration. It is not I who fled, but rather you who have failed to strike me. You must face the truth. Came a distant voice from within the dust, Naruto's voice. Hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Hanabi's face, clearly irked by Naruto's lack of mercy. How could a man show no regard for a woman? What kind of hero hides away? Uzumaki Naruto, if you possess any courage, step forth. Despite her skepticism, Hanabi shouted into the void. You are no match for me, Naruto remarked nonchalantly as he slowly emerged from the dust behind her, fixing his gaze upon her. Humph, indeed. I acknowledge that I am not your equal, yet do not underestimate me, Hanabi retorted, turning to face him in a defensive stance. She was taken aback. She had not anticipated Naruto's actual appearance. Indeed, among our peers, your prowess is formidable. You are a prodigy. However, do not forget, there exists a disparity even among geniuses. Even if you are a genius, to me, what distinguishes you from the ordinary? Naruto replied with a serene smile, looking at Hanabi. At present, she was merely a chunin, while Naruto had attained Jonin status. With her talent, it would take her at least 2 or 3 more years to reach Jonin, a remarkable feat in the shinobi world. However, by then, Naruto would have already ascended to the pinnacle of the shinobi realm, a figure of unparalleled strength. Such is the disparity that exists among prodigies. Maru remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Naruto, realizing the truth in his words. The revelation struck her deeply, yet her thoughts swiftly turned to her brother. It seemed that such talent had always been close at hand. Well then, let us not squander anyone's time. This tedious match should conclude swiftly. Noticing Maru's silence, Naruto refrained from further words, his form suddenly darting toward her. A veil of mist enveloped the arena as a formidable blade materialized in Naruto's grasp, aimed directly at Maru. Though she recognized her disadvantage, Maru was not one to surrender easily. As the blade approached, she promptly raised her 3-star fan in defense. You have lost, a detached voice echoed from behind her. Unbeknownst to her, the blade now rested against her neck, while another Naruto appeared behind her, observing with a calm demeanor. With a sudden burst, Naruto emerged from behind Maru, the figure in front dissipating into white smoke. Shadow clone technique. As the dust in the arena began to settle, 2 silhouettes became apparent. One stood before the other, a blade pressed against the neck of its counterpart, the outcome unmistakable. I hereby declare that the victor of this match is Uzumaki Naruto, announced Noara Jinkan, who had arrived at the arena, turning to face the audience. With his proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They had come to witness the prowess of various nations, yet they craved excitement. With the thrill dissipated and the events shrouded in confusion, how could they refrain from voicing their discontent? However, the third Hokage and the other ninjas remained unresponsive, or perhaps they chose to ignore it. For them, the outcome was paramount. The journey held little significance. I have won, Naruto declared with a serene smile. Withdrawing the blade from Maru's neck, he leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, even breathing gently against it. Startled by Naruto's unexpected gesture, Maru trembled, casting him a fierce glare, yet her cheeks flushed with warmth. Chapter 89. Swiftly forming seals ignoring Naruto's presence, Maru turned and strode toward the waiting area, fearing that if she lingered, she might be compelled to strike him with her enormous fan. As she walked away, Naruto couldn't help but inhale deeply, then nodded to Noara Jinkan before departing the arena himself. The next match would feature Takeda Maki against Ninja Shino. Observing Naruto and Maru exit, Noara Jinkan announced loudly to the waiting room. I concede. No sooner had Takeda Maki uttered her words than she began to perform a jutsu from the waiting area. Noara Jinkan, taken aback by her sudden declaration, was left speechless. Not only he, but even Ninja Shino, who had just stepped off the arena, turned to regard Takeda Maki. Though silent, the discontent in Shino's eyes was palpable, even behind his sunglasses. After all, you are from Sunagakure. Is it permissible to concede in this manner? To surrender to a Konoha shinobi before the match has even begun? I am afraid of insects, Takeda Maki replied, casting a glance at Ninja Shino, as if having made a momentous decision. Noara Jinkan. Ninja Shino. The assembly. Very well, regardless. Everyone can now comprehend the prowess of Akita Maki. The insect techniques of Oil Woman Shino indeed deter many female ninjas, not to mention the male ninjas, who also wish to avoid confrontation with her. In a word, it is utterly repugnant, a dense swarm of insects, rendering even death an elusive escape. Infested by these creatures, one meets their demise in an unsettling manner, their body ravaged and disfigured, a fate more harrowing than a complete corpse. In the second examination, Oil Woman Shino emerged victorious. Nara Shikamaru nodded in understanding towards Akita Maki before announcing to the assembly. Upon hearing this, Oil Woman Shino acknowledged with a nod, uttering no words, and then turned to enter the resting room. The Oil Woman clan is inherently taciturn. Silence is their guiding principle, and their intangible presence is a source of pride. In the subsequent match, Haruno Sakura faced off against Jiang Kyuzi. After Oil Woman Shino exited the stage, Nara Shikamaru addressed the resting room. Haruno Sakura, a Konoha genin. Jiang Kyuzi, also a Konoha genin. The two ninja from Konoha were poised for their inaugural clash. Both hailed from humble beginnings. However, Haruno Sakura enjoyed greater fortune. Having been introduced to medical ninjutsu through Naruto, coupled with various techniques and strategies that far surpassed Jiang Kyuzi's. Soon, Sakura and Jiang Kyuzi found themselves at the center of the arena. The third match, Haruno Sakura versus Jiang Kyuzi, commences now. Nara Shikamaru gave a nod and then vanished from sight. As the match was announced, Jiang Kyuzi immediately sprang into action, performing hand seals. And two slender streams of water erupted from his mouth, racing towards Sakura with astonishing speed. With a sharp sound, the torrent struck. The velocity was so swift that Sakura barely managed to evade, resulting in lacerations on her arm and calf, blood flowing forth in an instant. Fortunately, her timely avoidance meant the injuries were minor. How swift! Sakura marveled silently at Jiang Kyuzi. She had witnessed his performance in the preliminaries, where he had not exhibited such prowess. No, even his ninjutsu was not at his current level. Surprised? Jiang Kyuzi chuckled at Sakura's slightly astonished expression, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Indeed, your abilities have significantly improved since the preliminaries. Sakura nodded in agreement, refraining from rebuttal. As a fellow grassroots ninja, she understood Jiang Kyuzi's pride. After mastering medical ninjutsu, she too had experienced a similar sense of accomplishment. I have not relaxed for a moment this past month. Preparing for the third exam, my teacher taught me this ninjutsu, and with my commendable aptitude for water techniques, alongside a month of training, I can finally utilize it even in the absence of water. Although water blade technique is merely a basic ninjutsu, its speed is remarkable, making evasion quite challenging. Jiang Kyuzi replied to Sakura with a smile, harboring nothing to conceal. This was the only jutsu he could showcase, and now that he had done so, there was little difference in sharing or withholding it. Is it fast? Sakura inquired, gazing at Jiang Kyuzi. Fast. To be candid, it is indeed swift for the current Sakura. Though she felt no shock, having been on a team with Naruto and Sasuke, she had witnessed even greater velocities. Gently placing her hand upon her wounded arm and calf, a green light enveloped the injuries instantaneously. Rising slowly, Sakura observed Jiang Kyuzi as the green glow gradually dimmed. Removing her hand, the wounds had vanished without a trace. Medical ninjutsu, healing technique. During this period, Sakura had become adept at utilizing this ninjutsu, even assisting at the Konoha hospital in treating minor injuries. Healing these relatively insignificant wounds was a mere trifle for her. Now it was my turn to attack, Sakura remarked calmly, as she swiftly advanced toward Jiang Kyuzi. The arena was modest in size, and the two were not far apart. As the water-style technique, water blade, surged towards her, Jiang Kyuzi hurriedly formed hand seals, conjuring two streams that darted directly at Sakura. The water sliced through, inflicting a wound, yet drawing on her previous experience, she evaded just in time. The injury was not critical and did not hinder her combat abilities. Her hands again hovered over the wound, a green light flickering as the injury healed once more. At that moment, Sakura had closed the distance to Jiang Kyuzi, delivering a powerful punch. Though lacking Tsunade's monstrous strength, Sakura possessed considerable force of her own, sending Jiang Kyuzi hurtling away. With a resounding impact, her delicate fist, as slender as a willow branch, propelled Jiang Kyuzi 5 zhang away, leaving the onlookers astonished. Beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They gazed at Sakura with trepidation, silently praising her strength. In the resting area, Naruto quietly approached Sasuke, casting a sympathetic glance his way, gently patting his shoulder. His eyes conveyed a brotherly sentiment of condolences that left Sasuke shaking his head in resignation. Under Sakura's strike, Jiang Kyuzi lay powerless on the ground, curled up like a wounded lobster, his complexion as pale as parchment. For this kunoichi, not known for her physical prowess, such a blow was undoubtedly fatal. At that moment, her breath was still shaky, and her vitality waned. After mastering medical ninjutsu, Sakura's punches surpassed the capabilities of an average elite nin. Her might was unmatched. In conclusion, she was indeed worthy of being hailed as the future second Hokage. The force of her strike inspired fear. Gazing at the fallen Jiang Kyuzi, Sakura leaped forward once more, delivering another blow. With a resounding thud, Jiang Qiuzi was sent flying again, landing over 10 zhang away, with an even greater force than before. At this moment, Jiang Qiuzi was unable to rise, let alone move. His former vigor starkly contrasting with the current state, the disparity astonishing. Suddenly, Nara Shikamaru appeared on the field, standing beside Jiang Qiuzi, observing her unconscious form. Then glancing at Sakura, whose extraordinary strength evoked reverence in all the men present. The third match concluded with Akiyama Noa's victory. Despite the excitement within, there were still matters to attend to, and Nara Shikamaru announced to the crowd. In the fourth match, Hijie Niji faced off against Kinkuru. As in the original narrative, Kinkuru decisively forfeited, conserving his strength for the impending plan. This left Hijie Niji, who had long awaited the opportunity to showcase his skills, feeling dejected, as if he had struck air with his punch, dissatisfaction gnawing at him. Not only Niji but also the audience felt a profound sense of disappointment. While the previous forfeit was somewhat understandable due to the insect incident, Kinkuru's actions now seemed rather frivolous. Had he not even appeared, the audience would likely have hurled objects in frustration. In the fifth match, Uchiha Sasuke was set to duel Inuzuka Kiba. No sooner had the words escaped than both stood on the examination ground. Sasuke, for this exam, had expended considerable effort this month to enhance his strength. Victory in this battle was assured. Inuzuka Kiba remained as audacious as ever, provoking Sasuke with a disdainful remark. "Humph. You still carry that arrogance, Kiba, but you will never have the chance to defeat me," Sasuke retorted coldly, casting a contemptuous gaze upon him. When it comes to arrogance, Sasuke surpassed him significantly. "Don't underestimate me," Kiba shouted in anger, ceasing further words as he unleashed his beast clone technique, transforming Akamaru into his likeness, preparing for battle. Nara Shikamaru nodded and announced, "The fifth match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Inuzuka Kiba, begins now." After declaring the start, Nara Shikamaru exited the arena. "Prepare to witness my prowess and see if you dare to act so arrogantly," Kiba exclaimed as both he and Akamaru charged towards Sasuke. Sasuke merely glanced at the approaching Kiba, letting out a slight huff, yet he remained vigilant. Though he possessed overwhelming strength compared to Kiba, the threat was not negligible. A moment's carelessness could lead to downfall. With his Sharingan's three tomo glimmering, Sasuke focused intently on the rapidly advancing Kiba. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A fireball measuring 3 to 4 meters erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling towards Kiba. Boom. The fireball detonated, engulfing Kiba and Akamaru. Nevertheless, Kiba's fierce roar, Inuzuka Fong, pierced through the flames, as 2 tornadoes erupted from the fire, spiraling towards Sasuke. Sasuke, unfazed, observed the incoming vortexes with composure. Under the scrutiny of his Sharingan, Kiba's movements were fully within his grasp. With sparks of lightning crackling around him, Sasuke activated Lightning Release, Lightning Shock. He leaped gracefully, evading Kiba's attack with ease, earning cheers from the audience. Meanwhile, a slight smirk formed on Sasuke's lips as he eyed the 2 tornadoes below. Clenching his fists tightly, he delivered a powerful downward strike. Body technique, Crushing Fist. With a thunderous impact, the immense force sent the swiftly moving Kiba and Akamaru crashing to the ground, creating 2 deep craters beneath them. Undoubtedly, Kiba was rendered unconscious by Sasuke's crushing blow, while Akamaru reverted to his original form, following in Kiba's footsteps. In truth, just before losing consciousness, Kiba had intended to declare, "I still have my trump card." The fourth match, Uchiha Sasuke emerges victorious, Nara Shikamaru proclaimed. Silence enveloped the arena as all eyes were fixed on Sasuke and the fallen Kiba, leaving the crowd puzzled. Wasn't a fierce battle promised? How could it end so abruptly? Moments ago, the bout had been thrilling, yet now Kiba lay defeated. The audience cast discontented glances towards Kiba, lamenting, "How can a man fall so easily?" Kiba was too exhausted to rise. The fifth match featured Akiyama No against Gaara of the Sand, yet it too ended in forfeit. Such a disappointing outcome was intolerable even for the allied ninja forces, prompting the audience to curse the Sand Village for its lack of integrity. The atmosphere was shattered, as even the Ninja Alliance's decision to forfeit was hard to accept. In truth, Akiyama felt wronged, yet his opponent was formidable. If he did not forfeit now, he would surely lose his life. As a member of the Sand Village, he was well aware of Gaara's capabilities. After several encounters, Gaara was already exhilarated. Once a fight commenced, who could escape unscathed? Fortunately, his excuse was valid. and aside from the audience's curses and Gaara's occasionally fierce glares, the other Sand Village ninjas understood Akiyama's choice. If one were to find themselves in their position, they might very well act similarly. Chapter 91, Sudden Elevation. In the sixth match, Hinata Hyuga faces off against Miho Arai. The clash between Konoha and the Sand Ninja pits the illustrious gem of the Hyuga clan against a grassroots hero from the Sand. By all conventional reasoning, the outcome is uncertain. However, at this moment, as Hinata Hyuga confronts Miho Arai, Nara Shikamaru observes the two women in the arena and proclaims, "Hinata Hyuga. I am familiar with her. She is Naruto's true partner and one of the heroines in his heart." Why do I say one of? Well, Shikamaru has also taken into account the likes of Sakura and others. Having made his announcement, Shikamaru nods slightly at Hinata before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a perplexed Hinata and her opponent, Miho Arai. After all, Naruto's identity is known only within the upper echelons of the shinobi circles. The lower ranks remain oblivious. "You are the daughter of the Hyuga clan. I have heard a bit about you," Miho Arai remarks, not immediately launching into action but rather gazing intently at Hinata. Thank you," Hinata replies, unsure of how to respond to this unexpected compliment. Naturally shy and not one for many words, she finds herself at a loss in the face of Arai's remarks. "However, I have heard that your talents are not particularly remarkable, even falling short of your sisters within the Hyuga clan. Why not concede gracefully to avoid the embarrassment of being defeated by me?" Miho Arai chuckles at Hinata's bashful demeanor, her tone suddenly laced with mockery. She speaks again to Hinata. Yet, these words provoke a flicker of murderous intent in Naruto's eyes from the waiting area. Since collaborating with Naruto, Hinata's abilities have far surpassed those depicted in the original storyline. Even Neji, the genius of the Hyuga clan, finds it hard to best her. However, within the main family, Hinata has always allowed her sister to win during their sparring matches. Although perceptive individuals can see through this, no one dares to voice it. And over time, rumors have circulated that Hinata's talents pale in comparison to her sister's. While Hinata remains indifferent to such gossip, Arai's candid remarks irk Naruto greatly. If Naruto is displeased, it is only natural that someone will face unfortunate repercussions. Moreover, even Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, and her sister, Hanabi, in the stands, frown disapprovingly at Miho Arai. Hayashi is well aware of Hinata's prowess. Although she may not yet rival the elite geniuses like Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, she is undeniably exceptional. More critically, with Naruto and Hinata's relationship being an open secret in the upper echelon of the shinobi world, and the third Hokage's intention to groom Naruto as a future Hokage, he is likely to become a leader of Konoha in the years to come. Faced with such a prominent figure, endowed with extraordinary abilities, and who holds deep affection for his daughter, Hayashi cannot help but contemplate the implications of Naruto and Hinata's relationship on the future of the Hyuga clan. Thus, akin to the original narrative, Hinata is not regarded by Hayashi as the future head of the family. After all, she has resolved to marry Naruto. Yet, her standing within the clan continues to rise. Although Hanabi is still young, she is far from ignorant. Children from large families tend to mature early. She understands that each competition is one in which Hinata has allowed her to win, even if Hinata was once perceived as foolish. Those who have advanced to the third round of the exam are undeniably formidable. Even the weakest, Sakura and Shikamaru, one endowed with extraordinary medical ninjutsu talent and formidable martial prowess, the other possessing the highest intellect in Konoha, are destined to evolve into influential decision-makers of the village. "I will not concede," Hinata declared resolutely, casting a glance at Arai Miho, who had mocked her. She wished to engage no further, adopting a stance of readiness for combat. Had Arai's tone been more amiable, Hinata might have entertained further discourse, but faced with such derision, she deemed conversation futile, a mere squandering of precious time. "Humph. Don't cry when you lose," Arai Miho scoffed disdainfully. The whispers and rumors can be quite daunting. Hinata's sister is merely 7 years old, an age that speaks volumes. "Come on," Hinata beckoned, her gaze fixed on Arai Miho. "Humph, just don't shed any tears later," Arai retorted coldly. Without further ado, she charged at Hinata. With a series of hand seals, she unleashed Wind Release. Windblade, her arms enveloped in swirling gales, 2 blades of wind materializing in her grasp. Perhaps due to the nature of this jutsu or its accompanying effects, Arai Miho's speed surged dramatically. In an instant, she was at Hinata's side, swinging the wind blades with fierce intent. Byakugan, activate! Hinata exclaimed, her Byakugan flaring to life as she met Arai Miho's charge. With a swift motion, her palm struck out, seemingly languid yet astonishingly rapid. In a heartbeat, she deflected the wind blade with unrelenting force. Observing Arai Miho lose her balance from the impact, Hinata advanced, her figure flickering as she appeared directly before her opponent. 8 trigrams palm, empty palm. A soft azure chakra enveloped Hinata's palms as she simultaneously struck towards Arai Miho. With a gentle thud, Arai Miho was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground some distance away. How infuriating! How is this possible? Wasn't she said to possess little talent? Arai Miho muttered, clutching her wounded chest in disbelief. If such prowess is deemed weak, then surely there are no strong talents left in the world. For the past month, aside from training, Arai Miho had sought information on Hinata. Although she gleaned little from the Hyuga clan, many in Konoha were familiar with her as the daughter of the esteemed Hyuga family, and she had heard whispers of Hinata being less capable than her sister. Rumors can be perilous, and this time she had fallen hard. Nevertheless, even if the information was erroneous, she was determined to defeat Hinata. Watching Hinata, who stood poised and did not pursue the advantage, ignited Arai Miho's ire. This was clearly a sign of contempt. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her chest, Arai Miho sprang to her feet and charged once more at Hinata. Wind release, beast wave palm. At Arai Miho's fingertips, her chakra coalesced, unleashing a fierce wind blade that surged towards Hinata. Without pausing for an instant, she raced after the wind blade, closing the distance rapidly. Hinata gazed at the incoming wind blade, and with a decisive strike towards the void, she countered with her own chakra, causing the wind blade to dissipate into nothingness. However, Mahiko approached like a tempest. Perish, she declared, unleashing the wind release, beast wave gale palm. A more formidable blade of wind sliced forth from her hand, aimed directly at Hinata. In that moment, she resolved to leave no survivors, believing that her ruthless actions were justified for the sake of the Leaf's destruction plan. Yet, she overlooked the crucial question of her own survival in the aftermath, especially when faced with the retaliation from Naruto and the Hyuga clan. The success of her endeavor was paramount. The 8 trigrams returned to heaven. The colossal wind blade loomed perilously close, yet Hinata remained unperturbed. With her hands deftly maneuvering, she spun, her inner energy rapidly forming a protective barrier that deflected the wind blade and dissipated its force. The return to heaven technique was a profound martial art, not easily mastered even by the direct descendants of the Hyuga clan. Those who could learn it possessed extraordinary talent, destined to achieve at least the rank of Jonin. Mahiko did not relent. After the wind blade dissipated, Hinata continued her return to heaven, causing the sphere of energy to expand suddenly, forcing Mahiko back. As the technique gradually ceased, Mahiko smirked, well aware of the limitations of the return to heaven. Despite its reputation for invincibility, its duration was finite. It would eventually falter. The figure that had retreated now surged forward with renewed speed. Wind release, wind blade. 2 whirlwinds transformed into sharp blades, reappearing in Mahiko's hands, aimed straight for Hinata's chest. A crisp metallic sound echoed. The smile vanished from Mahiko's face, replaced by shock as she found her wind blade unable to pierce Hinata's chest. Stunned, she stood frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? It was then that Mahiko caught sight of a glimmering silver beneath Hinata's attire. Instantly realizing it was soft armor of superior quality, capable of withstanding her ninjutsu. With a sudden thrust, the silver light erupted from the rip in Hinata's clothing, piercing through Mahiko's hands in an instant. Blood splattered forth, accompanied by Mahiko's anguished scream as she stumbled back, her hands hanging limply, blood flowing profusely, staining the ground crimson. The heavenly hard armor, originally a trophy of Naruto's, had been gifted to Hinata during the Chunin exams. Though its use drained significant inner energy, its defensive capabilities were exceptional. Furthermore, the heavenly hard armor's offensive potential relied on surprise, typically employed for ambushes. Now, it had swiftly penetrated Mahiko's hands, rendering her incapable of further combat. It is over. You have nowhere to flee, Hinata declared with a cold tone, laced with fury. Mahiko's recent attack had ignited her anger. She understood that without the heavenly hard armor, even evasion might have resulted in severe injury. The palpable killing intent in the lounge served as the best testament to that. The gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The surroundings dimmed, and the 8 trigrams pattern emerged, glowing with a spectral green light. Only Mahiko and Hinata remained in the arena. This is my domain, Mahiko thought, glancing around with a hint of panic. In this place, you have already succumbed. Hinata fixed her gaze on Mahiko, her figure flickering into motion, appearing right before her. With the 8 trigrams, 2 palms, in an instant, 2 palms struck Mahiko, propelling her backward with tremendous force. But it was not yet finished. Hinata reappeared behind the airborne Mahiko. For palms. For strikes landed, sending Mahiko flying once more, yet Hinata was already at her side again. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, and the 64 palms of Bagua. In a thunderous clash, Hinata's palm strike transformed into an ethereal illusion, delivering a fierce blow that sent Mahiko soaring, landing a considerable distance away. Her internal energy was sealed, and severely injured, she lay motionless on the ground. Were it not for her faint breaths, one might have believed she had succumbed to death. On the examination grounds, Hinata's long hair flowed majestically, radiating an undeniable brilliance that outshone all others. In the 7th match, Hyuga Hinata emerged victorious, paving the way for the next battle between Nara Shikamaru and Rock Lee. As Kakashi gazed at the unconscious Mahiko being carried away, he made an announcement to the crowd. With Kakashi's proclamation, Lee leaped into the arena. How troublesome, thought Shikamaru, observing the exuberant Lee from the resting area, shaking his head in resignation. Why must he encounter such an eccentric opponent, especially one of such formidable strength? Is it permissible to forfeit? Shikamaru glanced at Naruto and the others, feeling a growing reluctance to engage in battle. Before Naruto could respond, Ino interjected sharply. You can't back down like that. Shikamaru sighed, realizing that conceding would only complicate matters further. Don't be like that. Conceding is quite embarrassing, Ino remarked, leaving Naruto and the others speechless, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Even more troublesome, Shikamaru muttered while looking at Naruto. Chapter 93. No easy task, what do you think? Naruto asked, casting a sidelong glance at Shikamaru with a nonchalant tone. Well, go ahead and speak your mind, Shikamaru replied, albeit with a hint of resignation. Naruto smiled faintly, fixing his gaze on Shikamaru. You must consider carefully. If you choose to yield now, the next round of the Chunin selection exams will come around again. If you fail at that time, you will find yourself in the same predicament. These exams occur biannually, and while they are held in Konoha this time, the next could very well be in Sunagakure or elsewhere. Wouldn't that be even more cumbersome? Shikamaru, inwardly wryly smiling, wondered why Naruto had to bring this up, complicating matters further. Yet, despite Naruto's somewhat biased words, there was a kernel of truth in them. Shikamaru shook his head in helplessness and ultimately stepped onto the examination field. Though the situation was undeniably precarious, he had no choice but to face it head-on to avert greater troubles. As the 8th match commenced, Nara Shikamaru faced off against Rock Lee. The match begins now, Kakashi announced solemnly from the elevated platform. Hey youth, Rock Lee exclaimed upon seeing Shikamaru, charging forward without any preamble. Alas, what a hasty character he is, Shikamaru thought, rendered momentarily speechless as he hastily dodged Lee's advance. However, Shikamaru's fortune seemed grim as he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Lee's overwhelming prowess, barely managing to evade Lee's relentless onslaught and often sustaining injuries in the process. It appeared that Shikamaru's defeat was all but certain. Apart from Naruto, Sasuke, Neji Hyuga, and Gaara from Sunagakure, no one else stood a chance against Lee. The outcome is clear, Ino lamented, observing the unfolding battle. Her team had worked hard to secure a single advancement to the 3rd round, only to face a top 5 ranked genin like Rock Lee. Don't say that. Shikamaru has more than just this level of skill. Upon hearing Ino's words, Naruto couldn't help but retort. With Shikamaru's cunning intellect, even if victory was not within reach, securing a position as a nin was well within his capabilities. Ever since Naruto elucidated the complexities of their predicament, Shikamaru had resolved to attain this nin title at all costs, and with his remarkable intelligence, he naturally understood how to strive for it. Could Shikamaru truly prevail? Upon hearing Naruto's assertion, Ino gazed at him with palpable anticipation. Although she harbored doubts about Shikamaru's ability to conquer Rock Lee, Naruto's words offered a glimmer of hope. However, considering Shikamaru's current prowess, defeating Lee seemed nearly impossible. Naruto gently shook his head, smiling softly in response. The vast chasm in their respective strengths had long surpassed what intellect could compensate for. Yet, you just said that, Ino remarked, her voice deflating and lacking vigor. What I meant was, while Shikamaru may not best Lee, that does not guarantee his defeat. Let us not forget that this selection trial does not hinge on victory or loss. As long as one advances to the third round, even after an initial defeat, there remains an opportunity for promotion to CH Nin. Conversely, even triumphing in the final match may still leave one as a genin, Naruto explained with a calm smile. His words drew the attention of those around them, curious gazes directed toward him. Are you suggesting that Shikamaru could become a CH Nin? Sasuke inquired, his eyes resting on the beleaguered Shikamaru, struggling to reconcile his current state with the image of a CH Nin. Indeed, among us, while it's uncertain how many will ascend to CH Nin, Shikamaru stands the best chance. For the CH Nin exam demands not only strength, but also leadership and strategic acumen. This is precisely Shikamaru's forte. As long as he demonstrates a modicum of strength and showcases his exceptional strategizing skills in this selection trial, his elevation to CH Nin is all but assured. Naruto nodded, observing Shikamaru on the field. Despite Shikamaru's current disheveled appearance, who could truly discern the hidden potential beneath? Hearing Naruto's comments, the crowd turned their attention to Shikamaru, as if conceding that there was some merit to his reasoning. After all, they were all aware that Shikamaru's intelligence ranked among the highest in their year. Meanwhile, the battle on the arena raged on, with Rock Lee attacking with the ferocity of a beast, each strike creating gaping holes and fissures in the ground. Shikamaru, however, was struggling to keep pace with Lee's relentless assault. Yet, as time progressed, Shikamaru began to discern the patterns in Lee's attacks. Although his evasive maneuvers still appeared somewhat frantic, he was now rarely struck by Lee. What seemed like chaotic dodges were, in fact, entirely within Shikamaru's control. He cleverly exploited the rhythm of Lee's assaults, ensuring that each attack landed where he had just stood, as if he had subtly turned the tide of battle, bringing the encounter under his dominion. The third Hokage and elite jonin such as Kakashi and Guy, observing Shikamaru's performance, were taken aback, nodding appreciatively. They refrained from offering any advice to Lee, recognizing that this was a selection trial, and intervention would undermine its evaluative purpose. In the present moment, Shaoli must either discern the underlying problem himself or remain ensnared by Shikamaru until a victor emerges. However, Shikamaru's performance has already captured their attention. Should he demonstrate sufficient prowess in the forthcoming match, the fierce confrontation between Nara Shikamaru and Rock Lee has only just begun. With the secret technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu, as Shikamaru successfully evades one of Xiao Li's attacks, he does not flee immediately, but rather swiftly maneuvers into the blind spot of Xiao Li's assault, crouching low as his hands form seals with lightning speed. In an instant, Shikamaru's shadow beneath him extends dramatically, lunging towards Xiao Li in the blink of an eye. Xiao Li, who was poised to pursue Shikamaru again, is taken aback upon seeing the serpent-like shadow beneath him. Having witnessed this technique during the preliminaries, he realizes the peril he faces. His advance towards Shikamaru halts abruptly as he leaps into the air, attempting to evade the encroaching shadow. Yet, escaping Shikamaru's trap proves to be no simple task. Indeed, as Xiao Li evades, the shadow swiftly curves and continues its relentless pursuit. In the examination arena, Xiao Li's form darts around with remarkable speed, while behind him, a dark silhouette follows closely, unyielding in its chase. Ultimately, in the center of the arena, Shikamaru halts the assault of his shadow, gazing at Xiao Li with a serene smile gracing his lips as he softly states, "The capture begins." Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Xiao Li suddenly realizes his entrapment within the examination grounds, a wave of horror washing over him as he feels as if bound by invisible chains. The arena lies in ruins, bearing the scars of his earlier rampage, with rocks jutting out like remnants of a battlefield. Those protruding stones become ideal conduits for Shikamaru's shadow to extend. The shadow beneath Shikamaru stretches forth, connecting with the stones, while simultaneously pursuing Xiao Li, expanding and intertwining in the process. At this juncture, Shikamaru's shadow has encircled Xiao Li's area in 3 layers, resembling a colossal black spider's web, with Xiao Li caught as prey awaiting execution. Capture begins, Shikamaru states matter-of-factly. In that moment, from the circle of shadows surrounding Xiao Li, 8 slender shadows suddenly surge forth, directly targeting him. With 8 directions of assault and 3 layers of shadow defenses outside, Xiao Li finds himself with nowhere to hide, and in an instant, his own shadow is ensnared. He attempts to evade, but in a mere heartbeat, His movements synchronize with Shikamaru's as he crouches low to the ground. The shadow bind technique has taken hold. Observing this, Shikamaru smiles faintly, though his expression betrays no ease. Xiao Li's struggles impose mounting pressure on him with each passing moment. All of this transpires with astonishing rapidity, appearing slow yet occurring within mere breaths. In the audience, whether among ninja, trainees, or onlookers, a sense of bewilderment washes over them as the situation shifts with astonishing swiftness, leaving them speechless. Just moments ago, Shikamaru was at a disadvantage. Yet now he has seized the upper hand, a reality they struggled to process. However, Shikamaru understands well that maintaining this advantage is no simple feat. Xiao Li's resistance is draining his chakra at an alarming rate. In order to maintain control over Li, Shikamaru's chakra was depleting at an astonishing rate. Rising slowly, Shikamaru found himself merely a few paces away from Li. However, under the influence of the shadow binding technique, their movements and postures mirrored one another, as if Shikamaru were rehearsing before a mirror, with Li's reflection in place of his own. Shikamaru cautiously reached into his ninja tool pouch, withdrawing a shuriken. Yet, this was merely the image perceived by Li. In reality, he grasped nothing but air, observing the emptiness in his hand while Li firmly clutched the sharp shuriken. Shikamaru could not help but smile. He manipulated Li to raise the shuriken, inching it closer to his own throat. Damn it, why is this happening? How could I possibly lose here? As the shuriken approached his neck, Li struggled with all his might, his form swaying uncontrollably. The shuriken hesitated near his throat, trembling in his grasp, unable to advance another inch. Damn it, my chakra is depleting too quickly, Shikamaru cursed inwardly. His chakra was already scarce. He had expended a significant amount while evading Li's attacks, and now, compounded by Li's struggles, his situation was dire. At this moment, Shikamaru had little chakra left, risking the loss of control over Li at any moment. Damn it, my body remains immobile. Li continued to fight desperately, completely unaware of Shikamaru's more precarious predicament. Youth does not permit me to fall here. I must prove my ninja way. 8 gates formation. Just as Li was on the brink of collapse, Shikamaru acted decisively. I concede, he declared, directing his gaze toward the judging platform where Kazekage stood. Shikamaru empathized with the raging chakra within Li, recognizing the impending chaos. Any delay could lead to disastrous consequences. Li paused, turning his gaze to Shikamaru, as did the surrounding audience, including the esteemed third Hokage. The abrupt shift in this confrontation, from Shikamaru's dire straits to an instant reversal, culminating in an unexpected concession, left everyone astonished. What exactly was happening? Is this the trending script of relentless twists and turns? The second round of the tournament, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Aburame Shino, begins now, announced Kazekage from the examination stage. Although the fierce clash between Shikamaru and Li was awe-inspiring and the outcome surprising, it did not impede the progression of the tournament. The Earth-style ninja swiftly repaired the area damaged by Li, and thus, the second round officially commenced. I am not your match, Aburame Shino said, gazing intently at Naruto before speaking after a brief pause. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity between his strength and Naruto's. Then you might as well concede. This way, I won't have to lift a finger, Naruto replied with a calm smile. No, having come this far, I see no reason to concede. I wish to ascertain just how great the gap between us truly is. After all, you are recognized as the top student of our class. Shaking his head, Shino raised both hands, revealing a swarm of insects swirling between his palms, gradually coalescing into 2 ominous clouds. The term chief student refers to Naruto and Sasuke. While both consistently top the school examinations, Naruto's prowess evidently surpasses that of Sasuke. Consequently, their peers have designated them as the chief and vice chief students, respectively, to highlight the disparity in their abilities, reflecting the stark contrast in their strengths. Is that so? Then let us conclude this swiftly. Naruto's demeanor grew serious as he gazed at Shino Aburame. In response to Shino's challenge, Naruto resolved to give it his all, not out of doubt in his ability to prevail, but from a deep respect for his opponent. Secret technique, parasitic insects. Shino cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, then swiftly unleashed a torrent of insects that descended upon Naruto like a dark, ominous cloud. Chapter 95. Unleashing the Wind Release Secret Technique as a creature that feeds exclusively on true essence. Any ordinary martial artist tainted by these insects would meet a grim fate. Thus, Practitioners within the martial world seldom confront the Aburame clan directly. Victory is a daunting task unless one possesses the means to counteract their strategies. For the Aburame's insect-based tactics are extraordinarily versatile, excelling in offense, defense, healing, and support. However, today's adversary is Naruto. Crushing fist, shocking the void. As he beheld the advancing swarm of parasitic insects, Naruto's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he executed a powerful punch directed skyward. A resonating hum erupted, and waves of energy radiated from Naruto's fist, swiftly sweeping over the horde of vile insects. In that fleeting moment, the onslaught of insects halted abruptly, akin to a torrential downpour, as they plummeted to the ground. The crushing fist is a transformative manifestation of its power, utilizing the unique internal energy to agitate the air and create an offensive wave based on shock. Yet, Naruto's shockwave is still nascent, capable of posing a lethal threat only to weaker entities. Against a seasoned martial artist, it would likely prove ineffective. This limitation, however, does not stem from a deficiency in Naruto's power, but rather from his immense potential, reminiscent of Whitebeard from One Piece, whose shockwave strength is astonishing. Witnessing Naruto obliterate the swarm of insects, Shino displayed no sign of surprise. In fact, if he had shown astonishment, it would have been truly remarkable. In a flash, Shino darted swiftly, closing in on Naruto. Secret technique: insect spiral needle. Thousands of insects erupted from Shino's sleeves, coalescing into a spiral formation, resembling the fangs of a venomous beast, hurtling towards Naruto with great velocity. Wind release, wind cutter technique. In the face of Shino and the advancing swarm, Naruto appeared unfazed, promptly executing the wind release technique. A razor-sharp wind blade shot forth, moving so swiftly that it left no trace, slicing Shino cleanly in two. However, secret technique: insect clones. The severed Shino did not collapse. Instead, he stood firm, calmly speaking as his form gradually dissipated into countless tiny insects scattered across the ground. The real Shino materialized at another location, maintaining his perpetually stoic expression as he observed Naruto. At this moment, the swarm of insects had nearly reached Naruto, mere inches away from making contact. Yet, despite this proximity, they remained unable to breach the distance. Divine mirror connection. In a flash of light, Naruto's figure vanished from sight, while the swarm of insects brushed past him. Though they failed to strike him, they dispersed in the air, circling around to lock onto Naruto's location. The insects, scattered above by the secret technique of the insect spiral needle and those below by the insect clone technique, converged to encircle Naruto, trapping him tightly within their clutches. Secret technique: insect tornado. As the swarm gradually closed in on Naruto, Shino Aburame's eyes gleamed with determination as he gestured with a swift hand. In an instant, all the evil insects, under Shino's control, soared and twirled, coalescing into a spiraling tempest that enveloped Naruto and pressed in swiftly upon him. Quite the move. Let the game end here, Naruto sighed, shaking his head as he surveyed the insects that surrounded him. With a sudden tremor, a formidable wave of killing intent and an astonishing presence erupted from within him, radiating outward and enveloping everything within 10 steps, 100 steps, even 1,000 meters away in its ominous embrace. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeted, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. A pervasive intent to kill, as an illusory realm descended upon them. This was Naruto's unique ultimate technique, the battlefield of slaughter. In the battlefield of slaughter, an unbounded killing intent swept across the arena, constructing a domain of carnage that wielded immense oppressive power and the effect of a murderous illusion. Under this pressure, Shino Aburame knelt, succumbing to its weight. Around Naruto, countless evil insects plummeted like raindrops. Within the viewing chamber, Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, was engulfed in a storm of uncontrollable emotion. Even seasoned Jonin strained to elevate their own presence in a futile attempt to resist. At this moment, the third Hokage and the current Kazekage both rose, their gazes fixed upon the source of this overwhelming aura, Naruto. The clang of weapons, the thundering of armies. A battlefield drenched in slaughter, with blood staining the earth, rivers running crimson, corpses strewn about, and mountains of bones rising like an ocean of remains. Amidst this atmosphere of bloodlust and power, spectators envisioned an endless battlefield of carnage, where conflict raged ceaselessly, while powerful warriors could barely withstand the pressure. Those of lesser strength and ordinary civilians were deeply immersed in its grip, their faces pale and their eyes vacant. I concede. Shino Aburame managed to utter those words with great difficulty, as though he had expended all his strength. As soon as his voice fell, he collapsed to the ground, barely able to support himself. Yet, in the next moment, Shino ultimately succumbed to the weight and fell. With his words, the aura of pressure and killing intent that had enveloped hundreds of meters dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, Shino, having relaxed his mental fortitude, succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. At this juncture, no one paid heed to Shino's plight. All eyes turned toward Naruto. Whether it was the third Hokage, the Jonin, the audience, or representatives from other nations, they regarded Naruto with awe. In this world, strength is the true law, unchanging through the ages. Today, Naruto had fully displayed his might. If Shikamaru's battle showcased the brilliance of strategy, rendering minds momentarily stagnant, then Naruto's confrontation was a stark display of raw power that left onlookers in utter astonishment. Such an imposing aura that even the highest-ranking shadow-level masters cannot compare. It is not that Naruto's presence surpasses that of the shadow-level warriors, but rather the vastness of its reach and the intensity of its suppression, qualities that even the most formidable shadow-level experts lack. More terrifying is the fact that within this atmosphere of murderous intent and overwhelming force, illusions of slaughter and battle are constantly conjured, leaving one utterly defenseless. In the second round, during the first match, Naruto Uzumaki emerged victorious. After a considerable time, the figure of Kakashi Hatake appeared in the arena, announcing with a resounding voice. As the personal guard of the fourth Hokage and now Naruto's protector, he felt a surge of excitement and pride witnessing Naruto's formidable strength. His words imbued with fervent emotion. Chapter 96. Dull and uninspiring at this moment, the confrontation between Sakura Haruno and Neji Hyuga was about to commence. However, fully aware of Neji's exceptional martial prowess, Sakura opted not to enter the arena but instead chose to concede without hesitation. She recognized her own limitations. Her ability to overcome the likes of Jiangqiu was solely reliant on her medical ninjutsu for continuous healing and the refined chakra techniques gleaned from observing Naruto's devastating strikes, which depended on sheer force rather than profound inner cultivation. Facing Neji, Sakura understood that her skills were woefully inadequate. In fact, she was acutely aware that she could not hope to contend with Neji at all, having just witnessed Li's explosive power, which had even devastated the arena itself. She knew that neither his strength nor speed could be matched, let alone when pitted against someone even stronger like Neji. Thus, before Neji had even set foot on the stage, Sakura had already surrendered. Nonetheless, the audience below did not voice their curses or dissatisfaction. After the thrilling duel between Shikamaru and Naruto, they were now far more eager for the impending clash between the son of the fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure and the last scion of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, which was the spectacle they had been eagerly anticipating. After all, following the fierce battle between Shikamaru and Naruto, the remaining matches held little allure for them. Consequently, Neji advanced smoothly. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of frustration. With two consecutive opponents forfeiting, he was deprived of the opportunity to fight earnestly. It felt akin to throwing a punch into the void, unable to unleash his skills, leaving him in a state of pent-up agitation. However, Neji understood that compelling Sakura to engage in combat would be an inappropriate course of action, and he would never stoop to that. Thus, he merely snorted coldly, adopting an indifferent demeanor as the chilling winds swirled around him, reflecting his displeasure. In the second round, during the second match, due to Sakura Haruno's forfeiture, Neji Hyuga was declared the victor. In the third match of the second round, Uchiha Sasuke faced Gaara of the Sand. Following Sakura's concession, Kakashi did not linger but directly announced the list of competitors for the next match. In an instant, the audience erupted with excitement, cheers and clamor resonating throughout the arena. In the waiting room, Gaara found himself in a tumultuous state, both exhilarated and restrained. Each match intensified his fervor, particularly the confrontation between Naruto and Shino Aburame. Although not as fierce as the battle between Hinata and Lee, Naruto's explosive finale nearly overwhelmed him with the power of the tailed beast within. Had it not been for Temari, Kankuro, and their teacher, Baki, exerting considerable effort to contain him, he might have been unable to restrain himself, resulting in an untimely execution of their plans. As the time for the competition approached, Gaara, unable to contain his anticipation, transformed into a whirlwind of sand and instantly vanished from the waiting room, reappearing on the arena. Simultaneously, Sasuke, equally determined, gracefully leapt from the waiting area, landing a short distance from Gaara, his gaze fixed intently upon him. The battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara of the Sand has commenced. Upon witnessing their readiness, Kazekage's representative, Kakashi, promptly declared the start of the match before swiftly retreating to the sidelines. As a Jonin, he held a certain understanding of the Jinchuriki, particularly this host of Shikaku from the Sand Village, and he preferred to maintain a safe distance to avoid any unforeseen injuries. Hearing Kakashi's announcement, Gaara's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into a terrifying visage, his blood-red eyes glaring at Sasuke with an intensity reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Only by extinguishing your life can I affirm my own existence, Gaara murmured with a chilling tone, culminating in an almost thunderous roar. As grains of sand surged forth from the gourd on his back, creating an eerie spectacle that, paired with his demonic countenance, exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Sensing the malevolence and brutality emanating from Gaara's piercing gaze, a glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Sasuke's eyes. With a slight closing of his eyelids, his Sharingan activated instantaneously, the three tomos spinning with a captivating crimson glow as he faced Gaara. In terms of strength, Gaara was not to be underestimated. However, Sasuke held his ground, having mastered the mature form of the Sharingan, which, if wielded adeptly, could grant him an edge over Gaara. In terms of murderous intent, Gaara radiated a fierce aura. Yet Sasuke, too, possessed a formidable presence. Although his killing intent may not have been as potent as Gaara's, it was sufficient to withstand Gaara's menace, ensuring that the latter's malice posed no threat to him. Regarding momentum, Gaara exuded an imposing force, but Sasuke was not to be outdone. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he even held a slight advantage in this regard. On the arena, the two stood resolutely, an invisible force permeating the space between them, escalating with each exchange of power and rivalry. Under the influence of this mounting pressure, the air around them became tumultuous and chaotic, swirling erratically towards Sasuke at times, and then back towards Gaara. In the face of Gaara's maniacal expression, Sasuke's eyes glimmered with resolve, and as the Sharingan spun rapidly, he leapt to evade the incoming sand shuriken, charging straight at Gaara. Thus, the highly anticipated showdown between the son of the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village and the orphan of the Uchiha clan from Konoha had finally commenced. Witnessing the fierce clash between Sasuke and Gaara, Naruto found it difficult to focus, fully aware that should Gaara sustain any injuries, it would undoubtedly trigger the tailed beast's rampage, setting into motion the collapse of Konoha's plans. Silently departing from the waiting room, Naruto approached Kakashi's side. Upon seeing Naruto, Kakashi respectfully addressed him as young master. If they had previously acknowledged Naruto merely as the son of the fourth Hokage, now, having witnessed his strength and formidable presence, they genuinely honored him with the title of young master. A notification was dispatched, indicating that Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, was in an unstable state, prompting the potential early execution of their plans, roughly coinciding with Gaara's loss of control. Upon hearing the words of Kakashi, Naruto nodded slightly, casting a glance at the fierce battle between Sasuke and Gaara. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he refrained from turning back and calmly declared, "The Jinchuriki of the Sand Village has lost control." Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi turned his gaze toward Gaara, seemingly acknowledging the possibility of his instability. The sealing techniques of the Sand Village were inherently weak, incapable of perfectly sealing Shikaku. You have witnessed the ravages of war. You should understand the plight of the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, a wretched soul twisted psychologically due to prolonged sleep deprivation, Naruto remarked as he observed Gaara below. Indeed, Kakashi affirmed, nodding in agreement. During the Third Great Ninja War, he was not a primary combatant and had not faced the tailed beasts head-on. Yet he had witnessed their terrifying presence firsthand. Then, young hero, please forgive me as I take my leave first, Kakashi said, bowing respectfully to Naruto. Naruto replied with a slight nod. In an instant, as Naruto nodded, Kakashi's form vanished without a trace, having swiftly transmitted the information. Before long, Naruto sensed that numerous Jonin had quietly converged with his team, awaiting the moment to initiate their plan and convey crucial intelligence. Witnessing this, Naruto turned and entered the lounge. summoning the small group of individuals who had gathered there for training, ostensibly under the pretext of discussing their upcoming strategies for the competition. At this moment, within the examination hall, the confrontation between Sasuke and Gaara had reached a fever pitch. Sasuke unleashed taijutsu techniques he had replicated from Lee, his unique ninjutsu, and the crushing fist he had learned from Naruto, launching a relentless barrage against Gaara. However, all his attacks were thwarted by Gaara's rock-solid sand defenses, which subsequently retaliated in kind. The two engaged in a fierce melee, their figures intertwining in a flurry of afterimages. The raw, unrestrained taijutsu and dazzling ninjutsu captivated the audience, rendering them spellbound. Compared to the previous mundane matches, this contest was undoubtedly far more riveting. With another crushing fist, Sasuke struck fiercely against Gaara's sand wall, sending dust flying and causing a deep dent, yet he ultimately could not breach its defenses. Observing this, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Gaara's mouth. Sensing the murderous intent behind Gaara's malevolent grin, Sasuke felt a tightening in his chest, a surge of impending danger. Outside the sand wall, sharp sand spikes rapidly coalesced, aiming directly at Sasuke's palm. Although Sasuke sensed the threat and narrowly dodged, the spikes still grazed his hand, inflicting considerable pain. Seeing Sasuke retreat in disarray, Gaara's face twisted into a sinister smile. He knew the opportunity for retaliation had arrived. A tempest of yellow sand surged upwards, racing toward Sasuke like a colossal sand claw, intent on ensnaring him. Yet, once caught, everything would indeed come to an end. As the torrent of sand rushed forth, Sasuke deftly evaded it, utilizing the extraordinary dynamic vision bestowed by his Sharingan. Although momentarily placed in a passive position, defeating Sasuke would prove to be no simple feat for Gaara. While dodging, Sasuke meticulously observed Gaara's movements through the lens of his ocular prowess, skillfully maneuvering around him while maintaining a safe distance. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, Sasuke seized the opportunity presented by a lapse in Gaara's defense, swiftly forming the tiger seal upon his chest. Within the blink of an eye, a colossal, searing fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Gaara. Boom! The fireball, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, engulfed Gaara in an inferno that swirled and blazed for over 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. As the flames receded, a towering sand mound, approximately 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, emerged, encasing Gaara within. Sasuke understood that after such an extended confrontation, that fiery assault likely bore minimal impact on Gaara. Reflecting upon this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of frustration. Battling an adversary like Gaara was akin to grappling with a turtle, even more daunting, as a mere punch could shatter an ordinary turtle's shell. Observing the sand mound that enveloped Gaara, Sasuke's thoughts shifted, and he leapt towards the edge of the arena. Utilizing chakra to enhance his footing, Sasuke gracefully landed atop the arena's wall, gazing down at Gaara, who was ensnared by the sand. With hands formed into seals, he summoned forth the power of thunder, crackling with electric energy. Simultaneously, the sounds of birds filled the air, resonating throughout the arena. Reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison, their chorus echoing powerfully. The technique was unleashed with the name, Chidori. Chapter 98. Descending into chaos as the crescent moon hung high, casting its silvery glow upon the land, the tranquil village of Konoha was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. All eyes were riveted on Sasuke, anxious not to miss a single moment of the unfolding spectacle, for they understood that once Sasuke made his move, the collapse of Konoha's plans would follow, entwining their fates in this singular act. Sasuke advanced with the swiftness of lightning, closing in on Gaara, who was shrouded in his protective armor of sand. Countless sand spikes surged forth, intent on obstructing his path. However, as the spikes met the concentrated thunderous power in Sasuke's left hand, they shattered effortlessly, unable to withstand even a fraction of his might. Lightning release, thunderclap fist. Sasuke's left hand transformed into a claw, and with a resounding roar of thunder, his strength and speed surged to their zenith. In an instant, a sharp cracking sound reverberated throughout the arena as Sasuke's thunderous claw struck Gaara's sand armor, which crumbled like tofu under the force, leaving a deep gash, with sand scattering and blood staining the ground. How is this possible? Gaara's sand armor has been breached. Kankuro stood aghast, his words tumbling out in confusion, the events unfolding before him far too shocking to comprehend. In his mind, Gaara's sand armor was an impenetrable fortress, and now it lay in ruins before Sasuke. This cannot be. Temari's pallid countenance reflected her disbelief, her trembling voice betraying the depth of her shock. She was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Gaara's sand armor. Witnessing its destruction firsthand left her feeling just as astounded as Kankuro. On the opposite side of the examination hall, my mentor, Maki, gazed with a furrowed brow at the colossal sand sphere. He clearly observed the blood seeping through the splattered grains, signifying that Gaara might have sustained injuries, and consequently, the potential for him to lose control loomed ominously. This disruption could plunge their meticulously crafted plans into chaos. Maki's furious gaze fixed upon Sasuke below, as he had never anticipated such an occurrence. In his estimation, only Naruto, who possessed comparable strength and spatial ninjutsu, could achieve such a feat. The disruption of their plans weighed heavily on Maki's heart as he surveyed the scene below, his tone laden with resignation. In stark contrast to the anxious figures like Maki, the audience erupted in cheers, celebrating Sasuke's remarkable triumph in breaching Gaara's absolute defense with his Chidori. They remained blissfully unaware that peril was stealthily encroaching upon them. "You've struck me." As the sensation of warm blood surged from his right hand, Sasuke's lips curled into a detached smile, his crimson eyes exuding an alluring malevolence. Within the confines of the sand armor, Gaara was engulfed in terror, acutely aware of the blood coursing through him. "What is this warm, red substance? Is something wrong with my mother?" Blood dripped from his hands, and in the dark recesses of the sand sphere, the vivid crimson appeared strikingly pronounced. "Ah, this is blood, my own blood." Witnessing the sanguine flow, Gaara let out a chilling scream, his voice rife with fear and unease. Suddenly, an eerie aura erupted from within the sand sphere, and a massive sand claw burst forth, lunging directly at Sasuke. Reacting with remarkable agility, Sasuke narrowly evaded the onslaught, retreating with a series of acrobatic leaps that distanced him several meters from the sand sphere in the blink of an eye. He fixed his gaze upon the extending sand claw, its sharp tips glinting ominously, a sensation of dread gripping his heart as he felt fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Meanwhile, observing the unfolding chaos, Maki's countenance shifted dramatically as he bellowed orders to those around him. "Act now." However, it was not solely Maki who was vigilant. Numerous Jonin and Umbu throughout Konoha had been closely monitoring the situation in the examination hall. At Maki's command, they sprang into action, executing a high-level mission dubbed the Counter-Konoha Collapse Plan. Beneath the night sky, Konoha was on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 99. A Deafening Roar Chase. The guardians of Konoha Zumbu, upon witnessing the third Hokage being whisked away by the enigmatic wind shadow, sprang into action with the swiftness of a tempest, determined to rescue their leader. However, as they moved, the wind shadow calmly issued orders to his four attendants. His voice was deep and composed, seemingly dismissive of the elite Umbu. Indeed, despite the Umbu's formidable skills, they remained too feeble to pose a genuine threat. Understood. The four attendants responded without hesitation, their black disguises vanishing in an instant, revealing their true identities as the four heavenly kings of the sound. With this revelation, the true identity of the wind shadow became glaringly apparent. Four purple flames formation. A surrounding wall of violet light surged upward, obstructing the Umbu's pursuit. A member of the Umbu, in a reckless charge, collided with a barrier and was immediately engulfed in violet flames. With a piercing scream, he plummeted from the rooftop, clearly teetering on the brink of death. As the four purple flames formation activated, a series of secret weapons shot into the night sky, blossoming into resplendent fireworks whose brilliance could be discerned even from afar, far beyond the borders of Konoha. Outside the village, a coalition of sound and sand ninjas raced towards their destination. Upon catching sight of the radiant signal illuminating the sky above Konoha, the leading sound ninja gestured with urgency. "The signal has appeared. The plan is set in motion. If we successfully infiltrate Konoha, we shall be hailed as the village's heroes and saviors." With that, he vanished in a blur, his speed amplified, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, in a small grove outside Konoha, 6 sand ninjas, seated against an unusual sigil, opened their eyes in unison. The scrolls clenched in their mouths were pressed down onto specific points of the sigil, and they swiftly began forming hand seals. One among them bit into their thumb, allowing a drop of blood to stain the unfurled scroll. Summoning technique. A thick fog billowed forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. as a colossal figure burst forth from the mist, barreling forward. Beneath Konoha's sturdy walls, the Sound and Sand Coalition breached the barriers, engaging fiercely with the steadfast Konoha ninjas. Although on guard, the coalition found themselves temporarily stymied at the gates. However, with a resounding crash, the fog dissipated, revealing the colossal form of a massive three-headed serpent. This formidable serpent effortlessly demolished the seemingly indestructible walls of Konoha, signaling the collapse of its defenses. The betrayal by the Sand Ninjas was utterly unforeseen. Faced with the breached walls and the smoke-filled battlefield, the captured third Hokage exhibited no signs of panic. Having endured countless battles, he simply turned to his former student, now adversary, the Kazekage, and spoke calmly. This was all anticipated. The treaty merely served to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. This tedious game must come to an end. The wheels of history are set to turn. Today, history shall be written by me. Gazing upon the once heroic figure who had once been his disciple, now a twilight-stricken elder, the Kazekage, Orochimaru, curled his lips into a sardonic smirk. Do you seek to incite war? Even though he already knew the answer, the third Hokage chose to ask directly. Of course, Orochimaru replied with an unhesitating, sinister smile. Kazekage, we should strive to avoid the use of force and seek a peaceful resolution. The third Hokage intended to continue persuading, believing the Kazekage was merely swayed by Orochimaru's seduction. If he could convince the Kazekage to withdraw, the Sound Village would pose no threat. Yet, the third Hokage's calculations ultimately fell short. Humph, have you grown senile, Sensei Sarutobi? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, as if he had heard something amusing, his voice low and gravelly as he laughed. It is you, Orochimaru. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the third Hokage's pupils involuntarily contracted. You remember me, don't you, Sensei Sarutobi? Orochimaru casually removed the hat that symbolized the identity of the Wind Shadow and tore away the mask that concealed his true visage, gazing intently at the third Hokage. It has begun. Rado, Awashi, inform them of the situation. I shall descend first. Witnessing the instant chaos engulfing Konoha amidst the raging fires of battle, Naruto instructed Rado and Awashi behind him, then leapt down from the examination arena. Within the arena, Temari and Kankuro stood on either side of the sand sphere formed by Gaara, while the Jonin from the Sand Village, Maki, appeared before them. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru had returned to stand protectively in front of Sasuke, vigilantly eyeing Maki. What on earth is happening? The sudden upheaval left Sasuke baffled, prompting him to question Shikamaru, his gaze drifting towards the tumultuous scenes surrounding them. I'm afraid the Chunin exam has concluded, Shikamaru replied flatly without turning around. You possess the strength of a Chunin. As a Konoha ninja, it is imperative that you engage in endeavors beneficial to Konoha and thwart the ninjas from the Sand Village. TCH, how could it come to this? Are we on the brink of war? Sasuke surveyed his surroundings, noting the incessant assaults from the Sound and Sand ninjas against the Konoha defenders, who retaliated in an organized manner. Clearly, war was now unavoidable. As Sasuke pondered, Naruto had already leapt down to his side. Sasuke, your task is to deal with those two Sand ninjas first. Naruto pointed to Temari and Kankuro beside Gaara, while he entrusted Maki to Shikamaru, showing no concern for the adversary. And what about you? Sasuke queried, intrigued by Naruto's plan. As for me, naturally, I will confront the most formidable presence. Naruto's gaze fixated on the colossal sand sphere at the center of the arena. However, this meant that Sasuke's opponent had seemingly been usurped. That is my opponent. Sasuke felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and was about to voice his desire to swap adversaries with Naruto when a wild roar interrupted his words, drawing his attention to the source of the commotion, the massive sand sphere in the arena. At that moment, the sphere formed by Gaara began to fracture, cracks spreading as fine sand cascaded down, ultimately culminating in a spectacular explosion of sand and dust. From within emerged a figure, and as the dust settled, it revealed Gaara, now transformed into a half-tailed fox form. Chapter 100, Naruto's Promise. A fierce wind howled, and yellow sand filled the air as the power of the half-tailed fox stirred restlessly within Gaara, confronting the young ninjas Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Shikamaru. His eyes glimmered with the ferocity of a wild beast, unleashing a series of piercing roars. The hostility emanating from him was as sharp as a sword aimed directly at the trio. Has he not fully unleashed the power of the fox yet? Maki pondered silently. He had anticipated that Gaara would unhesitatingly enter his complete form following his injury. However, the reality was far from his expectations, as Gaara was merely in his half-tailed fox transformation. Nevertheless, this mattered little. Once I eliminate these two Konoha rookies, I shall complete the transformation into a tailed beast. For now, the primary objective is to remove the troublesome Shikamaru. Maki's gaze was resolute as he swiftly dashed towards Shiranui Gunma, unfazed by Gaara's prowess. He firmly believed that no one on this battlefield could withstand the might of Gaara in his half-tailed demon fox transformation, especially since his opponents were merely two lower-ranking ninjas. How troublesome. Young master, you must be cautious from here on, Shiranui Gunma remarked, casting a glance at the approaching Maki before turning to Naruto with a word of caution. Then engaging in battle. The clash of blades and the sounds of ninja tools resonated through the air. Temari and Kankuro exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware that they could not intervene in either Gaara's transformation or the duel between Maki and Shiranui Gunma. For them, the utmost priority was to hastily withdraw from this perilous battleground. Damn it, Naruto stole my prey. Despite his discontent towards Naruto, Sasuke begrudgingly pursued Temari and Kankuro, realizing that with his current strength, he stood no chance against Gaara in such a state. Alas, my power is still insufficient, he muttered to himself while observing the chaos around him. Naruto Uzumaki, today I shall claim your life. Only then can I prove my worth. Gaara's focus was solely on Naruto, believing that the latter was the most deserving of his attention. Such relentless bloodshed, Naruto observed with a calm demeanor. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he felt a profound sorrow for Gaara's fate. While Jinchuriki often lacked the joys of childhood, Gaara's plight was particularly tragic, having even been condemned to death by his own father. Bloodshed? I merely seek to affirm my existence. Only through blood and death can the meaning of my life be validated. And what about you, Naruto Uzumaki? Why do you fight? Gaara roared, his voice hoarse and strained, his face contorted in a terrifying manner. I do not possess such lofty ideals. I fight solely to stand at the pinnacle of this world. No, at the zenith of power. Furthermore, I have two additional goals since arriving here: to become the Hokage of this place and to protect my loved ones. That is all, Naruto replied calmly. The pursuit of power had once been his primary aspiration, while the Hokage position was a promise made to the previous Hokage. However, now, for the sake of his mission, he too must vie for this position. As for his final goal, it was a man's fundamental responsibility. Otherwise, if he could not protect his beloved, could he still be considered a man? Enough with your useless chatter. Die! Gaara bellowed, and in an instant, a torrent of sand surged forth, aiming to engulf Naruto. Unfazed by the oncoming wave of sand, Naruto swiftly evaded, reappearing atop the examination platform. With his palms pressed together before his chest, he looked down at Gaara and proclaimed, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal fireball, measuring over 50 meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, the searing flames instantly igniting the surrounding air, causing the temperature to soar. At the moment the fireball materialized, the fiercely battling Maki and Makonnen abruptly ceased their combat and swiftly retreated from the scene. Even those who considered themselves among the most skilled of the elite shinobi could not guarantee their safety against such a formidable ninjutsu. Boom! The fireball collided with the testing ground, instantly engulfing it in a roaring inferno. What was once an open arena transformed in an instant into a sea of flames. Resembling a hellish purgatory, the fire raged, accompanied by the ominous crackling sound as the intense heat caused the walls to begin cracking, and the air warped under the extreme temperature. After several seconds of relentless burning, the flames finally began to subside, revealing a charred expanse that bore the scars of a furnace-like trial. In the center of the testing ground stood a colossal, charred sandball, towering at 4 to 5 meters, its surface already marred by numerous fissures. This was the refuge of Gaara. Crack! The sandball trembled slightly, and then large clumps of sand, fused together by the flames, began to fall away. As the sand fell, the ball gradually disintegrated, scattering into granules. Yet, the scorching heat emanating from the air indicated that the temperature of these grains remained perilously high. One could only imagine the plight of Gaara within. Ultimately, as all the sand particles scattered, Gaara's figure emerged. At that moment, his once vibrant red hair had turned a burnt yellow, his clothing was wrinkled, and his skin bore the marks of severe burns. Clearly, although he had withstood Naruto's ninjutsu, he had suffered greatly under such extreme heat. nearly being cooked alive in the searing flames. "Naruto Uzumaki, I will kill you," Gaara roared as he emerged, his beast-like eyes fixed intently on Naruto. With a furious shout, he surged forward, the sand beneath him swirling up to form waves that rolled towards Naruto, crashing relentlessly. The pain and torment inflicted by the prior ninjutsu had thoroughly enraged Gaara. At this moment, he was singularly focused on eliminating Naruto, seeking to bind him with sand and crush him mercilessly. Clang! Kunai clashed as the two figures instantly separated, each warily confronting the other. Humph. It seems the ninja of Sunagakure are not as formidable as they claim. It was close. Your village's guardian beast nearly became a well-cooked meal at the hands of the young master. Makonnen taunted Maki, surveying the scene beneath them with hawk-like scrutiny. If that were indeed the case, what honor would remain for Sunagakure? The fact that their tailed beast had nearly perished without unleashing its full power was a source of profound embarrassment. Not only for others, but even for himself upon hearing such news. Humph, can you truly fathom the terror that is Gaara? However, I must inquire. The identity of that young man is undoubtedly not simple. Considering you, AJ Nin, refer to him as young master, Maki retorted in response to Makonnen's words. Indeed, Naruto's strength astonished him. Even Gaara, without fully unleashing the power of his tailed beast, possessed a half-tailed beast transformation that ordinary Nin would find challenging to contend with. Maki had initially anticipated that Naruto would be swiftly defeated by Gaara, yet the tides had turned, leading to Gaara's retreat. This shift sparked a profound curiosity in Maki regarding Naruto's true identity. The young master is indeed the young master, with his prowess. He shall soon attain renown in the ninja world. When that time comes, his true identity will inevitably be revealed, provided that you manage to leave this place alive today. Nara Shikamaru cast a cold glance at Maki, responding in an icy tone. Naruto's identity is currently known only to a select few elite shinobi in Konoha, and Nara Shikamaru has no intention of disclosing this matter to the enemy. Should this information leak, they would undoubtedly pursue Naruto with relentless fervor. However, it will not be long before, as a result of this incident, Naruto's identity spreads throughout Konoha and subsequently reverberates across the entire ninja world. As for his reputation in that realm, it hinges upon his performance in this very event. I shall bear witness to that day. Whether you survive to see it, however, is another matter entirely. Maki's tone turned equally frigid after hearing this. The two ceased their conversation, their figures intertwining once more, two silhouettes colliding in an instant. Blades flashing and energy clashing. The divine mirror phantom step. In the face of the swiftly approaching Gaara, Naruto chose not to confront him head-on. In the blink of an eye, he employed the divine mirror phantom step, vanishing from his original position. Gaara possesses the absolute defense of the sand armor. His mastery of sand enables him to excel in both close-quarter combat and ranged attacks, rendering him a versatile ninja. Nevertheless, Naruto is not to be underestimated. His taijutsu includes the devastating crushing fist, while his long-range capabilities are supported by a plethora of ninjutsu. Particularly his mastery of the divine mirror phantom step and flying thunder god technique, making him invincible in both melee and ranged combat. Not to mention, he wields the 8 gates technique, further amplifying his strength. In a flash, Naruto appeared behind Gaara, delivering a crushing blow directly to Gaara's back. The crushing fist shattered mountains. This punch bore immense power, sending Gaara hurtling through the air, his body fracturing as the sand pieces fell away. That was Gaara's final line of defense, the sand armor. Yet, as Gaara was propelled away, the sand instinctively sprang into action, catching him midair and gently lowering him to the ground. "I will kill you." A furious roar erupted from Gaara's lips. With a shout, the sand beneath him transformed into countless kunai and shuriken, hurtling toward Naruto with a speed that surpassed even the previous sand wave. At this moment, Gaara was no longer content with merely defeating Naruto. He was determined to eradicate him. Wind release, thousand-faced wind. In response to the barrage of sand kunai and shuriken, a glint of cold determination flashed in Naruto's eyes. He immediately formed hand seals, summoning a flurry of wind blades that surged toward the incoming weapons. In an instant, the wind blades clashed with the sand projectiles mid-air, producing a cacophony of slicing sounds. Either Naruto's wind blades were shattered by the sand weapons, or the sand weapons were severed by the wind blades. The divine mirror phantom step. Witnessing the aerial clash, Naruto's figure flickered once more, transforming into a streak of golden light, disappearing from sight, only to reappear behind Gaara. "You cannot escape." Gaara suddenly turned, a menacing grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he waved his hand, summoning towering waves of sand that surged toward Naruto. The divine mirror phantom step. Without uttering another word, Naruto vanished once again upon witnessing this. In the next moment, he appeared in the air, over 10 meters above Gaara's head, his gaze locked onto Gaara below as he formed hand seals once more. Crushing fist, shattering mountains. Instantly, chakra erupted within him, creating a powerful propulsion that caused Naruto, suspended in midair, to suddenly accelerate and dive towards Gaara. Such a consumption of chakra was an endeavor only Naruto dared to undertake. His right arm tensed, muscles bulging as if they had swelled, resembling a figure of explosive might. At that moment, Naruto descended upon Gaara, his colossal fist aimed directly at him, crashing down with immense force. Boom! As sand erupted, Gaara's sand finally reacted, attempting to intercept this overwhelming assault. However, mere grains of sand were utterly insufficient to withstand Naruto's earth-shattering blow, which was instantly obliterated. The massive fist struck Gaara with precision, forcing him into the ground and creating a vast pit 3 meters wide and 1 meter deep. Shifting Mirage Step. With a flicker, Naruto leaped above Gaara, peering down into the large pit where Gaara lay, and formed hand seals once more. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal fireball cascaded from the heavens, engulfing Gaara like a primal beast, its searing flames resonating throughout the arena. From within the blaze came anguished howls. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Yet, the inferno that enveloped the arena and consumed Gaara was suddenly dispelled by an overwhelming force. A towering figure, several dozen meters high, manifested at the center of the arena. A colossal body composed of sand, adorned with purple wind patterns sprawling across its immense form. Shikaku, the One-Tail, fully revealed. In this tumultuous scene, it seemed that Konoha was indeed embroiled in a grave crisis. Once Shikaku's formidable form emerged, all within Konoha could witness it, save for those lower-ranking shinobi who were unaware of Shikaku's origins. The other shinobi, upon seeing this, could not help but change their expressions drastically, particularly the Genin, who, had it not been for the meticulous preparations of the third Hokage, would have rushed out en masse to besiege this beast. Indeed, this was Shikaku in its complete form. The sheer power and aura it exuded were incomparable to the illustrations in the scrolls. Naruto gazed at the immense creature before him, overwhelmed with sentiment. In the past, having observed Shikaku, he had merely recognized it as one of the tailed beasts, finding nothing remarkable about it, even perceiving its appearance as somewhat laughable. Yet now, witnessing Shikaku once more, he realized that the might of the tailed beast was beyond what ordinary people could contend with. Its sheer imposing presence was enough to diminish the strength of numerous shinobi in its vicinity. Coupled with its formidable power and colossal size, it was clear that tailed beasts were indeed instruments of war, sources of calamity. "Naruto Uzumaki, indeed, you have ignited my fighting spirit," Gaara spoke darkly from atop Shikaku. Despite enduring such a brutal assault, Gaara remained composed, his expression one of excitement and savagery as he regarded Naruto. Truly, to withstand such a beating and remain so calm was remarkable. Observing Gaara, Naruto could not help but mutter a low remark. Although Gaara did not fully grasp the underlying meaning, he could sense the taunting undertone in Naruto's words. "Humph, since you have given me such a profound provocation, allow me to show you the true essence of despair," Gaara ordered with a cold smirk, gazing down at Naruto. As his words fell, Shikaku's massive claws suddenly rose, striking down towards Naruto with alarming speed. Despite its colossal size, the beast moved with the swiftness of lightning. Boom! In an instant, the very ground where Naruto stood was obliterated by Shikaku's claws, sending dust swirling into the air. Now standing atop Shikaku's head, Gaara's gaze shifted to the spot where Naruto had once been, slowly retracting his claws to reveal nothing but an unfathomable pit. The earth around it cracked for dozens of meters, devoid of any other remnants. Ha ha ha! Not even a scrap remains. Seeing the vast chasm, Gaara burst into maniacal laughter, his demeanor bordering on madness. However, before the echoes of his laughter faded, a faint voice resonated nearby. "Do you think I would perish so easily?" With a flash of golden light, Naruto's figure materialized beside Gaara. "Not dead yet. Then let us end this now." Upon witnessing Naruto's revival, Gaara roared in fury, and in the blink of an eye, waves of sand surged from Shikaku's body, charging towards Naruto. Yet, amidst the golden flashes, Naruto's form appeared simultaneously at multiple points on Shikaku's body, flickering in and out of sight, leaving only afterimages. The oncoming waves of sand failed to touch Naruto in the slightest. Summoning technique. Destruction of the rooftop. Evading Gaara's attack, Naruto swiftly positioned himself on Shikaku's back, pressing a hand against its waist. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding blast, a cloud of white mist enveloped the area, and a massive figure suddenly emerged from Shikaku's back. Under the immense pressure, Shikaku was instantly brought to the ground, sand flying in all directions. As the mist dissipated, the revealed figure was none other than Fukasaku, one of the three great toads of Mount Myaboku, with green skin, arms crossed, and two colossal blades strapped to his back. Upon appearing, Fukasaku realized he was standing atop Shikaku and immediately leapt away, staring in awe at the colossal beast before him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Naruto, this creature is Shikaku, he exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, did I not inform you earlier? So, are you satisfied with this opponent? Naruto nodded with a smile, his tone unperturbed. It is indeed a formidable adversary, but Naruto, don't you think you are being a bit excessive? Fukasaku remarked, unable to contain his thoughts as he observed Shikaku rising once more. Although he longed for an exhilarating battle, he did not wish to face such a monstrous opponent right from the start, especially one as fearsome as a tailed beast, which sent shivers down his spine. He acknowledged the vast disparity in strength between himself and Shikaku, not to mention the gap compared to the leader of the Toad clan, Jiraiya. The differences among the tailed beasts were not easily bridged. Fear not, for I am here. I shall assist you in confronting it, Naruto reassured Fukasaku, understanding his apprehensions. In truth, he had yet to employ the Eight Gates technique or the secret arts of the sound of the divine and celestial echo, once unleashed. Fukasaku's power would undoubtedly rival Shikaku's, perhaps even surpass it, especially considering that Shikaku was still in a sealed state. Very well, but Naruto, I truly cannot ascertain if we can win this battle. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Fukasaku nodded in agreement. Through their collaboration over the past period, he had developed a profound understanding of Naruto's prowess. It was not entirely hopeless to join forces against the sealed Shikaku. No problem, Naruto replied firmly, gazing at the restanding Shikaku. Is this your true power, Uzumaki Naruto? Indeed, your strength is formidable. Defeating you would undoubtedly validate my worth. Iroh, perched atop Shikaku, stared at Naruto and Fukasaku with a sinister grin creeping across his face. You will understand the extent of my abilities once you experience them firsthand, Naruto calmly responded, casting a glance at Iroh. Is that so? Then let me personally end your life. Iroh bellowed at Naruto, and in an instant, Shikaku's massive form lunged toward Fukasaku, each step causing the ground of the Hidden Leaf village to tremble. At that moment, it charged with full force, triggering minor tremors in the vicinity. Chapter 103. The sound of metal clashing. Here it comes. Be cautious. Upon seeing Shikaku emerge from the sandstorm, Naruto's gaze sharpened, and he whispered to Fukasaku, who stood beneath him. I understand, Naruto, Fukasaku replied, his brow furrowed, his dual blades drawn and positioned protectively across his chest, vigilantly observing the approaching Shikaku. Now is the opportune moment, he commanded as Shikaku's colossal form approached with astonishing speed. Frog's secret technique, Twin Blade Slash. After half a month of harmonious training, Fukasaku was now adept at grasping Naruto's intentions. As soon as the command was issued, the blades gleamed with a chilling light, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto and Fukasaku silently appeared behind Shikaku. With a swift, slicing motion, the two blades cleaved through the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal clashing as Shikaku's arms were severed, falling limply to its sides. Naruto, this Shikaku does not seem nearly as formidable as the legends suggest, Fukasaku remarked, glancing back at the disarmed creature. Initially, he had anticipated Shikaku to be a formidable foe, yet it appeared to be easily vanquished, far simpler than he had imagined. Not at all. Shikaku's strength is indeed top tier, but what we face is not the true Shikaku. Merely an illusion controlled by the Jinchuriki, Naruto countered, pointing at Iroh above Shikaku. It was widely known in the original narrative that after Iroh released Shikaku, he had once toyed with Fukasaku using Shikaku's power. If not for Naruto transforming into the Nine Tails with Fukasaku's chakra, Subduing Shikaku would have been nearly impossible. Fukasaku had nearly lost his life at Shikaku's hands. In this current scenario, how could Shikaku possess only such strength? The crux of the matter lay in Iroh's control as the Jinchuriki. I see, Fukasaku nodded in agreement with Naruto's assessment. Indeed, at this moment, Shikaku's display of power and actions appeared exceedingly clumsy, completely devoid of the ferocity expected of a tailed beast. The sight of Shikaku's severed arms did not garner much attention from Naruto and Fukasaku. Instead, Iroh's expression grew increasingly grim. He initially believed that releasing Shikaku would effortlessly resolve the conflict with Naruto, yet the outcome was contrary to his expectations. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly deserve my lethal intent, Gaara rasped, forcing the words from his throat. As his utterance settled, the ground surged with yellow sand, converging at the sight of Shikaku's severed arm. In no time, two brand new arms emerged, claws reappearing, and Shikaku was rejuvenated. Indeed, while Shikaku ranked low among the tailed beasts in strength, its cunning was undoubtedly unparalleled. Observing the newly grown arms of Shikaku, Naruto furrowed his brow. Although not as powerful as the Nine Tails or the Eight Tails, Shikaku possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. As long as sand was present, it could regenerate even severed limbs, making it a formidable tailed beast. Therefore, if it was not swiftly sealed or eliminated, this battle would be interminable. Naruto, how shall we proceed? If Shikaku can recover like this every time, we shall eventually be overwhelmed. Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, warily regarded Shikaku, seeking Naruto's strategy. The confidence he had when severing Shikaku's arms had been eroded by the current predicament. After all, his chakra was far inferior to Shikaku's. And even under Gaara's control, a protracted battle would ultimately lead to his demise, and a most ignoble one at that. Let us strike with all our might. Naruto replied without hesitation. This was not a moment for doubt. As you command. Fukasaku immediately responded. As a summoning beast, he merely needed to execute the orders given, leaving other concerns aside. Then, let the second round commence. Naruto spoke slowly while gazing at Gaara. Frog Sage Technique, Twin Sword Combo. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fukasaku vanished in a flash, lunging towards Shikaku, his twin swords dancing like butterflies, unleashing a torrent of blade light upon Shikaku. Do you wish to employ the same tactic again? It shall not be so simple. Gaara roared from atop Shikaku, commanding it to open its mouth wide and delivering a heavy strike to its abdomen. Wind release, vacuum bullets. In an instant, multiple bullets infused with wind chakra erupted from Shikaku's mouth, spiraling forth and creating a gust of air aimed directly at Fukasaku, who was unable to gain leverage in midair. A series of slicing sounds echoed as Fukasaku's sword cleaved through the vacuum bullets with great effort, yet simultaneously, his offensive began to wane. Fire release, great fire destruction. Standing atop Fukasaku, Naruto was not idle. In a heartbeat, a searing spear of fire erupted from his mouth. The potency of this great fire destruction, compared to the expansive 50-meter flame attack, had coalesced into a mere 1-meter wide fire spear, showcasing its immense destructive power. Boom, boom. The clash between the great fire destruction and the vacuum bullets unleashed a violent explosion, sending plumes of smoke and swirling air rippling outward. After two resounding blasts, both Fukasaku and Shikaku endured the impact of the explosion, their massive forms pushed back to their original positions. In this exchange, neither side gained the upper hand. Water release, water blade slash. A furious roar shattered the 100-meter-high sandstorm as a sharp water blade sliced through the smoke, aiming directly for Shikaku's abdomen. With a swift motion, there was no earth-shattering explosion, but instead, a crisp sound of impact resonated through the air. Shikaku suffered yet another grievous blow, a deep gash marring its abdomen. Had it not been for its colossal size, it would surely have been severed in half. Gaara remained momentarily stunned, still reeling from the shock, when a powerful force abruptly parted the swirling sands, and a massive figure surged forth, charging directly at Shikaku. In Chapter 104, The Guardian of Sand, the enormous silhouette was none other than Gamabunta, responding to Naruto's command, relentlessly pursuing the fierce Shikaku. With a thunderous crash, Shikaku was sent hurtling away, tumbling dozens of yards before leaving a deep trench in the earth as it struggled to regain its footing. Though Shikaku itself was unharmed, Gaara atop its head was left dazed from the impact, his eyes filled with seething rage. Fool, Naruto, and that wretched toad, just you wait. Gaara seethed, flames of fury igniting in his eyes as he glared at Naruto, his voice a continuous roar. You wish to kill me? Since the beginning. Your countless vows of slaughter have proven futile, while I remain unscathed. As for you, look at your pitiful state. You claim you will slay me. It seems you are merely indulging in daydreams. Naruto stood atop Gamabunta's massive head, gazing down at Gaara, responding with a tone of indifference. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Gaara's teeth clenched, his hands swiftly forming seals as he muttered, "Secret technique of sand. Sand's false sleep." As Gaara's incantation concluded, he slowly lowered his head, his breaths deepening, indicating he had entered a state of false slumber. Simultaneously, Shikaku's gaze began to transform. Its previously vacant stare suddenly flickered with a golden hue, its pupils constricting like ancient coins. A tremendous energy surged forth from within Shikaku, steadily amplifying, its ferocity escalating with each passing moment. In an instant, Shikaku's golden eyes blinked, and its aura reached an apex. The true Sand Guardian, One-Tail Shikaku, finally broke free from its bindings, revealing its true form. Haha, at last, I am free to move. Shikaku roared, its voice deafening, echoing through the air. At this moment, Shikaku's gaze locked onto the equally massive Gamabunta. The moment I show myself, I spot the one who seeks my demise. With a fierce glint in its eyes, Shikaku coldly declared, I see you, Gamabunta. Feeling Shikaku's intense stare, Gamabunta sensed a stark shift in the atmosphere. Where he had previously felt at ease, now a chill ran down his spine, causing him to contemplate retreat. However, knowing that retreat would signify certain defeat, he steeled himself, gripping his twin swords tightly, remaining vigilant against Shikaku. Observing this, a cruel smile curled at Shikaku's lips as it shouted, Wind release, sand iron cannon. As the words left its mouth, Shikaku forcefully struck its abdomen, unleashing a colossal gust of wind chakra that transformed into a sand iron cannon, aimed directly at Gamabunta. With a resounding crash, the sand iron cannon collided with Gamabunta, sending him flying. Fortunately, Gamabunta's quick reflexes allowed him to deflect a substantial portion of the attack with his blades, though he sustained injuries in the process. Witnessing this spectacle, both Gamabunta and Naruto were left in stunned silence. The disparity in strength between the two is truly monumental. Currently, Shikaku, irrespective of its offensive capabilities, power, might, speed, or combat awareness, vastly surpasses the Shikaku under Gaara's control. The difference is akin to that between heaven and earth. Is this the power of a tailed beast? If a mere one-tailed Shikaku is so formidable, what of the 8 tails and 9 tails? Let alone the legendary figures who once swept through the ninja world, such as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, not to mention the fabled 10 tails. At this moment, the pride that had burgeoned within Naruto due to his newfound abilities and prowess began to wane significantly. He realized that, in comparison to those legendary heroes, he still had a long way to go, at least for now, rendering any comparison futile. With a resonant chant, Ninra's voice, celestial chants, Naruto unleashed 2 magnificent techniques in swift succession, no longer holding back against the increasingly arrogant Shikaku. Instantly, the air was filled with sacred sounds, and the battle hymn reverberated throughout the realm. All who heard this sound felt a sudden diminishment in their strength and speed, while his allies were invigorated, their spirits soaring and power multiplied. Whether it was the formidable Shikaku, the cunning Orochimaru, or the panicked villagers, none were exempt from its influence. The enemy's might weakened, while that of Naruto's allies surged, not merely due to the gap in strength, but rather through the augmentation of that mysterious power. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Naruto, whose seemingly insignificant figure atop the 2 colossal beasts had become the focal point of attention. Naruto had officially stepped into the public eye, earning the recognition of his peers. He was no longer confined to the village hidden in the leaves, nor limited to the land of fire. He was embarking on a journey across this vast continent, stepping into the challenging world of ninjas. Who would have thought that the 9 tails Jinchuriki possessed such abilities? A bloodline limit, indeed, is no trifling matter. Orochimaru licked his dry lips, gazing at Naruto before casting a glance at the 3rd Hokage, his words dripping with admiration. Orochimaru, are you perhaps harboring designs on Naruto? The 3rd Hokage's expression shifted sharply upon hearing Orochimaru's words. That remains to be seen. Perhaps he would willingly come to my side, Orochimaru replied with a wicked grin. That is an impossibility. He is unlike you. He has inherited the spirit of fire and will undoubtedly become the Hokage of the Leaf. He cannot be compared to someone like you, who has fallen into darkness. The third Hokage asserted with unwavering conviction. Chapter 105. Formidable Strength. Become Hokage, you say? Orochimaru was momentarily lost in thought upon hearing the third Hokage's words. That goal had once been the fervent dream he pursued, yet now, time had altered everything, and the world had changed. Young hero Naruto gazed at the youth before him, unaware of the mixed emotions swirling within the hearts of the three formidable figures, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Iwa's three elite. They had initially believed Naruto's strength to be immensely powerful, yet he continually surpassed their expectations. Today, he had showcased yet another arcane technique. As seasoned Jonin, they understood that such a technique, once unleashed, would undoubtedly serve as a lethal weapon on the battlefield, capable of instilling fear in neighboring nations even in times of peace, comparable to the forbidden martial arts that struck terror into the hearts of all nations. Who would have thought that such a prodigy lay hidden within the Leaf Village? However, this individual may not have long to live. Such power and means, even if tolerated by Konoha, would be utterly unacceptable to the other ninja villages, allowing for no further growth. In the midst of combat with Noara Jinkan, Maki, well acquainted with Naruto's capabilities, found himself at a disadvantage in an instant, having previously matched Gunkan's prowess. The overwhelming force of this technique was evident, and wherever it manifested, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of others. Those who could not attain it would surely seek to eliminate it. There is no need for your concern, my lord. This is a matter pertaining solely to Konoha, Jinkan replied coldly to Maki. Maki understood Naruto's abilities well and recognized that what had once been a balanced confrontation had swiftly turned into his own suppression, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Such strength, no matter where it emerged, would draw the scrutiny of many. To ensure safety, only within Konoha could there be any possibility of protection. Currently, Naruto's identity had become an open secret within the ranks of the Jonin, and following this incident, it would surely spread throughout the entirety of Konoha. With this unique identity providing a protective veil, Naruto's safety within Konoha and the Land of Fire was undoubtedly maximized. Even dark forces like Danzo would have to weigh the consequences of any actions against Naruto against their own capacity to endure such repercussions. Moreover, the very intention of the third Hokage to groom Naruto as the next Hokage already guaranteed his safety within Konoha and the Land of Fire. For all hoped that the Hokage would possess greater strength. Young Naruto, is this the sensation of your power ascending? Gama-chan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. This is the unique bloodline technique I have inherited, Naruto succinctly replied, choosing not to elaborate further. The six-path sage techniques were far too enigmatic for this world. Even with the presence of temples, there had been no reports of anyone mastering such divine arts. Thus, it was clear that Naruto's mastery of the six paths techniques rendered him unparalleled. Though Naruto did not elaborate, his words were sufficient to astound Gama-chan. Having reached the level of a shadow, Gama-chan found further advancement to be a formidable challenge. Yet the bloodline technique Naruto spoke of had instantaneously augmented his power by at least 2 levels. More significantly, Gama-chan could discern that the strength of Shikaku, the guardian spirit, had similarly diminished by about 2 levels. Now, even Shikaku was no longer insurmountable for him. Particularly, the resonance of war, though not directly enhancing his strength, invigorated Gama-chan's spirit, while Shikaku appeared listless. Importantly, the effect of this sound was not confined to the individual. It elevated all who heard it. Gama-chan surveyed his surroundings, profoundly shaken by the unfolding spectacle. Such an effect transcended the realm of ordinary ninja techniques and even bloodline arts. In his perspective, it far surpassed the sage arts of Mount Myaboku. In other words, Naruto's bloodline technique had transcended sage arts, achieving divine prowess. Divine prowess, Gama-chan fully grasped its implications, signifying not only strength, but also foretelling a path to the future, a path that would lead to the pinnacle of the world. In his recollections, the only figure who quelled the chaos of the era, revered as the god of the shinobi world, was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He alone wielded the divine art of the thousand hands technique, an embodiment of invincibility. In times long past, even when Uchiha Madara allied with the Nine Tails and employed every conceivable stratagem, he ultimately succumbed to the might of Hashirama's thousand hands technique. However, to be precise, Although the Thousand Hands technique was formidable, it did not transcend the realm of sage arts and could only be regarded as a quasi-divine art. Damn it! What have you done to me? Why has my power waned? Shikaku, feeling the decline of his strength, furiously interrogated Naruto. He noticed that the toad, Gamabunta, had significantly increased in power. A creature he had previously dismissed now stood as an equal adversary, which only fueled Shikaku's ire further. Very well, Gamabunta. Let us enter the third round. This time, we shall defeat Shikaku in one fell swoop. Ignoring Shikaku's inquiries, Naruto fixed his unwavering gaze upon him and commanded Gamabunta. Leave it to me, Naruto. With newfound strength and Shikaku's diminishing power, Gamabunta's confidence soared. Do not get too arrogant, you foul toad. Upon hearing Gamabunta's words, Shikaku's rage intensified. The toad that had previously faltered under his might now dared to act so boldly, an affront that was intolerable to the ever-proud Shikaku. If it were not for his recent unsealing and the cursed seal that limited his power to a mere 70 or 80%, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Ultimately, you are nothing more than a raccoon. Gamabunta cast a disdainful glance at Shikaku, coldly retorting, implying that both were equally matched, and neither could claim superiority over the other. Damn it, you wretched toad. Hearing Gamabunta's remarks only incited Shikaku's fury further. He ceased his words and charged directly at Gamabunta. A raccoon? I fear you not. In response to Shikaku's assault, Gamabunta brandished his twin blades and met the charge without hesitation. Boom. As the two clashed for the first time, a tremendous sound reverberated as a massive katana spun through the air, plummeting several dozen meters away and embedding itself deeply into the earth. Chapter 106. Flame Tornado. Shikaku found himself in a precarious situation, having sustained grievous injuries, with one of his arms transformed into sand and scattered afar. Yet, compared to Shikaku, Gamabunta was evidently at a disadvantage, having lost a divine weapon and experiencing a drastic reduction in power. Though Gamabunta could hold his ground against Shikaku, the numerous adverse factors would ultimately make a direct confrontation exceedingly challenging for him. However, this scene did not encompass all variables, for in this fierce battle, Naruto fought alongside him. Swift Wind Technique, Dance of the Ten-Faced Gale, Fiery Divine Art, Annihilation of the Blazing Flames, Combined Secret Technique, Fiery Tornado Storm. Standing atop the massive head of Gamabunta, Naruto witnessed the brief clash between Shikaku and Gamabunta before they retreated. He too remained active, his gaze fixed upon Shikaku as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, thousands of razor-sharp wind blades surged toward Shikaku like a tidal wave, encircling him in a fierce wind vortex, relentlessly slicing at his form. Simultaneously, a colossal fireball, measuring 50 to 60 meters in diameter, erupted from Naruto's mouth, engulfing the immense body of Shikaku in a searing sea of flames. The wind borrowed the intensity of the flames, while the fire harnessed the might of the wind. In this fusion, a formidable fire tornado took shape, measuring approximately 50 to 60 meters wide at the base and several hundred meters at the top, stretching nearly 100 meters in length. This fiery vortex ensnared Shikaku, relentlessly eroding his form. In an instant, his anguished cries echoed from within. Vacuum bullet of wind release. With a fierce roar, a powerful force erupted from the fiery tornado, as a wind bullet, several dozen meters in size, burst forth, creating an escape route for Shikaku, who emerged in a disheveled state. At this moment, he found himself caught off guard by Naruto's sudden assault, and by the time he regained his composure, he was already grievously injured. Amidst the searing flames and razor-sharp winds, glimmering fragments rained down from the sky. These shards were formed from the grains of sand that comprised Shikaku's body, melted into glass by the dual forces of extreme heat and cutting winds. This barrage inflicted severe damage upon him. The sand that once constituted his form had been transformed into glass, which was then shattered by the wind blades. The agony he experienced was akin to being trapped in a hellish inferno. Nevertheless, the torment did not diminish Shikaku's wrath. Instead, it intensified his fury. As his anger spread, the surrounding land swiftly succumbed to desertification. What began as a gradual process, propelled by Shikaku's rage, became visibly rapid, as patches of land swiftly turned to desert. Buildings collapsed into heaps of yellow sand, vegetation withered, and rivers ran dry. Witnessing this, Naruto felt a surge of indignation, yet he remained unperturbed. In a previous life, Such widespread desertification might have caused him concern, but in this world of ninjas, as long as the affected area was limited, it posed little threat. A few earth and water techniques could easily restore the land. Furthermore, the forests of Konohagakure, bolstered by the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, still harbored powerful life forces beneath the earth and within ancient trees, ensuring that this desolate expanse would eventually rejuvenate given some time. However, if the desertification stirred unease in Naruto, Shikaku's subsequent actions rendered him utterly helpless, his expression shifting from red to pale, then to a deep shade of black. With a furious roar, Shikaku absorbed the host of the sealed spirit, Gaara, into his being. What could have been a battle easily concluded by awakening Gaara had now escalated into a necessity to defeat Shikaku to end the conflict. Naruto, we're in serious trouble, Gamabunta remarked, fully aware of the implications of Shikaku's actions. I understand. Our only option now is to give our all to defeat Shikaku, Naruto replied, shaking his head in resignation. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, which took him completely by surprise. Understood, Gamabunta acknowledged. Shikaku, oblivious to the exchange between Naruto and Gamabunta, was consumed by a singular desire to obliterate the two before him, including the toad, and unleash his turmoil in a chaotic rampage. Fixating his gaze on Gamabunta and Naruto, Shikaku roared in fury. The torment he had endured from the previous combined jutsu felt like a rebirth of agony, a relentless torture that he could not forget. Only through unleashing his wrath could he find relief. Vacuum bullet of wind release. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, infinite great breakthrough. The wind release, infinite sandstorm breakthrough. Shikaku unleashed a series of formidable ninjutsu, relentlessly assaulting Naruto and Gamabunta, instilling a deep sense of dread in the face of Shikaku's ferocity. Even though Gamabunta possessed enough strength to contend with him, he remained visibly shaken by the unfolding chaos. Before Shikaku's jutsu could reach them, Gamabunta leapt swiftly to evade the impending attack. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Standing atop Gamabunta's head, Naruto also invoked his ninjutsu to counter Shikaku's offensive. However, against Shikaku's furious onslaught, Naruto's fire techniques soon faltered. After all, facing one adversary proved challenging enough, let alone contending with four-tailed beasts of equal chakra levels. Under normal circumstances, Naruto's chakra reserves would suffice to confront 10 foes without difficulty. Nevertheless, Naruto's defense offered Gamabunta a precious opportunity to escape, successfully dodging Shikaku's strike unscathed. Die. Sandstorm Burial Array. Seeing Gamabunta and Naruto evade his attack, Shikaku fiercely slammed his claws into the ground, unleashing towering waves of sand that soared dozens of meters high and stretched for hundreds of meters, akin to an ancient beast charging toward Naruto and Gamabunta. Chapter 107, Transforming Forms. Gazing at the rampaging Shikaku, Naruto's heart whispered ominously, "This is no trivial matter." Simultaneously, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had not anticipated Shikaku's utter loss of control. Should this strike land, even if the Leaf Village remained silent, the destruction could easily ravage at least 1/10 of the village's structures, the devastation comparable to the calamity wrought by the Nine Tails 12 years prior. Block it, Gamabunta. Despite his astonishment at Shikaku's madness, Naruto knew this was not the time for hesitation. He commanded the massive toad beneath him, "Obey, Naruto the Great." Faced with the tsunami-like surge of sand, Gamabunta's expression turned grave. He expanded his chest, as if to gulp down the ocean, drawing in a powerful current that inflated his already swollen belly to its limits. Water release, waterfall crash technique. In an instant, Gamabunta unleashed an endless torrent of water from his mouth, surging forth to meet the towering sand waves, akin to a waterfall cascading down. A deluge of immense force rivaling Shikaku's sand explosion burial. The water roared forth, unstoppable, charging toward the sand waves like a stampede of wild horses, transforming mid-flight into a colossal water dragon that roared with a heart-stirring intensity toward Shikaku. Boom. The two titanic techniques collided, intertwining in a tempest of sand and water, sending shards of sand flying and waves crashing. A tremendous shockwave radiated from the point of impact, toppling everything in its path, uprooting buildings and trees alike. The sand and water surged against one another, momentarily locked in an epic struggle, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sun as ripples of residual energy spread throughout, enveloping all. The two extraordinary forces clashed with a thunderous roar, neither able to gain the upper hand, instead dispersing to either side. However, the surrounding ninjas were caught in the turmoil, utterly defenseless, consumed by the overwhelming might of these two forces. Fortunately, in the aftermath of the recent clash, both sides had exhausted a significant portion of their strength. Although the residual power still posed a threat to ordinary ninjas, it was not lethal. As protagonists of this conflict, Shikaku and Gamabunta were not spared from the repercussions. During the confrontation, both were forcefully repelled, leaving a deep trench in the earth beneath them. Shikaku, relying on its vast chakra reserves, remained relatively unscathed. However, Gamabunta was in a dire predicament, as the recent assault had nearly depleted its chakra, rendering it incapable of launching any further offensive maneuvers against Shikaku. Amidst the swirling dust, Naruto quietly activated his divine eye, golden light shimmering in his gaze. In an instant, he possessed a godlike perspective, perceiving everything within a 500-meter radius, as if a deity were surveying the mortal realm. Nothing escaped his sight. The movements, breaths, and even the intricate patterns of sand upon Shikaku were rendered crystal clear to Naruto, akin to viewing through an ultra-high-definition magnifier. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Naruto could see Shikaku, and naturally, Shikaku could evade the interference of the sandstorm. In the blink of an eye, a massive wind-based chakra sphere hurtled toward Naruto and Gamabunta. This guy isn't finished yet, Naruto muttered under his breath, cursing upon witnessing Shikaku's offensive. He understood Gamabunta's precarious situation. Evasion was no longer an option, and they had no choice but to confront it head-on. I am not to be trifled with, you foul raccoon. Do you truly believe I am a mere alien cat? Allow me to demonstrate my might. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Naruto's right arm transformed into that of Ashura, meeting the oncoming vacuum sphere and Shikaku itself with a powerful strike. Six Paths Technique, Universal Destruction. In this world, even during his Chunin days, Naruto could unleash the Universal Destruction technique with a magnitude of 30 to 40 meters. Now, restored to the strength of a Jonin, his full-powered strike manifested a colossal hand spanning 100 meters, enveloped in a soft golden glow, both sacred and imbued with a sense of annihilation, instilling fear in those who beheld it. In the blink of an eye, the massive hand descended, dissolving the vacuum sphere instantaneously without offering even a momentary hindrance. The hand continued its descent, aimed directly at Shikaku. With a thunderous crash, Shikaku was forcefully struck by the 100-meter hand. Soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, propelled hundreds of meters away. The Universal Destruction technique harnessed the primordial forces of yin and yang. In this world, these forces symbolized absolute power, both the essence of creation and the source of destruction. The damage inflicted upon Shikaku was undoubtedly unprecedented in this battle, surpassing even the agony of searing flames against flesh. Struggling to rise, Shikaku gazed at Naruto, its previous fury replaced by profound trepidation and a flicker of fear. That strike had left Shikaku grievously wounded, evoking a visceral sense of life and death peril. Damn it, how could such power exist? Shikaku gazed at Naruto, still in disbelief. He was well aware that yin and yang chakra were not non-existent in this world. For instance, the Nara clan wielded yin chakra, while medical ninjutsu was based on yang chakra. However, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, Shikaku had never heard of anyone capable of simultaneously mastering both yin and yang attributes. Yet now, a being possessing dual attributes of yin and yang chakra had emerged. Chapter 108. With a sudden leap, Gamabunta, you should retreat. I shall handle this matter. Naruto paid no heed to Shikaku beside him, his gaze fixed on Gamabunta, whose chakra was nearly depleted. At this moment, even if Gamabunta remained, he would find it difficult to sustain himself. Having dealt a heavy blow to Shikaku, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the Rasen Shuriken not only countered the Edo Tensei, but could also restrain the power of tailed beasts. In that case, I shall obey and return. Hearing Naruto's intention, Gamabunta nodded slightly, his form suddenly transforming into a plume of white mist, vanishing from sight. He understood his current state well. Remaining here would prove unhelpful and could even hinder Naruto. Once Gamabunta departed, Naruto leaped onto the rooftops, racing toward Shikaku's location. After a prolonged battle with Shikaku, Naruto was eager to bring this conflict to a swift conclusion. The furious assault Shikaku had unleashed earlier, combined with Gamabunta's valiant defense, though not resulting in the anticipated widespread destruction, had left the surrounding environment in ruins. A swift resolution was imperative, otherwise, should Shikaku lose control again, the Hidden Leaf Village would face even graver consequences. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Naturally, Shikaku sensed Naruto's movements and, recalling the previous lesson, dared not let Naruto approach even a step. Thus, he took the initiative, unleashing a massive wind sphere that surged directly toward Naruto. Fire release, great fire destruction. Faced with Shikaku's onslaught, Naruto had no choice but to halt momentarily and utilize this technique to neutralize the attack. Otherwise, the ensuing devastation would surely wreak havoc upon the surrounding buildings and the battling ninjas. Boom! The two powerful jutsu collided, raising clouds of dust and fierce flames, momentarily separating Naruto from Shikaku. Mirror illusion technique. Mirror illusion technique. Mirror illusion technique. In the instant the dust and flames intertwined, Naruto utilized the mirror illusion technique to vanish from his original location. Amidst the flickering golden light, he stealthily approached Shikaku from behind. Divine technique, Rasen Shuriken. With a low shout from Naruto, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, striking Shikaku once more. Shikaku howled in agony under the onslaught of the Rasen Shuriken, revealing an unbearable torment. However, did this truly signify the end? Clearly, it was not so simple. Witnessing Shikaku being knocked away, Naruto waved his left hand, and 9 golden chakra chains shot forth instantaneously, extending for hundreds of meters, binding Shikaku's massive form tightly. His head, limbs, and tail were all ensnared, rendering him utterly immobile. These chakra chains were a unique secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, formed from powerful chakra, and even the mightiest of tailed beasts, the 9 tails, could not break free from them. In this world, it was considered the most formidable auxiliary means. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Naruto stood atop Shikaku, gazing down at the immobile beast, whose eyes betrayed a palpable fear. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips. "Will you return of your own accord? Or shall I escort you personally?" he inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. "Despicable wretch, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Shikaku seethed with indignation. Yet, before Shikaku could finish, Naruto struck again. Rasen Shuriken. With a forceful palm, he slammed Shikaku into the ground as one might swat a fly, the immense power driving the beast a meter deep into the earth. However, the true agony lay in the potent yin-yang energy contained within the technique, inflicting excruciating pain upon Shikaku, who could not suppress his harrowing cries. And now, Naruto turned his gaze back to Shikaku, his voice calm. "Despicable wretch, yet." Before Shikaku could complete his sentence, Naruto's hand descended once more. Boom! Shikaku's form sank deeper, accompanied by another anguished scream. And now? Naruto reiterated. Boom! And now? Boom! And now? Boom! At some point, Shikaku had lost the ability to voice his thoughts, reduced to a pitiful struggle under the relentless barrage of blows. Each time he attempted to speak, the fatal hand would fall mercilessly, the pain penetrating to his very core, silencing even the words that rose to his lips. Shikaku was overwhelmed with frustration and resentment. Why must he be denied the chance to speak? This was truly cruel. In truth, he longed to exclaim, "I wish to return. O sage of 6 paths, this world is far too terrifying. I wish to go back to Mars." No, wait, this is Earth. What is Mars even? Why do I say such things? Enough of this. Regardless, sage of 6 paths, I long to go home. This world is too horrifying. Chapter 109. A touch of fatigue. Naruto found himself exasperated with the shadow clone technique. While it could enhance his martial prowess, it was no longer essential for him. His body had already fused seamlessly with the mastery of wind and fire release, requiring little further refinement. As for the techniques of the gods, once their essence is grasped, the need for shadow clones dissipates. Thus, the shadow clone technique had lost its intrinsic value in his hands. When it came to actual combat, the situation was even graver. Deploying shadow clones on the battlefield would undoubtedly deplete his true energy, and should they employ divine techniques, the mental toll would still be borne by his true self. Even with his abilities like the Eye of the Heavenly Path and the Mirror of Divine Insight, facing hundreds or thousands of shadow clones would prove unsustainable. Some suggested that the shadow clones refrain from using divine techniques, but then they would merely serve as powerless fodder. In the original narrative, Naruto's shadow clones seldom triumphed over adversaries, primarily serving the purpose of gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, as Naruto engaged in a fierce battle with the tailed beasts, Orochimaru and the third Hokage were locked in their own intense confrontation, a clash between two formidable shadow-level warriors, fraught with peril akin to the challenges Naruto faced. At this moment, the city tower lay in ruins. Although Naruto's extraordinary abilities and techniques had restrained Orochimaru's power, he still maintained his youthful vitality through the forbidden art of immortality. Even with a decline in strength, he was still comparable to the aging third Hokage. Were it not for the barrier of the four purple flames formation, the fierce battle would have undoubtedly spread devastation across hundreds of miles. Sensei Sarutobi, have you come to terms with your inevitable demise? Orochimaru taunted with a sinister smile, his voice hoarse and chilling, a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath. Though you have grown old, I shall show you no mercy. The third Hokage, undeterred, retorted. Years have passed, and I wish to see how far you have progressed. Do not disappoint me. The one who falls today shall not be I. However, time was merciless, and the previous clash had left the third Hokage slightly fatigued, his breath uneven. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the tension between the two escalated. A fierce wind howling as the earth trembled. Under the weight of this overwhelming aura, the watching Umbu members were compelled to retreat, barely able to withstand the pressure. At that moment, the might of both combatants surged to its zenith, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, lunging at its prey. The sounds of impact echoed as their speeds and movements reached their zenith, their figures intertwining like elusive phantoms. Two shadows collided midair, instantly separating only to clash once more. With each encounter, their power surged forth like a tidal wave, obliterating everything in their vicinity. The aftermath left the ground marred with fissures, until halted by the four purple flames formation. As the saying goes about momentum, it builds up, then wanes, and ultimately diminishes. The third Hokage and Orochimaru were no exceptions. After their final clash, both men landed on solid ground. In this exchange, they were evenly matched, yet it was evident that the third Hokage was showing signs of fatigue. Despite Orochimaru's diminished strength, he still excelled in endurance compared to the third Hokage. It seems today marks your day of reckoning, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru remarked with a sinister glint as he licked his lips. I have stated before that it depends on your ability to take down the third. Sarutobi shot a glance at Orochimaru, his tone grave. If that is the case, let us bring this to a conclusion. Sensei Sarutobi, as you face your end, allow me to demonstrate the forbidden technique I have recently mastered. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru clapped his hands against the ground, and in an instant, 3 intricate sigils materialized. Without hesitation, he unleashed the forbidden art. At this moment, it was clear that Orochimaru was determined to bring about the third Hokage's demise. The first. Orochimaru's deep voice resounded, followed by the emergence of a golden coffin inscribed with the character for one, rising from the rooftop and standing before him. Though opulent, this coffin exuded an air of antiquity and solemnity. The second. Orochimaru commanded again, and another golden coffin, marked with the character for two, appeared to his left. The third. Orochimaru declared for the third time. He must not witness the sight of these 2 coffins. The third Hokage finally snapped out of his shock, his expression shifting dramatically. He understood all too well what the third coffin signified, rendering him even more incredulous. Boom. Orochimaru had not afforded the third Hokage ample time for contemplation when a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the rooftop, shrouding the area in a thick veil of mist. A ripple coursed through the rune array before Orochimaru. The third one. His voice resounded once more. It must not be allowed to emerge. The third Hokage, fixated on the 2 coffins before him, finally regained his composure from the shock. His expression grave. He understood the significance of that third coffin. Shadow Shuriken technique. At that moment, the shurikens in the third's hand flew forth like a torrential downpour, aimed directly at Orochimaru. However, just as the third coffin was on the brink of fully rising, it perfectly obscured Orochimaru's figure, causing the shurikens to embed themselves in the newly elevated coffin. Although they failed to strike Orochimaru, witnessing the attack on the third coffin compelled the third Hokage to form hand seals, launching an even fiercer barrage against it, striving to suppress its ascent, which gradually slowed until it hovered in midair, revealing a 4-character seal. Descend. Gazing at the suspended coffin, the third Hokage brought his palms together, swiftly forming seals before striking down upon the rooftop with a fierce shout. As he acted, the third coffin began to slowly sink, vanishing along with the rune array. Chapter 110. A heart full of rage and a moment of regret, Orochimaru gazed at the third coffin, now ensnared in the earth, and could not help but shake his head slightly, a faint sorrow flickering across his face. Yet, only Orochimaru understood the duplicity of his emotions. As the conjurer, he was acutely aware that the coffin marked with 4 characters did not contain the 4th Hokage, but rather the 4th Kazekage, whom he had slain with his own hands. After all, the soul of the 4th Hokage was sealed by the Shinigami. How could even a technique as formidable as the Edo Tensei summon a soul bound by death? At this moment, the 3rd Hokage was consumed with anxiety, lacking the luxury of deep contemplation. The 4th Hokage's reputation was monumental. Even the legendary 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could not rival his brilliance in this era. However, even if the 4th Kazekage was not the 4th Hokage, the 3rd would not permit his resurrection lightly. After all, despite the Kazekage's comparatively lesser strength, he remained a formidable leader. Should he re-enter the fray, the pressure on the 3rd Hokage would undoubtedly intensify. The 3rd coffin had been halted, yet the crisis had not been averted. Did the 2 coffins still conceal Orochimaru's true objective? If so, the situation would be dire. The 3rd Hokage wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a serious gaze upon Orochimaru, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the 2 coffins, his demeanor laden with gravity. Observing this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile as he swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, the 2 coffins began to tremble violently. With a resounding crack, the lids of the coffins burst open, revealing 2 faces that left Sarutobi Hiruzen utterly astounded. Despite having anticipated this moment, the reality of it rendered the 3rd Hokage's complexion ashen. As the coffins opened, 2 middle-aged men emerged into view, adorned with the iconic headbands of Konohagakure and clad in formidable armor, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that shook the very ground. Under this immense pressure, the surrounding structures trembled, fissures appearing in their wake. The minuscule objects surrounding them appeared to have defied the laws of gravity, as if they were weightless, floating effortlessly in the air. However, this astounding spectacle was fleeting, dissipating swiftly into the ether. Emerging from the shadows were 2 legendary figures of Konoha, the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, both venerable seniors who had long since departed, yet stood as monumental pillars amidst the tumultuous century of change, having once reigned at the pinnacle of the world. One was hailed as the pacifier of chaos, while the other was revered as the god of water. The 3rd Hokage clenched his teeth, casting a furious glare at Orochimaru, now consumed by a profound anger. Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate this sacred ground and awaken the sages of Konoha? You shall meet a grim fate. The 3rd Hokage's face was a mask of fury as he confronted Orochimaru, who remained unfazed. Having long since toyed with his own soul through the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei, indifferent to the plight of others. Shortly after the coffin was unsealed, Hashirama and Tobirama awoke, stepping out of their crypts with an air of tranquility that replaced the once overwhelming presence, which had vanished without a trace. At this moment, the Edo Tensei was not yet as potent as the later enhancements made by Kabuto and Orochimaru. Thus, they had not regained their full strength, and the earlier display was merely a transient illusion. Nevertheless, the aura of authority they exuded lingered in the air, compelling all to gaze upon them in reverence. Oh, it has been quite some time, little monkey. Hashirama greeted the 3rd Hokage with a carefree smile, entirely devoid of the gravitas expected of the legendary 1st Hokage, the god of shinobi, the pacifier of chaos. Indeed, it has been a while, Sarutobi. You have aged considerably, Tobirama replied earnestly, a hint of nostalgia gracing his tone. In contrast to Hashirama's light-hearted demeanor, Tobirama exhibited a more composed disposition. I never anticipated meeting my esteemed predecessors under such circumstances. It is truly regrettable. A shadow of sorrow crossed the 3rd Hokage's face as he confronted the 2 figures he revered. Tobirama, rendered speechless by the 3rd Hokage's words, shared in his grief. This battle was a painful reality he wished to evade. You have invoked the Edo Tensei, have you not? Truly, one should never underestimate the youth. Tobirama remarked with a detached expression, glancing at Orochimaru. It is surprising that we, who have passed, can return to this world, though not an act of virtue, for you. It may indeed be a fortunate occurrence. Feeling honored to receive praise from the 2nd Hokage, Orochimaru responded, "For me, this is indeed a marvelous affair." Humph, Tobirama scoffed, disregarding Orochimaru's words entirely. What has transpired in Konoha to bring it to such a state? Tobirama finally observed the chaos surrounding them. The village was engulfed in flames and turmoil. Ah, all of this is a result of my meticulously orchestrated plan for the downfall of Konoha, dear second Hokage. You have now become a part of this grand scheme. I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind at this moment. Orochimaru interjected, not pausing for the third Hokage's response. Senju Tobirama did not respond to Orochimaru, yet his somber expression revealed his discontent with the current circumstances. That must be Shikaku. And the young man engaging it in battle is also a ninja from Konoha, is he not? Remarkably skilled for one so young. Unlike Senju Tobirama, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju appeared indifferent to the identity with which he re-emerged in this world. He surveyed his surroundings, effortlessly spotting the massive figure of Shikaku. For him, this was no longer his era. Chapter 111, the son of Hokage. Indeed, that is Shikaku, and the valiant youth fighting it. Could he also be a hero from Konoha? Such prowess at a tender age is truly astonishing. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, scanned the area, and Shikaku's colossal form could not escape his keen gaze. His attention fell upon the back of Naruto Uzumaki, prompting him to speak. This young man is Naruto Uzumaki, the son of our fourth Hokage, destined to become the leader of the new generation of Hokage. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage elaborated on Naruto's identity. When mentioning Naruto, the third's expression softened, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The Uzumaki clan, Hashirama Senju nodded slightly in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze fixed on the unfolding battle between Naruto and Shikaku. As he witnessed the titanic hand descending, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Though he remained unaware of the true extent of that immense power, the current plight of Shikaku suggested it contained extraordinary force, rivaling even his own would-release techniques. However, the third and the others remained oblivious to the profound impact their words would soon have within Konoha. The surrounding ninjas, save for a few elite jonin, were left in awe, their eyes fixed on Naruto as he clashed with Shikaku, the son of the fourth. An Umbu ninja gazed at Naruto, murmuring in disbelief and astonishment. He firmly believed that the exchange between the third and the first was devoid of deceit. Even if the hawkish leader Danzo were present, he could not contest this revelation. At this moment, those in the know felt as if a colossal weight pressed upon their hearts, an indescribable emotion swelling within, evoking a bittersweet sensation. Once overlooked by the village, this young man had emerged as its hero, the son of the Hokage. In an instant, the gazes of all turned towards Naruto, transformed by a newfound respect, especially as he displayed remarkable strength, sending Shikaku flying with a single blow. Trust in the third's words surged, and deep within, they began to accept Naruto as the future Hokage. Truly remarkable, he is indeed the son of the fourth. At that moment, Naruto repelled Shikaku with a force akin to thunder, further solidifying the truth of the third's declaration. From this point onward, whenever they looked at Naruto, a sense of reverence naturally accompanied their gaze. The legacy of the fourth Hokage has endured through the years in Konoha. By the way, why have we not seen him before? Upon hearing the third mention the fourth, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but inquire. 12 years ago, in a heroic sacrifice to protect Konoha from the Nine Tails, the fourth sealed the beast away. Upon mentioning the fourth Hokage, the expressions of the third and second Hokage darkened. To sacrifice oneself for the protection of Konoha, he truly was an exceptional Hokage. Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement, his words laced with respect. I believe that if Minato were to learn of such an esteemed evaluation from the second Hokage, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, sighed the third Hokage. Indeed, the fourth's ninjutsu, particularly his space-time techniques, were conceived through the legacy of the second's documents. Thus, the fourth has always harbored profound respect for the second. Oh, upon hearing the third's response, Senju Tobirama turned to him, but at that moment, Orochimaru could no longer restrain himself. With a flicker, he appeared behind Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, a cold sneer upon his lips. You old fools, you delight in discussing trivial matters. Let us save our words until we meet in the afterlife. As soon as the words left his mouth, Orochimaru plunged a kunai, tied with a red talisman, into the napes of the first and second Hokage. It seems I must restore your true forms first. Awaken, Sarutobi-sensei. With that, Orochimaru swiftly acted, the kunai striking precisely at the vital points of the first and second Hokage. I truly apologize, Sarutobi. I did not anticipate that we would trouble you even after our demise. Gazing at the third Hokage, Senju Hashirama finally adopted a serious demeanor. If that is the case, Sarutobi, we have no choice but to engage you in battle. Senju Tobirama also looked at the third with a resigned expression. It appears that regardless of the world we inhabit, war is an inescapable reality, mused Senju Hashirama. As their words fell, the gazes of the first and second Hokage instantly became hollow and lifeless, resembling puppets bereft of vitality. You seem to relish in the notion of war, do you not? Orochimaru mocked, observing the two before him. However, his words were destined to receive no reply. To desecrate the souls of the deceased, Orochimaru, you shall meet a dire fate. The third Hokage glared at Orochimaru with fury, his voice stern. You have uttered that before, Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. Immediately, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama launched their assault, two powerful shadow-level presences erupting forth, advancing towards the third Hokage from both the front and back, left and right. Damn it! Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Faced with the onrushing first and second Hokage, the third Hokage hastily formed hand seals to unleash his jutsu. A blazing dragon of fire soared into the air behind him, clawing its way toward the first and second Hokage. Water style, water barrier. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, swiftly slammed his hands upon the ground, executing the water release technique. In an instant, a wall of water surged upward, blocking the advancing fire dragon. Yet, this was merely the commencement of the grand battle. Chapter 112. The power of wood release in an instant, a towering tidal wave, 10 feet high and several dozen feet long, erupted, forcefully withstanding the formidable impact of the fire dragon. Moreover, that majestic water wall, after repelling the fire dragon, surged forward like a raging torrent, aiming directly at the third Hokage, utterly extinguishing the fire dragon beneath the cascades. Witnessing Senju Tobirama's remarkable skill, the third Hokage exhibited no sign of astonishment. For one hailed as the water god, the second Hokage's capabilities were indeed commonplace and hardly surprising. As the waves crashed towards him, the third Hokage had already gracefully leaped aside. Earth-style, earth-rock flight. As the words fell, dozens of basketball-sized earth and stone projectiles were instantly launched toward the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Wood release, forest of the world. Simultaneously, behind Tobirama, the third Hokage leaped into action, and the figure of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, suddenly materialized. His hands swiftly extended, and in an instant, branches shot forth like arrows, directly targeting the third Hokage, sweeping aside the projectiles that had been thrown earlier. However, despite neutralizing the projectiles, the branches suffered significant losses, for at this moment, the first Hokage was not the same as he had been in life. His wood release was no longer endowed with the vibrant life force and invincible might of his past. The remaining branches, undeterred, continued their relentless assault toward the third Hokage. Secret technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Unfazed by the onslaught from the first Hokage, the third Hokage swiftly hurled his kunai, bringing his hands together in a rapid motion. In an instant, the kunai rained down like a torrential storm, severing the branches of the first Hokage with precision, and the attack did not cease, continuing to surge toward both the first and second Hokages. Thud, 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 thud. Each kunai struck true, piercing the two men, overwhelming them in a deluge akin to a tempest. As the figures landed at a distance, the third Hokage gazed towards the first and second Hokages, his breath increasingly labored. The brief clash had severely drained his chakra. Were he younger, it might have been bearable, yet now, as the rain of kunai gradually thinned and vanished, the silhouettes of the first and second Hokages reappeared within the sight of the third Hokage and the others. Both were battered and broken, yet they carelessly collapsed to the ground. Around them, paper fragments fluttered and gathered, settling on their wounds and merging with them. In mere moments, the grievous injuries of their severed limbs miraculously healed, and they stood once more. Indeed, this was the power of the Edo Tensei. Observing the resurrected figures of the first and second Hokages, the third Hokage could not help but frown inwardly. An adversary backed by Edo Tensei, regardless of how much chakra one possessed, would find it challenging to maintain prolonged combat. In desperation, he deftly evaded an attack from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The revived Tobirama immediately formed hand seals, and a colossal water dragon took shape, roaring and charging toward the third Hokage. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage could not help but smile bitterly. With an enemy bolstered by Edo Tensei, even doubling his chakra would not suffice for a stalemate. He swiftly evaded the water dragon. Water release, water stream jet. Seeing the third Hokage evade the water dragon, Tobirama formed seals once more, and instantly, where the water splashed, it transformed into a barrage of water arrows, all aimed at the third Hokage. Infuriated by the second Hokage's renewed assault, particularly such an unavoidable widespread attack, the third Hokage gritted his teeth in frustration. Earth release, earth wall. An earthen wall rose instantly before the third Hokage, blocking the oncoming water arrows. Water release, great waterfall technique. With a resounding crash, a massive waterfall, towering 10 feet high, surged forth from behind the second Hokage, cascading downwards to strike the third Hokage. The torrential flood surged forth like an ancient beast, intent on devouring all life in its path. In despair, the third Hokage felt a tightening in his chest as he beheld the approaching cascade, prompting him to leap away in an instant. The earthen barrier was utterly incapable of withstanding the deluge, collapsing into ruins within mere seconds. However, it was precisely during this fleeting interval that the third Hokage secured a precious opportunity. In a heartbeat, he had distanced himself from the flood's most formidable range. As the waterfall rushed forth, the third Hokage decisively struck the ground with both palms. Earth release, earthen gate. In an instant, a massive earthen gate erupted from the ground, shielding him from the onslaught of water. The gate, glistening with a metallic sheen due to the water's embrace, exuded an unmistakable aura of impenetrable defense, rivaling the legendary Rashomon. Yet before the third Hokage could exhale in relief, the first Hokage, who had remained inert until now, finally made his move, unleashing a lethal technique. Upon hearing the first's commanding voice, the third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. Wood release. Advent of the tree realm was one of the first's strongest techniques, a fact well known to him. Despite the first's diminished strength due to the impure world reincarnation and Naruto's unique abilities, the power of the tree realm's manifestation remained formidable. Before the third Hokage could react or even initiate any defensive measures, the earth trembled violently. Countless trees erupted from the ground, their branches and vines wildly ensnaring him from all directions, sealing off any avenue of escape. Unless he employed a ninjutsu to forcibly break free, time was running short for him to form the necessary hand seals. In this critical moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and in an instant, the third Hokage vanished from his original position. The vines and branches lunging at him met only empty air, entangling one another and creating a chaotic tangle. Just in time, he managed to arrive as the golden light shone forth, accompanied by a deep voice that resonated throughout the battlefield. Chapter 113, Heartfelt Yearning. He had arrived just in time, not missing the emergence of the golden light. Alongside it came a solemn voice, and soon, Naruto and the third Hokage's figures materialized near the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Casting his gaze upon the two esteemed predecessors, Naruto spoke calmly. The third Hokage, witnessing this, felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated Naruto's presence in such a perilous locale. Although Naruto displayed astonishing power, this was a battleground where 4 elite shinobi engaged in fierce combat, where even the slightest misstep could lead to life or death. The third Hokage seemed to have cast aside the memory of his near demise in this very place. Naruto Uzumaki, who would have thought to see you here? Would you be willing to join my ranks? I shall bestow upon you an unexpected and formidable strength. I perceive your pursuit of martial prowess is unmatched by any. As Naruto made his appearance, Orochimaru also manifested beside Hashirama and Tobirama. With a raspy yet alluring voice, he addressed Naruto. Indeed, though his words lacked sweetness, when paired with his gravelly tone, they became irresistibly enticing. This individual was none other than the infamous master of pupil snatching, known as the Evil Old Man. His martial skills were extraordinary, truly remarkable. Had it not been for the encounter with Naruto, Orochimaru might have remained unscathed. However, after clashing with Naruto, his curiosity regarding the bloodline limit techniques within Naruto intensified. the ethereal chants and battle hymns resonating in the air, combined with the enigmatic jutsu that suppressed his own prowess, ignited an unprecedented interest in Naruto's bloodline abilities, even surpassing his yearning for the Rinnegan. Indeed, the power concealed within Naruto was overwhelmingly potent, and coupled with its strategic capabilities, one could only ponder the number of undisclosed trump cards he possessed. Such a rare bloodline technique was irresistibly alluring. If only he could amalgamate this secret skill with the Rinnegan. Contemplating this, Orochimaru's gaze towards Naruto brimmed with avarice and a desire for dominion over power. I have no interest in mingling with someone as twisted as you. Besides, if the strength you speak of pertains to the one you displayed during the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death, then let us just say it falls woefully short, Naruto retorted, casting a scornful glance at Orochimaru. The so-called cursed seal, though seemingly formidable, was merely a byproduct of siphoning from the bloodline techniques of others. In comparison to his own constitution, it was utterly insignificant. As for the aberration he experienced after being afflicted by the cursed seal, it was not the result of the seal itself, but rather a confluence of the malevolence of the Nine Tails and the power of the seal. Thus, Naruto held the cursed seal in contempt, especially since it posed a threat to his health. Furthermore, the revulsion he felt from Orochimaru's lecherous gaze made his skin crawl. Naruto dismissed Orochimaru's attempts to recruit him as mere jest. Currently, he thrived in Konoha, bolstered by the support of the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Once this incident subsided, his identity would be revealed, leading to an inevitable transformation in his status. Indeed, the position of Hokage awaited him, a pinnacle of power in the world. To forsake such a throne in favor of becoming a reviled rogue ninja under Orochimaru's command would be both foolish and ignorant. To echo Naruto's past sentiments, why relinquish the chance for healing? Are you referring to that worthless trinket? It seems Lord Naruto holds my creation in low esteem. Orochimaru replied, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The cursed seal was among his most prized accomplishments, and hearing it belittled by Naruto incited a swell of indignation within him. Perhaps Lord Naruto should reconsider his stance. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Naruto interjected, opting for action over words. He unleashed a powerful torrent of flames, astonishing in magnitude. Water release, water barrier. In the face of the massive fireball, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, swiftly materialized before Orochimaru and Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. With a decisive motion, he struck the ground with both palms, commanding a colossal wall of water, dozens of meters long, towering over 10 meters high, and more than a meter wide, surged forth, aimed directly at Naruto's fireball, intent on intercepting it. This truly embodied the essence of the water god. What he had previously demonstrated against the third Hokage's fire dragon flame bullet was likely just a casual display. With a hissing sound, water and fire fused, instantly producing a crackling noise as a dense mist enveloped the area, shrouding everyone's vision. The Eye of Heaven. Naruto immediately activated the Eye of Heaven, fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. In a flash, he activated the Divine Mirror technique. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. The first Hokage, already aware of Naruto's intentions, recognized that once the divine tree descended was unleashed, every action within his realm of influence would be under his watchful eye. He swiftly directed a hand towards Naruto's position. Countless vines, branches, and trees surged forth, coiling around Naruto like a swarm of serpents, determined to capture him. Wind release, thousand-faced wind, faced with the oncoming barrage of trees. Naruto's expression sharpened as he completed his hand seals in an instant, releasing a multitude of wind blades that sliced through the advancing trees. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Behind the first Hokage, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was equally relentless, conjuring a massive water dragon that roared and lunged towards Naruto. Wind release, super large Rasengan. Unfazed by the approaching water dragon, Naruto surged forward, his right arm raised high as a colossal Rasengan, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, took shape and barreled towards the water dragon unleashed by Tobirama. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as water splashed everywhere. The super large Rasengan obliterated the water dragon, continuing its unstoppable trajectory towards Orochimaru and the others. Chapter 114. Stirring the true essence, the secret treasure of summoning, the gate of life. Observing Naruto, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, flickered and leaped in front of Orochimaru and Tobirama without hesitation, biting his fingertip and forcefully pressing it against the ground. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous roar rang out as a massive gate of life materialized. Simultaneously, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken surged towards it. Boom. The two formidable techniques collided, and the enormous gate of life buckled under the force, yet managed to withstand the impact of the Rasen Shuriken due to its remarkable defensive capabilities. Witnessing this, Naruto displayed little surprise. After all, he was well versed in the technique of the Gate of Life and understood its formidable defense. Moreover, this was not his first encounter with such a situation. In fact, he had previously employed the Gate of Life to fend off enemy attacks. So this outcome did not catch him off guard. Additionally, he knew that the Rasen Shuriken had already expended considerable power when it shattered the water dragon. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his abilities, for he was an experienced and powerful ninja adept at navigating various challenges. However, break for me. Even so, Naruto remained undaunted, unleashing a fierce shout as he channeled his true essence with all his might. Boom. With Naruto's declaration, the Gate of Life ultimately could not withstand the force, shattering and sending clouds of dust swirling around. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately launched his attack, as dozens of venomous snakes erupted from his sleeves, their fangs gleaming with a chilling light, darting towards Naruto's obscured position amidst the swirling dust. Yet, none of this eluded Naruto's keen gaze, sharpened by the awakening of his celestial vision. Within a radius of 500 meters, every movement was laid bare before him. Divine mirror vision. With a thunderous shout, a brilliant golden light emanated from Naruto's being, and in an astonishing display of speed, he vanished from his original position. In that fleeting moment, several ferocious venomous snakes lunged at the spot where Naruto had just stood, only to find themselves grasping at empty air as their bodies passed through the very place he had occupied, disappearing amidst the swirling dust. Before Orochimaru, the first, and the second Hokage could react, Naruto unleashed his prowess once more. Body technique, shattering fist. Accompanied by a deep roar, his figure was once again shrouded in golden brilliance, and he swiftly appeared before Orochimaru, the first and the second. His fists rained down upon his foes like a tempest, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding impacts followed, as Naruto's fists descended, sending the 3 shadow-level masters, Orochimaru, the first and the second, hurtling through the air. In the aftermath, paper remnants danced in the air as the bodies of the first and second, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, were nearly obliterated by Naruto's onslaught, their forms proving to be alarmingly fragile despite their undead nature. Nevertheless, they possessed a semblance of immortality. Orochimaru lay on the ground, yet given his tenacious vitality, the injuries he sustained were trivial at best. Old man, I'll leave the task of dealing with Orochimaru to you. I will confront the first and the second, Naruto declared, swiftly leaping to the side of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though the first and second were formidable and renowned, Naruto perceived Orochimaru as a more daunting adversary than the resurrected duo. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, clearly still reeling from the earlier display. To have dispatched Orochimaru, the first and the second with a single strike was a display of power rivaling Tsunade's monstrous strength. No, absolutely not. Naruto, are you unaware of the prowess of the first and second Hokage? You cannot face them alone. After a brief moment of shock, the third Hokage quickly regained his composure, resolutely rejecting Naruto's proposal. The first wood release was heralded as a divine technique to quell chaos, while the second's water release was the source of his title as the God of Water. Then do you possess a means to contend with the first and second? Naruto inquired, gazing intently at the third Hokage. Though I am not well versed in the impure world reincarnation, the records in the sealing scroll indicate that conventional attacks are utterly ineffective against them. The third Hokage fell silent, confronted with Naruto's assertion. He found himself at a loss for words. Faced with the resurrected first and second, he could conceive of no strategy beyond the sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. Yet, the repercussions of employing such a technique were dire. As the third Hokage prepared to speak, Naruto interjected, I have a solution. With unwavering determination, Naruto fixed his gaze upon the third Hokage. Confronting the first and second Hokage, he indeed possesses a strategy. Chapter 115. Wind Release. Wind Cutter Technique. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and dust swirled in the air as Naruto engaged in a fierce battle with the legendary figures of the first and second Hokage. A mighty iron fist struck the ground with the force of thunder, instantly creating a massive crater, while the two Hokage swiftly distanced themselves. Wood Release. Forest of the World. From beside the first Hokage, countless wooden branches erupted from the earth, charging at Naruto like ferocious beasts. Witnessing this, Naruto's eyes sharpened, and he dashed towards the first Hokage with lightning speed. Rasengan. Concentrating a torrent of violent chakra in his hand, he transformed it into a spiraling vortex, targeting the wooden branches and instantly shredding them to splinters. Taijutsu. Crumbling Fist. With astonishing force, Naruto struck the ground again, raising a cloud of dust. Water Release. Water Whip. Dozens of water whips surged forth, resembling monstrous tentacles, swiftly aiming at Naruto. Wind Release. Wind Cutter Technique. Unwavering in the face of this peculiar water assault, Naruto unleashed a flurry of sharp wind blades, severing each whip with precision. Fire Release. Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. Immediately after, he directed a searing inferno towards the source of the water whips, where the second Hokage stood. Flames soared over 40 meters high, rolling like colossal waves, consuming everything in their path. Trees ignited in a blaze, and in the blink of an eye, the area ahead had transformed into a sea of fire. Wood Release. Cutting Technique. However, just as Naruto prepared to counter the incoming wooden spikes behind him, he leaped, evading the attack with ghostly agility, and landed deftly out of harm's way, targeting the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Wood Release. Thorned Killing Formation. In an instant, countless thorns sprouted from the first Hokage's body, aimed directly at Naruto, who charged forward without hesitation. With a resounding crash, their fists and feet clashed, and in an instant, they had exchanged blows multiple times. Yet, as the first Hokage, endowed with the power of Edo Tensei and wielding strength at the level of a Kage, combined with the thorns growing from his body, he rapidly gained the upper hand, suppressing Naruto. Damn it! Naruto furrowed his brow, acutely aware that if this stalemate continued, he would inevitably face defeat. As the first Hokage prepared to deliver another punch, Naruto retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! With a light sound, Naruto used the momentum to leap into the air, swiftly exiting the fray, and then, with a powerful thrust from 10 meters away, he surged back into the battlefield like a shooting star. At that moment, the first Hokage was ready to attack again, but Naruto was already poised to strike, executing a taijutsu crumbling fist that shook the earth. His muscles swelled, and his bones twisted, seemingly harboring explosive power, increasing the speed of his punch dramatically. Boom! A tremendous impact resonated as the first Hokage was sent flying. However, in midair, he managed to grab hold of the rushing Naruto, taking him along with him. Before Naruto could react, a massive water dragon roared from afar, charging towards the two. That was the second Hokage's attack. He had already recovered from the previous onslaught. Naruto sought to counterattack, but at that moment, he found himself firmly restrained by the first Hokage, his balance disrupted by the sudden movement. As if foreseeing Naruto's struggles, the first Hokage grasped Naruto's arm and forcefully pulled him into a tight embrace. At that moment, Naruto found himself utterly unable to escape. With the water dragon drawing perilously close, Naruto's pupils dilated in alarm. He recognized that if struck by this technique, even survival would come at a grave cost. The first Hokage, as a being resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, felt no trepidation in the face of such danger. In that instant, a glimmer of golden light erupted from the depths of Naruto's eyes, and instinctively, he activated the secret technique, the Shinji. In a flash, only a radiant golden light remained, alongside the figure of the first Hokage engulfed by the water dragon. Meanwhile, Naruto landed safely several dozen meters away, gazing at the spot where the water dragon had consumed the first Hokage, and a sense of relief washed over him. Had he been a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 116. Deaths in succession. In that fleeting moment, a clash erupted between Naruto, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage, the sheer magnitude of which startled the surrounding flora. Had anyone been present, they would have been unable to ignore such a commotion. The third Hokage, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixed his attention on Orochimaru and let out a cold snort without immediate reply. He then glanced at Naruto beside him. His eyes intensely locked onto Orochimaru, permitting no room for mischief. "Fear not, for I remain at ease for now," Orochimaru remarked, noting the third's scrutinizing gaze, as he languidly flicked his serpent-like tongue. "In my eyes, young Naruto holds value in both life and death. Should he perish, perhaps I could seize his remains, which would greatly benefit my profound research." His bloodline techniques were crafted for the duels of the battlefield, of that there is no doubt. His lips curled into a chilling smile as he reiterated his intentions. In his mind, if Naruto refused to submit, acquiring his remains would still serve his purpose. With the body in his possession, Orochimaru was confident he could unveil its secrets. "Indeed, Orochimaru, have you truly embarked upon this dark path?" The third's eyes flickered with sorrow upon hearing his words. After all, Orochimaru's descent was not without blame. It stemmed from discussions of the White Serpent, initially meant to untangle Orochimaru's troubled heart, which instead led him down a divergent road. Following that, the deaths of his adoptive parents, the demise of Rope Tree, and the sacrifices of comrades on the battlefield, each loss propelled Orochimaru deeper into the abyss of darkness. Darkness? Surely, you jest. In this world, only strength remains an unchanging truth. The concepts of light and darkness are merely constructs built upon the foundation of power. As my teacher, do you not grasp this principle? Orochimaru mocked the third, unabashedly revealing the cruel reality of their world. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment, fully aware of the essence of this world. However, in the next instant, his gaze toward Orochimaru sharpened with newfound intensity. "If that is the case, then here today, I shall end your journey into darkness," he declared solemnly. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. "Teacher Sarutobi, you have grown old," Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. Without further ado, he suddenly waved his hand, releasing a flurry of venomous serpents that lunged towards the third Hokage. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The moment the words left his lips, the battle was reignited. Meanwhile, the clash between Orochimaru and the third had yet to conclude, as Naruto engaged once more with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Wind style, Thousand Faces of Wind. In the presence of his esteemed ancestors, hundreds of wind blades erupted behind Naruto, surging forth as he followed closely, launching an assault on these two legendary figures who had dominated the realm for centuries. Water style, Water Dragon. Observing this, Tobirama swiftly executed his jutsu, forming a magnificent water dragon that emerged from the lake created by his earlier waterfall technique. The serpent-like dragon surged forward, aimed directly at Naruto. Remarkably, the water dragon moved with the agility of an eel, effortlessly weaving through the wind blades, sustaining no harm. Wood style, Forest of Death. In swift succession, Hashirama unleashed his power amidst the forest conjured by the sage art, as numerous trees swayed and advanced towards Naruto. Upon seeing the metallic sheen glimmering on the bark of the trees, Naruto understood that their resilience far surpassed the previous assaults he had encountered from the first Hokage. With a cacophony of clashing sounds, Naruto's wind blades were all shattered, costing him merely a few trees, while those trees easily absorbed his attacks, considering it a trivial loss. Charge forward. Faced with the combined onslaught of the first and second Hokage, Naruto chose not to evade with the body flicker technique. Instead, his gaze hardened, and his speed surged. He was now in combat with two legendary powerhouses. Despite his diminished strength, they remained the first and second Hokage. In this moment, retreat was not an option, nor was evasion. He had already retreated once before. To do so again would severely hinder his future growth. This was a psychological battle that tested Naruto's resolve. At the same time, it presented an opportunity. Regardless of victory or defeat, immense benefits awaited Naruto. Triumph would lead to a profound enhancement of his mindset and strength, while failure, provided it did not deter him, could impart invaluable lessons. Secret technique, great destruction of the soul. In an instant, Naruto proclaimed these 4 words, marking the first time he publicly declared this ultimate technique in this world. Suddenly, a colossal hand, measuring 100 meters, materialized and thrust forward with tremendous force. This was a lethal strike, Naruto's most formidable attack, harnessing the energies of heaven and earth to inflict devastating damage upon the reincarnated bodies of his foes. Once struck, victory was assured. Boom! The giant hand descended with the might of thunder, directly targeting the first and second Hokage. The overwhelming assault effortlessly obliterated Hashirama's Forest of Death and Tobirama's Water Dragon. Upon contact, The water dragon shattered into scattered droplets, while the trees were reduced to mere splinters, dispersed by the colossal hand. Unyielding, the massive hand continued its advance, aiming straight for Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Water style, hard vortex water blade. Wood style, forest of birth. As Naruto unleashed his devastating Rasengan, the first and second Hokage stood side by side, their palms uniting as they simultaneously called forth their respective jutsu. In an instant, the first Hokage's hard vortex water blade intertwined with the second Hokage's advent of the trees, collectively confronting the cataclysmic giant hand. Chapter 117, A Counterattack. At that moment, an immense hand descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the two masterful figures standing upon the ground. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage. Though this hand measured a mere 100 feet, to the two men ensnared beneath it, it felt as though the entire world was collapsing, overwhelming them with an unprecedented sense of pressure and terror. Undeterred by such a formidable assault, Hashirama promptly summoned his most adept technique, the wood release, advent of the trees. As his incantation echoed through the air, countless colossal trees erupted from the earth, rapidly growing and intertwining to form a lush forest. These trees, towering and robust, possessed remarkable vitality and defensive prowess, effectively countering the enemy's onslaught. Simultaneously, Tobarama was not idle. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his own jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive column of water surged forth from his mouth, morphing into a great dragon that roared as it charged toward the colossal hand above. The water dragon spiraled and danced through the air, relentlessly battering the immense palm in an attempt to obliterate it. Yet, the giant hand appeared largely unaffected, steadfastly bearing down upon Hashirama and Tobarama. Undaunted, the two Hokage retaliated with their ultimate techniques. In a heartbeat, Hashirama altered the direction of the advent of the tree's branches, while Tobarama hurled a spear of water, condensed to its utmost limits. For ordinary shinobi, such an intense confrontation would likely prove exhausting, but for Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, it was a different tale altogether. One harnessed the power of Edo Tensei, while the other boasted an inexhaustible reserve of chakra from his lifetime. This level of combat intensity was hardly a concern for them. With a resounding boom, the water spear, infused with boundless power and might, surged toward the gargantuan palm at an astonishing speed. Upon collision, the entire space quaked as if shaken by a great force. The water spear instantly transformed into a furious water vortex, with torrents of water raging like a wild beast, wreaking havoc in all directions. At that juncture, the myriad trees surrounding them began to spring into action. They seemed to possess life, uprooting themselves from the ground and rising continuously. These trees, akin to valiant warriors, fearlessly confronted the colossal hand. With their resilient trunks and dense foliage, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the overwhelming force above. As time passed, an increasing number of trees joined the fray, forming a verdant barrier in an attempt to thwart the giant hand's advance, gradually diminishing its power. Each tree maximized its potential, collaborating with its neighbors to collectively repel the threat posed by the enormous palm. Throughout this tumultuous struggle, the water vortex continued to whirl violently, incessantly assailing the colossal hand. The power of water and trees intertwines, creating a breathtaking tableau. The entire scene brims with tension and exhilaration, leaving one in awe. Two forces entwine, barely resisting the downward force of a colossal hand. Can you withstand it? Rushing Dami Palm, suppress them. Witnessing the two once again wield the same technique, Naruto's eyes flickered with anger, a cold smile gracing his lips as he struck out once more, another Rushing Dami hand layering atop the first. Although their form remained unchanged, the aura of destruction intensified, the blood-red palm shimmering with golden light, as if divine retribution were descending. With a thunderous roar, the second generation's swirling water blade shattered, scattering droplets through the air. The enormous hand descended mercilessly, snapping ancient trees like twigs in its wake. Acknowledging that this move could not be thwarted, both the first and second generations abandoned their resistance and fled. Trying to escape? Then let me suppress you. Naruto's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light, a perception granted by sage chakra. At this moment, he activated his celestial vision, capturing every move of the two Hokage. As he observed their attempts to flee, A sense of disdain welled within him. Resolutely, he chose to afford them no further chances. Slamming his hands downward with great force while shouting, "Suppress!" With his command, the immense hand plummeted with breathtaking speed, akin to a mountain descending upon its prey. The hand, once slowly descending, now seemed to break free from some unseen restraint, accelerating toward the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the massive palm struck down, causing a series of quakes. Everything within its shadow vanished without a trace, the hand itself burying itself over 2 meters into the earth. The might of this blow was chilling. Chapter 118. Defeated the first and second generations. Observing this scene, Naruto, hovering in the air, gradually descended onto the colossal hand, which quietly began to dissipate as he moved through it, leaving behind a giant palm imprint etched deeply into the ground. It appeared that this offensive had thoroughly vanquished them. Surveying the devastated surroundings and finding no sign of the first and second generations, Naruto found himself murmuring softly. However, despite this, he remained vigilant, scanning his environment with heightened awareness. Time passed silently, yet the first and second generations still did not reveal themselves. Nevertheless, Naruto did not relax. Instead, he felt an increasing sense of peril. This was fueled by the fact that Orochimaru, engaged in fierce combat with the third generation, exhibited no signs of panic, and the system's notification had not declared the defeat of the first and second generations. All indications suggested that these formidable adversaries had not perished in the recent assault, perhaps even suffering no injuries at all. Employing his celestial vision technique, Naruto meticulously scrutinized his surroundings, the sky, the perimeter, and every potential hiding place, yet still found no trace of them. In light of this, only one possibility remained: underground. Thus, Naruto directed his celestial vision downward, delving into the depths beneath the earth. Would release, Forest of Death. As anticipated, Naruto's conjecture was validated. The figure of the first Hokage gradually emerged from the ground, launching a fierce assault towards him. Dozens of colossal trees erupted from the earth behind the first, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, rushing forth to ensnare Naruto. Simultaneously, the second Hokage materialized 100 paces away, summoning a gargantuan waterfall that surged forth with a roar, hurtling towards Naruto. Faced with the first's would-release technique, the formidable power of which allows the user to merge with the earth and vegetation, granting effects of space-time transfer and concealment, Naruto immediately recognized it as a remarkable ninjutsu. As for the second's flying thunder god technique, it is the progenitor of Konoha's space-time ninjutsu. Although it pales in comparison to the enhanced version of the fourth Hokage, teleportation over 100 meters is still a trivial feat. Clearly, the first and second Hokages had just evaded a cataclysmic strike using these two secret techniques. However, Naruto had no time for contemplation now. The attacks from both the first and second were swiftly approaching, like a tempest descending upon him. Activating his Tensigen, Naruto sensed their movements the moment they appeared. Utilizing the Divine Mirror secret technique, as the attacks neared, Naruto's form glimmered with golden light, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before the first in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that struck the first Hokage squarely. The force of the blow was thunderous, sending the first flying, his chest deeply concaved, as if the punch had nearly punctured his thoracic cavity. Without pausing, Naruto flickered once more, instantly appearing behind the second and delivering another heavy strike, propelling him away as well. Despite the staggering impact of Naruto's blows, both the first and second were rapidly recovering their vitality. To them, such injuries were inconsequential. It seemed that, with his current prowess, defeating them was nearly impossible. Observing the first and second Hokages, Naruto shook his head. After 2 rounds of confrontation, both sides had exchanged blows, yet neither could inflict a decisive wound upon the other. The damage inflicted upon the first and second was, for them, akin to a mere tickle. The first and second were able to evade the devastating attack of the Great Destruction Palm, and the proximity of their assaults did not afford Naruto sufficient time to prepare a counterattack. Neither physical nor ninjutsu posed a threat to them, especially considering they were reanimated bodies, possessing boundless stamina and chakra. As the situation continued to unfold, the outcome appeared all but predetermined. Thus, this battle could not linger any longer. It was imperative to act swiftly. 8 Gates Release, Azura's Descent. A powerful incantation erupted from Naruto's lips. In an instant, An overwhelming aura surged forth from his being, rivaling the might of the four formidable figures present, the first, second, third Hokages, and Orochimaru, yet infused with a frenzied demonic essence and profound resentment, simultaneously radiating a sacred brilliance. Naruto's golden locks elongated to his waist, gradually drenched in crimson. As the gold faded away, supplanted by a blood-red hue, with a faint golden light encircling the tips of his scarlet hair. His horns sharpened, extending nearly 2 inches in length, exuding a ferociousness akin to that of a wild beast. His eyes were a blood-red abyss, devoid of whites or pupils, as if both orbs were weeping blood. His upper garment lay torn, revealing a colossal crimson swastika emblazoned upon his chest, shrouded in an air of mystery, seemingly spinning under prolonged scrutiny. This swastika, while also blood-red, shimmered with strands of golden light. Suddenly, 2 piercing sounds resonated through flesh, and a pair of blood-red bat-like wings unfurled from behind Naruto, each wing adorned with myriad tiny golden swastikas, resembling scales. The wings fluttered gently, casting an interplay of blood-red and golden luminescence that flickered unpredictably. When the wings folded, they appeared not menacing but rather like a resplendent ruby and gold wheel, radiating brilliance. His fingernails elongated abruptly, reaching over 10 centimeters in mere moments, glinting with a metallic sheen, sharp and pronounced. In that instant, Naruto's height nearly doubled, towering at 3 meters, embodying a terrifying demon yet exuding the solemnity of a deity. Chapter 119. The emergence of power as the Azura demon descended. Was it the resurgence of a dark god or a portent of divine wrath? He stood in a ghostly manner, wings raised high behind him, resembling bat wings, interwoven in blood-red and golden light, akin to a resplendent wheel of gold, his fierce gaze radiating unmatched authority. With his eyes gently closed, he sensed within him an overwhelming surge of mighty power akin to a raging torrent. Naruto found himself entranced. Was this his power? It was utterly sublime, an exhilarating sensation unlike any he had ever experienced. Yet, he did not lose himself in this newfound strength, for he understood that this power was merely an amplification derived from divine abilities. He firmly believed that in the not-too-distant future, he would possess such formidable strength solely through his own merit, without the need for divine enhancement. His eyelids fluttered slightly. Unbeknownst to him, an additional force had surged within, accompanied by a peculiar sensation. Would release, would binding murder. Witnessing this scene, the first Hokage granted Naruto little time to react. In an instant, over 100 ironwood projectiles shot toward him like lethal blades. The ferocity of the wood-binding murder exponentially augmented, both in power and range, enhanced by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The 100 ironwood projectiles gleamed with a chilling metallic luster as they charged toward the still, closed-eyed Naruto, their momentum seemingly intent on obliterating him in an instant. Naruto remained steadfast, showing no inclination to evade. His eyes closed as he immersed himself in the sensation of the power surging within him, choosing to disregard the lethal assault and the oncoming barrage of ironwood. As the projectiles drew nearer, he maintained his tranquil stance, eyes still shut. In the blink of an eye, the 100 ironwoods loomed before him, like vicious claws poised to strike. A tremendous crash echoed as the ironwoods engulfed the ground where Naruto stood, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of purple light amidst the dust, casting doubt upon its existence. The dust swiftly obscured him. Naruto, witnessing this scene, the third Hokage, embroiled in a fierce battle with Orochimaru, could not help but exclaim, striving to break free from Orochimaru's relentless grip, yet found himself firmly restrained. "Do not be hasty, Master Sarutobi. Soon you shall join him," Orochimaru remarked, casting a malevolent gaze at the third Hokage, insinuating that Naruto had perished from the recent assault. "Curse you! Release me, Orochimaru," the third Hokage retorted, his eyes blazing with fury. Master Sarutobi, what can you possibly do even if you rush over now? Naruto-kun has likely already departed for the afterlife," Orochimaru sneered, seeking to disrupt the third Hokage's composure. In battle, a restless and agitated mind is the gravest of sins. At this moment, Orochimaru aimed to exploit this opportunity to unbalance the third Hokage's state of mind. To Orochimaru, Naruto's life or death was inconsequential. His true desire lay in the destruction of Konoha and the acquisition of the bloodline limit within Naruto. Whether Naruto lived or died mattered little. as long as the vessel remained intact. Furthermore, he coveted Sasuke's Sharingan. His objectives were clear and unwavering. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru launched his assault, targeting the third Hokage directly. The combination of Naruto's fate and Orochimaru's taunts had evidently disordered the third Hokage's thoughts, rendering him less adept at countering Orochimaru's onslaught. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. The third Hokage expelled a searing fireball that swiftly engulfed the serpentine attacks, the fireball swirling forward, aimed straight at Orochimaru. Boom! The fireball descended, yet Orochimaru had vanished, causing the fireball to collide with a massive tree behind him, igniting it in a fierce blaze. A faint explosion echoed, and the third Hokage was propelled backward by an unseen force, landing several meters away. At that moment, Orochimaru had inexplicably appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing into a distant tree. Shadow Snake Hands. In an instant, Orochimaru unleashed a barrage of venomous snakes from his sleeve. Lunging at the third Hokage, faced with the approaching serpents, the third Hokage's demeanor turned grave. He crouched low, hurling a shuriken while swiftly forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, the shuriken multiplied into 2, then 4, and swiftly into 8, raining down upon the serpents and obliterating them. I must concede, Master Sarutobi, you truly have grown old to commit such a fundamental error. Orochimaru's figure reappeared behind the third Hokage, his tone laced with disdain, yet he continued his relentless assault, striking the third Hokage once more and sending him hurtling toward yet another towering tree. Coughing, the third Hokage struggled to rise, fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru. Indeed, I have made a grave mistake. However, Orochimaru, I am not so easily defeated. Although his mind remained somewhat unsettled, he had regained a measure of clarity compared to before, ensuring he would not repeat the same misstep that could grant Orochimaru an advantage. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at the third Hokage before charging at him. Without hesitation, the third Hokage summoned the mighty Monkey King, summoning Jutsu, Enma, against his arch-nemesis. He prepared to unleash his full might. Bang! As the Sage of the Monkeys made his entrance, he unhesitatingly forced Orochimaru back with a single powerful kick, subsequently standing beside the third Hokage while surveying the chaotic surroundings. Orochimaru, I once foretold that you would come to regret your actions, the sage remarked coolly, his gaze settling upon Orochimaru amidst the ravaged battlefield. Orochimaru, glancing at the sage, exhibited a fleeting change in expression before regaining his composure, regarding both the sage and the third Hokage with a cold, sardonic demeanor. You, sage, he retorted, the sarcasm in his tone unmistakable. The sage, clearly offended, shot a furious glare in Orochimaru's direction. Enough, sage, the third Hokage interjected, his voice resolute. I have summoned you to decisively deal with Orochimaru. Your decision comes too late. Sarutobi, the sage replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. The years had taken their toll on him, rendering combat increasingly arduous, and he could readily perceive the formidable prowess of Orochimaru. Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang, the sage was commanded. Without a word, he complied, and the third Hokage, filled with vigor, extended his hand. In an instant, a thunderous sound echoed as white mist enveloped the air, and the sage indeed transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang, landing firmly in the third Hokage's grasp. What a troublesome opponent, Orochimaru murmured to himself, fully aware of the might possessed by both the third Hokage and the sage. Though he did not believe defeat was imminent, he understood that any misstep could seal his fate. Prepare to meet your end, Orochimaru declared, lunging fiercely at the third Hokage, his neck twisting and extending like a serpent as he unleashed a sharp kusanagi sword aimed directly at the third's throat. With a swift motion, the third Hokage countered, the Rui Jingu Bang sweeping through the air and sending the kusanagi sword careening away. Grasping the weapon, the third Hokage charged at Orochimaru with a ferocious roar, reigniting the fierce battle. Not only was the third Hokage engaged, but even the Umbu and other shinobi outside the four purple flames formation stood astonished, witnessing the rapid turn of events. They had not anticipated such a swift change in the battlefield, which had transformed from a back-and-forth skirmish to chaos in mere moments. As the son of the fourth Hokage found himself ensnared in this dire predicament, despite facing legendary foes, both the first and second Hokages, the situation was indeed alarming. The unpredictable nature of the battlefield rendered even seasoned veterans momentarily disoriented. In this tumultuous moment, all eyes turned to the third Hokage, their hopes resting upon his shoulders. Should he falter, it seemed there would be none left in Konoha capable of standing against Orochimaru and the resurrected first and second Hokages. Yet, the third Hokage's own circumstances were equally concerning. Wait, look. Suddenly, an Umbu member pointed towards the area engulfed in smoke, exclaiming in astonishment, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Following his gaze, a ninja widened his eyes in disbelief, uttering, "How is this possible?" A chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd, as it appeared that something utterly unfathomable had transpired. As the smoke gradually dissipated and the truth began to surface from the place once submerged by countless ironwood trees, all traces of it had long vanished. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, where trees encircled like ancient roots, their branches glimmering with a chilling light. Even a mere glimpse could evoke a sense of penetrating sharpness deep within the bones. Yet at this moment, countless sharp branches twisted and spiraled outside a semicircular space of 5 meters, unable to approach even a step closer, as if an invisible force barred their way. What could this mean? Witnessing the scene, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, their gazes fixated on Naruto, who stood at the center. Not only were the outer ninjas awestruck by the spectacle, but the third Hokage and Orochimaru, engaged in fierce battle, also took note of the unfolding drama. The third Hokage was filled with joy, while Orochimaru's face bore an expression of shock, his eyes filled with confusion at Naruto's unscathed presence amidst the trees, untouched by harm. As if sensing Orochimaru's thoughts, Naruto slowly opened his previously closed eyes, the purple light swirling within his pupils, revealing the enigmatic Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. A voice resonated like the deep tones of a Buddhist chant, followed by an overwhelming force erupting from Naruto's body, radiating outward. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated. As the entangled trees, solid ironwood, shattered instantly before this might, fragments scattering in all directions. The terror of this power left onlookers speechless. Meanwhile, Naruto stood at the center, arms slightly spread, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, as if everything that had transpired was merely a trivial matter. His Rinnegan, shimmering with a mysterious purple glow, resembled a window to an unfathomable universe, exuding boundless pressure and strength. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, his eyes revealing a calm, yet unwavering resolve. It was as though he sought to demonstrate to his predecessors his determination and strength, conveying the message, "I am prepared. No matter the challenge, I will face it without hesitation." This is the Rinnegan, guided by the sound of the Deva path. With the assistance of Azura's descent, Naruto's strength surged from the elite ninja level to that of a Kage in an instant. With this breakthrough in power came the promised rewards from the system. Upon reaching the Kage level, the Child of Destiny had a high probability of awakening the Rinnegan. Now, these eyes had finally opened under the watchful gaze of divine and demonic power. In the dark, windy night, a ghostly figure darted past. Orochimaru had broken through the barrier of the third Hokage and was charging toward Naruto. Those Rinnegan, imbued with unfathomable power, lured Orochimaru irresistibly. This allure compelled his body to move uncontrollably. The strength of pain was profound, so formidable that it instilled in him a sense of caution, yet Naruto was different. At this moment, Naruto appeared juvenile in Orochimaru's eyes. Thus, to seize the Rinnegan, he had no choice but to target Naruto directly. The third Hokage, witnessing Orochimaru's instantaneous breach of his defenses, felt a tightening in his chest and promptly sprang into action, pursuing him with great haste. He understood all too well that should he allow Orochimaru to escape, Naruto would be confronted by the formidable alliance of Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage. Even though Naruto had ascended to the rank of Hokage-level ninja through a series of fortuitous events and possessed the legendary Rinnegan, he could not foresee the outcome against such powerful adversaries. However, it appeared that destiny had already been sealed. Orochimaru's speed clearly exceeded the third Hokage's expectations, and he was alarmingly close to Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru had closed the distance, positioning himself next to Naruto. "Naruto, hand over the Rinnegan," Orochimaru bellowed, his speed surging as he vanished from sight, only to reappear right before Naruto in an instant. Naruto stood resolute, making no attempt to evade. coldly regarding the figure of Orochimaru before him. In this moment, to him, the weakened and chakra-depleted Orochimaru posed no threat whatsoever. Orochimaru, how dare you covet the Rinnegan? You are but a mere serpent, daring to covet the eye of God. The mysterious purple light of the Rinnegan flickered in Naruto's eyes, fixating on the rushing Orochimaru. With the assistance of the heavenly eye and the extraordinary dynamic vision of the Rinnegan, every subtle movement of Orochimaru was laid bare before Naruto. Thanks to the descent of Ashura's power, Naruto had attained Hokage-level strength, and with the support of the Rinnegan, Orochimaru was rendered entirely insignificant. In an instant, Naruto's palm was raised to obstruct Orochimaru's path, his gaze indifferent. Begone, and witness the true power of the Eye of God. Shinra Tensei, accompanied by a thunderous roar. An unmatched repulsive force erupted from Naruto's center, causing the ground beneath to collapse. Countless bricks and earth were hurled in all directions. The repulsion field expanded swiftly, and Orochimaru, propelled by this overwhelming force, was sent flying. The sheer strength of the blast sent him soaring dozens of meters away, crashing through 10 colossal trees conjured by the God Tree's descent. The third Hokage, who had originally intended to support Naruto, halted midair, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding scene, muttering to himself in disbelief. Not only the third Hokage, but everyone witnessing this spectacle stood in shock, unable to fathom that Naruto had so effortlessly dispatched Orochimaru. The cold and stoic figure renowned as one of the legendary 3 ninjas and a top-tier entity in the ninja world. Powerful became the sole sentiment shared among the onlookers at that moment. Words felt utterly inadequate. How infuriating. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Orochimaru lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head, gazing at Naruto with an expression of utter disbelief. The blow had inflicted severe damage upon him. In his haste, Orochimaru had neglected to employ any defensive measures, confronting Naruto's Shinra Tensei head-on. A sound reminiscent of retching emerged from Orochimaru's mouth as he opened it wide. Suddenly, 2 hands extended from his throat, and with a swift pull, his mouth split apart in a grotesque manner. A complete Orochimaru slowly emerged from within. No matter how many times one witnessed this, it remained profoundly unsettling. Naruto cast a fleeting glance at the slimy figure of Orochimaru, and despite his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, coolly remarking that although he had encountered such a sight in the forest of death, this ninjutsu still filled him with immense discomfort. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect you, Naruto, to possess such means. The Rinnegan truly lives up to its reputation as the Eye of God. It is indeed powerful. Orochimaru did not respond to Naruto's sarcasm, but regarded him with a hint of trepidation. Moreover, the first and second Hokage have already been summoned and currently stand behind me. This is not a hidden technique, but rather a newly acquired ability. Naruto replied nonchalantly, revealing no intention to conceal his recently obtained Rinnegan. How fortunate you are, Naruto, to have acquired such eyes at this critical moment. Orochimaru licked his lips, gazing at Naruto. In his view, Naruto's possession of the Rinnegan was purely a stroke of luck. Had he not obtained it, he would likely have fallen victim to the first Hokages with style, entirely overlooking the existence of Naruto's divine mirror. Orochimaru, there is nothing left for us to discuss. It is time to conclude this. Naruto ceased further dialogue with Orochimaru, his confidence bolstered by the Rinnegan. Not only did he possess the ability to counter the Edo Tensei with the Inyang Release S Roshin Demizatsu, but he also wielded the human path of the Rinnegan, specializing in attacking souls. Conclude? How confident you are, Naruto, simply because you have acquired these eyes. Orochimaru observed Naruto, and while his words suggested otherwise, a flicker of jealousy passed through his gaze, intertwined with an overwhelming greed and possessiveness. His desire for the Rinnegan had escalated to an insatiable extent. Chapter 122, Manifestation from Thin Air. Yin and Yang coexist, life and death dictated by fate. Only through experience can one discern truth from falsehood. Naruto's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Orochimaru, his right palm gradually lifting, pointing towards his adversary. Void thunder. In an instant, Naruto's wrist quivered, and a mysterious force seemed to manipulate the very essence of the world. A celestial hand appeared from the void, seizing Orochimaru, defying the laws of space and nature. A tempest arose, and Orochimaru's form lost control, hurtling towards Naruto. How is this possible? I am unable to move. Orochimaru floated in midair, his expression shifting dramatically as he stared in horror at the approaching Naruto, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Embrace your demise. Wind dance, spiraling sphere. A flash of brilliance ignited in Naruto's eyes as he gathered a furious wind-based chakra in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a spiraling sphere, sharp and radiant, formed in his grasp, aimed directly at the ensnared Orochimaru. Boom! The spiraling sphere struck Orochimaru with the precision of a blade amidst a raging gale. The wind chakra tearing through his body like countless tiny daggers, eliciting a chilling scream even from this master of the dark arts. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled thud, Orochimaru was sent hurtling away by the force of the Rasengan, crashing through towering ancient trees and raising a cloud of dust in his wake. However, Naruto did not relent. He shouted fiercely, "Orochimaru, face my divine retribution." No sooner had the words left his lips than he thrust his palm open, unleashing a repulsive force that sent Orochimaru, who was attempting to rise, flying once more, soaring hundreds of meters away, shattering numerous colossal trees along his path, until he crashed heavily to the ground, silent at last. Despite this, Naruto was well aware of Orochimaru's tenacious vitality, and at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on him. As two formidable foes loomed before him, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. As Naruto repelled Orochimaru, the assault from the first Hokage drew near. Boom, boom, boom. Like a surging river, the massive trees came crashing down like a tidal wave, their might astonishing. Any ordinary warrior would surely be paralyzed with fear at the sight. Fire release, flame of devastation. Naruto frowned, swiftly forming hand seals, and a blazing fire spear erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the oncoming forest of giant trees. It was not that Naruto hesitated to employ the newly acquired powers of the Rinnegan. Rather, the universal pull was still cooling down, rendering it unusable. The fire spear collided with the colossal trees, triggering a violent explosion, flames and thick smoke intertwining and rolling upwards like a mushroom cloud. Observing this, Naruto smiled. Although he knew this barrier would not last long, it was sufficient for him to take action. Instead of retreating, he surged forward towards the first Hokage. Golden light flickering as he deftly dodged the trees that broke through the flames and charged at him. With the insight of the Rinnegan, the foresight of the heavenly eye, and the reflexes of the divine mirror, these giant trees posed no threat to him. At that moment, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had stealthily circled behind Naruto, condensing an exquisitely compressed water spear in his hand, launching a deadly strike. Activated by the heavenly eye, Naruto instantly sensed the danger approaching from behind. Caught between two assaults, he paused, pivoted, and spread his arms wide, blocking the oncoming trees while simultaneously meeting the swiftly approaching water spear. Divine retribution. With a low chant, an invisible, potent energy erupted from within him, repelling the torrent of trees and the highly compressed water spear alike. Boom! Among the trees, sharp thorns emerged, glinting with a metallic sheen. Resembling spears that pierced the surroundings, the water spear, upon contact with the invisible energy, transformed into a massive water vortex, violently assaulting Naruto's barrier. Indeed, the power of the first and second Hokages was extraordinary. Naruto gazed at the two former Hokages on either side, filled with profound emotion. Even though their strength had diminished after being resurrected through the impure world reincarnation and had been suppressed by Naruto's tailed beast mode, they could still unleash such formidable attacks, a testament to the terrifying strength they once possessed in life. Chapter 123, Naruto's Roar Ninetales Chakra. Manifest before me. Faced with these two formidable adversaries, Naruto understood that they had yet to reveal their full power, yet he remained undaunted. At this moment, within him, the ferocious Ninetales Chakra surged forth like a primordial beast, a crimson aura enveloping his form, propelling his strength to new heights. The sanguine energy clung to him like battle armor, rendering Naruto's silhouette even more formidable. His gaze was piercing, fixed upon the first and second Hokage, as he declared in a deep voice, "Even so, you cannot withstand my power." No sooner had the words left his lips than a tempest of bloodlust emanated from Naruto, filling the air with a chilling intensity within a 3-foot radius. Resembling a battlefield of Azura, instilling fear in all who beheld it. He drew back his arm, gathering energy, and with a powerful thrust, unleashed a torrent of overwhelming force. In an instant, The energy barrier conjured by the first and second Hokage trembled before shattering like glass, splintering into countless shards. Naruto's assault struck like a bolt of lightning, reverberating throughout the arena. Rasengan. Naruto's right hand coalesced a sphere imbued with destructive power, aimed directly at the first Hokage. Simultaneously, his left hand transformed into a massive crimson claw, executing the universal pull technique, forcibly drawing the first Hokage back to him. Without delay, the Rasengan surged forth, colliding with the first Hokage and sending him hurtling away, uprooting trees in his path and stirring clouds of dust. Yet Naruto was relentless, seizing the opportunity. He unleashed a blood-red palm imprint, the Rasen Dame, declaring, "It is over, first Hokage." With a roar, the palm imprint struck the first Hokage like a meteor, propelling him once more into the air. The first Hokage, severely wounded, lay broken, his limbs shattered and chest caved in, rendered incapable of further combat. Witnessing the first defeat, Naruto swiftly turned his attention to the second Hokage, for vanquishing him was now paramount. The second Hokage, undeterred, immediately executed the waterfall technique, summoning a colossal cascade that surged forth like a tempest towards Naruto. However, with a gentle flap of his bat-like wings, Naruto deftly evaded the torrent, charging directly at the second Hokage. Unyielding, the second Hokage retaliated with the water dragon bullet technique, a dragon of water leaping forth from behind him, roaring as it lunged at Naruto. Naruto sneered, employing the almighty push, instantly shattering the water dragon into a myriad of droplets. He then exhaled a searing fire spear, employing the fire release, great fire destruction, aimed directly at the second Hokage. Faced with this dire threat, the second Hokage hastily activated the water barrier technique for defense. With swift hand seals, he struck the ground, summoning a towering wall of water that shielded him from harm. Yet, Naruto showed no signs of retreat. With a fierce cry, he commanded, "Shatter!" The fire spear, as if comprehending his order, ignited with ferocity and lunged towards the water barrier with renewed vigor. The clash of water and fire erupted in a cacophony of crackling sounds, followed by a series of explosions. Flames and droplets collided and intertwined, creating a breathtaking yet tumultuous spectacle. Steam billowed, flames roared, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in a shroud of mist. As time passed, Naruto's flames began to gain the upper hand. Although the second Hokage's water barrier remained sturdy, cracks were beginning to form, widening with each moment. The barrier appeared on the verge of being consumed, and the situation tilted heavily in Naruto's favor. However, he was acutely aware that time was not on his side. If he could not breach the second Hokage's defenses swiftly, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he must accelerate his offensive, striving to achieve victory in the shortest possible time. Chapter 124, Silent Night on a Dark and Stormy Night. A figure darted through the shadows with the swiftness of lightning, its golden aura flickering like a ghost, elusive and hard to trace. Moving unpredictably, the figure shimmered, reminiscent of a dragon playing with pearls, appearing in an instant and vanishing into the night just as swiftly. In this fierce battle, Naruto and Sasuke showcased their formidable prowess. Both possessed extraordinary abilities and skills, yet in this moment, Naruto unveiled a breathtaking strength. The searing flames and the impervious water wall seemed to form an insurmountable barrier. However, to Naruto, these ostensibly powerful defenses felt utterly inconsequential. He traversed the inferno and the watery fortress with astonishing speed, as light and agile as a breeze. This was the miraculous essence of the God Mirror Step, a mysterious technique that allowed him to effortlessly navigate through obstacles, disregarding what should have been monumental impediments on his path. To his eyes, everything became so simple, so effortless. As Naruto surged through the flames and water wall, his form was as swift as a flash of lightning. His gaze was resolute and focused, brimming with determination and confidence. He knew victory was within reach. His objective lay before him. In an instant, the golden radiance reappeared, and Naruto silently materialized behind the second Hokage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at the back of the second's body. Mountain-crushing fist. This strike did not aim for a vital point, for Naruto understood that against a body resurrected by impure world reincarnation, targeting critical areas would yield little effect. Thus, he swung his fist, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing wind, and struck fiercely at the second's right arm. Bang! The force of the blow was staggering, instantly shattering the second's right arm, sending both the man and his severed limb hurtling away. Witnessing the second being propelled backward, Naruto's figure flickered, and he once again executed the God Mirror step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the flying second, following up with another mountain-crushing fist. Mountain-crushing fist. This time, the target was the second's left arm. Bang! As before, the left arm shattered, and the second, now with both arms broken, was once again sent flying. Seeing this, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. With a single hand raised, he seemed to conjure invisible chains that bound the second in midair. At this moment, the second stood helpless, both arms severed and unable to form seals or cast techniques, unless the power of impure world reincarnation could allow for rapid regeneration, an impossibility. Control technique, all aspect heavenly pull. Amidst the incantation's low murmur, an invisible force held the second-S figure suspended in the air and then instantaneously drew him back to Naruto's side. Gazing at the subdued second, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Naruto's eyes. He pressed his palms together, channeling chakra into his hands, then slowly parted them. With this motion, a sphere of blood-red energy gradually coalesced in his palms, exuding a terrifying aura as if it could consume all life. Moments later, a colossal blood-red hand took shape within Naruto's grasp. The blood-red hand glimmered ominously with flickering bolts of lightning, exuding an air of terrifying ferocity. A resolute glint flashed in Naruto's eyes as he uttered, "Ultimate technique, the palm of life and death." As his words resonated, the enormous bloodied hand expanded to a size exceeding 10 meters, embodying an overwhelming force of annihilation as it descended upon the immobilized second Hokage. Though ensnared by Naruto's unique abilities, the second Hokage's gaze remained steadfast and unyielding, his eyes fixated on Naruto, as if attempting to pierce through him with sheer determination. Observing the colossal blood hand bearing down upon him, a slight smile graced his lips, hinting at a sense of derision, as if mocking Naruto's naivety and immaturity. However, just as the blood hand was about to strike, the second Hokage suddenly summoned his strength and broke free from Naruto's grasp with remarkable swiftness. In a heartbeat, he leapt backward with astonishing speed, evading the impending attack. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations with fervor. As his chant echoed, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within him, distorting the space before him into a vast, gaping black hole. The black hole emitted a potent gravitational pull, drawing everything in its vicinity towards it. Witnessing this, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to employ ninjutsu in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, the force of the pull was insurmountable. He could only watch helplessly as he was inexorably drawn into the black abyss. Upon entering, Naruto found himself in an unfamiliar realm, cloaked in impenetrable darkness, where visibility was non-existent. Cautiously, he groped his way forward, determined to discover an exit. After traversing a distance, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, igniting a spark of excitement within him as he raced towards it, hopeful for an escape. As he approached the light, he discerned that it was, in fact, a door intricately engraved with a myriad of cryptic runes, radiating an aura of mystery. Gently pushing the door open, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. Beyond lay an ancient palace, its walls adorned with bizarre carvings that emanated a solemn and enigmatic ambience. The interior was devoid of life, save for some antiquated furnishings and decor. Intrigued, Naruto ventured into the palace. His curiosity piqued as he observed the depths of the structure, sensing that it concealed secrets yearning to be uncovered. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a figure erupted forth like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, it was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had just endured Naruto's full-force assault. Now gravely injured, he lay unable to continue the fight. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his garments tattered and in disarray, embodying a state of utter dishevelment. His arms had been shattered by Naruto's strike, reduced to mere remnants that fluttered in the air, while he writhed on the ground in agony, his eyes reflecting despair and resignation. Compared to the first Hokage, the second appeared far more wretched. His strength paled in comparison, and now, vanquished by Naruto's overwhelming power, his injuries rendered him nearly irreparable. His body had lost its strength, barely able to support himself on his legs as he attempted to rise once more. Yet he remained powerless. At this moment, The second Hokage had utterly lost his capacity for battle, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. His gaze reflected a profound resignation to fate and a deep remorse for his failures. Once a proud and formidable warrior, he now found himself in such a lamentable state, evoking a sense of sorrow. Yet, war is devoid of mercy, where only the strongest endure. The second Hokage has fallen, all transpired in an instant. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, alongside the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were all vanquished, stripped of their combat abilities. The rapidity of these events left all present in stunned silence. The architect of this upheaval stood before them, a young man. As the onlookers grappled with their astonishment, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting its radiant glow upon Naruto, illuminating him as if he were the sole focus of the universe at that moment. His figure, with blood-red hair billowing, fingers poised like blades, and a pair of demonic wings unfurled behind him, was drenched in crimson. Yet, the golden light emanating from the swastika symbol on his chest and the delicate swastikas on his wings bestowed upon him an aura that transcended malevolence, radiating a divine presence. The wind caressed his face, highlighting his 2-centimeter-long fangs and blood-red eyes, which, rather than appearing grotesque, possessed an eerie allure. Gazing at the young boy before them, a multitude of emotions stirred within the hearts of the spectators, yet a singular feeling of reverence emerged, a homage to strength. With Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage all succumbing in succession, alongside the earlier defeat of Shikaku, formidable foes had fallen before him. The illustrious achievements and accolades that many ninjas could only aspire to in their lifetimes had been realized by this mere 12-year-old boy, etching a legendary narrative in the annals of history. At this moment, Naruto was destined to leave an indelible mark on the shinobi world, and they were fortunate witnesses to this monumental occasion. Chapter 125, sufficient to prove everything, observing all that had transpired. Naruto recognized that it was all a result of his own endeavors. Even now, he found it hard to believe that he had reached such heights. Interwoven causes and effects played through his mind. Had he not mastered the Rasen Shuriken, had he not awakened the Rinnegan in this life and death battle, perhaps he would still need to rely on the third Hokage's Reaper Death Seal to contend with these two. Shaking his head to dispel those futile musings, he acknowledged that the world is not rife with hypotheticals and ifs. The undeniable truth was that he had achieved this. This was his triumph, beyond question. A true warrior must steadfastly advance along the path of strength, unwavering and unafraid of what-ifs. Confronting the two before him, he decisively extracted the talismans affixed to the backs of their heads. One could not help but admire Orochimaru's remarkable skill, having driven the kunai deep into their skulls. No wonder the third Hokage had been unable to remove them in the original narrative. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but an impossibility. Young hero, what a remarkable tactic, to triumph even in our current state. As the talismans were removed, the first and second Hokage instantly regained their awareness. They paid little heed to their previous experiences, merely gazing at Naruto. The first Hokage laughed heartily, his bold demeanor reminiscent of the Naruto described in the original work. This, of course, was merely the magnanimity of a true warrior. A wise man can endure much. However, it seemed that Naruto did not possess such a broad-minded disposition. Lord First, please convey your instructions swiftly, after which I will return both of you to your original places, Naruto remarked, casting a glance at the carefree first Hokage. A slight smile gracing his lips. The first's actions undeniably shattered the image people held of the legendary ninja. The surrounding ninjas, who had gathered after the collapse of the Four Purple Flames formation, bore witness to the first's words and appearance. His shattered glasses and dislocated jaw spoke volumes. What are you saying, brother? The second Hokage couldn't help but interject, feeling uncomfortable under the gazes of the crowd. Yet what could he do? After all, he was the younger brother, lacking the strength of the first, and could only murmur a few complaints. All right, I shall refrain from further comments. The first waved his hand dismissively, his gesture smooth, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Yet, this was not a matter for pride. I never anticipated being summoned by the Edo Tensei. Had I known, I would not have developed that technique back in the day. The second surveyed his surroundings, clearly discontent with being summoned by his own ninjutsu. Nevertheless, he soon turned his attention to Naruto. I have heard from Sarutobi that you are Uzumaki Naruto, correct? It is splendid to see such fresh talent in Konoha. It seems the village is flourishing. The second nodded in approval at Naruto. Thank you for your kind words. Lord Second, Naruto replied with a smile. I have heard that Sarutobi intends to pass the title of Hokage to you. Although we have not worked together, your strength has earned my respect. It is truly remarkable to possess such skill at such a young age. As for other aspects, as long as your character is sound, I have no objections to Sarutobi's choice. The second continued addressing Naruto. Naruto did not elaborate on the second's remarks, yet they left everyone present in a state of astonishment. What did this imply? It was a clear public acknowledgement of Naruto's suitability for the position of Hokage by the second. Instantly, the crowd's expressions reflected their surprise. However, before they could fully recover from their shock, the first spoke again. From now on, Konoha is entrusted to you, he said, looking at Naruto with an unusual seriousness. His tone resolute. The words were straightforward. While the second had mentioned character, the first directly declared his trust. Once again, the crowd fell into a stupor. In truth, it was not hard for the first and second to understand. Given Naruto's demonstrated strength at such a young age, his future potential was bound to be extraordinary. Strength was paramount, and regarding character, as the mentor of the third Hokage, they believed that the third's choice would ensure no issues in that regard. Rest assured, Lord First and Lord Second, both Akatsuki and I, along with Konohamaru, have conducted thorough assessments of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto undoubtedly possesses the capability to inherit the title of Hokage. I, the third Hokage, vouch for him with my honor. At this moment, the third Hokage stepped forward from the crowd, solemnly assuring the first and second Hokage, and formally declaring that Naruto possesses the capability to succeed the position of Hokage. With the third's declaration, Naruto's status as the rightful heir to the Hokage title was firmly established. The first's affirmation, the second's acknowledgement, the third's guarantee, coupled with the fact that he is the son of the fourth Hokage. Thus, all previous Hokage of Konoha unanimously recognized Naruto. At this juncture, even if there were dissenters, they could not undermine Naruto's position. In terms of both title and strength, Naruto held an absolute advantage. Very well, we can now rest assured, the first Hokage remarked. Although this return was marred by some unpleasant events, it has also brought forth much joy. In any case, this return was worthwhile. The first gazed at Naruto, and the third, surveying Konoha, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, although being summoned through Edo Tensei is rather displeasing, it has proven to be worthwhile. The second Hokage nodded in agreement with the first perspective. All right, young man, please escort us back now. We, as spirits, should not linger here for too long. The first said to Naruto. Yes, indeed, young man. We should not overstay our welcome. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you young ones. The second also concurred. I understand, Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage, Naruto replied, nodding respectfully at the first, placing his hands gently upon their heads. In a fleeting moment, the purple glow of the Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes intensified and flickered momentarily. As he abruptly withdrew his hands from their heads, their souls were swiftly extracted from their bodies. Farewell, esteemed predecessors, Naruto said, gazing at the souls in the air, visible only to him. The first and second Hokage's souls remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Naruto released his grip on their souls, allowing them to embark on their journey home. Chapter 126. Focus on the third Hokage. Orochimaru fled in defeat, and the souls of the first and second Hokage were liberated from their bindings, returning to the realm of the departed. This heart-pounding battle had finally reached its conclusion, with only remnants of turmoil lingering within Konoha. However, these insignificant conflicts could no longer alter the overarching situation. With the mastermind's defeat, these minor pawns could hardly stir the waters. All of this must ultimately be brought to a close. Gazing towards the direction where the first and second had vanished, the third Hokage was filled with indignation at Orochimaru's cruel actions, yet his gaze shifted to the ravaged Konoha, and he could not suppress a heavy sigh. Despite having anticipated the outcome, witnessing Konoha suffer such devastation firsthand deeply pained him, as he was acutely aware of the immense destruction and loss this incident had inflicted upon the village. All ninjas, heed my command, he called out, surveying the surroundings as dozens of ninjas, including elite Umbu and Jonin, surrounded him. The third Hokage immediately issued orders, his tone resolute, exuding the aura of a leader. Understood. With the sound of his command, all ninjas uniformly knelt, their movements synchronized as if they were a well-drilled army. Each gaze was filled with respect and obedience, focused on the third Hokage, as though he were the beacon of light in their hearts. Yet, among this multitude, only the third and Naruto remained standing. They resembled two towering mountains, steadfast and unyielding, forming a stark contrast against the surrounding figures. No one voiced any objections to their actions, for it was universally acknowledged that Naruto was destined to be the next Hokage. Although he had not yet formally assumed the role, in terms of status, he had already surpassed everyone present. Naruto's existence instilled a sense of hope and anticipation among the people. He embodied the strength and wisdom of the future. His journey and all that he had endured made him the focal point of everyone's attention. The third Hokage, a leader of immense experience and high moral standing, provided the populace with confidence and a sense of security. In this moment, the third and Naruto stood together, embodying a harmonious unity. They faced the challenges before them, bearing the grave responsibility of protecting the village and its people. Their figures appeared particularly imposing under the sunlight, evoking boundless strength and courage. More importantly, the third Hokage had begun to cultivate Naruto into a competent Hokage, a process that would naturally differ from the training of ordinary ninjas, focusing instead on instilling the responsibilities and missions that the Hokage must undertake. Thus, Naruto was not required to perform a kneeling salute. He was to swiftly eliminate the hostile ninjas wreaking havoc within the borders of Konoha, capturing them if possible, and if not, to kill without hesitation. The third Hokage stood atop a platform, his expression stern and his gaze piercing, surveying the group of ninjas below. His voice resonated low and firm, each word laden with gravitas and resolve. The half-kneeling ninjas bowed their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, yet their eyes glimmered with determination. They understood that this was a battle of life and death, a defense of their village. As the final command was issued, it echoed like thunder in the air. An overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped the third Hokage, akin to a surging tide, sweeping away all in its path. This aura was tempestuous, rendering the surrounding atmosphere dense with tension. In that moment, the third Hokage exhibited the majesty and might befitting a shadow-level powerhouse. His presence loomed like an unshakable mountain. His gaze burned like an unquenchable flame, igniting an unyielding spirit. The ninjas below felt the third Hokage's determination and strength, a surge of fervor igniting within them. They raised their heads, their eyes shining with resolute light. "Yes, at your command," they shouted in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the square. They quickly rose, turning to plunge into the imminent battle. At this moment, the third Hokage was reminiscent of the hero who had once risen single-handedly, sweeping through the ninja world between the second and third Great Ninja Wars. "At your command," echoed back, a deafening response as the ninjas sprang to their feet, their forms flickering like dark shadows, scattering towards the battlefield that was nearing its climax. Chapter 127. The Umbu Disciples in the Village of Konoha, within the Martial Council Hall. After a time of relentless conflict, the illustrious martial heroes and powerful figures of Konoha gathered without exception. At the highest point sat the third Hokage, flanked on the right by Konoha advisors Tsunade and Mito, and on the left by the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura. Under the command of these four titans were the elders of Konoha, heads of prominent clans, and elite jounin who commanded respect throughout the martial world, all of whom were the pillars of Konoha. At this moment, while many seats were filled, one remained vacant beneath Danzo. The venue was enveloped in profound silence, with some lost in contemplation, others brimming with anticipation, and a few resting their eyes, each exhibiting their own distinctive demeanor and concerns. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind disrupted the tranquility, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly towards its source. There knelt a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a mask, one of the Umbu operatives, slightly leaning forward as if awaiting a command. Beside him stood a youth in an orange tracksuit, upright and resolute, surveying the surroundings with a bright and determined gaze. This young man was Uzumaki Naruto, and the Umbu operative was the one tasked with conveying orders and guiding him here. "Lord Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has arrived," the Umbu operative reported respectfully, bowing his head towards the third Hokage seated at the head of the table. Indeed, these two visitors were none other than Naruto and his guide from the Umbu. "Understood, Zai. You may take your leave," the third Hokage acknowledged with a slight nod, gesturing for the Umbu operative to depart. It was then that Naruto took note of the Umbu operative beside him. Her long purple hair hinted at a feminine form, and the mask obscured her features, evoking memories of the Umbu heroine, Yuzuki Yugao, who had appeared a few times in the original narrative. Although he could not discern her true visage, he speculated that this individual might indeed be Yugao. Upon hearing the third Hokage's command, the Umbu, known as Zai, vanished from sight like a wisp of smoke. She was not privy to the high-level discussions of Konoha's council. Merely entering this space was a privilege reserved for those within the Umbu. Very well, Naruto, you may take your seat now, the third Hokage said with a serene smile. I understand, Lord Third, Naruto replied, casting a glance towards the direction where Zai had disappeared before scanning the room and fixing his gaze upon the vacant seat next to Danzo. He realized that this was to be his designated position. Naruto had mentally prepared himself, yet upon witnessing his seat, he momentarily found himself in a daze. This was no ordinary place to sit. At the ends of this table sat the third Hokage and Danzo, one the current Hokage, the other a venerable elder of Konoha, both of immense significance. His own seat, positioned directly behind the third Hokage and Danzo, signified a status that transcended that of the vast majority in Konoha. Just by virtue of this seating arrangement, he had already attained a position that many could only aspire to. However, unbeknownst to Naruto, prior to his arrival, fierce debates had erupted among those present regarding the propriety of his seat. After all, Naruto was merely a 12-year-old genin, yet he was afforded a high-ranking position, which naturally incited considerable discontent. They were reluctant to be overshadowed by a child. Nevertheless, this was merely a hopeful sentiment. In truth, Naruto had already been recognized by the first, second, and third Hokage as a prospective candidate for the next Hokage. To allow such a promising future leader to occupy a lesser position would be a profound disrespect to the current Hokage's stature. It could even be perceived as a challenge or contempt towards the legacy of all past Hokages. After all, the succession of the Hokage is a solemn and dignified matter that cannot be casually overlooked or belittled. Each generation of Hokage embodies the honor and dignity of Konoha, and their achievements and contributions deserve the utmost respect and admiration. Thus, although Naruto may not particularly care about his seating arrangement, his identity as the next Hokage necessitates that he occupies the foremost position, symbolizing his status and significance. This is not only a recognition of his individual merit, but also a preservation and continuation of the traditions of the Hidden Leaf Village. Certainly, there are those, particularly Danzo, who vehemently oppose Naruto's ascension to the Hokage position, yet they dare not voice their dissent openly. As for the founders of the village, the first and second Hokages, their esteemed reputations remain unparalleled in the hearts of the villagers, and any attempt to malign their legacies would meet the fierce wrath of their disciples. The legendary Four Ninjas of the Leaf. Chapter 128. A heated debate, the gathering of esteemed individuals engaged in fervent discourse, ultimately concluding with the third Hokage's endorsement. Coupled with the support of Tsunade and Mito, along with Danzo's tacit approval, which confirmed Naruto's position as a guardian of the left, thereby diluting his authority to quell the rising discontent. This clamor eventually subsided. Although Naruto's stature is exalted, it is perceived that his actual power remains moderate, maintaining his dignity while averting the apprehension of others regarding his meteoric rise. Thus, while Naruto's position appears illustrious, his power is adequately balanced, sufficient to fulfill the role of Hokage's successor. Unbeknownst to Naruto, even if he were aware, he would not reveal his thoughts, for in his current circumstance, no amount of influence would suffice. Without the requisite strength, all is mere rhetoric. At this moment, the matter of power is already sufficient. This modest authority is enough for Naruto to cultivate trusted allies and disciples. From the ancient texts he has studied in his previous life or the insights gained from the recent war, Naruto comprehends the principle that it is not the quantity of forces but their quality that matters. In this realm of ninjas, the presence of a formidable warrior or a potent jutsu can obliterate everything in an instant. Hence, the foundation of all lies in strength. At this juncture, Naruto possesses a certain degree of power, though he has yet to reach the pinnacle of prowess. With all present, the discussion regarding the incursions of the Sound and Sand villages into the Hidden Leaf can commence, and the matter of post-war reparations must also be deliberated. Once Naruto is comfortably established in his role, the third Hokage nods slightly, surveying the assembly below before speaking. At this moment, the ninjas in the audience began to murmur among themselves, their faces brimming with anger and dissatisfaction. Some advocated for severe punishment for the Sound and Sand ninjas to uphold the dignity of the Hidden Leaf. Others insisted that their adversaries must pay a heavy price to compensate for the losses incurred by the village. However, at that moment, Naruto abruptly rose, his gaze resolute and composed. He looked at the third Hokage and then at the other ninjas, and spoke slowly. I believe we should learn from this incident and reinforce our village's defenses to prevent similar attacks in the future. Simultaneously, we must take into account the sentiments of our villagers, for we cannot allow momentary wrath to ignite a larger conflict. Naruto's words brought forth a moment of silence. But soon after, a few ninjas expressed their support. They reasoned that despite the losses suffered by the Hidden Leaf, addressing the issue through peaceful means could avert further casualties and destruction. Ultimately, after a vigorous exchange of opinions, the Hidden Leaf resolved to adopt a more conciliatory approach to the situation. What is there to discuss? They dared to infringe upon our Hidden Leaf. They must naturally bear the consequences of our retaliation. Danzo cast a fleeting glance at the third Hokage and, with an air of indifference, remarked, Indeed, third Hokage. It is only by showcasing the might of our Konoha that we can utterly extinguish their rebellious inclinations. I concur with Elder Danzo's perspective. We must convey to them that Konoha is not a place to be trifled with. Absolutely, we shall retaliate and demonstrate the authority of Konoha. It appears they have long forgotten our strength. Only by making them reacquaint themselves with our power can we ensure they dare not harbor any treacherous thoughts again. Danzo's statement immediately garnered a chorus of agreement, particularly from his faction, who vocally advocated for a proactive approach. Naruto, observing from the sidelines, inwardly nodded, recalling a profound adage he had encountered in a past life. Those who wield swords and blades are the ones who can dictate the rules. Power determines all. Clearing his throat softly, the third Hokage sought to quiet the assembly. The matter of initiating war is of utmost gravity. The supplies of food, equipment, manpower, and medicine are not solely within Konoha's purview and require the approval of the daimyo. He continued, For now, let us deliberate on how to address the reparations owed by Tsunegekure and Otogekure. The third Hokage gazed at the assembly as he spoke. While Konoha possessed formidable strength, the resources necessary for war ultimately rested in the hands of the daimyo. To embark upon war, the daimyo's consent was indispensable. It could be said that Konoha wielded martial power while the daimyo controlled the resources, one hand grasping might, the other clutching politics. Hearing the words of the third Hokage, Danzo could not suppress a derisive snort, yet he recognized the irrefutable truth of the matter and refrained from further comment. Certainly, with Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan, obtaining the daimyo's approval would be a trivial task for him. However, he was reluctant to reveal this trump card too readily, especially given the current circumstances. Such an action was not warranted for a fleeting dispute of pride. Very well, Kakuzu, have the losses sustained by Konoha in this conflict been tallied? The third Hokage inquired, directing his gaze toward Kakuzu, who stood in the front row. As an elite Jonin, Konoha's strategist, class leader of the Jonin, and head of the Nara clan, Kakuzu held significant influence within Konoha. The preliminary assessment is complete. Approximately 1/4 of Konoha's structures have suffered damage or destruction. The defensive walls have been breached, and the roads and other infrastructures have been ravaged, compounded by geological upheavals triggered by ninjutsu. Overall, considering the yet-to-be-finalized figures, it is estimated that Konoha's military losses exceed 300 million ryo, Kakuzu reported calmly, holding the relevant documents. 300 million ryo. The moment Kakuzu's words fell, astonishment rippled through the assembly. 300 million ryo, a staggering sum. To provide context, a Jonin typically earns a reward of merely 150,000 to 1 million ryo for completing an A-rank mission, which, while lucrative, carries substantial risks. Now, witnessing Konoha's losses surpassing 300 million ryo was indeed alarming. This figure far exceeded their expectations. They had initially believed the maximum loss would be around 100 million, only to be confronted with the reality of 300 million, an astounding deviation from their forecasts. What constitutes the primary losses, and how could they amount to such a staggering figure? The third Hokage inquired, his brow furrowed in concern, directing his question toward Kakuzu. Upon investigation, losses in other areas remain within manageable limits, but the predominant cause is attributed to the summoned beasts, Kakuzu elucidated. The three-headed serpent summoned by Orochimaru, the Jinchuriki Shikaku from Tsunegekure, and Naruto's summoning beast Gamabunta, with their colossal forms, inflicted damage on Konoha far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas. Particularly devastating was Shikaku, who unleashed a massive wave of sand through its desertification abilities. Thankfully, Naruto and his summoning beast managed to withstand the onslaught. Or else Konoha's losses would have at least doubled, replied Jiraiya. Chapter 129. Both helpless and troubled time flowed swiftly. Over a month had passed since Orochimaru's conspiracy was unveiled. The subsequent meeting had concluded, and compensation matters between Tsunagakure and Otogakure had been largely settled, with the remaining trivial details entrusted to Konoha's think tank, leaving no need for Naruto's involvement. Even the third Hokage and others were no exception. Once these issues were thoroughly clarified and accounted for by the think tank, they entered the diplomatic phase, leaving Naruto with no further ties to the matter. During this period, the damaged buildings in Konoha were gradually being restored in an orderly fashion. However, Naruto's residence had become a focal point of attention. In just a month, his identity had spread like wildfire throughout Konoha, the land of fire, and even the entire ninja world. While the accompanying benefits were numerous, so too were the troubles. Naruto's doorstep was nearly trampled. Upon learning of Naruto's true identity, a steady stream of villagers from Konoha came to express their apologies. Naruto, however, bore no ill will towards them. Since settling in this place, he had never suffered any grievances, and he had no reason to harbor resentment. How could he possibly act harshly towards these visitors? Even though he now possessed extraordinary strength, a single punch could mean death or severe injury for an ordinary person. One day, a special visitor arrived at Naruto's home. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here today? Naruto inquired from his seat in the living room, casting a cold glance at Jiraiya opposite him, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and helplessness. In the past month, Naruto's home had become abuzz with activity, with a constant influx of visitors, as if it had transformed into a popular tourist attraction that required queuing for entry. The visitors included curious villagers eager to behold the Hokage's splendor and ninjas from Konoha seeking assistance and guidance with their tasks or inquiries. Naruto felt both helpless and exasperated by these visitors, yet as the leader of Konoha, he could not dismiss them. Thus, he endured his frustration, accommodating each guest in turn. At times, he felt as though he were shackled within his own home, unable to move freely. Nevertheless, he understood that this was his responsibility as Hokage, a burden he must bear. This left Naruto with hardly a moment to find true peace and rest. His life had been thoroughly disrupted, leaving him utterly fatigued. Naruto, why do you say such things? As your master, I feel quite guilty for not visiting you for so long, Jiraiya responded, waving his hand and displaying a hurt expression. He was well aware of Naruto's recent circumstances. Although he felt sympathy, he did not intend to interfere, especially since he too had been experiencing a similar treatment during this time. You are perpetually occupied with gathering materials. Even a month ago, a matter of such significance only saw your presence at the very last moment, merely addressing Orochimaru's summoned beast. Moreover, Naruto shakes his head with a wry smile, gazing at Jiraiya with a hint of reproach. While he struggles valiantly on the front lines, Jiraiya leisurely roams about. Naruto, your words truly chill my heart. I undertake this endeavor to create an opportunity for your brilliance. Had I appeared at the outset, it would have been your chance to shine that would have been forfeited. Observing Naruto, Jiraiya chuckles, unabashedly reveling in his own cleverness. Indeed, he possesses a certain brazen audacity. Enough of this triviality. What brings you here this time? Naruto, no longer entangled in the previous conversation, directly inquires of Jiraiya. He is well aware that Jiraiya's sudden visit after a month of absence cannot merely be for casual conversation. Their relationship is not so intimately close. Furthermore, Jiraiya has always been a man of considerable affairs, unlikely to make a special trip just for idle chatter. Thus, Naruto understands that Jiraiya must have something significant to discuss. What are you thinking? Am I not allowed to come and see you? Jiraiya retorts, feeling somewhat aggrieved by Naruto's cold demeanor. Indeed, Naruto's words carry a sting. Chapter 130. Gathering martial arts materials with a crisp metallic clang. Reminiscent of an ancient sword being unsheathed, Jiraiya, renowned throughout the land, inquires about his esteemed status in Naruto's heart. The only responses are the sounds of the wind and the echoes of swords clashing. Jiraiya ponders deeply. Well, it appears I must again confront Naruto's eager gaze, he sighs. Resigned. No wind arises without a cause. If you did not have urgent matters, Why would you leave the realm of ink and literature to seek me? Naruto regards Jiraiya with a hint of perplexity. In this tumultuous era, according to the timeline of the original narrative, Jiraiya should currently be searching for the missing Princess Tsunade. It remains uncertain whether this is still the case, but the heroic figure before him seems to have made a decision. During this time, I have not delved into any pursuits related to gathering martial arts manuscripts. Jiraiya responds somewhat awkwardly to Naruto's statement. In truth, he has been entangled with the third Hokage and the two advisors of Konoha. Furthermore, amidst the fervor of rebuilding Konoha, who has the leisure to indulge in hot spring baths and seek the mysteries of martial arts? Manuscripts are elusive, and with several elder peers observing him, he finds it nearly impossible to carve out time for the collection of martial arts materials. Naruto silently observes Jiraiya, refraining from further words, patiently awaiting his continuation. All right, since you have inquired, I shall speak candidly. However, I must preface this by saying that you should not become overly agitated upon hearing it. Looking at Naruto's resolute expression, Jiraiya reluctantly reveals the truth. Recently, I must venture forth to find a martial arts healer, Princess Tsunade, who is to be my equal among the legendary three. She will assume the position of Hokage. As a candidate for the future Hokage yourself, you must accompany me. With that, Jiraiya lays bare the circumstances. His gaze fixed intently on Naruto, internally apprehensive that this news may incite his wrath. Ultimately, this matter not only bypassed him, the heir to the leadership, but also required his presence in the search for a new leader. Princess Tsunade, when shall we commence our journey to identify the next Hokage? Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded slightly and turned to Jiraiya, calmly inquiring, "Are you not angry?" Jiraiya gazed at Naruto in astonishment. "Why would I be angry?" Naruto countered. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, he felt no significant emotional upheaval regarding the situation. The position of Hokage was originally meant for you. Now, they seek another. Do you not feel indignant? Jiraiya reiterated, concerned. Before approaching Naruto, he had prepared himself to soothe any potential misinterpretations, fearing Naruto might perceive this move as an attempt to strip him of his rightful place. After all, such a revelation could weigh heavily on anyone's heart. However, Naruto's reaction was entirely unexpected. He exhibited neither anger nor dissatisfaction. Instead, a gentle smile graced his lips as he replied, "I comprehend your concerns. Yet I do not perceive this as an injustice against me." Jiraiya stared at Naruto in astonishment, having never anticipated that Naruto would accept this reality with such equanimity. He had assumed Naruto would feel disappointment and frustration, yet it seemed he had foreseen this outcome all along. In truth, I have always recognized the limitations of my abilities. Despite my earnest efforts, I am not the most suitable candidate for the role of Hokage. I would prefer to focus on my training, enhancing my strength, and contributing more to the village. Moreover, I trust you will find a fitting successor for the Hokage position. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a wave of admiration surged within Jiraiya. He realized that Naruto had matured. He was no longer the child in need of protection. He possessed his own thoughts and aspirations, capable of confronting challenges and setbacks with a mature demeanor. "Naruto, you truly have opened my eyes," Jiraiya remarked with a sense of wonder. "I am delighted to witness your rapid growth." Nevertheless, he reassured, "Rest assured, even if you are not Hokage, you remain a vital part of the Hidden Leaf Village. We will all support you in achieving your goals." Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with gratitude, his eyes shimmering with determination. He understood that regardless of what the future held, he would strive wholeheartedly for the peace and prosperity of the Hidden Leaf Village. "I see now," Naruto replied, suddenly grasping the underlying reason. He nodded, recognizing why Jiraiya's demeanor had seemed somewhat peculiar today. "What is there to be angry about? I never contemplated taking on the role of Hokage at this moment. After all, I am merely a genin. Even though I have triumphed over Orochimaru and the reanimated first and second Hokages, gaining a measure of renown, I am acutely aware that luck played a significant role in those victories. Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokages to battle the third, expending a considerable amount of chakra, which meant his full strength was not on display. The first and second Hokages, due to the nature of their resurrection, were susceptible to my unique techniques. In terms of true strength, I still fall short compared to those seasoned masters of the world. As you mentioned, were I to assume leadership of the Hidden Leaf at this juncture, it could severely impact our village's standing in the larger world. This, I know all too well." Listening to Naruto's words, Jiraiya could not help but exhale in relief, his gaze towards Naruto radiating a sense of gratification. So it is. I am glad you understand. I was worried you might feel discontent. He smiled at Naruto, his expression returning to normal. I am not the person you think I am. Naruto retorted with a glance at Jiraiya, his tone tinged with resignation. All right, when do we depart? Naturally, the sooner, the better. Chapter 131, Awakening from Contemplation. Wait. How can this be? It feels strangely familiar. Naruto's heart jolted, as if stirred by some long-buried memory, his earlier excitement now replaced by profound contemplation. After spending 6 springs and autumns in this alternate realm, many once familiar narratives had faded from his memory. Yet the monumental events and grand scenes remained indelibly etched in his mind. I recall when Orochimaru orchestrated the downfall of Konoha, the third Hokage heroically sacrificed himself. And shortly thereafter, Jiraiya and I ventured forth from the village in search of Lady Tsunade, followed by that fateful battle among 3 warriors. It seems there was someone who sought me out during that time. A sudden realization struck him. Indeed, Sasuke was involved. It was he, Uchiha Itachi. The fleeting image that flashed through his mind illuminated Naruto's understanding. He remembered that at the time of the third Hokage's demise, Uchiha Itachi had been compelled to return to his homeland as a warning to Konoha. However, with the third still alive in this moment, would Itachi still make his anticipated arrival? No, he will come. Uchiha Itachi undoubtedly will come. In the original narrative, Itachi's warning to Konoha was relayed to Sasuke by Tobi, also known as Uchiha Obito. What Itachi himself had truly expressed was the intent to capture Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails. Although the third Hokage's survival had altered the course of the original story, the mission to seize the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had not changed, for it was a directive personally issued by their leader, Pain. It was precisely due to Jiraiya's presence that the plan faltered, prompting Pain to decide to initiate new actions 3 years later during the Wind of Change. A sudden crackling sound broke Naruto's reverie, snapping him back to reality as he turned his gaze towards the door. Open the heavenly eye. In an instant, a golden light flickered within his eyes, vividly revealing the scene outside his door. 2 figures cloaked in black adorned with red clouds, their broad-brimmed hats casting shadows over their faces, unmistakably belonged to members of the Akatsuki organization. Judging by their silhouettes, they were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, the infamous duo of the Akatsuki. Indeed, wishes can come true. As he gazed at the 2 outside, Naruto could not help but shake his head in wry amusement. Yet, he remained silent, quietly approaching the door. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved several ceiling tags and affixed them to the door panel. A second series of knocks echoed. Who is it? Do you not realize that disturbing someone's meditation is quite rude? Naruto feigned nonchalance as he opened the door. You are. He looked at the 2 before him, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Uzumaki Naruto, come with us. Uchiha Itachi slowly lifted his hat, revealing his mesmerizing Sharingan, his gaze fixed on Naruto, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto replied directly. So you know me. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he regarded Naruto, prompting him to inquire. You are a figure renowned throughout Konoha. I became aware of your name 6 years ago. Naruto smiled at Itachi, recalling that it was during the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan. Itachi fell silent for a moment. Yet Naruto could distinctly sense the shadow of sorrow in his gaze, and the sudden drop in the temperature of the surrounding air, his typically stoic expression growing increasingly grave. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails appeared anything but formidable. Itachi remained silent, but his companion, Kisame, spoke up, fixing his gaze on Naruto with a menacing grin. Be cautious. This individual has defeated Orochimaru, Itachi warned. Although he held little regard for Orochimaru, the latter was nonetheless a seasoned S-class shinobi, and Itachi's ability to triumph over him largely stemmed from the advantages bestowed by his Manjiki Sharingan. Who knows if that's true? I see no remarkable qualities in him. Kisame remarked dismissively, casting a sideways glance at Naruto. Members of the Akatsuki organization were notoriously proud, unwilling to concede easily. Only their leader, Pain, commanded genuine respect from them. Kid, you can either come with us willingly, or we will break your limbs and drag you along, Kisame threatened, a flash of ferocity crossing his face. As a veteran of the Shinobi World War, he was no mere pushover. It seemed that uninvited guests rarely brought good tidings. Naruto shook his head with a sigh, donning an expression that suggested he had anticipated this encounter. So, it appears you already knew we would meet. Indeed, You did not flee immediately. Well, perhaps you also understand that there is no escape. Humph. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Kisame scoffed, his shark-like teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight. No, I merely expressed my astonishment. I did not expect you to come in person. Naruto shook his head, gazing at the two before him. Very well, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. You may remain here to ponder your situation. As soon as he finished speaking, a sly smile curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the sealing talisman behind the door had ignited, consuming most of it and on the verge of triggering a violent explosion. Chapter 132. Unfathomable Power Danger. We must vacate this place. Itachi's eyes, now adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, spun rapidly as his expression turned grave. Clearly, he had sensed the impending threat from the sealing talisman behind the door, and he swiftly urged his companion Kisame to flee, vanishing from his position in an instant. Kisame's heart raced at the sound. But by the time he attempted to react, it was already too late. A thunderous explosion erupted, the power of dozens of sealing talismans beyond measure, enough to uproot the very inn before them, sending it soaring into the heavens. In an instant, a cacophony of blasts ensued, and Kisame, who had yet to escape, was hurled by the force of the explosion, crashing against the stone wall behind him, subsequently engulfed by the raging flames and the aftermath of the explosion. The three-story wooden inn suddenly collapsed, the violent tremors sending shockwaves through the surrounding structures, shattering windows with a breathtaking spectacle. At that moment, a young man stood atop a towering roof in the distance, witnessing the unfolding chaos. This was Naruto, endowed with the gift of foresight, having already perceived the escape of Itachi Uchiha from the explosion. Although Itachi had not entirely evaded the blast's impact, the fate of Kisame was undoubtedly more dire. Caught at the epicenter of the explosion and teetering on the brink of life and death, a figure emerged from the swirling dust, Itachi Uchiha, who was now supporting the gravely injured Kisame. It appeared that after the initial explosion, Itachi returned to the scene to rescue Kisame. Remarkably, he had survived this catastrophic event. Naruto's golden silhouette appeared, landing not far from Itachi, casting a glance at Kisame, who was being assisted by Itachi, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. However, he did not believe that mere sealing talismans could claim Kisame's life. Otherwise, the ninja world would be in utter chaos, with everyone carrying a few. You foolish brat, you're seeking death. Kisame glared at Naruto, his face contorted with rage. Had he not been severely wounded at that moment, he would have lunged at Naruto for a fight to the death. The real curse lies with you, Naruto retorted calmly, fully aware that even with the opportunity, killing Kisame under Itachi's watchful eyes was nearly an impossible feat. Vortex Naruto, come with me. I shall overlook today's incident. Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan spun as he gazed at Naruto with an air of tranquility, as if the recent explosion had never occurred. If you wish to capture me, you must first surpass me. Naruto shot a cold smirk at Itachi, knowing he would only comply if he could emerge alive from this conflict. Nevertheless, the gravity on Naruto's face did not dissipate. He recognized the profound strength of Itachi, undoubtedly one of the elite in the world of Naruto. Within the Akatsuki organization, apart from Pain and the mastermind Obito Uchiha, none could rival him. Even in the broader ninja realm, Itachi was among the most formidable warriors. Now I understand. Itachi glanced at Naruto, his Sharingan beginning to whirl violently as he unleashed a Jinjutsu. A soft pop resonated as Naruto, who had been standing near Itachi, transformed into a wisp of white mist, revealing his use of the shadow clone technique. Taijutsu, crumbling fist. In a flash of golden light, Naruto's true form appeared behind Itachi, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him and Kisame. With a thunderous crash, Naruto's fist narrowly grazed Itachi, crashing down onto the rooftop beneath them. The building collapsed significantly in an instant. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi exhaled a massive, searing fireball that surged toward Naruto like a wild beast. Wind style, wind cutter technique. Facing the incoming fireball, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, channeling a gust of energy, and a sharp wind blade shot forth. With a swift hiss, the fireball was cleaved in two by the wind blade, passing harmlessly by Naruto's side without inflicting any damage. Subsequently, the wind blade slashed towards Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, but lost its offensive power after breaking through the fireball, allowing Itachi to easily evade. With a graceful leap, Uchiha Itachi ascended to another rooftop, his gaze firmly fixed upon Naruto in the distance. Space ninjutsu. Indeed, as the intelligence suggested, you have truly mastered the art of spatial manipulation. A flicker of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes. Although he had heard of it before, witnessing it firsthand left him astounded. He appeared to effortlessly dodge Naruto's attack. Yet at that moment, he had pushed his Sharingan to its utmost limits, barely capturing the fleeting disturbance of spatial teleportation that enabled him to evade Naruto's lethal strike. Truly, the genius of the Uchiha clan, evading an attack of space ninjutsu, is indeed remarkable. Naruto gazed at Uchiha Itachi, unable to suppress his admiration. To have evaded his spatial ninjutsu attack unprepared was quite unexpected for Naruto. It is worth noting that during the Chunin exams, he had unexpectedly injured Orochimaru with spatial ninjutsu. Despite then possessing merely the strength of a Chunin, now, he had ascended to the level of a Jonin. This clearly demonstrates the vast disparity in strength between Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, which is by no means trivial. Chapter 133. Aiming directly at Uchiha Itachi deep within the realm of martial arts, nestled amidst the mountains and forests, Naruto found himself fixated on Uchiha Itachi not far away, softly stating, "Though spatial secret techniques are formidable, they require a master to unleash their true might." Uchiha Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, his Sharingan abruptly spinning in a whirlwind of three tomo, the swirling patterns intertwining and expanding, ultimately coalescing into the awe-inspiring kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Witnessing this, Naruto immediately closed his eyes, relinquishing the use of his physical sight, and activated the ultimate martial arts insight, perceiving all with the power of heaven and earth. Even in the face of Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscopic Sharingan and his terrifying Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi, he chose not to confront it head-on. Seeing Naruto with closed eyes, Itachi's Sharingan slowly rotated, and he scoffed. "So, you possess a profound understanding of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, daring to close your eyes before me. Your bravery is commendable." Before his words could fully dissipate, Uchiha Itachi vanished in a flash, unleashing the fire release technique, Great Fireball Technique. A searing orb of flame erupted from his mouth, charging towards Naruto like a ferocious beast. However, Naruto did not flinch. Suddenly opening his eyes, ripples cascaded across his gaze as the Rinnegan manifested, simultaneously initiating the Hungry Ghost Path technique, causing the fireball to dissipate into nothingness. Once again closing his eyes, Naruto's Rinnegan did not vanish. Rather, the immense spiritual power and chakra required to activate and wield it could only be borne by one of shadow-level prowess. It seems this is the reason Naruto could not casually activate his Rinnegan at this moment. To resolve this predicament, he must regain his peak strength, reaching the level of a shadow. As for ninjutsu attacks, as a rogue ninja, he showed no regard for being amidst a bustling town. The forest where Naruto stood was on the outskirts of a tranquil little town, but with his confrontation against Uchiha Itachi, a single punch had already destroyed a house. Should he unleash any more ninjutsu, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Naruto seemed to forget that he himself had also employed ninjutsu just moments ago. "Come, if you wish to fight," Naruto exclaimed, leaping into the air and swiftly dashing towards the outskirts of the town. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, pondering inwardly, what transpired moments ago. My vision was obscured by the fireball, preventing me from discerning how Naruto countered the assault. This matter is far from simple. Nevertheless, I shall set it aside for now. My foremost priority remains the pursuit of Naruto Uzumaki. With resolute thoughts, Uchiha Itachi vanished in an instant, swiftly tracking Naruto alongside Kisame. Beyond the mountains and amidst the wilderness, Naruto had been waiting for quite some time. Soon enough, the silhouettes of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame emerged within sight. Without waiting for them to draw near, Naruto took the initiative. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. In an instant, a blazing inferno surged forth like a colossal wave, hurtling towards Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly executed the water style, Water Barrier Technique. A wall of water materialized before him, while he and Kisame retreated hastily, evading the flames. The fireball collided with the water wall, instantly engulfing it, and continuing its relentless advance towards Uchiha Itachi. In this perilous moment, a massive water dragon, several meters long, emerged behind Uchiha Itachi, roaring thunderously as it charged at the fireball. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position. The clash of these two forces, though not entirely thwarting the fireball, afforded Uchiha Itachi the opportunity to escape. Reappearing, Uchiha Itachi stood before Naruto alongside Kisame. You persist in accompanying that feeble individual. Do you regard me with disdain, or are you merely overconfident, Uchiha Itachi? Naruto remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Kisame. You little brat, who are you calling feeble? Kisame retorted angrily, but was interrupted by Uchiha Itachi. Kisame remained silent. Uchiha Itachi then turned to Naruto, his tone resolute. In that case, I must defeat you swiftly. With that declaration, Uchiha Itachi disregarded Kisame, pushing him aside. Are you serious? Naruto felt a pang of anxiety, regarding Uchiha Itachi with caution, though he appeared outwardly relaxed. Who could truly maintain ease in the presence of Uchiha Itachi? Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. In a flash, Uchiha Itachi hurled a dozen shuriken, each ignited with fireballs, rapidly shooting towards Naruto. With a disdainful snort, Naruto unleashed his signature taijutsu technique, the rending fist, striking at the void. The air trembled and rippled as it collided with the oncoming fireballs. The fireballs, struck by this force, veered off course, scattering in various directions before crashing to the ground, leaving deep craters, some of which were impaled by shuriken, gleaming coldly. In that moment, Naruto activated the secret technique of the Mirror of the Divine, his form flickering as he closed the distance to Uchiha Itachi. Wielding a trident kunai, and without hesitation, he slashed towards Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 134, Growing Stronger Under the Moonlight. In the night-shrouded forest, Naruto confronted Uchiha Itachi, armed with a trident kunai. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying in a dazzling display. Uchiha Itachi, with his exquisite swordsmanship, narrowly parried Naruto's onslaught, as a smile crept upon Naruto's lips. With a subtle flick of his left arm, his sleeve billowed, revealing the sealing mark upon his wrist. As the curse mark was lifted, a swirling mass of white mist ascended into the air. In an instant, a colossal beheading sword appeared in Naruto's hand. The blade gleamed as he swung it toward Uchiha Itachi, the sword's aura surging forth with the force of a rainbow, pressing relentlessly toward his opponent. Clang! Itachi, wielding a kunai that danced like a dragon, intercepted Naruto's strike. However, the beheading sword was no ordinary weapon. It contained an astonishing power that caught Itachi off guard, sending him hurtling backwards. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, Naruto shouted, as the three-pronged kunai in his grasp transformed into dozens of shurikens, hurtling toward Itachi with blinding speed. Upon witnessing this, Itachi immediately formed hand seals and unleashed water release. Water surge, a torrent that erupted forth and scattered the shurikens in an instant. At this moment, from a distance, Kisame observed the battle and remarked, that beheading sword belongs to the hidden mist village, and now it has fallen into the hands of a leaf ninja. It seems the hidden mist village is indeed on a downward spiral, unable to protect even one of the legendary 7 ninja swords. His words dripped with sarcasm. Naruto, upon hearing this, stroked the sword's blade and replied, "This sword is indeed remarkable. Wielded in my hand, it feels like an extension of my own arm. Its might is extraordinary." He paid no heed to Kisame's derision, his gaze locked onto Itachi as he prepared for another assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi roared, unleashing a searing fireball that surged toward Naruto, compelling him to evade its fierce blaze. Flying thunder god technique, utilizing a pre-placed marker. Naruto vanished from his position just as the fireball approached, reappearing before Itachi to swing the beheading sword directly at his vital points. Clang! The two blades collided, Naruto's beheading sword clashing with Itachi's kunai. The immense recoil forced Naruto to take a step back, while Itachi merely retreated slightly, revealing the vast disparity in their strengths. Understanding his situation, Naruto took a deep breath, realizing that his current power still paled in comparison to Itachi, a shadow-level powerhouse. His earlier victory had relied solely on the element of surprise. Now that Itachi had discerned his capabilities, Naruto knew that to emerge victorious, he must summon every ounce of his strength. Let me witness your true power. Determination glimmered in Naruto's eyes as he dashed toward Itachi once more. Crushing fist slash. Naruto wielded the beheading sword, channeling all his might into a ferocious strike aimed directly at Itachi, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. The force of the blow sent Itachi reeling, while Naruto's strike cleaved deeply into the earth, leaving a gaping chasm over 10 meters long, a testament to its devastating power. Itachi gazed at the shattered kunai in his hand, contemplating. The strength contained within Naruto seemed to be growing ever more formidable. This sudden surge of power was proving difficult to counter. Aware of the formidable adversary he faced, Itachi understood that he could not afford to be complacent. He must exert all his effort to withstand Naruto's relentless onslaught. Chapter 135. Gradually dissipating crushing fist, slash his muscles coiled like a dragon. In an instant, a fierce slash surged toward Uchiha Itachi, striking like a bolt of thunder. With a thunderous roar, Uchiha Itachi found himself at a disadvantage, retreating relentlessly, while Naruto refrained from pursuing him aggressively. Instead, he followed closely, his figure akin to a specter, swiftly closing the distance to Itachi. With a sharp blade in hand, he unleashed a fierce strike aimed at his adversary. In a display of power, Naruto executed a devastating blow, his left hand gripping the executioner's sword. Raised high above his head, he spun like a whirlwind, delivering a downward slash with unparalleled momentum. The blade flashed through the air, sending Itachi flying to the ground. Yet, Naruto's spiraling form did not pause. He lifted his right arm and released the sealing talisman from his wrist. Accompanied by a cloud of white mist, especially crafted, gleaming katana materialized in his grasp. The blade was frigid and radiant. With unwavering determination, Naruto's gaze sharpened as he swung the sword directly at Itachi. The blade sliced through the air, carving a deep gash into Itachi's body, leaving a profound mark that extended onto the ground, forming a scar several dozen meters long. At this moment, Itachi was enveloped in a fiery chakra armor, which absorbed the impact of Naruto's strike, forcing him to retreat several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The crimson glow of his chakra gradually fading. Susanoo. With a single blow, Itachi was forced back, his expression grave. He breathed heavily, furrowing his brow as he regarded Naruto in silence, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Despite activating Susanoo, he felt an unbearable pain in his Sharingan. Utilizing his extraordinary insight and profound understanding of Itachi from the original narrative, Naruto pressured him relentlessly, seizing every advantage and forcing Itachi into a defensive stance. In this moment, Itachi contemplated inwardly. It appeared that the intel he had gathered was far from comprehensive. He had not been informed of Naruto's ability to fight with his eyes closed or his dual-wielding techniques, particularly the incorporation of the crushing fist's power into his swordsmanship, which was astonishing. Even with the executioner's sword, Naruto's ferocity surpassed that of Kisame Samehada, making his strikes more brutal and terrifying. Never lose focus in battle. Naruto's movements did not escape Itachi's keen observation. In an instant, he charged at Naruto, his kunai clashing against Naruto's dual blades. The sound of metal on metal rang out, sparks flying as their movements were as swift as lightning, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The clash ignited sparks that flickered and vanished in an instant. With a resounding thud, the unexpected outcome was that Naruto was the one forced back. Observing Naruto's retreat, Itachi did not revel in triumph like typical antagonists. Instead, he unleashed his full power, holding nothing back. Damn it! Naruto gritted his teeth, astonished by the overwhelming strength Itachi demonstrated when fully committed. Fortunately, Itachi's prowess had not yet reached a level beyond Naruto's capacity to withstand. Otherwise, facing someone of Tsunade or Raikage's caliber, Naruto would likely have been defeated long ago. In response to Itachi's rapid advance, Naruto resolutely raised his executioner's sword, muscles taut, and delivered a powerful blow that firmly countered Itachi's assault. With a powerful strike, the specially crafted katana of the second strike was unleashed once more. Yet it was deftly intercepted by Uchiha Itachi. Nevertheless, the explosive force that accompanied the blow caused Itachi to momentarily stagger. The clashing of blades echoed as Naruto relentlessly swung his dual swords in a fierce assault against Itachi, who skillfully countered each attack. As the intensity of Naruto's onslaught escalated, Itachi began to adapt to the rhythm of the battle, initiating his own counteroffensive. Ultimately, Naruto's prowess, while formidable, paled in comparison to Itachi's. And once Itachi seized control of the battle's tempo, the tide would surely turn. Recognizing this, Naruto remained unperturbed, a sly smile gracing his lips as he wielded his dual blades to cut off Itachi's escape route. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind from his mouth, propelling a whirlwind directly towards Itachi, lifting him into the air with its immense force. In response to Itachi being swept skyward, Naruto wasted no time in invoking his fiery technique, Great Fire Destruction, launching a compressed, colossal fire spear from his mouth aimed straight at the airborne Itachi, piercing him with unyielding ferocity. Chapter 136. Unwavering belief. A violent cough erupted as Itachi ascended from the ground, his form darting like a swallow, swiftly evading Naruto's strike. The blood trickling from the corner of his mouth testified to the fact that he had indeed sustained an injury this time. How did you perceive that? Itachi inquired, his gaze fixed on Naruto, a hint of perplexity evident in his tone. He was confident that his disguise was impeccable, yet Naruto had seen through it in an instant. Someone has employed that technique before me, Naruto replied, his tone devoid of emotion as he locked eyes with Itachi. Despite understanding Itachi's formidable abilities, Naruto harbored no delusions that he would so easily succumb to his attack, even if it was his signature move, Great Fire Destruction. Setting aside the notion of a counterattack, Naruto surmised that even in a disadvantaged position, Itachi would retain a measure of restraint, readying his life-saving secret technique, Susanoo. Once unleashed, not even the revered Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, would be able to withstand its might. Yet, Itachi had refrained from using this technique even after sustaining injury, leading Naruto to conclude that he had evaded the attack. At this moment, with his divine eye activated, Naruto scanned his surroundings, but Itachi was nowhere to be found. A scenario all too familiar from previous battles. Thus, he saw no need to rely on his divine sight to search underground, and instead delivered a powerful punch. Now I understand, Itachi remarked upon hearing Naruto's response, though he was not entirely convinced and chose not to probe further. Do you still intend to invite me? Naruto queried, a slight smile gracing his lips as he posed the question. This is merely a mission, Itachi replied, his expression indifferent as he regarded Naruto. Then it appears that you are unable to invite me after all. You must recognize that with space-time ninjutsu at my disposal, should I wish to depart, you would find it impossible to impede me, Naruto asserted, unwavering in his gaze. After a moment of silence, Itachi conceded the truth of Naruto's words. If Naruto truly sought to leave, he would indeed be powerless to stop him. It seems you have acquiesced, Itachi remarked. In that case, why not take a step back and call it a day? Observing the silent Uchiha Itachi, Naruto could not help but chuckle. However, Itachi did not respond. Instead, he suddenly paused, as if recalling something. His rotating Sharingan trembled, and black flames flickered in his eyes. Amaterasu. In the face of Naruto's suggestion, Uchiha Itachi unhesitatingly unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, a torrent of black flames surged forth like a tempest, hurtling towards Naruto. Caught off guard, Naruto had no choice but to repeatedly employ the Shinjutsu, mirror technique, clumsily evading Itachi's Amaterasu assault. After all, the nature of Amaterasu is exceedingly peculiar, with its attack determined solely by sight. Were it to be cast by ordinary eyes, Naruto, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique and the mirror technique, would not find it daunting. However, when wielded by the Mangekyou Sharingan, the scenario drastically alters. Few possess the extraordinary dynamic vision required to avoid such an ability. As he evaded, Naruto found himself encircled by the blazing black flames, forming a vast circular arena, with an expanse of several hundred meters sealed off by the searing inferno. Am I trapped like a cornered beast? Naruto pondered. Yet, do you think this will confine me? Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Water Release, 5 Feeding Sharks. Just as Naruto was dodging, a sudden roar erupted nearby, followed by a surging waterfall and a swift swarm of sharks, all rushing towards him. Instantly, Naruto activated the mirror technique, his figure flickering as he extricated himself from his position. The next moment, the torrential waterfall engulfed the ground he had just occupied. Naruto's gaze shifted towards the waterfall, where Kisame stood upon the water's surface, appearing and disappearing like a mirage. One hand formed seals while the other grasped the Samahata. A sinister grin etched across his face as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. Upon noticing the skull entwined around the handle of Samahata, Naruto immediately comprehended. Kisame's injuries had nearly healed, thanks to the chakra absorbed by the Samahata. Truly, I owe you for continuously casting large-scale jutsu. Otherwise, my Samahata would not have had the opportunity to absorb so much chakra. Kisame remarked with a trace of mirth in his voice. then leapt to stand beside Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Naruto could not suppress a cold chuckle, though he refrained from retorting. Indeed, most of the techniques he had unleashed were expansive and potent, and it was no wonder that Kisame had taken advantage of them. Now, what I desire most is to defeat you, and I must reclaim that beheading sword you wield. Kisame glared at Naruto and his beheading sword, venomously declaring. At that moment, the bandages enveloping Samahata unraveled, revealing numerous barbed spikes, with its blade opening wide. Displaying a maw filled with fangs, this was the true form of Samahata. Similarly, I harbor a keen interest in your Samahata. Be cautious not to let Mira claim it, Naruto retorted defiantly. Hearing this, Kisame snorted in disdain, choosing not to engage further in conversation. The prior events, coupled with the current exchange, fueled his anger towards Naruto. Thus, he lunged at Naruto, shouting, "Water release!" Exploding water colliding wave. Chapter 137. Instantaneous unfolding with a thunderous explosion, the blazing chakra coalesced in the sky like a crimson sun. A colossal arm materialized from thin air, gripping a massive scarlet sword that cleaved through the heavens, effortlessly bisecting a gigantic flaming spear and extinguishing the inferno it had conjured in an instant. Standing steadfast, Uchiha Itachi was encased in a crimson chakra armor, a skeletal arm reaching skyward from above his head, wielding the legendary sword, Totsuka no Tsurugi. This sword, imbued with the formidable power to seal all things, exuded an aura of dread, its might unparalleled, a true embodiment of invincibility in this realm. At least for this moment, none could hope to counter it. Susanoo. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto involuntarily uttered the name, his eyes betraying a flicker of reverence. Though his Rinnegan bore similarities to Pain's, possessing the powers of the Six Paths and the Seventh Path, he had yet to master the Sharingan or would release techniques. Thus, he regarded Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan with trepidation, especially the Susanoo he commanded, not to mention the three sacred tools in Itachi's possession, rendering his Susanoo the most formidable entity among them. Itachi advanced towards Naruto, the arm of Susanoo stretching dramatically, raising the colossal sword, and in a heartbeat, it descended upon Naruto with ferocity. Shinra Tensei. Faced with the impending blade, Naruto's expression tightened, his demeanor serious, as he spread his hands wide, channeling all his strength to counter the overwhelming force. A tremendous repulsive energy surged forth, forcefully rebounding the strike of the Totsuka no Tsurugi. However, this was the Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi, brandishing the Totsuka no Tsurugi. The repercussions of a direct hit were unimaginable. In this realm, the Totsuka no Tsurugi was undeniably an insurmountable force. Boom! The colossal sword collided with Naruto's energy, sending him reeling back several dozen meters, his feet sinking into the earth. A testament to the terrifying power of Susanoo. The sound of air being split echoed behind Naruto, sending chills down his spine. Shinji YT. Almost simultaneously, Naruto flickered and vanished from his original position. Boom! Another resounding crash erupted, revealing a massive crater in the distant ground, where Kisame stood, brandishing the Samahata. That lethal strike had indeed originated from him. As Naruto reappeared at a distance, he gazed gravely at both Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, his left arm hanging limply by his side. In that moment, he had exerted every ounce of his strength to execute the Shinji T to evade. But it had ultimately been a fraction too slow. His left hand had been grazed by Samahata, blood dripping crimson from the wound. Arjutsu. A verdant light enveloped Naruto's left arm, and the injury inflicted by Samahata healed at a visibly accelerated pace. In mere moments, the wound vanished, his injuries mended. Thanks to the regenerative capabilities of Arjutsu, as long as life persisted, Naruto could be deemed, to some extent, immortal. Kisame. It appears the power of Samahata is indeed formidable, allowing for such rapid recovery, Naruto mused, casting a contemplative glance at Kisame. He was acutely aware of the severe damage inflicted upon Kisame by that previous strike, and the fact that Kisame could recover so swiftly compelled Naruto to reassess the capabilities of Samahata. Are you alright? Kisame inquired with concern as he approached Itachi Uchiha. As Itachi's ally, he was well aware of the burden posed by Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo. No worries. Although it is still Susanoo, I have minimized both its consumption and burden to the lowest possible level, Itachi replied, shaking his head. Nonetheless, he had begun to breathe heavily. Even the slightest expenditure was a tremendous burden on Itachi's frail body. This won't do. It seems we must resolve this swiftly, Kisame proposed, observing Itachi's condition. Their intelligence indicated that Naruto still had hidden cards to play. If he unleashed his full power, it would be difficult for them to withstand him alone. I understand. Moreover, my shadow clone has reported that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is en route to our location. We must conclude this battle quickly, or once he arrives, we shall have no opportunity. Itachi concurred with Kisame's assessment. More critically, Jiraiya was advancing toward their position. Itachi had always regarded the strength of the Sannin with caution, particularly Jiraiya, who appeared unassuming yet was, in truth, the most enigmatic among them. The former comrade of Orochimaru, the wild spirit Jiraiya of the Sannin. Hearing Itachi's words, Kisame nodded in agreement, refraining from contesting Itachi's viewpoint, for he understood that if Jiraiya truly arrived, retreat would be their only option. Let us set this matter aside for now and fight swiftly, Itachi declared, fixing his determined gaze upon Naruto, and in an instant, he dashed toward him. Following closely behind, Kisame surged forth as well, his Samahata slicing through the air aimed at Naruto. Let the battle commence. Faced with the approaching duo, Naruto remained silent, his Rinnegan glowing with a resplendent purple light, ready to engage in this fierce confrontation. Chapter 138. Into Perilous Waters, Secret Techniques of the Asura. Observing the rapid advance of the formidable Itachi Uchiha and Kisame, Naruto spread his arms wide, channeling the immense chakra within him, which coalesced between his palms. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles, each imbued with astonishing power, directed straight at Itachi and Kisame. The secret techniques of the Asura were a profound martial art. Once one comprehended the underlying principles and possessed ample chi, one could transform matter into weapons for attack. Although Naruto hailed from a modern world and was unaware of the principles of atomic bombs, he understood the devastating power of explosives. As for these energy projectiles, they were engineered upon the foundation of bombs, incorporating systems for control and propulsion. A skill also reflected in the puppet techniques mastered by puppeteers in this realm. In essence, the prowess of the secret techniques of the Asura resonated with the principles of yin and yang. However, while the former wielded physical weapons, the latter pertained to the manipulation of life itself. With a thunderous roar, each of those energy projectiles bore the power equivalent to intermediate-level martial arts techniques, if not surpassing them. For experts of the caliber of Itachi and Kisame, a single projectile might be inconsequential, yet should their numbers accumulate to a certain extent, their might could rival that of high-tier techniques. Even though Uchiha Itachi and Kisame possess formidable prowess, they find themselves in perilous circumstances amidst such a relentless barrage. A moment's lapse could spell disaster. Enveloped by the ironclad defense of Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi remains unfazed by the onslaught of energy projectiles, advancing resolutely towards Naruto. The detonations of the energy bullets resonate around him, yet they do not hinder his advance. All assaults are effortlessly deflected by Susanoo. With a colossal arm towering above, wielding a gigantic sword, Itachi charges towards Naruto, the sword descending with a resounding crash. In an instant, Naruto flickers with golden light, vanishing from sight, deftly evading Itachi's lethal strike. Confronted with Itachi's formidable assault, Naruto is compelled to retreat momentarily. Although he harbors no fear of Susanoo or the sacred tools in Itachi's possession, his confidence falters before the ten-fist sword, which feels as perilous as a scalding hot potato. Touching it could lead to his demise, more treacherous than a porcupine. From behind Itachi, Kisame leaps forth, unleashing a powerful water-based jutsu. Instantly, a torrent of water erupts from the ground, surging towards Naruto like a ferocious beast. Witnessing the deluge, Naruto's expression tightens. He raises a hand, focusing his chakra to form a spiraling shuriken, infusing it with immense energy. The shuriken rapidly expands, amplifying its size, power, and destructive capability. Without hesitation, Naruto hurls the colossal spiraling shuriken, over 2 meters in diameter, directly at Kisame's water attack. A thunderous impact reverberates, accompanied by the sound of slicing and tearing, as the immense shuriken cleaves through the wave, creating a breach 2 to 3 meters wide. The torrent's momentum is shattered, bifurcating into 2 streams that disperse to either side. In a flash, Naruto darts towards Uchiha Itachi, executing a formidable Shinra Tensei that crashes down with overwhelming force. Naruto is not one to endure without retaliation. Once provoked, he responds with unyielding ferocity. A deep rumble echoes as, despite Itachi's Susanoo defense, his remaining limbs are insufficient to withstand Naruto's onslaught. Both man and armor are propelled backward, soaring several dozen meters away. Naruto reaches out with one hand, grasping at the air, not targeting Itachi, but Kisame. After all, breaking through Itachi's formidable defenses is no simple task. A tremendous gravitational force erupts, ensnaring Kisame in the paralyzing dread of immobility. As Kisame approaches, Naruto raises his executioner's blade, intent on delivering a fatal strike, wishing to conclude Kisame's life in that singular moment. With a powerful swing, the massive blade hurtles towards Kisame, who feels a chill run down his spine as he realizes the impending danger, exclaiming in alarm as the blade draws ever closer. He was acutely aware that should he be struck, his life would surely be forfeit. Yet, what purpose did such awareness serve? Perhaps, in that very moment, the ground beneath Kisame split open violently, as a colossal fist of crimson chakra surged forth, aiming directly for him. It was none other than the Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi. With a swift motion, the decapitating blade descended, and in an instant, blood erupted, as an arm twirled through the air, tracing an arc before landing several dozen meters away. Simultaneously, Kisame's severed limb also spun a few times in the air before landing near Naruto. With a thunderous crash, Kisame was propelled by the immense force of Naruto's strike, akin to a cannonball, crashing into the ground a considerable distance away, embedding himself deeply into the earth, creating a significant crater around him. His right arm had been severed at the root, and blood gushed forth from the stump like a fountain. Witnessing the fallen Kisame, a flicker of regret passed through Naruto's eyes. Had it not been for Uchiha Itachi's self-sacrifice at a critical moment, forcibly altering Kisame's trajectory to evade Naruto's lethal blow, Kisame would have undoubtedly met a far grimmer fate. Once again, Naruto extended his hand, grasping at the void, this time with his sights set firmly on Uchiha Itachi. Itachi too could not escape the dire fate that awaited Kisame. Under the overwhelming force of attraction, he found himself helplessly drawn toward Naruto. Chapter 139. A decisive resolution. As the night descended and the moonlight cast a frosty glow, a monumental clash between two unparalleled masters unfolded. Uchiha Itachi was no ordinary foe. Although his body remained rigid, the Susanoo enveloping him appeared as a deity descended from the heavens, operating solely on his will, capable of seamless offense and defense without the need for physical movement. In the blink of an eye, Itachi harnessed the power of the universal pull to swiftly close the distance to Naruto. With a mere thought, the colossal Susanoo extended its solitary arm, wielding the Tensigen with a swift flourish. Under his command, the sword resembled the scythe of death, emanating an intense aura and insatiable murderous intent, aimed directly at Naruto's heart. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as astonishment and dread flickered in his gaze. Despite having faced the Tensigen in this fierce battle before, each confrontation with this terrifying artifact filled him with an icy dread, as if the specter of death loomed ever closer. This sensation rendered him uncontrollably trembling, his body instinctively recoiling. Yet, in that critical moment, the chakra of the nine tails within Naruto erupted with ferocity, a powerful force surging to the forefront of his being. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes, as he vowed to conquer the imminent peril. With the taijutsu of the divine, he invoked the almighty push. In a moment of crisis, Naruto spread his arms wide, directing the almighty push toward Uchiha Itachi and the swiftly approaching Tensigen. A formidable repulsive force erupted instantaneously, forming a barrier that obstructed both adversaries. However, the Tensigen halted merely a few feet before Naruto, its blade radiating like a searing flame, the tip seemingly within arm's reach. Exuding a chilling aura, Naruto thrust his arms forward with renewed vigor, activating the almighty push once more, this time targeting both Uchiha Itachi and the Susanoo cloaked around him. A tremendous repulsive force erupted instantaneously, propelling Uchiha Itachi and his Susanoo away. However, unlike the previous encounter, Naruto did not relent. Rashomon, great destruction. Witnessing Itachi being launched backward, a cold smile crept upon Naruto's lips. He abruptly retracted his arm, crimson energy coiling around it, swiftly coalescing into a colossal blood-red hand seal. Reaching a size of several meters in an instant, resembling the claw of a demon from the depths of hell, aimed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Boom! The massive blood-red palm struck the airborne Itachi, causing his Susanoo to fracture and crumble under its overwhelming power. The might of this technique clearly surpassed that of ordinary ninjutsu. Bang! Itachi was sent flying by the tremendous force, his Susanoo shattered and dissipated, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips as he gazed at Naruto. His eyes filled with astonishment. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he held immense confidence in the techniques of his Manjiki Sharingan. However, today's events compelled him to reassess everything. Yet, Itachi had little time to dwell on his shock. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Just as Itachi was regaining his composure, a thunderous roar echoed, and a figure descended from the heavens, slamming both hands onto the ground. The earth trembled, debris swirling, and a sense of impending doom gripped Itachi's heart. As a shadow-level powerhouse, he had faced countless life-and-death battles and trusted his instincts implicitly. Consequently, he flickered away from his original position. At the very moment he departed, the ground erupted with numerous earth spears, towering several meters high, intricately scattered across a vast area. Itachi deftly maneuvered to evade the deadly projectiles, landing beside the fallen Kisame. He glanced back at the land riddled with earth spears, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Had he been a moment slower, the outcome could have been dire. Turning his gaze toward the figure responsible for the attack, he beheld a man clad in a red ceremonial robe, with long silver hair cascading over his shoulders, his face adorned with the distinct markings of the Inuzuka clan, and a forehead protector engraved with the symbol of oil. His identity was unmistakable. One of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the great sage Jiraiya. Itachi whispered this name reverently. The renowned sage, known as the Toad Sage, bore a serious and commanding expression, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Uchiha Itachi, a rogue ninja from Konoha, and Kisame Hashigaki, a rogue from the Mist Village. What are your intentions? Jiraiya inquired sternly, his gaze fixed on Itachi and the incapacitated Kisame. Since tracking Orochimaru and discovering the existence of the Akatsuki organization, he had been investigating this group. Yet their perilous objective of gathering tailed beasts had left him with no leads, only a lingering awareness of the grave threat they posed. We must go. Itachi did not respond to Jiraiya's question, but instead seized Kisame from the ground, and several smoke bombs detonated at their feet. Damn it! Unforeseen was the resolute departure of Itachi Uchiha and his companion. As the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya rushed forward, only to discover that the place had long been deserted, leaving behind a gaping hole and a pool of blood left by Kisame. How infuriating it was to let them escape. Gazing at the desolate ground, Jiraiya could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of Itachi Uchiha and his ally. In this vast expanse, searching for their whereabouts was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Are you all right? Instead of pursuing Itachi further, Jiraiya returned to Naruto's side, inquiring with genuine concern. I'm fine, Naruto replied with a slight shake of his head, his tone indifferent. Even though he had sustained an injury, thanks to his mastery of the jutsu, he could swiftly regain his vitality. Such a minor wound was hardly worth mentioning. However, a sense of indignation brewed within Naruto. During the fierce battle with Itachi, the latter had shown no sign of retreat, yet upon Jiraiya's appearance, without need for Naruto's words or threats, he had turned and fled. This was clearly a case of preferential treatment. Deep within, Naruto harbored disdain for Itachi's cowardly behavior of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Despite this, Naruto could not help but envy Jiraiya's esteemed title and reputation among the legendary Sannin. Just his name alone could instill fear in his enemies, compelling them to retreat. Such might and renown were far beyond Naruto's current reach. It was no wonder that the village chose Tsunade as Hokage rather than acknowledging any of the previous Hokages. To confront 2 renowned rogue ninjas alone and sever one of their arms is no small feat. It seems the ninja world will once again tremble at your exploits. Looking at Naruto, Jiraiya first sighed with relief, then noticed the severed arm of Kisame nearby, and he patted Naruto's shoulder, laughing heartily. To make the ninja world tremble again is indeed commendable. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto smiled slightly. Now, his strength had grown formidable, and his status elevated. The only thing lacking was his reputation and deterrent power in the ninja world. Naruto always placed great importance on matters that could enhance his renown. Stepping aside, he picked up the weapon left behind by Kisame, the Samahata. This peculiar sword, resembling a fish, seemed to mourn its master's departure, wailing incessantly in Naruto's grasp. Naruto gazed at the sentient blade with approval, nodding, "Excellent, truly remarkable. With it, my prowess in swordsmanship will surely be greatly enhanced. While Kisame's strength will wane significantly without the Samahata. So that is the legendary sword, Samahata," Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. It was noteworthy that with the Samahata now in Naruto's possession, he had acquired 2 of the 7 famed swords of the Mist Village, a first in history. Of course, this also brought about some unnecessary complications. Kisame had forgotten to take it with him in his hasty retreat. Upon hearing Jiraiya's surprise, Naruto turned to him. Smiling as he explained, he swung the Samahata a few times, feeling its weight perfectly suited to his current strength. "You don't mean to wield it yourself, do you?" Jiraiya asked with a hint of hesitation, observing the smile on Naruto's face. "Certainly. My custom-made katana can no longer keep pace with my progress." Naruto nodded. Retrieving the specially crafted katana that had sustained damage during his battle with Kisame and Itachi. The blade, once pristine, had become bent and deformed amidst the fierce conflict. Although still sharp, it was no longer fit for a fine sword. This predicament was indeed troubling. Observing the sword in Naruto's hand, Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh. The loss of the beheading sword now in Naruto's possession had already tarnished the reputation of the Mist Village, with the seizure of the same blade. It appeared that Konoha was on the brink of a diplomatic crisis. Yet, he decided that this matter was of no concern to him. Resolving not to mention it to Tsunade upon their meeting, Jiraiya thought that once they returned to Konoha, the third Hokage or Tsunade would inevitably learn of it and address the issue. As for Naruto, he might one day become Hokage himself. These diplomatic troubles ultimately did not pertain to him. In fact, it was likely Tsunade who would be most troubled by this incident. Thus, it seemed fitting to pay silent homage to the future Hokage. Just as Jiraiya anticipated, Naruto's exploits once again captured the attention of the higher-ups. The intelligence report succinctly documented how Naruto had repelled the combined assault of the rogue ninja Itachi from Konoha and Kisame from the Mist Village, triumphantly severing Kisame's right arm and acquiring one of the 7 ninja swords, the Samahata. Coupled with the beheading sword previously obtained from Zabuza, Naruto now wielded 2 of the 7 swords of the mist. Of course, the report also placed particular emphasis on Naruto's formidable strength. The youth of today are indeed restless, mused Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, as he perused the information in a Wagakure, casually discarding it afterward, evidently unimpressed. "Old man, you underestimate him far too much. After all, he is the one who has defeated 2 rogue ninja and is slated to become the next Hokage of Konoha," protested Karatsuchi, unable to contain her objections as she gazed at the discarded report. In a Wagakure, she was perhaps the only one bold enough to openly challenge the 3rd Tsuchikage. As his granddaughter, she felt disgruntled by his dismissive attitude. "Humph, merely a squabble among youngsters," the 3rd Tsuchikage retorted, unfazed by her criticism, revealing his stubborn and conservative nature. Naruto Uzumaki, or rather, Minato Namake's son. His strength and rate of growth even surpassed that of his father, mused the 2nd Raikage of Kimogakure, holding the report with a sense of profound reflection. After all, the 4th Hokage had been the first and only opponent capable of challenging him to the point where he and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, could not secure victory. He was the only rival he acknowledged. Alas, he had passed away in his prime. "Is he the son of Minato Namake's?" inquired Killer Bee, standing beside the 4th Raikage. Chapter 141. A heated debate indeed. Naruto Uzumaki, the seal-bearer of the 9 Tails, as reported by confidential sources, had inherited his father's spatial techniques. A month prior, during the Chunin selection exams held in Konoha, he not only repelled Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, but also thwarted the resurrection of the 1st and 2nd Hokages through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Although the exact prowess of those 2 deceased figures remained unknown, one could only surmise it was extraordinary. A mere month has passed, and he has successfully repelled the incursions of 2 elite rogue ninjas. Such a remarkable rate of growth is scarcely matched, even by the heroes of tumultuous times. Nodding in affirmation, he firmly grasped the intelligence report in his hand and extracted another document from the towering pile of files. After perusing its contents, he spoke solemnly. This individual is destined to be the future Hokage of Konoha, a youth who has already begun to shine brightly. Indeed, this future Hokage is a striking young man, Terumi Mei remarked, holding the intelligence report, unable to suppress her admiration. Lord Mizukage, the crux of the matter seems not to lie here, Ao interjected, unable to contain himself. The critical point is that Naruto has already acquired our two treasured blades, the decapitating sword and the samahata. This has caused quite a stir within the village, leading to endless debates among the elders. Consequently, the entire Mist village has taken this matter with utmost seriousness and has initiated diplomatic negotiations with Konoha. Humph, those stubborn old fools. Why did they not contend for Samahata when it was in Kisame's possession? Now they are riled up. Terumi Mei scoffed, her authority as Mizukage unmistakable, her words laden with resolve. Especially concerning Naruto Uzumaki, this individual is no ordinary opponent. He is the future Hokage of Konoha. If we were to reclaim those two swords from him, would it not be akin to delivering a resounding slap to Konoha's face? This is no trivial endeavor. The current situation is far more precarious than when Kisame wielded Samahata. It is utterly absurd that these old men fail to recognize this. Hearing this, Ao remained silent. Acutely aware of his position as a capable jonin, neither Terumi Mei, the Mizukage, nor the Council of Elders were subjects he could casually critique. He stood quietly to the side, as if a gust of wind had swept through, causing a few leaves to fall, accentuating the solitude of the moment. Terumi Mei shot a glance at Ao and inquired, "What say you?" "I do not dare to question the esteemed decisions of my superiors," Ao quickly bowed in response, wary of inciting trouble through careless words. I shall handle the diplomatic affairs concerning Konoha, yet my focus will not be on reclaiming the decapitating sword and Samahata. The true priority lies in how we, the Mist Village, can rebuild our foreign relations. Due to the events surrounding the former 4th Mizukage, we have remained isolated for far too long. We must re-establish diplomatic engagements. Otherwise, we risk vanishing entirely from the stage of the ninja world. There can be no mistakes in this matter. As for whether we can recover those two blades, that is no longer my concern. Inform the elders that I do not wish for their issues to impede the progress of our village's diplomatic reopening. Should they desire to retrieve those swords, they may do so on their own. However, it must not interfere with my efforts to advance our village's international relations. Otherwise, they shall not find me merciful. If they wish to retire early, Terumi Mei cast a glance at Ao, who stood silently by, before adding with a hint of menace. In that instant, a palpable aura of pressure enveloped the room. However, within the Mist Village, no one could rival Terumi Mei. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the foremost expert of the village. "I shall convey your sentiments, my lord," Ao nodded in agreement. Yet he shifted the conversation. "What concerns you?" Terumi Mei regarded Ao, questioning him further. "Due to the circumstances surrounding the 4th Mizukage, our village's strength has yet to be fully restored. At this moment, the urgency to initiate diplomacy seems rather hasty, does it not?" Qing gazed intently at Terumi Mei and spoke candidly. "No, it is not premature in the least. Our diplomatic target is indeed the Hidden Leaf Village, which, merely a month prior, had suffered a joint assault from Orochimaru and the Sound and Sand villages, leaving it equally weakened. Thus, this is not the crux of the matter. Enough of this. I have other affairs to attend to. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Terumi Mei lowered her gaze to the documents regarding Naruto, her tone indifferent, not even turning her head. "You may withdraw, Lord Mizukage," her subordinate replied. Upon hearing this, Qing said no more and turned to depart. After Qing's exit, Uzumaki Naruto found himself alone with the documents in Terumi Mei's hands. She murmured softly to herself, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. What a fascinating little fellow. Meanwhile, in the distant Hidden Leaf Village, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Within an ancient structure, a venerable yet sharp-eyed elder sat before a desk, meticulously reviewing a series of documents. This elder was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The contents of these documents pertained to a youth named Uzumaki Naruto. As the 3rd Hokage perused the files, a trace of helpless amusement graced his features. That rascal Naruto has stirred up quite the trouble again. I can only imagine the uproar in the Hidden Mist Village at this moment, though his tone bore a hint of reproach. The smile playing on his lips betrayed a heart full of tolerance and understanding. The 3rd Hokage recognized that Naruto had always possessed a kind heart, one that yearned to protect those he cherished, even if it meant courting trouble. Moreover, Naruto bore the formidable power of the Nine-Tails Fox, a force that drew both attention and pressure. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his beliefs, striving to become an exemplary ninja. Yet, he is a brave child. The third Hokage murmured, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. He recalled Naruto's unwavering resolve in the face of adversity and the courage he displayed to safeguard his comrades. Such qualities endeared him to many within the village. Setting aside the documents, the third Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing out at the scenery. He understood that Naruto had a long journey ahead, one requiring continuous growth and progress. As Hokage, he would silently watch over this child, providing the necessary support and guidance. At the same time, he anticipated that Naruto would unleash even greater potential in the future, bringing further glory to the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 142. A gracious farewell. This matter will undoubtedly incite the revenge of the Mist Ninja Village, Sarutobi. You must deliberate carefully on how to proceed, Tsunade Kabura stated solemnly before the third Hokage. Indeed, everyone foresaw that the Mist Ninja Village would not relent. However, their Mizukage showed little interest in the dual swords, preferring to focus on diplomatic relations with his own village. Kabura, do you truly intend to relinquish the Samahata and the decapitating sword entirely back to the mist? The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon Tsunade Kabura, his words laced with inquiry. That is absolutely impossible. Naruto seized the great sword from Zabuza and Kisame. Yet now it is demanded of him. Why not seek it from their former adversaries? Furthermore, Naruto is destined to be the future Hokage of Konoha. If he relinquishes the sword so easily, what face will he have to stand in the world? Upon hearing the third Hokage's retort, TKSH Rin coldly responded, revealing a hint of discontent with the previous answer. Indeed, Sarutobi, this matter requires careful consideration. We must preserve Konoha's dignity while avoiding conflict with the Mist Village. Mido Gate Inazuma, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, expressing his wariness of the Mist Village. Their prolonged isolation raises uncertainties about the powers they may conceal. When confronting the unknown, one must act with caution. Even if rumors suggest turmoil within the Mist Village, the true situation remains shrouded in mystery. Handle it. This does not concern me. Before long, the position of Hokage will be passed to Tsunade. If she does not return, then let her deal with this hot potato. It is for the youth to resolve. I am already old. In response to SH Rin's objections, the third Hokage merely chuckled softly, dismissing the burdening issues at hand, and turned his gaze towards TKSH Rin and Mido Gate Inazuma, speaking with a smile. The two observed this display of irresponsibility in silence, silently praying for the imminent return of Tsunade, who would undoubtedly have to confront this troublesome dilemma. Yet, as advisors to Konoha, it seemed they too should bear a portion of this challenge. However, amidst the 5 great shinobi villages, the depiction of Tsunade was notably absent. A gentle breeze swept through, causing a document in the office of the Kazekage to flutter to the ground. It was indeed Naruto's file. In addition, a mountain of paperwork awaited the Kazekage's decree. Naturally, this pertained to the newly appointed Kazekage. Given the dramatic conclusion of his predecessor, Tsunade found itself in dire straits, beset by internal and external challenges. Although the documents were also submitted to the Elder Council, the current situation left little room for such formalities. Beyond the urgent matter of the Kazekage's legacy, they had to address the sealing beasts of the 4th Kazekage's 3 children, currently detained by Konoha, as well as the diplomatic pressures from Konoha, with a plethora of compensation issues looming. Is there truly no doubt here? Naruto gazed at Jiraiya, persisting in his inquiry despite already knowing the answer. The land, Shurut Street, the fabled city of gambling. At this moment, Naruto's purpose for being there was to locate the rumored prize, Tsunade. It was said that Jiraiya had obtained this information from the Secretive Institute. Naruto harbored profound skepticism regarding this claim. How could intelligence from one of the 3 great shinobi derive from such a clandestine source? This organization must indeed be extraordinary. Are you questioning Lord Jiraiya's integrity? Jiraiya's irritation flared upon hearing Naruto's doubtful tone. The intelligence had been painstakingly procured, and while he had enjoyed the process, it was arduous. Naruto remained silent. Yet his gaze towards Jiraiya betrayed his disbelief. All right, I am confident the information is accurate. Faced with Naruto's expression, Jiraiya could only respond with resignation. Anyone would inevitably harbor doubts upon hearing the source of such intelligence, even if the Secretive Institute had long been a pivotal player in the intelligence market. In this regard, Jiraiya could only lament Naruto's youth, a sign of his failure to grasp the deeper secrets at play. Indeed, Naruto has not delved deeply into the secrets spoken of by Jiraiya, nor has he shown any intent to explore them. After all, he has not yet descended to the stage of seeking out the hidden village. This aside, he possesses a legitimate girlfriend in Konoha, and there are numerous women with ambiguous feelings towards him. He is well aware of Hinata's affections, and there is also Ino's flirtation. Not to mention the lingering presence of Siko, who awaits Naruto's arrival to rescue her from her predicament. If we speak merely of women, there is also Miyamoto Rei. Yet the emotional ties are not profound. They are simply acquaintances of the opposite sex. Given that Jiraiya's information is accurate and the events indeed transpire in this area, there should be no significant issues. In the original narrative, Naruto altered many trajectories, possibly resulting in a severe butterfly effect, which may explain Tsunade's absence from this location at present. Such subtle changes have occurred within Naruto's journey. For instance, the attacks by Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame were thwarted by the presence of the third Hokage, and numerous ninjas who were on missions returned to Konoha. Even when Konoha was attacked, it remained steadfast as a rock. Consequently, Itachi and his comrades did not assault Konoha, but instead sought out Naruto, causing Sasuke to miss a reunion with his brother after 6 long years, thus averting a fierce battle. Moreover, although Orochimaru was grievously injured and endured the pain of shedding his skin, his skills would surely allow him to recover swiftly, without the need for Tsunade's medical assistance. This, too, prevented the iconic battle among the legendary 3 ninjas from occurring. Chapter 143. Efforts yielding greater results. Thus, the various anomalies in the world of shinobi, such as the sudden involvement of Raiga during the mission in the Land of Waves, have emerged. It has now been discovered that among the 7 ninja swords previously mentioned, 2 were indeed present. However, those held by Konoha were complete, while Naruto possessed the remnants of the decapitating blade and the shark's skin, and Kakashi held Raiga's sword, while Sasuke wielded the great sword. The Naruto of today is no longer the underachiever of the Ninja Academy. Furthermore, he has established an unspoken bond with Hinata. It is precisely because of these interwoven fates and shifts in the narrative that Naruto is apprehensive about Tsunade's presence in Metsu Street at this moment. However, inferring from Jiraiya's tone, his reconnaissance should be reliable. Therefore, the task of searching all potential locations throughout Metsu Street is a formidable challenge for both Jiraiya and Naruto. Accordingly, the two decided to disperse their efforts in hopes of achieving greater efficiency. Once they locate Lady Tsunade, they will promptly inform one another, understood? As they departed, Jiraiya imparted this advice to Naruto. Stepping into the bustling streets, filled with throngs of people, searching for someone amidst the crowd was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. While not insurmountable, it was certainly a laborious endeavor. Utilizing the heavenly eye technique, Naruto resolutely activated this ocular skill, making the search for clues significantly easier. Moreover, he was well acquainted with Tsunade's appearance, allowing him to recognize her at first glance. However, after searching one establishment after another, he found himself increasingly frustrated. How is it possible that I cannot find a single person? He thought, tilting his head back in exasperation. The majority of the vibrant Metsu Street, with its myriad of entertainment venues, had been thoroughly searched by Naruto using his heavenly eye technique, even the most obscure corners. However, despite searching far and wide, not even the slightest trace of Tsunade could be found. At this moment, Naruto was overwhelmed with frustration, with no outlet for his emotions. Though he shouted in rage, passers-by merely regarded him as a madman. Especially those who had seen him earlier, they were aware he was leisurely wandering about, not appearing to be in search of anyone. If there was no one here, it implied that Tsunade was in the remaining area. Shaking his head, Naruto disregarded the bewildered gazes of the onlookers and pondered deeply, refusing to stop. He activated his Byakugan, his figure darting like a swift goose, instantly heading towards the other side, where Jiraiya was located. As Naruto had anticipated, upon locating Jiraiya, he found him comfortably seated at a table in a tavern. Across from him sat a captivating woman with golden hair. Beside her was a dark-haired girl cradling a small pig. Undoubtedly, the woman was Tsunade, while the girl was her follower, Shizune. Fool, didn't you say you would inform me upon finding her? Whose words were those? Why are you here drinking? Where has your sense of responsibility gone? Gazing through the eyes of heaven at the carefree Jiraiya within the tavern, a surge of resentment ignited within Naruto, darkening his expression. Jiraiya-sensei, he called out as he approached the tavern, his eyes ablaze with displeasure and anger towards his mentor. At Naruto's words, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. The mouthful of water he was about to swallow splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Tsunade was quick to dodge, or he would have truly found himself in a predicament. Ahem, Naruto, you've arrived. Turning to face Naruto, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, recalling that he had indeed mentioned informing each other upon finding the other, though it seemed to have slipped his mind. Indeed, having scoured the streets, it appears my esteemed teacher has swiftly located Lady Tsunade, Naruto retorted, placing particular emphasis on the word swiftly, his resentment palpable in his tone. Jiraiya, detecting the endless grievances in Naruto's heart, could only respond with a dry chuckle. At a loss for words, he knew that if he attempted to explain that he had been indulging with an old friend he hadn't seen in years, he would likely invoke Naruto's fearsome technique, the Rasengan, a power he was all too aware of. Jiraiya, who is this? Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed on Naruto, while Shizen beside her looked on with keen interest. After all, few had the privilege of conversing with Jiraiya in such a manner, let alone someone wearing the Leaf Village headband. Ahem, Tsunade, he is the one who accompanied me to find you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this is our target. The legendary Sannin and the healer of the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade Senju, also known as Princess Tsunade. Jiraiya quickly explained, turning to Naruto. Uzumaki, you say? Tsunade noted attentively, particularly intrigued by Naruto's surname. After all, her grandmother had once belonged to the Uzumaki clan, establishing a faint blood connection between them. Lady Tsunade, it is an honor. Naruto acknowledged with a nod upon hearing Jiraiya's introduction. As a candidate for the position of Hokage, he held a distinguished status and was not required to pay his respects to Tsunade. Moreover, once Tsunade returned, his Chunin qualifications would be duly recognized. Oh, I am aware of you. You have stirred quite a commotion lately, Tsunade remarked, nodding at Naruto. Although she had grown distant from Konoha and remained indifferent to its affairs, she had indeed heard a great deal about Naruto's recent exploits, even without inquiring directly, as whispers had circulated through various establishments. I appreciate your kind words. Naruto replied politely upon hearing Tsunade's compliment. Master, how has that matter been resolved? He turned to Jiraiya, inquiring about the main reason for seeking Tsunade. Chapter 144. The weighty responsibility of the fifth Hokage. This situation appears to be more complex than it seems. Jiraiya's smile waned slightly upon Naruto's mention, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Initially, the matter was straightforward. However, the context changed significantly in the presence of Tsunade. Why, Jiraiya? I had anticipated that your visit would not bode well. Speak candidly, Tsunade said, fixing her gaze on Jiraiya, prompting him to divulge the truth. A month ago, Orochimaru invaded Konoha. You must have heard of this by now. Jiraiya met Tsunade's eyes and spoke earnestly. I have indeed heard. But the crux of the matter remains that boy, Tsunade acknowledged with a slight nod, her gaze subtly drifting towards Naruto. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Sensei Sarutobi has grown frail, and due to this recent calamity, he can no longer shoulder the responsibilities of the fifth Hokage. The advisors and elders have convened and resolved to nominate you as the new Hokage, to wield the authority of the fifth leader of Konoha, Jiraiya stated, laying bare the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression momentarily faltered, as if she were momentarily lost in thought. Yet, in an instant, her gaze sharpened as she turned to Jiraiya. I refuse, she responded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. I refuse. Tsunade's response was succinct and unequivocal, effectively dismissing Jiraiya's proposal. Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He was well aware of the reasons behind Tsunade's reaction, having been her companion and partner for many years. The memories of Senju Rope Tree and Kato Dan were undoubtedly painful for her. You remain unchanged. Not a bit different from before, Jiraiya remarked, unable to suppress a sigh as he observed Tsunade. Only a fool would covet the position of Hokage, Tsunade declared, raising her glass and downing its contents, her gaze fixed on Jiraiya. Whether she was reminiscing about the past or the effects of the alcohol had taken hold, her eyes held a certain haze. Before Jiraiya could interject, Naruto's indignation was already apparent. Why do you say that only a fool would aspire to be Hokage? He questioned Tsunade. Why do you ask me such a question? Tsunade replied, her gaze turning towards Naruto, inadvertently questioning him back. You, a mere child. Do you truly believe I would care if it were the case? Then why do you call me a fool? Naruto reiterated. Upon hearing this, Tsunade seemed to awaken from her reverie. It was evident that the individual before her was the very one she had described as a fool for aspiring to the role of Hokage. Ahem, Tsunade. Naruto has been recognized as the new candidate for Hokage in Konoha, a conclusion reached by your grandfather as well as the second and third Hokage. Beside them, Jiraiya revealed Naruto's extraordinary identity to Tsunade. The candidate for Hokage? If Konoha already has such a choice, what need do I serve? Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, her voice laced with a hint of anger. Although it was her decision not to become Hokage, she felt a sense of being supplanted, which is precisely what all women instinctively dread. He remained silent, for at that moment, words were unnecessary. Neither Jiraiya nor Naruto spoke, while Tsunade gazed intently at him. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable anxiety enveloping the room, and an unusual silence fell, with only the distant chatter of patrons and the cries of vendors breaking the stillness. Why have you suddenly ceased speaking? Tsunade challenged, shattering the oppressive silence as she looked at Jiraiya. I know this action may seem inappropriate, but Tsunade, it is a course of action we are compelled to take. Konoha did not foresee such a turn of events, and given Naruto's current age and reputation, he is ill-equipped to shoulder the monumental responsibilities of the fifth Hokage. Furthermore, you are well aware of Sarutobi-sensei's health. Not to mention, Danzo is lurking, eyeing the Hokage position with malicious intent. It is only out of sheer desperation that we have turned to you. You understand Danzo's temperament. Should he ascend to Hokage, who can predict the dire consequences? I would not wish for the legacy your grandfather painstakingly built to fall into his hands. Jiraiya spoke softly, attempting to appeal to her emotions, hoping this approach would prove effective. I will not seek the position of Hokage. If you desire it, then you should pursue it yourself. Lifting the sake bottle, Tsunade took a hearty swig before pausing in contemplation. Jiraiya, having spent many years with her, sensed a slight shift in her demeanor, yet Naruto remained oblivious to this change. Initially indifferent to the matter, he had intended to let Jiraiya persuade her. But Tsunade's initial dual-edged remark troubled him. Her firm refusal to become Hokage, although not extensively addressed in the original narrative, ignited an inexplicable anger within him. Despite his current aspirations not being tied to the Hokage position but rather to achieving peak strength, the title of Hokage remained a cherished goal in his heart. To see that dignity trampled upon incited fury in anyone under such circumstances. An ancient saying rings true: those who do not share the same path shall not conspire together. And another: he who humiliates shall be humiliated in turn. Naruto embodied this sentiment at that moment. I say, you old hag, what would it take for you to return to that Hokage position? Naruto remarked coolly. He would not permit this matter to end abruptly. He understood from Jiraiya's words that Danzo was poised to seize the opportunity, and if he were to become Hokage, Naruto's chances of attaining that position would diminish significantly. Given Danzo's nature, once he took office, it would be nearly impossible to unseat him unless he were to perish. Presently, Naruto lacked the capacity to assume the role of Hokage, making Tsunade his only viable option. As for Jiraiya, he chose to disregard him. Chapter 145, Shadow-Level Master, the seasoned veteran, upon hearing Naruto's insolent words, observed as Tsunade's anger instantly manifested in crimson markings across her brow. Facing Naruto, she rebuked. Listen to me, you little brat. It would be wise to retract what you just said. Otherwise, I shall teach you the meaning of thoughtless words. Can you truly retract what you have spoken? Gazing intently at Tsunade, Naruto stood his ground, the provocation in his words unmistakable. All right, young man. I'll concede you possess some courage. You once asked what it would take for me to return to the village and reclaim the title of Hokage. Now, I have an idea. If you allow me to give you a good thrashing, I shall return. What say you? Tsunade stated bluntly, fixing her gaze on Naruto. Absolutely not. Moreover, I do not believe you possess the capability to defeat me, Naruto replied coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade. It was absurd to think he could withstand even a single blow from her, knowing full well her strength far surpassed his own. If you refuse my terms, then I am at an impasse. Tsunade smiled faintly at Naruto. No, their essay saying, after defeating you, I shall personally escort you back, Naruto declared with unwavering resolve. His demeanor imposing as he stared directly at Tsunade. I intend to vanquish you and then lead you back, he continued, his aura radiating undeniable authority. Defeat me? Young man, I do not wish to belittle you, But the chasm between your strength and mine is vast, Tsunade scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto, her scorn palpable. Whether it's as you say, we shall know once we engage, Naruto responded directly, though he understood well that overcoming her would not be an easy feat. It would require every ounce of his strength, for Tsunade was indeed a master of her caliber, while he was merely a nin at this juncture. Humph. I shall not take advantage of you. One hand against one palm. If you compel me to use both hands, even if you win, it will be a hollow victory. Tsunade extended her left palm, challenging Naruto with a piercing gaze. Very well, I have no objections, Naruto agreed without hesitation. Recognizing that using one hand would make the task infinitely easier than the earlier proposition of defeating her. For him, forcing Tsunade to utilize both hands was far from a daunting task. Let us proceed to battle, Tsunade declared, rising promptly and leading the way outside as Naruto acquiesced. Young man, I have heard whispers of your exploits. To have vanquished the two ancestors resurrected by the Edo Tensei is no small feat. While others may be unaware of the summoner's true prowess, I am all too aware, Tsunade remarked with a certain arrogance. Her eyes firmly fixed on Naruto as they stood upon the street. Though she had heard of Naruto's achievements, he was still quite young, which rendered him susceptible to underestimation, both an advantage and a disadvantage. The benefit lay in the potential for enemies to underestimate him, while the drawback was equally significant. For his youth raised doubts about his suitability for the role of Hokage. My strength will be evident in due course, Naruto stated, equally unyielding in his demeanor as he regarded Tsunade. Humph, just be sure not to weep later, Tsunade replied with a cold huff. Lord Jiraiya, is it truly wise to let Lady Tsunade go like this? Tsunade's concern was directed at Naruto rather than Tsunade as she stood beside Jiraiya, worry etched across her face. Rest assured, Tsunade's challenge signifies that her resolve to return to Konoha is wavering, though her inner turmoil remains unresolved. Engaging in a duel with Naruto serves as her impetus for seeking redemption. Furthermore, both you and Tsunade have underestimated Naruto. In terms of raw power, he may not rival Tsunade. However, her assertion that she would only need one hand is undeniably arrogant. It is crucial to remember that warfare transcends mere physical strength, particularly for a ninja like Naruto. Mark my words, Naruto will undoubtedly triumph over Tsunade. Listening to Shizun's bewilderment, Jiraiya could not help but smile faintly as he responded. He understood that Naruto's strength should not be dismissed lightly. His bloodline limit is extraordinarily unique, amplifying his power exponentially upon transformation and granting him wings, thus providing him with a considerable advantage in battle. The resonant melodies he produces enhance his abilities while subduing his foes, and the prowess of the Rinnegan cannot be underestimated. Although he was uncertain of its exact capabilities, he was aware of its immense power. Should Tsunade disregard this, she would surely reap the consequences. Tsunade's potential defeat left Shizun astonished as she gazed at Naruto. How could this 12-year-old possess such formidable strength? It was beyond her comprehension. Kid, I am granting you the first move. You must cherish this opportunity, Tsunade declared, hands on her hips as she stood before Naruto. Allow me to strike first, Naruto replied. Recalling her earlier claim of having heard his legend, was such a boastfulness truly warranted? What's the matter, kid? Still hesitating? Tsunade questioned impatiently. Listening to her words, Naruto decided against further delay. Although somewhat underhanded, he retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, aimed it at Tsunade, and spoke. Underhanded? Tsunade regarded him, perplexed by his insinuation. In an instant, a sharp sound shattered the tranquility. Naruto's kunai swiftly reversed course, piercing flesh with precision. Blood erupting forth like droplets soaking into the earth, blossoming into crimson blooms. Without uttering a word, Jiraiya's gaze was filled with concern as he observed the blood mist that erupted around Naruto, whose injured arm trembled slightly. Shizun cast a glance at Tsunade, whispering, could it be that Tsunade has not yet healed? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, realizing Tsunade's condition. He was aware of her hemophobia and was taken aback to discover that she had not yet recovered. No, it is not that, Shizun hurriedly clarified upon hearing Jiraiya's conjecture. What is happening? Jiraiya inquired, noticing Shizun's alarmed expression. She hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the silence, interrupting Jiraiya and Shizun's dialogue. Tsunade, with a sudden tremor, lunged towards Naruto with incredible speed, positioning herself by his side in an instant, delivering a powerful blow to his unsuspecting form. In that moment, Accompanied by a resounding crash, Naruto was propelled away like an arrow released from its bow, the force launching him several dozen yards. Indeed, Tsunade's hemophobia has been entirely cured. Shizun's voice resonated softly. Child, your notification came a moment too late. Jiraiya's gaze followed the flying Naruto, murmuring to himself. Shizun, when did Tsunade overcome that phobia? His eyes lingered on her, his delight evident. Several years ago, following an accident that left me injured, during my treatment, Tsunade momentarily forgot her lingering fear of blood. Once I recover, she has unknowingly regained her health. Faced with Jiraiya's puzzled gaze, Shizun hurriedly explained. Upon understanding, Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, if the Hokage were still afflicted by this ailment, even Tsunade's great contributions would struggle to secure her position in Konoha. Lord Jiraiya, is Naruto all right? Noticing Naruto flying hundreds of meters away, Shizun couldn't help but feel anxious. He should be fine, Jiraiya replied hesitantly, glancing at the distance where Naruto had been thrown. But based on his understanding of Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra, he believed Naruto would be unscathed. Is that all right to say? Shizun gazed silently at Jiraiya, unsure of how to respond. Don't worry, I have confidence in Naruto, Jiraiya reassured her, noticing her concern. Shizun, however, remained at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Naruto, grimacing in pain, was grappling with excruciating agony, channeling the life force stored within him to heal his wounds. He now realized that while he once believed his breaking fist could rival Tsunade's monstrous strength, he understood just how terrifying her true power was. Even if he could send an enemy flying 100 meters, Tsunade was merely using her physical strength at that moment, without even unleashing her full might. The thought of what her true power could achieve was beyond his imagination. He now recognized that Tsunade had ceased to underestimate him and had begun to regard him with seriousness. Remembering the original story, where Tsunade could create fissures several meters long with a mere flick of her finger, he understood her formidable strength. However, this was not the time for self-doubt. The shock stemmed not only from Tsunade's strength, but also from the astonishing realization that she seemed to lack any fear of blood. Was this a historical butterfly effect? He had initially anticipated that the sight of blood would allow him to pass through seamlessly, but it appeared that his expectations were now futile. With a brief flash of green light, Naruto's injuries healed completely. Rising from the pit beneath him, he fixed his gaze solemnly upon Tsunade. He could not ascertain whether Tsunade was stronger than Itachi Uchiha or Kisame Hashigaki, but he would never choose to confront her. His tactics predominantly favored close combat, employing his breaking fist and the mirror technique, alongside the flying thunder god technique, to overwhelm his opponents. Yet these would prove ineffective against Tsunade, especially in terms of raw strength, where he acknowledged his inferiority. Well, you're still standing, Tsunade remarked, surprised yet skeptical. Fully aware of the tremendous force she had just unleashed, it was clear that not even a top-tier shinobi could escape unscathed from such an attack. Tsunade, the princess of strength, was indeed unparalleled. Naruto looked at Tsunade and said, "Humph, kid, you're not too bad yourself, standing after taking my punch." Tsunade replied, "It's not easy to defeat me. Come at me." Naruto glared fiercely, suddenly transforming into a flash of golden lightning, rapidly closing the distance to Tsunade. Even though he was no match for Tsunade in a direct confrontation, with the life force of the leakage technique at his disposal, he was not to be underestimated. The mirror technique could traverse vast distances. While Naruto had yet to reach that level, 100 meters was still within his grasp. Chapter 147, Strong and healthy with fists raised high. The crimson radiance illuminated the scene, and in an instant, Naruto's palms transformed into hands resembling those of a demon. The force surged, akin to a swirling specter, as he aimed a ferocious strike at Tsunade. Having grasped Tsunade's formidable prowess, Naruto did not hold back, launching the most ferocious taijutsu technique from the outset. The explosive sound reverberated through the air. Despite Naruto's swift ocular technique akin to a flash of lightning, Tsunade, being a high-ranking J-nin, reacted with the swiftness of thunder. She faced Naruto's punch head-on, defiantly meeting it with a strike of her own. In that moment, the two colossal forces clashed violently, producing a sound akin to thunder, and the earth beneath their feet fractured instantaneously. A long fissure extended for miles, and the ground beneath them suddenly caved, sinking inch by inch. With a resounding thud, the two warriors were propelled backward, Naruto retreating 5 steps, while Tsunade staggered 4. a clear indication of her slight superiority. However, under normal circumstances, such an intense confrontation would inevitably leave some aftermath, even if both combatants remained unscathed. Naruto possessed the ability to perceive everything, rendering him oblivious to the repercussions of their clash, yet Tsunade could not afford such luxury. Once more, Naruto's gaze returned to Tsunade as he bellowed fiercely, suddenly leaping forward like a cheetah, his form soaring through the air once again. The sound of the wind was deafening as his garments tore behind him, and a pair of enormous bat-like wings unfurled, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. Faster than lightning itself. "Kid, don't get too cocky," Tsunade exclaimed as she readied herself for Naruto's imminent assault. Her left hand shot out, delivering a powerful punch to meet him head-on. Boom! Another fierce collision erupted, unleashing tremendous force that sent both combatants reeling. Naruto staggered 4.5 steps back, while Tsunade retreated 4 steps. Compared to their previous exchange, Naruto had gained an advantage. The clash continued. The streets were reduced to ruins, and the surrounding buildings either lay in tatters or stood precariously. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd had long since dispersed, leaving only Naruto, Tsunade, and the spectators Jiraiya and Shizune. The so-called celestial conflict wreaked havoc upon the populace. This was indeed a battle of ninjas, with the common folk suffering the consequences. With another violent collision, both Naruto and Tsunade were thrust backward. The azure light flickered, and Naruto instantly regained his optimal state, whereas Tsunade, having endured a series of fierce battles, was slightly breathless, yet not entirely exhausted. This stalemate could not persist. Gazing at Tsunade, Naruto's thoughts shifted. He had initially believed that continuing this exchange would lead to a swift resolution, only to find himself locked in a deadlock with Tsunade. Although his insight shielded him from the struggle, allowing him to merely prolong the encounter, victory would eventually be his. Yet, after several dozen breaths had passed, Tsunade finally began to show signs of fatigue. Were this a typical ninja duel, several rounds would have already transpired. Moreover, with Tsunade's stamina waning, the conclusion of this battle remained uncertain. Rasengan. Observing Tsunade, Naruto's arms whirled like a specter, and a swirling sphere of chakra materialized in his hand. With a light flap of his bat-like wings, he vanished in an instant, charging forward with the Rasengan in hand. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the technique. She was well aware of its potency as a formidable finishing move in one-on-one combat, a force not to be trifled with, even if one withstands the impact. Life remains unscathed, yet it is difficult to endure. A sudden strike pierces the damaged ground, instantly triggering an earthquake that spreads cracks throughout the terrain. Large boulders leap from the earth like needles, rushing towards Tsunade, who is swiftly approaching Naruto. "Did you think this would be sufficient to thwart me?" Such naivety. Naruto scoffed at the rising rocks. Although this assault rivals high-level ninjutsu, accompanied by the tremors of the earth, it must connect to be effective. In a flash of golden light, Naruto vanished and reappeared behind Tsunade, clutching a Rasengan, which he forcefully thrust downward. Too naive. In an instant, Tsunade turned to face Naruto, her eyes narrowing as she swung her fist towards him and the Rasengan with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion resonated as the advanced ninjutsu Rasengan was instantly shattered beneath Tsunade's flexible, bone-like fist. After a brief stalemate, the chaotic flow of chakra erupted, resulting in a violent explosion. In that moment, both Naruto and Tsunade were propelled away, leaving a crater 2 yards in diameter and half a foot deep in the earth. The sheer strength of the explosion spoke volumes about its power. As the Rasengan detonated, Tsunade teleported 10 yards away, while Naruto found himself in a more precarious position. Unprepared for Tsunade's counterattack, he not only braced against the shockwave of the explosion, but also bore the full force of her punch. In an instant, the sound of shattering bones echoed in his ears as his hand twisted and deformed. A wave of intense pain surged through him, without his formidable willpower to suppress it. He would have cried out in agony. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling violently. Chapter 148. Inescapable. The essence of life within Naruto. A force stemming from his own manipulation surged through his arm like a flood, desperately healing the wounds. The gentle, intermittent coolness alleviated the piercing pain. However, observing the state of his arm, he feared it would be difficult to restore in the short term. For now, he needed to remain patient. Fixating on Tsunade, Naruto felt a shiver run through him. This woman was not to be easily provoked. Especially Tsunade, unafraid of blood, was increasingly formidable. Yet, at this moment, even if Naruto wished to avoid danger, he found himself unable to retreat. If Tsunade truly left Konoha, he would have no viable plan. Allowing Danzo to seize the opportunity to ascend to Hokage would bring dire consequences for Naruto. In an instant, a crimson chakra erupted from Naruto, as he unwillingly resorted to the power of the Nine Tails to hasten the healing of his arm. Everything he did was for the sake of bringing Tsunade back, and for himself. To protect Tsunade was, in essence, to protect himself. In this reckless state, both Naruto and Tsunade lost their rationality. Observing the emergence of Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, Jiraiya murmured quietly, refraining from intervening, fully aware that Naruto had now mastered this power. Nevertheless, Jiraiya felt a twinge of resentment at their desperate struggle. It was not a battle for life and death, yet it had escalated to such extremes. Tsunade, gazing at the glimmer of Nine Tails chakra, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She was all too familiar with its power. Indeed, the Nine Tails chakra, augmented by Naruto's vitality, was a veritable treasure for healing, capable of mending even severely fractured bones in an instant under the convergence of both forces. With a light wave of his arm, Naruto nodded in agreement, finding no fault in the decision. His gaze refocused, locking onto Tsunade. After this encounter, Naruto realized that while his strength might be formidable against ordinary ninjas, in Tsunade's eyes, he still fell short. This was not merely a matter of inadequacy, but of a significant disparity, at least in this moment. Thus, he resolved to employ the wind release, spiraling shuriken technique. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted from his lips as he formed the necessary hand seals. With physical prowess yielding no advantage, he would resort to ninjutsu, even if it seemed cunning. Was it not the essence of a ninja to achieve their objectives regardless of the means? Immediately, the tempest he unleashed intensified, transforming into a colossal tornado stretching 100 feet, its roar reverberating through the battered streets, an overwhelming display of destructive power. Facing the cyclone, Tsunade did not stand her ground. Instead, she leaped gracefully, evading the onslaught of wind. With a swift motion, she departed from her initial position, propelling herself toward Naruto, fully aware that she could not allow him to maintain distance. Otherwise, relying solely on the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he could defeat her without a fight. Clearly, Naruto comprehended Tsunade's intentions and would not permit her to approach easily. The whirlwind did not cease as he rapidly formed hand seals in a tiger stance, unleashing flames that surged violently amidst the tempest. The wind fueled the fire. The flames rode the gales with ferocity. Soon, the storm and the fire fused into one, their might swelling exponentially, engulfing a vast area with searing heat. The cutting edge of the tornado obstructing Tsunade's path without a sliver of gap. Observing the inferno that severed the street, Tsunade halted her advance toward Naruto, deftly stepping away from the searing blaze. However, retreating easily was out of the question. She leapt, choosing an alternative path, swiftly ascending to the eaves of a nearby building. In an instant, the distance between her and Naruto diminished to nothing. As the Azura path descended, witnessing Tsunade's rapid approach, Naruto wasted no time and activated the Azura path. Even in battles against Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, he had refrained from using this technique, illustrating the immense threat Tsunade's taijutsu posed to him. Naruto was also wary of close-quarter combat. Nevertheless, in the midst of this confrontation, he became increasingly aware of his vulnerabilities. While he felt unafraid when facing ninjas relying primarily on ninjutsu, the prospect of a formidable opponent like Tsunade, with exceptional speed and strength capable of overpowering him in close proximity, put him at a significant disadvantage. The thunderous flapping of bat-like wings shielded Naruto, absorbing Tsunade's attack completely. Though the wings appeared as delicate as gossamer, their defensive capabilities were impeccable. Each time they were struck, the scales adorned with swastika patterns shimmered with golden light, dissipating the onslaught. Defense as steadfast as a mountain. Facing Tsunade, mere feet away, Naruto felt a surge of helplessness. The situation he had dreaded had come to pass. Preventing her approach was proving to be no small feat. Thus, he harbored no further grievances. The Rasengan manifested in both hands, directed at Tsunade with relentless fervor. The bat-like wings swept forward, forcing Tsunade back, and in a swift motion, Naruto propelled himself forward, hurling the twin Rasengans toward her. Faced with Naruto's relentless onslaught, Tsunade found herself unable to respond as she once could, compelled to evade due to the limitation of fighting with only one hand. Yet, despite her evasion, Naruto was unable to make contact with her. In Chapter 149, Sudden Formation, a tremendous whirlwind abruptly materialized around the demonic arms of the great jade spiral palm, hurtling towards Tsunade. Similarly, the bat-like wings behind Naruto fluttered, propelling him towards her like a swift arrow. As Tsunade perceived the formidable force with which Naruto charged, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. In an instant, she raised her left hand to meet Naruto's advance, aiming a powerful strike at the great jade spiral palm. With a thunderous crash that reverberated through the landscape, both Naruto and Tsunade were hurled backward. However, as the Rinnegan, stained a deep crimson upon the arrival of the Azura, unleashed its rippling power, the most enigmatic eyes in existence, reputed to create worlds and obliterate them, manifested before them. The Rinnegan focused on the soaring Tsunade, and Naruto suddenly reached out towards her. With the technique known as the Cosmic Attraction Technique, an immense gravitational force surged forth, ensnaring Tsunade, who gazed in astonishment as her form was inexorably drawn towards him. As Tsunade approached, Naruto's arm rose ominously, poised to unleash the mountain-crushing fist. Another resounding boom echoed through the air as Naruto was thrust backward once more, and Tsunade found herself in a similar predicament. Yet, after the clamor subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Coughing slightly, Naruto slowly rose, gazing at Tsunade, and could not help but declare, "In this battle, I have emerged victorious." The life force that had been unleashed began to mend his wounds, and in the blink of an eye, he was restored to his former self. However, at that moment, a subtle smile crept upon Naruto's lips. He knew he had triumphed by compelling Tsunade to resort to her right hand. Without uttering a word, Tsunade gazed down at her right hand, lost in contemplation. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, she found herself unable to suppress the urge to utilize her other hand. The latent will within her stirred. Was it a desire to employ it? Tsunade was uncertain. Nevertheless, she understood that even without her right hand, she could have barely deflected Naruto's assault with her left arm. Yet, she chose to engage. At this juncture, Tsunade's heart was tumultuous. Ever since she had been besieged by emotional turmoil, her mind had been restless. Otherwise, she would not have accepted Naruto's challenge. Nor would she have wagered the battle on the premise of using only one hand. Ultimately, she would not have resorted to employing her right arm. In this moment, Tsunade did not comprehend whether her decision to use her right arm stemmed from a deep-seated desire or a fleeting loss of emotional control. Yet, none of it bore significance anymore, for she had already lost this wager. Observing the scene, Shizune hurriedly approached, calling out to her. Tsunade turned her gaze towards Shizune and softly replied, "I am fine." Her eyes then fell upon Naruto, imbued with a subtle glimmer of complexity. As Hokage, SH Jutsu, and Dan approached Tsunade, intending to speak, they were abruptly interrupted by her. "I understand, I will return." With a swift glance, Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya's words and cast a fleeting look at Naruto before departing. Tsunade gazed at her retreating figure, while Shizune softly called out, bowing in respect to Jiraiya and Naruto, then hurriedly followed Tsunade. Observing Tsunade's path of departure, Naruto inquired of Jiraiya, "Indeed, Tsunade has been wavering on whether to return to Konoha. Your challenge provided her with a perfect excuse," Jiraiya replied, nodding in acknowledgement of Naruto's words. "An excuse?" Naruto furrowed his brow at Jiraiya's statement, not out of displeasure, but rather confusion. He found the matter perplexing and incomprehensible. "Precisely. In truth, I had previously urged her, and Tsunade had shown signs of hesitation. However, your interruption changed the course of events. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. Tsunade has consented to return to Konoha, and the task is accomplished," Jiraiya remarked with a smile, his gaze tinged with playful mockery, clearly perceiving Naruto's dissatisfaction from the recent battle. Upon reflection, Naruto recognized the validity of Jiraiya's words. Moreover, it seemed to align with the original storyline. Had Orochimaru not intervened, Tsunade would likely have been persuaded by Jiraiya to return to Konoha. Yet, those memories were distant, and he could not recall them clearly. Now, he was aware that the narrative had been disrupted, leaving him uncertain of the ensuing developments. "Well," he acknowledged, "this battle has not been entirely fruitless. I have realized the inadequacies in my own martial skills, and I find Tsunade's powerful fist technique quite intriguing. I wonder if I could learn it. If so, Combining it with my own Rasen Shuriken could yield remarkable results. Let us allow Tsunade some time to contemplate, Jiraiya suggested, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Yes, Naruto nodded, fully aware of Tsunade's situation and understanding Jiraiya's underlying implication. As time flowed and the sun set, the dawn of a new day swiftly approached. Tsunade, who had vanished after her match with Naruto, reappeared before him and Jiraiya. From this moment forth, I shall be the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade proclaimed, fixing her gaze upon Naruto and Jiraiya. Her formidable presence and extraordinary charisma left them both astounded. The shift was remarkably swift, almost unfathomable. Listen well, kid. You must hone your skills. I do not intend to remain in this position for long. If you are unable to rise to the occasion, I shall take my leave, and none shall be able to stop me, Tsunade declared, her tone commanding, instantly dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. Though her demeanor remained as proud as ever, it was clear that she meant every word. I will do my utmost, Naruto replied silently, meeting Tsunade's gaze. Were it not for his limited experience, he would have aspired to the role of Hokage himself. However, both strength and credentials were essential. Let us return to Konoha, Tsunade affirmed, leading the way forward. Is it really happening? Have we succeeded? Naruto turned to Jiraiya and asked. It seems so, Jiraiya responded, nodding in agreement. Though he too found it hard to believe the stark contrast in Tsunade's demeanor before and after. However, I seem to have heard that she invariably loses whenever she gambles. Is it truly appropriate for her to become the Hokage? Naruto gazed at Jiraiya, posing a serious question. This had long been a source of his perplexity. And even the first Hokage expressed immense frustration upon learning that Tsunade would inherit the title. Haha, let those old geezers worry about that, Jiraiya chuckled in response. But this matter is closely related to me, Naruto replied helplessly, glancing at Jiraiya. After all, following Tsunade, he would be the one to take up the mantle. Should Tsunade inadvertently squander the Hokage's legacy, his own situation would likely be dire. The journey proceeded smoothly, with the group advancing swiftly. What would have taken Naruto 3 or 4 days to traverse was accomplished in just a single day, and they soon arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. The 3rd Hokage and others, having received prior notice, awaited them at the village gates. Led by the 3rd Hokage, advisors Koharu and Hamura stood to either side, followed by the elite shinobi of Konoha, such as Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai, while the lower-ranking shinobi and various clan elders gathered behind them, forming a grand assembly of Konoha's notable figures. The only notable absence was Danzo, who had proclaimed himself the root of the earth. I have returned, Tsunade declared, approaching the 3rd Hokage and the others, her voice resonating powerfully. Welcome back, Tsunade. The 3rd Hokage nodded in response, his expression grave yet unable to conceal his delight. From this day forth, Tsunade, you shall be the 5th Hokage. Though his voice was not loud, it echoed throughout the area, and all present took heed. The 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage. Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. The crowd erupted in fervor, villagers encircling Tsunade and the 3rd Hokage, gazing skyward as they collectively expressed their joy with jubilant cries. In 2 days' time, we shall hold a celebration for the succession of the 5th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage announced loudly, and the sounds of celebration resounded once more, echoing through the skies. For reasons unknown, my heart felt restless during these days. Perhaps it was merely the change of seasons causing unease, rendering me unable to find peace. Konoha. Within the training grounds, Hinata, I have returned, Naruto exclaimed, as a flash of golden light swept across the 8th team's training area. He called out to Hinata, who was deeply engrossed in her practice. After parting from Jiraiya and Tsunade, Naruto was eager to find Hinata. He had anticipated seeing her among those welcoming Tsunade. Yet she was here training alone. Hinata. Upon hearing his voice, Hinata abruptly turned, her eyes lighting up as she beheld Naruto. 10 days have passed since I went to find Tsunade, and although it may seem lengthy for a ninja, it felt fleeting. Yet, I often thought of you during that time, she confessed. You've worked hard. Observing Hinata's appearance, Naruto smiled gently and approached, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. No, it's nothing, Hinata replied softly, shaking her head. I am too weak. I want to assist you, Naruto-kun. Hearing this, Naruto felt a twinge of confusion as he scrutinized her. Indeed, during our last battle, it was solely my strength against formidable foes. We could not be of help, Hinata reflected, her gaze revealing a hint of regret and solitude. Yet more prominently, a determination to grow stronger. It seems that although the Chunin exams have concluded, the impact of those events still lingers for those who experienced them. Hinata is a testament to this. Well, I understand, he replied. However, Hinata, do not forget that I am a man, and you are the one I cherish. It is my duty to protect you at all times. If I cannot safeguard the woman by my side, what kind of man am I? Even the title of Hokage would hold no meaning. Gazing at Hinata, Naruto declared with unwavering resolve, his final words resonating like a proclamation filled with determination. Long ago, Naruto had vowed to protect Hinata, and though times have changed, that promise remains vivid in his memory, serving as a source of motivation for Hinata's continuous growth and strength. Naruto, upon hearing these words, Hinata could not conceal her gratitude, her shyness causing her cheeks to flush. All right, I will not hinder your training. It is indeed commendable for you to grow stronger, but do not overexert yourself. With me here, there is no need for such concerns, Naruto said gently. Let us call it a day. Consider it a moment to accompany me. Chapter 151. Return to the village. It has been 2 days since Naruto, accompanied by Jiraiya and Tsunade, returned to the village. During these 2 days, Naruto found himself leisurely wandering through Konoha, as Tsunade was poised to assume the mantle of Hokage, a matter of utmost importance for the village, necessitating the presence of all villagers and shinobi to witness this momentous occasion. Ninja from various other villages had also heard the news and were gradually returning to partake in this rare celebration. Throughout this time, Naruto merely rested in Konoha, enjoying the company of Hinata, Shiro, Ino, and others. Though filled with joy, this tranquil respite also brought a hint of fatigue to the otherwise vigorous Naruto. Observing the smiles on Hinata and the others' faces brought about by his presence, Naruto chose to remain silent, treating it as a rare opportunity for a brief reprieve. In these 2 days, Naruto frequently gathered with the youths of Konoha, engaging in discussions primarily centered around himself and Tsunade. Tsunade's imminent ascension to the position of 5th Hokage had become the talk of the town. Past battles were often revisited to strengthen her esteemed reputation. Naruto was recognized as the 6th Hokage's heir, and his recent exploits during the Chunin exam, including his confrontations with Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, were fervently discussed in every corner. Of course, the conversations did not end there. They also contemplated future endeavors and strategized on further developments. However, the topics revolved around missions, often cycling through the same familiar ground, leading to a natural shift in conversation. Such circumstances inevitably led Naruto to deep contemplation. While the role of Hokage was assured, the transition period remained a path yet to be fully understood, an inquiry that lingered. Currently, Naruto possessed formidable strength, making it impossible to venture out with Jiraiya for 3 years as in the original narrative. Thus, self-improvement during this time became paramount. Sasuke shared this sentiment, yearning to enhance his abilities. Although he had reached the rank of Chunin, he deemed his power still feeble. In the original story, during the ensuing Great Ninja War 3 years later, Chunin were often relegated to mere foot soldiers. With such strength, how could he ever face his brother, Uchiha Itachi? The Umbu. Indeed, it was this very organization that became a focal point for both Naruto and Sasuke. Although the Umbu may appear weak in the original tale, their encounters were solely with the most formidable adversaries, and merely preserving their lives was a considerable achievement. To demonstrate the prowess of the Umbu, one need only look at the individuals they have nurtured, Kakashi, now a Jonin, and later Yamato. As for legendary figures, Uchiha Itachi stands foremost among them. With such exceptional talents emerging from their ranks, the strength of the Umbu is undoubtedly beyond question. Naruto and Sasuke have reached a consensus. Once the opportune moment arises, they will undoubtedly seek to join the Umbu. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have elapsed. The grand ceremony for the succession of the Hokage is imminent. Standing atop the Hokage building, Tsunade, draped in the Hokage robe, exudes an air of dignity and grace. Behind her, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Mito stand in quiet reverence, their gazes fixed upon her. Flanking them are the 3rd Hokage of yore, and the future Hokage, Naruto, positioned on either side to herald Tsunade's continuation of the Hokage's legacy and honor. Down below, a throng of people surges, from shinobi to common folk, the din of anticipation palpable in the air. All await Tsunade and her procession with bated breath. On the viewing platform, officials and nobles are present, witnessing this grand occasion and the ascension of the new Hokage. Are you nervous? Naruto chuckles, standing beside Tsunade and surveying the sea of faces. Nervous? I am already accustomed to such spectacles. It is you who must learn a thing or two, Tsunade replies with a gentle smile. As a legendary Sannin and a general who has led troops into battle, such grandeur is as familiar to her as the air she breathes, and she faces it with unwavering composure. Observing Tsunade's serene demeanor, Naruto feels a tinge of helplessness. Despite his preparations, the magnitude of the moment remains novel to him. Relax. In time, you will grow accustomed to it, the third Hokage observes, perceiving Naruto's initial anxiety, and offers a light-hearted reassurance. I understand. Naruto nods in acknowledgement. Very well. Let us commence, the third Hokage declares, a smile gracing his lips as he turns to face Tsunade. Thus, the ceremony of the Hokage's succession begins. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade strides forward, momentarily surpassing the third Hokage and Naruto to take her rightful place at the forefront, like the leader of a dragon amongst a throng. Removing her ceremonial crown, she gazes upon the crowd with a radiant smile. In that moment, Tsunade shines brilliantly. I, Tsunade Senju, from this day forth, shall govern the affairs of Konoha and assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Her resounding voice reverberates through the air, echoing throughout the village. In response, the jubilant cheers resound in gratitude. What? The exclamations of astonishment reverberate through the Hokage building, causing the roof to tremble and dust to swirl. Naturally so. Tsunade glances at Naruto, nodding lightly, her expression calm and resolute. Why? Naruto queries Tsunade, as if compelled to uncover the rationale behind it. The day after her inauguration, Naruto and Sasuke approached the Hokage office seeking to join the Umbu, only to be met with an unyielding refusal. However, having received a rejection, he could not fathom why he was denied while Sasuke was granted permission, perceiving it as an unfair disparity. Fool, have you truly considered your own identity? You are the future Hokage of Konoha. The Umbu is a force directly under the Hokage's command and will one day be your subordinates. If you were to join, how would they regard you? As a lord to be coddled, or as a mere soldier to be commanded? This is not a matter to be taken lightly. Moreover, you have already been recognized as the next Hokage of Konoha. You ought to present yourself with integrity and build your reputation. How could you possibly join the Umbu? Understand that their missions are shrouded in secrecy, and even if you were to slay an enemy of significant stature, your achievements would remain undisclosed unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 152. Negotiations. Such were Tsunade's words, leaving Naruto to look at her with a sense of resigned understanding. Indeed, that is precisely how it is. Without access, one cannot engage in discourse. Tsunade nodded, delivering a decisive caution to Naruto. Understanding Tsunade's stance, Naruto reluctantly acquiesced. He recognized that the previous discussions regarding the Umbu's loyalty to the Hokage were mere precursors. Only the final revelation of his own lineage remained an immutable truth. His identity destined him to neither lurk in shadows nor cloak himself in secrecy. He must possess sufficient prestige to instill fear in foreign lands, thus qualifying him for a pivotal role. Naruto firmly believed that this last point was Tsunade's true concern. The prior excuses were merely pretexts. Then, Sasuke, you must strive harder, he reminded, glancing back at Sasuke with earnest intent. Even if he himself could not join the Umbu, he still hoped for Sasuke's opportunity. I understand, Sasuke nodded, indicating his comprehension of Naruto's message. I have nothing further to add. Given our camaraderie, you surely grasp what I wish to convey. However, I must emphasize, Sasuke, do not recklessly endanger your life. Naruto cautioned gravely, particularly earnest in his final words. Indeed, I am aware. I shall not falter until my aspirations are fulfilled. Sasuke replied with equal solemnity as he met Naruto's gaze. With a soft clap of hands, a skilled Umbu member materialized silently beside Tsunade, clearly of at least Jonin caliber, if not stronger. Observing this sudden appearance, Naruto contemplated the considerable prowess of the Umbu. Even a casual envoy was of Jonin rank, demonstrating the profound influence of the Umbu. Wolf, take Sasuke for evaluation to see if he qualifies, Tsunade instructed, looking at the Umbu known as Wolf. At your command, Lady Hokage, Wolf responded promptly. His gaze turned towards Sasuke, revealing an evaluative scrutiny. Naruto sensed from Wolf's examination that this individual was the arbiter of Sasuke's assessment. That will be all. You may withdraw. Tsunade signaled to Wolf. Understood, he acknowledged, and in an instant, Wolf vanished. taking Sasuke with him. It seemed Wolf had been dispatched to facilitate Sasuke's trial. Then I shall take my leave, Naruto stated, observing Sasuke's departure and realizing he had nothing further to occupy his time. Wait, Tsunade interjected as Naruto prepared to exit. She had an important matter to discuss with him. Having intended to seek out Naruto, she could not allow him to depart so readily. What is it? Naruto inquired, looking at Tsunade with curiosity. There are indeed matters I need to assign to you. This decision was made in conjunction with Master Sarutobi, and both the advisors and elders have unanimously agreed, Tsunade replied, regarding Naruto. What is it? Is it of such significance that it warranted the deliberation of 2 Hokages? Naruto questioned, furrowing his brow at Tsunade's words. It appears that this matter was not addressed in the original storyline. Could it be that Naruto's strength was deemed insufficient and his status too low for him to be aware? Not at all. This is merely an opportunity for you to gain some experience through this endeavor. Should you perform well, it will bring you numerous benefits and have significant implications for your future. Initially, the Elder Council was opposed, but ultimately, under the pressure exerted by myself and the esteemed Sandaime Hokage, they acquiesced to the proposal. You must seize this opportunity. Shaking her head, Tsunade gazed intently at Naruto and spoke. What could this matter be? It appears rather serious. Naruto nodded in response. The reluctance of the Elder Council to agree indicates that the stakes involved are substantial, or perhaps the potential rewards are exceedingly rich. Then, Shizun, please bring them over. Tsunade instructed her aide, who had recently been promoted to the confidential duties of the Hokage. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizun replied, showing that she was already aware of the situation. After all, as Tsunade's trusted companion since childhood, she was rarely uninformed about matters concerning her. Is there something that cannot be disclosed at this moment? Naruto inquired as he witnessed Shizun depart. The explanation is rather intricate. It is better to wait until they arrive before conveying it to you. It will be simpler. Tsunade replied with a gentle smile directed at Naruto. Very well, Naruto acknowledged, realizing he was indeed taken aback. Before long, Shizun returned. And upon seeing the 3 individuals trailing behind her, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, it was indeed them. Are you referring to that matter? He turned to Tsunade and asked. If it were that issue, it was far from trivial. It was of monumental significance, especially for Konoha at present. No wonder the Elder Council opposed it. If handled properly, the benefits could be considerable. Precisely, Tsunade responded, her smile fleeting as she regarded Naruto. Am I to bear this alone? This is no ordinary task, Naruto remarked, furrowing his brow as he looked at Tsunade. Yet, despite his words, it was evident he had accepted the mission. Rest assured, you will not be alone. There will be others accompanying you, who will arrive shortly. In the meantime, take this opportunity to enhance your understanding with the 3 of them. Although you may be acquainted, the emotional rapport is not particularly harmonious. Tsunade smiled as she glanced at the trio Shizun had brought over. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Naruto cast a glance at the 3 individuals. Indeed, he knew them. But their relationship was fraught with animosity. They were likely the ones who most wished for his demise at that moment. If not for him, perhaps they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Well, how have you 3 been faring during this time? He forced a smile and greeted the trio before him. Chapter 153. The Disturbance of the Unworthy Villains. Were it not for your incessant meddling, would we find ourselves in such a predicament today? One of the colorful figures shouted at Naruto, as if the pent-up frustration had finally erupted, ignited by Naruto's words. It seems that had their chakra not been sealed and their powers restrained, they would have long since broken free from their constraints. Silently gazing at the 3, who are sworn adversaries, it is indeed a mercy that I have not claimed your lives. You ought to feel gratitude for this. Indeed, these 3 are the ninja from Sunagakure, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, who fell short against Naruto and Sasuke during the Chunin exams. There is no need for such words, as captives. Konoha has treated you quite leniently. Although you cannot depart freely, your needs are amply met, which is a clemency afforded to your esteemed selves. Naruto looked at the trio and could not help but voice his heartfelt thoughts. Given your status, even as prisoners, you cannot be treated in a conventional manner. Konoha has not only restricted your chakra and combat abilities, but also ensured that within the designated area, your sustenance and shelter are without deficiency. To call this house arrest would not be an exaggeration. What you endure is akin to luxurious imprisonment. Humph. At this, Temari let out a cold snort. Although Naruto's words ring true, who would wish to be a prisoner? Her restraint in not cursing him stems from her dignity as a woman. Do not worry. I have brought you here to deliver good news. Soon, you shall return to Sunagakure. At this moment, you should feel joy. Looking at the three, Naruto spoke candidly. Yet the price is steep, and none can escape the consequences of defeat, nor the wrath of the victors. You brat, what are you plotting? If you intend to harm my village, I would rather die before you and see how you would succeed. Hearing Naruto's words, Temari's expression tightened as she fixed her gaze upon him, her voice sharp. Even though she is still young, as a ninja and the daughter of the Kazekage, she may be naive to political matters, yet she understands that the return of the three would bring severe repercussions to Sunagakure. Indeed, if you seek to gain favor within Sunagakure, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. It is utterly impossible. Kankuro chimed in, regarding Naruto with a pointed stare. Gaara remained silent, his countenance heavy with gloom. Their reactions were indeed superfluous. Even in your absence, Konoha would demand compensation from Sunagakure. Why allow fools such as yourselves to become pawns of Orochimaru? He has already taken his leave, and the debts left behind will certainly fall upon your shoulders. You are foolish and powerless. Your defeat in this battle is your own doing. Why do you not respond? Have I struck a chord? Temari inquired again, seeing Naruto silent. Humph. She glared at the three in anger. Do you believe yourselves to be of great value? Let me be candid. The primary concern is the compensation from Sunagakure to Konoha, and you are merely an afterthought. Do you truly believe that a few low-ranking ninja hold any worth? I tell you, you are worthless, specifically. Only at the negotiation table can you provide Konoha with a modicum of advantage. Aside from that, you are devoid of significance. Before the three, Naruto unabashedly unveiled the thin veil of their worth. However, his words bore a mixture of truth and falsehood. Indeed, compensating Konoha for its losses is of paramount importance. However, Gaara is a Jinchuriki, whose worth is equivalent to that of Konoha's losses. As for Temari and Kankuro, as lower-ranking ninjas, their value far exceeds that of countless Jonin, for they are the bloodline of the fourth Kazekage. Should the Kazekage still be alive, their rescue would be determined by him, yet now that he has passed. If even his orphans cannot be protected, Sunagakure may face dire straits, both internally and externally. Thus, the worth of the three is not to be underestimated. You brat, what did you just say? The three individuals, their gazes ablaze with indignation, fixated on Naruto, unable to fathom how they could be vanquished by what he deemed lowly. After all, they were the progeny of the shadow of the Sand Village. The innate pride and superiority they possessed were utterly shattered before Naruto. How could they not be consumed by rage? Well, that pride and sense of supremacy, except for Gaara, should not be elaborated upon. Am I mistaken in my assertions? Pray, enlighten me. What worth do you possess that could possibly compare to the losses endured by Konoha? Naruto remarked with a calm smile. The crowd fell into a profound silence, either at a loss for words or fully aware of the devastation Konoha had faced, convinced that the lives of the three could never equate to that loss. At this moment, they were rendered speechless, their pent-up fury seeking an outlet. They yearned to assert their value, yet the cost before them was insurmountable. What more could they say? You see, as I have stated, you are utterly inconsequential. Observing the trio's silence, Naruto's lips curved upward, adopting the demeanor of a victor as he addressed them. Chapter 154, Lady Tsunade. Indeed, Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing her words, Shizun nodded slightly before discreetly escorting Gaara and his companions away. What transpired next was beyond their comprehension, especially for the people of Sunagakure, who were not privy to the forthcoming discussions regarding how to seize them. Such knowledge could not be permitted. Naruto, it appears you have already devised a strategy for this mission. Therefore, these four shall accompany you in your negotiations, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Naruto as Gaara and his companions departed. Understood. However, are we limited to just the five of us? Naruto inquired, looking at the four individuals before him, nodding in acknowledgement. Each of them was highly skilled, representing the wisdom of Konoha, with the three guardians of the third Hokage alongside himself. Their collective strength was formidable. Yet, as representatives of the negotiation team, it seemed somewhat insufficient. It is essential to remember that the negotiation team embodies the honor and dignity of the nation and village. Though all present held esteemed positions, the spectacle still lacked a certain grandeur. Chapter 282. The matter of seizure must be handled with care. Rest assured, aside from the five of you, there will indeed be others, but their role will solely be to accompany you for safety, requiring no further inquiry. You are the protagonists of this negotiation, while they will serve as your protectors. Clearly, she had discerned Naruto's apprehensions and spoke to him with a steady gaze. In this negotiation, Tsunade and her team would spare no effort, assembling a force of 100 all-elite Jonin to confront the formidable foe, the next Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Bolstered by the renowned elite Jonin Shikaka Nara, the former Hokage's shadow, and others such as Asuma and Iwasaki. In total, there would be over 160 individuals, the weakest among them being a Chunin, forming a truly opulent assembly. Even such a cadre of shinobi could effortlessly obliterate a small ninja village. I see now. That issue is thus resolved. Hearing Tsunade's response, Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly recalling a matter, he looked up at Tsunade. No, there is still one question, the matter of compensation. How much are we to demand from Tsunade? It was mentioned in the meeting a month ago, and I presume the sum is considerable. Has a conclusion been reached on this matter? Based on the discussions from the previous meeting, the starting amount is set at 300 million ryo. In the world that Naruto has traversed, this is no trifling sum. It is indeed a considerable fortune. This compensation will undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Tsunade. For specific matters, you may consult with Kakuzu, as he will handle all related affairs. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade nodded and turned her gaze towards Kakuzu. When the third Hokage returned, he had already informed her of the details, yet the intricacies of this matter cannot be conveyed in mere words. It is far better to consult an expert. Yes, this situation has been duly addressed, and everyone can refer to this document for further details. Upon noticing Tsunade's glance, Kakuzu immediately produced several copies of the documents from seemingly nowhere and distributed them among the attendees. The materials presented were densely packed with figures, calculations, and itemized pricing, ranging from the smallest to the most substantial amounts. Just a cursory glance left Naruto feeling lightheaded. It was difficult to fathom how such extensive records had been compiled, as the stack was several inches thick, likely comprising hundreds of pages. Shaking his head, Naruto ceased further examination and quickly flipped to the last page, where he was stunned to find the final compensation amount, 500 million ryo, nearly half again more than the original estimate. Anger surged within him. This was utterly outrageous. Knowing full well that Tsunade was already in dire straits, they still chose to exploit the situation. What manner of conduct is this? 500 million ryo is an immense burden in this world. To put it into perspective, the bounty for a high-ranking Jonin is approximately 30 million ryo. And how many elite Jonin does a village possess? For a small ninja village, an elite ninja is akin to a leader. Thus, 500 million ryo equates to the value of several dozen leaders from small ninja villages. Approximately half the total cost of elite Jonin from one of the 5 great ninja villages. If calculated based on mission ranks, an A-rank mission starts at 1 million ryo, making 500 million equivalent to 500 A-rank missions. Moreover, the lower ranks would yield even more, with the S-rank being self-evident. It would take a ninja's entire lifetime to accomplish such feats, especially for a ninja of exceptional caliber like a Kage-level shinobi. Kakuzu, is this truly the final assessment? Naruto inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Kakuzu. He sought fairness and truth. Indeed, is there any doubt? Could there be an error that requires correction? Upon hearing Naruto's question, Kakuzu nodded. This outcome was the result of a month's worth of intensive work by the think tank, who had invested immense mental effort. Even now, Kakuzu felt somewhat dazed, his vision clouded by an array of figures and calculations. Such a grueling endeavor. Weren't we only supposed to settle for 300 million ryo? Naruto reiterated, gazing at Kakuzu once more. Kakuzu, momentarily taken aback, pondered how this could be the case. Had he miscalculated? However, the essence of negotiations lies in compromise. If the amount is insufficient, it would be challenging to recover the actual losses. Naruto should not be ignorant of this fact. Chapter 155. The negotiation grounds. Kakuzu was not alone in his surprise. Even Tsunade and Nara Shikamaru, upon hearing Naruto's words, turned their gazes towards him, eager to speak, yet found themselves momentarily speechless as Naruto continued, leaving them at a loss for words. Upon reassessment, the compensation was raised to 100 million ryo. The items lost must be itemized comprehensively, with their costs estimated to the utmost precision, thus reflecting the refined lifestyle of the Leaf Village's inhabitants. Additionally, the documentation must be intricate, such that even a glance would leave them bewildered. Despite the precarious circumstances of the Sand Shinobi, rather than alleviating their plight, it would be more prudent to intensify their challenges. Focusing on their own affairs, they ought to refrain from meddling in the tranquility of Konoha. Gazing at Riku, Naruto spoke with a sense of righteous conviction, articulating a lengthy discourse. Where have the notions of fairness and reason that once graced his lips vanished? What is the true nature of this situation? Who had once calculated in their heart that taking advantage of a crisis is not the act of a benevolent person? You are, in fact, the very embodiment of malevolence. As Riku regarded Naruto, he acknowledged within himself the truth of the adage that there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains and superior individuals beyond oneself. Their realms were starkly different. Even with his team valued at 500 million, he felt a hint of unease, while Naruto, without hesitation, proposed to double that sum. This exemplifies the disparity in their standings. Initially, Riku pondered whether Naruto would show restraint for the sake of the village's interests, but witnessing the current scene, it was evident that his actions stemmed not from compassion, but rather from a lack of mercy. At that moment, Riku suddenly realized the depth of his own compassion. He could only manage a wry smile, for it is often through comparison that the essence of things is revealed. Not only Riku felt this way, even Tsunade, as she gazed at Naruto, perceived an unfathomable distance between them. She knew well the depths of her own gambling addiction and her formidable capacity for wealth. Yet Naruto's words made her feel as though the chasm between them was as vast as the heavens. When Riku had initially proposed the compensation, she had considered a modest increase, but never did she contemplate a doubling as Naruto had done. Though the Sand Shinobi were in a dire state, it bore no consequence to him. Taking advantage of their misfortune, Naruto was more than willing to strike while they were down. Moreover, if one must strike, why not do so with greater force? After all, whether the blow be light or heavy, action must be taken. Why not deliver a few more lashes to ensure their vitality is severely diminished? These were Naruto's thoughts, watching him nod in agreement with the revised document. Riku could only concede with a sense of resignation. 1 billion. Merely the sight of those zeros made his wrist tremble, yet Naruto remained unfazed, frequently suggesting further additions. That 10 zeros could be even higher. That was the crux of their divergence, the boundary between them. Naruto was designated as the heir to the Hokage, while Riku was merely an advisor. Little did Riku understand that in this world, the astronomical figure of 1 billion was indeed substantial, a sum that even the 5 great nations would find challenging to disperse. Yet for Naruto, who had lived in a previous life where calamities were measured in tens or hundreds of billions, and where nations borrowed in trillions, the concept of surpassing 10 trillion was commonplace. With a broad perspective, Naruto considered this modest sum of 1 billion far too insignificant. In this world, only Naruto could disdain such a sum. Do you truly believe this is feasible? Tsunade inquired, looking at him with curiosity. When Riku had presented the document, she had contemplated raising the amount, but simultaneously hoped to ensure that at least the 300 million lost by Konoha would be reclaimed for negotiation's sake. Now, faced with the document bearing the price of 1 billion, her previous modest aspirations felt utterly shameful and unworthy of utterance. Rest assured, 1 billion is quite substantial. I am confident that the Sand Shinobi will have no objections, Naruto replied without hesitation, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. He possessed that conviction. Observing him, the others were left speechless. Naruto's demeanor was not merely relaxed, it was profoundly concerning. Riku and the others could easily envision the reaction of the Sand Village upon receiving this document. Naruto remains oblivious to Tsunade's intentions, just as they struggle to comprehend the source of his unwavering confidence. With the one-tailed Jinchuriki firmly in his grasp, he believes that if the Sand Village refuses to compensate, there will be countless individuals willing to pay 1 billion for the one-tail, Shikaku, as it holds significant value for them. Among the 5 great nations, there exists no shortage of affluent individuals eager to invest such a sum. Possessing Shikaku would elevate a nation to rival the 5 great countries, even for personal gain. The value of one's standing would soar, allowing the bearer of Shikaku to traverse the land unimpeded. However, the duration of Shikaku's protection is not a concern for Naruto. In contrast to Tsunade and others' short-sightedness, Naruto harbors grand ambitions. From the outset, with the tacit acceptance of the bijou's distribution among the great nations, all countries have embraced this reality without doubt, whether they be large or small. In Naruto's mind, strength reigns supreme when one possesses sufficient power. The rules of the world lose their binding force. Though he cannot yet consume Shikaku alone, he will never return it to the Sand Village. This unprecedented move will undoubtedly stir a tempest within the ninja world. While it may seem tranquil at first glance, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents will surely churn. The ensuing chaos in the ninja realm will greatly benefit Naruto. Therefore, regardless of whether the Sand Village can afford it, the implications for Naruto remain minimal. Thus, he asks for the original sum of 500 million to be returned, rather than 1 billion. Tsunade gazes at Naruto, though she fails to grasp his intentions. She perceives his confidence. After a moment of resignation, she presents her request to him. Chapter 156. The Flame Leaf Town rumors swirl through the martial world. Tsunade the hero. Where has your honor gone? Once offering a base price of 300 million, it has now escalated to 500 million. Does your sense of morality still hold? Besides Tsunade, only Naruto refrains from exhibiting the disdainful glint in his eyes. Yet, when confronted with the astronomical figure of 500 million, Tsunade merely smiles serenely, dismissing the gazes that flit by like passing clouds. The multitude of documents has increased significantly, filled with numerous confidential letters. Even the Sand Village, known for its cunning strategies, finds it a remarkable feat to decipher even half of the contents. Fully comprehending the intricate web of information is akin to treading through fog in search of a trail. It is no simple task. It is essential to understand that this complex data has been meticulously crafted by Rikuju and his think tank, designed to obscure the truth amidst chaos while concealing precise secrets within. You indeed fail to comprehend, yet remain so captivated. Rikuju sighed, shaking his head. Yet he accepted the tome Naruto offered and began to read it earnestly. Naruto, I entrust this matter to you. As the next Hokage, let us witness your prowess. Tsunade's expression turned solemn, the gravity of her words underscoring her sincerity. Rest assured, I shall give it my all, Naruto assured her, nodding with determination. The duty of the Hokage is to secure greater prosperity for Konoha. Tsunade has done this, and in the future, Naruto shall too. For it is the weight of the Hokage's emblem. It is not merely about safeguarding the spirit of the village. It is about augmenting Konoha's illustrious benefits. In contrast to Danzo, both Naruto and Tsunade prioritize the path of humanity. When shall we depart? Is the negotiation site chosen? Naruto inquired, gazing at Tsunade. Do not worry. Everything has been arranged, Tsunade responded with a nod upon hearing Naruto's question. Your team may set out at any moment. The timing of your departure rests upon your decision as the captain. The negotiation venue is situated at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, in a quaint little town named Any Town. The town was originally known by another name, which shall remain unmentioned, but it has been renamed for the sake of this round of negotiations. Over the past month, the local residents have been appropriately relocated, and only the faces of Konoha and Sand ninjas will be seen during the proceedings. Tsunade described the circumstances of Any Town, emphasizing Konoha's advantageous position. Should conflict arise, our side will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Excellent, it is an ideal location. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded slightly in agreement. He promptly issued orders for everything to be prepared, instructing everyone to gather at the village gate in 1 hour, as we would formally set off. With a solemn expression, Naruto turned to announce to Kakashi, and others including the unknown Hoshinjian. Understood, they replied. As the sun climbed high into the noon sky, hundreds of ninjas gathered at the gate of Konoha village. Initially, there were only a few scattered individuals, but as time passed, the numbers steadily grew, 10, 20, 30. Ultimately, there were 169 individuals, with Naruto leading 166 of them, alongside Gaara and 2 others who accompanied him. The assembled team stood at the village gate, with Naruto at the forefront. He donned a black satin cloak over a divine robe, adorned with a golden swastika embroidered on the back. Those who had witnessed Naruto's extraordinary skills and divine interventions immediately understood the significance of the swastika. It was a symbol of his ultimate power, showcasing the pinnacle of his martial prowess. Be cautious on your journey. We await your good news in the village, Tsunade cautioned, standing opposite Naruto. Beside her were the 3rd Hokage, the advisory council, some elders, and Naruto's close friends and confidants. They had all gathered to bid him farewell, and had time allowed, many more would have come. Rest assured, we hold the upper hand in these negotiations. I believe the Sand Village will find it difficult to refuse our terms. This time, Konoha will undoubtedly secure the most favorable compensation. Naruto smiled at the crowd. As long as we possess Shikaku, the Sand Village must think twice before attempting any tricks. Without the position of Kazekage and having lost Shikaku, their standing in the ninja world will be precarious. Be careful, and don't mess this up, Tsunade warned. Nodding in agreement with Naruto's words, offering him a parting admonition with a smile. I will be careful, Naruto replied with a grin, noticing Tsunade's expression. Turning to Hinata, he spoke softly, wait for me in Konoha. His words were filled with affection, and only someone as attuned as Hinata could perceive the warmth in his voice. Take care. Naruto, Hinata whispered, clasping her hands together, perhaps a habit or perhaps a silent prayer for his safety. Don't worry. For Hinata, I will give it my all. Naruto assured with a smile in response to her words, embracing her for a moment before releasing her. Hinata did not respond. Her cheeks flushed as the gaze of those around her made her shy, especially the embrace from Naruto that left her feeling flustered. And you all, stay safe in the village and await my return, Naruto said, chuckling at Hinata's bashfulness. He then turned to Shiro and Ino, offering them similar encouragement. Over these past days, Naruto had grown closer to Shiro and Ino, while their relationship had not yet reached the level of his bond with Hinata. They shared a camaraderie akin to that of a couple. Chapter 157. Urgent negotiations by cast a gentle smile at Naruto, her expression imbued with the warmth of maternal kindness. As she gazed at him, Ino, usually lively, was remarkably silent, her eyes reflecting an unusual tranquility. I will be cautious, she assured with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto, emulating Hinata, embraced both Bai and Ino warmly. Finally, he surveyed Hinata and the others, then glanced at Tsunade and the third Hokage's group. The tenderness in his eyes faded, replaced by a resolute vigilance. Everyone, please await our triumphant news in Konoha. We shall carve a bloody path through the land of wind. Naruto declared, facing Tsunade with fervor. As he concluded, he turned to rally his comrades, proclaiming, let us embark. Casting a final glance at Hinata and the others, he called out to the multitude, then transformed into a flash of golden light, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was several dozen meters away, his form flickering once more into obscurity. Subsequently, Naruto's team surged forth like shadows, swiftly pursuing him. Before the bustling entrance, only Tsunade and her companions remained, the vibrant crowd having dissipated. We will follow, Tsunade said, watching the group recede into the distance, her words echoing as they stepped into the gates of Konoha. In the town of Yanyi, situated at the border of the fire and wind countries, despite its geographical affiliation with the fire country, Konoha's mission was centered here. Perhaps due to its proximity to the land of wind, the heat was unbearable. With the residents having evacuated, this sweltering place was eerily quiet, resembling an abandoned village. With a flicker of movement, after days of hurried travel, Naruto and his team finally arrived in this city. Upon entering, they were abruptly confronted by an unexpected figure blocking their path. A frown creased the brow of the person before them, who bore the forehead protector of the Sand Village. Naruto, irritated by the obstruction, shouted, displeasure evident in his voice. Accompanying his outburst, over 100 ninjas tightened their grips on their weapons, on guard against this individual. The suddenness of Naruto's command, coupled with the formidable presence of his numerous companions, left the newcomer momentarily speechless, his legs trembling in evident fear of Naruto's potential wrath. Casting a cursory glance at the intruder, Naruto noted his chakra was merely of a genin level, and the speed he exhibited earlier was similarly unimpressive. In light of this, the individual posed no threat to him or his companions. He then gestured dismissively to his team, lower your weapons. Following Naruto's directive, the others glanced at the ninja, recognizing his feeble power and trepidation, and nodded as they sheathed their weapons. Now, you may speak, Naruto remarked casually, fixing his gaze on the individual before him. I am Yamada, a ninja from Sunagakure. You must be from Konoha. Our team has been waiting here for some time. I was stationed outside for patrol, and now I am here to escort you in, the ninja replied, regaining his composure as he steadied his trembling form and racing heart. The preparedness of the Sand Village was indeed unexpected. Listening to Yaishin's words, Naruto nodded slightly. I am the captain of this expedition, Uzumaki Naruto. Please, lead us in. Facing Yaishin, Naruto spoke. It turned out that you are the captain. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Yaishin displayed a look of surprise, although Naruto appeared younger. He had assumed the role of leader, which was quite unexpected for him. Do not dawdle. This journey is to discuss significant matters with the Sand Village, not a reunion. Observing Yaishin's astonished expression, Naruto frowned and urged sternly. Since it has been confirmed as negotiations, it is evident that the recent relations with the Sand Village are far from harmonious. Therefore, Naruto did not mind employing a bit of intimidation. At the sound of Naruto's furious shout, Yaishin instinctively trembled, suddenly reminded of past events, and quickly responded to Naruto. At that moment, a primal fear towards Naruto took hold of him. Furthermore, have your Sand Village members move quickly. We in Konoha do not have the luxury of time to waste here. There are numerous matters awaiting our return. Naruto's eyes slightly lifted, glancing at Yaishin, his tone calm, yet laced with an unassailable authority, coupled with an air of dominance that made Yaishin dare not resist. Understood, Yaishin replied softly, not daring to take a breath. Naruto nodded indifferently, passing by Yaishin and stepping alone into the town of Enkaio. Adjacent to Konoha, these towns are surrounded by high walls. After all, the world of ninjas is fraught with conflict, and small-scale skirmishes occur frequently, prompting each village to maintain control over the situation. While the walls may not effectively repel ninja assaults, they do provide a degree of protection against ordinary armies. Welcome to Enkaio Town, people of Konoha. I am the mediator for this negotiation, the leader of the samurai of the Land of Iron, Mifune. This meeting will be presided over by me. As Naruto and his companions entered Enkaio Town, a samurai approached, engaging Naruto in conversation with a calm, yet resolute tone. Chapter 158. Lord Mifune, the samurai leader of the Land of Iron, Lord Mifune. Upon hearing this, Naruto could not help but gaze at him. In the original narrative, he was indeed a pivotal figure, the leader of the non-ninja Land of Iron, maintaining a powerful neutral nation through formidable military strength. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he even defeated the reanimated half-god Hanzo, undoubtedly placing him among the top echelon of shinobi. Greetings, Lord Mifune. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the leader and primary representative of the Fire Country's Konoha village for this negotiation. Facing Mifune, Naruto politely spoke, his tone relatively gentle. After all, Mifune was not a member of the Sand Village, and there was no need to display excessive force or rigidity. So, it is the renowned young hero of Konoha, Naruto-kun. I did not expect Konoha to entrust this important negotiation to you. I am honored. Upon hearing Naruto's introduction, Mifune's eyes sparkled, and he smiled, acknowledging that many in the ninja world had heard of Naruto's name. Particularly, those of leadership caliber paid close attention to him, as Naruto had been recognized as a candidate for the next Hokage. Not at all. I will rely heavily on Lord Mifune's strong support for the subsequent matters. Gazing at Mifune, Naruto returned the smile. Certainly, but ultimately, it will hinge on you, Naruto-kun. Listening to Naruto's words, Mitsuba maintained an unperturbed expression, still radiating warmth with a smile. Of course, it would require your esteemed assistance, Lord Mitsuba. Upon hearing this, Naruto offered a subtle smile. He did not intend to rely solely on Mitsuba's promise to accomplish the task at hand. Otherwise, he would not have invited him as a mediator for this negotiation. By the way, Lord Mitsuba, when exactly is our meeting between Konoha and Sunagakure scheduled to commence? Observing Mitsuba, Naruto could not help but inquire, directly steering the conversation towards the matter without revisiting the plea for assistance. It seems Lord Naruto is pressed for time. However, negotiations are not something that can be resolved in haste. Having just arrived, you may take a moment to rest before we begin, if it is not an inconvenience. Starting now is also feasible, Mitsuba responded with a smile. Is that so? Now or tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled but did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he fell into contemplation. The group had traveled a long distance and was not in peak condition. Typically, they would wait until the following day when spirits were high to engage in discussions. However, Lord Mitsuba, you may settle in. Konoha has reached a conclusion. We can commence negotiations now. After all, we have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time with the Sand Village. With a faint smile, Naruto gazed at Mitsuba and replied, Indeed, under normal circumstances, tomorrow would be the optimal choice for negotiations. Yet, such a delay might diminish Naruto's momentum, appearing too domineering right upon arrival. If they were to wait until tomorrow, that initial fervor might wane. Thus, despite the fatigue, commencing talks today was a sagacious decision. Let us begin now. Mitsuba, slightly taken aback, stared at Naruto. Is it truly the right moment, Lord Naruto? He sought assurance once more. Indeed, I appreciate your efforts. Lord Mitsuba. Naruto responded affirmatively with a smile. Understood. I will arrange a venue for you, and I shall personally notify Sunagakure. As he assessed Naruto, Mitsuba seemed to attempt to glean his thoughts through the latter's smile, yet Naruto's cheerful demeanor rendered him inscrutable. Subsequently, he dispatched a group of samurai to escort Naruto and his companions, while he would convey the news to the Sand Village himself. Are we truly starting right away, Lord Naruto? As Mitsuba departed, Inuzuka Reito approached, whispering to Naruto. As a subordinate, he could not question openly, but privately, he felt compelled to offer some counsel. Do not worry, it is of no concern. Naruto replied with a gentle smile, demonstrating our strength upon arrival is crucial. If we delay until tomorrow, this momentum will dissipate. Thus, it is advantageous for us to negotiate as soon as possible. In our current situation, there is no need for extensive dialogue. We merely need to uphold our stance and bottom line during negotiations. However, that domineering aura must be maintained to exert pressure on Sunagakure, to suppress them from all angles, thereby allowing us to secure greater benefits. I see. Inuzuka Reito, enlightened, turned his gaze towards Kakazu, a member of the advisory council, who naturally held significant influence on this matter. Though not the absolute best strategy, it was undoubtedly the most prudent choice at this moment. Reito observed himself, and Kakazu nodded in agreement. In truth, as originally envisioned, Kazuki preferred a prudent approach to negotiations. Since Naruto had made a decision and articulated his rationale, Kazuki expressed no dissent. His sagacity allowed him to perceive that this negotiation served as an opportunity for Naruto to hone his skills. Another reason for Kazuki's acquiescence was his recognition of Naruto's unwavering confidence in compelling the Sand Village to yield. Although the source of this conviction eluded him, he sensed its undeniable presence. What Kazuki could not foresee, of course, was that Naruto's trump card lay in the forbidden entity, the tailed beast Shikaku, found at the rear of the group. Chapter 159, strikingly obvious. The scene was indeed eye-catching, reminiscent of a crane among a flock of chickens. This location marked the juncture of Konoha and Sunagakure, a site designated for negotiations. Hundreds from both factions gathered here, divided into 3 camps. The largest contingent belonged to Naruto's team, consisting of over 160 from Konoha. Their combat prowess was formidable, even the weakest among them ranked as Chunin. Next were the Sand Shinobi, led by a figure exuding the aura of a Kage, commanding 20 Jonin, 40 Chunin, and 60 Genin. Lastly, there were the warriors from the Land of Steel, numbering merely 11, among whom only 3 could perform ninjutsu, the rest serving as elite bodyguards. Should this assembly of heroes unite against a common foe, they could indeed shake the very heavens. Yet, at this moment, their paths were destined to diverge. At this juncture, the leader from the Land of Steel, Mifune, was invited by both Konoha and Sunagakure to preside over the negotiations. Esteemed leaders, please take your seats. Mifune stood at the head of a grand table, several paces wide, addressing both parties with a resonant voice that echoed throughout the specially designed hall, imposing and solemn. As Mifune concluded his address, neither Naruto nor the leader of Sunagakure uttered a word. They merely nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining their positions across the expansive table. Before settling into their respective seats, I am Uzumaki Naruto, a Chunin from Konoha, and I am tasked with this negotiation. Gazing at the representative from Sunagakure, Naruto spoke calmly. Following Tsunade's succession, Naruto had been promoted to Chunin, and had it not been for the absence of vital assignments, he could have convincingly argued for his promotion to Jonin. Also elevated to Chunin were Sasuke, who had joined the Umbu, and Shikamaru, the heir of intellect. You are indeed the Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha? The rumors of your prowess seem greatly exaggerated. You are merely a Chunin. The leader of Sunagakure did not respond directly to Naruto's assertion, merely casting a cursory glance, responding with a nonchalant demeanor that betrayed no concern. Is that so? Precisely because of this, Konoha has sent such a fragile individual to negotiate. Surely, our formidable warriors would not waste their intellect on dealing with Sunagakure. Upon hearing the Sand Shinobi's words, Naruto remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile as he glanced at his counterpart. His tone was composed yet incisive. The Sunagakure leader, upon hearing these words, was overcome with fury. He shot a glare at Naruto, perceiving it as a blatant mockery of his weakness. However, in an instant, he regained his composure, suppressing his ire. The reasoning was straightforward. Mifune stood by, observing, And though the Land of Steel was founded on martial prowess, its strength was not to be underestimated, particularly Mifune himself. The Sand Shinobi village would not wish to jeopardize their relations with a neutral nation due to a moment of anger. After all, while a neutral country might not be a combatant, diplomatic exchanges were indeed plentiful. Furthermore, he harbored a subtle sense of threat towards Naruto. I am Sanada Butaro, an elder of Sunagakure, and I am responsible for these negotiations. Takashi Sanada gazed at Naruto, a figure of high esteem among the elders in Sunagakure. With the recent demise of the Kazekage, his status had only swelled further. "Oh, Lord Takashi," he remarked, to which Naruto curled his lips in a sardonic smile, brimming with irony. In this world, only Naruto understood the true essence of the matter. A pitiful soul with a crown of green, eyes wide open in eternal unrest. Indeed, Takashi Sanada bore a striking resemblance to the tales that circulated, diminutive in stature. According to Naruto's initial assessment, he stood at less than 1.6 meters, a third-rate cripple. Evaluation complete. "Why mock my name?" Takashi inquired, noticing the derisive expression upon Naruto's face. "There is no impropriety," Naruto replied with a shake of his head. "Now that all are present, let us commence," he declared, disregarding Takashi Sanada and shifting his gaze towards Mitsuba. "It is of no consequence. I hereby announce that Sunagakure has committed treachery against Konohagakure, and negotiations regarding this matter shall commence forthwith. I, Naruto Uzumaki, represent the Leaf Village, and you may present your just compensation demands." Mitsuba met Naruto's gaze and spoke. "Compensation?" At the mention, Naruto smiled slightly, spreading his hands as behind him. Shikaku passed over a thick stack of documents. There were 3 sets of files. "These are our demands for compensation from Konoha. Peruse them at your leisure. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to sign an agreement. We are ready to initiate the transfer at any moment." With a smile, Naruto handed 2 copies of the documents to Takashi Sanada and Mitsuba. Upon receiving the files, the 2 men exchanged no words but diligently scrutinized the materials in their hands. Yet, it was evident that they were already troubled by the hundreds of intricately detailed documents. Initially manageable, as they flipped through, it soon devolved into chaos. The numerical arrangements appeared to weave a spell, their eyes filled with a kaleidoscope of stars, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Shaking his head, Takashi cast a wary glance at the documents. As a figure of elite strength, such a reaction was indeed rare, clearly indicating the formidable nature of the files. Eventually, Mitsuba flipped to the last page, his eyes widening at the staggering string of Arabic numerals before him. He comprehended that these documents were indeed powerful. "No way. The Sand Ninja will never agree." With a thud, Takashi slammed the table and rose, his emotions surging as he bellowed at Naruto, veins protruding from his forehead, revealing his agitated state and profound shock. "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" Naruto replied nonchalantly, casting a calm glance at him. "Arrogance. Utterly outrageous. You Konoha ninjas are far too overbearing, expecting Sunagakure to play the fool. It is absolutely impossible." Takashi Sanada shouted once more at Naruto. Chapter 160. The village of Sunagakure. The howling winds bore witness. Konoha was brazenly provoking our village. Do they think to take advantage of us? Never. Takashi confronted Naruto, flames of fury blazing within him. How can you say such a thing? We, the Leaf Village, have always been just. We would never plunder your impoverished Sunagakure. This truth is well known. Sunagakure is indeed the weakest among the 5 great hidden villages. Even if greed were to take hold, it would not be directed at you. Naruto retorted disdainfully, casting a derisive glance at Takashi Sanada. What did you say? Takashi glared at Naruto, fury consuming him. Though it was true that they were the most destitute of villages, such bluntness should not be tolerated. I merely state the facts. Furthermore, spare me your trivialities. Let us discuss the matter at hand, Naruto said, unperturbed by Takashi's anger, speaking with composure. In the clash between nations, one must not display weakness. To do so would inevitably lead to a disastrous defeat. Humph, regardless of the circumstances, Shine will never acquiesce to your demands. The resolute Sanada Butaro sneered, his demeanor unyielding. Does this imply that Shine has chosen to decline? Upon hearing this, the smile on Naruto's face instantly faded. The atmosphere of negotiation grew heavy with foreboding clouds. And what of it? Sanada Butaro disregarded Naruto's gloomy countenance, for he was all too familiar with the storms of adversity he had weathered. Very well, in that case, Konoha will not impose undue pressure. However, you and Shine must understand that Konoha is not to be trifled with. This was an overt threat, implying, you have come to our doorstep, and we are ready to retaliate at any moment. Do you dare challenge me? I can extinguish you on the spot. Sanada Butoru declared, his fury palpable. Do you truly believe you are formidable? Tread carefully, for it may well be your demise that follows, Naruto replied. A cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Sanada Butoru. The flicker of murderous intent in his eyes did not escape the notice of the seasoned shadow-level warrior. Humph, do not underestimate me. Moreover, do you possess the authority to represent Konoha in this matter? War cannot be instigated by a lone individual. Sanada Butoru met Naruto's gaze with intensity, a faint smile creeping upon his lips as if he had peered into Naruto's very soul. While it is true that war cannot be initiated by a single person, do not forget that I, Uzumaki Naruto, am both the negotiating representative and the next Hokage. This is a consensus reached by the previous 3 Hokages. Do you doubt my capability? Naruto shot Sanada Butoru a disdainful glance, fully aware of the latter's scheming. His insight emboldened him further, and the air thickened with his lethal aura. Should the situation escalate to this point, Naruto would not hesitate to conclude the existence of this shadow-level master. Sanada Butoru was rendered speechless. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to resolve the matter of Shane's compensation, not to engage in a brawl. Both of you, please remain calm. Mifune interjected swiftly, having noticed the hostility between the two and understanding that if this continued, the negotiations would only culminate in war, potentially sparking the 4th Great Ninja War. Humph, we in Shine do not lack sincerity. It is Konoha that is being excessively demanding. 100 billion in compensation is utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Sanada Butoru snorted in indignation, vehemently countering, yet refraining from adopting a posture of war. He remained wary of Mifune, an unknown powerhouse, and intended to use him to de-escalate the situation. The decision to go to war was not one that he, as an elder, could unilaterally make. So, you contend that our compensation request is excessive? Naruto retorted with a mocking smile, as if he had anticipated the response. Indeed, while the exact extent of Konoha's losses is unclear, it can hardly exceed 400 million. To demand 100 billion is as if you wish to treat Shine like chives to be harvested. Sanada Butoru shouted in defiance, facing Naruto. I see. Then you shall pay 500 million, Naruto replied with a slight smile, addressing the people of Shine. However, there is one condition, the elimination of that 325-page document. At this point, the angered Sanada Butoru overlooked the smile that lingered on Naruto's lips. Had he noticed, he would have recognized the underlying scheme. 325 pages? Sanada Butoru furrowed his brow, questioning Naruto. He also turned to that page. And even Mifune was filled with curiosity. A single document valued at 500 million stirred intrigue about its content. At the negotiation table, what had initially been a brewing storm of disputes suddenly fell into a profound silence. Yet the atmosphere remained extraordinarily tense. Everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the impending storm of conflict. Sanada Butoru and Mifune swiftly perused the thick stack of documents until they located the page mentioned by Naruto. Upon reading the line, their pupils involuntarily contracted. The expression on their faces was subtle, Shikaku, valued at 500 million. The 6 glaring characters were inscribed on the paper, particularly striking for Sanada Butoru of the Sand Village. In an instant, as they beheld this page, each harbored their own calculations. Although Mifune represented a neutral nation, he could not help but entertain thoughts of seizing Shikaku. Furthermore, if the Land of Iron were to gain control of Shikaku, it would become exceedingly difficult for the Land of Wind to reclaim it. After all, the Land of Iron was a formidable neutral power, and even if the Land of Wind sought to intervene, other nations would likely oppose it. At that point, not only would the Land of Iron intervene, but the 4 great shinobi nations would also involve themselves in the disputes between the Sand and Wind countries. Chapter 161, The Forceful Naruto. How has the decision been made? 50 million in gold and silver would suffice. All that is required is for your Wind country's Sand shinobi village to relinquish Shikaku, and the deal can be concluded. Scanning the room and observing the reactions of Sanada Butoru and Mifune, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, ultimately fixing his gaze on Sanada Butoru, and spoke nonchalantly. Nonsense. Shikaku belongs to my Sand shinobi village. When did it become for you, Konoha, to decide its fate? Rising in anger, Sanada Butoru glared at Naruto, his voice raised in a roar. Observing Mifune's shifting gaze towards Shikaku, he understood that the latter was inclined to acquire it. The price of 50 million gold coins was indeed substantial for Shikaku. Unexpectedly, Naruto broached the subject of trading Shikaku, something that was previously inconceivable. Even if Shikaku were captured, Konoha would return it to the Sand Shinobi village, offering at most a slight compensation. Never would there have been such an exorbitant price. Had they known this beforehand, the Sand Shinobi village would never have brought Shikaku to Konoha. It was precisely because of circumstances that had never occurred that the Sand Shinobi village found itself in such a position today. Ironically, this matter was now entrusted to Naruto for resolution. Initially, the memorandum provided by Kakuzu did not address compensation for Shikaku, omitting it entirely. Whoever stated that Shikaku belonged solely to the Sand Shinobi village. If one were to trace its origins, it could equally be claimed as belonging to Konoha. Given that it has devastated our homeland, upon capture, it rightfully becomes the property of Konoha. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at Sanada Butaro, declaring haughtily, "If you truly possess such capability, the Nine Tails of Konoha would welcome you warmly, should you have the strength to match." Directing his gaze back to Sanada, Naruto added, "However, even if Sanada had intentions, he could not aspire to such heights. The Nine Tails are not Shikaku, and moreover, the Nine Tails currently guard my side," leaving Sanada with no room for fanciful thoughts. Even if the Nine Tails were absent, with its astonishing power, the Sand Shinobi village could exhaust all its resources yet still find it impossible to seize it. Ultimately, the Sand Shinobi village lacks the formidable strength to command the universe. Having lingered at the bottom of the 5 great shinobi villages for far too long, this is an unspoken truth among all. With a seething gaze fixed upon Naruto, Sanada Butaro found himself at a loss for words. From the beginning, they had all assumed that Shikaku would return to the Sand Shinobi village without any demands. Never anticipating such a scenario, not only he, but also Mikage, is affected by this upheaval. As a result, the future of the ninja world is destined to be tumultuous. The tailed beasts of the 5 great nations remain unscathed, as no one dares to provoke them lightly. However, for the tailed beasts not included in this circle, their fate is uncertain and they will inevitably become targets for those with ulterior motives. Even individuals from the 5 great nations will not let such an opportunity slip away. Given the right circumstances, they will undoubtedly act decisively. Why do you say that? Is it 1 billion or 50 million? Naruto interrupted Sanada's thoughts with an assertive tone. Konoha has no intention of coercing you. Whether compensation is given or not, and regardless of the amount, it is entirely up to you. He cut off Sanada's speech without allowing him the space for retort. We need time. Sanada Mutaru glared at Naruto, remaining silent for a moment before finally conceding. As it stands, Shikaku is a hostage. The military strength he commands is far inferior to Naruto's, and any attempt to reclaim him would be futile. One must remember that aside from the 3 of us, there is also Mikage. Should a fierce battle arise, he will undoubtedly assist Naruto. Despite Sanada's disdain for Naruto, he could not overlook the latter's formidable reputation. The defeat of Orochimaru and the first and second Hokages was credited to the third. Yet it was Naruto who single-handedly repelled the 2 renowned powerhouses, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Thus, Sanada had to consider the implications of confronting Naruto, not only for himself, but also for his subordinates. The Konoha ninjas present were numerous and skilled. While he might feel unafraid as a shadow-level ninja, the safety of his men prevented him from being complacent. At this juncture, I can only reiterate that Konoha cannot afford to linger on this matter, Naruto stated coldly. Casting a glance at Sanada, the negotiation table was devoid of courtesy, driven solely by profit, a reality Naruto was acutely aware of, especially concerning the Sand Village, where emotions held no weight, and politeness was unnecessary. 5 days, Sanada declared, looking directly at Naruto, revealing the time he required. 5 days would suffice for them to reach a decision and provide ample opportunity for meticulous planning, to see if they could recover Shikaku without compensation. Too long. 2 days is the limit, Naruto replied, cutting a third off Sanada's demand with a swift glance. Everyone present understood Sanada's calculations, and thus, there was no need to grant excessive time, just enough would suffice. Otherwise, once Shikaku was resolved, the opposing side might realize that Naruto had laid a trap, a scenario he wished to avoid. 2 days is absolutely insufficient. I must consult with the elders of the Sand Village for deliberation, Sanada strongly opposed. Fixing his gaze on Naruto. This is your affair, And besides, if AJ Nin travels back and forth to the Sand Village, a day is sufficient. The elders will also have ample time to discuss this matter, Naruto calmly countered, glancing at Sanada. Chapter 162. In an instant, this matter is far from straightforward. Our sand-hidden village cannot reach a decision hastily. We require more time to deliberate properly. Sanada Mutaru fixed his eyes on Naruto. As an elder of the Sand Village, he was well aware that every council meeting was rife with verbal skirmishes and disputes. Had it not been for the existence of the Kazekage, perhaps a single word could have settled the matter. Alas, with the passing of the fourth Kazekage, such decisions could not be made lightly. Even among the elders, figures like Chiyo and Hiruzen possessed the wisdom to make decisions. However, both have withdrawn from the world and no longer involve themselves in matters. The passage of time is of no concern to me. With your shadow-level power transmitting the message, it is likely to reach Sunagakure within half a day. By such calculations, you still possess a full day to deliberate. Naruto cast his gaze upon Sanada Butaro and spoke in a deep voice. It is detestable, even though you speak with grandiloquence. 2 days remain insufficient. Sanada Butaro glared at Naruto, seething with an urge to subdue him in vengeance. I have said all I need to say. This matter rests with the Sand Shinobi. It is not the concern of Konoha. A response must be received within 2 days. Whether it be 500 million or 1 billion, a swift decision is imperative. Although Konoha has no intention of greedily consuming the Nine Tails, there are others who eye it with intent. Naruto observed Sanada Butaro, who appeared to be on the verge of an outburst yet restrained himself, and smiled faintly, speaking with nonchalance. If you wish to continue speaking, Sanada, you shall be interrupted by me. Enough, the conversation ends here. Further discourse is futile. Konoha requires an answer. The deadline is 2 days. Should the third day arrive without a resolution, we shall interpret it as Sunagakure's abandonment of the Nine Tails. At that point, a mere 500 million ransom will suffice, and I firmly believe the Nine Tails will compensate for the remaining losses. With that, Naruto rose, casting one last glance at Sanada Butaro. We shall meet again on the morning of the third day, Lord Elder Sanada, Mr. Butaro. Having said this, Naruto did not spare him another look, turning to depart. As Naruto made to leave, Sanada Butaro, in a moment of desperation, launched an attack, his finger pointing, unleashing the power of a shadow-level ninja towards his opponent. Swift as lightning, even before contact, the fierce air pressure generated by his strike approached. The might of a shadow-level ninja is indeed a fearsome force. Yet regrettably, had Sanada Butaro faced anyone other than Naruto, a mere chunin, he would have succeeded. Alas, today he confronted Naruto, who had once single-handedly faced the first Hokage Hashirama and the second Hokage Tobirama, and had even defeated both Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki in a 1-on-2 battle. His strength had long since equaled that of a jonin, effortlessly contending with shadow-level adversaries. In a flash of golden light, Naruto's form appeared 10 paces away in an instant. Sanada Butaro looked at Naruto, his face unmistakably displaying anger. How dare you provoke Konoha in this place? Sanada Butaro, you are courting death. Naruto glared fiercely, shouting in fury. At that moment, the merciless transformation of the Asura descended. An arm, akin to a demon from the abyss, swung out violently, striking at Sanada Butaro. The Rosh Damish roared, a deafening sound reverberating as the massive hand, like a tempest, sent Sanada Butaro flying 50 paces away, even damaging half of the newly constructed negotiation site, causing the edifice to tremble perilously. Humph. Do you think Konoha is easily bullied? If it is battle you seek, we shall meet blade to blade without fear. Should you fail to arrive in 3 days, the consequences will be yours to bear. Watching Sanada Butaro being hurled away, Naruto let out a cold laugh, leading his subordinates away without casting Sanada another glance. Consumed by rage, Sanada Butaro struggled to rise from the rubble, gazing at Naruto's receding figure, roaring in anger. Yet, still haunted by the memory of that earlier strike, he dared not retaliate. Beneath that strike, he too sustained considerable injuries. At this moment, returning to the hidden sand village while wounded would undoubtedly prolong his journey. Let us depart. With a cold glance cast towards Naruto and his companions, and upon noticing the sand shinobi that surged forth after being repelled, Sanada Butaro was consumed by fury. He turned away, fully aware that he had irrevocably provoked Konohagakure. He comprehended that should he fail to provide an answer within 3 days, the Nine Tails would be sold. Thus, a return to the hidden sand was imperative. Furthermore, he recognized that upon his return, he could not evade punishment. His actions had rendered negotiations futile, save for a monetary resolution. As Naruto and Sanada departed, Mifune remained silent, yet harbored his own plans. You shall return to the land of iron and prepare sufficient funds. Should the hidden sand abandon the Nine Tails, we shall purchase it immediately. He instructed his attendant with an air of indifference. Though aware that the sand shinobi were unlikely to relinquish the Nine Tails, he still clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. Even the most minuscule chance was worth pursuing, and he would not let it slip away. The funds were ready, and regardless of the outcome, the loss would be minimal. Understood, leader, the attendant replied before vanishing in an instant, evidently commencing the task as directed by Mifune. Chapter 163. Naruto's scheme led us to part. The matters here are likely to reach a conclusion soon. It seems that the turbulence within the shinobi world is inevitable, Mifune stated succinctly, guiding his party to turn away from the ruins behind them, which he anticipated would be restored within 2 days. Young hero, is such a tactic truly prudent? If we drive the sand shinobi into a corner, shall we not be toiling in vain, straying from the original intent of negotiation? In the residence of Konoha in the town of Hai no Kuni, Shikamaru gazed at Naruto, unable to suppress his inquiry. The previous negotiations had sent chills through him, with the frequent mention of conflict weighing heavily upon his mind. Particularly concerning was the sudden assault by Sanada Butaro at the end, which, although not yielding an advantage, still inflicted damage upon Naruto, causing him to feel a tremor of fear. Beside him, alongside Shikamaru, were his loyal guards, as well as Kakashi, who was also present. Others were patrolling nearby or resting to ensure the area remained secure. Despite being situated within the borders of the Land of Fire, the unpredictable nature of the boundary left them uncertain about what could transpire. No, this is precisely the brilliance of our approach. We must assert our strength before the Sand Shinobi, yet we must also tread carefully, ensuring they are not left with no options. I have set a 2-day deadline. It appears urgent, yet it does not force them into a dead end. As stated, the J-Nin can traverse back and forth in sufficient time, and 1 night will suffice for the elders to deliberate. Should Sanada arrive alone for the meeting, a single day will be ample. In the rush, perhaps it seems a bit tense, but regarding the Shikaku, if we genuinely engage in discussion, a swift response is assured. Hence, this is perfectly timed. We need only discuss the matter of Shikaku's ownership. Any extraneous topics need not be revisited, Naruto replied with a gentle smile directed at Shikamaru. Is that so? Shikamaru fell silent, contemplating the implications of Naruto's words, which indeed reflected the truth of his assertions. Naruto's demeanor was commanding, seemingly pressing the sand shinobi into a corner. Yet in reality, he had offered them a sliver of hope, rendering it challenging for them to grasp both fish and bear's paw. As articulated in the ancient military treatises of Naruto's previous life, when besieging a city, one must never entirely close off the avenues of escape, but rather leave a sliver of hope for the enemy to flee. Otherwise, in despair, they may fight to the death, resulting in catastrophic losses for oneself. Ultimately, it is a matter of balance. When executed adeptly, one reaps substantial rewards. Yet a slight miscalculation could lead to inflicting 700 losses upon the enemy, while incurring 500 losses oneself. However, does the young warrior truly believe he can persuade the Sand Village to relinquish Shikaku? Should they refuse to accept the beast, we cannot forcibly claim it. Otherwise, even with the Nine Tails and Shikaku in Konoha's possession, we would likely become targets of widespread hostility. The Sand Village would never allow Konoha to harbor two-tailed beasts, especially the formidable Nine Tails. At that juncture, the Sand Village would undoubtedly leverage this matter to coerce our compliance, and with their considerable power, subduing other smaller villages would pose little challenge. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Kagura scrutinized Naruto, pondering the gravity of the situation, which could not be overlooked. Should the Sand Shinobi take such drastic measures, Konoha might find itself at a loss. What do you think of this issue, Daku? He inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips. Naruto did not respond directly to Uchiha Kagura but turned instead to the silent Daku beside him. With a resigned glance at Naruto, Daku had not anticipated that it would be his turn to speak. Naruto has a point. There is no need for undue concern. Did you not observe the expression of Mitsuba when Naruto revealed the value of Shikaku? Though his current status limits his discourse, if the Sand Village were to abandon Shikaku, Mitsuba would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to claim the beast at the first chance. With the strength of the Iron Country, he would remain indifferent to the Sand Village's stance. Moreover, even if Mitsuba were hesitant, many in the ninja world covet Shikaku. In the past, they may have had reservations, but with the current turmoil within the Sand Village, smaller villages are eager to act. Such opportunities are rare and precious. Miss them, and they are lost. If the shadow of the Sand Village still loomed, the threat might carry weight, but with its demise, the scenario shifts entirely. We could grant the Sand Village 2 days, and during this time, we could disseminate news regarding Shikaku. It would not be long before the entire ninja world anticipates the Sand Village's abandonment of Shikaku, creating an opening for others. Casting a sweeping glance around, Daku spoke slowly, then turned to Naruto, asking, "Does this align with your thoughts, Naruto?" "Yes, more or less," Naruto nodded in affirmation. Looking at Daku. "Yet, there remains a crucial point unaddressed. When the Sand Village relinquishes Shikaku, we can immediately raise the bidding price. From the initial 5 billion proposed by the Sand Village, we could elevate it to 10 billion. I am confident that, given the Sand Village's current predicament, there will be individuals willing and able to pay such a hefty sum." Looking at Daku, he surveyed the others and could not help but smile. 10 billion is indeed 10 billion. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Calculated thus, the potential revenue could at least reach 10 billion, perhaps even 15 billion, far surpassing expectations by several folds. The onlookers turned to Naruto, recognizing the cunning of this tactic, which placed the Sand Village in a precarious position. Abandonment would become a luxury they could not afford. "Furthermore, you have overlooked another aspect," Naruto remarked with a light chuckle, prompting the group to gaze at him, curious about what had yet to be uncovered. Even Rikuju was captivated, unaware of the underlying reasons. In truth, there was no great secret. A little attention would suffice for understanding. It was precisely for this reason that I refrained from granting the Sand Shinobi excessive time, lest they become aware, which would diminish the likelihood of success. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the crowd, Naruto offered a faint smile and remarked, "Reflect on our previous discussions." Chapter 164. A subtle shift in countenance. At the moment Naruto spoke, the expressions of those present shifted imperceptibly. Had there been any prior mentions of certain matters? Iwashi surveyed the room, and, unable to contain himself, inquired. Clearly, even his companions, including Nara Shikamaru, were equally perplexed, while Rikuju sank into profound contemplation. Perhaps I had overlooked something. Rikuju, startled, fixed his gaze on Naruto and exclaimed in astonishment. He had entirely missed this detail. Had Naruto not brought it up and elucidated the notion of not granting the Sand Shinobi additional time, he might have disregarded it entirely. Indeed, just as he surmised. Naruto looked at Rikuju, recognizing his thoughts, and smiled in response. "What were you discussing? What precisely was the matter?" Iwashi could not help but ask, his curiosity piqued by the cryptic exchange between Naruto and Rikuju. The subtlety of their dialogue left Nara Shikamaru and the others eager for clarity. Had they not noticed? During the negotiations, Naruto had presented the Sand Shinobi with 2 choices: pay 1 billion for the Nine Tails or 500 million without it. At that time, their focus had been diverted by the matter of Shikaku. In hindsight, the situation was evidently clear. The Sand Shinobi were compelled to choose one option, with no room for bargaining. Not only had they been distracted, but we too had been preoccupied with the issue of Shikaku, completely overlooking this crucial pair of choices. Whether it was the Sand Shinobi or ourselves, our discussions had been confined to debating the merits of 500 million for a release or the exchange of 1 billion plus the Nine Tails. Rikuju turned to Nara Shikamaru and his companions, his smile deepening. It was a detail he had momentarily failed to discern. Had it not been for Naruto's reminder, he would likely have remained oblivious. Such a revelation prompted Nara Shikamaru and the others to turn toward Naruto, their eyes reflecting astonishment. This cunning stratagem had eluded even the astute Rikuju. It was not that they had failed to perceive. Everyone's focus had become ensnared by the Shikaku issue, causing them to overlook this pivotal point. In this moment, Nara Shikamaru and the others silently mourned the fate of Sanada Butaro. They had yet to grasp the implications of the Shikaku matter, but once they emerged from its shadow, they would inevitably recognize the underlying issue. And Sanada Butaro would subsequently find himself in dire straits, for this negotiation had ended in a catastrophic defeat for the Sand Shinobi. It was merely a fleeting inspiration. Observing the astonished crowd, Naruto offered a gentle smile. Indeed, it had been a spontaneous notion. Initially, He had not orchestrated this small ploy. It emerged while he was confronting Sanada Butaro and contemplating the Shikaku affair, a sudden insight that unexpectedly bore fruit. Regardless of whether it was a moment of inspiration, this tactic had escaped our notice, and the Sand Shinobi would certainly remain unaware. In any case, it proved to be an exceedingly successful strategy. Rikuju lightly patted Naruto's shoulder, his face aglow with a beaming smile. Indeed, it is no small feat for the young master to achieve such accomplishments in his initial foray into negotiations. Even seasoned experts in diplomacy would likely find it challenging to match his precise calculations. No Hinakawa Jinkan regarded Naruto with a nod of agreement. Indeed, as Jinkan has stated, the young master is remarkably exceptional, Iwashi chimed in. Amidst the praise of his companions, Naruto felt a twinge of awkwardness, unsure of how to respond. His gaze drifted to the window, where he contemplated the vast expanse of the sky, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. It would not be long before the ninja world would stir in response to this event. As Naruto had anticipated, the undercurrents were already rapidly spreading from the heart of Hanai Town. Although this negotiation featured no involvement from third-party forces, only representatives from Konoha, Sunagakure, and the Land of Iron, it was impossible to maintain secrecy in the dialogue between these two great villages. Once they departed, the contents of the discussions would swiftly reach the ears of various factions, fermenting like a plague, even more quickly than anticipated. In an instant, the extensive intelligence networks of the villages were already aware of the situation. The 5 great nations could still exercise some restraint, for they possessed tailed beasts and wielded considerable power, granting them a higher resistance to the allure of the 9 tails. However, the smaller villages and weaker nations were altogether different. Having been victims in past conflicts, the tailed beasts were akin to nightmares for them. Now, with a chance to obtain a tailed beast, how could they not harbor ulterior motives and take action? The most expedient and achievable course of action lay in ambushing the Sunagakure ninjas or intercepting them on their way back to Sunagakure. They had already learned the news of the Sunagakure delegation's intent to return. If, in 2 days, the Sunagakure representatives had not returned to Hanai Town, as Naruto had suggested, it would signal their abandonment of the 9 tails, presenting an opportune moment. In the past, small villages and weak nations would have hesitated to provoke the formidable Sunagakure. However, with the unexpected demise of Sunagakure's leader, details omitted, thanks to the formidable prowess of Uncle Snake, and the enticing prospect of substantial profits, they were stirred into action. It is often said that the timid starve while the bold overreach, and thus they commenced their maneuvers. This was not a mere random act, but rather a strategically coordinated effort. A single small village might find it difficult to withstand the retribution of Sunagakure. So they banded together, 10 or even a dozen small villages acting in concert. Sunagakure could not possibly attend to every single threat, especially at this moment, when their own affairs remained unresolved, rendering them even less capable of response. Chapter 165. A turbulent surge. Consequently, the turbulence within the martial world surged as Naruto had foreseen, with various warriors gathering and hiding in the passes between Sunagakure and Hanai Town. They lay in wait for the opportune moment, poised to ambush Sunagakure's warriors, or at the very least, ensure they could not return home unscathed, defying the principles of martial righteousness. However, not all warriors were conspirators. Some opted for more straightforward approaches. Time raced on, and as the night passed, dawn brought a changed landscape. At this moment, most of the Sunagakure members had departed, journeying alongside Sanada Butaro back to their homeland. Only Sanada made the solitary return, for time was the precious treasure they required at this juncture. The warriors stationed at the border of the Wind Country remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, fully aware that this secret could not be kept for long. In their quest for the Nine-Tails Fox, certain ninja villages disregarded the lives of the Sand Shinobi, vowing to intercept the Sand Village. At this moment, the only remaining inhabitants of Flame Leaf Town were Naruto's comrades from the Leaf and 100 warriors from the Iron Country. However, an unusual wind had arisen today, as a group of approximately 100 individuals quietly assembled in a concealed location. They lay in wait outside Flame Leaf Town before stealthily entering, heading directly toward the resting place of Naruto and his fellow Leaf heroes, specifically targeting the Sand Shinobi captives, Gaara, Shino, and Kankuro. This coalition comprised several smaller villages of varying strengths, led by an elite jonin whose weakest member was merely a skilled genin, while the strongest among them was another elite jonin. They also had dozens of upper-level jonin, over 60 chunin, and no fewer than 20 elite genin. Their objective was to seize the Jinchuriki, Shikaku, and the Sand Shinobi, Gaara. Brother, do you truly believe we won't be discovered by the Leaf-S ninjas? If that were the case, we would be in serious trouble. Their numbers far exceed ours, and their martial prowess is formidable. A jonin following closely behind the elite jonin remarked, his face fraught with tension and concern, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing even the air around them might overhear. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, nervously rubbing his hands together, his heart filled with unease and dread. Rest assured, last night I thoroughly assessed the situation. I have complete control over the Leaf-S patrol timings. This moment coincides perfectly with their shift change. The area is deserted. If we act swiftly, we can successfully extract the Jinchuriki, the leader stated, gazing into the distance, his tone neutral yet somber, as they cautiously navigated the route, remaining hidden. Is that truly the case? Though there appeared to be no anomalies, the jonin still felt as if watchful eyes were upon them, akin to a hawk descending from the heavens. Yet, upon surveying the area, he found no suspicious individuals, attributing the sensation to an overactive imagination. Enough with the chatter. Simply follow my instructions. Once we capture Shikaku, our 5 villages will unite as originally planned, forming a larger entity. While we may not rival the 5 great nations, we will ensure that the Leaf does not underestimate our movements. Do you understand? The leader turned back to his companions. Absolutely. We have already deliberated on this. The assembled jonin replied, nodding in agreement. They understood that participating in this conspiracy would invite the scrutiny of the Leaf, and alone, they could not withstand such pressure. Only through unity and the acquired Shikaku could they secure their safety, even if the Leaf chose to intervene. Enough said, he waved his hand, silencing further discussion. Our paramount task now is to remain undetected. This is the opportune moment. We must act swiftly. If we miss this chance, we shall have to wait another 3 hours. His tone was serious and resolute, seemingly filled with confidence regarding this operation. With that, the leader's gaze sharpened, and he moved first, vanishing from sight in an instant. His movements were light and agile, reminiscent of a cheetah racing across the savannah. He sped directly towards the location of Gaara and the others, determined to fulfill their mission. The recent operation unfolded with remarkable ease, astonishing everyone involved. They encountered no obstacles along the way, as if everything was within their control. They effortlessly reached the prisoner camp, the guards utterly oblivious to their arrival. The 3 unsuspecting individuals, akin to treasures hidden in a pouch, fell into their hands without resistance. Before they could react, they had already become trapped like fish in a barrel. The swift and seamless progression of events elicited a sense of wonder at the favor of fate. However, just as everyone believed the mission was nearing its successful conclusion, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the group prepared to withdraw, a formidable presence emanated from the distance, followed by the sudden appearance of a colossal figure before them. This was a mysterious creature of immense stature, its arrival plunging the entire scene into chaos. As before, they encountered no hindrance, and the group smoothly retreated beyond the borders of Yanyi town. Yet, before they could celebrate, a voice broke the tranquility, tightening the nerves of all present. They turned towards the source of the sound. Golden hair gleamed like the blazing sun, and cold lake-blue eyes regarded them with indifference, clad in resplendent divine robes that billowed majestically. In Chapter 166 of Naruto, I have long made it clear that should one seek our lives, a heavy price must be paid. Fixing his gaze upon Naruto, the speaker reiterated, a price? Merely your lives. Upon hearing this, Naruto could not help but scoff, raising his palm in a swift motion. In an instant, a host of ninjas leaped from the walls of Yanyi town behind him, moving with the speed of lightning to encircle the group. Although their number was merely 40, half that of their adversaries, in the world of ninjas, sheer numbers do not solely define strength. Each of these individuals was of the elite jonin rank. 40 jonin confronting the group was akin to a sword slicing effortlessly through tofu. Witnessing the unfolding situation, the speaker's complexion turned as pale as parchment. The presence of these 40 jonin rendered them unable to evade impending doom. Their fates were inexorably entwined with this impending massacre. Fear not, for I alone can handle you. My companions shall remain idle. However, should you dare to attack them, the consequences will be of no concern to me. Observing the speaker's ashen face, Naruto chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. As he watched his enemies descend into despair, he found a peculiar enjoyment in the unfolding drama, an unspoken mirth swelling within him. In this moment, Naruto comprehended why antagonists in tales often relish in taunting the protagonists, relishing their triumphs with a sense of superiority. That sensation was indeed exhilarating. Of course, Naruto discerned the strength of his opponents. Should they be formidable, such arrogance would undoubtedly lead them to their own demise. How infuriating! Do not underestimate us. Your arrogance, believing yourselves to be the masters of the world, is repugnant. You only know how to bully those of us from small nations. Glaring at Naruto, the speaker could not restrain his roar. Choosing between silent submission and an explosive outburst, he evidently opted for the latter. However, regardless of how he vents his frustrations, the outcome remains invariably death. To feel this way merely signifies your feeble strength or perhaps an unfortunate birthright. Certainly, your final assertion holds merit. Our prowess indeed surpasses yours, and our stature is elevated above yours. Gazing at Benmu, Naruto spoke with an air of indifference. He discerned the tumult of emotions swirling within Benmu, but chose not to dwell on it. He was neither cold-hearted nor an overly benevolent figure. His concern lay solely with himself and his companions. That sufficed, for as Naruto articulated, "My heart is not vast enough to encompass more than a select few whom I am determined to protect. You are already privy to sufficient knowledge. It is time for you to depart with satisfaction." Observing Benmu, Naruto's tone remained placid. With a flick of his fingers, the seal on his wrist was suddenly undone, revealing a formidable beheading sword in his grasp. Remember to see everything clearly. Do not divert your gaze. Remain calm and focus on me. Otherwise, the next moment shall be your end, Naruto proclaimed, calmly raising the beheading sword. At his words, fear crept into Benmu's visage. As it was said that Naruto excelled in space ninjutsu, his abilities far exceeding those of the fourth Hokage, unpredictable and immensely powerful. Yet, at this moment, it was far too late. A dazzling golden light flickered, as streams of golden radiance surged through Benmu's ranks with astonishing speed, transforming their surroundings into an ocean of gold, akin to an immense golden net enveloping all, rendering them invisible. As the golden light faded, Naruto's figure returned to its original position, albeit now facing away from Benmu. The beheading sword in his hand hung low, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, a single drop of vivid blood seeping down the edge, falling to the ground with a soft plop. Accompanied by the anguished cries of blood splattering, Benmu's comrades emitted wails of despair. Blood gushed forth like a fountain into the air, and in an instant, a torrential rain of crimson fell. Turning to glance at those behind him, Benmu's heart shattered with terror, his eyes bloodshot, veins pulsating like worms across his forehead, his expression grotesque. Those around him had been cleaved in two, following a single scream. A vivid red mark appeared at their necks, and then silence fell, their heads slowly sliding away like basketballs bouncing on the ground, blood erupting from their severed necks. Chapter 167. The name in gold once again reveals its brilliance. In a flash, like a bolt of lightning, golden light blazed forth, and a torrent of golden waves surged, swallowing hundreds of ninjas whole, vanishing without a trace. This was the former glory of Konoha. The shimmering brilliance of gold had reemerged, only to be completely extinguished. Looking back at the multitude of ninjas behind him, some hailing from the same village, others gathered for this joint operation from the 4 great ninja villages. All fell under his command, among them comrades with whom he had shared life and death. Now, they were all lost. In the blink of an eye, heads were severed, and corpses lay strewn across the ground in horrific states of demise. Gazing at the figure standing with his back turned, and the massive sword reflecting a faint crimson glow, Benmu's eyes turned a furious red. Was it anger or mere unwillingness to accept fate? Naruto turned around, his gaze icy as he regarded Benmu, his expression betraying no emotion for the countless lives extinguished, as if the recently departed were nothing more than inconsequential ants. Do you truly believe I have left you a path to escape? Such delusions. I merely wish to demonstrate how your subordinates meet their fate. You must understand, not everyone can easily challenge the might of Konoha. The lion may disregard the challenges posed by ants, but this is only true as long as those ants cannot shake the lion's foundation. The moment the lion stirs, the ants will inevitably be reduced to ashes. This principle should be clear to you. Naruto stated calmly, though brutally, that it is only through such means that one can survive in the harsh world of ninjas. Compassion here is utterly inconsequential. Perhaps one day, when he stands in the position he currently aims for, he too will endure similar tribulations or even greater suffering. Therefore, he must never allow that day to arrive. To prevent it, he needs to master the power to traverse the world. Like Uchiha Madara, like Senju Hashirama, no. He must surpass them, and even if he stands alone against the world, he shall fear no one. Glaring at Naruto, the adversary gasped for breath. And if looks could kill, Naruto would have perished countless times. Yet, in this world, there are those capable of killing without a trace. Regrettably, this opponent lacks such power. What? Do you wish to kill me? Noting the murderous intent in his opponent's eyes, Naruto smirked dismissively. I will fight you to the death. The opponent roared, launching himself towards Naruto. With his elite J-nin strength, he swiftly closed the distance between them. As he beheld the easily attainable Naruto, a wicked grin spread across his face, and his kunai sliced through the air, striking nothingness. In a flash of golden light, Naruto appeared behind him. Observing his foe, Naruto chuckled coldly. Compared to the formidable ninjas of the world, this mere elite J-nin was hardly noteworthy. This exemplifies the terror of space ninjutsu. He swung his blade downwards, aimed at the opponent's back. In an instant, the sharp edge descended. A resounding crack echoed as flesh ruptured. A deep gash appearing on the opponent's back, exposing bone. The wound stretched from his left shoulder to his hip, blood gushing forth. The tremendous force of the decapitating blade sent the opponent hurtling backward, landing several meters away. The excruciating pain pierced through him, causing this elite J-nin to wail in agony. He felt not only his skin tear, but also his bones shatter into numerous fragments. Under the weight of his own body, the broken bones pierced his innards, an unbearable torment that few could endure. Witnessing the opponent in such anguish, Naruto cast a dispassionate glance, his expression unwavering. Having resided in this world for long, his years as a ninja had taught him that mercy towards enemies is akin to cruelty towards oneself. In a world where one is treated with brutality, a grim fate is all but assured. Slowly approaching the fallen opponent, he stood beside him, gazing into his pained visage, now struggling even to rise. Lifting the decapitating blade, he looked down at him. Fear gradually overshadowed pain, and as he swung the blade, a whimper of pleading escaped his throat. In the face of mortality, fear consumed his spirit. Confronted with the specter of death, even the elite J-nin, seemingly prepared to embrace it, could not face it with composure. The blade swung down, disregarding the earnest pleas of its target. Blood rained down as a severed head soared high, tracing an arc before landing dozens of yards away, rolling a few times before coming to a halt. Yet, the grotesque visage and terrified eyes remained wide open, forever etched with a deep curse of impending death. Casting a fleeting glance at the severed head, Naruto withdrew his gaze. For him, this was but an inconsequential entry amidst countless slaughters. A multitude of far more brutal battles awaited him in the future. Today's actions would soon appear trivial. In time, who would remember? How could the ninja world escape casualties, and how many names could linger in the memories of the living? Clear this place, relay the message to Konoha, and express my intention to engage with the 5 involved ninja villages. Gather intelligence on these villages, Naruto instructed, his demeanor cold as he regarded the 40 elite shinobi at his side. With a flick of his wrist, the executioner's blade was sealed back into the confines of his arm. Understood, Lord Naruto. An elite shinobi responded immediately, his eyes filled with reverence. Not just him, but the others shared the sentiment. To defeat over 100 ninja, including 10 elite shinobi in an instant, was no small feat. While it may not have resonated as profoundly as the 4th Hokage's massacre of 50 elite shinobi, its power was equally formidable. Chapter 168. The Walking Lion. How was this experience? Did you find it amusing? Naruto inquired, his steps light as he approached Gaara and his companions. A glimmer of concern evident in his eyes. Humph, had you not meddled, we would not be in such a disarray, kid, Temari retorted, glaring at Naruto with clenched teeth. This humiliation was unprecedented for the trio, igniting a fierce anger within the proud lineage of the Kazekage. Being captured was already a source of displeasure. To have fallen into the hands of those from the 5 minor ninja villages was a humiliation they could scarcely endure. Do not say that. Had your village not been so indecisive, today's calamity might have been averted, Naruto replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he faced the furious Temari. That smile bore a hint of provocation and mockery, stirring anger within her. His gaze was calm and profound, exuding confidence and composure, suggesting a clear understanding of the situation at hand. A flicker of rage crossed Temari's face as she widened her eyes, fixating intently on Naruto. Her lips quivered slightly, clearly incensed by his words. Clenching her fists, her body trembled subtly, as if on the verge of an eruption. Yet, she restrained her fury, striving to maintain her composure. Naruto, however, seemed unperturbed by her anger, regarding her with an amused glint in his eyes. Curiosity danced within his gaze, as if he found her reaction entertaining. He gently shook his head, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced, as if mocking Temari's powerlessness. Humph. Temari could no longer contain herself, letting out a cold huff. Her expression darkened, her eyes flickering with anger, her voice low and icy. Don't think you're so impressive. Our village has done its utmost. And what have you accomplished? Naruto smiled gently, his tone remaining light. Me? I am merely protecting my friends, safeguarding this world. Had your village exhibited a bit more decisiveness, perhaps today's calamity could have been averted. His words bore a hint of reproach, yet were imbued with unwavering confidence and resolve. Handashi widened her eyes, brimming with astonishment and confusion. She could not fathom why Naruto emanated such certainty, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within, she retorted coldly, "It is easy for you to say. Our village has its own considerations and hardships." Naruto shrugged, his expression tinged with helplessness. Indeed, everyone grapples with their own challenges. Yet sometimes, sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Otherwise, more individuals will suffer. With a gentle sigh, he seemed to express a profound disappointment in the world around him. Damn it, you won't escape unscathed. Handashi warned again, her voice laced with fury, especially as her gaze intensified upon him. Undoubtedly, this abduction incident was tacitly approved by Naruto. Otherwise, she could hardly believe that 5 small villages could accomplish such a feat amidst the vigilant defenses of Konoha. Rest assured, I shall not grant you such an opportunity. With a smile that belied his seriousness, Naruto's words resonated like a solemn declaration. Handashi, momentarily taken aback by his self-assured demeanor, soon regained her composure and huffed, turning her gaze away from him. And what about you? What thoughts occupy your minds? Glancing at Handashi, Naruto smiled gently before turning to inquire of Kankuro and Gaara beside him. I will kill you, Gaara replied venomously. For the current circumstances diverged significantly from the original tale. No friendship had blossomed between him and Naruto. Is that so? I greatly anticipate it. Naruto's gaze swept past Gaara, his tone nonchalant, unperturbed by Gaara's threat. He had triumphed once and could do so again, even countless times. I feel the same. I intend to kill you too, Kankuro echoed. Fair is fair. I too look forward to it, though I hope you won't fall into my hands once more. Looking at Kankuro, and then surveying all three, Naruto spoke calmly, dismissing Kankuro's harsh words entirely. If he was unafraid of Gaara, how could he possibly fear Kankuro? Take them away, he instructed one of the J-nin nearby. As expected, news soon spread that Naruto had instantaneously slain over 100 ninja, including 10 J-nin, utilizing his space-time ninjutsu. The ninja world swiftly became aware of this event. In an instant, Naruto's reputation reverberated like thunder. His previous confrontations with Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage, as well as his battles against Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, solidified his illustrious achievements. Naruto's status in the ninja realm was formally affirmed through this conflict, with many recognizing the rise of this formidable shinobi. The ascent of a hero is not a mere happenstance. It requires countless battles, both great and small, to earn the acknowledgement and acceptance of the populace. To achieve fame that resonates throughout the land is merely a matter of reputation, not a testament to one's standing. Akin to how a nouveau riche struggles to join the ranks of the nobility, necessitating the gradual accumulation of respect. Although Naruto had garnered attention during 2 prior conflicts, it did not signify universal acceptance throughout the ninja world, as exemplified by the Tsuchikage of IWA. After enduring a series of relentless battles, Naruto has showcased his formidable power, unequivocally proving himself as a true warrior, akin to a brilliant star rather than a fleeting meteor. Uzumaki Naruto now stands among the elite of the ninja world. This news has rapidly spread, gaining influence comparable to the Shikaku trade incident. Furthermore, the establishment of Naruto's status as a formidable force in the ninja realm cannot be overlooked. He has issued warnings to the 5 border villages involved in the trade. Though small, they possess a foundation that should not be underestimated. Naruto's intent to eliminate them one by one has drawn considerable attention, with many eagerly anticipating the strategies of this newly risen character. The 5 villages swiftly united, having ascended from the lower echelons to the second tier of the power pyramid, which only heightened the interest of observers. However, no one doubts Naruto's superiority. Konoha stands tall, and he is destined to become the next Hokage, leaving no room for underestimation. The populace awaits Naruto's tactics and methods, which will undoubtedly shape their future perceptions of him. Yet, they have already categorized him as a dangerous entity, one who, like a lion dismissing an ant, can obliterate them with a mere shift. Naruto has made it clear that he has taken action in response to the provocations of these insignificant foes. As time flows, dusk arrives 3 days later, with little remaining before the final negotiations with Tsunagakure. Within the newly adorned negotiation hall, Naruto is flanked by Shikaku, Kakashi, and the steadfast Inoichi, while the remaining individuals stand guard outside. 40 elite J-nin, alongside numerous CH-nin, have formed an impenetrable defensive line, rendering it impossible for even a fly to breach their perimeter. Even if a peak-level adversary were to attack, they would be sufficiently restrained. Alongside Naruto, Mitsuba awaits in the hall, yet the representatives from Tsunagakure are conspicuously absent. Chapter 169, The Golden Flash in Konoha. My reputation carries significant weight, making this matter of great importance. In Naruto's heart, there exists a singular intention: to eradicate these villages completely. To kill one is to warn 100. Otherwise, how can Konoha find peace while facing such provocations? It is likely that many within Konoha would support Naruto's viewpoint, particularly Danzo from the Rude organization. Although he is not aligned with Naruto's ideals, his loyalty to Konoha is unparalleled. Moreover, neither the third Hokage nor Tsunade would have any reason to oppose this course of action. Although it may not seem monumental, the situation is crucial. It is alarming that some individuals within the Konoha negotiating team would dare to attempt to seize a critically important hostage. If utilized correctly, this could lead to a significant triumph, potentially allowing Konoha to eliminate these nefarious elements and even destroy their affiliated ninja village. How could one doubt Naruto? It is astonishing, and disbelief is unwarranted. Now, you shall all meet your demise, Naruto stated calmly, his gaze indifferent. Fool, do you not fear igniting the flames of war, bearing the calamity that may arise from your actions? The interrogator questioned angrily, unafraid of death, yet feeling a chill at Naruto's words. He understood that once Konoha resolved to act, the entire ninja village could be reduced to ashes in an instant. The calamity of war? A jest. As expected, you still do not understand me. Naruto shook his head with a hint of sarcasm. In that case, let us be clear. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage of Konohagakure. He looked down at the crowd, his voice cold. This identity is sufficient to bear the so-called consequences you speak of. With a disdainful glance, he continued, a mere handful of ninjas in your small village, no more than a few hundred, at most 200. Furthermore, your strength is feeble, lacking both abundant resources and secret techniques. The disparity between you and the 5 great ninja nations is as vast as the heavens and the earth. In the original narrative, during the Great Ninja War, each village dispatched thousands of powerful ninjas to combat, with Ch-nin being the baseline. This illustrates the insurmountable chasm between the two sides. Upon hearing this, the other ninja's expression turned pale. He was already aware of Naruto's identity as the next Hokage, possessing strength comparable to that of a Kage. The critical point, however, is his age and reputation. Otherwise, he would already occupy the Hokage seat. Such a formidable figure indeed possesses the prestige to shoulder the aftermath of war. No, that is not correct. This should not be termed a war, he thought. In alignment with Naruto's words, the calamity of war? A jest. For Konohagakure, it can only be called war when engaged with one of the great ninja nations. These few before me are hardly worthy of mention, mere ants that can be disposed of at will. You have seen through my intentions, the ninja said, gazing at Naruto. His tone bitter, laced with doubt and fear. Do you think everything goes smoothly for you? It is all because I have allowed you to sail through. Naruto replied with a cold laugh. Why? The ninja asked, perplexed. Having discovered my identity, why not seize me at the outset? Allowing them to take the tailed beast Jinchuriki away? Not interested, Naruto replied nonchalantly, surveying the crowd. What I find unbelievable, How could I be bored? The sand ninja would require much time to return. You have voluntarily walked into the trap, merely for my amusement. More importantly, you serve as a deterrent to inform the ninja world that I, Uzumaki Naruto, am not to be trifled with. And that Konohagakure is not a place to be bullied at will. Naruto's voice was cold, yet it brimmed with murderous intent. Having been a ninja for so long, Naruto was no stranger to this. He understood well that in this world, avoiding trouble does not mean trouble will not come. To instill fear in others, one must demonstrate formidable strength and an unyielding will. Regrettably, aside from a bitter smile, the ninja could not articulate his inner turmoil. In Naruto's eyes, he was merely an example to warn others. A dignified elite jonin reduced to such a fate starkly highlights the gap between the larger and smaller ninja villages, a blatant reflection of hierarchical disparity. If you wish to silence me, you must be prepared to pay a heavy price, the ninja warned, unable to suppress his instinct. As an elite jonin, how could he accept a humiliating death, even against an opponent as legendary as Naruto, who possesses the capability to repel Kage-level foes? Will you strike? Or do you believe you can escape? Naruto observed the ninja's poised stance, his comrades following suit in vigilance, as he mockingly surveyed the group. Since the Nin exams, or more accurately, since the calamity unleashed by Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, Naruto had engaged only in battles against formidable Kage-level adversaries. From Orochimaru to the first and second Hokage, and then to Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, and one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. He had faced 6 top-tier Kage-level opponents in quick succession, emerging victorious in each confrontation. Possessing such remarkable achievements, Naruto now regards the few elite Nin before him with indifference. Although he has merely attained the rank of Nin, his combat prowess far surpasses that of these ordinary individuals. Observing this group, Naruto feels a sense of being the protagonist in a narrative favored by fate, while the adversaries appear as foolishly ordained by destiny. How audacious for this mere squad of elites to tread upon the sacred soil of Konoha, thereby committing an act of sacrilege. Is this not sheer folly? It is tantamount to a suicidal endeavor. Did they not sense any anomaly upon entering the village? Chapter 170. The transaction completed, negotiations concluded. Seated in a corner of the hall, Naruto, with his eyes gently closed, exhibits no anxiety regarding the impending arrival of the Sand Shinobi. This was all anticipated. He himself had faced life and death threats, and the denizens of the Sand Village need not be elaborated upon. Even if they were to appear, it would merely be for the sake of that transaction. Regardless of their presence, it would yield profit for him. Time slips away quietly, and the deadline for the Sand Village draws ever closer. Naruto stands composed, his heart unperturbed, as if he is entirely unconcerned with the unfolding events. In stark contrast to him, Mitsuba's face betrays evident unease and anxiety. As the principal guest of this negotiation, he is acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities, and at this moment, he fervently hopes that the Sand Village will be delayed. For such a delay would afford them additional time to prepare. Should the Sand Village indeed arrive, it would pose a significant challenge for the Steel Country, necessitating greater efforts to enhance their odds of success. Yet at this instant, Mitsuba can only silently pray for fortune to favor them. However, Mitsuba's hopes are dashed. With hurried footsteps, the sound of commotion reverberates. The doors of the negotiation hall are flung open by the Sand Village's team in a state of disarray. The term disarray aptly describes their appearance, as each member bears signs of exhaustion and tattered clothing. The original 100-strong unit has been reduced to merely 70 or 80, with casualties exceeding half. A glance from Naruto reveals that most of the fallen were lower-ranking shinobi, while several elite Nin have managed to survive. Truly, the Sand Village has faced dire misfortune. Witnessing the serene figures of Naruto and Mitsuba, Tanaka Butaro's eyes brim with tears. Who can comprehend the bleakness of our existence? It is indeed a harsh reality. He had never anticipated that the enemy would be so ferocious, as wild as wolves, driven by an insatiable thirst for victory. They nearly lunged at me en masse. Did they not notice? The companions at my back have dwindled to less than half. Those who have fallen can never return. That scene, for Tanaka Butaro, epitomizes tragedy. One falls, and in an instant, groups of 3 to 5 surge forth, mercilessly tormenting. Even though he was already aware that the Sand Shinobi would encounter an ambush on their return, Tanaka Butaro could not fathom the extent of it. My goodness, have you ever witnessed 1,000 assailants besieging a mere 100? It is said that the third generation of the Hidden Cloud's hero could withstand legions, battling for 3 days and nights with astonishing stamina, earning the moniker 3 Waves in one night. Though ultimately defeated by 30,000 brutes, the impact of his prowess was unmatched. Initially, he thought such tales were exaggerated, yet from this day forth, Tanaka Butaro holds an admiration for the third raikage that flows like the relentless Yangtze River, unceasing and overwhelming, akin to a surging flood that cannot be contained. In the face of hundreds, even 3,000, one man standing against the multitude is indeed a sight to behold. Surrounded by 3,000, Sanada Butaro of the Sand Shinobi Village met a dismal fate. Fortunately, the encroaching forces lacked elite shadow-level ninjas. Otherwise, he might not have escaped unscathed. Relying on his shadow-level prowess, Sanada Butaro led his subordinates through the ferocious encirclement with great difficulty. Yet, the majority of the lower-ranking ninjas perished in this desperate breakout. Lying forever fallen, legs askew, a heart-wrenching scene. Though he managed to escape, time was no longer on his side. Racing against the clock with his team, they ultimately arrived. But the arduous journey left Sanada Butaro exhausted, collapsing before his adversaries. "Now that we are here, let us commence," Naruto said, gazing at the fatigued Sanada Butaro with a calm demeanor, choosing to seize the opportunity without allowing for recovery. Sanada Butaro, filled with silent fury, regarded Naruto with a menacing glare. His previous negotiation had devolved into a heated argument with Naruto, a lesson learned in humility. Whatever you say will fall on deaf ears. I will focus solely on my responsibilities. Struggling to rise, as if bearing a tremendous weight, Sanada Butaro slowly approached the seat. After enduring countless hardships, he finally settled into position, every movement steeped in sorrow, evoking deep sympathy. "So, let us begin the negotiation, Elder Sanada Butaro. Has your village reached a decision? Will it be 1 billion or 500 million? Do you seek to recover Shikaku, or will you choose to relinquish it?" Naruto inquired softly, his words drawing expectant glances from Mitsuba, who awaited Sanada Butaro's response. There is no need to elaborate. Shikaku is the eldest son of the fourth wind shadow. With the fourth now in misfortune, we, the Sand Shinobi Village, bear the responsibility of caring for the children of the 4 great leaders. Hence, we are willing to offer 1 billion, hoping only for the safe return of the fourth's offspring. Though breathing heavily, Sanada Butaro endeavored to assert a moral high ground. Mitsuba felt a deep sense of disappointment. The Land of Steel, as a neutral entity, could not become embroiled in a conflict over Shikaku with the Wind Country or the Sand Shinobi Village. With a disdainful glance at Sanada Butaro, Naruto retorted, "If it were truly about protecting the fourth's children, there would have been no need for negotiation. You could have simply paid the 1 billion 2 days ago. It is clear that this corruption is not exclusive to Konoha. It is rampant throughout the ninja world, perhaps even more so. I have no interest in your justifications. Money for the delivery. That is the essence of our negotiation here. In this place, Konoha values only the monetary compensation and the matter concerning the Sand Shinobi," Naruto stated calmly. Chapter 171, The Obstructing Cloud Ninja. Amidst the swift winds and resilient grass, Naruto departed from Flame Leaf City in haste, his steps urgent, as if fearing that Sanada Butaro might suddenly regain his senses. After all, the matter of Shikaku had been settled, and attention would inevitably shift elsewhere. Thus, upon the completion of the transaction, Naruto wasted no time in setting off with a substantial sum, bidding farewell only to Mitsuba of the Land of Steel and Sanada Butaro of the Sand Shinobi Village. With the negotiations concluded, Mitsuba and Sanada Butaro showed little concern for Naruto's destination. In Wu Tairong's eyes, securing Shoha's safe return to the village was an urgent priority. Only in doing so could true tranquility be achieved. Thus, as Naruto departed, Wu Tairong followed suit, leaving San Chuan to journey alone. The 3 individuals went their separate ways, and the scene instantly fragmented. To prevent Wu Tairong from harboring any suspicions, Naruto hurriedly sprinted away, clutching a fortune in cash. Although such haste seemed unnecessary, given that they were still within the Land of Fire, Wu Tairong wouldn't dare act recklessly even if he sensed something amiss. Naruto's intent was simply to return to Konoha swiftly, as pressing matters awaited his attention. This involved the eradication of the small ninja villages from the 5 countries that had infiltrated during negotiations, with the aim of kidnapping Gaara and others. This was of paramount importance, directly affecting Naruto's reputation in the ninja world. It was imperative that he personally conclude this mission to demonstrate his resolve. Naruto pondered. This was not merely about his own reputation and status, but also about the stability and peace of the entire ninja realm. Only through decisive action could he convey to those who sought to disrupt peace that he would not tolerate any threats to himself or those he cherished. Taking a deep breath, a determined light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly sensing danger, Naruto halted abruptly, raising his right hand in a gesture to pause. The area ahead appeared calm, yet concealed within that serenity lay deadly intent. At noon, the forest was devoid of birds. The usual cacophony of the woods was eerily silent, foreshadowing ominous tidings. An ambush was undoubtedly at hand. Naruto's team remained vigilant, drawing their weapons and scanning the surroundings with heightened tension. In an instant, a golden light flashed in Naruto's eyes as he activated his clairvoyant abilities, his vision expanding remarkably. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 100 steps, 200 steps. Everything within a 500-step radius unfolded before his eyes, encompassing all directions. Likewise, those in hiding were laid bare. 1, 2, 10, 20, 40, 50, 53 individuals emerged, including a shadow-level powerhouse, 2 elite jonin, 20 jonin, and 30 chunin. Such a formidable assembly was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Their intentions for interception were decidedly hostile. There was no need for straightforwardness. The use of cunning tactics suggested a long-conceived plot. Come forth. If you do not wish for me to summon you, Naruto remarked coolly, directing his gaze toward the location of the shadow-level figure. With an ambush looming, the options narrowed down to either a trap or robbery. Given Naruto's exceptional prowess, he had formidable backing, and even shadow-level figures would be cautious, as his stature was far from ordinary. Thus, robbery seemed the more plausible scenario, especially since Naruto possessed a vast treasure capable of shaking the foundations of the 5 great nations. The appearance of a shadow-level figure was entirely reasonable. The new star of Konoha is indeed formidable, able to detect our hidden presence. Came a voice as a figure leapt from a concealed spot to face Naruto, genuinely impressed. Following this, 32 more individuals streamed forth, including 2 elite jonin, 10 jonin, and 20 chunin. Upon seeing Naruto and his protective entourage, they drew their weapons, clearly intent on engaging. Furthermore, 10 more jonin and chunin remained unaccounted for, indicating that their intentions were far from benevolent. After the strategy was exposed, I had no choice but to create a new wave. However, since it had already been uncovered, there was no need for fear, Naruto mused in his heart. Initially, he believed these individuals hailed from the Hidden Stone Village, but upon closer inspection of the forehead protectors they wore, he realized they were actually ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. This revelation filled Naruto with surprise and confusion, for he had always perceived a competitive, if not adversarial, relationship between the Cloud and Leaf villages. Yet, at this moment, these Cloud ninjas had appeared within the confines of the Leaf village. What could this signify? Indeed, since the time of the 4th Hokage's father, the Hidden Cloud had been at odds with the Leaf. They had once launched a surprise attack during Naruto's childhood, seizing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who happened to be Naruto's mother, inadvertently leading to Naruto's own birth. 8 years prior, they had coveted Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan and Naruto's fiancée. Though this ambition was ultimately thwarted, it resulted in the loss of Hinata's branch family member, Hinata Hayashi. Given these circumstances, the enmity between Naruto and the Hidden Cloud was substantial. Setting aside the grievances of their elders, the events that transpired in Naruto's life had woven a deep-seated animosity between him and the Cloud. The avenging of his mother and the desire to protect his fiancée, he created an inextricable bond of hatred. Chapter 172. Resolve. The group first reveal the source of your Sand Ninja secrets, Uzumaki Naruto, and then you shall accompany us back to the land of clouds. Withdraw at once, bellowed the leader of the Cloud Ninjas, a robust figure of a shadow-level ninja. Clearly, their intentions were far from benevolent. They sought to plunder wealth and seize control of the Nine-Tails seal. The Cloud Ninjas remained undeterred in their obsession with the Nine-Tails. Naruto's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixating on his adversary. Your arrogant words have given me the opportunity to claim your head right now. How about that? The murderous intent within him simmered restlessly. Before such a powerful shadow-level opponent, Naruto felt no trepidation. If he could establish his prestige through this encounter, his reputation would undoubtedly soar, and he could also absorb vast chakra. Such an opportunity was not one to be missed. You kill me, and will Konoha not fear the flames of war? The wise choice is to depart with us swiftly. Otherwise, the hidden cloud will not waver in its intent to attack, the shadow-level cloud ninja remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, memories of past encounters flooding his mind. Even when the leader of the Hyuga clan had been threatened, the Leaf had not acted hastily. Today was no different. Choosing this moment was strategic, as Naruto, being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was laden with wealth, and Konoha had recently endured an assault from Orochimaru. Such an opportunity was rare, and once gone, would not return. You shall not meet a good end today. This is my promise to you. With a piercing gaze directed at the cloud shadow, Naruto's murderous intent erupted fully. The mention of events from 8 years prior, the attempt to kidnap Hinata, served as a stark reminder that Konoha could not afford to show weakness. The land of clouds felt emboldened. For Naruto, that was a forbidden zone, an unforgivable past. 8 years ago, he had been powerless to alter the course of events, but now, endowed with strength, he would not allow such occurrences to unfold again. To anyone who dared to touch his vulnerable spots, the price would be their life. Naruto was no exception. Those who provoked him would meet with slaughter. Faced with the obstinate shadow-level cloud ninja, Naruto understood that retreat was no longer an option. Then let us fight, he declared, for how could Naruto endure such an affront? You are arrogant, and I shall return your insolence tenfold. Kill me, and I shall slay 100 of you. That disgraceful incident 8 years ago, the abduction of Hinata, must never be repeated. If you desire battle, then I shall fight, transforming into a vengeful deity, annihilating all foes in my path. How dare you, young one, utter such reckless words without concern for the potential repercussions that may bring the wrath of the Cloud Village upon Konoha? The elite ninja of the cloud glared at Naruto, his voice a thunderous roar. Though these words were audacious, to Naruto they resonated as a mournful lament for Konoha. The events of 8 years prior had forced Konoha into a position of submission to the cloud, even allowing for brazen provocations. Such a compromise had led to this dire predicament, underscoring the harsh reality that in the ninja world, power speaks volumes. It is no wonder that this elite ninja dares to invade Konoha, engaging in robbery and abduction, truly a bully empowered by his own might. The dragon has its sensitive scales. To touch them is to invite death. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am likewise one who possesses such scales. Those who dare to touch me shall face annihilation. He gazed at the cloud ninja, his tone calm. Yet an overwhelming force and deep-seated intent to kill lay hidden beneath. Alongside Naruto, his comrades, Shikamaru, Ino, and others, fixed their sharp gazes upon the intruders, their eyes ablaze with a fury that promised to shred them to pieces. Very well, very well. A mere child, believing himself to possess some measure of strength, dares to challenge me. It seems Konoha has indeed made some progress. The elite ninja from the cloud continued to speak, his tone laced with a similar deep-seated enmity towards Naruto. State your name. I would not wish your last words to go unrecorded. I refuse to let my first kill among the elite be a nameless wretch. Naruto spoke lightly, the conversation having strayed off course. His heart no longer allowed for any respite for his adversary. He was resolute in eradicating this threat without leaving any future troubles. Young one, should you wish to know my name, then defeat me. Upon hearing this, the cloud ninja surged with excitement, bellowing at Naruto, a tremendous aura erupting that showcased his formidable presence as an elite. Humph! Facing the approaching enemy, Naruto emitted a chilling snort, unafraid. He too exuded a powerful aura. Unfazed by the pressure, while the Konoha ninjas behind him trembled in fear, their abilities severely diminished under such intense force. Thus, he must rise to confront this wave of energy. No need for names. The identities of the deceased are of little consequence. Let them perish under my blade as nameless wraiths. Addressing the cloud ninja, Naruto spoke coolly. He cared not for the opponent's name. As long as they were of elite status, their death would suffice. Very well, young one. Today I shall capture you and take you back to the land of clouds. Let us see whether Konoha dares to engage in battle with my village. Observing Naruto withstand the pressure and maintain his arrogance, the leader of the cloud ninja scoffed in rage, pointing at him with a mocking smile. If you desire war, then I shall oblige. The battlefield shall determine the victor. Today, your life is forfeit. As he gazed at his opponent, Naruto's voice rang out, and with the appearance of the elite cloud ninja, the tension mounted. War on the brink of eruption. Chapter 173. Battle with the elite cloud ninja. Humph. I shall personally capture you, Ninetales. With eyes ablaze with fury, the elite ninja of the cloud locked onto Naruto, abandoning any further verbal sparring, charging directly at him. Who do you think you are? In the face of the charging elite, Naruto's gaze hardened, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball, 40 feet in diameter, erupted from Naruto's mouth, its searing flames crashing forth like a tidal wave towards the enemy. The searing flames scorched the air, unleashing a torrid wave that caused the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. The formidable ninja of the Cloud Village, undeterred by the expansive range of the fireball, maintained a safe distance. With his shadow-level prowess, evading such an onslaught was a trivial task, especially considering that the ninjas of the Cloud Village were renowned for their swiftness, and the Raikage was their paragon, moving with agility that nearly rivaled space-time ninjutsu. Yet, despite this formidable speed, he was not unparalleled. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to the spatial techniques of the fourth Hokage in the past. However, while he was indeed nimble, he could not match Naruto's preemptive strike. Moreover, Naruto's focus was never on this individual. From such a distance, Naruto understood that he could not pose a significant threat to this shadow-level adversary. His true intention lay in ambushing the 10 elite Jonin and 10 Chunin concealed behind the enemy, as eliminating these 20 hidden dangers was paramount to prevent any unexpected assaults that could disrupt the battle's flow, a scenario that was utterly intolerable. Unfortunately, this shadow-level ninja was not slow to react. He instantly discerned the lurking peril behind him. Concealed in the shadows were the vigilant ninjas of the Cloud Village, ready to strike at any moment. With a swift motion, he executed the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, slamming his palms onto the ground, causing a series of earthen walls to rise before the ambushers in an attempt to thwart the oncoming flames. However, the speed of the shadow-level ninja proved insufficient. Naruto had already commenced his attack, employing a formidable ninjutsu that far surpassed the Earth Flow Wall, which was merely a basic technique. In such a hasty response, how could it hope to withstand the impending force? Indeed, the earthen walls shattered instantly under the fiery impact, dissipating into the flames before they could fully erect themselves. The scorching waves engulfed the realm, accompanied by the wails of the fallen as the inferno spread. Several figures emerged from the blazing hell, struggling for survival, while countless others succumbed to eternal slumber within the flames. Out of the 10 elite Jonin and 10 Chunin, only 3 Jonin managed to escape, each bearing grievous injuries and significantly diminished combat capabilities. This surprise assault proved to be a catastrophic loss for the Cloud Ninjas. Witnessing the infernal scene of destruction and the 3 escaping ninjas, the shadow-level ninja's fury ignited. With a fierce roar, he charged at Naruto, declaring, "Leave those behind to you. I shall deal with this shadow-level foe." Casting a glance at his comrades, Naruto responded, swiftly darting toward the formidable adversary. The ominous declaration of death illuminated in golden radiance as he summoned the spirit mirror. In an instant, Naruto found himself behind the ninja, 3 blades poised at his heart, thrusting downward with ferocity. Boy perish. The shadow-level ninja, enveloped in crackling lightning, executed an unexpected, contorted maneuver, skillfully evading the attack and forcing Naruto back. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he recognized the technique. This was no ordinary lightning chakra stimulation technique, but rather an advanced mastery of lightning. Undoubtedly a secret ninjutsu of the Cloud Village. The brilliance surged once more as the two swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Meanwhile, as Naruto engaged with the Cloud Ninja, his subordinates clashed fiercely with the shadow-level ninja's underlings, the sounds of explosive combat echoing relentlessly, the shockwaves radiating outward. The surrounding area transformed into a wasteland, with cracked earth, splintered trees, and debris strewn about. This is a confrontation between titans, an encounter where no one can intervene. Neither the subordinates of the Cloud Ninja nor those of Naruto dare to approach, retreating to a safe distance as the 2 formidable forces engage. In the epicenter of the clash, their figures intertwine in a flurry of motion, each strike met with a swift disengagement. Yet, the overwhelming force causes the very ground beneath them to fracture intermittently. With a thunderous impact, both combatants abruptly withdraw, facing each other from afar. The one with slower speed, lesser strength, and delayed reflexes finds himself at a disadvantage. This battle against an elite shadow has been prolonged, and Naruto possesses an intimate understanding of every aspect of his opponent's physicality. His abilities appear significantly diminished when compared to the formidable shadows he has previously faced. Whether it be Orochimaru, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, or the likes of Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Tsunade, this individual pales in comparison, verging on weakness in contrast. There is no contest. To be precise, this person's uniqueness lies solely in a slight advantage in speed, a mere trifle when juxtaposed with the likes of Itachi Uchiha. This cloud ninja, at best, possesses a mere 3,000 in attributes, barely scraping the surface of the shadow level. Compared to seasoned veterans like Orochimaru and Itachi, he is utterly outmatched. Considering his age, the likelihood of him advancing to greater strength seems bleak. Instead, time may erode his abilities, diminishing them as he ages. Is this truly your full power? If so, do not expect to best me. Rather, it is you who shall meet your demise at my hands. Naruto gazes intently at the elite cloud ninja,